3 days ago, a mysterious black fog suddenly appeared all over the world and quickly swept across the globe at an alarming speed. All food and supplies exposed to the black fog instantly became inedible. The only things that survived were those vacuum-packed foods, which remained intact despite the invasion of the black fog. Most of humanity's food resources disappeared instantly, and the entire world fell into an unprecedented panic. However, the man accidentally exposed himself in the black fog. At this moment, a cold mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ding. The host's strong desire to survive is detected, and the doomsday survival system has been activated. This system seems to be tailor-made for the end of the world. It provides a huge static space, and all unlocked materials will be automatically generated at an increasing rate per second. Unfortunately, the system currently only unlocks mineral water, which is far from enough. In this doomsday world, you can't survive with just mineral water. But the system told him that the only way to unlock more supplies was to capture high-rated beauties. The man's situation was very simple: either stay on the 25th floor and wait for death and despair, or risk everything and start his journey to capture beautiful women. Looking at the black fog spreading downstairs, he chose the latter without hesitation. Jiang Che has been busy promoting his next goal, to capture the next goddess and unlock more supplies. In order to achieve this goal, he keeps posting messages about recruiting goddesses in various groups. Although these messages attracted some people to add him as their friend, the vast majority of people just insulted and attacked him personally. Some people even used extremely aggressive words, such as, "I will kill your whole family," and even threatening words followed. "Boy, hurry up and hand over all the supplies. Otherwise, you will die. I know where you live." Jiang Che blocked and deleted the other party without hesitation for these stupid threats. He knew that in this end times, who would tolerate such nonsense? Of course, there are also some girls who actively add him and send him photos. To be honest, many of them meet Jiang Che's aesthetic standards, but after the system review, all the photos do not meet the system's requirements. Jiang Che was not worried about the fact that there was no one who met the requirements. After all, he was in Jinjiang Community. Jinjiang Community is a famous high-end community in Jinhai City, full of beautiful women. Jiang Che has seen many well-known female internet celebrities, female models, and even a few female stars in the community. There are abundant resources of beautiful women here, and there are many opportunities. However, at this moment, a slight vibration broke the tranquility of the community. Jiang Che frowned, got up quickly, and ran to the balcony to look down. I saw that the originally calm fog suddenly began to roll, as if a large pot of boiling hot water was churning something, as if some monster was about to emerge from the fog. The atmosphere in the community also became unusual. Many people began to walk out of their rooms and look towards the source of the sound. The group chat also began to become lively, and many people's words were full of anticipation and excitement. "It's an armored vehicle. It must be an armored vehicle." A message came, apparently thinking that rescue had arrived. "My family is running low on supplies. The rescue came just in time." Another message followed. "They won't move us out by force, right? I have a lot of cosmetics at home that I don't want to throw away." I'm crying. Some people seemed very anxious. Some people even stood upstairs, waving flashlights and calling for help, as if they saw hope for survival. Their shouts echoed in the silent air. "We are here. Come and save us." However, at this moment, a black branch suddenly shot out from the black fog at an extremely fast speed, flying dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, the family who were still calling for help had no time to react before they were strung together like a string of human candied haws by the branches. The surface of the branch had a metallic luster and was covered with dense thorns, looking extremely ferocious. The person skewered on the branch began to shrivel at an alarming speed, as if all the fluids in his body had been drained away. At this moment, no one in the community dared to make a sound, as if the whole world had pressed the mute button. However, the strange phenomenon in the black fog did not end. Large black trees rose from the ground one after another, and the treetops broke through the black fog and went straight into the sky. You know, the height of these black fogs is as high as 20 stories, nearly 80 meters. Under normal circumstances, how can a tree grow to such a terrifying height? Jiang Che's expression turned solemn. He realized that this was not just the beginning of resource shortage, but also a sign of plant mutation. The danger from the outside world was imminent. He hurried back into the house and locked the doors and windows to prevent the strange branches from breaking in and posing a fatal threat. At this time, he turned on his phone and entered the large group of Jinjiang community. The group was already in chaos, and the video showed the horrific scene vividly. Watching the video, everyone fell into deep fear and no one dared to believe what they were seeing. Shun Lin Lin, room 1104, building 8, posted a question. "Is this real or fake? Is it AI generated?" Everyone at Ed the person who posted the video, but never received a response, perhaps because of fear or other reasons. The group gradually fell into chaos, and Zhang Che took advantage of the chaos to post his advertisement again, looking for beautiful women, free food, and accommodation, sufficient supplies, and mineral water. If you are interested, please chat privately. Time flies, and 2 more days have passed. The black fog outside the window is like a greedy beast, constantly climbing upstairs. Zhang Che estimated that within a week, the black fog will submerge his floor. But at this time, Zhang Che was not worried. He was lying on the sofa leisurely, holding a piece of whole wheat bread in his hand, enjoying his breakfast. Due to his busy work, Zhang Che rarely had time to cook, and over time, he developed the habit of hoarding fast food. His locker was always filled with instant noodles and packaged bread of various flavors. This seemingly random habit unexpectedly became a major advantage for him after the black fog descended. While other residents were fighting fiercely over half a pack of instant noodles, and some were even dividing a pack of instant noodles into 3 meals, Zhang Che's life was almost as peaceful as usual. As time went by, more and more people started adding him as a friend. In addition to the residents of Building 11, residents of other buildings also began to contact him. Even Don't Eat Coriander, who had been extremely hostile to him in the group before, took the initiative to add him as a friend. Building 11, room 2704, doesn't eat coriander. Little brother, can you give me some water and food? I haven't eaten for 3 days. She sent several cute emojis in a row, and her tone looked pitiful. Zhang Che couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Didn't he scold him fiercely before? He called him a subordinate and threatened to find out his address. Why is he suddenly begging him so humbly now? How hypocritical. However, Zhang Che did not respond directly, but asked to see the photos first. Fishing on the river. Stop talking nonsense. If you want supplies, send photos. Must be without beauty filters. After a while, the other party sent a photo. Zhang Che's eyes almost hurt when he saw it. She said she was slightly plump, but what he saw was a woman of extremely large size, 160 centimeters tall, and weighing 160 kilograms. Her body width was almost equal to her height, and the screen could hardly fit her. How could she be called extremely plump? What was even more terrifying was that upon closer inspection, the other person's face was covered with black corpse spots. He was no longer a human being, but a real fat pig. Zhang Che could almost smell the greasy and sweaty smell coming from the screen. Building 11, 2704 hashtag, I don't eat coriander. How about it? Little brother, are you drooling? As long as you give me enough supplies, you can do whatever you want. However, Zhang Che's response was not what he expected, but a striking red exclamation mark. The other party has turned on friend verification, and you are not yet their friend. Buqi Xiangkai was stunned. This man actually deleted her? Usually she deleted others, but today someone dared to delete her? How could she bear this kind of grievance? She immediately rushed into the group to vent her dissatisfaction. Building 11, 2704 hashtag, don't eat coriander. Don't believe this guy called fishing on the river. He is a complete liar. He doesn't have any supplies. He is just a sex liar. This fairy almost got fooled. Zhang Che almost couldn't help laughing when he saw the message she sent. What fairy are you? You are clearly a fat pig fairy. You can't get supplies from me, so you slander him in the group. It's really ridiculous. However, he did not intend to argue with such people. He responded directly with real objects, which was the most convincing. He uploaded 3 photos without hesitation, and the whole group chat fell silent instantly. The content of the photo was shocking. 3 piles of mineral water, almost like a small mountain, so high that it was unimaginable. Zhang Che knew that everyone was already very thirsty, and looking at these mineral waters, they didn't care about their face and started to ask for water. The group immediately went wild. Chunrong, Residential Committee, Building 11, 1103 hashtag. Young man, everyone is thirsty now. You can't drink so much water by yourself. Take it out and share it with everyone. We have let go of what you said before. Don't worry about it anymore. Property Manager Chun. Boy, this is a special period. Supplies must be distributed by the public. Hand over the water quickly, otherwise you will have to go to jail when the black fog passes. Chun Jun, Building 11, Room 1602. Little brother, I said something wrong before. I want to apologize to you. Can you give me a few bottles of water? My family is thirsty. Zhang Che looked at the threats and persuasions in the group and was completely unmoved. He was not a saint. Why should he give resources to those who had insulted him before? He would rather pour out the water than give it to these people. After closing the group chat, Zhang Che looked at the time. It was already noon. He was about to start preparing lunch. We had braised beef yesterday, so today we'll have beef in golden soup. Just as he stood up, his phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Che looked down and saw a new friend request. Building 11, 3001, Lin Qingxuang. Jiang Che remembered Lin Qingxuang immediately. After all, she was so beautiful. He had paid more attention to her during the previous resident inspection. Lin Qingxuang is a student at Jinhai University. Her family is said to be quite wealthy. Her father is the boss of a listed company, and her mother is the manager of a well-known beauty salon. In order to allow Lin Qingxuang to study with peace of mind in Jinhai City, her family simply bought her a house in Jinjiang Community. The housing prices in Jinjiang Community are not cheap, more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. She lives in a top-floor duplex loft with an open-air garden on the roof. The price is so high that Jiang Che can't even imagine it. Jiang Che accepted her friend's request without hesitation, but he was not in a hurry to chat. After all, he was not short of supplies at the moment, and he couldn't make himself appear anxious. Sure enough, Lin Qingxuang took the initiative to send a message. Building 11, 3001 hashtag Lin Qingxuang. I want water, you can name the price, 5,000 yuan a bottle, 10,000 yuan a bottle, I won't bargain. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh. It was the end of the world, but she was still so arrogant and wanted to be an unattainable rich lady. He didn't want to waste time, so he got straight to the point. Fishing on the river. Don't say those useless things, send me a photo without beauty filters first. Lin Qingxuang was obviously dissatisfied and immediately replied. Don't push your luck. I'm willing to pay 10,000 yuan for a bottle of water. I've already given you 10,000 times the price. What else do you want? Jiang Che sneered. Money? In this doomsday, what's the difference between money and waste paper? Fishing on the river, send it or not. If you don't, I'll delete you as a friend. Lin Qingxuang was obviously panicked, knowing that Jiang Che was determined. After a while, he finally sent a photo. Her photo shows long black hair, delicate features, and thighs of amazing proportions. Although her eyes reveal dissatisfaction, the beauty of the photo cannot be ignored. Jiang Che didn't care about her resentment as long as she could bring him enough supplies. The system prompt sounded at this time. Name, Lin Qingxuang. Appearance, 95. Body, 91. Purity, 100. Pure and flawless. Favorability, -10. Hate, score, 93. Meets system requirements. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. He finally met a woman who met the system's requirements. If Lin Qingxuang didn't meet the requirements, he would really doubt the system's vision. Fishing on the river, not bad, barely meets my requirements. If you want water, go to the 26th floor. He deliberately set a higher floor to prevent the other party from getting angry and revealing his address. Lin Qingxuang, Building 11, 3001. I have some imported food or gold and silver jewelry at home, and I am willing to exchange them for water. She was obviously still struggling and unwilling to give in easily, but Jiang Che's attitude was clear. No, I don't lack food. If you want water, you can exchange it with yourself. Otherwise, no deal. To deal with a proud person, one must be more resolute. Jiang Che knew that she couldn't hold on for long. Chapter 3. Cast a wide net, catch more fish, and select the best. Time passed quickly, and the black fog still showed no sign of dissipating. Jiang Che had just finished his meal and lay on the sofa, taking out his phone to watch videos. The power and internet were still on as yet, so Jiang Che seized this precious moment to learn more about the situation outside. The news on the internet is no longer entertainment gossip, but the latest reports about the black fog. Various emergency notices are overwhelming, and many people share the panic of doomsday and the dilemma of survival. The communication company announced that network communication is completely free, hoping to help mankind through this crisis. The power company said that electricity is free, hoping to bring a ray of light to people trapped in the darkness. Oh my God! Animals have mutated. Cockroaches as big as wash basins appeared in my house. Picture. Most of this information was related to the black fog, and the previous borderline videos had completely disappeared. Jiang Che felt a little regretful. Without these entertainment contents, his future happiness would almost have to rely on offline activities. Just as he was about to put down his phone, suddenly, a reminder popped up on the little music app. The host you follow has started broadcasting. Go and watch it. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, thinking that even if the end of the world is coming, there are still people doing live broadcasts. Isn't this just to make money? Out of curiosity, he clicked on the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, a hot female anchor appeared, with the online name Ban Ban Devil. Jiang Che had paid attention to her before because of her pair of top-level G-class headlights. No matter from which angle you look at them, they are eye-catching. She looks very cute and lovely, and she wears men's clothes from time to time. This contrast is deeply loved by Jiang Che. But the situation was not good now. Her room was dim, with only a small lamp lighting it up. It was obvious that the floor she was in had been swallowed by the black fog, and the sun could no longer shine in. Her face was sallow, her lips were chapped, and it was obvious that she had been without water or food for a long time. Brothers, I accidentally drank water contaminated by the black fog, and I have been vomiting and having diarrhea for 3 days. Does anyone have any solution? I am really miserable. Her luck was quite bad. As soon as the black fog came, there was no water. The room was surrounded by the black fog, and she did not dare to go out. Unexpectedly, after inhaling the black fog, her body became more and more thirsty, and she finally could not help but drink the contaminated water. The result is imaginable. At this time of doomsday, any physical discomfort, even a minor illness, can become fatal. In the live broadcast room, some people began to leave messages, some cared about her, and some made malicious remarks. Host, I have gastrointestinal medicine at home, but I can't deliver it to you. It's over. The host is hopeless. Just wait for death. Host, you have such a good figure. Go find your neighbor and sell your butt. He will definitely be able to help you. What a waste of such a good figure. It would be nice if I could spend a day with the anchor before I die. The internet is completely unregulated. No one cares what you say. Jiang Che is a little bored and is ready to turn off the live broadcast. At this moment, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly disappeared. Jiang Che was stunned, and then he saw 2 flashing lights behind the female anchor. But if you look closely, they are clearly 2 huge eyes like lanterns. The barrage of comments was swiping the screen again. Host, look behind you. There is a monster in the room. Run, host. Oh my god, the animals have mutated too. The anchorwoman was obviously frightened. Her eyes were bleary and her body looked very weak. Monster? How is that possible? I didn't open the door. The female anchor thought that these comments were just jokes. Everyone liked to tease her and pretend that they could see her indescribable figure when she turned around. She knew exactly what these people wanted to do, but in order to maintain interaction with the audience, she didn't intend to expose them. Then I'll look back, and the bad guys don't scare me, she said with a smile. She turned around, and suddenly a huge head appeared in front of her. Monster! She screamed, her voice instantly becoming hoarse. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the monster on the screen. Its body was like a huge tiger, but the markings clearly showed that it was originally a tabby cat. You are Xiaowai, the female anchor said tremblingly. She recognized the monster as her pet, but still couldn't believe it. Wait a minute, little darling, let me get you your favorite cat food. She reached out to take out the cat food from the drawer with trembling hands, ready to hand it to him, but her hands did not move. The big cat's eyes began to act abnormally. Its pupils became narrow and long, and its gaze was fixed on her, no longer looking at the cat strip. Xiao darling, why are you looking at me? I'm your mother. Don't you recognize your mother? The female anchor spoke in a crying voice, tears constantly falling. The big cat began to arch its back, with its spine almost touching the ceiling. It suddenly let out a low growl. A woo. Then it pounced over and knocked the female anchor to the ground. Help! The female anchor shouted desperately, but no one could come to save her. The room fell into silence as the huge cat's claws slapped down. Then, her screams and the sound of tearing mixed together, and the live broadcast screen gradually turned scarlet. The live broadcast screen was suddenly interrupted. Jiang Che looked at the bloody scene and felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but start to worry, as there were many people in his community who kept dogs and cats, especially those expensive large dogs. If these mutated animals run out, the safety of the community will be greatly reduced. At the same time, in number 3001, Building 11, Jinjiang Community, Lin Xingshuang was busy cutting some expensive clothes. These were originally her favorite private custom-made styles, and each one was very expensive, but now she cut them into fabrics one by one. She folded the cloths together and made a net. I hope this net can filter out the impurities in the black water. She murmured to herself with a determined look in her eyes. Lin Xingshuang tied the net cover to the faucet and turned on the water valve. In an instant, dark water gushed out accompanied by a strong, fishy smell. Lin Xingshuang felt even more depressed. Although the mesh was filtering, the taste of the water did not change at all. Bang! She angrily threw the glass to the ground. She hadn't had any water for 4 days, and she couldn't even cry or pee. It seemed that there was only one choice left, which was to find that person, fishing on the river. Lin Xingshuang knew that she had to exchange her body for a few bottles of water, but she still felt uncomfortable and sometimes even wanted to give up and stop struggling. When Lin Xingshuang herself was in school, everyone pursued her. Even the sons of wealthy businessmen and social elites wanted to win her favor. But now, she had to face an unknown man, her heart full of humiliation. Just when she was in despair, she suddenly received a text message on her mobile phone. The sender was her sister, Lin Qingxua. Lin Qingxua, sister, the dogs in school have mutated. It's so scary. Several students have been eaten. Sister, I'm so scared and don't know what to do. The two sisters have always had a good relationship. Lin Qingxuang felt heartbroken when she read the text message and finally made up her mind. She must survive, no matter what. At the same time, Jiang Che continued to wander around the room in various communication groups, looking for new targets. As long as he cast his net wide enough, he would definitely catch more fish. He quietly sneaked into the community group chat and posted a message to recruit beautiful women. At first, everyone scolded him for being inhumane, but as time went on, attitudes gradually changed, and many people began to support him and even asked him to donate some supplies. After continuous efforts, Jiang Che finally found a girl who met the requirements, Lin Wan. Her photos looked quite charming, tall, professional OL style, especially her perfect pear-shaped figure, which fascinated Jiang Che. Jiang Che examined her photo and thought to himself, this figure is definitely hotter than the previous internet celebrities. Suddenly, Lin Wan sent a message, brother, can you come pick me up? I'm scared and don't dare to go out by myself. Jiang Che looked at the message and felt a little disdainful. You were so afraid of the black fog. Aren't you afraid of starving to death? He had no time to talk to Lin Wan anymore and continued to look for the next suitable target. Not long after, he received a reply from Lin Qingxuang. I agree to your request. I'll be there right away. Jiang Che showed an excited smile on his face. It seems that our iceberg beauty can't hold on any longer. Chapter 4. Lin Qingxuang's door-to-door service. At number 1021, Building 10, Jiang Community, Lin Wan was sitting at the table, wearing an OL professional suit, her pretty face staring at the screen of her mobile phone. Lin Wan's brows were slightly furrowed, and she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, looking a little overwhelmed. She was reading the last message from Jiang Che on her phone, thinking about how to explain it, but she didn't know where to start. Next to her, a pretty girl came up to her and asked in a low voice, Wan, what's wrong? Judging from your appearance, haven't you conquered the other person yet? This girl is Zhang Xiaoxiao, Lin Wan's roommate and a colleague in the same company. In fact, it was Zhang Xiaoxiao who saw the message Jiang Che sent in the group and encouraged Lin Wan to contact him. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao's appearance was not bad, her figure was much worse than Lin Wan's. She had a plan in mind. If Lin Wan could take Jiang Che as her liquor, they wouldn't have to worry about water in the future. Lin Wan sighed, with a helpless look in her eyes. The other party's attitude has always been very cold. It seems to me that he doesn't lack women. She lowered her head and thought, do you think I should be more proactive? Lin Wan is very confident about her appearance. In the company, she is the most beautiful person. Whenever she posts a circle of friends, her desk will be piled with exquisite gift boxes the next day, and men will rush to give her gifts. She has never met anyone who can refuse her. Zhang Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and said in disbelief, impossible, Wan. You are the most beautiful girl in our company. Apart from the stars on TV, I have never seen a woman prettier than you. She covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. But soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, as if she suddenly understood something. Oh, I see. He must be playing hard to get. I've seen this kind of man many times. Don't worry. Don't be anxious. Wait for him for a few days. He will definitely come to you happily. After listening to Zhang Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Wan thought it made sense, so she nodded and then closed the chat interface. Well, Wan, I didn't sleep all night last night, so I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Don't eat alone. Zhang Xiaoxiao yawned, took the opportunity to remind Lin Wan, and then walked towards the bedroom. Don't worry, we are sisters and we won't eat alone. Lin Wan smiled and watched Zhang Xiaoxiao walk into the room and close the door. Lin Wan hurriedly took out a chocolate bar from her pocket. This was a snack she had hidden away. She ate it secretly while no one was around. The end of the world has come. Who cares about sisterhood? Being able to fill their stomachs is the most important thing. Even a couple will go their separate ways when faced with a disaster, not to mention that she and Zhang Xiaoxiao are just best friends living together. At the same time, Jiang Che continued to communicate with Lin Qingxuang in his room. Looking at the message she sent, I'm already on the 26th floor. Where are you? Jiang Che replied, go downstairs again. Lin Qingxuang immediately replied, are you kidding me? Do you think this is fun? Jiang Che didn't care about her anger and replied calmly, stop talking nonsense. Just listen if you want water. Lin Qingxuang replied with anger in her tone, I hope you keep your word. Not long after, Jiang Che saw through the cat's eye that a tall woman came out of the fire escape staircase in the corridor. Although her face was a little haggard, her breathtaking beauty could not be concealed, especially her long legs, which seemed even more charming in real life. Jiang Che opened the door and said to her, Lin Qingxuang, right? Come here. Lin Qingxuang turned around suddenly after hearing the voice, and when she saw Jiang Che's appearance, she subconsciously took a few steps back. She had some impression of Jiang Che. She knew that he was a community volunteer, 175 centimeters tall, and wore a simple sweater and sweatpants. Although he had a delicate appearance, his dress and temperament still gave people a feeling of being a lower class. Lin Xingxuang frowned. Are you Jiang Che? You were the one who sent the message. She began to regret why she didn't rush here before understanding the situation clearly. The other party didn't look like someone who could provide help, but more like a poor loser. Jiang Che took out a bottle of mineral water from an angle that she couldn't see and shook it at her. Don't you want mineral water? Come in obediently and I'll let you drink as much as you want. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingxuang became more and more certain that Jiang Che did not have any water at all and just wanted to lure her in. She subconsciously took a step back. I don't want to trade with you anymore. I want to leave. Jiang Che smiled helplessly, stopped trying to persuade her, and slammed the door shut. If you don't want to trade, forget it. I don't need you. However, he also knew that his position had been exposed, and he began to wonder whether he should change location. Lin Xingxuang stood outside the door and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the door closed. She knew that she was charming enough, and the attraction of men to her was self-evident. Jiang Che was obviously not too eager and did not force her. If the other party really wanted to force her to stay, she would never give in easily. Just as she turned around to go home, she suddenly heard a low roar coming from the corridor. Out of curiosity, she leaned out and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a huge dog slowly climbing up the stairs. The dog was so huge that it almost blocked the entire corridor, like a big buffalo, which was very scary. Lin Xingxuang was so frightened that her legs went limp and she almost fell to the ground. The huge dog kept sniffing the air and seemed to have smelled something, so it sped up. What should I do? I can't outrun this dog. I can't die. My sister is still waiting for me. Lin Xingxuang's mind was in a mess, but suddenly she thought of someone. She immediately stood up and ran towards Jiang Che's room. Bang, bang, bang. She began to bang on the door frantically. Please, open the door. There is a monster outside. At this moment, she no longer cared whether she was deceived by Jiang Che. She just hoped that he could open the door, otherwise her only fate would be death. Brother, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't go back on my word. Can you give me a chance? Lin Xingxuang cried, staring behind her as she watched the huge monster approaching. Jiang Che saw Lin Xingxuang's appearance through the cat's eye and said calmly in a low voice, Shut up. If you dare to lure the monster over here, I will kill you right now. Lin Xingxuang was so scared that she quickly shut up and covered her mouth tightly, her eyes full of fear. She knew that if she didn't obey, the consequences would be disastrous. I'll say it again, as long as you walk through the door, everything you have will belong to me, including yourself. Jiang Che threatened. Lin Xingxuang nodded quickly and said in a trembling voice, I am willing. I will agree to whatever you want. Just let me in. I beg you. Jiang Che opened the door and dragged her into the room. The door locked with a click. Jiang Che tied her hands behind her back with the rope he had prepared long ago. After making sure she couldn't resist, he let her go. Through the peephole, he finally saw the true appearance of the monster. It was a huge bulldog, bigger than any cow. Its muscles bulged, and sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, which were stained with blood. It had obviously just eaten its owner's flesh and was looking for new prey. Chapter 5. Food safety is very important. The bulldog entered the 25th floor and began to patrol the corridor. It kept sniffing left and right, like a lion patrolling its territory. Jiang Che was no stranger to bulldogs. When he was a volunteer, he had learned about the habits of these dogs. Although bulldogs have short nasal cavities and their sense of smell is not particularly sensitive, they can still smell some odors. What Jiang Che was more concerned about was whether the changes brought about by the black fog had changed the instinctive reactions of these dogs. Jiang Che was actually taking a big risk in saving Lin Xingxuang. If she didn't meet the system requirements, she wouldn't get any attention from him. If she died in front of him, Jiang Che wouldn't mind. After all, saving her was not out of any mercy, but to unlock resources that would be useful to him. Fortunately, his worst fears did not come to pass. The bulldog wandered around the corridor, seemingly without finding any target, and finally returned to the fire escape. Jiang Che finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He looked down at Lin Xingxuang, who was still struggling weakly, with fear in her eyes. Now, Jiang Che's eyes became even colder, ready to start dealing with this proud woman. He first took off her backpack, opened her clothes, quickly reached in, and began to search. Lin Xingxuang's face turned pale instantly, her heart filled with shame, anger, and fear. She had never been touched so wantonly by a man, especially in this situation. Lin Xingxuang struggled desperately and shouted angrily, Stop! What are you doing? Don't touch there. That's not allowed. Seeing her increasingly intense reaction, Jiang Che became a little impatient and slapped her in the face with a loud slap. Huh! This slap stunned Lin Xingxuang. She had never been hit like this since she was a child. Jiang Che sneered and said, Damn it, be quiet. The dog hasn't gone far yet. If you bark again, I'll throw you out as dog food. Lin Qingxuang was frightened by his words. Thinking of the giant dog outside, she dared not make a sound and tried her best to restrain her struggle. Jiang Che's hands wandered over her body, touching every inch of her skin meticulously, checking every place where something might be hidden. In the apocalypse, even a seemingly weak woman cannot be taken lightly, especially since her favorability is already -10. Jiang Che is naturally more careful. Sure enough, he found a small and exquisite switchblade on the inside of her thigh. Jiang Che's eyes flashed with a sneer. This woman is really dishonest. If I hadn't checked carefully, I'm afraid I would have been caught in the gutter. He searched her backpack again and found that it contained only some snacks and nothing else threatening. Finally, Jiang Che let her go, and seeing Lin Qingxuang's dazed look, he was secretly satisfied. Her pride and self-esteem completely collapsed under his hands. Lin Qingxuang's tears fell from the corners of her eyes. The grievance in her heart was almost unbearable for her. The innocence that she had protected for so many years seemed to be gone at this moment. Jiang Che stood in front of her, looking her over and over. It must be said that this woman's beauty was truly outstanding, even more seductive than in her photos. Jiang Che reached out his hand and lifted her chin. Lin Qingxuang's expression was still indifferent. Although she had just suffered a great insult, she still maintained her stubbornness and pride, and even revealed a hint of disgust in her eyes. Jiang Che sneered in his heart. What? Are you not convinced? If I hadn't saved you, you would have been dead by now. What's the big deal about touching you a few times? Don't you know what the hell you are doing here? Jiang Che's words were cold and provocative, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, shooting straight at Lin Qingxuang. He slapped her hard again, this time slapping her symmetrically on both sides, completely destroying Lin Qingxuang's pride. Lin Qingxuang's eyes instantly turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, but she still didn't say anything, maintaining silent resistance. Would you like some water? Jiang Che slowly picked up a bottle of mineral water and shook it, looking into her eyes. Although Lin Qingxuang tried to remain indifferent, her body could no longer suppress her thirst. Her throat was dry, and her eyes showed an eager desire. She nodded imperceptibly, trying to hide her desire. Jiang Che showed a wicked smile on his face. Kneel down, call me master, and I will give you drink. His voice was soft and cold, but every word was like a sharp blade, piercing into Lin Qingxuang's heart. Lin Qingxuang was once the school beauty of Jinhai University. She came from a prominent family and was always high and mighty. But now, facing Jiang Che's request, she felt unprecedented humiliation. Her dignity was almost completely trampled upon. Lin Qingxuang's legs trembled slightly, and her slender fingers clutched her clothes tightly because of anger and humiliation. Her heart was full of shame, but thirst made her unable to maintain indifference. Lin Qingxuang's legs slowly bent, and finally she knelt down in front of Jiang Che. When Jiang Che saw her kneeling, he felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. She finally gave in, satisfying his desire for control. Jiang Che smiled slightly and handed the bottle of mineral water to her lips. Lin Qingxuang almost didn't hesitate at all, quickly grabbed the bottle and began to drink it in big gulps. Lin Qingxuang's eyes unconsciously stared at the mouth of the bottle, as if she wanted to suck up the last drop of water. Although her heart was still filled with shame and anger, the water flowed into her throat, and the physical comfort made her completely immersed in it. Jiang Che couldn't help but sneer when he saw her wolfing down the food. This once high-ranking and proud girl was now kneeling down to beg for water in order to survive. After Lin Qingxuang drank all the water in the bottle, she licked the mouth of the bottle with her tongue, as if she wanted to lick out some more water. Jiang Che looked at her and couldn't help laughing in his heart. This woman used to stand proudly among the crowd, but now, for the sake of water, she even put down her last dignity. Jiang Che looked at Lin Qingxuang and said calmly, "It's almost time. Go take a shower and get ready. It's time to start what needs to be done next." Lin Qingxuang's face flushed with shame and anger. She had already prepared herself to accept all of this. There was no real mercy or nobility in the end of the world. Jiang Che gave her water for her body that was worth showing off. She couldn't refuse. But, the water is polluted, how can we take a bath? Lin Qingxuang asked in confusion. Jiang Che smiled and replied, "Wash with mineral water." Just as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a mountain of mineral water appeared on the ground. The amount was so large that it was almost astonishing. Lin Qingxuang's eyes instantly turned into shock. She had never expected Jiang Che to have such ability. She couldn't help but feel awe in her heart. "Is this a supernatural power?" she blurted out, her eyes full of shock. Jiang Che smiled and nodded. That's about right. Just be obedient. I have plenty of mineral water. Lin Qingxuang's eyes became complicated, and the pride in her heart seemed to be broken at this moment, and her mentality changed subtly. Lin Qingxuang's favorability plus 20, currently 0. Lin Qingxuang lowered her head and walked silently towards the bathroom. Jiang Che stood there, his heart full of anticipation and excitement, waiting for the next moment. Not long after, Lin Qingxuang came out of the bathroom, her wet long hair draped over her shoulders, her snow-white skin exuding an alluring luster in the air, especially her slender and attractive thighs, which exuded unparalleled beauty. She lowered her head and dodged his gaze, as if she didn't dare to face Jiang Che's gaze. Jiang Che walked forward, smiled and held her in his arms, ready to start the next business. He walked forward and hugged Lin Qingxuang like a princess, holding her in his arms, and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 6. Body Strengthening. Ding. Detected that the host successfully captured a goddess. Unlock new material, double beef burger. Unlock ability, body strengthening, LV1. Jiang Che was lying on the bed, still enjoying the warmth of his passionate love with Lin Qingxuang, when he suddenly heard the system prompt. He was delighted. Not only did he unlock the supplies, but he also unlocked the abilities. This made him ecstatic. In the end times, supplies are certainly important, but without adequate protection, even the most abundant supplies may bring disaster. My neighbors store grain and I store guns. My neighbors are my granaries. Jiang Che thought to himself. Detected that the host has successfully bound to a goddess. Personal panel opened. Name, Jiang Che. Spirit, 15, ordinary people 10. Physique, 20, ordinary people 10. Unlocked materials, Wakaka mineral water, double beef burger. Superpower, body strengthening LV1, bound goddess, Lin Qingxuang. As soon as the system panel appeared, a heat surged up from his lower abdomen and gradually spread to his entire body. Jiang Che felt an intensive tingling sensation all over his body, as if countless needles were pricking him. He didn't care about the beauty in his arms, and quickly got up and ran to the bathroom. He wanted to see what had happened to him. The changes in him in the mirror were unbelievable. His bones made a slight crackling sound, as if they were stretched and reshaped by invisible hands. He could clearly feel his height increasing, and his sight was rising. The door frame, which he had to look up slightly, was now at eye level. The contours of the abdominal muscles gradually became clear, and the biceps of the arms also swelled up, full of strength. The self in the mirror seemed to have been polished again, and the originally ordinary face now exuded a fierce heroic spirit. He also noticed that his values on the system panel were far higher than those of ordinary people, especially his physical fitness, which was twice that of a normal person. He picked up a sharp knife and cut his arm, but only left a shallow white mark. It was obvious that his physical condition was completely different from before. Is this the first level of physical enhancement? So abnormal? If it is the second or third level, wouldn't it be even more incredible? Jiang Che was shocked. Back in the room, Lin Qingxuang had already put on her clothes. When she saw Jiang Che coming, a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Jiang Che at this moment has changed a lot. His previous rustic look has completely disappeared. Judging from Lin Qingxuang's discerning eyes, he is almost flawless. She didn't know what had happened to him, but it was obviously related to his supernatural powers. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes, but she didn't ask aloud. Lin Qingxuang was a smart woman and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Jiang Che sat on the bed and opened his own storage space. He saw that the so-called double beef burger was growing wildly at a rate of +1 per second. Since the time in the storage space was suspended, he didn't have to worry about the food spoiling or expiring. He took out a hamburger directly from the space and opened the outer packaging. A warm airflow with the aroma of fat and malt hit him in the face. Jiang Che often eats hamburgers. He has tried almost all hamburgers from McDonald's and KFC, but he has never eaten such a delicious hamburger. After working on the farm all night, Jiang Che felt very hungry and took a big bite. The juice burst in his mouth, and the strong aroma of beef filled his mouth. I don't know if it's because he's been eating instant noodles for a long time, but Jiang Che feels that this hamburger is so delicious that it's simply intoxicating. Lin Qingxuang sat aside, watching Jiang Che eat heartily, swallowing her saliva. Although she had eaten in the past few days, most of them were just small snacks that did not fill her up. Eating them was almost useless and made her even hungrier. Seeing Jiang Che eating a hamburger, her stomach also began to growl. Jiang Che ate a burger in 2 or 3 bites and took out another one from the space. He looked at Lin Qingxuang, who was standing beside him. Last night, she was tortured by him. At least he ate something, but Lin Qingxuang was on an empty stomach. Do you want to eat? Jiang Che smiled, and handed over the burger in his hand. Lin Qingxuang ignored the pain in her body and reached out to grab the burger. It seemed that she was very hungry. However, Jiang Che retracted his hand and frowned at the beauty in front of him. Do you really want to take it away? Don't you want to say something? Looking at Lin Qingxuang's cold look, as if he owed her something, Jiang Che felt a little uncomfortable. Although she was the one who unlocked these supplies, Jiang Che still felt a little off. This iceberg goddess still needed some training. Lin Qingxuang's eyes flickered, and she whispered, Master, Master, can I have one? After the first time, it was not so unacceptable to call her the second time. Lin Qingxuang glanced at the burger in Jiang Che's hand from time to time. The fragrance aroused her desire, and she could no longer restrain herself. After hearing her call, Jiang Che handed the burger to her with satisfaction. Lin Qingxuang took the first bite and was instantly amazed. Before the end of the world, she would never eat such junk food. In her eyes, hamburgers were just high-calorie, unhealthy food. However, the moment she took the burger into her mouth, she felt the aroma rushing directly into her mind, as if she had never eaten anything so delicious. How can it be so delicious, even better than Michelin 3 stars? Lin Qingxuang kept sighing in her heart, and her face remained cold. Jiang Che saw her inner fluctuations at a glance and laughed in his heart. The system prompt sound in his ears continued to ring. Lin Qingxuang's favorability +1. Lin Qingxuang's favorability +1. Lin Qingxuang's favorability +1. This woman is really arrogant. Jiang Che couldn't help but complain. He himself was not full, so he took out another burger from the storage space and ate while flipping through his phone. Lin Wan in the chat list had not been heard from since the last chat. Jiang Che knew that she must have some food in stock, but he was not in a hurry because she would definitely come to him when she got hungry. Jiang Che turned on his camera, took a photo of Lin Qingxuang eating a hamburger, and then sent it to all the groups. Fishing on the river, recruiting beauties, free food and accommodation, pictures and truth. I have a good life with my woman. What are you waiting for? The originally silent group chat immediately exploded. Not my friend? How come you still have hamburgers at home when it's the end of the world? Brother, I've already sent in my application. Give me a chance. I'll be able to make you feel like you're in heaven. Does my brother have to be a beautiful woman? A handsome man is fine. Don't be too rigid about gender. When Jiang Che saw these replies, he smiled in his heart. His phone kept vibrating. Obviously, there were a lot of friend requests coming in. He planned to see if there were any other goddesses in the background. But at this moment, someone in the group suddenly posted a video. In the video was a 30-year-old man with a face full of flesh, but his body had turned completely black, even emitting a metallic luster. He punched hard, making a dent in the concrete wall. This strength was obviously not something that an ordinary person could possess. Building 8, Room 603, Wang Gang. Brothers, I have awakened my special powers and plan to set up a mutual aid association in Xinjiang community. In the apocalypse, everyone should help each other. Anyone interested, please contact me as soon as possible. Little brother, you should have quite a lot of supplies. No matter how much supplies you have, they will eventually run out. Join the mutual aid group, and then we will share the supplies and everyone will have more than enough food. Chapter 7. Rat Pack. Jiang Che looked at the message in the group and sneered. If he agreed, he would be really stupid. It was also because he was too flamboyant in the group recently that he attracted the attention of the other party. However, most people in the group did not have any supplies, so when they heard that someone wanted to set up a mutual aid association, they all responded enthusiastically. Jiang Che was not interested in this so-called mutual aid association, but he was very interested in supernatural powers. I don't know how the other party awakened his superpowers. Can he also obtain superpowers in a similar way? Coincidentally, the backstage also received Wang Gang's request to add him. After Jiang Che passed, he asked directly, Brother Wang, how did you awaken your supernatural power? Building 8, 603 #Wang Gang. Ha ha ha, Jiang Shao brother, as long as you bring the supplies to me, I will tell you. As long as you listen to me, I believe it won't be long before you can become a superpower. Listening to the other party's big promises, Jiang Che knew that Wang Gang obviously had no intention of giving him any useful information. The possibility of joining the Mutual Aid Association was basically gone, and he had to find another way to obtain supernatural powers. Lin Wan stared at the messages in the group, her eyebrows furrowed, and her heart was full of doubts. Should I join this mutual aid group? Although the situation described by Wang Gang was ideal, she was not that simple. In this end times, anything can happen. Moreover, Wang Gang, the strongest person in the Mutual Aid Association, obviously has a lot of say. If she takes the initiative to surrender, it is equivalent to handing her life over to the other party. If Wang Gang does have enough supplies, it would be fine, but if not, I might become his reserve supplies. Judging from the current situation, it is better to follow fishing on the river. After all, Jiang Che had proven his material reserves, and he treated the women who came to him well. She opened the photo of Lin Qingshuang eating a hamburger that Jiang Che had sent her, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. I'm not worse looking than her, and my breasts are bigger than hers. Why can she eat hamburgers while I can only starve? She felt a little jealous, but she quickly suppressed it. Let's wait a little longer. The supplies we have now can last for a while. At the same time, in a dimly lit room, a burly man was staring at the photo on his phone with his big eyes. His thick fingers kept zooming in and out of the photo, as if he couldn't see enough. Beautiful. So beautiful. Why isn't she my woman? Why? This person was none other than Wang Gang, and the photo he was staring at was the photo of Lin Qingshuang that Jiang Che had posted in the group. Only I am worthy of such a beautiful woman. Brother, am I right? He moved his eyes to the corner of the room. There stood a man and a woman, both of whom were well-mannered and intellectuals, totally different from Wang Gang. The man's name was Wang Wei, and the woman was his wife Zhang Lily. Before the end of the world, Wang Gang was a gangster who did a lot of bad things on the street. When he ran out of money, he would go to his weak brother, and as long as he acted arrogantly at his house, he could get some pocket money. As a result, the last time Wang Gang came to their house to ask for money, the apocalypse happened to break out, so he stayed there forever. Wang Wei has always been afraid of his brother. It was fine before his superpowers awakened, but when Wang Gang gained superpowers, not only did his abilities become stronger, but his temperament also changed greatly. If he didn't do what he wanted, he would be beaten. At this moment, Wang Wei could only nod against his will and responded with a smile. Yes, brother, you are not married yet. I think this beautiful girl is indeed a good match for you. Wang Gang burst into laughter when he heard this. You've really become stupid from studying. Who wants to get married in this apocalypse? As a superpower, you are born to enjoy better resources. Better food, better women, better housing, everything is mine. Wang Lily shrank aside like a quail, not daring to get involved in the conversation between the two brothers. Wang Gang stared at the photo on his phone, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. She was like a fairy. His big hands kept rubbing on his pants. Damn, this girl got hard just by looking at me. Brother, please do me a favor. Wang Gang suddenly stood up and walked towards the couple in the corner. Wang Gang is 1.9 meters tall and looks very oppressive. Although Wang Wei was afraid, he took the initiative to greet his brother considering that his wife was present. Tell me what you want. I'll do whatever I can for you. Wang Wei said. Wang Gang smiled, showing his big yellow teeth. Brother, let your sister-in-law help me relieve my anger. I'm feeling anxious. Hearing this, Wang Wei's smile froze instantly. Wang Wei never expected that his own brother would say such beastly words. His family had helped him a lot before. When Wang Gang was put in jail for fighting, he paid for his bail. Zhang Lily's face was pale, and her pale lips were trembling slightly. Xiao Wei, help me, I don't wanna. Zhang Lily cried, and reached out to grab Wang Wei's arm unconsciously. However, before Wang Wei could react, Wang Gang reached out to pull Zhang Lily. Brother, don't do this. I beg you. I can give you whatever you want. Please don't embarrass Lily. I will give you all the savings in the family. Please, Lily just got pregnant. Please let her go. Wang Wei said. Wang Wei didn't care about anything else. He rushed forward to stop Wang Gang, shouting at the top of his lungs to stop him. But how could his strength be compared to Wang Gang, who had awakened his superpowers? Get out of my way. Wang Gang slapped Wang Wei lightly, knocking him to the ground. Xiao Wei, I am your brother, an awakener. From now on, we two brothers will never be short of women. When the Mutual Aid Association is established, I will let you pick any woman from the entire community. Wang Wei wanted to continue to stop him, but Wang Gang suddenly burst into anger. Fuck you. He kicked Wang Wei directly, and Wang Wei's head hit the corner of the wall, and he fainted instantly. Zhang Lily's painful wails came to his ears. Another day passed, and the density of the black fog rose a little again. The outside world had undergone a huge change. A huge creeper had appeared in the community, covering most of the floors. Through the window, it seemed that the lush vines outside could be seen. While everyone was feeling uneasy, Jiang Che was lying on the bed, holding Lin Qingshuang in his arms. The two of them were naked, lying on the bed together watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones, looking very comfortable. Since the arrival of the black fog, Jiang Che's quality of life has not only not declined, but has improved. Not only does he have endless food and water to drink, but he also has a beautiful woman in his arms. This is the life of a god. Jiang Che was concentrating on looking at his phone, but Lin Qingshuang was absent-minded, her eyes occasionally scanning the location of her phone. She couldn't help but start to miss her sister, wondering how she was doing now. The live broadcast showed 4 explorers, 3 men and 1 woman. who left their homes to explore the black fog and look for supplies. Jiang Che wanted to learn about the outside world from this live broadcast. In the dark fog during the day, visibility was still acceptable, and objects within 1 meter could be barely seen. I saw that the originally straight asphalt road had cracked, and many unknown plants emerged from it. The leading man in the hat said to the camera, "Brothers, it's not very dangerous outside. As long as we don't get lost, we can still get out safely." The cameraman also quickly agreed. "That's right. Now that shopping malls and supermarkets are unmanaged, you can still pick up a lot of things. Everyone come and buy for free." There were many viewers in the live broadcast room who wanted to go out and try it out. As soon as the voice fell, a rustling sound suddenly came from not far away. Because there were no cars or people, the whole environment became unusually quiet, and the sound seemed particularly harsh. "Boss, could it be someone else out looking for supplies?" A younger brother whispered to the man in the hat. The man in the hat nodded, thinking that it could be possible, but he did not act rashly. At this moment, a scream suddenly came. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the source of the scream. It was the only girl in the team. The terrifying thing was that the woman's left foot was gone, and the fracture was very uneven, exposing the bone stump. "You, what happened to you?" the man in the hat asked in panic. "Rat. It was a rat. A rat as big as a basin. It bit off my ankle." The woman endured the severe pain and explained to everyone. Chapter 8. Guard Dog. The man in the hat suddenly had a bad feeling. "You two take her. Let's go back quickly and stop looking for supplies." The man in the hat was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead, but it was too late for him to run away. Rats are social animals, and when you see one, it means your home is already infested with rats. Soon, the sound of rustling came from all directions, and the huge rat gradually emerged in the black fog. Each mouse was the size of a wash basin, with red eyes and sharp white teeth protruding like small daggers. No wonder they could bite off a girl's ankle. "Hurry! Run!" the man in the hat shouted to his companions. They didn't care about the girl with a broken leg and ran back the way they came. In the face of crisis, everyone would prioritize saving their lives. But now their vision is blocked, and they can't see clearly ahead. They are like headless flies, bumping into walls, stumbling, and running into obstacles everywhere. The mutated rats moved quickly, and the few people had just run for a short while before they were caught up by the rats. Following a few shrill screams, the live broadcast signal was interrupted. Jiang Che sucked in a breath of cold air. The changes in the outside world were too great. Before he had enough strength, he should not easily leave the residential building. "It's too dangerous outside. I'm so scared," Jiang Che said, burying his face directly into Lin Qingshuang's plump and smooth skin, rubbing it gently, feeling the tenderness and fragrance that belonged only to her. Touching Lin Qingshuang's smooth and delicate skin and seeing her tense little face, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel itchy in his heart. Just as he was about to continue the intimate little game between lovers, his phone suddenly vibrated. Could it be that Lin Wan is planning to come and join me? Jiang Che felt excited, and his mind was full of thoughts on how to unlock the next item. After all, what he lacked now was a goddess. But when he opened his phone, the excitement on his face disappeared instantly. It was not Lin Wan, but a man named Wang Wei. Jiang Che was a little disappointed, but after seeing the other party's message, he regained his spirits. "I know how to awaken superpowers." Wang Wei left a message. How to obtain superpowers? Jiang Che instantly became interested. He was also thinking about this question, so he quickly accepted the friend request. "Fishing on the river. How do you prove that what you said is true?" Wang Wei. "My brother is the supernatural person Wang Gang in the group. I have his photos and videos." Wang Wei sent me several videos and photos. It was indeed Wang Gang from the group. No doubt about it. Wang Wei. "I saw his supernatural powers awaken with my own eyes. I can tell you the whole process." Jiang Che felt that the other party was 90% credible, so he asked directly, "Fishing on the river. What do you want?" The other party was so active, obviously he wanted something. As long as he was not forced to join the Mutual Aid Association, Jiang Che would try his best to agree to it. Wang Wei. "I want a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles." These supplies are easy for Jiang Che. He has plenty of water and instant noodles. Even with hamburgers, instant noodles have become something that takes up space, and no one will eat them. But Jiang Che still didn't agree immediately. "No, you want too much. I can only give you half a box of water and half a box of instant noodles. People always have bad habits. If you agree to it all at once, the other party may think it's a fraud or think that they are missing something and want to gain more benefits. But if you bargain with the other party, it can eliminate their vigilance." "Okay, I agree." Wang Wei agreed without hesitation. "However, I'm in Building 8. You have to deliver the supplies. I can't leave Wang Gang for too long. Otherwise, he will be suspicious. Jiang Che felt a headache looking at this request. He was very aware of the dangers in the black fog. His current strength was not enough to ensure his safety in building aid, not to mention that he had to carry boxes of supplies. Unconsciously, he looked at Lin Qingxuang, who was lying beside him. Jiang Che did not avoid Lin Qingxuang during the chat, so she also saw the content of the chat. In Jiang Che's eyes, Lin Qingxuang was already his private property, and she would never escape from his control in this life. Lin Qingxuang originally thought that the content of Jiang Che's chat had nothing to do with her, but when Jiang Che's eyes moved to her, she suddenly felt a sense of fear in her heart. She knew what this meant. Jiang Che wanted her to deliver the goods. If Lin Qingxuang had not seen the horror outside, perhaps she would have gritted her teeth and agreed, but she had witnessed the danger outside and did not dare to leave here at all. Lin Qingxuang could no longer maintain the coldness on her face. Jiang Che, it's too dangerous outside. There are scary monsters in the corridor. I will definitely die if I go. Lin Qingxuang's eyes were red and her voice was trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was extremely scared. She had finally exchanged her body for the chance of survival, but now she was going to lose it? Jiang Che's big hands were still restlessly caressing her body, smooth and delicate, so soft and tender. It felt really good to touch. Recalling those crazy days and nights, Jiang Che felt a little reluctant, but if there was really no other way, he didn't want Lin Qingxuang to take risks. So you mean to let me take risks? Jiang Che still had a smile on his face, and his hand's strength gradually increased, pinching Lin Qingxuang a little painfully. Wait, don't be impatient. I have another way, but it requires a small risk. As Jiang Che dribbled the ball roughly, Lin Qingxuang could hardly speak clearly. Tell me about it. I have a professional drone at home, which can carry up to 20 kilograms. There will be no problem delivering goods. Lin Qingxuang said. Jiang Che's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was indeed a good idea. Lin Qingxuang's home was at 3001, not far from him. The 25th floor was about to be submerged in the black fog, so it was a good opportunity to change her residence. Wang Wei looked at the screen of his mobile phone and wiped the tears from his face. He looked at the locked door of the bedroom and heard a woman's low moan from inside, already weak. He tried to stop her, but was beaten out by his brother. With his own strength, he could not fight against his brother, who was a superpower. So he chose to retreat. He planned to quietly move out of the house with his wife. He had a 3-bedroom house in Building 8, which Wang Gang didn't know about. He had originally planned to move there after the child was born, but now was a good opportunity to get rid of Wang Gang's control. As soon as the black fog passes, I will put Wang Gang in jail, prosecute him, and make him stay in prison for life. Wang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the door with his teeth chattering. Jiang Che opened the door and walked into the stairwell with Lin Qingxuang. Although the elevator was still running, no one could guarantee that it would not suddenly lose power. If you were trapped in the elevator, no one would be able to rescue you. The two of them walked upstairs lightly, and Lin Qingxuang kept praying in her heart that she would never meet the giant dog. However, Jiang Che was not afraid. He now also had superpowers and the strong confidence brought by the first-level physical enhancement. He wanted to try whether he could fight the vicious dog with his physical fitness. Of course, if he couldn't beat it, he could choose to run away. Along the way, they were careful not to make too much noise and successfully reached the 30th floor. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, they saw a huge creature lying in front of the door of room 3001. It was the mutant bulldog, just lying there. Its height was almost as high as the door, and its panting sounded like a bellows, wheezing. How can you hide from this? There is no way to hide. The monster is waiting at the end. If you want to enter the house, you must drive the dog away first. It's almost time for Chapter 9. Jiang Che, why don't we go back? It's guarding here, and we definitely can't get through. Whenever Lin Qingxuang saw the bulldog, she would think of what happened that day, and the fear in her heart would become even greater. Lin Qingxuang reached out and pulled the corner of Jiang Che's clothes. She now looked like a helpless little girl, no longer the ice goddess she was before. But Jiang Che didn't want to give up just like that. The top-floor duplex loft is right in front of you, and you can also own a drone, which is extremely important for observing the situation in the community in the future. You just hide here and wait for me. If I find out that you've sneaked away, you'll be deprived of water and food from now on. Hearing Jiang Che's threat, Lin Qingxuang nodded with some trembling. She didn't know what Jiang Che was going to do, but she believed that Jiang Che was a smart man and would definitely not do anything stupid. However, Jiang Che walked towards the giant dog step by step under her shocked gaze. Her pupils trembled, and she covered her slightly open mouth with her delicate hands, unable to utter a word. What is he going to do? She didn't dare to think, nor did she dare to imagine. Jiang Che told her the answer through his actions. Jiang Che walked up to the sleeping bulldog, gathered all his strength, and punched it directly on the bridge of its nose. This position is extremely vulnerable for both humans and animals. In order to hurt it with one blow, Jiang Che used 120% of his strength. But he obviously underestimated his own strength. This punch directly sent the big dog lying on the ground flying. As for the bridge of the nose, it must be a comminuted fracture. Ouch! A very shrill scream was heard, and the big dog woke up. He bit Jiang Che like a madman. The movement was fast, but in Jiang Che's eyes it was like slow motion. He easily moved sideways and kicked it hard in the abdomen. This kick was powerful, faster and more fierce than the previous punch. There was a loud bang, and the big dog was smashed against the wall. Jiang Che was stunned by his own strength. He knew that he had become stronger than before, but he never expected to be so much stronger. Lin Qingxuang, who was hiding in the corner, was also frightened by Jiang Che's skills. Is he so strong? Inexplicably, she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. In the doomsday, is there anything more secure than following a strong partner? Her heart had begun to change subtly, and she felt that being able to become Jiang Che's woman didn't seem to be a bad thing. Ding! Lin Qingxuang's favorability +5, currently 34, friendly. Jiang Che had a big smile on his face. It seems that not only did his skills shock him, but even Lin Qingxuang was very surprised. However, Jiang Che did not look at Lin Qingxuang's current expression. After all, the mutant dog was not dead yet. Jiang Che stared at the big dog in front of him with burning eyes. He was 100% sure that he could beat the ferocious beast to death. He also wanted to try what this mutated dog meat tasted like. Jiang Che wanted to continue beating the dog, but the dog was frightened. It kicked its hind legs suddenly and ran straight towards the stairwell. Jiang Che's heart tightened. Lin Qingxuang was still hiding in the stairwell. But the dog was closer to the stairwell than he was, and it was too late for him to run over to stop it. When Lin Qingxuang saw the mutant dog running towards her, she didn't know whether it was scared or because of Jiang Che's previous order. He just huddled in the corner, not daring to move. She had closed her eyes, preparing for her own death. But what she imagined did not happen. The mutant dog was so frightened by Jiang Che that it rolled and crawled downstairs. Lin Qingxuang was stunned for a moment before she saw Jiang Che appear in front of her. She was so scared that she didn't care about her modesty anymore. She hugged Jiang Che's waist and sobbed. Jiang Che also knew that the other party was probably too frightened. He stroked her soft long hair with his palm and said softly, "Hurry up and open the door. If that dog comes back later, I won't care about you anymore." Lin Qingxuang raised her head and looked at Jiang Che. She knew that he was trying to scare her. But now, not only is she not disgusted, but she even feels a little warm in her heart. She walked with her sexy long legs and went to open the door. When entering the room, a light aroma hits you in the face, a mixture of leather and wood scents, which is refreshing and pleasant to smell. The decoration of the whole room is European style, from the floor tiles to the furniture, all of which show the wealth of the owner. The house that Jiang Che originally rented was like a doghouse compared to this place. What Jiang Che was most satisfied with was the large bathtub in the bathroom, which could accommodate 5 people without feeling crowded. Jiang Che has already started fantasizing in his heart that in the future he will conquer a few more goddesses and imagine the erotic scenes of them taking a bath together. Followed Lin Qingxuang to her room. The room is on the 2nd floor. What comes into view is the floor-to-ceiling windows with an extremely wide view. The designs of the other 11 buildings are different and are much taller. Through this floor-to-ceiling window, one can almost see the entire Xinjiang community. Living in this kind of environment for a long time, it is no wonder that Lin Qingxuang always looks so superior. But now Lin Qingxuang belongs to him completely. The whole room, and even the whole house, now belong to him. Just as Jiang Che was observing the surrounding environment, Lin Qingxuang also took out the drone from the cabinet. The fuselage is about 1.5 meters long and weighs 15 kilograms when empty, so it is considered a big aircraft. However, Jiang Che doesn't know how to use this thing, and there are certain operating requirements for drones. Jiang Che turned his head and looked at Lin Qingxuang. "Can you use it?" Lin Qingxuang rolled her eyes and said coldly, "If I don't know how to use it, then why should I buy it?" Hey, now that she's back home, the arrogance of the ice goddess is showing signs of reviving again. It seems that I haven't done enough training these days. Tonight, I must let her know who the father is. After taking out half a box of instant noodles and half a box of water from the space, and Lin Qingxuang was ready, Jiang Che contacted Wang Wei. "Fishing on the river. I will deliver the supplies to the roof of building number 8 in a while. Please be ready to receive them." After receiving Wang Wei's reply, Jiang Che asked Lin Xingxuang to control the drone and deliver the goods. Jiang Che was also watching remotely via a tablet computer. Through the perspective of the drone, Jiang Che finally saw the entire Xinjiang community. Thick black fog enveloped the entire community, as if entering a black ocean. Countless strange trees rose from the ground, and countless buildings were entangled by strange vines. The entire community has long lost any sign of life, and instead looks like a ruin. Soon the drone arrived at Building 8. From a distance, Jiang Che saw a figure hiding stealthily in the corner. There is no doubt that this must be Wang Wei. When Wang Wei saw the arrival of the drone, he naturally noticed the supplies on the drone and hurried over to greet it. Move the drone closer to Wang Wei, but don't let him touch it. Jiang Che instructed Lin Xingxuang. Then he sent a message to Wang Wei. Bring your supplies here, and tell me how to awaken the superpowers first. Wang Wei kept jumping on the roof, trying to reach the supplies with his hands. But no matter how hard you jump, you're only 1 point short. Seeing the message from Jiang Che, he quickly replied, No, you have to give me the supplies first. What if you find out the news and take the supplies away? Jiang Che showed a sneer on his face. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. If I continue to do as he says, I don't know what tricks the other party will play. I will only give you 1 minute. If you don't tell me the method within 1 minute, the drone will return directly and you won't be able to get a bottle of water. Wang Wei, no, I have to get the supplies first. Wang Wei began to send voice messages, his tone full of madness and urgency. But Jiang Che didn't care. Instead, he replied leisurely. You still have 30 seconds. Time is almost up. Chapter 10, Setting a Trap. In the end, Wang Wei couldn't stand the pressure and surrendered first. After all, the other party would not suffer any loss if he left, but once he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to escape from Wang Gang's clutches. It is a black fruit. I don't have a lot of it stored at home. Just a few days ago, all the edible food in the house was eaten up, and Wang Gang set his eyes on the black fruit growing in the flower pot. After he ate it, he gained supernatural powers. As he said this, he seemed afraid that Jiang Che wouldn't believe him, so he sent a photo. When Wang Wei thought of this, he felt a surge of regret. If he had eaten the fruit first, nothing would have happened today. Lily would not be ruined by that beast. I am telling the truth. Please give me the supplies. Jiang Che clicked on the picture. It was indeed a black spherical fruit growing on a pot of cactus. This also made Jiang Che a little troubled. Where could he find this kind of cactus? He didn't have the habit of raising plants at home. Jiang Che, this Wang Wei keeps kowtowing. Should we give him the resources? Lin Xingxuang's cold voice sounded beside him, bringing Jiang Che back to his senses. Give it to him. We don't lack these resources. As he spoke, Jiang Che also sent a message to Wang Wei. If you can find this kind of fruit, you can continue to exchange supplies with me. After sending the message to Wang Wei, Jiang Che instructed Lin Xingxuang. Okay, take the drone back. Lin Xingxuang nodded and began to control the drone to return. In order to avoid getting close to the strange plants on the house, Lin Xingxuang flew the drone as high as possible. But the accident happened before the drone flew far. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire drone. Ah! Lin Xingxuang suddenly let out a scream, attracting Jiang Che's attention. What's wrong? Through the surveillance screen, Jiang Che also happened to see the horrifying scene. I saw a huge bird that blocked out the sun and flew over from the sky. It looks like a mutated eagle, with an estimated wingspan of 10 meters, and its size is extremely exaggerated. The big bird naturally noticed the drone, so even if Lin Xingxuang wanted to control the drone to escape, it would be impossible at this moment. The opponent's speed was so fast that in just a moment, Eagle Claw tore the drone into pieces. The video transmission signal is interrupted. Jiang Che had no doubt that if that claw grabbed him, he would die on the spot, even if he had the ability to strengthen his body. Who the hell kept an eagle at home and let it go? While Jiang Che was angry, he couldn't help feeling regretful. After all, he had finally gotten the drone, and he had originally planned to use it to collect supernatural fruits. Now the plan is completely disrupted. Lin Xingxuang was also a little depressed. She had thought that she could live with dignity by Jiang Che's side through her skills in controlling drones. Now, he has become a vassal of Jiang Che again, and everything depends on the other party's mood. Jiang Che pulled Lin Xingxuang into his arms. He had no idea what the other person was feeling at the moment. He only knew that he needed to vent the depression in his heart. It was obvious that Lin Xingxuang, this icy beauty, had become the target of his venting. Room 2001, Building 11, Xinjiang Community. Honey, what do you think of me wearing this dress? Is it sexy enough? In a foggy room, Zhang Qing was posing in front of the dressing mirror. She has a pretty face and a hot body, and used to be the top princess in the magnificent nightclub. Back then, there were countless men who fell in love with her. Even though she is married now, there are still many wealthy bachelors who ask her out privately. Wuhan, you bastard, are you dumb? I'm talking to you. Not hearing a response from inside the room, Zhang Qing's bright expression instantly turned from sunny to gloomy, and she began to curse angrily at the person behind her. I heard it. But wife, do we really want to do this? A man about 1.5 meters tall, who looked like a spinning top, walked in from outside. A round face covered with dense freckles, which looks enough to make people suffer from trypophobia. When the two of them are together, they look just like Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian in the real world. Zhang Qing squatted down and stroked Wu Han's round face, her eyes full of affection. Husband, if we don't do this, what will we eat? We have no more supplies or water at home. Can you bear to watch your delicate wife die? As she said this, she deliberately put on an aggrieved look and looked at the other person pitifully. She has used this trick countless times when buying cars and bags. Even if she is caught cheating, she can use this trick to get the other party's forgiveness. Wu Han stretched out his rough big hand and grasped Zhang Qing's delicate little hand. But I'm really worried about asking you to go find that fishing on the river. What if the other party doesn't have any resources and wants to trick you into taking advantage of you? After hearing what her husband said, Zhang Qing felt that there was some truth in what he said. Her big dark eyes rolled around, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. How about this? Since the other party doesn't know the situation in our house, we can just trick him over here, and then you can subdue him. Then all his supplies will be ours, right? Zhang Qing became more and more excited as she spoke. She started drooling at the thought of Jiang Che's piles of mineral water and hamburgers. But when Wu Han heard this, he felt a little hesitant. But this isn't a good idea. If we take all his supplies, he'll be dead, and it's illegal for us to do this. After hearing what Wu Han said, Zhang Qing was so angry that she rolled her eyes. She couldn't even live happily anymore, but he still cared about other people's lives. Wu Han, how could I have been so blind to fall for a stupid pig like you? She kept poking Wu Han's forehead with her slender fingers. In fact, the reason why she married Wu Han was because he was not very smart. She worked as a princess in a nightclub. She had no idea how many babies had died in her belly and had been unable to have children for a long time. All the rich men are attracted by her beauty and want to have fun with her. But I really fell in love with this silly Wu Han. Although she was a little ugly, it was enough that her family was rich. But now the other party's stupidity made her more and more disgusted. She couldn't help thinking, should I just team up with that fishing on the river to get rid of my husband? Living with such a fool will turn me into a fool. But she was just thinking about it. After all, she didn't know the other party. She had trained Wu Han for many years and was quite familiar with him. She squatted down and looked at Wu Han at eye level. Hubby, it's okay. It's the end of the world now. The law is no longer effective. Even if the end of the world is over, we can still say that he was killed by a monster. Besides, haven't you always wanted a son? The reason why I can't give birth now is because of malnutrition. Once he is snatched away, I can give birth to twins for you without any problem. In just a few words, Wu Han was already fooled around. Son, for my son, he must die so that his wife can give birth to a son. Seeing that this idiot finally came to his senses, Zhang Qing smiled and put the phone in his hand. Help me take nice pictures later. I must seduce him over. Chapter 11 Supernatural Fruit. At this time, Jiang Che and Lin Qingshuang had also finished the two-player game. 3 full hours. Of course, in the end it wasn't Jiang Che who couldn't hold on, but Lin Qingshuang who couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Che now has the ability to strengthen his body, and it can be said that his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Qingshuang's mouth was the only part that was hard. Everything else was as soft as water. After realizing the benefits of his superpowers, Jiang Che couldn't wait to open his phone and continue looking for his target. Since I can't find the supernatural fruit myself, I can only rely on the system to obtain supernatural powers. Lin Qingshuang lay in Jiang Che's arms, watching Jiang Che send advertisements for collecting beauties to various group chats. She was more or less a little jealous in her heart. Even though he already has such a beautiful woman, he still goes out to look for women. What a dog man. But she would never say such words. Jiang Che stroked her smooth body and asked, you should have a lot of good-looking friends, right? Jiang Che had a good idea. The girls she could get in touch with were all of the best in terms of family background and appearance. But she didn't want to drag her friends into this. So she just kept a straight face and didn't answer. Jiang Che thought the other party didn't hear him, but at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Lin Qingshuang's favorability -1. Jiang Che smiled. It turned out that the girl was jealous. After a few days of in-depth communication, Lin Xingxuang's favorability has reached 64 points, and it can be seen that the other party has begun to like her a little. So the old saying is quite true, love really does grow over time. Huh. Jiang Che slapped Lin Xingxuang's, but hard. I'm asking you a question, you're pretending to be deep at this time, right? Feeling the burning pain in her buttocks, Lin Xingxuang let out a moan. I know some girls, but I don't know if they are willing to come. Listening to the other party's reluctant words, Jiang Che put his head close to her ear. You always wanted your phone back, right? If you can help me find a woman who meets my requirements, I can give it back to you. As a stream of hot air blew into the ear canal, Lin Xingxuang's little ears turned red like a cooked shrimp. Are you serious? Jiang Che pinched her breast to show his approval. This was a request she couldn't refuse. She hadn't contacted her sister for some time, and she was really worried about her safety. Okay, I promise you, but you also have to take care of their food and drink. This was the last benefit she could get for her sisters. Of course Jiang Che would not refuse. He had plenty of supplies anyway, and could never finish eating them. Don't worry, I'll give you all their supplies to distribute, and let you be their big sister. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Xingxuang's face turned slightly red, but she remained tense and did not reply. But the system prompts will not lie. Lin Xingxuang's favorability plus 10, currently 74, liked. After returning the other person's phone to him, Jiang Che continued to look at the background of his own phone. Just then I received another friend request. Room 2001, Building 11 Zhangqing. He had some impression of this person. She dressed flashy every day and dated different men every day. The problem is that this person still has a husband. At that time, the aunties in the neighborhood committee gossiped a lot about her, saying that she was the reincarnation of a fox spirit. Jiang Che had also had a period of youth and recklessness in the past, and he had fantasies about her. But the other party simply looked down on him as a poor boy. He now also wants to see how much the system will score her and whether she can meet the system's requirements. Directly through friend request. Zhangqing. Hello, little brother. This is my photo. Take a look and see if it meets your requirements. The other party was also quick and decisive, and sent the photo directly without waiting for Jiang Che to ask. This means having absolute confidence in your own appearance. The uglier they are, the more they like foreplay. Jiang Che clicked on the photo and saw that it was no different from having no clothes on. She just wore a set of extremely seductive lace sexy lingerie. The 3 key points and 2 basic foundations are all vaguely visible. Any man who sees this photo will feel a surge of blood. Ding. The system is starting to detect. Name, Zhangqing. Appearance, 82. Body size, 79. Purity, -10. The body carries the virus and is no longer fertile. Favorability, 10. Evaluation, does not meet the requirements. It is recommended that the host stay away. Her figure and appearance are already outstanding among ordinary people, but Jiang Che really doesn't dare to touch her. She is just like a biological matrix. However, Jiang Che kept staring at the photo. The more I look, the more I focus. It was not because Jiang Che was obsessed with the other person's beauty, but because, in the lower left corner of the photo, there was a pot of orchid with a black fruit on it. Jiang Che recognized it at a glance. It was the supernatural fruit. Jiang Che had originally given up all hope, but he didn't expect to find the supernatural fruit here. His heart was pounding. No matter what, he had to go to 2001. Ding ding ding, the phone keeps vibrating. You can see how anxious the other party is. Zhangqing. Little brother, how does she look? Does she meet your aesthetic standards? Little brother, why are you silent? As he said this, he also sent a winking emoticon. Jiang Che could feel the smell coming from the other person even through the screen. Although he felt a little disgusted, Jiang Che still acted like a pig for a while. I like you very much. Be my woman. I will give you water and food. Hard eyes. Zhangqing. Sure, little brother. I also want to find someone to rely on in the end times. Jiang Che. Then come find me. Zhangqing. I really want to go find you, but it's dark outside now. I'm scared. Can you come pick me up? The voice messages from the other side are so sexy and charming, reaching the peak. Jiang Che almost vomited after hearing this. Jiang Che. There won't be any men in your family. Jiang Che only asked symbolically. In fact, he already had a rough idea of what the other party was planning. Zhangqing. No, I'm not married yet, and I live alone at home. What a jerk who runs a day school organization. I couldn't help laughing. She can only fool those foolish boys who are easily fooled. However, Jiang Che did not intend to expose her, and he just said, no problem, just wait, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he put down the phone and patted Lin Xingxuang, who was still helping him find a woman. Come on, follow me to the 20th floor. There was some confusion on Lin Qingshuang's face. It's been engulfed by the black fog. What are we going there for? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you still want to eat? This is my territory. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Lin Qingshuang's face fell, and she started to put on her clothes. Jiang Che returned the switchblade he had found on her to her. This weapon no longer has any killing power on him, so just leave it to the other party for self-defense. Open the door and walk down the stairs. However, neither of them let their guard down and kept alert to their surroundings, fearing that a mutant creature might suddenly appear from somewhere. Chapter 12, I Eat. As soon as the two reached the 27th floor, it was completely submerged in black fog. This was also Jiang Che's first time entering the world in black fog. Inhaling black mist will not make your body feel uncomfortable. It will only make you feel more thirsty and hungry. The two men touched the stair handrail and moved slowly, ready to evacuate at any time. However, the two had a smooth journey and soon they arrived at 2001 along the corridor. In order to avoid being recognized by the other party, Jiang Che and Lin Qingshuang both wore masks. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Che reached out and knocked on the door, but there was silence from inside and no response. However, Jiang Che's physical fitness has now been greatly improved, and his hearing is also different from ordinary people. He heard a faint rustling sound in front of the door and knew that his current actions must be under the sight of Zhang Qing and his wife. After more than a minute, the door slowly opened. Hey, why did the little brother bring his girlfriend? Does he want to try a threesome? It turns out that young people can have fun. Zhang Qing appeared at the door of the room, with delicate makeup and messy clothes, her white thighs exposed naked in the air. It looks like he just woke up and his body is still soft and tender. Brother, come on, come in and sit down. Zhang Qing said this and took Jiang Che into the house. Jiang Che didn't say anything and followed her closely. As he walked into the room, Jiang Che realized something was wrong. Although the room has been engulfed by black fog, it is daytime now and some light can still be seen from the outside. Some people even turn on the lights to illuminate the house. However, not only were the lights off in the room, but all the curtains were drawn, as if people were afraid of even a hint of light coming into the room. Moreover, Jiang Che could feel Zhang Qing's hand holding his, trembling slightly. What did this mean? The other party is nervous, very nervous. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. He was also a little curious about what tricks this couple was up to. Zhang Qing, where are you taking me? Zhang Qing's body trembled noticeably when she heard Jiang Che's question. Little brother, I'm so itchy I want it a little bit now. Let's go to the bedroom and have some fun. Zhang Qing was like a demon possessed. She hugged Jiang Che's shoulders and rubbed the softness in front of her body. If he was really a virgin, he would probably have been taken advantage of by her. Just when they were about to reach the bedroom, there was a sudden sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Jiang Che stopped immediately. Looking at the beautiful young woman beside him, he said jokingly, "Did your husband fall down?" Zhang Qing's face changed drastically when the truth was exposed. Damn it. You are such an idiot who can't do anything good, but always makes trouble. Don't hide. Everyone has discovered us. Hurry out and control this brat. I'm going to catch that little bitch. Zhang Qing had also been struggling in the darkest corners of society for a while, and her fierce personality was fully exposed. She ran towards Lin Qingshuang behind her with her teeth bared. At this moment, a spinning top rushed out of the bedroom. The two kitchen knives in his hands are like the two tusks of a wild boar. For my son, for my wife, I will kill you. The two kitchen knives were swinging wildly, making it impossible to defend against them. Even if one could use the lightning 5 whips, one could not escape death. However, Jiang Che came prepared and jumped over his head with a light leap. He turned around and gave him a whip kick on the back of the head. With Jiang Che's current physical condition, even a professional athlete would not be able to withstand his powerful kick. There was only a loud pop sound. Wuhan was kicked by Jiang Che and hit the wall, then fainted. After Jiang Che dealt with Wuhan, he looked back. He was also worried that Lin Qingshuang might have fallen into Zhang Qing's hands. Lin Qingshuang was riding on Zhang Qing at this time, and Zhang Qing's palm was stabbed into the ground by a switchblade. When Jiang Che was playing basketball with Lin Qingshuang, he knew that the other party had good physical fitness. Those slender thighs are strong and powerful, and there is a clear vest line at the waist and abdomen. You can tell at a glance that she exercises regularly. It's easy to catch a sexy chicken. Zhang Qing kept wailing at this time. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. However, Lin Qingshuang seemed to be filled with anger. She turned a deaf ear to her pleas for mercy and continued to beat her desperately. Lin Qingshuang has been feeling very frustrated lately, moaning under Jiang Che every day. Today, She can finally pin someone else under her. Zhang Che showed a faint smile on his face. You know what? Watching women fight is really quite interesting. But he now had more important things to do, which was to find the light switch in the room and turn on the light. Comparing the photos in the mobile phone, Zhang Che quickly found the place where Zhang Qing had taken the photos before. But the place was empty and the flower pots were gone. Zhang Che also carefully checked the photos several times, and all the details matched, confirming that this was the place. But the most important flower pot is missing. No, if I can't find the supernatural fruit, wouldn't this trip be in vain? The more Zhang Che thought about it, the angrier he became. He walked into the living room and pushed Lin Qingshuang away. Pressed Zhang Qing's head to the ground. Where's the flower pot? Where's the flower pot? Lin Qingshuang didn't dare to speak at this moment. Even she had never seen Zhang Che so angry. Zhang Qing was so frightened that she was trembling. Flower pot? What flower pot? I don't know what you are talking about. Zhang Che slapped her hard on the face and took out his cell phone. It's this flower pot. If you can't tell me where the flower pot is, you're dead today. Zhang Qing saw stars after being slapped by Zhang Che. She tried her best to open her eyes and looked at the photo in Zhang Che's hand. This flower pot. I threw it away because it was in the way. Zhang Che was furious when he heard what the other party said. He pulled out the switchblade that was nailed to her palm and stabbed her again. 3 fingers were broken instantly. Oh, no. You'd better remember where you threw it. Zhang Qing felt so regretful in her heart that she would not have done such a thing earlier. This is like inviting a living devil into your home. In the bathroom. I cleaned out some unused things in the bathroom. Zhang Che finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of the other party, so he threw the flower pot directly through the window. He stood up and handed the switchblade to Lin Qingshuang. Keep an eye on her while I go find something. Pushing open the door of the bathroom, Zhang Che saw a lot of things piled up inside. There were bookshelves, clothes, ashtrays, even underwear and condoms. The 2 men apparently treated the toilet as a garbage dump. In the far corner of the toilet, there was a pot of orchid, exactly the one he saw in the photo. The black fruit was still hanging on it. Zhang Che walked forward and gently picked the fruit off. He felt a little excited. Didn't he come here with so much trouble just for this supernatural fruit? I took out a bottle of mineral water and washed it. After all, the environment here is still a bit dirty, and Zhang Che is still a bit of a germaphobe. Zhang Che put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. A vegetal fragrance wafted over me, like the scent of apple mixed with a hint of pineapple. It smells very good. Zhang Che opened his mouth and wanted to eat it, but when he put it to his lips, he hesitated. What if Wang Wei was lying to him? Was his purpose just to cheat him out of the supplies? Do you want to let Lin Qingshuang try it? Once the seeds of doubt are planted in a person's mind, it will be out of control. However, Zhang Che gritted his teeth and decided to eat it himself. After all, it is already quite difficult to come across one. If Lin Qingshuang eats it, it will take a long time to find the next supernatural fruit. Chapter 13 True Love. The sweet juice flows into the mouth, and a cool air flows into every part of the body. It's like drinking a big glass of ice cola in the dog days of summer. Very refreshing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the ability, Flash. Flash LV1 can instantly move to any location within 1 meter. The personal panel has been updated. Name, Zhang Che. Spirit, 20, Ordinary People 10. Physique, 28, Ordinary People 10. Unlocked materials, Waka Kaka Mineral Water, Double Beef Burger. Superpowers, Physical Strengthening LV1, Flashing LV1. Bound Goddess, Lin Qingshuang. Zhang Che's eyes widened when he saw this ability. Isn't this just a flash? This time I really made a lot of money. Instant teleportation within 1 meter means that he can at least enter and search all the rooms in the entire community. Moreover, if he encounters a powerful mutant animal, his chances of escape will greatly increase. Magical skill. This is a magical skill. If there is any shortcoming, it is that there is only one supernatural fruit. If there are a few more and the ability is increased to LV2, I don't know what kind of improvement it will bring. Moreover, eating the supernatural fruit can actually improve his physical fitness. His mental strength and physical fitness have been improved to a certain extent. Zhang Che was pleasantly surprised. At this time in the room, Zhang Qing had already stopped wailing, looking at Lin Qingshuang, who was still pressing on her. Little sister, my hand hurts. Can you help me bandage it? Don't worry, I won't run away. My family is very rich. I have a lot of jewelry and brand name bags. I can give you anything you want. She knew that her struggle was hopeless, and if she wanted to survive, she could only rely on the mercy of these 2 people. When she saw that Lin Qingshuang's clothes didn't even have a brand name label, She subconsciously thought that she came from a poor family. She is the best at dealing with poor student girls like this. Little sister, let me tell you, I have a lot of high-end cosmetics. Do you know Dior's Gold Life Activating Cream? It's 52,000 each. It's limited worldwide. If you ask for mercy for your sister and your boyfriend, I'll give it all to you, okay? Lin Xingxuang looked at her expressionlessly, the disdain and indifference in her eyes almost overflowing from the screen. As the eldest daughter of a top wealthy family, she has seen all kinds of cosmetics. She only uses cosmetics that are specially customized for her by big brands. What about brand name bags and necklaces? That's even more ridiculous. The amount of clothes she had cut to filter the black water added up to millions. Before the end of the world, this kind of nouveau riche had no right to talk to me. Seeing that his strategy of inducing benefits did not succeed, Zhang Qing came up with another idea. The little mouth pursed, and a few drops of cat urine flowed out from the corners of the eyes. Little sister, I'm telling you the truth. I'm already 3 months pregnant. Can you spare my life for the sake of the child? I will work like a slave for you and be your babysitter, please. Zhang Qing's actress-level acting skills really moved Lin Xingxuang. What she values most is family affection. Otherwise, why would she want to save her sister at all costs now that the doomsday is approaching? Upon hearing that the other party was pregnant, Lin Xingxuang raised her body and stopped pressing on her, for fear of hurting the baby in her belly. Thank you. You are such a kind person. Zhang Qing thanked the other party with excitement on her face. Lin Xingxuang was also a little dazed, but at this moment, a man like a spinning top rushed out from the bedroom. Jiang Che's previous kick did not kill Wuhan directly. After a while, he woke up on his own. He watched his wife being pinned down by another man and was told that she was pregnant. This caused his CPU, which was not very big to begin with, to instantly go crazy, and he rushed out with a roar, regardless of the pain in his body. Lin Xingxuang was just a woman. She had no chance of defeating a rough man like Wuhan. He turned around, threw Lin Xingxuang to the ground, and started beating her nonstop with his fists as big as sandbags. I'll let you bully my wife. I'll let you bully my wife. Zhang Qing was a little dumbfounded. No, buddy, I've almost penetrated the enemy, and you're pushing me into the fire pit? How much do you hate me? But now the matter is done, and the relationship with the other party is irreconcilable. She quickly got up and ran to the bathroom. Locked the door. When the house was renovated, everything was of the best quality. Even the toilet door was a bulletproof alloy door. After making sure the door was locked, Zhang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, we won. We won after all. She swayed her waist and twisted her hips as she walked to Lin Xingxuang's side, her pride evident in her expression. He patted Lin Xingxuang's face with his relatively intact hands. You little slut, wearing a mask, let me see how shameful you are. As he said that, he took off Lin Xingxuang's mask. An exquisite, cold and beautiful little face was exposed in front of the two of them, and even Zhang Qing couldn't help but exclaimed. Wuhan was even more disappointing. He started drooling as he looked at Lin Xingxuang's face. What's the use of being beautiful? You can't eat it. Which room do you live in? Give me the key quickly, or I'll let my husband have sex with you. Wuhan also laughed like a pig. Yes, yes, yes. I want to have sex with her. I want to have sex with her. Listening to the threats from the two, Lin Xingxuang remained calm and expressionless. It was not because she was not afraid of death, but because she saw a golden light emerging behind the two of them. Jiang Che's calm and composed figure slowly appeared in front of her. Since when, as long as she could see Jiang Che, she would not feel a trace of fear in her heart, as if he was her backbone. Little slut, I'm asking you a question. What the hell are you looking at? I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven comes, today you. When she turned around and saw the tall figure leaning against the wall, she felt her heart skip a beat. She clearly remembered that she locked the other person in the bathroom. So how did he come out? Rub your eyes and look at it again. The other person was still standing there and waved at her. Ghost! Zhang Qing's face was filled with fear, and a sharp scream rang out in the room. Jiang Che flashed in front of her and kicked her in the face with a change of direction. The powerful force broke all her teeth. Kicked them away. Even the head rotated 720 degrees. He died instantly. When Wuhan saw his wife being killed, he was so furious that he rushed towards Jiang Che with bloodshot eyes. Give me back my wife. Give me back my son. Jiang Che did not hold back this time. He used 120% of his strength and kicked him in the chest. His sternum was shattered and he was kicked 3 meters away, hanging on the wall. It only took 7 seconds to achieve a double kill. Jiang Che was also a little nervous. This was his first time killing someone. Although he didn't vomit or feel uncomfortable like the others, he still felt a little guilty. Lin Xingxuang naturally noticed Jiang Che's psychological changes. Although she was also feeling a little uncomfortable, she still walked to Jiang Che and comforted him. They deserve this. They were the ones who attacked us first. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. Jiang Che turned his head to look at Lin Qingxuang and saw the deep concern and love in the other's eyes. Jiang Che then noticed that without realizing it, Lin Qingxuang's favorability had actually reached 90. True love. Chapter 14. Join a mutual aid association? Jiang Che stared at Lin Qingxuang's bright eyes like water and couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. He had never felt this kind of feeling of being cared for by a gorgeous beauty before the end of the world. When he was a community volunteer, what he received most were the cold shoulder and insults from property owners. Jiang Che smiled faintly and pinched her delicate face with his hands. I'm fine. Anyway, the owner of this room is dead. Let's quickly search and see if there are any useful supplies. Now that you are here, you can't just take away a supernatural fruit. Anyway, the owner of the house is dead, so now it can be put to good use. Although the furniture and decorations are very luxurious, in the end times, these flashy things are all useless. However, I found a lot of condoms and blue pills in the bedroom. Picking up a box at random, Jiang Che couldn't help but be amazed. These two guys are playing too fancy. The condoms they use all have wolf teeth on them. Jiang Che took a look at the size and found it was extra large, which happened to be his size. I didn't expect this guy to have short limbs, but a lot of money. No wonder Zhang Qing, a playboy, would be with him. He casually put boxes of brand new condoms into the space. After all, getting pregnant in the apocalypse is a very dangerous thing, so condoms are also a very precious resource. Jiang Che did this for Lin Qingxuang's safety. As for the little blue pill, Jiang Che didn't even care about it. He was now extremely energetic, and if he took the pill again, Lin Qingxuang would be tortured to death. After a busy whole day, when the two returned to 3001, it was already evening. Jiang Che took out 2 self-heating hot pots and a few hamburgers from the space and began to prepare dinner for tonight. He didn't have many self-heating hot pots left and originally planned to keep them all for himself to change his taste. But considering that Lin Qingxuang's performance today was pretty good, just treat it as a snack. When the food was served, Jiang Che naturally took a photo and posted it in the group. The post reads, "There are too many supplies at home to eat. Is there any kind-hearted lady who can share the burden?" The effect was naturally significant, which aroused criticism from a group of property owners. Damn it! Is there any humanity left? This kid seems to have endless supplies. Indeed. If it weren't for the timestamp, I would have thought it was taken before the end of the world. Dad, please give me a bite. The person above is really greedy. I am satisfied with just one mouthful of soup. At the same time, Building 1021. Lin Wan looked at the photos sent by Jiang Che and kept swallowing. My stomach also made some rumbling sounds. I can't stand it anymore. Zhang Xiaoxiao let out a scream and ran out of the bedroom. Wan, have you seen this? This fishing on the river is so tempting. Now you can even eat self-heating hot pot and hamburgers. We now have to break even one biscuit into 3 pieces for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Compared to him, we are worse than beggars. If you had known earlier, you should have agreed to his request. Otherwise, we would probably both be in the photo now. Listening to her best friend's constant complaints, Lin Wan rolled her eyes in annoyance. Didn't you say last time that the other party was playing hard to get and told me not to agree to him? Now you say that again. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked a little embarrassed. She walked forward and took Lin Wan's arm, resting her head on her chest and rubbing it nonstop. I was wrong, Wan. I'm sorry. Lin Wan still had some resentment in her heart, so she pushed the other person away. Stay away from me. Your hair stinks from not being washed for so long. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled innocently. We are all the same. Who can take a shower and wash their hair now? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I'll contact him now and we'll go there tomorrow. As for what price they have to pay, they all know it very clearly. Before the end of the world, they can exchange their chastity for a 500,000 yuan dowry or a house or car. But after experiencing more than a week of doomsday, they have figured out that the most practical thing now is to have a life where they don't have to worry about food and drink. After hearing what Lin Wan said, Zhang Xiaoxiao was silent for a while. She glanced at the phone with her big eyes. Just before Lin Wan was about to send a message, she suddenly spoke up to stop her. No, we can't go. Lin Wan was stunned, not knowing what her best friend was doing, but she was already on the verge of exploding. You are crazy. I'm telling you, Zhang Xiaoxiao, I won't stay here any longer. There is no supplies here, no water, no food, nothing. Seeing that Lin Wan was about to get angry, she hurriedly explained. Wan, I'm not trying to persuade you to stay. What I mean is that we can't go fishing on the river. Lin Wan frowned. What do you mean? Who else can we turn to if not him? But Lin Wan soon realized what the other party meant. Do you want to join the man named Wang Gang? During this period of time, not only Jiang Che was constantly advertising in the group, but Wang Gang was also making trouble in the group. They always promote how good their mutual aid society is and how harmoniously everyone lives together. Just now he sent a message in the group. Wang Gang, room 603, building 8. Our mutual aid association will start to actively look for supplies outside tomorrow. If you see us, you can open the door and join us. We will also share some supplies with some residents who are in difficult circumstances. One unanimous praise from group members. Look, this is the pattern. It is countless times better than that kid who only knows how to fish. Support Brother Wang. Hope that Brother Wang will come to building number 9 to bring warmth. But Lin Wan never liked this person very much. She always felt that he was too hypocritical. Are there really such kind and selfless people in the world? Will pie really fall from the sky? Lin Wan frowned and said, I don't want to go to Wang Gang. I don't like him. Zhang Xiaoxiao continued to counsel Lin Wan. This Wang Gang is a little ugly, but he is a supernatural being, and in the end times, strength is the most important thing. If you encounter mutated animals and plants, at least you have a guarantee. Look at this photo of fishing on the river. The woman has a cold face, and it's obvious that she is not happy. I guess it was just a pose, and she left after the photo was taken. If we really surrender to him, we will be in big trouble. The more Zhang Xiaoxiao spoke, the more confident she became, as if she had seen through the essence of everything. Lin Wan listened to her analysis and felt that what she said made sense. Seeing that her best friend was still wavering, Zhang Xiaoxiao used the method of acting like a spoiled child again. Wan, just trust me again. When have I ever hurt you? Everything I said is for your own good. You will definitely thank me when you join the Mutual Aid Association. Lin Wan looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao's hopeful eyes and finally softened her heart. Okay, I'll trust you again. Chapter 15 Li Qingqing. The next morning, gentle sunlight poured into the spacious room. It shone onto Jiang Che's face, gently waking him up from his sleep. At this time, being woken up by the sun is a luxury. After all, most people live in a dark fog without sunlight. Jiang Che glanced at Lin Qingxuang, who was still sleeping soundly, and naturally placed his big hand on the other's tenderness and squeezed it. Fragrant, soft, elastic, and smooth. Feels great. But Lin Qingxuang seemed to be unable to feel it and continued to sleep. Jiang Che smiled slightly. He had given Lin Qingxuang a hard time last night. Gently lift the other person's little head and pull your arm out. Start washing up and having breakfast. After eating and drinking, Jiang Che put a hamburger and a bottle of water on the table for Lin Qingxuang as breakfast. It's not that he's stingy. He could take out as many burgers as he wants, but he can't do that. He wanted to give Lin Qingxuang a psychological hint that she could only have food to eat as long as he was around. In this way, the other party will become more and more dependent on him and more inseparable from him. Everything was ready. After putting on a mask, Jiang Che used flash to leave the room. He has something important to do today. Search the entire building 11 to see if you can find the second supernatural fruit. With the ability of flashing, although he cannot walk sideways in the entire community, he has no problem walking sideways in building 11. Start from the top floor and search downwards floor by floor. Not all rooms in the building are occupied. Several houses have not been sold, and some people did not return before the black fog arrived. Jiang Che strolled through the rooms leisurely and put any useful things he saw into the storage space. He accepted everything like medicines, first aid kits, and sanitary napkins. The most surprising thing for him during this period was the discovery of a samurai sword, which happened to be a weapon he didn't have at the moment. The bright blade reflected brilliant light, and with a light swing it chopped a wardrobe into pieces. Jiang Che was filled with joy when he saw this. If I had this knife, it would have been very easy to kill the bulldog. In just half a day, Jiang Che searched all the rooms above the black fog. As a result, no supernatural fruit was found. Can this kind of fruit only grow in the black fog? Jiang Che couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Wang Gang was on the 603rd floor, which was engulfed by the black fog on the first day it fell. The room where Zhang Qing was also surrounded by black fog. All signs indicate that only plants that have been contaminated by black fog seem to be able to grow supernatural fruits. How about finding a flower pot and putting it in the black fog to try it out? Jiang Che thought of this idea in his mind and thought he could give it a try. Calming his mind, Jiang Che continued to explore downwards. However, in room 1802, Jiang Che unexpectedly discovered a big surprise. Name: Li Qingqing. Appearance: 90. Body size: 96. Purity: 100, pure and flawless. Favorability: 0, stranger. When Jiang Che first walked into the room, it was pitch black and he thought no one was there. However, when he walked into the bedroom, the scene before him stunned him for a moment. An extremely plump girl collapsed on the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. She wore a white bear-tight vest on her upper body, which not only perfectly outlined the contours of her chest, but also highlighted her slender waist. It was true that small branches bring forth great fruit. Jiang Che even worried whether her waist could support the weight of her upper body. She was wearing an ultra-short JK skirt that perfectly showed off her plump buttocks and round thighs. Both her figure and temperament are the best of the best. However, at this moment, she was pale, covered in cold sweat, breathing rapidly and with difficulty, and she looked extremely weak. Jiang Che immediately realized that the situation was not good. He hurried forward, lifted her eyelids and checked, and found that her pupils had begun to dilate, and she was obviously close to shock. Jiang Che quickly began to examine her body, trying to find out what had caused her serious condition. After a careful investigation, finally, a huge abscess was found on the inside of her calf, with black liquid slowly flowing out of it. It was obviously the root of the problem. Hey, wake up. Can you still hear me? How did you get hurt? Jiang Che gently patted her slightly chubby cheek, trying to wake her up. Li Qingqing tried to raise her eyelids, but couldn't open her eyes no matter what. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Jiang Che immediately put his ear close to her mouth and listened carefully. It's a wasp. Her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible, but Jiang Che still captured the key information. Jiang Che followed the direction of her finger and looked inside the room. This sight made him gasp, as he had never seen such a huge hornet. The hornet was as big as a wash basin, and its body had been cut in half, but the large needle in the lower half was still piercing. The huge mouth parts were constantly opening and closing. Obviously, it was not completely dead yet. For safety's sake, Jiang Che pulled out his samurai sword and slashed twice, causing the insect pulp to splatter everywhere before the sound stopped. Before the apocalypse, the sting of a hornet was already poisonous enough, and after this mutation the toxin will only become more terrifying. Jiang Che took out the medicine he had just looted from his pocket and began looking for medicine that might be useful. It can be said that this little girl is lucky, as there are actually two kinds of medicine that can be used: ibuprofen and loratadine. One is for reducing inflammation and relieving pain, the other is for avoiding allergic reactions. He quickly took out the mineral water and wanted to feed Li Qingqing the medicine. But when Jiang Che walked over again, the other person had already completely fainted. There was really nothing he could do with her. Jiang Che could only straighten her body. Hold the medicine in your own mouth, pinch the other person's crystal clear little mouth open, and deliver the medicine to the other person mouth to mouth. Jiang Che is really not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in distress. He was forced into this situation because he couldn't let such a young girl die. Jiang Che was really wronged. After feeding Li Qingqing the medicine, Jiang Che wiped the crystal clear saliva from the corner of his lips. Start preparing to disinfect Li Qingqing. This level of poison damage cannot be alleviated by taking medicine. This wound must be treated. After walking into the kitchen and searching for a while, Jiang Che found an unopened bottle of white vinegar. The venom of wasps is alkaline, and it is best to neutralize it with white vinegar. He randomly found a basin in the room and took out a dozen bottles of mineral water from the space. Start cleaning the wound on her calf. While Jiang Che was trying to save the girl's life, Wang Gang was killing his own brother. Fuck, Wang Wei, are you really that bold? You dare to touch my woman? The flesh on Wang Gang's face trembled wildly, and his eyes were as big as copper bells as he looked at Wang Wei, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Zhang Lili is my wife. His face was so swollen that he couldn't speak clearly, but there was no sign of surrender on his face, only a determination to never surrender even in death. Your wife? What do you mean your wife? Since she sleeps with me every day, she is my wife. Besides, do you deserve a wife? You are as weak as a chicken. In the end times, the strong are respected. Only the strong are worthy of having a woman. You heard her screaming so loudly these past few days. Do you know how happy she is? She even said she wanted to give birth to a baby for me. Ha! Looking at the hideous smile on Wang Gang's face, Wang Wei's face was filled with resentment. The anger in his eyes had almost solidified into substance, and silent tears kept sliding down the corners of his eyes, and he couldn't stop them no matter what he did. Chapter 16 Hunting. Looking at Wang Wei's angry expression, Wang Gang felt so happy. Since he was a child, he was never as good as his younger brother in anything. Wang Wei's good academic performance was something his parents could brag about. However, he was not good at anything and stopped studying after high school, which his parents considered a stain on his life. Since childhood, all the good things have been given to my younger brother. When he grew up, My parents emptied out their family savings to help my younger brother get married and buy a house. And what does he have? He wanted to start a small business, but his parents didn't give him a penny. I don't want to do physical labor. I can only often go to my younger brother's house to eat and drink and ask for some money to spend. Unexpectedly, now that the doomsday has come, he has turned around and become a superpower, able to trample under his feet all those who looked down on him before, which makes him feel extremely happy. I am like the protagonist in the novel, about to reach the peak of my life. Wang Gang used his big hands to pat Wang Wei's swollen head, making a paw-paw sound like patting a ball. Wang Wei, you should be thankful that you are my brother. If I hadn't lived in your house, you would have been eaten by mutated monsters without leaving even a bone. But you don't know how to be grateful. You actually wanted to take my woman away while I was out. Wang Gang's grip strength gradually increased, causing the bones to creak, as if he was going to crush Wang Wei's head in the next second. But then he loosened his hand again. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I will lock you in the bedroom with a dog chain and let you watch me play with Zhang Lily every day. Let you watch me step by step reach the top in the apocalypse. After saying that, Wang Gang stood up, and two of his younger brothers came forward and carried Wang Wei to the bedroom. Boss, a few more people have come to join us. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a pointed face walked up to Wang Gang and whispered. His name is Chen Shen. He is a resident of Building 8 and a loyal follower, who came to Wang Gang on the first day he founded the Mutual Aid Association. Not only did he contribute food and water, he also quickly became Wang Gang's #1 lackey and gained his deep trust. Wang Gang sat on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out, waving his hand. Call them in so I can take a look. Chen Shun immediately nodded and bowed and retreated, and soon came back with 6 or 7 people. Wang Gang took a quick look and immediately showed disappointment on his face. He cursed loudly. Fuck. Why are they all men? There is not a single woman. The newcomers were startled by Wang Gang's loud voice. They looked at each other and began to feel nervous. This was completely different from the Mutual Aid Society they had imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be a friendly and mutually supportive place? Why did this place look like a bandit's den? Chen Shun, collect all their cell phones first to prevent them from tipping off others. Wang Gang ordered coldly. This is one of his ways to win people's hearts. As long as everyone's cell phones are confiscated, no one outside will know what happened here. And he can continue to pretend to be a saint in the group and trick more people into joining the Mutual Aid Association. Seeing that their cell phones were about to be confiscated, the newcomers suddenly panicked. One of the middle-aged men in a suit stood up, with dissatisfaction and questioning in his tone. Why did you take my phone? This is totally different from what you said in the group. You are illegally detaining me. This is against the law. Judging from the way he was dressed, he was obviously a wealthy man before the end of the world, possibly even a manager. When he spoke, he had the aura of a superior. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Gang didn't even bother to speak and just waved his hand. Immediately, 3 men armed with sticks rushed up and beat the man in the suit mercilessly, hitting him in the head with every blow. After being hit with more than 10 sticks, the man in the suit had his head split open, blood gushing out, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Wang Gang clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Huh? How hilarious. It's the end of the world, and there's still talk of breaking the law? You and my brother are just as childish. Don't you agree? As soon as he opened his mouth, the younger brothers around him immediately joined in and laughed, fearing that they would upset him. In the past few days, they have witnessed Wang Gang's cruelty. As long as something goes against his will, there is only one outcome, death. Seeing the miserable condition of the man in the suit and Wang Gang's dominance, most people handed over their phones obediently, although reluctantly. However, a young man in a sweatshirt looked panicked and trembling as he said, I won't join the Mutual Aid Society anymore. I want to leave. After he said that, he turned around and was about to run out. However, there were already people guarding outside the room, and one could only enter but not leave. As soon as the young man ran to the door, he turned around and was grabbed by several younger brothers and dragged back like a dead dog. What followed was naturally another beating. Unfortunately, the young man was not as resistant as the man in the suit. He became motionless after just a few blows and fell to the ground. His life or death was unknown. Chen Shin walked forward and sniffed his breath with his hand, then shook his head and scolded the men holding sticks. It's not the first time he's done something like this. How can he not show any sense of propriety? How many people have been killed? Hurry up and carry him to the granary. The 3 guys didn't dare to talk back and just started moving the body. This granary is the side bedroom of Wang Wei's home. When the door was opened, there were already several corpses. There were a few people inside chopping up unknown pieces of meat and preserving them in vacuum-sealed bags as reserve food for the Mutual Aid Association. Do you have any supplies left in your house? If you are willing to contribute them, you don't have to go out for the search today. The newcomers looked at each other. It is best not to go out and take risks. They have also seen what terrifying things are in the black fog. But they really have no supplies left, otherwise they would not have come to this Mutual Aid Association. Wang Gang had a look of disdain on his face. Damn, another bunch of poor bastards. Give them weapons, we should go out hunting. The weapons were naturally not good things. They were just some table legs and stool legs. Boss, let's go hunting in that building today. Chen Chun moved very servilely to Wang Gang's side. It's not that he likes Wang Gang that much, but staying by Wang Gang's side gives him the greatest chance of survival. Wang Gang glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. Didn't someone tell us to go to Building 9 yesterday? Since they welcome us so much, wouldn't it be inappropriate not to go? Chen Chun smiled frivolously. No problem, boss. I'll help you post a statement in the group and ask your prey to open the door in advance. Building 10, room 1021. Zhang Xiao, are you okay? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Wan was wearing a tight sportswear and carrying a backpack. She stood in front of the door with a hint of impatience in her tone. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail and her face was bare, but she still looked pure and elegant. Wan, don't worry, I just need one last setting spray. Zhang Xiao's voice came from the room, her tone full of leisure. Lin Wan frowned and couldn't help but said, Zhang Xiao, what's the point of putting on makeup now? Will those mutant animals below stop eating you just because you put on makeup? Hey, we are going to join Brother Wang, so we have to leave a good impression on him. When the time comes to distribute supplies, maybe he can give us a little more. As Zhang Xiao spoke, she walked out of the room, holding a small mirror in her hand, carefully examining her makeup. How about it? Do I look good? As she spoke, she struck a pose that she thought was very beautiful, with a smug look on her face. Lin Wan was completely speechless and said helplessly, Okay, you look the best, okay? Let's go quickly, don't waste time. Okay, let's go. Zhang Xiao agreed, while pulling out a 28-inch suitcase from behind her. The wheels made a gurgling sound on the floor. When Lin Wan saw the suitcase, she suddenly felt overwhelmed. Zhang Xiao, are you planning to travel? Can you still run with such a big suitcase? Seeing that Lin Wan was about to get angry, Zhang Xiao pouted in grievance. I only brought the necessities. These cosmetics of mine are so valuable, I can't bear to lose them. They are more important than my life. Wan, if you say that to me again, I won't let you use me anymore. Lin Wan took a deep breath and suppressed her annoyance. She no longer planned to waste time talking to her. She just let the other party do whatever she wanted. As long as she arrives at the mutual aid group, she will immediately draw a line between herself and the other party. Staying with such a person will sooner or later bring bad luck. Chapter 17, Give the System Face. The two of them lived on the 10th floor, so at normal speed, it would only take about 10 minutes. However, Zhang Xiao was carrying a suitcase, which greatly delayed their progress. I can't do it anymore, Wan. Take a rest. I can't walk anymore. I've reached the first floor, and if I walk further out I'll reach the residential area. Lin Wan was also a little scared, so she agreed. Zhang Xiao was sitting on the suitcase and constantly swiping her phone. Suddenly, she saw something and became instantly excited. Hey, Wan has good news for you. We don't have to go to Building 8. Brother Wang has sent a message in the group. He is distributing supplies in Building 9. If we go directly there, we will definitely be able to meet up with the main force. When Lin Wan heard the news, a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Building 9 is much closer to them, and she feels safe at the thought of being with the main group. But she still noticed a key word, distributing supplies. This Wang Gang also distributes supplies. Lin Wan finds it incredible. The national organization doesn't distribute supplies, so why is he doing it? Is this really a saint alive? After hesitating for a long time, Lin Wan decided to speak out. Xiao, I feel that this Wang Gang is not right. Why don't we go to the guy called Jiangshang Diaoyu? Hey, Wan, don't think too much. Just trust me this time. Let's go. After saying that, he jumped off the suitcase and pulled Lin Wan towards Building 9. The two of them trotted a few steps and arrived at the door of Building 9. Just then, a slight sound was heard not far in front of him. Due to the obscurity of the black fog, the two could not see clearly what was happening. It must be Brother Wang and the others. I heard them talking. Wan, hurry up. Without waiting for Lin Wan's response, Zhang Xiao ran over there with her suitcase. Lin Wan suppressed her doubts and followed Zhang Xiao. As she got closer to the sound, Lin Wan realized something was wrong. Because that was not the sound of talking, but the sound of a man shouting and cursing, accompanied by the bang sound of hitting flesh. When she got close enough, Lin Wan finally saw the source of the sound. I saw a 1.9-meter tall strong man trampling on a middle-aged man. Run? You run pretty fast. Since you don't plan to join the Mutual Aid Society, your only fate is death. When Lin Wan saw the other person's appearance clearly, she immediately recognized his identity. Isn't this the kind-hearted man Wang Gang in the group? Wang Gang also heard the sound of the suitcase being dragged. He turned around and saw two stunning beauties, especially the one in tight sportswear, who was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. He was determined in his heart that he would make the two of them his concubines no matter what. He had long been tired of playing with that bitch Zhang Lily, and today he wanted to change his taste. He forced a smile on his face and slowly moved closer to the two of them. Are you two girls going to join a mutual aid group? But there were still some traces of blood on his face, making him look like a pervert who had just killed someone. He was as scary as could be. Zhang Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she stood there in a daze. Lin Wan's mind was still clear. She turned around and ran away without caring about her best friend. Wait a minute, girl. I'm such a nice person. Wang Gang tried to save the relationship, but no matter how he called out, Lin Wan didn't turn back. Zhang Xiaoxiao also wanted to run, but her suitcase was too heavy. She was reluctant to throw these things away. In this moment of hesitation, Wang Gang rushed to his side and grabbed him. At this time, he would rather save one than lose both the watermelon and the sesame seeds. Damn it, where are the people? Where did they die? Wang Gang called out to his younger brothers in the corridor. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she was trembling. She also realized that what Lin Wan said was true and she had been wrong all along. But it's too late to regret now. Brother Wang, please let me go. I won't say anything. I didn't see anything today. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice was already tearful as she spoke, tears falling down her face. Wang Gang chuckled and kept stroking her delicate little face with his rough big hands. My little beauty, you are so beautiful. How can I bear to let you go? Our mutual aid association is in need of beautiful girls like you. When Zhang Xiaoxiao heard this, she cried even louder. If she had known this, she would not have put on makeup. She began to rub her face frantically, and her snot, tears, and makeup were all mixed together, which looked quite disgusting. Brother Wang, I'm ugly. I'm just wearing makeup. My friend is a beauty. She's countless times prettier than me. Go and catch her. Just let me go, okay? At this time, she decisively betrayed her best friend. Her own life was the most important, and her best friend was not important. Wang Gang listened to the other party's crazy shouting and knew that if he continued, it would probably attract something dangerous. He quickly threatened in a low voice, "Shut your mouth. If you attract some mutant monsters, I will make you live a life worse than death." Zhang Xiaoxiao was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth and cried silently. When Chen Chen heard what Wang Gang said, he ran out of the building. The brothers are trying to pick the lock. We found a young woman inside. Tell me what you want. Wang Gang picked up Zhang Xiaoxiao like a chick. Tell the brothers to keep an eye on her and take her directly back to my room. I'm going to catch someone. Lin Wan kept running forward in the neighborhood filled with black fog, and she definitely could not return to her original room. Based on her understanding of Zhang Xiaoxiao, she knew that she would definitely betray her, so the only way she had left was to go fishing in the river. She looked back and saw that no one seemed to be catching up with her, so she quickly took out her cell phone and sent a message to the other party. I'll come to you right away. Are you still in Building 11? At the same time, Jiang Che had already cleaned Li Qingqing's wound. Although the swelling of the wound has not subsided, Li Qingqing's breathing has at least stabilized now, and it seems that she is no longer in danger. To be honest, this beautiful girl is Jiang Che's biggest gain today. The goddess can not only unlock supplies, but also may explode abilities. For a goddess like this who has appeared before him, he would never let her go no matter what. We must defeat the opponent no matter what. But it definitely won't work today. Although Jiang Che is not a gentleman, he won't do anything improper while the other person is unconscious. Jiang Che left 2 bottles of water and a hamburger and planned to continue exploring the remaining rooms. At this moment his cell phone made a buzzing sound. I took a look at the sender and it turned out to be Lin Wan, who I hadn't contacted for a while. I'm really lucky today. Good things are happening one after another. Jiang Che. I'm on the 27th floor of Building 11. Just come directly. He did not intend to report his current address, and still used his previous address to prevent the other party from exposing his location. But just as he sent the message, the other party sent a series of voice messages again. Help! Please! Save me! Someone is chasing me from behind. As long as you save me, I'm willing to do anything. When Jiang Che heard the word hunt, the first thing he thought of was the horrible monsters in the community. Now that he has the ability to flash, he can say that no matter how terrifying the monster is, he has the ability to escape. So he planned to try to connect with the other party. After all, The other party's figure and appearance met the requirements of the system, so he had to give the system some face. Just come to Building 11. I'll meet you at the door. Chapter 18 Cow Cat. In the eerie black fog, Lin Wan tried her best to run towards the direction of Building 11 in her memory. Her breathing was rapid and her steps were unsteady. She glanced down at her phone screen from time to time. When she saw the message from Jiang Che, a glimmer of hope finally appeared on her face. However, the voice behind her made her heart sink to the bottom in an instant. Sister, don't run away. Come home with your brother. He has plenty of food and drink there. Your little sister has gone to enjoy her life. She will be very lonely if you are not with her. Wang Gang's obscene voice lingered in Lin Wan's ears like a poisonous snake, with a disgusting smile. Wang Gang is a person with supernatural powers, and his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. However, Lin Wan has not had a full meal for several days, and her physical strength has long been overdrawn. Although she ran as hard as she could, the distance between them was rapidly shortening. Lin Wan didn't dare to look back, let alone respond. She could only grit her teeth and rush forward. She had witnessed Wang Gang killing people with her own eyes. The cruelty and coldness made her realize that if she fell into his hands, her end would be miserable. Little sister, you smell so good. You haven't taken a shower for a few days, but you still smell so good. Come on, let me kiss you. Wang Gang's voice was getting closer. Lin Wan's eyes turned red instantly, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She was so scared that she had trouble breathing. Ahead, the outline of Building 11 was already vaguely visible, but Lin Wan knew in her heart that she might not be able to hold on until she could get into the building. Wang Gang was too fast, and she couldn't escape at all. Please, save me. In desperation, Lin Wan cried out towards the door of Building 11. This is her last struggle and her last hope. Ha ha, little sister. It's no use even if you scream your throat out. No one will risk their life to save you. You'd better come to me obediently. I have a strong body and will definitely make you feel like you are in heaven. Wang Gang's laughter was full of mockery and cruelty. His palm had already reached out to Lin Wan, and his fingertips almost touched the corner of her clothes. If he were just a little closer, he would be able to capture her completely. At this moment, a strange black light suddenly appeared on Wang Gang's body. He kicked the ground with his legs and pounced towards Lin Wan like a hungry tiger, just as he was about to bite the tender lamb. Suddenly, a dazzling yellow light flashed before my eyes, and the lamb disappeared. Plop! Wang Gang missed his target and fell heavily to the ground, with a mouthful of mud. Damn it, where is he? The cooked duck flew away, and Wang Gang stood up in a rage, his eyes red, and his gaze scanned the surroundings wildly. Soon, Wang Gang's eyes locked on Lin Wan, who was standing in the corridor of Building 11. However, she was no longer alone at this time. She was held tightly in the arms of a young man dressed in black and wearing a mask. Lin Wan lay in Jiang Che's arms, her heart still beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. She didn't know how she got here. She only knew that if it hadn't been for the other party's appearance, she would have fallen into Wang Gang's hands. Smelling the clean scent on the other person, Lin Wan felt a sense of security for no reason. You little bastard. I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business, or you might lose your life. Wang Gang was so furious when he saw the two of them hugging each other intimately. It was obviously me who discovered this pretty girl first, but this young boy got the advantage. How could he not be angry? Jiang Che gently patted the beauty in his arms and slowly pushed her away. Are you Wang Gang? Jiang Che walked slowly towards the other party. He thought that the one chasing Lin Wan might be some kind of mutant animal. It turned out to be Wang Gang, the boss of the Mutual Aid Association. It was the first time for him to see other people with special abilities in real life. Compared with the compassionate and merciful Bodhisattva image in the group, the Wang Gang in front of me is completely different. He is just a lustful bandit. Wang Gang couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Jiang Che was so calm. Everyone knows that I am the superpower Wang Gang, but the other party is not afraid at all. Could he also be a superpower? Thinking of this, Wang Gang decided to try it in a different way. Young man, I see that you are quite skilled. As long as you hand over that woman, I will let you join the Mutual Aid Association, and your status will be second only to mine. How do you think? Jiang Che sneered. Not so good. Your Mutual Aid Association is probably just a den of thieves with scum like you. I advise you to disappear from my sight as soon as possible. You definitely can't take this woman away with you. Wang Gang had a bad temper. When he heard that the other party looked down on him like that, he exploded on the spot. He pointed at Jiang Che's face and cursed. You little bastard. Are you looking for death? Before he finished speaking, Wang Gang began to activate his own supernatural powers. His body changed rapidly, his muscles swelled wildly, and the clothes that originally fitted him were instantly burst, revealing the dark and shiny outline of his muscles. At this moment, he looked like a mutated black bullfrog, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Wang Gang rushed towards Jiang Che at an extremely fast speed, and his sandbag-sized fist, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, went straight to Jiang Che's face. My fist can even punch through the wall. I want to see if your head is harder than the wall. Wang Gang grinned, his eyes full of ferocity. Jiang Che stood there, his eyes as calm as water. The opponent's fist was indeed fast, but not fast enough for him. Flash! With a flash of yellow light, Jiang Che's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Wang Gang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Disappeared again. What exactly is this guy's ability? Just as he was stunned, Jiang Che's figure slowly emerged behind him, holding a cold and sharp samurai sword in his hand. Without hesitation, he struck Wang Gang's back with all his strength. However, the result of the blade hitting Wang Gang made Jiang Che's heart sink. The samurai sword only scratched a shallow wound on Wang Gang's skin, causing a trace of blood to flow out, but did not cause any substantial damage at all. This guy's physical strength is so high, even my physical strengthening ability can't break through his defense. Jiang Che was secretly shocked. Wang Gang was even more shocked. He had carefully tested his physical strength in his supernatural state at home, and even an axe could only leave a shallow white mark on his body. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could cut his skin with one knife. Wang Gang's eyes suddenly became extremely vicious, and murderous intent surged in his heart. This person must not be allowed to stay. Otherwise, he will definitely become a stumbling block for me to dominate the entire community. He turned around suddenly and swung his fist again, faster and more powerful than before. Obviously, Wang Gang had already used all his strength and vowed to kill Jiang Che with one blow. However, Jiang Che's figure flashed again, and he easily avoided the fatal blow. He did not intend to confront Wang Gang head-on, but instead used his special abilities to deal with him with ease. Wang Gang, are you so hard all over your body? Wang Gang didn't react to the deep meaning of Jiang Che's words for a while, until a heart-wrenching pain came from behind him. That was the chrysanthemum wailing, life blooming. This kind of pain was simply unbearable for him, as if every nerve was screaming. Ah! Wang Gang let out a shrill howl, covering his butt and stumbling away. His face was filled with pain and anger, and he kept cursing. You little bastard, you are not a human being. Just wait, I will kill you sooner or later. Blood began to flow wildly from his crotch. He definitely couldn't continue fighting with the other party now, so Wang Gang ran directly in the direction he came from. But Jiang Che didn't want to let the other party go just like that. Now that we have discovered the opponent's weakness, we must seize the opportunity and kill the opponent on the spot. But just when Jiang Che wanted to chase Wang Gang, the black fog surged wildly, and a huge figure walked out of the black fog. There is no doubt that he was attracted here by the sound of the fight between the two people. It was a cat, a huge cow cat. Its body was as big as a small truck, with thick limbs and fur that glowed strangely in the dim light. Its huge eyes were flashing with a faint green light, and it was scanning the surroundings vigilantly, as if looking for prey. Chapter 19: Taming Mutant Animals. Jiang Che still had some impression of this cow cat. It is a stray cat in the Xinjiang community. Many owners usually feed it sausages, and even Jiang Che once threw a few to it. At that time, it was still a docile kitten, occasionally rubbing against the trouser legs of passers-by and making a few flattering meows. However, the huge creature in front of him was no longer the docile stray cat. There was a ferocious gleam in his dark green eyes. Obviously, it no longer recognized Jiang Che, and its huge cat claws slapped him directly with a whistling sound. Jiang Che's heart tightened, and he immediately activated his supernatural power. He flashed and narrowly avoided the attack. Boom! The cat's claws slammed heavily on the ground, instantly creating a huge dent, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. Jiang Che glanced at the deep pit and felt a sense of fear in his heart. Not to mention whether his body could withstand this attack. Even a superpower like Wang Gang would probably be beaten into a meat paste by this claw. At this time, Jiang Che had no time to chase Wang Gang. He grabbed Lin Wan, who was still in a daze, and activated 5 flashes in succession, quickly rushing into the corridor of Building 11 with her. The cow cat didn't give up yet, and stretched its huge claws directly into the building, beating the walls and the ground frantically. Jiang Che had already taken Lin Wan to hide in the fire escape. He leaned against the wall, breathing slightly, and looked outside the corridor vigilantly. Lin Wanja clutched his arm tightly, her face pale, and she obviously had not yet recovered from the danger she had just experienced. What is going on? Lin Wan's voice trembled, her eyes full of fear. Jiang Che did not answer immediately, but whispered, "Don't ask yet. It's not safe here. We have to go upstairs quickly." After using more than a dozen flashes in a row, he was a little overwhelmed. The ability of flash depends on mental strength to be used. His current mental strength is only 20 points, and using flash 10 times in a row is already the limit of the limit. Jiang Che felt dizzy, as if he was lacking oxygen, and the scene in front of him began to blur. But he still forced himself to stay awake and walked upstairs step by step with Lin Wan. Lin Wan is not a stupid person. On the contrary, after working in the company for so many years, she has already developed the ability to observe people's words and expressions. She could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Jiang Che. "Put your hand on me. I'll help you walk." Lin Wan took the initiative to speak, with a hint of concern in her tone. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Che's response, she directly placed one of his arms on her shoulders and supported his weight with her body. Jiang Che was slightly stunned, and feeling the warmth coming from Lin Wan's body and the faint fragrance from her hair, he couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. He looked down at Lin Wan and found that beads of sweat were already oozing out of her forehead. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to help him go up the stairs. Lin Wan's performance made him think of Lin Xingxuang. If Lin Xingxuang is the cold and beautiful snow lotus on the mountain, then Lin Wan is more like the gentle and sweet peony. Her thoughtfulness and attentiveness make people feel warm and attentive. However, Jiang Che knew in his heart that all this might just be Lin Wan's disguise. He could clearly see that Lin Wan's favorability towards him remained around 10 points, without the slightest fluctuation. This means that her tenderness and concern may only be for the purpose of self-protection or exploitation. Despite this, Jiang Che did not point it out. He let Lin Wan support him and walked upstairs step by step. After all, in this doomsday world, the relationships between people are inherently complex and difficult to discern. And he also has his own plans. Shrouded in black fog, the two men felt their way up the wall, climbing up step by step with difficulty. Jiang Che lived on the 30th floor. Given his physical condition, it was not difficult for him to climb up in one breath. But Lin Wan was different. As a worker who sat in an office all year round, she lacked exercise. She was already out of breath after climbing to the 15th floor, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Jiang Che felt that his condition had recovered a lot at this time, and his head was no longer as dizzy as before, so he planned to take his arm away from Lin Wan's shoulders. However, he didn't expect that this little girl was so stubborn. "It's okay, I can still hold on." Lin Wan gritted her teeth, with a hint of stubbornness in her tone, obviously not wanting to show weakness in front of Jiang Che. Seeing this, Jiang Che simply stopped insisting and let her continue to support him. The two of them climbed up step by step, and their footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell. However, just as they climbed to the 18th floor, a low roar suddenly came from the front. Lin Wan was so frightened that her legs went limp and she almost sat on the ground. She tightly grasped Jiang Che's arm and said in a trembling voice, "There's something in front." In front. When Jiang Che heard this voice, he already had some guesses in his mind. Sure enough, not long after, a huge monster slowly emerged from the darkness. The thick limbs and slightly crooked nose were obviously the bulldog that he had beaten away before. However, its size seemed to be larger than before, and it looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Jiang Che didn't expect that this guy was still hiding in this building. He thought he had driven it away completely last time, but he didn't expect it to still be lurking here. At this time, Jiang Che's physical condition was not very good, and he had very little mental strength left. He didn't know if he could still handle this mutant bulldog. Although Blink can still be used, it is no longer possible to teleport with Lin Wan. Jiang Che took a deep breath, pulled out the samurai sword from the space, and prepared to fight. However, to his surprise, when the big dog saw him, its body began to tremble slightly, and then slowly backed away, with fear in its eyes. Jiang Che immediately understood that this guy was scared by him last time and had a psychological trauma against him. Since the other party was scared, Jiang Che didn't want to waste any more energy fighting with it. He took Lin Wan's hand, walked around, and continued up the stairs next to him. On the way back, Jiang Che kept thinking in his mind. It seems that although these mutated animals have changed in size and strength, they still retain their original instincts. Perhaps I can try to tame them? Once this thought appeared, it lingered in Jiang Che's mind. He decided that the next time he met the dog, he would try to tame it. Room 3001, Building 11. Lin Xingxuang sat alone on the sofa, holding the room key tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. She stared blankly at the hamburgers and drinking water on the table. Although hunger had already invaded her whole body, she had no appetite at all. Her mind was filled with uneasy thoughts and an indescribable panic surged in her heart. Why didn't he take his keys? Did he leave alone? Does he think I'm a burden and therefore doesn't want me anymore? Are these the last supplies he left for me? She lowered her head and looked at the keys in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. Once, she thought she could face everything independently, but now, she realized that she had long been accustomed to having him by her side. His departure seemed to have taken away the last bit of security in her heart. Jiang Che, where are you? She murmured in a low voice, with a hint of sob in her voice. Just as she was immersed in helplessness and confusion, there was a gentle knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Qingxuang felt a sudden surge of joy in her heart. She ran to the door barefoot and opened it impatiently. Seeing that it was Jiang Che standing outside the door, she finally let go of her worries and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. You're back. There was a hint of joy in her voice that was hard to conceal, and for a moment, she almost wanted to throw herself into Jiang Che's arms. However, her modesty and pride made her suppress this impulse. Jiang Che just said, lightly, and then walked straight into the room. Just then, Lin Qingxuang noticed that there was a woman following Jiang Che. Moreover, she is a very beautiful woman. Her mood instantly changed from joy to complexity, even with a hint of displeasure. What's going on? I just took a nap. How come he brought back another woman? She muttered to herself, her eyes involuntarily looking at Lin Wan. Although the other person's appearance is slightly inferior to hers, his figure can be said to crush her in all aspects. Especially the plump and perky headlights. Even she was envious. Not only animals have territorial awareness, but humans do too. After all, she had finally gotten used to her life with Jiang Che, but now there was suddenly a third party. There was a strong hostility in her eyes when she looked at Lin Wan. Jiang Che did not seem to notice Lin Qingxuang's mood changes and introduced calmly. This is Lin Qingxuang, my woman. This is Lin Wan, also my woman. When Lin Wan heard Jiang Che introduce herself so bluntly, a trace of embarrassment and shyness appeared on her face. But she quickly adjusted her mood, showed a professional smile, and took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, my name is Lin Wan. Please give me your guidance in the future. However, Lin Qingxuang had no intention of shaking hands at all. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes, and she was full of disdain. Shake hands? Who is she to shake hands with me? Her arrogant personality flared up again. She turned her head away coldly and walked in front of Jiang Che, with a hint of complaint and concern in her tone. What did you do today? You didn't even tell me. I was worried about you. Lin Qingxuang's tone was no longer as cold as before, and even had an indescribable gentleness. Chapter 20 Palace Fight. Jiang Che saw the subtle atmosphere between Lin Qingxuang and Lin Wan at a glance, but he did not intend to intervene to mediate. On the contrary, he felt that this might not be a bad thing for Lin Qingxuang. After all, her previous life was too comfortable and she lacked a sense of crisis. Now that Lin Wan is here, perhaps she will cherish everything in front of her even more. I went to search the building for some supplies. I'm getting tired of eating burgers all the time. Jiang Che explained in a calm tone, as if it was just a trivial matter. When Lin Wan heard Jiang Che's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. My goodness, are you tired of eating burgers? How comfortable were your lives before? She sighed inwardly. Originally, she thought that the pictures Jiang Che had posted in the group were somewhat exaggerated or even fake. Now it appears that the reality is just the opposite. Not only did they not exaggerate, they were even more low-key. Thinking of this, Lin Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of regret and resentment in her heart. She couldn't help but think of her best friend Zhang Xiaoxiao. If she hadn't stopped me before, I might have gotten tired of eating hamburgers every day. She complained secretly in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Jiang Che glanced at the time and found that it was already afternoon and he was starting to feel a little hungry. He took out a lot of ingredients directly from the space: steak, bird's nest, Buddha jumps over the wall, and even some fresh vegetables. These were foods he found in other residents' refrigerators that had not been contaminated. Although Lin Wan had seen the fight between Jiang Che and Wang Gang before and knew that he was a superpower, she would not find it strange no matter what abilities Jiang Che used, but the rich food in front of her still shocked her. She began to drool unconsciously, feeling surprised and a little bit unbelievable. Jiang Che actually took out these precious supplies so generously. Which of you two can cook? Jiang Che glanced at the two of them and asked casually. Lin Qingxuang opened her mouth and wanted to volunteer, but finally closed it silently. She really can't cook. In the past, at home, either the nanny would be in charge, or we would go directly to the restaurant to eat. Even the kitchen in this house is not used more than twice. Lin Wan glanced at Lin Qingshuang's reaction and immediately understood. She immediately raised her hand, with a hint of pride in her tone. I often cook for myself at home. I can be responsible for cooking. After saying this, she gave Lin Qingshuang a deliberately provocative look, her eyes full of pride and confidence. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. You can't, but I can. Lin Wan no longer cares about offending Lin Qingshuang. She saw clearly that in this family, only Jiang Che's words carried the most weight. As long as she can please Jiang Che, Lin Qingshuang's position will not be a threat. In her opinion, although Lin Qingshuang seemed very arrogant on the surface, she was actually no different from herself, and both relied on Jiang Che for survival. As long as I gain Jiang Che's trust, maybe it won't be long before Lin Qingshuang bows and greets me when she sees me. Lin Wan was secretly calculating in her mind, but she kept a decent smile on her face. Jiang Che nodded and handed all the ingredients to Lin Wan. Jiang Che nodded and handed all the ingredients to Lin Wan. Lin Qingshuang sat on the sofa with Jiang Che. Her slender fingers were pinched until they turned white. From time to time, she glanced at Lin Wan, who was busy in the kitchen. She felt as if hundreds of ants were crawling in her heart and felt very awkward. No, I have to do something too. I have to let Jiang Che know my value. Only in this way, can I get my sister back. Lin Qingshuang secretly made up her mind. These days, she not only helped Jiang Che find a woman, but also contacted her sister Lin Qingxue. Although Jinhai University was completely shrouded in black fog, due to the school's military background, order was stabilized faster than in the residential area. Lin Qingxue told her that their counselor had accidentally become a person with special powers, and under the counselor's protection, their lives were not in danger for the time being. After hearing the news, Lin Qingshuang felt relieved. At the same time, Lin Wan was busy in the kitchen. She worked efficiently, and before long, a sumptuous meal was on the table. It has good color, aroma, and taste, and it makes people's appetite just by looking at it. Lin Wan even specially helped Jiang Che cut the steak and brought it to him. With a perfect smile on her face, she said gently, "Boss, please enjoy." With her sweet voice, considerate actions, and that pretty face, it's really hard to dislike her. Even though he knew she was scheming, Jiang Che had to admit that her performance was impeccable. Jiang Che picked up his phone, took a photo of the table full of food, and sent it to the group as usual. In the photo, the texture of the steak is clearly visible. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup is rich and tempting. The bird's nest is crystal clear, and the vegetables are green and tender. Accompanied by simple text. Today's dinner is not bad. No, this is getting more and more outrageous. How can cooking even come out? Does the other party really live in this world? It can't be a message from a parallel world. Oh my God, there's another young lady, and she's so pretty. Isn't this boy going to have a blast tonight? I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please give me some alms. I will work like a slave for you. Give up on the above post. Even if the other party accepts cattle and horses, they will only accept female cows and horses. You are nothing. Jiang Che has already treated the group chat as his circle of friends. As long as there is a woman who meets the standards and comes to him, it won't be a loss. After he sent the photo, he put down his phone and started enjoying the food on the table. Lin Wan sat obediently aside, watching Jiang Che taking pictures quietly. Although she was extremely hungry, she still maintained a decent posture and waited for Jiang Che to start eating first. Having participated in countless drinking parties in the business world, she has already engraved this rule into her bones. When Jiang Che finally started to pick up the food, Lin Wan couldn't wait to join the battle. The moment the food entered her mouth, she was almost moved to tears. She hadn't had a proper meal for a long time, and every bite of food here made her feel extremely happy. This is simply heaven. I don't want to leave even if I die, she swore secretly in her heart. Soon, the three of them swept away all the food on the table like whirlwind. Although it was not yet evening, Jiang Che had already told Lin Wan, "There is mineral water in the bathroom. Go wash yourself, and then come to my room to find me." Lin Wan nodded in agreement without any hesitation. She does not have the idol burden like Lin Qingshuang, and her goal is very clear. No matter what, she must stay with Jiang Che. Even if Jiang Che didn't ask, she would try her best to get close to him. So she happily got up and walked towards the bathroom. Lin Qingshuang was quietly cleaning the table. Although her face remained calm, the hand holding the rag had been clenched into a fist. At the same time, room 603, building 8. Wang Gang lay on the bed, screaming heart-wrenchingly. Chen Xin stood behind him and carefully helped him clean the wound. Although the movements were very gentle, Wang Gang would let out a painful groan with every touch. Damn it. I have never suffered such humiliation in my life. I must avenge this, Wang Gang said, gritting his teeth, his voice full of anger and unwillingness. It was also the first time that Chen saw Wang Gang suffer such a big loss, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, who could have caused you such a serious injury? Is the other person also a superpower?" When Wang Gang thought of the other person's appearance, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, that kid is also a mutant. But his ability is average. He can't beat me head on. He can only hide like a mouse. This time I was careless and fell into his trap. After I have recovered for a few days, I will lead my brothers to attack Building 11. I will see how he can hide." At this point, a ferocious smile appeared on Wang Gang's face, as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Che being brutally killed by him. Chen used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently wipe Wang Gang's wound, while flattering. Of course, no one can match the boss's power, not to mention the entire Jinjiang community. Even if you look at the entire Jinhai city, there is no one with stronger abilities than the boss. He had been following Wang Gang for some time and thought he had figured out Wang Gang's temper. Wang Gang is like a child holding a sharp weapon, mentally immature, and does things based on his own preferences. Just say a few nice words to please him, and he will be in a good mood. Sure enough, when Wang Gang heard these flattering words, his nose almost turned up to the sky. He said proudly, "Of course, Chen, let me tell you, as long as you follow me and get along well, when I unify Jinhai City, I will definitely give you a position as the chief steward." Chen stood behind Wang Gang, with a look of disdain on his face, but he still said respectfully, "Thank you, boss. I will do my best, and will never let you down." Chapter 21 Spiritual Fruit. By the way, boss, you said there's another person with superpowers in our community. Can you tell me how he got these superpowers? Chen asked tentatively, while carefully applying medicine to Wang Gang. The end of the world is coming. Who doesn't want to become a superpower? The reason why Chen joined the Mutual Aid Association first and contributed all his supplies was that he hoped to learn the key to becoming a superpower from Wang Gang. However, Wang Gang kept his mouth shut about this. Anyone who dared to ask would be scolded at best and beaten at worst. Chen took a big risk by asking this time. However, today Wang Gang seemed to be in a good mood because of the flattery, and for the first time in his life, he was not angry at all. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Chen, I trust you, so please don't tell anyone." Chen nodded immediately, his hands moving faster, and his tone was full of sincerity. "Boss, you know my character. I will definitely keep my mouth shut." Wang Gang nodded with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and said in a low voice, "It is a black fruit that grows on plants. It is very rare. If you find it in the future, you must tell me the first time." Chen nodded repeatedly, his tone flattering. "Don't worry, boss. I am definitely 100% loyal to you." However, as he was speaking, something suddenly occurred to his mind, and the strength in his hands unconsciously increased a bit. "Fuck it. Chen, you bastard, be gentler. It hurts me so much." Wang Gang suddenly roared, which scared Chen so much that he immediately stopped what he was doing. "I'm sorry, boss. I was so engrossed in listening that I didn't pay attention." Chen apologized quickly, with panic in his tone. Wang Gang waved his hands impatiently. All right, stop wiping. Where's the woman I asked you to look after? Did you bring her back?" Chen immediately replied, "Don't worry, boss. I locked her in the next room. If you want her, I'll bring her to you right away." Wang Gang said, and Chen immediately put down the medicine bottle in his hand and walked out of the room quickly. At this time, in the next room, Zhang Xiaoxiao curled up in the corner, her face full of tear marks, crying. The suitcase that she had once treasured had been smashed to pieces, and the precious cosmetics were scattered all over the floor, turning into a pile of waste mud. She never imagined that the real Mutual Aid Society would be no different from hell on earth. Just when she was in despair, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Chen walked in with two of his men and glanced at her coldly. "You two, tie her up and send her to the boss's room." Chen ordered expressionlessly. Two burly men immediately walked towards Zhang Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately broke down and cried, struggling desperately. "Get out of here. I'm not going anywhere. Don't touch me." However, how could she compare to the strength of two strong men? Although she struggled desperately, she was easily subdued by them. Seeing her in such a state of disgrace, Chen shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Sister, I advise you not to resist. Wang Gang is not as good-tempered as me. If you provoke him, it would be an easy death for you to just beat you to death." When Zhang Xiaoxiao heard Chen Chen's words, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She knelt and crawled to Chen Chen's feet, grabbed his trouser legs, and cried out loudly, "Brother, please save me. Please. I'm still young. I don't want to die." Woo. Chen Chen squatted down and reached out to lift up Zhang Xiaoxiao's messy hair. Although her face was tearful from crying, upon closer inspection, she was actually not ugly, and even had a bit of the gentle beauty of a young woman. It's just that he usually follows Lin Wan around, and is overshadowed by her brilliance, making him seem ordinary. Chen Chen pinched Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, and a trace of compassion flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "If you listen to me, I promise you won't die. Besides, it won't be long before you can break free from Wang Gang's control." Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded frantically as if she had grabbed the last straw when she heard this. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Chen Chen nodded, took out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, and gently wiped away the tears and stains on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face. His movements were surprisingly gentle, but his tone was a warning. When you go into Wang Gang's room later, remember, do whatever he asks you to do, and don't resist. Do you understand? A trace of hesitation and struggle flashed across Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, but in the end, she nodded reluctantly and said in a trembling voice, "I understand." Soon, the door was gently pushed open. Wang Gang looked back and saw that it was indeed the beautiful girl he had kidnapped earlier. Compared with Zhang Lily, the one in front of me is simply heaven and earth apart. He felt very proud that he could finally eat good food. Although the pain in his crotch had not completely subsided, Wang Gang couldn't wait to walk forward and hold Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms. The rough big hands roamed freely on her body. However, when Wang Gang thought that there was a more beautiful Lin Wan who ran away, he felt unhappy again. He asked coldly, "Do you know who your little sister went to see in Building 11? When Zhang Xiaoxiao heard the place, Building 11, she was a little confused for a moment. "They don't live in Building 11? But then, she seemed to have thought of something and said with sudden enlightenment, "I know. She went to fishing on the river." When Wang Gang heard this, he immediately understood. It turns out that the young man in black is the very flamboyant fishing on the river in the group. No wonder the other party disagreed when I invited him to join the mutual aid group. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes, and he unconsciously increased the strength in his hands, pinching Zhang Xiaoxiao so hard that it hurt, and his voice even sounded like tears. "Then do you know where the other person lives? Tell me quickly." Wang Gang's tone was anxious and threatening. Zhang Xiaoxiao endured the pain and said in a trembling voice, I secretly looked at her phone, and the place they agreed to meet is on the 27th floor of Building 11. Upon hearing this exact address, a grim smile suddenly appeared on Wang Gang's face. He threw Zhang Xiaoxiao onto the bed and ripped off her clothes, her eyes full of viciousness and pride. "You little bastard, just wait to die." Ding, the host is detected to be bound to a goddess. Obtain materials, fruit of the spirit, ability improvement, physical enhancement upgraded to level 2. The personal panel starts refreshing. Name, Zhang Che. Spirit, 25, ordinary people 10. Physique, 45, ordinary people 10. Unlocked materials, Wakaka mineral water, double beef burger, spirit fruit. Superpowers, body strengthening LV2, flashing LV1. Bound goddess, Lin Qingxuang, Lin Wan. When Jiang Che woke up in the morning, he heard this touching system prompt sound. He was really crazy last night and was busy all night long. The main reason was that Lin Wan was too enthusiastic and proactive. This was a kind of enjoyment he had never experienced from Lin Qingxuang. When he looked at the system prompt carefully, his eyes gradually widened, and he felt it was incredible. What is this spiritual fruit? It can't be what I think it is. Jiang Che quickly opened his storage space. When he saw the black fruits on the ground, he instantly became excited. What came out of Lin Wan's body turned out to be a supernatural fruit. How could he remain calm? He simply hugged Lin Wan, who was still sleeping beside him, and kissed her hard. "You are my lucky star. I love you so much." Lin Wan was still sleeping soundly when she was woken up by Jiang Che's kiss. When she heard what he said, a blush appeared on her face. "Boss, I love you too." Mua. Ding. Lin Wan's favorability +5, currently 35. Chapter 22 Black Fog Invasion. Holding Lin Wan in his arms, Jiang Che did not hide anything and directly took out a spiritual fruit from the space. Although the appearance was similar to the fruit he had eaten before, Jiang Che still found some subtle differences. The patterns on the shell are different, and the smell they emit is also different. I think each kind of fruit should look a little different. Jiang Che opened his mouth and put the fruit into it. A fruity fragrance similar to that of mangosteen spread in his mouth. It is dozens of times more delicious than mangosteen, sweeter and more juicy. Ding. Mental strength +3. Detected that the host has acquired a new ability. Mental detection. Spiritual detection. With the host as the center, the radiation range is 10 meters, and everything can be seen without vision. It was another auxiliary skill, and Jiang Che felt helpless. He is in urgent need of combat abilities now. Wang Gang must have his eyes on him now, and it won't be long before he retaliates against him. If the other party came with a large group of people to attack Building 11, he felt that his chances of winning were still a little low. Moreover, the cow-cat in the park was extremely strong. Jiang Che could only run away from it. Without sufficient strength, he did not dare to leave Building 11. Jiang Che turned on the mental detection, wanting to see what this skill was like. The moment the skill was activated, the whole world suddenly became transparent, and Jiang Che felt as if his soul had left his body and he had a god's perspective. Nothing around him can escape his mental detection. He could see a couple in the room downstairs fighting over a cup of urine. You can also see Lin Qingxuang sitting on the sofa in the living room, hugging her thighs, holding a book called 108 Recipes to Control a Man, and reading it carefully. What is this stupid woman doing? It's only 5 in the morning. Why is she getting up so early? Jiang Che didn't care at all about Lin Qingxuang's strange behavior. Continue scanning the room. The more he looked, the more novel it became. It was the first time for Jiang Che to observe the world from this perspective, and he began to enjoy it. With this ability, the black fog will no longer block my vision. I can take the initiative in the black fog. Feeling the power of spiritual detection, Jiang Che retracted his ability and continued to take out a spiritual fruit from the space, wanting to try whether he could improve his ability a little more. But just as he was about to eat, he saw Lin Wan looking at him eagerly. After last night's storm, he had a deeper understanding of Lin Wan. This is a very intellectual woman who knows how to do her best to please a man. If Lin Qingxuang brought Jiang Che the satisfaction of his desire for conquest, Lin Wan gave Jiang Che a kind of tacit understanding between lovers. Seeing Jiang Che's gaze moving over, Lin Wan smiled widely and moved her beautiful little face closer to Jiang Che's chest. Jiang Che smiled. Why, do you want to eat too? Lin Wan nodded her head. She also smelled the fragrance of fruit just now. You know, in this apocalyptic world, almost all vegetables and fruits have been polluted. It is such a luxury to be able to eat a bite of fruit. Jiang Che casually handed the fruit in his hand to the other party. Mainly this kind of fruit is unlocked because of the other party. Moreover, the output in the space is unlimited, so you can never finish eating it. Lin Wan rested her head on Jiang Che's chest, stared at the strange-looking fruit in her hand, and asked softly, Boss, what kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange. Jiang Che pinched her delicate face and said, This is a supernatural fruit. You can gain supernatural powers if you eat it. When Lin Wan heard this, she was so shocked that she sat up. He didn't care about the sudden exposure of spring light and looked at the fruit in his hand with shock. This is a supernatural fruit. In the end of the future, people with superpowers will definitely dominate the world, but she never expected that the other party would give her such a precious thing. But she was not stupid and quickly handed the fruit back with both hands. Boss, the supernatural fruit is so precious, you should eat it. Only when your strength increases, we can always have such a stable life, right? Lin Wan has always been a very thoughtful person. It's not that she didn't want to eat the fruit. She was afraid that once she ate it, the other party would kill her immediately. She strongly suspected that this fruit was Jiang Che's test of her. As expected of me. I am so smart. I escaped death again. Lin Wan, you are the best. Lin Wan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her own arrogance in her heart. However, Jiang Che did not take the supernatural fruit. Instead, he reached out and took Lin Wan into his arms, gently stroking her smooth back with his big hands. This fruit is my reward to you. You performed very well yesterday. Don't worry, as long as you follow me sincerely, this will definitely not be the last supernatural fruit I give you. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Lin Wan's favorability +20, currently 55. A smile appeared on Jiang Che's face. He was also capable of making big promises. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Lin Wan felt relieved and put the fruit into her mouth. Soon Jiang Che saw Lin Wan's expression constantly changing. Sometimes I was shocked, sometimes I was excited. Jiang Che could understand the other party very well. He was also extremely shocked when he first obtained superpowers. Soon, Lin Wan came back to her senses from the excitement of awakening her superpowers. Her eyes became a little misty. She thought that after coming to Jiang Che for help, her final fate would be to become Jiang Che's personal toy. But unexpectedly, the other party not only provided her with rich supplies, but was also willing to give her supernatural fruits. How could she not be moved by this? Naked, she sat astride Jiang Che's body, stretching out her crystal-clear arms to wrap around Jiang Che's neck. After what happened last night, she knew in her heart that Jiang Che really liked this position. Boss, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would happen to me now. The voice became very soft and pleasant. Looking at the other person's delicate face, Jiang Che felt a surge of heat in his heart again. They placed their foreheads against each other's and their faces gradually moved closer. You call me boss, so as my employee, you should do your job well. When Lin Wan heard the word main job, her face turned red with embarrassment. Okay, boss, I will serve you comfortably. After saying that, she was no longer reserved and directly pressed her seductive red lips on him. Lin Qingxuang has been sitting on the sofa since last night, and she has been listening to the thrilling sound in the room all night long. The other party seemed to be demonstrating to her, and his screams were getting louder and louder. She was upset after hearing this. It was not until the early morning that the noise in the room gradually subsided. Isn't it just that I can cook a few dishes? What's there to brag about? I can't possibly cook worse than her. Lin Qingxuang also has her own pride in her heart. I took out a cookbook and started studying it, which lasted the whole night. I thought it was daybreak and the two people in the room should get up. But what no one expected was that Lin Wan's gentle voice would be heard again in the room. Lin Qingxuang's face turned dark, her teeth were clenched, and her fists were creaking. She stood up and went straight to the kitchen. There were still quite a few ingredients left from last night, so Lin Qingxuang began to try to cook according to the recipe. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when Jiang Che opened the door refreshed. But as soon as I walked out of the room, I saw a faint black smoke floating in the air. No, is the black fog rising so fast? It has already submerged 30 floors. Jiang Che was a little surprised, but when he looked out the window, he saw a clear, sunny sky. No, this isn't black fog. What is this? At this moment, Lin Qingxuang came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of black stuff. She wanted to quietly pour it into the trash can, but her eyes met Jiang Che's. Lin Qingxuang's face was gloomy at this moment, even more embarrassed than when she first went to Jiang Che. Now she could no longer maintain her cold appearance. She knew in her heart that she had made a mistake, so she took the initiative to apologize. I just wanted to make breakfast, but I probably messed up. I'm sorry. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Che, as if she was afraid that Jiang Che would scold her. But Jiang Che just breathed a sigh of relief and did not blame Lin Qingxuang. It would be a good thing if the black fog didn't spread. Food would be wasted if it was wasted. He still had endless burgers in his space. Besides, the other party was originally a rich lady, and now she started to try to cook for him. Isn't this a good gesture? After comforting Lin Qingxuang a few words, he took out a few hamburgers from the space and used them as breakfast for today. While eating breakfast, Lin Qingxuang glanced at Lin Wan from time to time, with confusion and curiosity in her eyes. Jiang Che saw it, but didn't take it seriously. After finishing his breakfast, he left 3,001. He was still worried about the extremely beautiful girl he met yesterday. After all, he is not a professional doctor and his method of treating wounds is not very standard. It seems that I have to find a way to get a doctor back later. Jiang Che made up his mind and used Flash to enter 1802 without knocking. But as soon as Jiang Che walked into the room, he heard an unusual sound in the room. The sound was similar to the sound he made when playing games with Lin Wan last night. Jiang Che frowned, not knowing what had happened in the room. Could it be that another man took advantage of the situation? She walked slowly into the bedroom with light steps. But as soon as he entered the room, Jiang Che saw the beautiful girl, leaning against the head of the bed, holding a tablet, watching the CC movie with a blushing face. Chapter 23 Dog Training. What a timid girl. The first thing she does when she wakes up is to watch a movie? Jiang Che coughed twice, trying to get the girl's attention. Oh. The girl was so frightened by the sudden cough that the tablet in her hand flew out. She widened her eyes and shouted at Jiang Che. Who are you? Why are you in my room? She instinctively wanted to get up, but as soon as she moved her legs, she gasped in pain. Hiss. It hurts. Jiang Che quickly stepped forward and held her calf. Don't move. You, don't come over here. The girl waved her fists in panic, her voice trembling. I've practiced karate before. It hurts when I hit someone. But her threat was not convincing at all. As she moved exaggeratedly, the waves on her chest became even more eye-catching. This is not about scaring off the criminals. It is clearly about providing benefits to them. Quiet, Jiang Che said in a low voice. Let me see your injuries. This scolding was like pressing the pause button. The girl fell silent instantly and lay down obediently, only daring to steal a glance at Jiang Che with her big wet eyes. She bit her lower lip and let the other person examine her injured calf, like a little lamb to be slaughtered. There was still a purple-blue tint around the wound, but pus was no longer oozing out. It seemed that my previous treatment had been quite effective. Jiang Che gently pressed around. It's recovering fine. Does it hurt? Li Qingqing blushed a little. It still hurts a little bit, that. Thank you for saving me. Can you tell me your name? No matter how naive she was at this moment, she knew who had helped her treat her wounds and left food for her. The other person can be regarded as my savior, and the burger is really delicious. Jiang Che nodded and replied calmly, my name is Jiang Che. Your injury is not completely healed yet. You need to continue changing the medicine for a few days. Without waiting for the other party's response, Jiang Che directly took out iodine from the space and began to prepare to disinfect the other party. Li Qingqing looked at the object that appeared out of thin air. Her mouth opened into an O shape, and she exclaimed in surprise. Brother Jiang, you have a spatial ability. Jiang Che changed her dressing and nodded perfunctorily. I know. Space-related abilities are standard for those who are reborn. You must be a reborn person, awakening your spatial ability and raiding the largest supermarket in the city, right? I've read about this in novels. Li Qingqing chattered nonstop, like a little sparrow. Jiang Che was a little amused and confused. What was going on? How did he become a reborn person? Looking at Li Qingqing's eyes at this time, they had become starry. Am I going to be on the list of reborn big shots and reach the pinnacle of life? Is this the plot of the reborn boss falls in love with the innocent girl? Li Qingqing felt more and more embarrassed the more she thought about it, and her legs clamped together involuntarily. Li Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but finally took the initiative to ask, Brother Jiang, why? Why did you save me? The bright big eyes blinked, as if wanting to hear a romantic answer. Jiang Che raised his head and looked directly into the other person's eyes. Because I want your body, and I saved your life. From that day on, you are mine. Do you understand? Speak your mind directly and freely. Jiang Che did not hide anything at all, mainly because there was no need to, as the other party could not even make a single wave in front of him. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Li Qingqing's face instantly turned red as if blood was dripping out. Is this a confession? Then how should I respond? Oh, this is so embarrassing. Li Qingqing couldn't help but think so in her heart. Ding. Li Qingqing's favorability plus 60, currently 60. Wow, Jiang Che was a little shocked. He really wanted to open her little head and see what she was thinking. This was the fastest increase in favorability he had ever seen. It all depends on the other party's own self-strategy. Jiang Che's score is 3.0, an easy winner. After changing the medicine for the other person, Jiang Che left a few hamburgers and a few bottles of water for him and prepared to leave. After all, the other party's leg has not healed yet, and he can't do anything. There is no point in staying here. He has more important things to do. Finding that there was no sound in the room, Li Qingqing called out a few times but received no response. Only then did she confirm that Jiang Che had left. She limped off the bed and took a pair of white panties from the closet. She quietly changed her underwear, and the blush on her face gradually faded away. Jiang Che stood in the corridor and started mental detection. The scene within the black fog is in clear view. He wanted to find the bulldog and see if he could try to tame it. But the range of 10 meters is still too small. Jiang Che took out a few more fruits from the space, wanting to try to improve his supernatural powers. Eat a fruit. Ding. Mental strength, +1. No more? Is that all? Jiang Che was a little stunned. He thought that he could level up by eating one. He ate 10 pills in a row and finally, the prompt sound he wanted to hear came. Ding. Superpowers improved. Mental detection upgraded to level 2. Spirit detection level 2. Radiation range increased to 20 meters, and energy density can be detected. Jiang Che finally understood that this supernatural fruit could only awaken the supernatural power 100% the first time. If he wanted to improve the supernatural power again afterwards, it would all depend on luck. But Jiang Che was not panicking. After all, he had plenty of supernatural fruits, and he was least afraid of trial and error. If he didn't have enough luck, he could make up for it with quantity. Anyway, the supernatural fruit tastes good, and it's quite good to eat it as a fruit. Seeing that there was a new description for the skill, Jiang Che became a little curious. What is this energy density? After turning on mental detection, Jiang Che was able to see himself emitting bright light, just like a small light bulb. Looking into the room, Li Qingqing, who picked up the tablet again, looked no different from before. This energy density should refer to the superpowers. The higher the level of superpowers, the greater the energy density in the body. The skill range expanded further, and Jiang Che saw the bulldog at a glance. At this moment, the other party was sleeping soundly in the fire escape on the 5th floor. His strong limbs twitched from time to time, and he seemed to be having a nightmare. Jiang Che didn't hesitate at all, and used more than a dozen flashes in a row to shuttle back and forth in the corridor. Thanks to the spiritual fruit he had taken recently, his spiritual power had increased to 34 points. making this level of continuous teleportation a piece of cake for him. When Jiang Che's figure appeared in front of the bulldog, the sleeping giant dog suddenly twitched its nose and suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. The moment it saw who was coming, its hair stood up, low whimpers came from its throat, and its huge body began to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Che approached slowly, while Bulldog retreated step by step and was finally forced into a corner. Faced with no way to retreat, the fierce light in its eyes surged, and the erosion of the black fog made the wildness in its bones erupt completely. It just kicked its hind legs and pounced towards Jiang Che with its bloody mouth opened. Jiang Che's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the big dog. His strength, which had been strengthened to level 2, burst out from his arms. He grabbed the fur behind the dog's neck and gave it a standard shoulder throw. Boom! The whole building seemed to shake at this moment. The big dog was thrown to the ground and saw stars. Seeing that the other party was still showing his teeth, Jiang Che did not give in. Boom! Boom! 2 more powerful throws followed one after another, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the concrete floor, and the giant dog's whimpering became weaker and weaker. This is how you train a dog. If it's fierce, you have to be fiercer than it. Only in this way will it behave itself. Now you know who's the boss. Jiang Che looked down at the limp giant dog with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The bulldog curled up in the corner, not even having the courage to look up at him, and could only whimper as if begging for mercy. Chapter 24 Sad. Jiang Che slowly stretched out his hand. Although the big dog kept shrinking its neck, it had no intention of resisting at all. It also understood in its heart that if it showed its teeth in resistance again, it would definitely be beaten again. Jiang Che gently placed his hand on its head and kept stroking it. Surprisingly, the originally ferocious mutant dog narrowed its eyes docilely and even wagged its tail slightly unconsciously. It was tamed so easily, I thought I would have to beat it a few more times. As he spoke, he took out 6 or 7 well-packaged hamburgers from the space and deliberately waved them in front of the mutant dog's eyes. Sure enough, the mutant dog's eyes lit up instantly, staring at the food in Jiang Che's hand, saliva dripping uncontrollably from the corners of its mouth. But it learned its lesson and just watched, not daring to do anything offensive. Jiang Che threw it to the big dog, without even opening the package. The big dog swallowed it in one bite, as if it were a snack. After eating, he rubbed Jiang Che's trouser leg gently with his huge head, and it was obvious that he had become closer to him. Give a sweet date after a beating. This method is applicable even to mutant dogs. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Che's face. After taming the mutant dog, Jiang Che felt much more at ease. Even if Wang Gang brought more men to kill him, he would not be afraid at all. The big dog may not be able to do anything to Wang Gang, a person with special powers, but when it comes to ordinary humans, it is simply a crushing existence. In its eyes, those people are nothing more than walking pieces of meat. What should I call you? Jiang Che had never had a pet before, and he never imagined that he would get his first dog after the end of the world. Looking at the mutant dog's bloody mouth and greedy appearance, Jiang Che suddenly had an idea. You are so greedy and your mouth is so big. How about calling me Big Mouth from now on? The big dog was quite psychic and barked twice very actively. Of course, it doesn't know whether this name is good or bad, but it understands one truth. If you please the owner in front of you, you will have good things to eat. It is easy to conquer, but difficult to place. Jiang Che didn't dare to just leave the big mouth in the corridor. If he encountered other mutant creatures, all his efforts would be in vain. But it is not realistic to bring back 3001. Although Big Mouth is obedient to him, he may not be polite to Lin Qingshuang and Lin Wank. If one day you are not careful and eat the goddess you have bound with great difficulty, causing the previously unlocked materials to disappear, you will have no place to cry. But Jiang Che soon figured out where to let the other party live. His old house was still empty and no one lived there anyway, so he might as well let Big Mouth live there. Just do it. Jiang Che snapped his fingers, and Big Mouth immediately followed. A man and a dog walked up the fire escape. Big Mouth's huge body almost filled the entire fire escape, and the originally spacious space suddenly seemed cramped. It followed behind Jiang Che, occasionally nudging its owner's back with its huge head and making coquettish whimpering sounds in its throat. Jiang Che glanced back. You don't want to carry me on your back, do you? Big Mouth called out softly twice. Hey, this dog is really smart and can actively try to please people. Jiang Che didn't care about anything and just sat on Big Mouth's back. Although Big Mouth is a bulldog, its current size is already larger than that of a bull. There's no problem eating beef. Not to mention carrying Jiang Che alone. Even if there were 3 or 4 more people, it would be no problem. When Jiang Che sat firmly, Dezue started to run quickly, running in the corridor as if he were walking on flat ground. His speed was so fast that it was frightening. It was almost as fast as Jiang Che's speed of traveling using flash. A strong wind blew in my face, and the walls on both sides turned into blurry shadows, and in the blink of an eye, I reached the 25th floor. Seeing that the other party was going to continue running upwards, Jiang Che simply patted the dog's head, and Big Mouth immediately stopped. When he opened his original room, he found that there was no light at all in the room, which was completely corroded by black fog. People living here may be affected, but to Big Mouth, the black fog is just like ordinary air, without any side effects. After all, the reason why it mutated was because of the black fog. It can eat contaminated food and water. Jiang Che directly took out hundreds of hamburgers from the space and piled them into a small mountain in the room. If people outside saw it, it would definitely cause a riot. But this is just the ration Jiang Che gives to Big Mouth. Big Mouth circled excitedly around the burger. Only after seeing Jiang Che nod did Big Mouth start eating in big mouthfuls. Watching Big Mouth eating heartily, an idea suddenly popped into Jiang Che's mind. If a mutant animal is fed with a supernatural fruit, what changes will occur? Jiang Che decided to give it a try and directly took out a spiritual fruit from the space. When the aroma of the supernatural fruit spread in the air, Big Mouth immediately stopped eating. Looking at the supernatural fruit in Jiang Che's hand, saliva unconsciously flowed from the corners of his mouth. The scarlet color in his eyes became more and more intense, and his body began to shake violently. Even the hamburgers that it used to like very much, it no longer even looked at them. Obviously, the attraction of supernatural fruits to mutant animals is quite great. Just when Big Mouth was about to lose control of his desires, Jiang Che slapped him, and he let out a painful howl, which immediately woke him up. Its head was pressed against the ground, but it no longer ate. Its eyes would occasionally glance at the supernatural fruit in Jiang Che's hand, looking like a sneaky dog. It seems that this kind of thing is extremely attractive to animals. Maybe the reason why the cow cat downstairs has become so powerful is probably related to the supernatural fruit. Jiang Che thought about it for a while and threw the supernatural fruit to Big Mouth. He excitedly ate it in one bite, a look of satisfaction on his face. In Jiang Che's spiritual detection, the light in Big Mouth's body suddenly became brighter. Jiang Che continued to feed a few more, and the brightness inside Big Mouth's body increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hair becomes more shinier, the fangs become sharper, and the muscles on the body become more developed. Inexplicably, Jiang Che felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Except for the huge improvement the first time humans eat supernatural fruits, any subsequent upgrades in supernatural powers depend purely on luck. However, the strength of mutated animals can be greatly improved just by eating. Jiang Che didn't dare to continue feeding it. He was afraid of creating a monster that would make Jinhai City tremble. If the other party suddenly became disobedient, he would be the first to die. Until there is a way to control it 100%, it is better not to continue feeding it. Jiang Che immediately stopped feeding. After working for a whole morning and settling Big Mouth down, Jiang Che planned to go back. Today was a fruitful day. My own abilities have been improved, and I also captured a mutant animal as a pet. If I tell others about this, people will think I have a mental problem. At this time, the atmosphere in room 3001 was not very harmonious. Since Jiang Che left, the two women haven't spoken a word to each other, and the room is extremely quiet. Lin Wan was also very outgoing, and would use Lin Xingxuang's top-notch cosmetics whenever she asked. Her most important job now is to please Jiang Che and dress herself as beautifully as possible. As it was almost noon, Lin Wan took the initiative to go into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Due to the failure in the morning, Lin Xingxuang realized that cooking is not something that can be learned in a short time. But this time she didn't just stand there and watch, but took the initiative to help. I feel like you're a little different than you were yesterday. Lin Xingxuang was silent for a long time, and finally, she took the initiative to break the silence. In fact, she noticed the changes in Lin Wan in the morning. Her skin became tighter and more lustrous, and even her figure became more perfect. She had only seen this kind of change in Jiang Che. She had a vague guess in her mind, but she didn't dare to be sure, nor did she dare to believe it. Lin Wan glanced at the other person, raised a little arc at the corner of her mouth, and said nonchalantly, "Oh, the boss gave me a superpower fruit, and now I am also a superpower." When Lin Xingxuang heard the words supernatural fruit, her hands, which were processing the ingredients, suddenly froze. His eyes were full of disbelief. Why? Why give it to her first? She was clearly the one who came here first. So why could this woman who had only met Jiang Che once obtain the supernatural fruit? Is it because the other person has a better figure? She felt a strong sense of disappointment in her heart. Then what is the point of my efforts during this period? Am I considered lowly? She had thought that the few days they had spent together had given them a certain emotional foundation, but now it seemed that she was just wishful thinking. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxuang's eyes slowly turned red. She felt very aggrieved. Lin Wan noticed that Lin Qingxuang was in a bad mood at the first moment, although the other party showed strong hostility when she first came here. But considering that the other party was still a kid who had not graduated from college, she didn't want to argue with him. Little sister, I am a few years older than you and have been experienced in society for a few years. There are some things I want to remind you. In the end times, only people like the boss are worthy of dignity. If you have no ability but still want dignity, that is hypocrisy. You should be more proactive. No one will like you if you always have a cold face. Given Lin Wan's personality, she has already done the most she can by saying this. If she says more, it would seem that she has ulterior motives. Lin Qingxuang lowered her head and remained silent, not knowing whether she heard it or not. Lin Wan didn't care. She just reminded the other party that they still had to live together in the future. It would be fine if the other party listens to me, but if she doesn't listen and wants to do something weird, I will not hold back and will give her a good beating. Chapter 25 Trade Fair. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the room. The two women turned around at the same time and saw Jiang Che. Both women knew about Jiang Che's ability to appear and disappear at random, so they were not very surprised. Boss, you're back. Lunch is ready. Do you want to eat? Jiang Che nodded, as he was also a little hungry. Just when Jiang Che was about to go back to his room to take off his coat, Lin Qingxuang came up. Let me help you take it off. The originally cold and aloof face now had a gentle smile. Jiang Che just felt it was a little novel. Today the sun rose from the west, and our ice beauty would take the initiative to care about others. However, Jiang Che did not refuse and was happy to enjoy the beauty's service. After lunch, Jiang Che watched the two beauties busying around together, so he opened the chat group to see if anyone had added him as a friend today. But when he opened WeChat and found that his main account displayed the information 99+, Jiang Che knew that something might be wrong. Among them, the person who sent the most messages was Aunt Shenrong from the neighborhood committee. Jiang Che, okay, you are the one who goes fishing on the river, right? You are so lawless just because you have some supplies, right? I'm telling you, you will be punished by God for doing this. The residents will take revenge on you immediately. If you still have a conscience, send the supplies to my house. Then the neighborhood committee will help you explain to the people and nothing will happen to you. Do you hear me? As expected, his identity was exposed, but he was not very panicked now. After all, with his current strength, he is not afraid of anyone except the cow cat in the community. Jiang Che looked at the other party's tough and domineering tone and sneered. Before the end of the world, I was doing community work under Chunrong. He really knew this person well. She was the kind of person who would either take advantage of others or suffer losses. She controlled him like a robot and worked him to death. She pushed all the work onto herself, even helping with her own housework. For example, after her grandson came home from school, she went to eat melon seeds and chat with others, leaving herself, who had worked all day, to pick up her grandson. He really feels disgusted when he sees this kind of person. Jiang Che replied directly, "Go eat shit. I won't even feed you to the dog." Then just delete the friend directly and neatly. After opening the group chat, Jiang Che finally understood what had happened. It turned out that Wang Gang had actually leaked his information to someone else. Name, address, and appearance were all posted in the group. Everyone knew his true identity. However, Jiang Che couldn't understand why the other party knew his information and how he was exposed. After careful thought, he realized that the only time he had contact with Wang Gang was when he rescued Lin Wan. But he was wearing a mask at the time, so the other party would not know his identity at all. At this time, Lin Wan also saw the message sent in the group. He walked in front of Jiang Che in a panic. "Boss, this is all my fault. I roughly know how the other party got the information." Afterwards, Lin Wan told Jiang Che everything about Zhang Xiao. "Boss, this matter won't have any impact on you, right?" After understanding the whole story, Jiang Che shook his head. The impact was indeed not that big. The main reason was that the information Wang Gang knew was a bit outdated. The address written by the other party was on the 27th floor, and he had not lived there for a long time. Instead, I kept a big dog in the room. If you have the courage, go find it and treat it as a snack for Big Mouth. Since his identity has been discovered, Jiang Che has no intention of hiding it and directly uses his big account to advertise. "Jiang Che, there is still a lot of supplies. Keep collecting beauties. Of course, if someone can provide this kind of fruit, I am willing to buy it with supplies. One fruit is worth 10 hamburgers and 10 bottles of water." Jiang Che directly posted the supernatural fruit. Taking advantage of his popularity in the group, Jiang Che began to collect supernatural fruits on a large scale. If you rely on yourself to find it, it would be too slow. There will always be people who don't know the use of the fruit, and there will always be people who lack water and food. Is it true? 1 fruit, 10 hamburgers, and 10 bottles of water? What kind of fruit is this? It looks so ugly. Family, I have a heart disease. If anyone has aspirin, I am willing to exchange it for bread. With Jiang Che's opening words, a bunch of people who wanted to make transactions suddenly appeared in the group. I have aspirin at home, but I need water. I will exchange it for 2 bottles of mineral water. I am willing to exchange my gold bracelet for 2 loaves of bread. The group that was originally denouncing Jiang Che was instantly transformed into a large trading market. Jiang Che was also very interested in those medicines. Being sick in the end times was a very dangerous thing. You couldn't go to the hospital, and without medicine you could only wait to die. However, after much discussion, where to trade became a problem. Just then the property management staff stepped forward. Manager Chun of the property department. The property building is in the center of the community, and the lobby is large enough. If you want to trade, you can come here. Don't worry, our property department is willing to maintain the safety of the site, and no one will mess around. This proposal has been recognized by many people. Everyone in the group agreed that if anyone wanted to trade something, they could go to the property building tomorrow to do so. Just as Jiang Che was looking at the messages in the group, a window suddenly popped up in the background, indicating that a friend request had been received. Jiang Che thought the beauty wanted him. But through the other party's friend, the other party directly sent a photo. Sobai wants to work hard. Excuse me, is this the fruit you want? As soon as Jiang Che saw the appearance of the fruit, he was sure that it was a supernatural fruit. However, the location of this fruit was slightly different. It did not grow in a flower pot, but on the giant vine that was wrapped around the building. Jiang Che felt that this fruit must be extraordinary, and he had to get it no matter what. Yes, as long as you are willing to give it to me, I will exchange it with you for the materials I mentioned before. At the same time, Building 1, 2903. Bai Yue tied her clothes into her signature twin ponytails, and her petite body was almost completely leaning out of the window. In order to avoid the strange thorny vines outside the window, she had to straighten her upper body, and this posture made her slender waist straight. Just a little bit more. She bit her lip, and her fingertips finally touched the small black fruit. She had noticed this fruit a long time ago, but because it grew on those terrible mutant plants, she had never dared to touch it. Until the day when I saw the price Jiang Che offered in the group, 10 bottles of water and 10 hamburgers. This was a life-saving straw for her as she had been out of food for 3 days. Bai Yue, who successfully picked the fruit, let out a long sigh and nimbly retracted her body. She held the hard-earned fruit in her hands, her big watery eyes flashing with a cunning light. As a top internet celebrity with 3 million fans, Bai Yue once achieved financial freedom at a young age with her pure and lovely appearance and funny and cute videos. But now, those luxury bags can't buy her a bite to eat, and 3 million fans can't save her life. Looking at the message sent by Jiang Che on the phone, the corners of her pink lips slightly raised. Slender fingers tapped quickly on the screen. Xiaobai wants to work hard. No, the supplies you mentioned before are too few. I need 20 bottles of water and 20 hamburgers. Omega. Chapter 26, a deal is done. Jiang Che looked at the message sent by the other party, which actually came with an emoticon package. I knew that the other person must be a young girl. But he will not lower his requirements just because the other party is a girl. Who knows if the other party is the little fairy, like, doesn't eat coriander. Those who don't show their faces will be treated as ugly monsters. Jiang Che. No, we agreed on 10 bottles of water and 10 hamburgers. If you don't want to exchange, then cancel the deal. Jiang Che's words were extremely cold and ruthless, leaving no room for bargaining. It's not that he can't afford it, but he can't encourage such greedy atmosphere. If you agree to the other party's request, not only will the other party not be grateful, but will become even more aggressive. It is also possible to just ask for 50 hamburgers and 50 bottles of water. People are selfish and greedy. Don't overestimate human nature in the last days. Bai Yue looked at the other party and refused without any hesitation, and her face suddenly fell. Why are you so arrogant? You look like a sunny person in the photos, but why are you so cold and heartless when you speak? Should I send him a photo of me? Maybe he will agree. The slender index finger gently poked her pretty little face, and this thought suddenly popped up in Bai Yue's mind. Before the end of the world, she could make money just by relying on her own photos. At that time, there was a threshold for adding her WeChat friends. Only those who gave a reward of more than 1,000 yuan could add her private WeChat. It's not for anything else, just to be able to see some daily photos she posted on her moments. But soon, She gave up the idea of posting the photos. The main thing is that she is a girl and she is quite beautiful. It would be very dangerous to publish your real, beautiful photos. After all, there are no legal constraints now. If the other party was attracted by her beauty, she would not be able to resist at all. After thinking it over, she reluctantly agreed to Jiang Che's request. It's better to order less. 10 hamburgers are enough for me to live for another 2 weeks. It would be great if one more fruit could grow outside. Jiang Che saw that the other party agreed to the request, so he took the initiative to ask, "Where is your home? I can go to your home to do business." Jiang Che at this time is no longer the same as before. Using mental detection, he can see everything in the black fog clearly and can also avoid attacks from mutant animals by flashing. It is still easy to enter other buildings. But the other party directly refused. Xiaobai wants to work hard. No, you don't have to come over. We will trade at the trade fair tomorrow. Seeing the other party's fierce resistance, Jiang Che immediately realized that the other party was suspicious of him and did not want to reveal his home address. Jiang Che stopped asking forcefully. Anyway, he has to go to the trade fair tomorrow to exchange some medicines and supplies, so there is no rush. At the same time, Wang Gang was furious in the room. How dare this brat to collect the supernatural fruit so blatantly? Isn't he afraid that the matter will be exposed and there will be more supernatural people in the whole community? Wang Gang pointed at the phone screen and said to Chen Shun, "Boss, this news cannot be concealed. If he doesn't say it, someone will announce it sooner or later." The other party's approach is still very wise. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to exchange the supplies for a batch of supernatural fruits? Wang Gang listened to Chen Chen's analysis and felt that it made sense. Then what should we do? Should we also provide supplies to buy some? A bitter smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. In his heart, he wanted to curse the idiot in front of him. Before the Mutual Aid Association, a lot of supplies were donated, and a lot was also snatched from other residents. But once he had grabbed the supplies, Wang Gang spent them lavishly and overate. No one could stop him, and he didn't care about the lives of his men. "Boss, there are only those dried meats left in the Mutual Aid Association. I don't think anyone would be willing to exchange them." The air-dried meat was naturally made from those people killed by Wang Gang, and he himself was unwilling to eat it. Anyone with a little conscience would not exchange it for such a thing. Nguyen virus warning. Then what should we do? We can't just watch that brat take all the supernatural fruits. If he does, he will be able to easily deal with us. Wang Gang's eyes widened, and he was obviously extremely angry. Chen Chen still had a flattering smile on his face, and was not frightened by Wang Gang's momentum at all. He said calmly, "Boss, I have an idea. If Jiang Che wants to trade, he will most likely go to the trade fair. As long as we control the entire trading venue, all the supernatural fruits will be ours." Wang Gang's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Chen's words. Yes. That guy runs fast, but we have more people in the Mutual Aid Association. When the time comes, we will take that brat down as well. I have been envious of his 2 women for a long time, and I believe they will feel great too. Wang Gang's expression was as obscene as it could be. He patted Chen Chen's shoulder cheerfully and said, "If this thing succeeds, I will decide to give you Wang Lily's bitch. Anyway, I am tired of playing with that woman." As he spoke, Wang Gang seemed to become interested again. He lifted the quilt beside him, revealing the naked Zhang Xiaoxiao. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes were already swollen from crying. Wang Gang's smelly socks were stuffed in her mouth, and her body was covered with bruises. Wang Gang pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao into his arms and kept kneading her. He didn't care at all that Zhang Xiaoxiao's body was seen by Chen Chun. As he was touching it, Wang Gang seemed to remember something, and he slapped his forehead and asked, "Hey, by the way, Chen Chun, how is the Who and the others' operation going? Have they found the door?" Although Chen Chen had a smile on his face the whole time, his eyes looking at Zhang Xiaoxiao did not hide his desire at all. "Boss, the Who just sent me a message. He has already arrived at Building 11. It won't take long for him to find the door." At this time, in Building 11, a team of 5 people were moving slowly in the corridor. The bald man in the lead was named Lu Dahu, and he was Wang Gang's loyal younger brother. It was said that he and Wang Gang were gangsters before the end of the world, and the 2 of them did all kinds of tricks together. Damn it, why does this little beast live so high up? It's really tiring for me. As soon as he climbed to the 15th floor, Lu Dahu couldn't help cursing. Who says it's not true? When we find his home, we will definitely give him a good beating. A younger brother beside him naturally agreed immediately, not wanting to let his elder brother's words fall on deaf ears. Lu Dahu had a ferocious look on his face. That's a must. Besides, there are 2 stunning beauties and a lot of supplies in his house. We have to have enough fun at his house before taking them back. A skinny little monkey walking at the end said weakly, Didn't Brother Chin Chin tell us to just determine the position? There's no need for us to conflict with the other party. Lu Dahu slapped the other person on the forehead. Don't mention that sly-looking bastard to me. He calls himself the boss and yells at people all the time. He's the one I hate the most. If the boss was here, he would definitely agree with our approach. Besides, we have 5 grown men, and the other side only has 1 man with 2 women. What are you afraid of? Lu Dahu had a look of arrogance on his face, waving a machete in his hand continuously, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. Chapter 27 Takeaway Delivery. The skinny monkey tightened the iron stick in his hand, with a hint of nervousness still on his face. But Brother Tiger, I'm still a little scared. Lu Dahu was so angry when he saw the other party's cowardly look that he kicked him hard. What a coward. At worst, I'll let you pick a woman to play with first. The skinny monkey hurriedly got up from the ground and licked his lips excitedly when he heard Lu Dahu's words. Hey, Brother Tiger, I'm still a virgin. Skinny monkey's words made everyone laugh, and then they continued to move towards the 27th floor. At the thought of being able to play with such a beautiful lady, several people stepped up a little more vigorously, and climbing the stairs didn't seem so tiring anymore. I climbed to the 27th floor in one breath. Brother Tiger, there are 4 households on this floor. How do we know which one is the home of that little kid? One of them couldn't help but ask. Never mind, we'll find out once we pry open all of them. Locksmith, come out and open the lock. Lu Dahu said to the man behind him who was wearing work clothes, glasses, and buck teeth. The locksmith grinned at Lu Dahu with his buck teeth, took off the small bag on his body, and began to look for tools. Locksmith, I heard that you can pry open the door with a piece of plastic. Show us how. The locksmith chuckled and said, Brother Hu, the plastic sheet can only be used to pry open doors of low quality. The anti-theft doors in our community are all high quality, and the plastic sheet can't get in at all. As she said this, she took out the crochet hook and pick and walked towards the first house. Before the end of the world, locksmiths were professional locksmiths and were very familiar with prying open doors. In less than 2 minutes, the door was pried open with a click. The room was dark and quiet, without any movement. The locksmith said to the person behind him, Brother Hu, this one doesn't look like it. Lu Dahu walked in without hesitation. You guys should also take a look. Come in and take away everything useful. The 5 people searched the room for a long time, but they didn't find anything useful. Strange, the door was clearly not opened. Why is there nothing useful inside? Little did they know that almost the entire Building 11 had been ransacked by Jiang Che. It was obviously impossible for them to get food from Jiang Che. Lu Dahu said to the locksmith in a depressed tone, Continue to open the next room. Unfortunately, 2,702 still got nothing. However, they were not very disappointed. After all, they came to find Jiang Che, and as long as Jiang Che was still there, their trip would not be in vain. The locksmith pried open the 3rd door with ease, slowly opened a gap, and looked inside. What came into view was no longer the dark room, but 2 huge lanterns, their bright yellow color breathtaking. No, it shouldn't be called a lantern. It should be 2 huge eyes. Scarlet tongue, white teeth. This is a mutant animal. The locksmith was so frightened that he quickly closed the door. Lu Dahu and his friends were very confused. They had just been chatting and didn't pay any attention to what was in the room. Locksmith, come in. It's already unlocked. Why don't you go in? The locksmith was so frightened that his face turned pale and hesitant. Eyes, eyeballs, big eyes, eyeballs. He had trouble speaking to begin with, and now he was unable to speak at all, baring his buck teeth and spitting saliva. Fuck, what are you talking about, big pig and small pig? Lu Dahu felt a little annoyed after hearing this, so he walked up and pushed the door open. It was too late for the locksmith to stop it once the door was opened. Boom! A huge monster appeared in front of everyone. It was a big dog that was as tall as the door frame, even when it was lying down. Dazue looked at the 5 people in front of him in a daze. It originally thought that its owner came to see it, but it turned out to be the takeaway food delivered to its door. Monster. A few people wanted to run, but it was too late. Roar. Big Mouth let out an earth-shaking roar directly at the 5 people. That sound is even more intimidating than a tiger's roar. It can almost shatter a person's soul. Big Mouth pounced on its prey like a vicious dog and rushed out. With one claw, he smashed the skinny monkey that was the last one to fall into pulp, and then he bit off the locksmith's head. There is no need to chew it. It just rolls down your throat like a meatball. The huge claw swung forward suddenly, and the 2 were instantly slapped against the wall, just like slapping 2 mosquitoes to death, and blood splattered all over the wall. When Lu Dahu saw how fast the big dog was, he suddenly felt despair. He knew that he was doomed this time, and it was impossible for him to leave. He raised the machete, glared with bloodshot eyes and chopped towards the big mouth. "Damn it, you beast. I'll chop you to death." Big Mouth looked at the ants rushing towards him, with a hint of human disdain in his eyes. It seems that because it has eaten several spiritual fruits, its intelligence has become higher. "Who do you think you are? Are you stronger than my master?" He opened his mouth wide and bit directly at the opponent's knife-wielding arm. The moment his fangs collided with the blade, a crisp cracking sound was heard instantly. The machete that could cut bones like mud was actually bitten into pieces. Dahu was stunned by the scene in front of him and just stood there, not daring to move. Big Mouth didn't wait for the other party to come to his senses. He tore off the arm with the blade and started chewing it in his mouth. "Ah! Mom! Help! Mom!" A man in his 30s rolled on the ground in pain and called for his mother. It was obvious that he was broken inside. But Big Mouth didn't seem to have enough fun yet. It pressed down on his body with its huge claws and tore off his limbs bit by bit. Intestines and bones were scattered all over the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Not until the tiger was completely silent did its big mouth swallow the opponent's body in one gulp. The scarlet tongue licked his lips, as if he was still a little unsatisfied. He staggered back into the room, not even forgetting to close the door. This horrifying scene was seen completely by Jiang Che, who lived in room 3001. He began to perform mental detection when he heard the huge roar. While eating the spiritual fruit and watching Big Mouth kill the invaders, it was an extremely enjoyable experience, just like watching a movie. To be honest, Jiang Che agrees with Big Mouth's approach to killing people. After all, the other party came with malicious intentions. Not to mention Shi Dazue. Even if he was at the scene, he would kill the people in front of him. But when he saw the scene of Big Mouth killing the bald man, Jiang Che frowned. This shows that the opponent's wildness still has the upper hand. It was right for me not to bring Big Mouth back to 3001. This Big Mouth needs to be trained again, otherwise I'll be worried if I keep it at home. When Jiang Che ate the 50th spiritual fruit, the system prompt sound came again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading Spirit Detection to level 3. The skill range is expanded to 30 meters, and the host can try to mind control low IQ creatures. Seeing the system prompt, Jiang Che was so scared that he sat up. Can anyone explain to me what this controlling low IQ creatures means? Chapter 28 Mind Control. Jiang Che paced around the room, thinking about this upgraded ability. This category of low-intelligence creatures does not include animals that have mutated due to the black fog. Gently stroking his chin, Jiang Che felt that it was very likely. After all, compared to previous mutated animals, they are only larger and more aggressive, but their IQ levels are still very low. Compared with humans, they are naturally low IQ creatures. If that's the case, I can try it on Big Mouth. Anyway, Big Mouth has been tamed by me now, so I won't lose anything even if I fail. Jiang Che glanced at the time and found that it was still early, so he planned to go back to his old house. Using Flash, Jiang Che arrived at his previous house in almost the blink of an eye. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Big Mouth sleeping soundly in front of the door. It seems that he just had enough. Jiang Che kicked its huge butt. The sleeping Big Mouth suddenly woke up, staring with big scarlet eyes and looking around with its bloody mouth wide open. I want to see who is so blind as to disturb its sweet dream. But when it found out that the person coming was its master Jiang Che, it became docile and flattering again. It rubbed Jiang Che's palm with its huge head. It was completely different from its previous crazy killing appearance. Jiang Che had no intention of communicating his emotions with the other party, so he directly started mental detection. Ding! Do you want to control the creature in front of you? Jiang Che's eyes lit up. The system actually generated a prompt, indicating that there was absolutely nothing wrong with his idea. Yes. The moment Jiang Che confirmed it, a blue chain condensed by spirit began to slowly form around Big Mouth's neck. Jiang Che looked somewhat excited. If he could really control these mutated beasts, then his ability would be extremely powerful. After controlling Big Mouth, go control the dominant cow cat in the community. At that time, he was the one who had the final say in the entire Xinjiang community. He can do whatever he wants and do whomever he wants. But just when the chain was about to be formed, Big Mouth seemed to suddenly sense some dangerous aura and suddenly went crazy with his teeth bared. Roar! It barked at the air around it and flapped its huge claws in the air. The chain, which had not yet solidified, suddenly broke at this moment. Jiang Che felt as if most of his mental strength had been drained away at this moment, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. This immediately reminded Jiang Che that he had used Flash more than a dozen times before, which caused him to be mentally exhausted. But before, his mental strength was only 25. After eating fruits in the past few days, his mental strength has reached 83. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Jiang Che covered his aching head and thought carefully, and soon he figured it out. It seems that if I want to control the mutant beast, I must make it completely submit and not show any resistance. Otherwise, I will suffer a great mental backlash. Looking at the still mad Big Mouth in front of him, Jiang Che was unwilling to give up. No, I want to try again. Given Jiang Che's current mental state, he could no longer withstand a second control failure, so he took a huge risk in this experiment. Big Mouth, just shut up. Jiang Che slapped Big Mouth on the head. The force of this slap was just right, enough to confuse the guy without hurting his brain, and it gave Big Mouth a sudden shock. When Big Mouth saw that Jiang Che was about to get angry, he immediately fell to the ground, looking like a well-behaved and obedient person. Jiang Che took out a spiritual fruit from the space and shook it in front of Big Mouth. Dazue thought there would be fruit to eat, and just as he was about to stand up, he was stopped by Jiang Che. Listen carefully. You will not be able to resist in a moment. If you obey, you will have fruit to eat. If you disobey, you will not have any fruit to eat in the future. Jiang Che didn't care whether the other party could understand or not, and just told him directly. Big Mouth also blinked his eyes very intelligently, as if he was responding to Jiang Che. Jiang Che held the fruit in one hand and placed the other hand on Big Mouth's head and began his second attempt. Soon the blue chain slowly emerged from Big Mouth's body again. When it was about to be fully formed, the Big Mouth began to move restlessly again. But Jiang Che held Big Mouth's head tightly and shook the fruit in front of its eyes. If you want to eat, be quiet. As if he understood Jiang Che's words, he closed his eyes and stopped struggling. Soon, the chain was fully formed. Jiang Che also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jiang Che felt that his spirit and Big Mouth's soul were connected together. He could feel that he had completely controlled Big Mouth's soul. The life and death of Big Mouth seemed to depend on his thoughts. This feeling of being able to completely dominate the other person's fate brought Jiang Che an unparalleled sense of security. At this moment, Jiang Che felt relieved to keep Big Mouth by his side forever. He threw the fruit in his hand to Big Mouth, and then continued to take out hundreds of fruits from the space and place them directly in the room for Big Mouth to eat at will. Jiang Che is not afraid of the expansion of Big Mouth's stats at all now. He is just afraid that Big Mouth's stats will not expand enough. I wonder if the strengthened Big Mouth can kill that cow cat. Jiang Che couldn't help but think so in his heart. He had already made up his mind to bring Big Mouth with him to tomorrow's transaction. I believe that if Big Mouth eats these hundreds of supernatural fruits, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After leaving the fruit behind and settling Big Mouth down, Jiang Che returned to 3001. As soon as I got home, Linwan came up to me with a worried look on her face. Boss, we finished eating everything you brought back last time. Jiang Che nodded. He didn't bring back much last time, just enough for 2 or 3 days. In the next few days, I will probably have to go back to eating hamburgers every day. No matter how delicious the burger is, you will get tired of it. If he couldn't find any new food, Jiang Che planned to go to the large supermarket nearby to buy some food. Don't worry, I have plenty of burgers and water. Jiang Che waved his hand, and the table was filled with hamburgers and water. After dinner, Jiang Che returned to his room alone. Since he had consumed so much energy today, Jiang Che didn't plan to do the things he loved to do with the goddesses tonight. I planned to stay alone quietly for a night to prepare for tomorrow's trade fair. But things don't always go as planned. Just when Jiang Che was about to fall asleep, the door of the room was gently pushed open. With Jiang Che's current perception ability, he can sense any sound no matter how subtle it is. He raised his eyes and looked towards the door, but just this one glance made Jiang Che petrified instantly. Lin Qingshuang was seen wearing a pair of black high heels with red base and sexy suspender stockings on her slender and round thighs. The upper body is a black lace see-through blouse. She wasn't wearing a skirt, and her lower body disappeared immediately. This is truly the most seductive outfit, and that looming feeling is something that will make all men unable to stop. What's more, the cold expression on the other person's face adds a sense of abstinence and temptation. Chapter 29 Lin Qingshuang. Lin Qingshuang, what are you doing today? It was the first time that Jiang Che saw the other person dressed like this. Usually, he dressed very conservatively and neutrally. This extreme contrast made Jiang Che inevitably stand out. Lin Qingshuang did not answer, but locked the door. Then, she walked slowly towards Jiang Che with her long legs. She sat gently on the bed, looking at Jiang Che with her big watery eyes. Jiang Che swallowed unconsciously. Lin Qingshuang, what's wrong with you? Is there anything you want to tell me? Lin Qingxuang tucked her hair behind her ears, hesitated for a while, and then took the initiative to ask, "Do you still like me now?" Jiang Che felt that the question asked by the other party was a bit strange. But he still replied, "Of course I like it." Jiang Che was not lying. 90% of boys are visual animals. As long as the other person looks good enough, admiration will arise in one's heart. Lin Qingxuang's current appearance was the most stunning he had ever seen. Even Lin Wan and Li Qingqing still have a certain gap in front of her. Before the end of the world, he never dared to imagine that he would have any connection with such a beautiful woman. Lin Qingxuang did not take off her high heels. She climbed onto the bed, sat directly astride Jiang Che's body, and stretched out her slender arms to hug Jiang Che's neck. It was obvious that she had listened to what Lin Wan had said to her before. She abandoned her previous so-called reserve and coldness and became proactive. Her cheeks flushed, she pursed her red lips, and finally said those words. "Master, do I look good today?" Jiang Che was about to speak when the other party's beautiful flower came up to him. The small snake took the initiative to attack and entangled the big snake. Crunch, crunch. Obviously, Jiang Che's plan to have some leisure time alone failed, and he spent this night again listening to the screams on the big bed. It's already evening. Why hasn't Ludava come back yet? Shinshin, what did you say to him? Wang Gang looked at Shinshin angrily. Ludahu is his most capable subordinate and the one who listens to him the most. In a sense, his relationship with Lu Dahu is closer than his relationship with Wang Wei. Shinshin called Lu Dahu's cell phone again. The call was always connected, but no one answered. The result was obvious. Shinshin said to Wang Gang very seriously, "Boss, I just did what you asked. Let him take a few people to Zhang's house to scout the location first, and withdraw immediately once the location is confirmed. Now Dahu hasn't come back yet. I guess he was discovered by Jiang." Wang Gang scratched his scalp with his rough hands, and dandruff floated in the air like snowflakes. "So what do you say I should do? The plan I worked so hard to come up with has been completely disrupted." Wang Gang's original plan was to have Wang Gang go to scout the area, and then raid Jiang Che's lair as soon as he left home tomorrow. Grab all the supplies and women. When he came up with this plan, Wang Gang was complacent for a long time. As a result, the plan has now failed. How can he not be angry? "Boss, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just kill that brat at the trade fair tomorrow. When the time comes, we will clean the entire 11th building and all his supplies will be ours." Wang Gang nodded, but said with some concern, "But what if that guy runs away? I've fought him before, and he's best at running away. He's as slippery as a greased rat." Shinshin smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. I will bring a group of brothers to guard outside the door, and he will not be able to escape even if he has wings." Wang Gang laughed loudly. Okay, I'll do as you say." Jiang Che had a dream in which he had a piece of tofu in his mouth. The tofu was soft and tender, but I couldn't swallow it no matter how hard I tried. It was very sticky in my mouth. Even the tofu began to affect his breathing, so he opened his eyes. He discovered that what was in his mouth was not some tender tofu, but Lin Qingxuang's extremely tender and smooth shoulder. At this moment, the other party was like a large octopus firmly attached to his body. The sexy clothes had long been torn into pieces and scattered on the bed. Lin Qingxuang was too proactive last night. She would try her best to meet all his requests, such as hand-shredded chicken, mouth-watering chicken, and kung pao chicken. Jiang Che enjoyed these 3 dishes to his heart's content. However, Jiang Che also understood that the other party must have something in mind for being so proactive. As for what he was asking for, Jiang Che already had an answer in his mind, and that was the supernatural fruit. Lin Wan's changes are obvious, and Lin Qingxuang is not blind. She can definitely see it. However, he still liked Lin Qingxuang's way of asking for things. Thinking of last night's joy, Jiang Che's big hand started to get naughty again. Lin Qingxuang was soon awakened by the mischievous big hand. Jiang Che didn't feel that he had done anything wrong and continued to play with it. He stared into Lin Qingxuang's eyes, wanting to see if she would take the initiative to make a request. Sure enough, after hesitating for a few minutes, Lin Qingxuang took the initiative to speak. "Master, I want to ask you for something." Jiang Che smiled. "Tell me, I will try my best to meet your requirements." It's just a supernatural fruit. It means nothing to him. One can be produced in 1 second, and he can't finish eating them all. But what Jiang Che didn't expect was that the other party's request was not for the supernatural fruit at all. "Master, I beg you, can you save my sister?" When Lin Qingxuang said this, her eyes were already red and her voice became a little choked. Seeing Lin Qingxuang's tearful face, Jiang Che felt a little distressed. However, Jiang Che did not agree directly, but took the initiative to ask, "Your sister? What happened to your sister?" It was also the first time that Jiang Che heard that Lin Qingxuang had a younger sister. In the past, he had seen Lin Qingxuang walking around the community alone. "My sister is a student at Gimhe University." Lin Xingxuang told Jiang Che everything about her sister's school situation. Jiang Che also frowned. Jihai University is not far from Jinjiang community, but it is not close either. It's about 10 kilometers away. Before the end of the world, this distance could be reached in less than 10 minutes by taxi. But in the end times, it is hard to predict how many horrific attacks one might encounter within 10 kilometers. To be honest, Jiang Che didn't want to rescue him. The main reason is that the risk and the benefits are not proportional. Even if the other party is a goddess who meets the system requirements, it is just unlocking a kind of material. Compared with your own life, staying alive is more important. Do you have a photo of her? Jiang Che took the initiative to ask. He was still very curious about what Lin Xingxuang's sister looked like. Lin Xingxuang nodded and hurriedly took out her mobile phone to show Jiang Che the photo of Lin Xingxue. As soon as Jiang Che saw the photo, the system prompt sounded. Name, Lin Xingxue. Appearance, 97A. Height, 93U. Purity, 100 pure and flawless. Favorability, 0 stranger. Ding. A special goddess has been detected. You can obtain rare abilities by attacking her. Chapter 30 Special Supplies, Desert Eagle. Chapter 30 Special Supplies, Desert Eagle. The photo shows Lin Xingxuang and Lin Xingxue. The two sisters are snuggling together, but they are very easy to recognize. Lin Xingxuang still had that icy face, and even in the photo between sisters, there was no trace of a smile on her face. Lin Xingxue has snow-white hair, and even her eyebrows and pupils are as white as snow. Although she is 80% similar to Lin Xingxuang, she is not as cold as her predecessor. The smile is gentle and pleasant, making people feel like a spring breeze is blowing on their faces. In terms of appearance, Lin Xingxue is even more stunning than Lin Xingxuang. But there was still a discordant spot in the photo, which Jiang Che keenly discovered. Why do you keep supporting your sister? It's like she can't stand up. Hearing Jiang Che's proactive inquiry, Lin Xingxuang's face became a little disappointed again. Xiu Xue was born with a disability in her legs. One of her legs cannot move at all, so she has been using crutches all the time. I didn't want her to live on campus at first, but she was so strong-willed that she said she didn't want to be a burden to me. Having said this, Lin Xingxuang finally couldn't help it and threw herself into Jiang Che's arms and started crying. Jiang Che thought about it and felt that it was necessary to save Lin Xingxue, not just because of her stunning appearance, or because of the system prompt. Rare abilities available. This was the first time Jiang Che had seen this kind of prompt from the system. Even when supernatural fruits were produced in the past, the system did not give any prompts. Jiang Che began to feel excited, wondering what this rare ability was. I can promise you to save your sister. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Xingxuang raised her head from Jiang Che's arms with a look of surprise. Are you serious? Did I hear you right? Her delicate hands tightly grasped Jiang Che's arm, fearing that she was hallucinating. Jiang Che patted her smooth back gently with his hand. Don't worry, you are my woman, and I will naturally go to rescue your sister, but I have to wait until I have completely dealt with the affairs of the community. Now that you have made up your mind, just say some nice words and improve Lin Xingxuang's favorability. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Che's affirmative answer, the joy on Lin Xingxuang's face was overflowing. Jiang Che, as long as you save my sister, I will do anything you ask me to do, even if it means I die. Lin Xingxuang became more and more excited as she spoke, and tears flowed unconsciously from her eyes. Jiang Che hugged Lin Xingxuang, who was crying bitterly, tightly, feeling her body trembling, and gently soothed her body. Ding. Lin Xingxuang's favorability plus 10. The current favorability has reached 100. Life and death depend on each other. Unlock special supplies. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Desert Eagle power-up version. Jiang Che was a little confused when he saw the sudden system prompt. No, it turns out that special supplies will be unlocked when the favorability reaches the top level? Jiang Che thought that this increase in favorability was of little use. It seems that there will be another way to unlock supplies in the future. Jiang Che suppressed the excitement in his heart and entered the storage space with his mind. As soon as he entered the space, Jiang Che was attracted by the well-made Desert Eagles. Jiang Che picked up a gun and removed the magazine. Then I saw that it was filled with yellow bullets. Only then did a smile appear on Jiang Che's face. If you only give guns but no bullets, then the supplies will be useless. Jiang Che didn't know much about this legend in the pistol world, only from various games. Seeing it in reality was even more shocking. The rugged gun body, large barrel, and exaggerated ejection port all indicate the incredible power of this gun. It is said that the ordinary Desert Eagle can directly penetrate the hood of a car. I wonder how much more powerful this power-enhanced version is. Jiang Che really wanted to take out a gun and try it out, but his current living environment was not suitable for shooting practice. The loud gunshots would likely arouse suspicion from other residents and might also attract unknown ferocious beasts. So Jiang Che suppressed his excitement and exited the storage space. At the same time, Lin Qingxuang had adjusted her mood and began to wipe the snot and tears from Jiang Che's chest with a tissue. This is all her masterpiece. Even when she saw it, she felt an inexplicable sense of shame in her heart. I'm sorry, I was a little too emotional and couldn't control myself. Jiang Che didn't care about this. Instead, he took out a spiritual fruit from the storage space and handed it to Lin Qingxuang. Although the other party did not ask for it, Jiang Che still gave it to him on his own initiative. After all, the other party's favorability has reached the maximum level. This kind of person is already his loyal supporter and will never betray him. Let the other person gain superpowers so that he can help you do something in the future. Looking at the supernatural fruit in front of her, Lin Qingxuang couldn't believe it. Jiang Che, you actually have supernatural fruit? Lin Qingxuang didn't know what to say at this time, even though she had been in contact with Jiang Che for some time. But she felt that she didn't understand the other person, and the other person seemed to have become more mysterious. He has endless mineral water, endless hamburgers, and even several supernatural fruits. A strong sense of security surged in her heart, as long as she stayed by Jiang Che's side, she would not have to worry about anything. Jiang Che nodded. Eat quickly. If Lin Wan has it, I won't leave you any less. Lin Qingxuang was not a pretentious person. Since Jiang Che gave it to her, she took the fruit decisively. However, an idea inexplicably came to her mind. If my sister could stay with Jiang Che, I believe she would be very happy. This morning, Jiang Che did not play the two-player game again, but went to wash up and have breakfast early. Because there is a trade fair today, he needs to arrange everything in advance. After breakfast, Jiang Che went to find Li Qingqing first to see how her leg had recovered. This time when Jiang Che came to Li Qingqing's room, she did not watch Cece's movie again. Instead, he set up a small table on the bed and drew on a tablet. The first time Jiang Che came, he discovered that there were many things related to painting in the other person's room. Jiang Che had more or less a guess about the other party's identity. She was either a student from the art academy or a homely painter. At this time, Li Qingqing's cheeks were flushed. She held a paintbrush in one hand and reached into the quilt with the other hand, fiddling with something. Jiang Che didn't make any sound. He just wanted to see what the other person was drawing and why he was so excited. When he moved his eyes to the tablet, he saw a black and white comic draft. The painting was quite immodest, showing a man and a woman doing something indescribable. The images are extremely explosive. Big opening and closing. Full of tension. However, it must be said that Li Qingqing's paintings are of a very high standard. Just one glance at them can arouse the desires in people's hearts. For a moment, Jiang Che was fascinated by what he saw. But for some reason, the more Jiang Che looked at the characters in the comics, the more familiar they seemed to him. The girl has a pear-shaped figure, especially the miniskirt and big butt, which look exactly like her. The boy was dressed in black and looked handsome and delicate. Although there was an evil smile on his face, Jiang Che could still see some of his own shadow in the other person. No, this little slut actually used his image to draw a book? Although the heroine is herself, is this really appropriate? Li Qingqing's eyes became more and more blurred, her breathing gradually quickened, and her face became so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Jiang Che knew that if he didn't speak up, Li Qingqing would probably fly into the clouds. So Jiang Che pretended to have just come in and quickly coughed. Hearing a cough next to her, Li Qingqing quickly locked the tablet screen. When she turned around, she saw Jiang Che standing behind her, and her little face turned red and white with fright. She waved her little hands wildly, and her little head was working frantically, as if trying to find a suitable reason to explain her previous behavior. No, listen to my explanation. I really didn't draw anything. Chapter 31 Mutation. Think quickly, you stupid fool. You must come up with a reasonable excuse to get away with it. Li Qingqing was screaming madly in her heart. Facing Jiang Che's weird eyes, the pressure in her heart doubled. Although the temperature was still a little cold, Li Qingqing's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. I was just writing. That's right. I was just practicing writing. Jiang Che looked at the other person's panicked appearance and did not expose him but instead showed a playful smile. Oh, is that so? Oh my god. The other party must have seen everything. The image of me as a pure little girl in his mind must have collapsed. It's over. It's over. He must think I'm a shameless woman. Li Qingqing was thinking wildly in her mind, feeling a deep sense of regret. But Jiang Che had no idea what the other person was thinking. He walked to his side and planned to lift the quilt to check the wound. But Li Qingqing had come to her senses by now, and she quickly stretched out her hands and pressed the quilt down tightly. No. Wait a minute, I'm not wearing pants. But Jiang Che didn't care at all. When he examined Li Qingqing for the first time, he had already seen everything about her. Besides, it's the end of the world, so why would there be so many rules? Even if you go out running naked, not many people will make a fuss. Ignoring the other party's obstruction, he directly lifted the quilt. A pair of fleshy white legs were exposed in front of Jiang Che. Straight and white. Anyone who sees it would want to try it out. But the other person was not wearing anything. He was still wearing a pair of blue elephant underwear. If an adult man wore it, it would look very childish, but since this is worn by a beautiful girl exuding youthfulness, it looks very childlike. Li Qingqing's face suddenly turned red to her ears. Become shy, silent, and stop talking. Jiang Che looked at the wound covered with gauze. Well, the wound has almost healed. Can you walk now? Li Qingqing blushed and nodded. It's okay, but it still hurts a little bit. Jiang Che, okay, I'll change your medicine for the last time today. When she heard that this was the last time to change the dressing, Li Qingqing felt inexplicably panicked. After these few contacts, Li Qingqing has found herself slowly falling in love with the man in front of her. Even in my dreams, I was making love with the man in front of me. The paintings she drew were not random, but were based on what really happened in her dreams. Li Qingqing twisted her hands together, raised her eyes and asked, "Will you come tomorrow?" Jiang Che glanced at Li Qingqing directly. What she was saying was just nonsense. If she didn't come, what was he wasting his energy for these few days? What about charity? Jiang Che planned to take Li Qingqing in as well when he came next time. After all, I have changed the other party's medicine so many times and provided him with water and food, and it is time to reap the harvest. Just like usual, leave food and water, but this time leave a lot of water. You need to clean up tomorrow and wait for me to come over, okay? Jiang Che was not afraid that the other party would run away directly. As long as the other party was still in this building, she would never escape his mental detection. If the other party is really not afraid of death and escapes out of the building, then he has nothing to say. If you accept that kind of stupid woman, it may pollute your brain. After leaving Li Qingqing's house, Jiang Che directly turned on the mental detection, wanting to see what Big Mouth's current condition was. After all, I left 200 or 300 spiritual fruits for Big Mouth yesterday, so his strength should have made a qualitative leap. When Jiang Che looked at the 27th floor, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because what he saw was no longer the faint fluorescence from before, but a raging flame dancing in the air. Dazzling. Eye-catching. There is no doubt that Big Mouth's current level of supernatural powers must be far beyond his own. But he was not sure whether he had reached the level of the cow cat. After all, he had not yet detected the energy density of the cow cat. Through mental detection, it is no longer possible to see Big Mouth's appearance clearly. Jiang Che felt it and found that his previous mental chains were still effective, so he planned to go and see what the Big Mouth looked like now. Flashing into 2703. Jiang Che saw that Big Mouth's body had undergone a drastic change at this time. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Che was so shocked that he couldn't help but sigh. The mouth, which was originally the size of a buffalo, has now become so large that it can touch the roof if it stands up slightly. The body is now comparable to that of the original cow cat. However, the opponent's biggest change is not in body shape. But the body structure has changed. Its head gradually deformed, its lower jaw protruded forward, and its fangs grew longer, just like a hellhound. 2 lumps also appeared on both sides of the neck, as if something was about to grow out of them. The moment Jiang Che appeared, Big Mouth opened his scarlet eyes. The aura revealed just when he was resting was already quite terrifying. He lay on the ground, stretched lazily, and kicked the furniture in the room into pieces with his limbs. Can we still leave the room? As soon as this thought came into Jiang Che's mind, Big Mouth seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. It barked twice, and its body began to shrink rapidly, turning back into the appearance of a puppy. She kept rubbing against Jiang Che's feet, showing her intimacy. Jiang Che's face lit up with joy. This ability is really great. Disguised as a puppy, it can also give others an unexpected surprise. No one could have imagined that the seemingly harmless puppy was actually a top-level ferocious beast. Jiang Che took out a few more supernatural fruits from the space and placed them in front of Big Mouth, wanting him to continue to improve his strength. But Big Mouth just sniffed it and ran away in disgust. Jiang Che was a little surprised. Now that you are stronger, you no longer value this kind of fruit? As soon as Jiang Che finished saying this, Big Mouth actually called out twice and nodded. This action surprised Jiang Che even more, as it meant that Big Mouth could understand what he said. Is this the change that the spirit fruit brings to Big Mouth? If I feed it other supernatural fruits in the future, will it be possible for Big Mouth to continue to evolve? Jiang Che thought it was very likely, so he planned to wait until the next time he opened a new supernatural fruit and try it on Big Mouth. Come with me later. Remember, you are not allowed to show your true form or attack anyone without my permission. Jiang Che must restrict his Big Mouth now. It is too dangerous now. Perhaps an unintentional claw can kill a group of people. Big Mouth also nodded quickly, obeying Jiang Che's request 100%. Jiang Che felt much more relieved. Seeing that it was almost noon, Jiang Che took Dezue back to 3001. The two girls were a little curious to see a puppy following Jiang Che. Boss, I didn't expect there are still puppies in this apocalypse. They are so cute. Lin Wan stretched out her hand with a smile on her face, wanting to hug Dazue. But he was stopped by Jiang Che. It's not an ordinary dog. It's a mutant beast. Jiang Che's tone was very serious, and he didn't sound like he was joking. The smile on Lin Wan's face froze instantly, and she quickly took a few steps back. She had seen with her own eyes how terrifying the mutated beast was. Looking at Big Mouth again at this time, his eyes were already filled with fear. Chapter 32 Chenrong. Jiang Che didn't pay much attention to the two women's reactions, but instead focused his attention on Dazue. I am its master, and I also hold its lifeline in my hands, so naturally the other party dare not resist. But the two women were more like prey to Big Mouth. Jiang Che was not sure whether Big Mouth would explode or not, so he was ready to activate the mental chain to control him at any time. But as time passed, Big Mouth didn't move at all. Instead, it wandered around the room like a puppy patrolling its territory. Seeing this scene, Jiang Che finally felt relieved. Next, I'm going to attend the trade fair in the community. I don't know exactly when I'll be back. Jiang Che turned around and gave instructions to the two women. I will leave some food for you. Now that you have all consumed the supernatural fruit and gained spiritual detection, you must always pay attention to the movements around you. If anyone wants to cause trouble here while I'm away, you must notify me in time. Jiang Che was also a little worried because the conflict between him and Wang Gang was irreconcilable. The other party has a lot of people and is likely to take advantage of my absence to cause trouble. It would be terrible if the two goddesses bound to him met with evil, causing all the supplies he obtained to disappear. However, it is not possible to take the two women to the trade fair together. After all, it is too dangerous, and I cannot guarantee that I can fully protect the two women. Don't worry, boss. Sister Qingshuang and I will definitely wait for you to come back. Well, Jiang Che, we will wait for you. Lin Wan still had that professional smile on her face. Although Lin Qingshuang still had a cold expression on her face, the extremely favorable impression and concerned look on the data panel could not be hidden. However, Jiang Che was still a little surprised to hear Lin Wan address Lin Qingshuang. Lin Wan is quite capable in dealing with others. Lin Qingshuang is such a proud girl, but she calls her sister after only a few days of contact. But Jiang Che didn't care. He has the final say in this family. No matter whether he gets along well with the women under him or not, as long as he doesn't say anything, there will never be any conflicts in this family. After leaving enough food and water, Jiang Che left the room with Big Mouth. This was the first time Jiang Che walked into the community after the end of the world. The previous time when he saved Lin Wan doesn't count. After all, he just wandered around the door for a while. This time, I actually walked into the community covered by black fog. The familiar road environment has undergone tremendous changes. Jiang Che discovered that the strange plant not only penetrated deep into the building, but also destroyed the earth. There are many vertical and horizontal cracks on the ground, some of which are even 5 or 6 meters deep, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb out if they fall in. Jiang Che used his mental detection throughout the entire process, and was able to fully observe all situations within a radius of 30 meters. It not only allows him to observe the route well, but also prevents sneak attacks from unknown monsters in the black fog. He didn't want to be attacked by a cow cat again like last time. However, the journey to the property building was quite smooth this time, and we didn't encounter any ferocious beast along the way. Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. There are only a few people who keep pets in Jinjiang community, so why didn't I encounter any ferocious beasts after walking so far? Is there something that attracted them away, or have they already left the area? Jiang Che was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, not encountering any ferocious beasts was a good thing. As soon as he entered the property building, Jiang Che saw a large group of people gathered in the building. This was the first time Jiang Che saw so many people gathered together after the end of the world. Originally, the people who lived in Jinjiang community were either rich or noble. After all, those who could afford to buy a house here were not ordinary people. But now everyone is sloppy. It is normal not to wash your hair, face, or brush your teeth. After all, water resources are too precious nowadays. Jiang Che's eyes kept scanning the people around him. Seeing some people taking out their things and starting to sell them, it was obvious that the trade fair had already begun. A top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S350 I just bought. The range is less than 50 kilometers. I'll trade it for a box of bread. This is a fat man wearing a leather jacket. Although he looks a little listless, his voice is still powerful. He kept waving the shiny Mercedes-Benz keys in his hand. There are indeed many people around me who are jealous. The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S350 cost less than 2 million before the end of the world. Now they are only selling one box of bread. How can people not be tempted? But no matter how tempted one is, few people can afford a box of bread right now. Jiang Che continued to walk inside. wanting to see if the person who had called Xiaobai, work hard, had come, and also wanted to see if there was anything he wanted to exchange. Although Jiang Che is a community service worker in the community, few people can recognize him. After all, he is just a small figure. Even if he has met these bosses, they will forget about him within a day. Before he had walked far, Jiang Che heard a quarrel coming from not far away. What's wrong with my grandson eating a bite of your bread? You want to blackmail us too? You uneducated bastard. Don't you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? A sharp voice sounded, attracting the attention of many people present. I saw a skinny young man slumped on the ground, holding half a piece of bread in his hand, with despair in his eyes. Standing opposite him with a proud look on her face was a middle-aged woman, holding a little boy with puffy cheeks in her hands. Jiang Che only took one look and a smile appeared on his face. He actually knew these two grandparents and grandchildren. They are Chen Rong from the neighborhood committee and her grandson Xiaohu. Neither of these two is an easy target to deal with. Jiang Che didn't need to think twice and knew that this young man must have been bullied. The young man said in despair, "Respect the old and love the young? You're telling me to respect the old and love the young? I'm using this to change my medication. I have asthma. If I can't change my medication, I'll die. Are you telling me to respect the old and love the young?" Even though the other party said so, there was no trace of shame on Shenrong's face. So what? It's your own fault that you can't get the medicine. Why are you yelling at me? Get out of my way right now. I'm the director of the neighborhood committee. Be careful or I'll get someone to beat you up. As Shenrong spoke, she stretched out her foot and kicked the young man hard. Her shrewish nature is clearly revealed. At this time, everyone present could see that it was this old shrew who was bullying others, but no one came out to intervene. After all, it's the end of the world now. It's hard enough to just mind your own business, so how can you have the energy to care about others? The young man was stimulated by Chen Rong's words and his breathing became rapid. He grabbed his throat with one hand and reached out to Chen Rong with the other. Chen Rong was so frightened that she stepped back, still explaining to the people watching the fun around her. You all saw it, he got sick on his own, it has nothing to do with me. And you still want to blackmail me? This kind of person deserves to die. Chapter 33. Do you really think I'm made of clay? The young man looked at Chen Rong with hatred in his eyes. The reason why I got sick was all because of this old woman. At this time, a group of people had gathered around. He stretched out his hand and tried to ask for help from the people around him. He had made an appointment with someone to exchange bread for asthma medicine. As long as the other party is willing to lend a helping hand, he can survive. Help me. He pinched his throat with his hands and managed to utter these words as his breathing became increasingly rapid. But everyone around him stayed away from him, for fear of being contaminated by this bad luck. Jiang Che looked at the situation in front of him and did not make any move, mainly because it was useless for him to come out, as he did not have any medicine to treat asthma. When the end of the world comes, the first people to be eliminated will be those with physical illnesses. The other party is very lucky to be alive until now. Not long after, the young man died completely. Before he died, his eyes were still fixed on Shenrong, and his hand was tightly holding the half-eaten bread. At this time, a masked man rushed out from the crowd, directly pried open the corpse's fingers, and tried to snatch the bread from his hand. Hey, what are you doing? This bread is left over from my grandson's meal, so I have to give it to my grandson first. Shenrong also came over and competed with the masked man for the piece of bread. But this man is not as weak as the young man before. He doesn't care whether the other person is an old man or the director of the neighborhood committee. He kicked Shenrong hard in the stomach. Fuck you. Damn old woman. Are you looking for death? While stuffing the bread into his mouth, he raised his fist and hit Shenrong. It was obvious that the man was so hungry that he didn't care about anything else. Help. Someone is killing me. Neighbors, please stop him. Shenrong kept calling for help, but no one cared about her. Her previous evil deeds were also seen by the people around her. It's good enough that you didn't join the fight, but why did you save her? The masked man fought for a while, and perhaps because he was tired, he stood up and ran into the crowd. Jiang Che's attention was not on this farce. He took advantage of the fact that there were many people around and kept observing. Name, Wang Rui. Appearance, 42. Body size, 33. Purity, 100. Favorability, 0. Evaluation, does not meet the minimum system requirements. Name, Su Ran. Appearance, 14L. Body size, 12. Purity, 100. Favorability, 0. Evaluation, does not meet the minimum system requirements. Although there are many women, most of them do not conform to the system. Jiang Che's wish to gather a few goddesses here and provide them with food and accommodation may be dashed. I remember there were a lot of beautiful women in the neighborhood. Why can't I see any now? Jiang Che felt a little depressed. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to that Xiaobai Noli. Jiang Che, I'm at the trade fair. Where are you? After discovering the news, he turned on mental detection and continued to observe the people at the scene, trying to directly identify this netizen he had never met. He didn't want to be in a passive state in everything, so by finding the other party in advance, Jiang Che could also take the initiative in the negotiations. Soon, Jiang Che saw an old lady wearing a retro woolen coat, a mask and sunglasses, taking out a mobile phone. Through the chat records on the other party's phone, Jiang Che could confirm that the other party was the one he wanted to trade with. No, the other party is actually an old lady. The old lady can actually use emoticons to act cute? Jiang Che couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just when he was about to exit the mental detection, the system prompt sounded again. Name, Yue. Appearance, 96er. Body size, 89. Purity, 100. Favorability, 10. Evaluation, meets system requirements. Host binding is recommended. Jiang Che was a little dumbfounded when he saw the other party's exaggerated data. Isn't the other person just an old lady? How can she be so pretty? Jiang Che soon realized that the other party was pretending. In order to hide her appearance, she pretends to be old. Jiang Che couldn't help but reveal admiration on his face. This girl is really smart. In a peaceful society, good looks and a good figure are innate advantages, but in the end times, these advantages may very likely become one's death warrant. When his phone vibrated, Jiang Che knew that the other party must have replied to his message. But Jiang Che didn't plan to look at it. He just walked over and went to exchange supplies with the other party. Yue was looking at the screen of her mobile phone at this moment, feeling very anxious. Why haven't you replied yet? I'm getting so anxious waiting. She just saw such a horrifying scene. A living person died right in front of her. This gave her an indescribable fear of the end of the world. Now she just wanted to quickly exchange the supplies and leave this troubled place. Just as she was waiting anxiously, her shoulder was suddenly pinched by a big hand. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. It's over. Am I being targeted? I deliberately made myself look ugly, but there is still someone who desires me. Yue was so frightened that she didn't care about anything else and just wanted to escape. But at this moment, a gentle voice came into her ears. You are Xiaobai needs to work hard, right? Yue was shocked again. She could understand that the other party had desire for her, but she was confused as to how the other party knew her online name. When she turned around, a handsome face came into her sight. This person looked so familiar. After thinking carefully, Yue tried to say, Are you the one who wants to trade with me? Jiang Che. Jiang Che was about to nod in agreement when a harsh voice sounded not far away. Jiang Che. Jiang Che. How dare you show up? At this time, Rong, who was beaten black and blue, walked over angrily. As she shouted, everyone noticed Jiang Che. Who is Jiang Che? He is the richest man in the group, surrounded by beautiful women every day, with endless burgers to eat and water to drink. Most of the people here actually came for Jiang Che. They also wanted to use their few supplies to exchange for water and food from Jiang Che. Jiang Che, I asked you to give me the supplies. Why didn't you give them to me? And you even blocked me. Jiang Che used to work under her, so Rong's attitude towards Jiang Che unconsciously became stronger. You have plenty of water and hamburgers. Give them to me now. My grandson and I are starving to death. Rong looked at Jiang Che with a bad face, and even her grandson Xiaohu came up and kept beating Jiang Che's body. Quick, quick, get some food. Otherwise I'll kill you. Xiaohu cursed and yelled in a childish voice. Just like his grandmother Rong, he did not regard Jiang Che as a human being at all and thought that Jiang Che could be manipulated by them at will. Chapter 34 Jiang Che is a liar. Jiang Che's identity was exposed by Rong on the spot. The entire property hall was instantly boiling with countless pairs of eyes focused on it. Jiang Che immediately became the target of public criticism, with discussions rising all around him. He's Jiang Che. A fat man with an oily face licked his cracked lips, the bastard who posts photos of hamburgers in the group every day. That's all he looks like? A young man with dyed yellow hair looked at Jiang Che sourly. He's not even half as handsome as me. How can he have such good food and drinks every day, and have two beautiful women following him? The most irritating thing was the few skinny residents in the corner, who stared at Big Mouth who was following Jiang Che, with dangerous light flashing in their eyes. People are almost starving to death, but he still has some spare food to feed his dog. A middle-aged man with a hunchback kept swallowing his saliva. I heard that dog meat is very nutritious, especially this kind of puppy. You can even suck out water from the bones when you eat it. His companion next to him continued in a sinister tone. Although they all tried their best to keep their voices down, who was Jiang Che? The physical enhancement has reached the second level, and it even has the ability of mental detection. Everything they said entered Jiang Che's ears without missing a word. The crowd surged towards Jiang Che like a tide. The residents who were originally there to watch the fun now had red eyes and surrounded Jiang Che in 3 layers inside and outside, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. Some people even had the idea of taking advantage of Big Mouth. Chenrong looked around and felt something was not right. She was clearly the one who came here to ask for something, so why were these people coming over? Were they here to steal her things? No. Jiang Che's food belongs to himself and his grandson. These people can't take it away. Thinking of this, Chenrong turned her attention to the residents around her. Why are you pushing? Jiang Che's supplies all belong to the neighborhood committee. Anyone who dares to steal them will be destroying the stability of the community. This old shrew is smart enough to use the neighborhood committee's banner. A few timid residents shrank their necks when they heard this, but most people simply didn't buy it. In the end times, who would care about the neighborhood committee? The neighborhood committee usually has some authority in the community, and some timid people are really scared when they hear the name of the neighborhood committee. However, most people are still brave. Who knows if the world can restore order? So they don't take the old lady Chenrong seriously at all. Brother Jiang. A burly man suddenly squeezed to the front row and took out a few tablets from his pocket. I have antipyretic and gastrointestinal medicine here. Do you want to exchange them? Everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Che. Jiang Che only said in the group that he would collect the black fruit, but it was not known whether he would exchange it for other things. If Jiang Che gave in, it would also mean that they would have the opportunity to exchange for some hamburgers and mineral water. Jiang Che looked at the person who was speaking and nodded. A complete box of medicine. Jiang Che's voice was particularly clear in the silence, in exchange for 5 hamburgers and 5 bottles of water. Boom. The crowd suddenly exploded. How can this be a transaction? It's clearly a gesture of warmth. The sturdy man's face turned red with excitement, and he took out 3 boxes of medicine tremblingly. Brother Jiang, I have 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. A thin young man suddenly raised the bottle. The dust on the bottle could not cover the eye-catching 1982. Jiang Che's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he had only seen this kind of wine in TV dramas, but he didn't expect to be able to taste it in the end times. 10 servings, he quoted without hesitation. The young man cried with joy, and his face, which had turned blue from hunger, suddenly turned red. This completely ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. I have imported chocolate at home. I have unopened cosmetics. I have a gold bracelet. Jiang Che never refused anything that came his way. As long as it was something useful, he was willing to exchange it for supplies. The sounds of transactions came one after another, and the entire property hall was strangely full of life. People temporarily forgot the fear of the end of the world and rushed to take out their savings. Chenrong was pushed into the corner, looking at the carnival with a distorted old face, her dry lips trembling constantly. This young man Jiang Che is really unreliable. He actually used food to exchange for these flashy things. If he continues to exchange like this, my hamburgers and water will be ruined by him. From beginning to end, Jiang Che had never paid any attention to Chenrong, but she had already regarded all of Jiang Che's supplies as hers. Yell, yell, yell. What are you yelling for? Those supplies are mine. Jiang Che has no right to dispose of them. All of you get out of here. Don't even think about exchanging your garbage for my burgers. Chenrong is worthy of being the director of the neighborhood committee. Her voice is ridiculously loud when she shouts. In an instant, it drowned out the chaotic noise in the entire venue. This immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. You old fool. A big man with a face full of flesh interrupted her directly. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can decide Brother Jiang's supplies? That's right. Why didn't I realize before that this old man is so shameless? Several old sisters who used to play mahjong with Chenrong were cursing the most fiercely at this moment, and one of them even spat at her. People are like this. When you infringe on the interests of others, no matter how good your relationship was before, the other party will turn against you. Jiang Che watched this scene with a smile on his face. He had long disliked Chenrong and was determined to take advantage of her misfortune now. Everyone, stop cursing and listen to me. Jiang Che shouted loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention back. After all, everyone wants to exchange supplies with Jiang Che, so they have to give Jiang Che some face when he speaks. I have been putting up with this old woman for a long time. When I was working, she always made things difficult for me. Now I am offering a reward. If anyone can help me teach her a lesson, I will give her 10 burgers as a reward. After Jiang Che finished saying this, the hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Chenrong, all of them with ferocious glares, like wolves seeing a piece of bloody fat meat. Chenrong's face turned pale and she was a little panicked at the moment. She hurriedly pulled her grandson back. No. What do you want to do? You can't listen to him. You are breaking the law. But at this moment, no one would listen to her nonsense. They hadn't eaten for several days. Beating you up in exchange for 10 hamburgers was too tempting. Before the young man could make a move, several middle-aged women rushed out from the crowd. These people usually work in cahoots with Chen Rong, but they are so ruthless. He was slapped in the face like crazy, his hair was pulled, and his clothes were torn. Everyone was stunned, thinking that Chen Rong had some deep hatred with him. "Ah, don't hit my face," Chen Rong screamed, and suddenly pushed her grandson Xiaohu in front of her to serve as a meat shield. The child was so scared that he started crying loudly, but she was only concerned with protecting her own old face. We can usually see how much she loves her grandson, but from her current actions, we can tell that her love for her grandson was all fake. The property security team is actually always there, but they didn't dare to stop it at all. Originally, they thought that by holding this kind of trade fair, they could get a commission on the goods. But people nowadays have no bottom line at all, and the originally high-quality people have become mobs. Now supplies are their lives. If you want to withhold supplies, you will be asking for their lives. Just as the crowd was growing louder and louder, a discordant voice was heard. "Don't be fooled by this guy. This guy named Jiang Che is a complete liar." The crowd automatically parted, and Wang Gang was seen walking towards them aggressively with a dozen of his younger brothers. His body was covered in muscles and his skin had a strange metallic sheen. Chapter 35, Fence-Sitter. Wang Gang's prestige in Xinjiang community cannot be underestimated. This former street thug transformed himself into a savior after the end of the world. He carefully cultivated his persona, taking in the homeless and sharing scarce supplies, which made many residents grateful to him. "Brother Wang Gang, why do you say Jiang Che is a liar?" At this time, no one was willing to care about Chen Rong who was dying on the ground, and they all asked Wang Gang in confusion. Think about it. Wang Gang's voice was full of temptation. This guy said he wanted to exchange supplies, but look at what he brought. He deliberately circled around Jiang Che. "You come here to trade empty-handed? You're clearly trying to swindle away your precious materials." After Wang Gang's reminder, everyone looked at Jiang Che with a changed look. "That's right. It's said here that this is a materials trade fair, and you didn't bring any materials, yet you came here and promised us so many hamburgers and mineral water. This is just to deceive the stupid boy. Does Jiang Che really have these things?" Everyone looked at Jiang Che with suspicion in their eyes. Even Bai Yue tightly grasped the package in her hand and took a step away from Jiang Che. "He promised me 15 burgers and 15 bottles of mineral water. Could he be lying to me? If so, it's really too abominable." Bai Yue couldn't help but start complaining about Jiang Che in her heart. Wang Gang was very happy watching everyone's performance. He opened his arms and said to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, our mutual aid association is now thriving, and every member has the most basic protection. Now I solemnly extend an invitation to everyone. As long as you hand in your own supplies, you can join our big family of mutual aid. Then we will share the supplies together and everyone can eat and drink well." Wang Gang's words sounded righteous, and the vision he described made many people eager to take action. If you join a mutual aid society and you won't have to worry about food and drink, I believe everyone will flock to it. Wang Gang saw that these people were still more or less hesitant, and he knew that they probably still had some supplies in their hands. He was going to add fuel to the fire. He took a big black bag from his younger brother and opened it to everyone. "Everyone, look, this is the meat our mutual aid association got from hunting the ferocious beasts in the black fog. It's all very delicious and will not be corroded by the black fog. As long as our mutual aid association can continue to grow, we will have endless jerky to eat. You can trust me." The fat on the dried meat glowed attractively under the light, and the sweet and fishy aroma of meat filled the hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bag of meat. The shape of the dried meat was a bit strange, with scattered long and thin joints. It did not look like the joints of a large ferocious beast. However, since everyone had seen what the meat of large ferocious beasts looked like, they could not say anything to refute it. "Join us." Wang Gang suddenly raised his voice. "These are all yours." He grabbed a handful of dried meat and threw it into the crowd, causing a frenzy of scramble. Seeing Wang Gang's sincerity, most people at the scene no longer hesitated and raised their hands. "Brother Wang Gang, I am willing to join the Mutual Aid Association. I have a box of bread here, and I am willing to donate it to the Mutual Aid Association." "Brother Wang Gang, I'll join in too. I only have 2 bottles of juice." "Brother Wang Gang, I have 4 boxes of condoms here. I'm willing to donate them and join the Mutual Aid Association." Wang Gang's face was full of hearty smiles. He never refuses anyone who comes to him for help, and is willing to join him regardless of whether or not you have supplies. Of course, when we follow him back to his base, he will have the final say on how to deal with these people. Wang Gang even glanced in Jiang Che's direction provocatively. Did the other party still want to obtain supplies? I took all of it away from him. When he thought of this, Wang Gang felt extremely happy in his heart, and the smile on his face became more and more uncontrollable. Jiang Che looked at the people in front of him who had all turned against him, but he was not panicked and still maintained a calm smile. He reached out and grabbed Bai Yue, who was trying to sneak away, and held her tightly in his arms. This supernatural fruit is the most important thing in the entire venue, and all the other miscellaneous items are dispensable to him. Bai Yue wanted to break free from Jiang Che's restraints, but his arms were like steel bars, and no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Let me go, or I'll call for help. Bai Yue stared at Jiang Che fiercely with her small phoenix eyes. Her distrust of Jiang Che had now reached its extreme. I just want to get away from this bad guy as soon as possible. Jiang Che didn't care about the struggle of the girl in his arms at all. Her strength was just like a tickle to him. You said I didn't have any supplies. You were lying, right? Jiang Che said to Wang Gang calmly. Wang Gang laughed. Young man, I don't look down on you, but why don't you take one out and brag about it? In order to please Wang Gang, the residents who had already taken refuge with him began to mock Jiang Che one by one. This guy named Jiang, judging from the crowd, he probably has already cleaned up all the supplies. That's right, what Brother Wang Gang said was true. He wanted to cheat us of our supplies. If it weren't for Brother Wang's timely reminder, I would have really fallen into his trap. Joining the Mutual Aid Association is our real choice. Thank you, Brother Wang Gang. Wang Gang laughed nonstop when he heard everyone praising him. What he liked most was the feeling of being praised by others. Jiang Che ignored the sarcasm of these fence-sitters and took out a steaming hamburger from the space with a wave of his hand. I left in a hurry at noon. I'm a little hungry. I'd better eat something first. Jiang Che gently peeled off the tin foil and began to enjoy the double beef burger. Seeing Jiang Che's actions, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared in amazement as Jiang Che took bites of the burger, juice splashing everywhere and the aroma of meat filling the air. No way, conjuring a hamburger out of thin air? How did he do that? A person with superpowers. He must be a person with superpowers. I didn't expect that there is another person with superpowers besides Wang Gang in our community. Space ability. It must be space ability. He must have a lot of hamburgers and water stored in his space. No wonder he can live so freely. He must have stockpiled supplies before the end of the world. The sound of people swallowing saliva could be heard one after another in the hall. Bai Yue, who was closest to the hamburger, felt even more uncomfortable. The aroma of the hamburger kept penetrating into her nostrils, making her mask what with her saliva. At this moment, everyone understood that Jiang Che was not bragging before. The other party really had supplies, and the other party really had strength. Some people who had not yet handed over the supplies to me started walking towards Jiang Che again. Brother Jiang? Can we change the red wine we had before? Jiang Che looked at the eager eyes of the crowd and did not indulge them. Didn't you just like to be a fence-sitter? Now you just wait obediently. Those people standing behind Wang Gang were regretting their decision to the core. Why was I so impatient just now? If I had known earlier, I would have waited a little longer and I could have had a hamburger. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world for them to take, so they can only go down the same path forever. I hope the Mutual Aid Association is really as Wang Gang said. If it is true, we will be satisfied. This thought couldn't help but come to everyone's mind. There was no other way. I had no supplies left at this time. I couldn't turn against Wang Gang, so I could only comfort myself in this way. But Jiang Che didn't want to let these people go, and he also wanted to teach Wang Gang a lesson. You also know that Wang Gang went to building number 9 to offer warmth before. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. But everyone was very confused as to why Jiang Che would bring up this matter at this moment. Jiang Che showed a playful smile on his face. There shouldn't be anyone here from Building 9. Hearing Jiang Che's words, everyone was stunned, and then shocked. What does Jiang Che mean? Does he want to ask, what did Wang Gang do to the residents of Building number 9? Come on, fellow residents, please don't disbelieve me. Who here lives in Building 9? Raise your hands. Jiang Che shouted to the crowd while eating a hamburger. The expression on his face was extremely relaxed and comfortable. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Something strange had happened and not a single person raised their hand. Chapter 36 Threat. That's true. My cousin originally lived in Building 9. After Wang Gang moved to Building 9, she has never sent me any messages. A middle-aged woman whispered to the people around her, a look of horror on her face. With this middle-aged woman taking the lead, the whole crowd became lively. My cousin and his family are also in Building 9, and we haven't been able to contact them for 3 days. My girlfriend is the same. They were still sending messages in the group the day Wang Gang brought his men there, but there was no movement at all the next day. Yes, my friend disappeared after that too. Several people came forward to testify that they had lost contact with their relatives and friends in Building 9. What they said were all very detailed, and they all pointed out that they lost contact after Wang Gang went to Building number 9. In an instant, the whole hall became panic-stricken. Listening to everyone's comments, Wang Gang's face became darker and darker. He was indeed the one who did this, and he also understood why Jiang Che knew about it. Because the day he went to Building number 9 to hunt, was also the day Jiang Che snatched Lin Wan away from him. But he couldn't admit it. The image he had worked so hard to build in the community couldn't be ruined. Otherwise, who would take the initiative to come to him? How could he get others to contribute food to him? However, the way everyone looks at Wang Gang has changed. That look was like looking at a serial killer, with fear and disgust mixed in. The people who still had supplies in their hands began to move slowly towards the side away from Wang Gang. Even those people standing behind Wang Gang who had just joined the Mutual Aid Society began to look hesitant. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is a complete liar. Wang Gang's face flushed, veins on his forehead bulged, and his pair of copper bell-like eyes stared at the crowd. I did go to building number 9 that day, but I didn't see anyone. But as soon as Wang Gang finished speaking, someone stood up to refute him. You're lying. My girlfriend said she saw you knocking on the door. She also said she would share some of the supplies with me after she got them. It was you who killed all the people in building 9. This sentence can be said to have caused 1,000 waves. Wang Gang had no way to explain this. He had confiscated the cell phones before killing someone, but he didn't expect that someone would still find out the clues. Wang Gang's eyes were fixed on the man who had just refuted him, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat him. Well, I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I just remembered that I have an 80-year-old mother at home waiting for me to go back and take care of her. Can I take back my 2 bottles of water and not join the Mutual Aid Association for now? A young man with dyed yellow hair walked out of the crowd and looked at Wang Gang with guilt on his face, his eyes full of longing for his old mother at home. Wang Gang was so angry at Wang Mao's words that his veins were throbbing. Although he was a little stupid, he was not stupid. This young man looks to be in his early 20s. How could he have an 80-year-old mother? It's obvious that she is lying to him. The yellow-haired man looked at Wang Gang without saying anything, his pair of sinister eyes fixed on him. He swallowed nervously, but still reached out to take the 2 bottles of water he had handed in earlier. There was no other way. This was the last source of water in his home. He really couldn't bear to give it to Wang Gang for no reason. But just as he was about to touch the water, a sharp sound of breaking wind came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a huge black fist coming towards him. The punch was so fast that even a fit athlete would not be able to dodge it, let alone an ordinary person who couldn't even get enough food. The yellow-haired boy's pupil shrank slightly and he was about to scream. There was only a plop sound. The fist penetrated directly into the young man's back and burst out from his chest. Blood plasma spurted all over the ground, and pieces of flesh and broken bones flew everywhere. The one who threw this punch was Wang Gang. He was a man with a bad temper, and after gaining superpowers, his temper became even worse. He could not tolerate betrayal from anyone. Now that he has lost the trust of the residents, he simply stops covering it up. He will kill anyone who dares to disobey him. Everyone was frightened by the bloody scene before them and screamed. Ah, murder. Really? Someone is really dead. Most of them are high-income people and social elites working in high-end office buildings. They have never seen such a brutal and bloody scene. Property management. Where is the property security? Didn't you say you would protect our safety now? Yes. Your property management is supposed to protect the safety of the owners. Quickly, tie up this murderer. The property security personnel, who originally had a very low presence, were remembered by the residents. The property staff had already hidden in the corner of the room, not daring to make any sound. They can't even control ordinary people, so how dare they provoke Wang Gang, a person with superpowers? They were trying to sneak out of the property building through the back door, but for some reason, the back door that had been accessible just now could not be opened no matter how hard they pushed. Shut up, everyone. Wang Gang's roar instantly shocked the entire audience. Suddenly, no one dared to scream anymore and everyone covered their mouths. Damn it. What do you think my mutual aid club is? You can come and go as you please. Wang Gang's cold tone frightened everyone, and he glanced at the people around him with vicious eyes. His original ruffian nature was fully exposed. None of you can escape today. I tell you the truth, the outside has been surrounded by the Mutual Aid Association. If you don't join the Mutual Aid Association, the only consequence is death. Hearing Wang Gang's words, everyone was frightened and turned even paler. This made everyone's fear of Wang Gang reach its peak. Looking at the people in front of him like frightened chicks, Wang Gang finally showed a ferocious smile on his face. Then he looked at Jiang Che. Little bastard, they still have a choice today, but you don't. Even if you offer all your women to me, you must die today. His hatred for Jiang Che had almost solidified into substance. This guy named Jiang always goes against him, steals his women, and destroys his image in the hearts of the residents. It's simply unforgivable. Just when Wang Gang was about to start a killing spree, outside the property building, Qinshin was carefully observing the movements in the black fog. Just then, a young man ran up to him, panting. How's it going? Qinshin's voice was very calm and seemingly unperturbed, but his slightly sweaty palms still revealed the nervousness in his heart. Don't worry, Brother Chun. I have locked all the doors of the property building. They will not be able to get out for a while. Chen nodded, then turned and looked behind him. There stood a man in a black robe. Wang Wei, this is the chance for revenge I've created for you. If you miss it this time, you'll probably never be able to avenge your unborn child. Chen took off the man's hood, revealing a face full of scars. He was Wang Gang's younger brother Wang Wei. Under Wang Gang's day and night mental and physical torture, his mental state had become extremely abnormal. His lips kept moving and he kept muttering something. I want revenge. I want revenge. Chen walked to Wang Wei's side and took out a fruit from his pocket. If Jiang Che were here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This is the supernatural fruit. However, this fruit is different from normal supernatural fruits. Normal fruits are all black, but this fruit has clear flame patterns on it. Looking closely, the flame patterns were still flickering on and off, as if they were breathing. Chapter 37, I Want Revenge. Chen put the fruit into Wang Wei's hands. He and Wang Gang found this fruit while hunting together. It was growing on the vine outside the window of Building 9. He didn't take it seriously at the time. Later, he got the information about the supernatural fruit from Wang Gang, and only then did he realize that this thing was the key to becoming a supernatural person. But when he went to take it again, he found that a large number of ferocious beasts had already been drained of their blood by the giant vines because they wanted to eat the fruit. Only then did he realize that the supernatural fruit was not only attractive to humans, but also to the ferocious beasts in the fog. He growled twice, as if to cheer himself up, and then Wang Wei ran into the black fog with the fruit. Chen stared at Wang Wei's dull eyes, then slowly leaned over to his ear and spoke in a voice as soft as a poisonous snake. Wang Wei, think about what your wife looks like now. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Wang Wei's heart. Chen continued to whisper, each word carrying the power to bewitch people. She was tortured like that by Wang Gang, and you could still endure it? Wang Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, and the whites of his eyes quickly became covered with hideous bloodshot, and his breathing became heavy and disordered. His hands clenched unconsciously, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. Seeing that the time had come, Chen immediately stopped. He patted Wang Wei's shoulder and pointed to the vague outline in the fog in the distance. Look over there. There is a ferocious beast. Lead it to the venue. He paused meaningfully. I guarantee that Wang Gang will die. Wang Wei's chest heaved violently, his eyes fixed on the direction Chen was pointing. Suddenly, he let out a suppressed roar. I want revenge. I must take revenge. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with creepy hatred. Before he finished speaking, Wang Wei had already grasped the strange fruit and rushed into the rolling black fog without looking back. His back was quickly swallowed up by the thick fog, leaving only a series of hurried footsteps echoing in the silence. Chen looked at the direction where Wang Wei was going away, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He knew that Wang Wei would definitely not survive, but Wang Gang and Jiang Che would definitely be buried with Wang Wei. Is it worthwhile to exchange one supernatural fruit for the lives of two supernatural users? Of course I make money. But at the same time, it also means that he has lost an opportunity to become a superpower, but Chen is not worried. Because there was not only one supernatural fruit on the vine that produced the supernatural fruit. At the same time, inside the property building, Wang Gang approached Jiang Che step by step. Wang Gang approached Jiang Che with heavy steps. With every step, his already burly body expanded like air. The black muscles bulged like blocks of iron, looking very imposing. Jiang Che, I was careless last time and suffered a loss at your hands, but today I brought enough brothers with me. You can't escape today, even if you have wings. As Wang Gang's voice fell, younger brothers holding steel pipes gradually surrounded him. When the people around saw this, they quickly hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. Bai Yue in Jiang Che's arms also wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but she couldn't break free from Jiang Che's restraints no matter what. Let me go, I don't want to die with you. Bai Yue gritted her teeth and spoke to Jiang Che angrily. Jiang Che was not angry. He had not yet obtained the supernatural fruit, so he naturally could not let her leave. He pinched her little face through the mask. It's okay, don't worry, no one of us will die today. The voice was very calm and gentle, and for some reason Bai Yue suddenly felt a strong sense of security. Wang Gang led a group of people and surrounded Jiang Che. What's wrong, Jiang Che? You're surrounded by so many people and can't use your abilities? I'm giving you a suggestion now. If you are willing to hand over your supplies, I promise to let you die a quick death. Wang Gang's face was full of sarcasm, and he looked at Jiang Che as if he was looking at a dead person. There was no trace of panic on Jiang Che's face. Wang Gang, I failed to kill you with my knife last time. Today I changed to a new weapon. Let's see if you can withstand it. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Wang Gang laughed out loud. He has now activated his own special abilities, and what he is most confident about is his iron body. Even the sharpest knife could only cause some scratches on his skin. He believed that based on Jiang Che's previous strength, let alone changing knives, even if the other party used an electric saw, the damage to him would be limited. Of course, the premise is that the other party will not poke his anus again. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Che, should I say that you are naive or stupid? You still have illusions. Before he could finish his words, Wang Gang was so scared that he took several steps back, because he saw a black muzzle of a gun pointing at him. Not only Wang Gang, but even the younger brothers around him who were holding iron rods were all frightened and kept backing away. Boy, what is that in your hand? Wang Gang looked at the weapon in Jiang Che's hand with some doubt, and his previous confidence was gone. Crack. The crisp sound of loading was heard. Jiang Che looked at the enhanced Desert Eagle in his hand. An all-metal gun body, sharp edges, and a rugged gun. Just looking at it gives you a chilling feeling. It was his first time using a pistol, and to be honest, he was still a little unfamiliar with it. You asked me what this is. Can't you see? Of course it's a gun. Nonsense. You think I can't see it, but how do you have a gun? Not only Wang Gang had some doubts in his mind, but everyone else at the scene had the same doubts. In people's minds, those who can pull out guns are the country's violent law enforcement agencies. How could Jiang Che, an ordinary community worker, pull out a gun? Oh, I see. Jiang Che, you want to scare me, right? You're pretending to be so aggressive with a toy gun. I'm surprised you came up with that idea. Wang Gang's face showed confidence again. Don't be afraid. He has a toy gun in his hand. Surround him. We can't let this guy get away. The younger brothers around him felt reassured after hearing Wang Gang's words. Surrounded again. Jiang Che didn't care about the younger brothers around him. In his eyes, these people would not pose any threat to him at all, so he pointed the gun directly at Wang Gang. The two were now very close to each other, and Wang Gang was huge, so Jiang Che hardly needed to aim. Wang Gang looked at the black muzzle of the gun. Although he was sure that it was just a toy gun, he was still a little panicked. However, he pretended to be calm, and still had that confident look on his face. Jiang Che showed a hint of excitement on his face. Pull the trigger hard. Bang! There was a loud roar, and the whole world seemed to be on mute. The sound of the Desert Eagle was so terrifying that even Jiang Che felt a little deaf, not to mention by Yue who was curled up in Jiang Che's arms. At this moment, she only felt a tinnitus and seemed to be unable to hear any sound. Wang Gang looked at the muzzle of Jiang Che's gun from which white smoke was coming out, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Just a moment ago, he only felt a sledgehammer hitting his right arm. It didn't hurt much, but he felt a huge tearing force. But when he came to his senses, he could no longer feel his right arm. Looking at my shoulders, it was empty, and I could even smell a burnt smell. At this moment, he was shocked beyond words. It's a real gun, and it's a very powerful gun. Even if he activated his special powers, he couldn't stop it at all. With the piercing pain coming, Wang Gang could no longer maintain his serious expression, and beads of sweat the size of beans flowed down madly. Chapter 38. The Cow Cat Reappears. Jiang Che looked at the muzzle of the gun that was emitting white smoke, and was equally shocked. The power of this gun was far beyond his imagination. The recoil is even more astonishingly strong. He was clearly aiming at the opponent's head, but because he misjudged the recoil, the trajectory of the bullet deviated, and he only shot off the opponent's arm. Jiang Che let go of Bai Yue, who was already frightened. Walked towards Wang Gang step by step. The tips of the shoes touched the ground, making a da-da-da sound. It was particularly harsh in the silent hall. Jiang Che still had a relaxed smile on his face, but in Wang Gang's eyes, that was undoubtedly the smile of a devil. You don't come near me, Jiang Che. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. I deserve to die. Please spare my life, okay? Wang Gang forced a smile that was uglier than crying and began to apologize frantically. He endured the pain, climbed up, and began to kowtow to Jiang Che to apologize, hoping that Jiang Che would spare his life. At this moment, he no longer cared about his face, he just wanted to survive. I am a superpower. I will definitely become a powerful person that attracts the world's attention in the future. I can't die? I can't die. Wang Gang kept thinking in his mind. He believes that he has already escaped from the ordinary class, so he is more afraid than most people of losing everything he has now. However, Jiang Che did not show any sign of being soft-hearted. He understood that Wang Gang did not admit his mistake. He just knew that he was going to die soon. You really deserve to die. From the moment you first wanted to kill me, you deserve to die. Jiang Che squatted in front of Wang Gang, hitting Wang Gang's head with the butt of the gun. The words out of his mouth were like a gust of cold wind blowing into Wang Gang's heart. Brother Jiang, Father Jiang, Grandpa Jiang, I was wrong. I am a person with special abilities. As long as you forgive me, I will be your slave from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will definitely be useful to you. Jiang Che did not answer. He stood up and raised the Desert Eagle again. This time it was aimed at Wang Gang's other arm. He pulled the trigger again. Bang! A huge roar sounded again, and everyone present was frightened and took a few steps back again. This time Jiang Che was mentally prepared and withstood the terrifying impact of the Desert Eagle. Because the distance of the shot was too close, Wang Gang's entire left arm was blown into a pool of minced meat. Having lost the support of his last arm, Wang Gang fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Jiang Che, you will die miserably. I curse you to die a miserable death. Wang Gang changed his previous crazy apology and started to insult Jiang Che endlessly, using the dirtiest insults he could. Perhaps knowing that he had no chance of survival, he simply stopped trying to please Jiang Che. Of course, Jiang Che didn't care about the other party's insults. He just gently adjusted the muzzle of the gun and aimed at Wang Gang's head. Just when Jiang Che was about to pull the trigger and end Wang Gang's life. With a loud bang, the door of the property hall was kicked open violently. The huge noise attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Che looked towards the door, where there was a man with a crazy look and scars all over his face. Seeing this person, Jiang Che looked slightly surprised. Wang Wei, it was this person that Jiang Che obtained the information about the supernatural fruit. I also gave the other party half a box of instant noodles and half a box of water. Jiang Che was a little puzzled. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other. So how could the other person become so miserable? Isn't the other party Wang Gang's biological brother? After Wang Wei opened the door, he rushed towards Jiang Che without any hesitation. I want revenge. I want revenge. Listening to the words the other party kept shouting, Jiang Che thought that the other party was trying to avenge Wang Gang. He instantly turned the gun and aimed it in the direction of Wang Wei. But at the moment when Jiang Che was about to pull the trigger, Jiang Che's eyes suddenly froze. Because he saw that Wang Wei was holding a supernatural fruit in his hand, which was completely different from the supernatural fruits he had seen before, and it was covered with extremely bright flame patterns. The big mouth beside him also began to become anxious, staring at the supernatural fruit, and saliva began to flow out of his mouth. However, without Jiang Che's permission, it didn't dare to rush up and eat it. It was afraid that this matter would anger its owner, so it can now distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. Jiang Che also didn't plan to execute Wang Wei. He wanted to ask about the origin of this strange supernatural fruit. But Wang Wei did not rush towards him, but went straight to Wang Gang, who was wailing on the ground. Jiang Che thought he would see a scene of deep brotherly love. As a result, Wang Wei opened his mouth and bit Wang Gang's neck fiercely. He had suffered too much injustice at the hands of Wang Gang before, and he wanted to vent it all today. Whenever he thought of his wife being tortured and humiliated by Wang Gang in bed, endless hatred would surge in his heart. I wish I could eat Wang Gang's flesh and drink Wang Gang's blood. At this time, Wang Gang had already lost his supernatural powers, and his physical qualities were no different from those of ordinary people. Wang Wei, why are you here? Who let you out? Wang Gang's expression changed from pain at first to shock and confusion. He made it clear in the mutual aid group that no one could unlock Wang Wei's chains or let him leave the room. Wang Wei, I'm your brother. Open your mouth. Wang Gang kept yelling and cursing at Wang Wei. Wang Wei, who used to obey Wang Gang in everything, acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to bite. Wang Gang wanted to struggle, but because he had lost both arms, he couldn't even break free from the arms of his weak brother. Finally, Wang Gang gave up completely. He never expected that he would not die at the hands of Jiang Che, but would die at the hands of his weak brother. Jiang Che looked at the scene in front of him, his heart full of doubts and confusion. But he didn't intend to stop it. Wang Gang was going to die anyway, and letting Wang Wei bite him to death would probably make Wang Gang more painful. Jiang Che originally planned to continue watching the show on site. But at this moment, Big Mouth suddenly let out a series of barks towards the outside of the door. Jiang Che's heart was filled with alarm, and he looked towards the black fog outside the door. Turn on mental detection. A powerful energy body is approaching at a very fast speed. Jiang Che was shocked. Why would a monster target this place? Jiang Che suddenly thought of something, looked at the supernatural fruit in Wang Wei's hand, and understood it in an instant. This monster was probably brought here by Wang Wei. The black fog outside the door continued to boil, and soon a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. It is a huge mutant cat, with several huge black spots on its snow-white body. This monster was actually the strongest mutant creature Jiang Che had ever encountered before, the cow cat. Chapter 39. Joining forces to kill the cat. The cow cat's body had become even larger than the last time Jiang Che saw it. The hair on the body also glowed faintly. You can tell at a glance that the opponent's strength is even more terrifying than last time. The huge body directly smashed the glass door, approaching Jiang Che's position at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Che still wanted to snatch the mutant fruit from Wang Wei at this time, but it was too late. With his strength, he is totally no match for the cow cat. He took the big mouth that was still barking on the ground with him and flashed away from the scene 10 times in a row. The cow cat's huge body squeezed into the entire property building. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Wang Wei and Wang Gang in one gulp. In front of the cow cat, Wang Wei and Wang Gang were like two newborn mice. No need to chew, just swallow it in one gulp. The moment the cow cat appeared, despair was revealed in the eyes of all the residents in the building. Faced with Wang Gang's coercion, they had no choice but to give in. Jiang Che pulled out his gun, and they also felt that they still had a chance to survive. But faced with the terrifying mutated beasts, they knew that they really had no way to escape this time. The cow cat, at the same time as it ate the two people, the supernatural fruit also fell into its abdominal cavity. Others might not be able to see it now, but in Jiang Che's mental detection, he could clearly see that the density of energy in the cow cat's body was rising at a terrifying speed. The fruit with the flame pattern just now must be extraordinary. The speed at which the energy density increases is too fast. Jiang Che had seen the scene of Big Mouth eating a supernatural fruit. The energy density in his body was increasing, but the speed was not very fast, and the improvement brought by one supernatural fruit was quite limited. Soon, the cow cat's body underwent tremendous changes. Suddenly, spots of fire appeared between the originally crystal clear hair, and black lines appeared out of thin air on its body. Then, in everyone's surprised gaze, the cow cat began to spit out hot flames. The flame was so powerful that it burned a huge hole in the second floor of the property building. Seeing such a horrifying scene, even some people with weaker mental endurance have suffered from incontinence. I should have never come to this trade fair. I still have a box of cookies at home. A young man in a shirt was kneeling on the ground, crying with his head in his hands. How can it breathe fire? Mutated animals have evolved into this state. Is there any hope for human survival? Even Bai Yue, who had just hidden in the crowd, looked pale at this moment. I squeezed the fruit in my hand and felt an infinite sense of loss in my heart. I thought I could taste the burger again, but now it seems there is no chance. Jiang Che was very shocked when he saw the cow cat in front of him undergoing such a horrible transformation. The first thought that came to his mind was to escape. If Jiang Che used flash to escape, he would be very sure that he could avoid the attack of the cow cat. But at this moment, the big mouth in Jiang Che's arms began to roar at the cow cat in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Che remembered that Big Mouth was also a being with extremely terrifying strength. Maybe the cow cat ate some special energy fruits, but Big Mouth's accumulation is not comparable to the other party. Big Mouth is a creature that has eaten hundreds of energy fruits at one time. Jiang Che put down the Big Mouth in his arms. At this moment, Big Mouth's body began to expand wildly. The originally round little head began to gradually lengthen, the lower jaw gradually became prominent, and the fangs grew wildly. Like a vicious dog from hell. Hey, why is there another monster here? Did you see that? This monster seems to be the puppy next to Jiang Che. Its body became almost as big as that of the cow cat. In the eyes of everyone, Big Mouth even looked more terrifying than the cow cat. The cow cat also noticed the appearance of Big Mouth at this moment. The raging flames in his eyes surged and rushed straight towards the Big Mouth. Big Mouth did not show any weakness and also started to bite the other. Jiang Che was observing the energy density of the two ferocious beasts. In Jiang Che's eyes, the energy density of Big Mouth and cow cat was almost the same. In fact, the energy density of the Big Mouth is a little higher. But because the opponent has mastered the power of fire, Big Mouth has always been at a disadvantage in the confrontation with cow cat. Jiang Che knew that it would be impossible to achieve the goal just by talking big. He just took out the Desert Eagle, used the flash ability, got close to the side of the cow cat, and emptied the magazine directly. The cow cat let out a sharp scream and was about to pounce on Jiang Che when it was pinned to the ground by Big Mouth. The enhanced version of Desert Eagle is still powerful enough. Although he couldn't do what his opponent Wang Gang did and directly cripple his limbs. But it can directly make a big hole in the opponent's body. Jiang Che was also very satisfied when he saw the damage caused. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before this cow cat is worn to death. Jiang Che suddenly felt a little excited when he thought that the strongest mutant creature in the community was about to die in his hands. The sharp claws cut through the air and hit the cow-cat's face directly, leaving 3 blood grooves deep enough to see the bone. The cow-cat also spit out a fierce flame from its mouth, burning Big Mouth's body. At this moment, Jiang Che appeared beside the cow-cat's head. He took out a brand new Desert Eagle, pointed it directly at the opponent's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Eyes are much more fragile than other parts of the body. Just one bullet made its eyes explode, and thick liquid mixed with red gushed out of its eyes. Suffering great pain, the cow-cat struggled to get up with all his might and rushed towards the crowd hiding in the corner. The people who were hiding in the corner watching the battle were suddenly frightened and fled in all directions. But the cow-cat's purpose was very clear. He ignored the people who were fleeing and ran straight to the corner of the wall. Jiang Che was shocked when he saw this situation. Oh no, it's heading for Bai Yue. Jiang Che knew that Bai Yue still had a supernatural fruit on her body. This dead cat must have sensed the location of the supernatural fruit during the fight, and then gradually approached that location. Jiang Che felt a little annoyed. He had underestimated the intelligence of the mutated beast. It is already quite difficult for him and Big Mouth to team up to deal with this cow-cat. If they let the other party eat another supernatural fruit, they wouldn't have to fight and could just run away. If it were to eat another supernatural fruit, who knows how terrifying this cow-cat would become. So Jiang Che didn't hesitate at all, and directly used all his strength to activate Flash and rush towards Bai Yue's position. Chapter 40 Crisis. Looking at the flames coming out of the property building, Chun-Chin showed a relaxed smile on his face. After eating the supernatural fruit, the cat became too powerful. I guess no one will survive the entire trade. A younger brother beside him heard this and said with a smile, without Wang Gang and Jiang Che, you, Brother Chun, will have the final say in this community from now on. The rest of us brothers have long been dissatisfied with that idiot Wang Gang and have long wanted to follow you. The young man's name is Guosu, and he is Chun-Chin's confidant who has been helping him gather information. Before the end of the world, he was a small leader in a company, and what he was best at was flattery. Now that Wang Gang was dead, he could flatter Chun-Chin without any scruples. Hearing the compliments from his men, the smile on Chun-Chin's face widened. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. No one doesn't want to hear nice words. Chun-Chin reached out his hand and patted the other person's shoulder vigorously, his eyes full of admiration. Wang Gang is really not suitable to be a leader. He doesn't know how to run an organization well. If the Mutual Aid Association was under his leadership, it would not take long before all the brothers would be dead. When the younger brother next to him heard this, he didn't dare to refute it all. Of course, Wang Gang doesn't treat us brothers as human beings at all. It's you, Brother Chin, who cares about us. Only under your wise leadership. Seeing that the other party was about to express his loyalty endlessly, Chin hurriedly interrupted him. You can listen to nice words at any time, but there are more important things to do now. Let's not talk about those useless things for now. Take your people back now. Take in all of Wang Gang's former subordinates and kill any who resist. After thinking for a moment, Chin remembered another thing. Oh, and about Zhang Xiaoxiao, please take special care of her for me. She's mine now. Don't let the brothers ruin her. As for Wang Wei's wife, just let the brothers do whatever they want. I know they are feeling uncomfortable right now. Chin is also an old bachelor. He was not liked in the company before and he looked ugly, so naturally he never had a girlfriend. When he saw Zhang Xiaoxiao for the first time, her tearful face made him feel itchy. Before, due to Wang Gang's presence, he had never dared to say anything. Now that he is the head of the Mutual Aid Association, Zhang Xiaoxiao is naturally his personal property. This can be considered as a disguised way of fulfilling the promise I made to her. Guosu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely make it beautiful for you. As Guosu's figure gradually disappeared, the smile on Chin-Chin's face gradually disappeared. He turned and walked in the opposite direction, entering a residential building. After finding a relatively safe place, Chin-Chin took out a fruit that was also covered with flame patterns from his pocket. This fruit is the same as the fruit that Wang Wei used as bait before. Chin-Chin carefully observed the appearance of the fruit, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. It's so beautiful, like a perfect work of art. If I eat it, I can become a superpower. Once I have complete control over the Mutual Aid Association, I will definitely collect all the supernatural fruits in the entire community. In Chin-Chin's mind, the stupidest thing Wang Gang had done was to hide the truth about the supernatural fruit. If it was announced early, with the ability of the Mutual Aid Association, it would definitely be able to control the vast majority of the supernatural fruits. How powerful the Mutual Aid Association will be at that time. It is estimated that they are no longer afraid of attacks from ferocious beasts and can even actively explore areas outside the community. But this is all in the past. Once he takes office, he will completely correct all the mistakes Wang Gang made before. My road to rise begins now. After Qinshan finished speaking, he swallowed the supernatural fruit directly into his mouth. At the same time, inside the property building, fierce flames swirled around the huge cat's paws as it waved towards the crowd. There was a loud bang and a huge dent appeared on the spot. In an instant, dozens of residents who wanted to escape were killed on the spot and turned into charred charcoal on the ground. The cow cat is now completely crazy. It ignored the big mouth's bite and pounced towards Bai Yue in the corner. Bai Yue had never seen such a horrifying scene. His slender calves were numb and soft and could not support his body at all, so he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the huge head right in front of her, Bai Yue slowly closed her eyes. Am I going to die? But I'm only 19, the best age in life. Most importantly, I haven't had a sweet relationship yet. Crystal clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Painful and sour emotions spread in her heart. 19 years old is the age when a girl is about to blossom. Which young man is not passionate, and which young girl is not in love? Although she is already a well-known anchor of little notes, she has also fantasized about her future life partner. But those have nothing to do with her now. Well, that's it. It's good too. At least I died cleanly. Bai Yue sighed and decided to let go of everything in her heart and face death calmly. Feeling a surge of burning heat gradually coming towards her face, Bai Yue opened her eyes. I saw a raging flame spurting out of the cow cat's mouth and heading towards where she was. But at this moment, Bai Yue's pupils shrank because she actually saw a person in the raging flames. A man. It was Jiang Che who had hugged her before. Jiang Che used all his strength to drive Flash and approached Bai Yue at an unimaginable speed. The whole person almost turned into a yellow flash, moving quickly through space. The raging flames behind him couldn't catch up with Jiang Che's speed. However, Jiang Che's current mental strength could not withstand such frequent flashing. A strong feeling of mental dizziness continued to invade his consciousness. He replenished his mental strength by continuously taking out spiritual fruits from the space, and thus managed to barely keep his spirit from collapsing. Finally, before the scorching flames were about to engulf Bai Yue, Jiang Che grabbed Bai Yue. Bai Yue had never seen such a shocking scene. She had originally lost all hope, but Jiang Che was like a ray of light, shining into her heart. At this moment, she suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and grab me. Hearing Jiang Che's scolding, Bai Yue was instantly awakened from her fantasy and hurriedly pressed her soft body against him, hugging Jiang Che's waist tightly with her arms. To be honest, she no longer had any fear in her heart, only a deep sense of peace. She felt that even if she died in the sea of fire with Jiang Che now, she would be willing to do so. After just a few seconds, a pair of big hands gently patted her little head. It's okay, you are safe now. After hearing Jiang Che's voice, Bai Yue slowly opened her eyes. Glancing around, I found that my location had changed drastically and was now in another corner of the property building. The place where he was previously standing had turned into a charred mess. Countless residents who had not had time to escape were burned to ashes by the scorching flames. Chapter 41: Awakening New Abilities. I survived. In critical moments, escape death. A huge surprise spread in Bai Yue's heart, causing a big smile to appear on her pretty face. I really survived, but she didn't feel happy for long, as a violent coughing sounded beside her. She turned her head and found that Jiang Che's eyes were bloodshot and his face was extremely pale, and he kept stuffing the black fruit into his mouth. Bai Yue is not stupid. She knows that the other party became like this because he saved her. Jiang Che, are you okay? Jiang Che kept stuffing spiritual fruits into his mouth and had no time to reply. Ding. Mental strength, +1. Ding. Mental strength, +1. The system's prompt sounds kept coming to his ears, but he still didn't dare to stop what he was doing. He could feel that his mental strength was now extremely depleted. The upper eyelid and the lower eyelid are constantly fighting. Jiang Che knew that once he stopped taking the spiritual fruit, he would probably fall into a coma immediately. Jiang Che's eyes were still fixed on the scene where Big Mouth and Cow Cat were fighting. Now the Cow Cat has gone completely crazy. Without his interference, the opponent has completely suppressed Big Mouth. Jiang Che understood that his top priority now was to recover his mental strength immediately and go to help Big Mouth. However, the speed of recovering mental strength by just eating mental fruits is too slow. It would be nice if I could awaken my supernatural powers again. Jiang Che couldn't help but think so in his heart, but at this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind. He looked at Bai Yue, who was standing beside him with a concerned look on her face. Only then did he remember that Bai Yue still had a supernatural fruit on her body. Where's the fruit? Give it to me now. Jiang Che stretched out his hand directly to Bai Yue and spoke in an urgent voice. Bai Yue was slightly stunned, but then took out the black fruit from her pocket without any hesitation. Here, do you want this? She still didn't know what the fruit was used for, but she knew that Jiang Che had saved her life, so she would give it to him no matter what he wanted. Jiang Che grabbed the fruit. As soon as Jiang Che picked up the fruit, he noticed something was wrong. This fruit was completely different from the two kinds he had eaten before. It is somewhat similar to the fruit that Wang Wei held before. The fruit that Wang Wei had taken before had flame patterns on it, and the fruit in his hand had a very clear eye pattern on it. Why is this? Is it because these fruits are all born from mutant plants? Jiang Che inexplicably had this guess in his mind. But he didn't have time to think deeply now, because Big Mouth was still waiting for him to rescue him. Swallow the fruit directly into your mouth. It was completely different from the gentle and cool feeling before. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely violent heat current that was running wildly through the body. The heat flow was rushing through his limbs and bones at an extremely fast speed, finally converging on his eyes. Jiang Che only felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, as if his entire eyeball was crushed into pieces and then reassembled. What on earth is going on? Isn't it that I ate a supernatural fruit? Jiang Che felt somewhat confused and doubtful. Time passed by bit, but the pain in his eyes did not disappear with the passage of time. Instead, it continued to accumulate and the pain became more and more intense. Seeing Jiang Che in so much pain, Bai Yue was completely panicked. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. She was quite timid to begin with, and when she saw Jiang Che like this, she almost cried. If her savior died because of her, she would not want to live anymore. She stretched out her slender arms and actively hugged Jiang Che's body, hoping to alleviate Jiang Che's pain in this way. Jiang Che only felt that his body was undergoing drastic changes. Except for the severe pain in his eyes, the strength of his body was actually increasing. The originally drowsy brain also became clear at this moment. At this moment, Jiang Che felt as if something was about to burst out of his eyes. He quickly opened his eyes with force. 2 scarlet beams of light shot out from his eyes instantly. The 2 beams of light shot through the entire property building with devastating force. The powerful red beam reached a terrifying length of 100 meters before slowly dissipating into the air. Ding! It is detected that the host has acquired a rare ability, laser eyes. Laser eyes. Your body has been modified, and your eyes can emit high-energy laser beams. They are extremely powerful and can instantly cut through metal, penetrate buildings, and evaporate human bodies. The energy comes from your physical constitution. Ding! The personal panel starts updating. Name: Jiang Che. Spirit: 120, ordinary people 10. Physique: 77, ordinary person 10. Unlocked materials: Wakaka mineral water, double beef burger, spirit fruit. Superpowers: physical enhancement LV2, flash LV1, mental detection LV3, laser ILV1. Bound goddess: Lin Qingxuang, Lin Wan. When the 2 lasers were successfully fired, the pain in Jiang Che's eyes disappeared without a trace. Only then did he turn his attention to the system panel. After seeing the introduction about laser eyes, Jiang Che felt his heart surge. This ability is a complete combat skill, and it is a very terrifying fighting skill. Moreover, the boost that this supernatural fruit brings to oneself is quite terrifying. The improvement in mental and physical fitness almost exceeded 30 points. Previously, when new abilities were awakened, the improvements in mental and physical fitness would not exceed 10 points. This is enough to show the extraordinary nature of this supernatural fruit. Soon Jiang Che noticed a new word, that is, rare ability. The abilities that I had awakened before did not have this word. Could it be that the supernatural fruits are also divided into different levels? Only fruits with patterns like this can awaken rare abilities. This thought couldn't help but come to Jiang Che's mind. But before he could think deeply, the whole building suddenly shook violently. Jiang Che looked forward. I saw the cow cat with its big mouth pressed against the wall, spewing out raging flames madly. The flames burned Big Mouth's fur, and flesh, and even bones were exposed all over his body. Jiang Che knew that he couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. If he didn't help, Big Mouth would really be killed by this cow cat. Jiang Che's face revealed a murderous intent, his eyes fixed on the cow cat. It's just right that I'll use you to try out my new ability. Jiang Che used his ability to flash and quickly approached the cow cat. I found a position where I wouldn't accidentally hurt Big Mouth and turned on the laser eyes directly. The burning power gathered from the whole body to the eyes. Finally, it turned into an astonishing energy ray and shot towards the cow cat's head. The moment the powerful energy beam touched the cow cat's head, it penetrated it as easily as a chopstick piercing into tofu, without any hindrance. Chapter 42 Fong Fong. A fierce laser pierced through the skull. In an instant, the scarlet light opened 2 more skylights in the property building. Under the illumination of the laser, the entire property building seemed to have turned into a scarlet hell. The flames that were ready to burst out of the cow cat also dissipated into nothingness on the spot. There is no way the cow cat could survive. Even if it had evolved twice, its brain was still a completely fatal weakness. However, Jiang Che's laser did not stop. As the line of sight moves downward, the laser moves with it. Sizzle. The huge body of the cow cat was easily cut into 2 halves by the surging laser. Internal organs and blood were flowing all over the ground, and a burnt smell quickly spread. Looking closely, the broken end of the cow cat was even completely burnt. He saw this horrible monster that could have forced Jiang Che into a desperate situation die tragically under his own laser. Jiang Che was filled with excitement. At this time, Bai Yue, who was standing not far away, also had a dazed look on her face. So strong. It took me a long time to finally utter these words. She witnessed the entire process of Jiang Che awakening his abilities and killing the big cat. She was not stupid, so she naturally knew that the reason why Jiang Che was able to awaken this ability was definitely due to her fruit. At this time, she also understood that the fruit grown on the strange vine could actually give people supernatural powers. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel disappointed. Originally, this powerful ability should have belonged to her, but now it was taken by someone else. But she did not hate Jiang Che. If Jiang Che had not risked his life to save her, she would probably have turned into a pile of black ashes by now. But at this time, she had already made up her mind. Since Jiang Che gained such a powerful ability because of my fruit, then I will rely on him. From now on, if he has a sip of soup, I will have a bite of meat. Bai Yue held her little head high, put her hands on her waist, and spoke confidently. As if this is a matter of course. What did you just say? An indifferent voice came from beside me. Bai Yue looked up and saw that it was Jiang Che who came over. In an instant, her original momentum weakened. Bai Yue said timidly, Nothing. I didn't say anything. Jiang Che shook his head, ignored the other party, and walked straight towards Big Mouth. He wanted to see how serious Big Mouth's injuries were. Bai Yue hurriedly followed, hanging behind Jiang Che like a little tail. At this time, many residents in the entire property hall were still alive. Seeing that the crazy cow cat was dead, many people began to cheer. I survived. I was so scared. I thought I would die here this time. This time we are all thanks to Jiang Che. If it weren't for him, we would have been eaten by that big cat. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even though most of them were selfish, this was irrefutable. The surviving residents gathered together again, as if only this could bring them some sense of security. Seeing Jiang Che walking towards the giant mutant dog from afar, although they did not leave, they did not dare to get close. Jiang Che walked over to the Zue and found that the damage he suffered was far more serious than he had imagined. Not only was most of the hair on his body burned off, there are still many fatal injuries in various parts of the body. The big cat tore a big hole in the abdomen, and even the internal organs could be seen. There was actually a half-broken cat claw on the neck. If this happened to a normal animal, such injuries would almost be a death sentence if not treated in time. However, at this time, the big mouth could still actively get close to Jiang Che and make flattering sounds with its huge head. Through the connection between the blue chains, Big Mouth Spirit and Jiang Che are connected. Through a purely conscious exchange of ideas, Jiang Che could clearly understand what Dazue was thinking. You said you wanted the big cat's heart. Sensing the thoughts coming from Big Mouth, Jiang Che felt a little curious. Is there a natural predator-prey relationship between ferocious beasts? However, Jiang Che did not hesitate. If he could improve Big Mouth's strength, he would find it and give it to him. With a flash of yellow light, Jiang Che appeared on the body of the cow cat. Because the body was so huge, Jiang Che took a long time to find the chest. Fierce lasers flashed from Jiang Che's eyes, splitting the corpse into 2 again. Only then did I see the big cat's heart. This was also the first time Jiang Che saw the heart of a mutant animal. It was actually as big as 2 or 3 people. What surprised Jiang Che the most was, although the big cat was dead, its heart was still beating slightly. Jiang Che took out his samurai sword and cut off the arteries that connected the heart, thus taking out the huge heart. Seeing Jiang Che coming over with the heart, Big Mouth barked excitedly. He placed the heart in front of Big Mouth, and it began to tear it apart madly. The food tasted so delicious that Jiang Che could feel that Big Mouth was quite satisfied mentally. Jiang Che was watching with great interest and even felt a little hungry. His laser eyes are triggered by his physical condition. The consequence of excessive use is extreme hunger and weakness of the body. However, these were not a big problem for Jiang Che. After all, he had plenty of food. He took out a double beef burger and started eating. At this moment, Jiang Che felt as if someone was pulling at the corner of his clothes. Turning around, it turned out to be Bai Yue. Jiang Che thought the other party was also hungry, so he took out another hamburger from the space and handed it over. Since Bai Yue meets the requirements of the system, he has already made up his mind to take Bai Yue as his woman, so naturally he cannot let her go hungry. Bai Yue's eyes lit up and she took it with great excitement. Thank you. But, Brother Jiang, I'm not looking for you for a hamburger. I want to say that the group of people behind me seem to want to see you for something. Bai Yue explained a little embarrassedly, but she moved very quickly. She quickly opened the packaging of the hamburger and started eating it in big mouthfuls. The mouth is small and delicate, forming a sharp contrast with the huge hamburger. When you take a bite, the corners of your mouth are covered with meat crumbs and juice. Wow, it smells so good. I've never had such a delicious burger. Bai Yue's eyes were full of stars from eating so much, and even the look she gave Jiang Che was filled with admiration. Only then did Jiang Che see the group of residents gathered in the distance. See Jiang Che coming over. Everyone had a flattering smile on their face. Regardless of whether they were older than Jiang Che or not, everyone shouted in unison, Brother Jiang. This is the sense of oppression that absolute strength brings to them, making them unable to resist. Why don't you run away? What do you want from me? Jiang Che's voice was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. The man leading the crowd stood up. Hello, Brother Jiang. My name is Fong Feng. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the surviving residents. This Fong Feng looked somewhat mature, probably in his 30s or almost 40, and what he said made people feel quite comfortable. Although he has entered middle age, Jiang Che can tell from his firm body that he has either been exercising for a long time or has been engaged in some special work before. Jiang Che originally had no good feelings towards these residents. They were all fence-sitters who changed their stance according to the situation. However, Jiang Che felt a little relieved because of Fong Feng's words. Chapter 43. Take Refuge. Brother Jiang, we have discussed it. To express our gratitude to you, we are willing to donate all our remaining supplies. Led by Fong Feng, all the residents bowed to Jiang Che. Jiang Che could clearly see that many people in the crowd were unwilling, but they did not dare to resist Fong Feng's words at all. Jiang Che looked at Fong Feng with some amusement. To be honest, what this man said was indeed quite interesting. Having just experienced the attack of the big cat, the people in front of them could not leave much supplies behind. However, after Fong Feng said this, it seemed that he wanted to lead this group of people to be loyal to him. Oh, you gave it all to me. What are you going to do then? Fong Feng bowed deeply to Jiang Che again. Brother Jiang, we have also figured it out. In this apocalyptic world, if we continue to fight alone, we will definitely not live long. If you don't mind, I am willing to bring the remaining residents to join you. Sure enough, it was exactly what Jiang Che thought. They really wanted to get close to him again. However, Jiang Che refused without hesitation. I don't need it. I've said it many times in the group. I only accept beautiful women. You are useless to me. There are no supplies and no combat effectiveness. What are you doing with this group of people under your command? Are you going to treat them like your bosses? Fong Feng was not angry when he heard Jiang Che's decisive refusal. Brother Jiang, I saw you said in the group that you wanted to find the black fruit. There are people living in different buildings here. I am willing to lead a search team and help you collect the fruit in various places in the community. After all, there is strength in numbers, so we will be able to find it faster. After hearing Fong Feng's suggestion, Jiang Che thought it was a good idea. The entire community is so large that if he were to look for it by himself, not only would he easily miss something, it would also be too time-consuming and energy-consuming. Jiang Che nodded. Then what do you want? Jiang Che had already made up his mind that if the other party needed supplies, he would provide a certain amount of supplies on time, at least to prevent them from starving to death. But Fong Feng said, Brother Jiang, you also know that we are all ordinary people, and what we want most is your protection. There are not only dangerous beasts in the community now, but also many murderous hunting gangs. If you are willing to help us at the critical moment, that's all. Jiang Che now felt that this man named Fong Feng was really extraordinary. He seemed to have a kind of confidence in his heart. That is, he could survive without supplies. Is he really capable, or is he just overconfident? Jiang Che's mind moved, and he started mental detection. Sure enough, just as Jiang Che expected, there was a faint light inside Fong Feng's body, and he was also a person with awakened superpowers. Tell me, what is your superpower? Hearing what Jiang Che suddenly said, Fong Feng's expression suddenly became stunned. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. He didn't know why his biggest secret was discovered by the other party, even though he had never used his ability in front of the other party. He wanted to deny it, but then sighed. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang. I was a little too anxious just now and forgot to tell you that my special ability is to make ice. As he spoke, Fong Feng stretched out his hand, and soon, under Jiang Che's somewhat incredible gaze, a round piece of ice appeared in front of everyone. Wow, that's amazing. Creating ice out of thin air. It's like magic. Even Bai Yue, who was standing behind Jiang Che, let out a cry of surprise. Brother Jiang, my ability is not comparable to yours. I can't deal with large beasts like that. I can only use it to deal with ordinary people or people who have just awakened their abilities. Although Fong Feng spoke very modestly, Jiang Che could tell at a glance that this ability was extraordinary. His ability is far better than Wang Gang's. The ice produced by the other party is pure and transparent. In other words, it is water resources that have not been polluted by black fog. The strategic significance of this is quite great. As long as Fong Feng can stay alive, there will be an endless supply of water. If it weren't for the fact that I had cheated and obtained unlimited water resources, I would probably have to rely on others to solve the water crisis. Jiang Che still has some good feelings towards this psychic who wants to join him. Jiang Che then nodded. I agree to your request. From now on, you and I will communicate alone. I heard Jiang Che agreed. Not only Fong Feng, but even the residents behind him became excited at this moment. They understood what this meant. With the protection of a strong man who could easily kill large ferocious beasts in seconds, it could be said that the crisis they faced in this community would be greatly reduced. Then what are you going to do with your food? Jiang Che asked the question in his mind. With Fong Feng on the other side, there was no need to worry about water resources. But without food, it still won't work. Fong Feng quickly replied. Brother Jiang, you don't know that the meat of those mutant beasts will not be contaminated by the black fog. If you don't need it, this big cat will be enough for us to eat for a long time. This was the first time Jiang Che knew about this. He turned on the mental detection and looked at the body of the cow cat, and found that there was still a small amount of energy left on it, but it would eventually disappear completely with the passage of time. Jiang Che simply agreed directly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. If there's anything you need us to do in the future, just let us know. Fong Feng saluted excitedly, and Jiang Che was sure that the other party's true identity should be a veteran. After the two exchanged contact information, Jiang Che walked towards Big Mouth. At this time, the Big Mouth had completely eaten the heart, and its body turned back into the appearance of a puppy, lying on the ground and snoring. However, what surprised Jiang Che was that a cluster of small flames appeared on Big Mouth's forehead. Jiang Che initially thought that he had accidentally stained it, but Jiang Che reached out and twisted the flames several times, but failed to put out the flame. Jiang Che then realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Big Mouth's body started to mutate because he ate that heart? Jiang Che couldn't help but guess this in his heart. He held Big Mouth in his arms. It was too dangerous to leave it outside in its current state. If other ferocious beasts came and ate Big Mouth in one bite, it probably would not wake up. Things at the property building have been almost dealt with, and Jiang Che doesn't plan to stay here any longer. He turned around and looked at Bai Yue, who had been following him. Don't you want to go home? Why are you following me all the time? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Bai Yue immediately panicked. What should I do? What should I do? The other party is trying to drive me away. Jiang Che, you are really killing me, right? You just ate my fruit, and you want to drive me away. Bai Yue was complaining wildly in her heart, and was still thinking in her mind how she could stay by Jiang Che's side. She could be said to have witnessed Jiang Che's strength with her own eyes. Powerful, no doubt. Moreover, the other party has abundant supplies. Knowing that the meat of the ferocious beast is edible, they are still willing to give the meat away, which shows that they are not short of supplies at all. Bai Yue, oh Bai Yue, only if you stay by his side can you have a good life. At this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration came to Bai Yue's mind. If I reveal my true self, will the other person be moved and try desperately to keep me? The more Bai Yue thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She simply took off all the disguises she used to cover herself up, revealing her perfect face and seductive figure. Chapter 44 Fans Meeting. Bai Yue took off her heavy woolen coat. Take off the old-fashioned granny hat and the glasses and mask that hide your beauty. She showed Jiang Che the image she thought was the most perfect. He is about 155 centimeters tall and has a very slender frame. Her skin is porcelain white and translucent, with a faint pink halo, like a peeled peach. The round almond-shaped eyes were slightly opened, revealing amber pupils, and the eyelashes were thick and curled, flickering like two small fans, tickling people's hearts. Jiang Che had already expected this. After all, Bai Yue's appearance must be good after being verified by the system. However, when Jiang Che saw her full appearance for the first time, he was still a little surprised. It's not just because the other person is extremely attractive, but also because I have watched his live broadcast before. They even joined each other's fan club. Why does this suddenly give me the feeling that the fans and the anchor are meeting in person? I originally thought that her live broadcast image was so good because of beauty filters, but it turns out that she looks even better in real life than in the live broadcast. Jiang Che thought so in his heart, but he did not show any surprise on his face. After removing her disguise, Bai Yue had been observing Jiang Che's expression. He will be very surprised. After all, I am so beautiful. At the beginning, Bai Yue was still a little arrogant in her heart. After all, she knew how attractive her looks were to men. Among her 3 million fans, more than 2 million were her fans because of her looks. But after a while, she realized something was wrong. Why? Why can he be so calm? It can't be that he doesn't like me. She was originally very afraid that others would notice her beauty, so she tried her best to cover it up. But now she was particularly afraid that Jiang Che would not notice her charm and leave her. She even took the initiative to push out her chest, but Jiang Che still had a cold expression on his face and kept looking up and down at her figure. Bai Yue's face turned red when she saw it. So what do you want to say? Show off your airport. Hearing Jiang Che's indifferent voice, Bai Yue became angry all of a sudden, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Hey, your words are too harsh. What do you mean by an airport? How can this be an airport? I have a B+, too. Besides, I'm only 19 years old, so I'll continue to grow. Don't look down on me. Bai Yue's little face turned even redder, but it was not the red of shyness, but the red of anger. She hates it most when people talk about her figure. She drinks wintermelon soup and milk every day, but she just doesn't grow bigger. Can she really be blamed for this? But when she thought about the fact that she was still thinking about joining the other party, Bai Yue had to suppress the anger in her heart. Then, he stuttered. I forgot where I live. Can I stay at your house temporarily? Jiang Che couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard this sentence full of loopholes. Is it okay to forget where you live? He clearly wanted to come to me, but he went through so much trouble. However, this situation was exactly what Jiang Che wanted. He was just thinking about how to kidnap this top-notch loli, but now he had no more trouble. Hey, what are you laughing at? You just ate my fruit and didn't give me any supplies, and now I'm relying on you. Bai Yue was a very simple-minded person, and Jiang Che's unbridled laughter broke her defenses. I just said what was in my heart. Jiang Che saw that the other person's eyes were a little red, and he knew that if he made him angry again, he would probably cry. The girl is still too thin-skinned. He quickly suppressed his smile and said, Of course you can follow me, but don't you really consider going home to get something important? When Bai Yue heard that Jiang Che agreed to her request, her face suddenly turned from cloudy to bright. When she heard Jiang Che asking her to go home and get something, she was still a little moved. After all, she still had a lot of personal belongings she wanted to take away. But I'm a little scared to go back alone. Can you go with me? When she came to the property building by herself, she was already extremely frightened. If she were asked to run back and forth again by herself now, she would be a little afraid. Okay then, I'll go with you. Jiang Che agreed with a smile. He had now awakened the rare ability Laser Eyes, and could easily kill even a cow cat that had undergone 2 mutations. Jiang Che felt that there would be no one stronger than himself in this community. Taking Bai Yue home to get some things wouldn't feel like a burden at all. Hearing Jiang Che's agreement, Bai Yue jumped up and down excitedly, and even took the initiative to reach out and hug Jiang Che's arm. Seeing that Jiang Che was not disgusted, Bai Yue hugged his arms even tighter, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Meanwhile, 3001. Since there was no food left at home, Linwan didn't have to take the initiative to cook at home. However, she has been working in the company for so many years, so she naturally knows that even if she has nothing to do, she has to find something to do. Don't let your boss think you are useless. She decided to take the initiative to start cleaning the room. Lin Xingxuang's house is very big, covering an area of 270 square meters. If she were to do it herself, it would definitely be tiring. She walked towards Lin Xingxuang's room, wanting to ask her to help clean up with her. When Jiang Che comes back, the other party will also have a share of the credit. However, as soon as he entered Lin Xingxuang's room, he found that she was staring at his mobile phone with a look of panic on her face. Keep trying to dial a phone number. Xingxuang, what's wrong with you? Out of concern, Lin Wan took the initiative to step forward and ask. It's over. It's over. My sister has lost contact with me. Lin Xingxuang was extremely panicked at this moment. No, I want to go to school to find her. At this time, Lin Xingxuang seemed to be possessed and began to pack things in the room. Lin Wan knew that this matter could not be handled according to the other party's temper. She could also feel that Jiang Che still valued Lin Qingshuang very much, so she couldn't just watch Lin Qingshuang leave home like that. Otherwise, she would have no way to explain to Jiang Che. He reached out to hold Lin Qingshuang's shoulders and grabbed Lin Qingshuang's cold little hand. Qingshuang, calm down first. Tell me what happened to you, and I will help you analyze it. Looking at Lin Wan's concerned expression and listening to the other party's gentle tone. At this time, Lin Qingshuang completely abandoned her previous prejudice against the other party and threw herself directly into the other party's arms, choking with sobs. My sister is missing. I sent her messages, but she never responded, and I can't get through to her on the phone. Lin Wan frowned and helped Lin Qingshuang sit down on the bed. He patted her back gently with his palm. Tell me the whole story. Lin Qingshuang nodded. She knew that she was a little panicked, but since it involved her own sister, she was always in a panic inside. After taking a few deep breaths and calming herself down, Lin Qingshuang recounted the whole story. It turned out that this morning, Jiang Che promised her that he would go to Jinhai University to rescue his sister. She immediately informed her sister of the good news. At first, when she didn't receive a reply from the other party, Lin Qingshuang thought that her sister might not have had time to check her phone. But as time passed and it gradually became afternoon, Lin Qingxue still hadn't replied to any messages. I tried to call the other party, but no one answered. At this time, Lin Qingshuang finally realized that something might be wrong and that her sister might have had an accident. Chapter 45 Lost Contact. My sister is very well behaved. She will reply to every message of mine in time, and it is impossible for her not to answer my calls. Lin Qingshuang described what had happened with tears in her eyes. Lin Wan casually handed over a tissue and asked, maybe your sister lost her phone, so she didn't reply to the message. Lin Qingshuang shook her head. She and I agreed that we would call each other every noon to make sure she was safe. Even if she lost her phone, she would take the initiative to borrow a phone from a classmate to call me. Lin Wan also felt that something was probably wrong with Lin Qingshuang's sister, and she was most likely dead. She wanted to comfort the other person, but she didn't know how. After all, she is an only child and has never experienced such deep sisterly love. In her eyes, as long as she can survive, the life and death of others is not a big deal. Let's wait for the boss to come back and make the final decision on this matter. If you go out rashly like this, you won't be able to save your sister, and you might end up getting yourself into trouble. When Lin Qingshuang heard Jiang Che's name, she inexplicably felt a sense of security. Yes, he promised me. He promised me that he would save my sister. He would definitely not lie to me. Lin Qingshuang kept repeating these words in her little mouth, her eyes unconsciously looking out the window, her eyes full of hope. At this time, Jiang Che followed by Yu Wei to building one of the community. I live on the 29th floor, so you may have to climb the stairs with me. Of course, if you feel tired, you can wait for me here. I will be down soon. When Bai Yu Wei was speaking, she was always paying attention to Jiang Che's expression. Once he showed an unhappy expression, she would immediately change her words. However, Jiang Che smiled slightly. Don't bother with that. Just make sure you hold on tight. As he spoke, Jiang Che stretched out his hand and held Bai Yu Wei's soft and boneless waist. Feeling the unique fragrance of a young girl coming from the other person, Jiang Che was also a little distracted. Bai Yu Wei unconsciously stretched out her hand and wrapped it around Jiang Che's waist. That familiar feeling came to her mind again, and she remembered the scene when Jiang Che saved her from the sea of fire. Because she was so nervous at the time, she didn't feel the hug at all. She only felt a strong sense of security that made her no longer afraid of death. Now experiencing this warm embrace again, Bai Yu Wei has new feelings. His body is really strong, hard everywhere. Feeling that the girl had a firm grip, Jiang Che began to use flash to move quickly with her. The mental energy consumed by leading others to flash is extremely huge, 4 to 5 times that of when Jiang Che uses it himself. However, his current mental strength has reached 120 points, and he can still afford this consumption. It only took the two of them a dozen seconds to get from the first floor to the 29th floor. Bai Yu Wei only felt that the scenery around her was flashing rapidly, at an extremely fast speed, much more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Okay, we're already on the 29th floor. You can open your eyes now. Jiang Che reached out and pinched the other person's round face. It is soft and smooth, feels great, and you can't put it down. Bai Yu Wei then dared to open her eyes, looked at the surroundings, and then let go of the arms that were hugging Jiang Che. He exhaled deeply and said to Jiang Che, "Wait a moment, I'll open the door." Bai Yu Wei walked to the door of room 2903, took out the key from her pocket, and was about to insert it into the keyhole when her eyes were suddenly stunned. Because she found that there were many messy scratches on her door lock, and even the lock cover that she had closed before was opened. She immediately said to Jiang Che in horror, the lock of my house has been lifted. Could someone have sneaked into my house? After the black fog came, she saw many people in the group whose doors were pried open and the owners were brutally killed by robbers. She also understood that in today's society without constraints, more and more people would surely encounter such things. But she never expected that such a thing would happen to her. She didn't even dare to think about what would have happened to her if she hadn't brought Jiang Che back today. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Jiang Che's expression remained calm. He had already turned on mental detection a long time ago. He now had a clear view of the situation in the room. Someone had indeed sneaked into the room. There were 3 people in total, 1 in the bathroom, 1 in the closet, and 1 behind the curtain. It was obvious that the attack was premeditated and they did not disrupt anything in the room. He went straight to Bai Yue. As for the reason, it is naturally because Bai Yue is too beautiful. Many people coveted her before the end of the world. Now that there are no constraints, they must want to try what she tastes like in real life. Just open the door and go in, and I'll take care of the rest. Hearing Jiang Che's decisive words, Bai Yue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, having a big boss around makes me feel extremely safe. Hearing the sound of the door lock turning gently, the 3 people in the room became tense. They are all owners living in Building 1 and are also Bai Yue's neighbors. After knowing Bai Yue's identity as an anchor, they came to her house many times and wanted to ask Bai Yue out to play, but Bai Yue looked down on them and always refused. Several people were also very angry and thought that the other party was just pretending to be pure. How clean can a host be? Now that the end of the world has come, several people are running short of supplies at home, so they decided to rob Bai Yue. Not only can you rob the other party of their supplies, but you can also completely vent your previously accumulated desires. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When they thought about playing with the sweet-looking anchor soon, they could hardly control their bodies. The man hiding in the bathroom was closest to the door, and he gently opened the bathroom door a crack. As soon as Bai Yue completely entered the room, he would rush over and lock the door. He would catch the turtle in the jar. When the time comes, I'll be the first to play with this little girl. Damn, I'm so greedy. His expression was very focused, and he watched the door being opened little by little. When he saw Bai Yue's delicate porcelain-like face enter the room, the smile on his face became more and more cruel. This little mouth will definitely make me feel great. Yes, come closer. Come closer. Is this close okay? Just then, a cold male voice sounded behind him. The man's body suddenly stiffened, and his originally lewd expression turned into horror in an instant. He clearly checked, and he was the only one in the bathroom, so why was there a second sound? He was about to scream when a shining samurai sword suddenly appeared across his neck. The blade was so cold that it made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 46. The Big Brother on the List. Bai Yue poked her head into the room and found nothing unusual. He turned around and wanted to ask Jiang Che to go into the house together. River. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she found that Jiang Che, who was standing behind her, had disappeared without a trace. This instantly dissipated most of the courage she had just mustered, and she was a little afraid to walk into the room. Where is Brother Jiang? He didn't abandon me, did he? Click. At this moment, the sound of the door handle turning suddenly sounded beside her. Bai Yue was so frightened that her face turned pale. She is a timid person and usually doesn't dare to watch horror movies when she is alone at home. How could she not be panicked when she knew there were robbers in her house? She turned around and wanted to escape from the room, but at this moment, she glanced at the bathroom and found that a young man with a samurai sword in his hand, a straight figure, and a handsome demeanor came out. Isn't this person Jiang Che, the big shot she just got close to? In an instant, she understood that Jiang Che did not leave, but had used his ability to enter the room. Bai Yue's face suddenly became excited, and she was about to shout out. Jiang Che immediately stretched out a finger and pressed her delicate lips. Walking up to Bai Yue's ear, Jiang Che whispered, "Don't talk, there are 2 more people in the room." The warm breath rushed straight into her ear, making her crystal earlobe turn red instantly. It was the first time for her to have such close contact with a boy. Bai Yue lowered her head shyly, but when she lowered her head, she suddenly discovered that there were spots of scarlet blood on the samurai sword in Jiang Che's hand. I thought that the other person had just come out of the bathroom. Bai Yue curiously poked her head towards the bathroom. What caught my eye was a big bald head lying on the ground, staring at the door with his eyes wide open. The expression on his face was as terrified as it could be. Moreover, she knew this person, who lived downstairs from her house. He said he was her fan and often approached her under the pretext of sending gifts. But she never expected that the robber who broke into his room was actually him. However, at this time, the part below the opponent's neck had completely disappeared. All that could be seen was the gurgling blood still flowing out from the neck. The scene was extremely horrifying. Bai Yue's face turned pale instantly. She folded her hands and covered her mouth tightly, fearing that she would scream out. She subconsciously wanted to look for Jiang Che, but at this time Jiang Che was already walking slowly into the room. There was a relaxed smile on the other person's face, and the samurai sword in his hand was swinging gently with his wrist. It was as if what he was about to face were not robbers, but two lambs to be slaughtered. Damn it, what is Lao Wang doing? Didn't we agree to wait for that little girl Bai Yue to come in, and then give the signal? Why is there no movement now? The man in the closet was waiting anxiously. His name is Ma Kaming. He is the owner of a construction company, and also the top guy in Bai Yue's live broadcast room. He looks big and strong, with a face full of flesh. At this time, he was hiding in the closet, and from time to time he would pick up a piece of girl's clothing and sniff it at the tip of his nose. It smells so good. I wonder if this little girl's body smells just as good. Damn it, could it be that old guy Lao Wang is eating alone outside? Thinking of this, Ma Kaming felt that he could not wait any longer. I opened the closet door and prepared to go out. However, the door that was easily opened before did not budge no matter how hard he pushed. This made him stunned, and then he realized that he was exposed and locked in a closet. But I didn't make any noise at all, so how could I be exposed? After thinking about it carefully, he understood. Damn it, it must be those two bastards, Lao Wang and Lao Li. They wanted to enjoy Bai Yue all to themselves, so they locked me up. Apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of any other reason. When he thought of Bai Yue's fair and tender body being enjoyed by the two old guys without him having any share, his eyes turned red with jealousy. The cabinet door was slammed hard until it made a bang-bang sound. Lao Wang, Lao Li, you two are really dishonest. I set up this game, but you two are eating alone. If there is any good thing in the future, I will not bring you two with me. Ma Kaming's loud voice instantly spread throughout the room. At this time, in the room, Jiang Che had already found the third person hiding behind the curtains and stabbed him cleanly in the heart. Before he died, the other party wanted to remind Ma Kaming, who was hiding in the closet, but was beheaded by Jiang Che's lightning-fast knife. The bright red blood splattered directly on the light yellow curtains, looking extremely eye-catching. Ever since the battle in the property building, Jiang Che no longer had any physical discomfort with killing. Even after killing this kind of scum, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Jiang Che activated the mental detection and checked the room again, confirming that there was only one person left in the closet. He gave Bai Yue a reassuring look. Lao Li, I never gave you any money to spend before. You teamed up with outsiders to deal with me first, right? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs, right? At this time, Ma Kaming was still shouting and cursing. He rammed the entire wardrobe with his body, causing it to shake and almost fall to the ground. Jiang Che walked forward and gently placed one hand on the cabinet door. In an instant, all the shaking disappeared completely. After taking the laser eye fruit, Jiang Che's strength has now reached a terrifying 77 points. Far beyond the normal human beings, not to mention Ma Kaming, an old man whose body has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. You pervert. You broke into my house, and you still have the nerve to talk about conscience. Ugh. With Jiang Che's support, Bai Yue became bolder. He started yelling at the cabinet without any hesitation. Ma Kaming was about to knock over the cabinet, when suddenly a huge force came from outside. I hit the cabinet again, and it didn't move at all. He was just wondering in his heart, when he heard a delicate shout coming from outside. Although she was scolding him, when he heard the sweet little baby voice, Ma Kaming immediately recognized the owner of the voice. This was the Bai Yue he had been thinking about day and night. He immediately became excited, and his palm kept rubbing on his crotch. Xiaowei, I'm your brother Ma. Do you still remember me? I played 15 carnivals for you. Listening to the other party's words, Bai Yue immediately remembered who the other party was. The number one in his own live broadcast room, AAA Building Materials Ma Ge. I did make a lot of money from the other party. But so what? The other party is not willing to give it, and I didn't ask for it actively. Now the other party actually dares to bring people into my home, which is a real threat to my life safety. She didn't even dare to think about how miserable her fate would be if Jiang Che hadn't followed her. I don't care about you, brother horse or brother donkey. Your two accomplices are already dead. Soon you will become a dead horse too. Bai Yue thrust her small waist forward and spoke the most ferocious words in the cutest tone. With a big boss protecting me, she dares to say even crazier things. Chapter 47 Lin Wan's Ambition. After hearing Bai Yue's words, he finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't his companion who wanted to eat alone, but that he had already been taken care of by someone else. As for the murderer, it was definitely not Bai Yue. With her thin arms and legs, it was good enough for her to kill a chicken. It must be that the other party brought someone back from outside. She is such a slut. She keeps pretending to be innocent in front of me. It's the end of the world, and she still brings a man home. Ma Kaming cursed in his heart, while at the same time constantly thinking about how to escape from this place. Wait, brother outside, listen to me first. Do you know Wang Gang from the Mutual Aid Association? He was so anxious that cold sweat appeared on his head. He really regretted it now. In order to control Bai Yue, he even brought 2 more people with him. Unexpectedly, the boat capsized in the ditch. Jiang Che had already raised the Desert Eagle and aimed it at the closet door. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he heard the other party's words. Jiang Che showed a playful smile on his face. As for Wang Gang, he believed that he knew him. After all, the other party had just died in front of him not long ago. Wang Gang, isn't that the boss of the Mutual Aid Association? How come you know him? Ma Kaming finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the other party's reply. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Little brother, Wang Gang and I have a life-and-death friendship, and we are as close as brothers. I came here today because of Wang Gang's request. If you kill me, Wang Gang will definitely not let you go." After hearing what the other party said, Jiang Che's face showed some disappointment. He thought the other party could say something useful. Wang Gang is nothing. My brother Jiang can kill him with one hand. Before Jiang Che could say anything, Bai Yue had already started. But what she said was not wrong. Jiang Che almost killed the other person with a gun in one hand. Humph. Little brother, she is just a little anchor who knows nothing. Don't believe her. I tell you, as long as you give this little girl to Wang Gang, you will definitely have a bright future. There is definitely no problem in being the second in command of a mutual aid association. Jiang Che nodded indifferently, without a trace of emotion on his face. Then please ask Wang Gang for me, and see if he can do as you say. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Ma Kaming was stunned at first. Wasn't the other party a bit crazy? Asking the leader of the Mutual Aid Association to make a guarantee with him? A sneer appeared on Ma Kaming's face. You asked me to find Wang Gang for you. Who the hell do you think you are? When I leave here, I will bring people to skin you 2 adulterers alive. He thought so in his heart, but he said excitedly, Don't worry, with my connections, I will definitely. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Che pulled the trigger. A huge roar sounded, and smoke and dust filled the room. The entire wardrobe was instantly reduced to pieces, and even a big hole was blasted in the wall behind the wardrobe. As for the person in the closet, it was no longer possible to make out a human shape. There was only burnt debris on the ground. Since the other party wants to see Wang Gang, then I will just send him there directly. The moment Jiang Che took out the pistol, Bai Yue had already covered her ears. Seeing Jiang Che shooting with such a cool look on his face, she was a little dazed. He was indeed very handsome. Why are you still standing there? Go pack your things quickly. Are you planning to stay here tonight? Seeing that Bai Yue was still in a daze, Jiang Che reminded her directly. When Bai Yue heard that she had to spend the night here, she trembled with fear. 3 people just died in this house. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to live there. I quickly dragged out a small suitcase and started packing. While Bai Yue was packing her things, Jiang Che was also observing in the room. He actually had another purpose for coming here this time, which was to see where the rare, powerful fruit grew. Comparing it with the first photo Bai Yue sent him, Jiang Che quickly found it on the east window. Just like in the photo, huge vines twisted and coiled outside the window, covered with dense thorns. Turn on mental detection and observe this vine. Unfortunately, there is no second fruit on the vine, but there are many corpses of mutated ferocious beasts on it. The corpses of some mutated cats and dogs appeared in large patches on the vines. All the blood and flesh were sucked away by the vines, leaving only a tattered skin. No wonder there are so few animals in the park. It turns out they were all killed by these mutant plants. It feels like under the influence of the black fog, plants seem to be more dangerous than animals. Jiang Che originally planned to go out and take a closer look, but when he thought of the scene where He Shu killed people, he immediately gave up the idea. He wasn't sure if this vine had some strange way of attacking. Not long after, Bai Yue came over carrying a small suitcase. Brother Jiang, I'm done. Originally, she wanted to pack her own clothes, but most of them were smashed to pieces by Jiang Che, so she packed much faster. Jiang Che nodded, put the suitcase into the storage space, and left building 1 with Bai Yue. After just a few minutes, a yellow light appeared again in room 3001, building 11. Even though she had experienced it once, Bai Yue was still a little upset. The feeling of rapid weightlessness made her blood boil. Seeing the decoration in the room, Bai Yue was shocked again. Brother Jiang, is this where you live? It looks so classy. Although she is an internet celebrity with 3 million fans, she can only afford a down payment on an ordinary residential building in Xinjiang community. She dare not even dream of a top-notch duplex loft like Lin Qingxuang's. Lin Wan, who was sitting in the living room, saw Jiang Che appear and hurriedly trotted over to greet him. Boss, you're back. She gave Jiang Che a sweet smile, then looked at Jiang Che's side. She also noticed the delicate-looking little sister following Jiang Che at the first moment. However, she did not treat her coldly like Lin Qingxuang did when she first saw her. She knew in her heart that Jiang Che would definitely not have just these few women with him in the future. In the future, there will definitely be more and more beautiful women joining this family. She wants to try to gain more people's recognition and obtain the greatest voice besides Jiang Che. To put it simply, it means wanting to be the one in charge of the harem. My name is Lin Wan. I don't know what to call this sister. Lin Wan smiled and stretched out her hand towards Bai Yue. Looking at Lin Wan's intellectual and generous appearance, Bai Yue stretched out her hand somewhat embarrassedly. Hello. Hello, my name is Bai Yue. After a brief chat with Bai Yue, Lin Wan took the initiative to say to Jiang Che, Boss, there might be something wrong with Qingxuang. Jiang Che frowned slightly. This was a little unexpected for him. What could go wrong if he stayed at home? Lin Wan simply repeated what Lin Qingxuang had said to her, allowing Jiang Che to roughly understand the whole story. Qingxuang just cried several times. She has been waiting for you to come back. Jiang Che nodded. I understand. You arrange a place for Bai Yue to live. I will go and see Lin Qingxuang. After saying that, Jiang Che pushed open Lin Qingxuang's room and walked in. Lin Wan still looked like the hostess, taking Bai Yue to other rooms. There are 2 rooms left. See which one you like. Chapter 48. Sensible. Click. The sound of the door being turned was heard, and Lin Qingxuang hurriedly raised her head from the bed. The eye circles were red, and there were tears in the corners of the eyes. When she saw that it was Jiang Che who came in, her heart, which had originally calmed down a little, collapsed again. She flew directly into Jiang Che's arms. At this moment, Lin Qingxuang no longer had the image of a cold goddess, but rather looked like a helpless little girl. Jiang Che, my sister. Lin Qingxuang choked up as she spoke, tears falling from her eyes in big drops. In her eyes, Jiang Che was her last straw. If Jiang Che didn't care, her sister would really have no chance of survival. Jiang Che gently patted Lin Qingxuang's back with his palm. Don't worry. Tell me her approximate location, and I'll go to Gimhe University tomorrow. Jiang Che's voice was warm and calm, but the power in his words made Lin Qingxuang stand there in a daze. She never expected that Jiang Che would agree to her request directly. Jinhai University is more than 10 kilometers away from Xinjiang community, and it is possible to encounter any terrifying beasts on the way. It can be said that going to Gimhe University to rescue her sister was a considerable risk. She had already made all the preparations. If Jiang Che didn't want to, she would go find him alone. But things developed more smoothly than she had imagined. Jiang Che made the decision without even waiting for her to ask. Is my position in his heart so important? It turns out that he really loves me. Thinking back to the first time I met Jiang Che, I saw that he was dressed shabbily and didn't want to do business with him. Now her heart was filled with relief. Fortunately, Jiang Che forced me to stay. Otherwise, I would have missed a man who loved me so much. Jiang Che lowered his head slightly, looked at the pretty face so close to him, and reached out his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't worry, I will do my best to bring your sister back. Jiang Che did not make this decision on impulse. It was the result of careful consideration. First of all, he really needs the rare ability of Lin Qingxue. As a rare superpower, the power of laser eyes is unquestionable. It can instantly kill a cow cat that has undergone 2 mutations. Jiang Che believed that as an ability of the same rare level, Lin Qingxue's ability was definitely on par with the laser eyes. Moreover, as the top university in Dajin City, Jinhai University has quite abundant teachers and student resources. There must be many women who meet the system requirements and can help him unlock more supplies, so he needs to go to Jinhai University anyway. I can't let you go on this adventure alone. I'll go with you. At this time, Lin Qingxuang said in a decisive tone, her eyes full of determination. Jiang Che frowned. The reason why he dared to go was because he had 100% ability to save his life, but Lin Qingxuang did not. The other party provided him with unlimited hamburgers and desert eagles. Jiang Che didn't want the other party to make any mistakes and cause his 2 kinds of supplies to disappear. But before Jiang Che could refuse, Lin Qingxuang immediately said, I know the routes inside Jinhai University and the locations of all the buildings. If I go there, I will definitely be able to find Xiaoxua faster. As a student who has lived in Jinhai University for 4 years, Lin Qingshuang definitely knows more about the school than he does. Jiang Che really needs a guide. After hesitating and thinking for a moment, Jiang Che nodded and agreed. Well, you get ready tonight, and we'll set off directly tomorrow. Great, thank you Jiang Che. Lin Qingshuang's face was full of excitement. She kissed him directly with her tender lips, expressing her love for Jiang Che with her actions. Jiang Che also hugged Lin Qingshuang's slender waist and responded fiercely. How about it, Xiaowei? Do you see if you need anything? Hearing Lin Wan's question, Bai Yue smiled and shook her head. No, the things are already very complete, much more complete than where I used to live. Thank you, Sister Wan. Her first impression of Lin Wan was quite good. After the end of the world, she witnessed countless evils of human nature. Now feeling the tenderness of her caring elder sister again made her feel extremely at ease. Lin Wan behaves well and always has a professional smile on her face. In that case, it's getting late. Go take a shower first. We can have dinner after the boss comes out. Lin Wan could naturally see what Jiang Che meant by bringing Bai Yue back. She was not jealous at all, and she did not dare to feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. She understood that everything she had now was given by Jiang Che, and if Jiang Che was willing, she could help him push forward from behind. Sister Wan, did you just say taking a bath? Did I hear you correctly? Bai Yue found it a little unbelievable. She knew that Jiang Che had some supplies, but she wouldn't waste them by taking a bath. Hearing Bai Yue's question, the smile on Lin Wan's face widened a little. It was as if I saw my original self. Xiaowei, you heard it right. Come with me, and you'll know. Having said that, Lin Wan took Bai Yue to the bathroom. As the door opened, Bai Yue's little mouth opened wide. Her eyes were full of shock. What did she see? Mineral water. A whole wall of mineral water. Enough mineral water for a family to live on for several months. This made her feel very embarrassed as she used to drink a bottle of mineral water for 2 days. Lin Wan took Bai Yue's hand and walked in. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is a lot of water here, but in the hands of the boss, this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's no exaggeration to tell you that the boss has endless water and food in his hands. Being able to join this family may be the greatest luck in your life. The corners of Lin Wan's mouth rose slightly, and she felt that she had regained the feeling of being so powerful in the company. Seeing that the other party was still immersed in shock, Lin Wan reached out and pinched Bai Yue's delicate little round face. You have to wash yourself clean later. The boss is a bit of a germaphobe, and he really likes cleanliness. When she heard Lin Wan's words, she immediately understood what the other party meant. The little face suddenly turned red. Although she joined Jiang Che in the hope of currying favor with him, she still felt shy about playing basketball together on their first meeting. I'm not. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain something, but found that she seemed to have nothing to explain. I'll tell you a secret. The boss likes the guava-scented shower gel. If you want to please the boss, use that one. Lin Wan made her final instructions with a smile on her face and left the bathroom directly. Bai Yue stood in the bathroom, feeling a little helpless. She is only 19 years old this year and has never had a boyfriend. She is as blank as a piece of paper. After some inner struggle, she gritted her teeth, locked the bathroom door, and began to wash her body. Naturally, I also used the guava-scented shower gel. Chapter 49 Energy Drink. Jiang Che and Lin Qingshuang stayed in the room for a while before coming out. After being strengthened by the fruit, Lin Qingshuang's skin became more smooth and elastic, making Jiang Che even more reluctant to leave. However, he knew that there were 2 games today, and the evening one was the main event, so the match between him and Lin Qingshuang would be limited to a certain extent. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw Bai Yue sitting on the sofa with a blushing face. She was wearing loose teddy bear pajamas, with her wet hair hanging down her back. Lin Wan was helping her blow dry her hair from behind. From time to time, he would whisper a few words into the other's ear, making Bai Yue's face even redder. Seeing Jiang Che coming, Lin Wan stood up and greeted him. Bai Yue also stood up, but kept her head down, not daring to look Jiang Che in the eye. Jiang Che nodded and said, "It's getting late. Let's get ready for dinner." As he waved his hand, a dozen steaming double beef burgers appeared on the table. Just like it was just out of the pot, you can smell the meaty aroma of the burger from a long distance away. Bai Yue was the most shocked one. She originally thought that Jiang Che wouldn't have too many hamburgers, but now it seems that her previous idea was completely wrong. Jiang Che probably really has endless burgers. Bai Yue felt like she was about to cry for happiness at this moment. If she had known that life here with Jiang Che was so good, she would have come here to live long ago. What a hard life I had lived before. After dinner, Lin Qingxuang wanted to call Jiang Che back to her room, but when she saw Jiang Che walking towards the new girl's room, she immediately stopped and turned back to her own room. Jiang Che has already agreed to help her save her sister. She can't ask for more, as that would be too greedy. Click. Bai Yue's heart tightened when she heard the sound of the door being locked. Looking at Jiang Che walking towards her step by step, she seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat. In fact, Brother Jiang is still very handsome, tens of thousands of times better than those greasy old men in my live studio. Looking at Jiang Che's handsome appearance, this thought popped up in her mind. He sat down beside Bai Yue's bed and reached out to pull her into his arms. Looking at the lowly with twin ponytails in front of him, Jiang Che suddenly thought of the words that had been leaked online before. Lowly has 3 advantages: soft voice, flexible body, and easy to push down. It really is the wisdom of the ancients, and the summary is spot on. Put your cheek close to the other's neck and sniff gently. You smell so good. Bai Yue's face turned even redder, but she didn't refuse. I used guava shower gel. Sister Wanwan told me that you liked it very much. She is a straightforward person and won't hide anything. Jiang Che laughed when he heard it. What else did she tell you? As Jiang Che spoke, his hands began to become more and more restless. Nothing, Sister Wanwan said. That you like to be more proactive. Jiang Che put his mouth close to her ear. While blowing hot air into her ears, he said, Then why don't you take the initiative? I'm the one taking the initiative now. Feeling the warmth in his hands, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a sense of comparison. It is several dimensions smaller than Lin Qingxuang's, and is not comparable to Lin Wan's at all. But it also has a unique charm. Jiang, Brother Jiang, I really can't. Bai Yue let out a moan and fell completely into Jiang Che's arms. Looking at the little beauty who had already turned limp, Jiang Che no longer hesitated and pressed on her directly. Then let me teach you today. At midnight, beautiful music came from the room, and the night was spent in joy again. Ding! It is detected that the host is bound to a new goddess. Obtain new material. Red Bull Energy Drink Type 1. Red Bull Energy Drink. After drinking, the body will begin to slowly replenish physical strength. Can be used in combination. Superpower Upgrade. Physical Enhancement is upgraded to Level 3. The ability entry is updated. Physical Enhancement LV3. Physical fitness is greatly improved, and when receiving non-fatal injuries, physical energy can be consumed to quickly recover the body. Character panel has been updated. Name, Jiang Che. Spirit, 126, Ordinary People 10. Physique, 99, Ordinary People 10. Unlocked materials, Wakaka Mineral Water, Double Beef Burger, Spirit Fruit, Red Bull Energy Drink Type 1. Superpowers, Physical Enhancement LV3, Flashing LV1, Mental Detection LV3, Laser Eye, Rare, LV1. Bound Goddesses, Lin Qingxuang, Lin Wan, Bai Yue. Looking at the series of system prompts in his mind, Jiang Che was so excited. My improvement this time is quite huge. Both my mental and physical attributes have been greatly improved. What excited him the most was that his body-strengthening ability had been upgraded to Level 3. The ability obtained from the entry is also quite powerful. According to the description in the entry, as long as you don't suffer non-fatal injuries, you can rely on your physical strength to repair your body at any time. Although the description is very brief, its strength is self-evident. Moreover, the energy drink that I unlocked can restore my physical energy. I just step on my left foot with my right foot and take off on the spot. As long as he protects those fatal parts, he can be said to be invincible. Excited, he hugged the girl in his arms tighter. Feeling the softness of the other person's body and the fragrance emanating from it, Jiang Che felt only infinite satisfaction. Enter the storage space. Jiang Che saw the new supplies at a glance. Those were bottles of yellow cans of drinks, and they looked no different from the functional drinks on the market. Taking out a can, Jiang Che opened the pull ring and started drinking. The sweet liquid flowed into his mouth and spread to his limbs and bones. Jiang Che only felt his body warm, as if every organ began to continuously exude the breath of vitality. He played ball with Bai Yue all night, and was originally feeling a little listless and exhausted. But after drinking this bottle of drink, all those feelings disappeared, the whole person was refreshed, and it felt like I could fight another 300 rounds. This stuff is good. It's much better than that so-called man's gas station. With this thing, let alone Bai Yue, even if we bring Lin Qingxuang and Lin Wan along, there will be no problem. Jiang Che has already started planning the feasibility of a multiplayer game. Put on your clothes and leave the room. As for Bai Yue, there was no way she would get up this morning. When he came to the living room, He found that Lin Qingxuang and Lin Wan were already waiting for him. Boss, do you need to bring anything with you? I'll help you pack it. Lin Wan is like his personal secretary, taking everything into consideration. No, we'll just be gone for a few days, and if everything goes well, we'll be back soon. Jiang Che shook his head and said, but don't worry, I will leave you plenty of food and won't let you go hungry. Speaking of this, Jiang Che suddenly thought of someone. Li Qingqing is still alone at home. If I leave now, she will definitely go hungry. Chapter 50 Preparation. Room 1802, Building 11. Li Qingqing glanced towards the door from time to time. She was wearing a very sexy bear-shaped short shirt that exposed her belly, and the bear's eyes were stretched wide by the fullness and roundness of her chest. She was wearing her favorite super short JK skirt on her lower body, which perfectly highlighted her straight legs and perky buttocks. This outfit, combined with her pure and sexy face, is so cool. It's already 8 o'clock, why hasn't he come yet? Maybe he forgot. Li Qingqing's mouth pursed, and she couldn't help but mutter. She still remembered what Jiang Che said to her on the day he left. You need to clean up tomorrow and wait for me to come over, okay? This sentence, and Jiang Che's expression when he spoke, kept echoing in her mind. Even when I was dreaming, I dreamed of this scene. So when she woke up in the morning, she went straight to the bathroom and washed herself clean with the mineral water that Jiang Che had left for her, and even sprayed some perfume. Li Qingqing gently moved her still aching leg and limped off the bed. Moved slowly to the door of the room and looked outside through the peephole. All I could see was pitch black. I couldn't see any moving figures, nor could I hear any sounds. Hey, Li Qingqing, what are you looking at? Just as she was concentrating on observing the situation outside the door, an indifferent voice sounded behind her. The sudden noise scared Li Qingqing so much that she almost died. Wow, help! She subconsciously wanted to run away, but when her injured leg touched the ground, severe pain rushed straight to her heart. Then his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Hiss, it hurts. Li Qingqing touched her aching buttocks and looked at Jiang Che, who appeared in her room with some resentment in her eyes. Although she knew that Jiang Che had the ability to appear and disappear without a trace, she was still shocked. Jiang Che did not expect this to happen, so he reached his hand through the other person's white thighs, picked him up by the waist, and put him back on the bed. Biting her lower lip lightly, Li Qingqing looked at Jiang Che secretly. He came after all. Is my first time in life going to end today? There was not a trace of worry or fear in her heart, only endless anticipation. She often reads books online and sometimes draws some exciting comics herself. She has only 2 standards for her future boyfriend. He must have a strong body like the male protagonist in Korean comics, and he must also have a handsome face. Now that Jiang Che has undergone a physical strengthening, he can be said to have perfectly met these 2 requirements. When she first came into contact with Jiang Che, she felt that he was a match for her sexual preferences. If she could live with him in the apocalypse, she would be quite willing to do so. Well, Li Qingqing, you must hold on. You can't be so unrestrained. If the other person knows that you are a little slut, he will definitely look down on you. She kept trying to convince herself in her heart, but the look she gave Jiang Che was almost tearful. Jiang Che first checked Li Qingqing's wound. It had completely scabbed over, but she still couldn't move normally. Looking at Li Qingqing's sexy outfit today, Jiang Che felt his blood boiling. He knew that the other party had dressed up specially for him, but it was definitely too late for him to play another game with the other party today. Given his current physical condition, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours to finish. This delicious meal can only be enjoyed after I return from Gimhe University. I'm going to be gone for a while. When Li Qingqing heard Jiang Che's words, her face turned pale and her eyes were full of disbelief. She never expected that after dressing up so carefully, she would be waiting for these words. Is it because my figure is not good enough? My figure is the perfect Korean comic girl figure, and many people pursued me in school. The comics he created based on his own body have received millions of likes online. What did I do wrong to make Jiang Che abandon me? Let me take you to another residence. That's where I live now. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Li Qingqing's distress was immediately relieved. He finally took me home. That means he has completely accepted me, right? Thinking of this, she felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She nodded hastily. Thank you, I'm willing to go. Taking the tablet she often used to draw on and some things that could be used in daily life, Jiang Che used Flash again to bring Li Qingqing back to 3001. At this time, Lin Wan and Lin Qingxuang in the room both had complicated expressions. Just yesterday, the other party brought back a pretty lowly, and now he brought back a JK girl with a great body. I really don't know how many more beauties will live in this little home in the future. Although Lin Qingxuang's house is very big, it only has 4 rooms. If she brings another girl back, someone will probably have to sleep on the sofa. Li Qingqing never expected that there were already 2 women in Jiang Che's residence whose looks and temperament were more outstanding than hers. She used to be proud of her outstanding looks, but now she felt a little lost for no apparent reason. He told everyone about Li Qingqing's situation and entrusted Li Qingqing directly to Lin Wan. He was very confident in Lin Wan's ability to do things, and she was able to execute everything he assigned to her perfectly. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely take good care of Sister Qingqing. Jiang Che nodded, then walked up to the open-air garden on the rooftop. He wanted to see what Dazue was doing now. After returning yesterday, Jiang Che settled Big Mouth here. Because the other party ate the cow cat's heart, the energy density in the body has been increasing. Jiang Che was also afraid that some changes would occur that would hurt the goddess he was bound to. As soon as he got to the rooftop, Jiang Che saw a small bulldog running and jumping on the rooftop. There was no trace of the depressed look he had shown after the injury. If Jiang Che didn't know the other party's appearance after the change, he would really think that the other party was an ordinary puppy. Seeing Jiang Che coming, Big Mouth ran over hurriedly. It kept rubbing its huge head against Jiang Che's feet. Through the mental chain, Jiang Che could feel that the other person was in a very happy mood and was getting closer and closer to him. I touched Big Mouth's head and carefully observed his appearance. There was almost no change from before. The only difference from before is the short tail behind it, which has become longer and more powerful. It doesn't look like a dog's tail, but more like a cat's tail. There is a small burning flame at the tip of the tail. Jiang Che tried to touch it, but there was no burning sensation as he had imagined. Very gentle, like a tangible air. After turning on the mental detection, Jiang Che could immediately see that the energy density in the other person's body had increased significantly. If the previous light was like a small stove, now it is a small sun. The light in the body almost condensed into substance. At this moment, Jiang Che really couldn't imagine how powerful Big Mouth would become. However, he felt more excited and grateful in his heart, because this terrifying power was in his own hands after all. If Jiang Che's chance of success in breaking into Jinhai University alone was 50%, with Big Mouth, Jiang Che felt that he could walk around Jinhai University with ease. It has only been nearly 2 weeks since the black fog descended. Jiang Che just didn't believe it. Is there any beast in Jinhai University that is more powerful than Big Mouth? Chapter 51, God's Instructions. He took Lin Qingshuang and Dazue to the underground garage. Jinhai University is not too far from Jinjiang Community, but it is more than 10 kilometers away. If the two of them walked there, it would take a lot of time on the road. Just as Lin Qingshuang said she had a car, Jiang Che immediately decided to drive there. Arriving at the underground garage, following Lin Qingshuang's footsteps, the two came to a parking space in the corner. As Lin Qingshuang pressed the car key, 2 dazzling lights pierced the darkness of the garage. A pitch-black steel beast appeared in front of the 2 men. The car body has sharp edges and the front face features the iconic 3-spoke chrome grille with a huge 3-pointed star emblem inlaid in the center, all of which demonstrate its dignity. The exposed hinges on the doors are rugged and sturdy, like the armored seams of a chariot, and do not conceal their mechanical beauty. Every man has a dream of owning a luxury car when he is young. Jiang Che is no exception. Although he can't afford it, he knows a lot about the luxury cars on the market. Jiang Che recognized the model of the pitch-black beast in front of him the first time he saw it. Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. The price was over 2 million. This was a luxury car he could never even dream of. However, now the other party is like a beautiful young lady with half her clothes undressed, waiting for him to grasp her forcefully at any time. Jiang Che was also a little surprised. He originally thought that Lin Qingshuang would drive a sports car or a more feminine car, but it turned out to be such a domineering Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Jiang Che sat in the driving seat and turned on mental detection. All the surrounding scenery became clear in his mental realm. The reason why he dared to drive a car in the black fog was because of the existence of mental detection. The 30-meter advance warning allows him to avoid most obstacles and ferocious beasts in time. Then, the roar of the engine was heard. The pitch-black steel beast rushed out of the underground parking garage and drove towards the direction of Jinhai University in Jiang Che's memory at an extremely fast speed. At this time, a dozen young people gathered near the Haimen Bridge, busy setting up the venue. Hey, Brother Zhao, can we really gain anything by staying here? A shiny bald man was the first to break the silence of the team and spoke to the leading man. The man's name was Zhao Chuanda. He was the only one among all the people who was standing and smoking instead of working. Obviously the leader of the entire team. When he heard the bald man's question, there was some impatience on his face. Nonsense. This is Haimen Bridge, the only path leading to Jinhai University. Everyone knows that only Jinhai University has military garrisons. It can be said to be one of the safest places in Jinhai City. Who wouldn't want to go there if they have the ability? Have you forgotten? Didn't a small group of police officers come here earlier and say that they would also go to Jinhai University to meet up with the troops in a while? Hearing Zhao Chuanda's sarcastic words, the bald man didn't show any anger on his face, but instead smiled even more flatteringly. Brother Zhao, is the policeman you were talking about the female policeman who looked like a fairy before? Hearing the other party's question, Zhao Chuanda took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes looking a little confused and yearning. Yes, it's her. She looks like a fairy. If I can have a good time with her, I would be willing to live 5 years less. A lustful look appeared on Zhao Chuanda's face, and his body began to sway constantly, as if he had fallen into fantasy. However, other people around did not dare to laugh or even make a sound when they saw it. Just when Zhao Chuanda was about to continue to indulge himself, the sound of an engine roared from the distance. Although he hadn't seen the other party's appearance yet, Zhao Chuanda knew that their first prey was coming. He extinguished the cigarette but fiercely under his feet, and then shouted to the crowd, "Spread the nail boards and square nails for me. Damn it, you dare to drive in the black fog now? You are really a fucking lunatic." After setting up the venue, Zhao Chuanda led everyone to hide in the shelter they had set up earlier. I want to see what this first fat sheep is like. But soon Zhao Chuanda discovered something wrong. The sound of the opponent's engine began to slowly weaken, as if the opponent knew that there was a trap in the distance. Brother Zhao, has our trap been discovered? The bald guy was most familiar with Zhao Chuanda, so he came forward and asked proactively. Zhao Chuanda's face also looked a little dark. Impossible. The black fog is blocking his vision. How can he see it? They probably ran out of gas. Once their tires burst, we'll charge them. When everyone heard Zhao Chuanda's order, no one dared to disobey. They all nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Zhao." Soon, 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from the black fog. A domineering car body slowly appeared in front of everyone. Damn it, it's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Another rich guy? He must have supplies. We're going to make a fortune this time. An excited look appeared on Zhao Chuanda's face. Before the end of the world, he was just a third-rate salesman. What he hated the most was these rich people. But now, when he thought about being able to kill these rich people like fat sheep, he felt extremely excited and happy. Closer, closer. 2 meters to go, and the tire will burst. Looking at the ferocious and majestic car body, a hint of hesitation flashed in Zhao Chuanda's eyes. No man can resist the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the same goes for him. In the current doomsday situation, if a tire bursts, the car will be ruined. He was wondering whether he should stop the other party in advance. Just as he was struggling in his heart, the car stopped half a meter away from the trap. Hey, why did Brother Zhao park his car? What should we do? Should we go out? The bald man scratched his head and said. Zhao Chuanda was so angry that he hit the other person hard on the head. Nonsense. You have a pig-like brain. Come on, surround the car. Hearing Zhao Chuanda's angry curse, more than a dozen young men rushed out with their weapons. They directly surrounded the Mercedes-Benz G. The bald guy took the lead and smashed a steel pipe directly at the hood of the car, and a deep dent appeared instantly. Damn it. Everyone in the car, get out. He also wanted to show off in front of Brother Zhao, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit hard on the head again. Looking back, it was Brother Zhao again. The bald guy's eyes were full of grievance. What did I do wrong? You bastard. Be gentle, you bastard. From now on, this car is mine. You are smashing my car, do you understand? After saying that, Zhao Chuanda looked towards the car fiercely. This glance made him swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. What did he see? She was a woman even more beautiful than the previous policewoman. Long black hair, delicate oval face, and phoenix eyes. Especially her icy temperament, which made his eyes stare straight. She's really pretty. At this moment, he made up his mind that he must get this woman no matter what. After he missed the policewoman before, he often felt regretful. Now that such a stunning ice beauty appeared in front of him, how could he let her go? This is God's compensation to him. How could he fail to live up to God's instructions? Chapter 52, I'll protect you. Not only Zhao Chuanda saw the cool and beautiful figure, the other brothers around him also noticed the beauty in the car. Each of them looked like a wolf seeing meat, with green light in their eyes. Lin Xingxuang had never seen such a scene before, and she felt a little flustered at the time. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at Jiang Che beside him. Jiang Che had a blank expression on his face, as if being surrounded by more than a dozen people could not make him panic at all. She even saw a hint of coldness in Jiang Che's eyes. She immediately understood that Jiang Che was angry. Lin Qingxuang took the initiative to stretch out her hand and put it on Jiang Che's shoulder. Jiang Che, the other side has more people, so we should try not to argue with them. Of course, she had seen Jiang Che's elusive and flashing ability, and she had also seen how ruthlessly he killed Jiang Qing and his wife in a very short time. However, she didn't think Jiang Che could win when the opponent had more than 10 people. At this time, Big Mouth, who was sitting in the back row, also barked twice. The meaning conveyed was completely opposite to Lin Qingxuang's. Master, let me go? 10 of them are not enough for me to fill my teeth. Jiang Che first smiled and patted Lin Qingxuang's hand to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Then he turned around and stroked the dog's head. Without my order, you can't take action under any circumstances. Do you understand? Big Mouth felt a little aggrieved, but still nodded his head with a sob. Pushing open the car door, Jiang Che walked down. The air outside is very turbid and the temperature is a bit cold. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the people in front of him. There was no concealment of the murderous intent in his eyes. Walked towards the bald man step by step. When everyone saw Jiang Che like this, they were all shocked and couldn't help but step back. He was not a big man and did not hold any weapon in his hands. But the sense of oppression it brought to everyone was unprecedented. Even the bald man who had been shouting the loudest before was now backing away and swallowing. What's wrong with this kid? Why are his eyes as scary as those mutant beasts? Among all the people present, the only one who remained calm was Zhao Qiuanda. Seeing that his subordinates were frightened by Jiang Che's aura, he couldn't help but spit. What a bunch of losers. We have killed beasts together, but why haven't you made any progress? Then he looked at Jiang Che with a ferocious face. Boy, don't say that Grandpa won't give you a chance to live. If you leave the car and your woman behind today, I will let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, the gravel on the ground moved without wind and slowly swirled around Zhao Qiuanda. A set of tightly fitting rock armor was formed on his limbs. He stepped hard on the ground with his feet, easily leaving a deep dent on it. That's right. Brother Zhao is a superpower, so why should he be afraid of this brat? Thinking of this, the bald man was instantly excited, waving his iron rod and shouting at Jiang Che. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what my brother Zhao said? Leave the car and the girl behind and get out of here. Jiang Che ignored the two of them and instead reached out and touched the dent on the hood of the car. To be honest, he really likes this Mercedes-Benz G63, but he also knows that in the apocalypse, this car will probably be scrapped soon. But seeing it being smashed in front of his eyes, Jiang Che still felt angry. You damn baldy. You really deserve to die. Jiang Che grabbed the air with his palm fiercely. The Desert Eagle with enhanced power was held in his hand. The muzzle of the gun turned and aimed directly at the shiny bald head in the crowd. Everyone was startled by Jiang Che's action and took a step back. What is this? Desert Eagle. The bald guy used to play games frequently, and he was very familiar with the gun in Jiang Che's hand. But he also knew that even if the other party was a police officer, it was impossible for him to own a real Desert Eagle. Ha ha ha, you idiot. Even if you want to find a gun model, you should find a decent one. You find a Desert Eagle? Do you think anyone will believe it? The bald guy burst into laughter, as if he had seen a huge joke, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. After the bald man's explanation, the other people around also relaxed and smiled easily. I felt that this young man in front of me was just bluffing. Lin Qingxuang, who was sitting in the car, saw it most clearly. She was sure that the gun in Jiang Che's hand appeared out of thin air, based on Jiang Che's previous style of doing things. She was sure that the gun in Jiang Che's hand was 100% real. She had a vague feeling that something was going to happen and couldn't help but want to cover her eyes with her hands. But her curiosity made her unable to help but look outside through her fingers. Ha ha, look at this idiot. He doesn't even know he's been exposed. He's still gesturing at us with a model. At the instigation of the big bald guy, the other young people also joined in the laughter. However, at this moment, Jiang Che showed a cruel smile on his face and pulled the trigger fiercely. Boom! A huge roar sounded over the empty Haimen Bridge. The sound was as loud as thunder. Even the black fog that had lingered in the air for a long time seemed to be dispersed in all directions by this terrifying shot. Everyone present seemed to be struck dumb at this moment. Not a sound could be uttered. Even Zhao Qiuanda, who was covered in rock armor, had his pupils constricted at this moment, and his face was full of shock. Lower your head and look downward. On his palm, there was a piece of meat the size of a fist, which looked like a liver. Looking at the place where the bald man was originally standing, there was only a pile of minced meat on the ground, and there was no piece of meat bigger than the one in his palm. It's a real gun. It's actually a real gun. But this power is not right. What kind of pistol can turn a living person into ashes? Even Zhao Chuanda, who is a psychic, had a look of fear on his face, not to mention the young people around him. Everyone was scared to the point of peeing their pants. No matter what happens, just turn around and run, not caring about brotherhood. The most important thing is to save your own life. However, the trap they had set before has now become a sickle strangling their necks. The nails and boards pierced the soles of their feet, causing them to scream in pain, but they did not dare to stop and run away. Jiang Che was very furious. He didn't provoke anyone, but they came up and smashed his beloved car. They even dared to think about his woman. This was truly an unforgivable crime. None of these people can escape. With the cooperation of the third-level body enhancement and the third-level mental detection belt, Jiang Che's crosshairs seemed to be on a cheat. He didn't need to aim at all and could shoot in the head. Watching the younger brothers around him explode one after another, Zhao Chuanda was extremely frightened. No, I can't die. I have to run back. Now only my nephew Feng Hao can save me. Although he was very panicked, Zhao Chuanda did not dare to act rashly. He could see that the other party would attack those who were running away first. He turned his head slightly and looked to his side. There was a young man of about 18 or 19 who was hiding behind him, huddled and shaking like a sieve, obviously terrified to the extreme. A gentle smile appeared on Zhao Chuanda's face. Little Wood, you are still young. I will protect your escape. As long as you go back, you must tell Feng Hao exactly what happened here and let him avenge us. Chapter 53 Zhu Curson. Xiaomu stared blankly at Zhao Chuanda in front of him, looking at the gentleness in the other's eyes and his tall figure standing in front of him. He just felt his throat was inexplicably dry and his nose was slightly sour. Because I was short and thin like a bamboo pole, I was often bullied in this small organization. People nicknamed him Little Wood. They do the most work but get the least supplies and land. Even Zhao Chuanda didn't give him a good look. But what he never expected was that Zhao Chuanda was willing to sacrifice his life today and let him go first. How could he not be moved by this? He felt deeply guilty for his previous misunderstanding of Zhao Chuanda. Little Wood, hurry up, it will be too late if you are any later. Listening to Zhao Chuanda's constant urging, Xiaomu nodded vigorously. Brother Zhao, I will remember your kindness forever. After saying this, he turned and ran, hiding in a corner, running in an inconspicuous direction. Zhao Chuanda estimated the distance to the small piece of wood, and when he saw that it was almost there, he immediately shouted, Little Wood, run, run faster. She was afraid that Jiang Che couldn't hear her, so she shouted until her voice was broken. Hearing the shrill, old voice, Jiang Che immediately noticed Xiao Mu, who was slipping towards the corner. Without saying a word, he turned the gun around. At this time, Xiao Mu also understood that Zhao Chuanda had no good intentions at all. He just wanted to make him a living target to attract his attention. Zhao Chuanda, I'll fuck your whole family. As he cried out the last sentence, his body turned into minced meat on the ground with an explosive roar. Zhao Chuanda was paying close attention to Jiang Che's actions. The moment the other party was about to pull the trigger, he knew that now was the best time to escape. He madly activated his own supernatural powers and was pulled underground in an instant. A tiny bulge formed on the ground and quickly flew towards the direction of Haimen Bridge. This is the confidence that enables him to lead the team alone. With the ability of Earth Escape, he believes that if he can't win, he can run away. Jiang Che naturally noticed that the other party was using his supernatural powers to escape, but he was not in a hurry at all. With 2 casual shots, he took care of the last 2 thugs. After making sure that there were no survivors at the scene, he opened the car door and got in. Crack! The sound of a door closing like a bullet being loaded woke up Lin Qingshuang, who was still immersed in shock. She witnessed the bloody scene completely. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't scared. Born in a peaceful era, this wealthy lady with fine clothes and delicious food had never seen such a horrific scene. However, she only knew that Jiang Che's anger was definitely related to the other party's rude remarks to her. Turn the driving mode knob and adjust it to Sport Plus mode. In an instant, the exhaust valve opened fully, and the low sound suddenly became high-pitched, as if a giant beast awakened from its slumber. The numbers on the dashboard jumped, and the oil temperature gradually climbed. 80 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Celsius. The next second, he stepped hard on the accelerator with his right foot. Squeak! The 4 high-performance tires bit the ground tightly after a brief scream, and nearly 600 horsepower poured out without reservation. Jiang Che turned on his mental detection and flew towards the traces left by Zhao Chuanda. At this moment, Lin Qingshuang immediately understood what Jiang Che meant. She looked at Jiang Che with great concern. Jiang Che, we have already driven them away. Let's not chase them anymore. There must be other organizations behind them. Jiang Che understood Lin Qingshuang's intentions. But he was not afraid at all. He believed that with his current strength, no superpower organization could be his opponent. Since the other party dares to provoke him, he must be prepared to be wiped out. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Che stretched out his hand, placed it on Lin Qingshuang's delicate thigh, and gently stroked it, feeling the youthful vitality unique to a young girl. Lin Qingshuang did not refuse. Instead, she moved her legs to the side to make it easier for Jiang Che to touch her. At the same time, inside the Jinhai City Police Station, a very pretty figure walked out of the material preparation room. Her name is Zhu Kersen, and she is the captain of the public security team of the Jinhai City Police Department. Her skin was a very healthy wheat color, her eyebrows were like blades, her eyes were like stars, and her high ponytail was tied behind her head, making her look very capable. His body was straight and tall, with a black combat vest wrapped around his lean upper body, but he didn't look thin at all. His legs were long and strong, and even through the tactical pants, one could still see the faint muscle lines. These are not curves grown in a greenhouse, but every inch of a body has been reshaped by battle, full of restrained beauty. She walked out and immediately asked the police officer who was packing up his belongings, "What was that sound just now?" The young policeman beside him did not dare to be negligent at all. "Captain, it sounds like gunshots." "But not quite. The source of the sound is quite far away from us. It sounds more like artillery fire." "More like a cannon?" Zhu Kersen's brows were tightly furrowed. How could there be artillery in the city? Could it be that the troops stationed at the Jinhai University have come out? That's even more impossible. Their primary mission is to protect the top experts in the university. It's impossible for them to leave their post without permission. The more Zhu Kersen thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. She continued to ask, which direction did the sound come from? The young police officer hesitated and thought for a while, then said uncertainly, "It should be near the Haimen Bridge." "Is the Rongxin supermarket that provided us with supplies also nearby?" Zhu Kersen seemed to have thought of something. The young policeman nodded without hesitation. Zhu Kersen's expression became even more serious. "In this case, notify the others. We will set off immediately and arrive at the scene as quickly as possible to prevent the store owner from getting hurt." She still felt grateful to the owner of Rongxin Supermarket, who took the initiative to provide supplies to their police team after the black fog came. Now the other party might be in danger, so she had to go to the scene to take a look no matter what. On the vast Haimen Bridge, a strange little mound of earth quickly passed through the cracked bridge body. Zhao Qianda really didn't dare to hold back now. In order to escape, he is now trying his best. He never expected that his first prey would be such a tough guy. He is regretting it so much now. "I've already gone quite far. That guy probably won't chase me anymore. After all, I didn't do anything excessive. I just said a few words to him, and I didn't smash the car. He shouldn't be chasing me relentlessly." Zhao Qianda thought so in his heart. The speed of his earth escape technique slowly decreased. After all, he was still very tired after using it for a long time. But as soon as he relaxed, he felt a slight vibration coming from not far behind him. "Oh no, that brat really caught up with us." Zhao Qianda was terrified and quickly used all his special powers to rush towards his own stronghold. "It's okay. As long as we return to the base, I will be safe with Xiao Hao's protection." Chapter 54 Feng Hao. After passing the Haimen Bridge, a group of old residential buildings appeared not far away. However, the entire community was dark at this time, and there was not a trace of light. Only a supermarket at the intersection could still vaguely see a glimmer of light. Through the light coming from the room, you can see 4 big words, Rongxin Supermarket, on the sign. Soon, a small mound of earth appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. Then a disheveled figure emerged from the ground. Covered in dust and tattered clothes, it was obvious that this was Zhao Qianda who had just escaped from Jiang Che. Seeing Zhao Qianda's appearance, the sturdy man who was patrolling the supermarket immediately noticed him. Each of them had dragon and phoenix tattoos on their bodies and held large, shiny machetes in their hands, looking extremely ferocious. "Brother Zhao." A group of strong men bowed to Zhao Qianda in unison, looking very respectful. "Where's Xiao Hao? Is he here?" After using his own abilities for a long time, Zhao Qianda can be said to be suffering from both mental and physical damage. Although he was a little out of breath, he still spoke out. When the people around saw Zhao Qianda's expression, they all guessed that something might have happened outside. They didn't dare to neglect him at all. "Brother Hao is still in the office upstairs." Zhao Qianda ran upstairs in a hurry, without even listening to the other party finish speaking. The man who was speaking wanted to stop it, but was stopped by the person next to him. "It's okay. They are relatives anyway. It doesn't matter if they see you. But if you delay something important, you'll die. Brother Hao doesn't care whether you have good intentions or not. After hearing the advice from people around him, he nodded and stopped talking. Zhao Chuanda rolled and crawled up to the second floor. The empty second floor was constantly echoing with bursts of women's screams. Zhao Chuanda didn't have time to think deeply. He ran straight to the office and kicked the door open. The woman's painful wails, the man's crazy curses, and the slap sound of whipping flesh spread out instantly. There was a man and a woman in the room. The woman had a plump figure, and although she was over 30 years old, her skin was still delicate and fair. But at this moment, she was tied to the bed with a dog chain, and her snow-white skin was covered with red marks of bleeding. The man was also naked, his sturdy body full of bulging muscles. At this time, the man was holding a whip in his hand and whipping the woman hard. "Bitch, how dare you bite me? I've already chopped up your damn husband and thrown him into the cold storage. Do you want to die too?" Although the woman was dying, her eyes were still filled with endless anger as she looked at the man. I heard the door open behind me. There was an indescribable anger on Feng Hao's face. What he hated most was someone breaking in when he was doing something. He picked up the blood-stained machete beside the bed and was about to chop at the person who was coming. "I won't tell you. Don't bother me anymore. Don't you dogs understand what people say? Xiao Hao, stop it. I'm your uncle." Seeing Feng Hao's sharp knife chopping at him, Zhao Chuanda was immediately frightened to death. He knew how strong his nephew's physical fitness was. At that time, they encountered a mutated giant spider in the black fog, which was cut in half by Feng Hao with one knife. Even now, when Zhao Chuanda recalls Feng Hao's crazy look at that time, he still gets goosebumps. The shining machete stopped 2 inches away from Zhao Chuanda's forehead. Fortunately, he spoke up in time, otherwise he would have died at the hands of Jiang Che, but at the hands of his own nephew. Zhao Chuanda, who was already struggling to hold on, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. When Feng Hao saw that it was his uncle, he quickly put down the machete in his hand, and without even bothering to put on his clothes, he walked up to the man and helped him up. "Uncle, what happened to you? Why are you so embarrassed? Did you encounter a ferocious beast? Didn't I tell you at the beginning not to take people into the black fog by yourself? Now that we have this supermarket, we don't have to worry about supplies anymore." Feng Hao really cares about his uncle. His mother died early, and his father looked down on him as a street kid. He is the only uncle willing to support him. In his heart, he had already regarded his uncle as his real father. In order to enable him to protect himself, he did not eat the first supernatural fruit he found, but gave it to his uncle. Now seeing that his uncle was so seriously injured, how could he not be anxious? Xiao Hao, no. It's not a beast. It's a gun. That man has a gun." Zhao Chuanda was so frightened that his speech became unclear. Feng Hao immediately grasped the key to the matter. "Gun? Could it be those people from the police station? Didn't we send them away by giving them some supplies last time? They are indeed a bunch of greedy people. They took the supplies and attacked our people right after that. Don't worry, uncle. If that bitch dares to come over again, I will capture her alive. And then, I will make you happy." Feng Hao spoke with great vigor, and in his eyes, it seemed as if those policemen were not worth mentioning at all. When Zhao Chuanda saw that his nephew had misunderstood, he quickly took a few deep breaths. "Xiao Hao, it's not a policeman, but a young man in his 20s, driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a pretty girl. He has a gun in his hand. His shooting skills are quite accurate. He killed all the brothers I brought with me. If I hadn't run fast, you wouldn't have seen me." Hearing what Zhao Chuanda said, Feng Hao felt a surge of anger. How could he bear to see his uncle being bullied like this? He was originally a gangster. If he doesn't get his revenge now, how will his brothers look at him? "Uncle, don't worry. Tell me where he is, and I'll take people to kill him right now." Just as Zhao Chuanda was about to speak, he heard the roar of an engine from downstairs. From far to near, it was obvious that it was coming towards them. "Here he comes. It's him. He must have caught up with us." It goes without saying that except for that madman, who else would dare to drive in the black fog? Even now, he couldn't figure out how the other party had followed him all the way here. This guy was really weird. The fat on Feng Hao's face trembled, revealing a very ferocious smile. "Uncle, since he dared to come to my house, I will let him know how to write the word death. Don't worry, I will make him pay back 1,000 times the loss you just suffered." After saying that, Feng Hao returned to the bed and put on his clothes. He took a look at the woman on the bed and twisted her thigh hard with his hand, leaving a black mark. The woman screamed in extreme pain and her body shook wildly. "Wait until I come back, and I'll take good care of you." After saying that, he picked up the machete and walked down the stairs. Chapter 55, I bet there's no bullet in your gun. First floor of Rongxin supermarket. The crowd, who were originally standing or sitting, all gathered together and stared at the black fog outside. Hey, there's a car noise outside. Did I hear it wrongly? Yes, I heard it too. You dare to drive in the fog? Aren't you afraid of encountering ferocious beasts in the fog? Why is the sound getting louder? It seems it's coming towards us. At this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps sounded behind the crowd. Everyone looked back, then lowered their heads and made way. Brother Hao, Brother Hao. Everyone bowed to Feng Hao, with more or less fear in their eyes. Well, everyone, grab your weapons. Someone is coming to mess things up. Feng Hao's voice was rough and contained murderous intent. The younger brothers around did not dare to delay at all and took action immediately. Some picked up steel pipes and some drew out knives. They all stood behind Feng Hao, looking very imposing. Soon, a very domineering and tough outline emerged from the black fog. The dazzling high beams cut through the darkness and shone directly into the hall of Rongxin Supermarket. The dazzling Mercedes-Benz G63 stood in front of the entrance of Rongxin Supermarket. The car door opened, and the first person to get out was a young and handsome young man. The black windbreaker was rustling in the cold wind. Although his figure looked very thin, the aura he exuded was quite oppressive, especially those eyes, which were full of ferocity. You could tell at a glance that he was a ruthless man who had killed many people. When Feng Hao saw the young man in front of him, he understood that his uncle must have fallen into trouble with him. He waved the machete in his hand a few times and was about to step forward when he saw someone getting down from the passenger seat. Her face is very stunning, and her proud and cold temperament is very fascinating. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of exquisite and beautiful legs that are so long that they are exaggerated. They are simply the essence of legs. When the younger brothers behind Feng Hao saw Lin Qingshuang's appearance, their eyes widened. Even Feng Hao felt the heat in his lower abdomen at this moment. He had just vented his anger, but now he seemed to be full of fighting spirit again. Zhang Che, don't worry. I will be with you whether you live or die. Lin Qingshuang walked to Zhang Che's side and spoke in the gentlest tone. There was no fear in his eyes, only determination. Zhang Che was not at all surprised by this. After all, his favorability was already full, and Zhang Che could feel Lin Qingshuang's deep love for him. Gently stroke Lin Qingshuang's delicate little face, feeling the elastic and smooth touch in the palm of your hand. Don't worry, we are not the ones who are unlucky today. Boy, you're the one who killed my brother and injured my uncle. Now you're here to find me. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Feng Hao looked at the intimate interaction between the two, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. Since awakening his superpowers, he has played with many women, but compared with the one next to Zhang Che, the women he played with were all ugly. No, I have to taste this woman. She's even prettier than the stars on TV. It would be so comfortable to carry her long legs on my shoulders. Thinking this in his mind, Feng Hao twisted his neck, raised the knife, and walked towards Zhang Che. At this time, Zhao Chuanda, who had been hiding behind, came up and grabbed Feng Hao. Xiao Hao, you better be careful. His gun is very powerful. A disdainful sneer appeared on Feng Hao's face. Uncle, don't you understand my abilities? Guns have long been useless to me. I don't believe he can turn me into ashes with just one shot. An extremely confident smile appeared on Feng Hao's face. Boy, you have offended my uncle. If you hand over your female companion and the supplies to me today, I will let you die quickly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Feng Hao's voice was rough and hoarse, which made people feel uncomfortable, coupled with the other party's lewd smile. Zhang Che just felt that Feng Hao was like an annoying toad. Without any hesitation, he took out a brand new Desert Eagle from the space. The targeted part was Feng Hao's heart, but Feng Hao didn't show any sign of avoiding the enemy. With a ferocious smile on his face, he rushed towards Zhang Che with a machete in hand. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the street. Even some cars parked on the roadside issued sharp alarm sounds. Zhao Chuanda and his younger brothers behind him retreated several steps. On the other hand, the lewd smile on Feng Hao's face disappeared, replaced by an indescribable look of surprise and confusion. Impossible! Impossible! This is a gun. This is more like a cannon, right? Slowly move your head and look down. I saw that half of my body, including my heart, had disappeared. Instead, there was a huge gap, through which one could see the organs wriggling in his body. Zhang Che raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Feng Hao in front of him. Could it be that he has a body-strengthening ability like me? But he is still alive, even though his heart is gone. Feng Hao's body kept staggering backwards, but he was still alive. Boy, I admit your gun is powerful, but it's useless. My abilities are stronger than you can imagine. As long as there is a trace of flesh and blood left, I can be reborn. How many bullets do you have left? Ha ha, today is the day you die. Brothers, don't be afraid, come on. Grab the supplies. Grab the cars. Grab the women. The flesh and blood in Feng Hao's body began to wriggle wildly, and within just a few breaths, Feng Hao's body was completely repaired. Although his face was pale and his spirit was a little weak, he had indeed recovered. When the younger brothers behind Feng Hao heard Feng Hao's orders, none of them dared to disobey. They all took out their weapons and rushed towards Jiang Che. They were also afraid in their hearts. They had just witnessed the power of Jiang Che's gun, which had shot half of his body off. If they were shot, they would be dead. However, if they do not obey orders now, their fate will be even worse when Feng Hao settles accounts with them in the future. More than 30 strong young men rushed towards Jiang Che and Lin Qingxuang. Feng Hao and Zhao Qiuan shrank back, obviously wanting to use these people as cannon fodder to empty Jiang Che's magazine. A standard Desert Eagle magazine holds 7 rounds. Although Jiang Che's gun is an enhanced version, the magazine still holds 7 rounds. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Che didn't even need to aim. He just shot at the crowd, pulling the trigger 6 times in a row. Because the killing power was so brutal, more than 10 people were killed. When Jiang Che pressed the trigger again, the pistol made a click sound. It's the sound of a hammer hitting the air. Feng Hao, who was standing behind the crowd, suddenly showed joy on his face. Ha ha, this guy is out of bullets. Brothers, charge with me. Feng Hao laughed loudly and pushed the ground with his legs. His strong physique allowed him to surpass everyone in an instant and rush towards Jiang Che. The ferocity in his eyes was evident beyond words. You little bastard. You dared to hurt me before. Today I will let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. There was no trace of emotion on Jiang Che's face. He looked at Feng Hao as if he was looking at a clown. He casually threw away the empty gun in his hand, and when he raised his hand again, there was a Desert Eagle in his hand. Yeah, a gun only has 7 bullets, but who said I only have 1 gun? Chapter 56, Winning Over. Feng Hao looked at the newly appeared Desert Eagle and was shocked. What is this? This is a spatial ability. Then an indescribable fear emerged. No, I can't face the gun in his hand. Feng Hao wanted to stop his current actions and distance himself from Jiang Che. But because he was so excited before, he almost used all his strength to sprint. With the current powerful inertia, it is almost impossible to forcibly change the movement trajectory of your body. The muscles all over his body swelled up instantly, and the clothes he was wearing also burst apart one after another. He dug his feet into the ground, trying to use his strong physical fitness to turn everything around. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, feeling infinite fear in his heart. Give me 2 more seconds. Just give me 2 more seconds. I can avoid it. How he wished that Jiang Che didn't notice him. How he wished that the other party wouldn't be able to react. However, Jiang Che still maintained a calm and composed smile on his face. He had already expected this situation to happen. Therefore, when he turned on the mental detection, his attention was always focused on the other person. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth curled up dangerously. Then he pulled the trigger. 7 shots in a row. The magazine was emptied in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent bombings sounded in the empty streets. Feng Hao's extremely strong body also exploded at this moment. Countless blood mists and pieces of flesh flew everywhere, and the ones who suffered the most were Feng Hao's subordinates. At this time, he was covered in Feng Hao's blood and flesh, and his whole body was red. Brother Hao, he's dead? What should we do then? This thought echoed in the minds of all the younger brothers, as they knew how powerful Feng Hao was. He had the ability to kill large ferocious beasts alone, but he didn't expect that he died so miserably, without even a complete piece of meat left. They didn't dare to look at Jiang Che now, let alone run away. They just stood there at a loss. Zhao Qiuan's eyes were about to pop out of his head. He thought that he could survive by returning to the base and relying on the protection of his nephew. But he didn't expect that the person he provoked was so cruel that he actually beat his omnipotent nephew into a bloody mist. No, I can't fight him. Xiao Hao is dead. If I go up there, I will definitely die too. Zhao Qiuan is now extremely panicked and has begun to think about his retreat. Lin Qingxuang looked at Jiang Che holding the gun with one hand, and her eyes lit up with excitement. In the end times, I met a man who was handsome, powerful, and had unlimited resources. How lucky I am. Originally, she was a little nervous about going to Jinhai University, but now seeing Jiang Che's strength, her confidence has increased greatly. Jiang Che, let's not kill the remaining people. They were just following orders before. Lin Qingxuang took the initiative to move closer to Jiang Che and spoke softly. She was the first person to seek refuge with Jiang Che after the end of the world. Under Jiang Che's protection, She had almost no restrictions in life and material needs. I still have a pure kindness in my heart, and I still want to help those who are also struggling in the end times. When Feng Hao's younger brothers saw someone speaking for them, they began to feel a hope of survival. Brother, we know we are wrong. As long as you let us go, we will do anything. One by one, the tall and strong men knelt down on the spot, kowtowed to Jiang Che in the pool of blood left by Feng Hao, and started crying. Listening to Lin Qingxuang's words and looking at the people crying in front of him, Jiang Che's expression did not relax. Instead, his brows furrowed more and more tightly. Lin Qingxuang's current mental detection level is only level 1. She couldn't see the so-called energy density at all now, but Jiang Che could see it very clearly now. Even though Feng Hao was beaten into pieces, he still emitted a dazzling light, and the energy density did not dissipate in the slightest. Horrible changes also began to occur in these young people's bodies. Jiang Che's expression changed. He knew something might be wrong, so he turned to Lin Qingxuang and said, Lin Qingxuang, get in the car right now. Jiang Che's tone was serious and his expression was cold, and Lin Qingxuang was immediately frightened. She thought Jiang Che was angry because of what she had just said, and his face turned pale instantly. Jiang Che, he wanted to explain a few words, but Jiang Che immediately urged him. I told you to get in the car. Are you deaf? Lin Qingxuang felt very aggrieved. A layer of mist began to appear in her eyes. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, then nodded and got into the car immediately. As the car door closed, the scene immediately underwent a horrifying change. I saw that the dozen or so strong men who were originally kowtowing were now grimacing and groaning in pain. It hurts so much. What's wrong with me? Zhao Qiuanda, who was originally preparing to escape underground, stopped and looked at the pool of blood. He had just witnessed everything that happened at the scene, so he naturally knew that the pool of blood was filled with Feng Hao's flesh and blood. At this moment, a terrifying thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Xiao Hao, isn't he still alive? There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He knew his own worth. He is just a little better at escaping, and if he could live under the protection of his nephew, he wouldn't want to wander around. Strands of red threads grew out of the pool of blood, like blood vessels in the human body. He began to move back and forth in the bodies of these young and strong men, constantly sucking the blood and flesh of these young people. Then a huge face made of flesh and blood slowly formed in the pool of blood. Through the square facial features, Jiang Che was still able to recognize that this was Feng Hao, who had just been beaten into pieces by him. Boy, you didn't expect that. As long as I still have a trace of flesh and blood left, I am completely immortal. You want to kill me with that broken little pistol of yours? It's simply a pipe dream. However, I am willing to give you a chance. As long as you offer your woman to me, I will let you join my organization. Your power will be second only to mine. Together, we can dominate the entire apocalypse. The blood-colored threads intertwined, completely fusing more than a dozen strong men together, forming a flesh and blood giant that was nearly 3 meters tall. Ferocious. Horrible. Feng Hao's current appearance is even more terrifying than some of the monsters in the Black Fog. This kid's spatial ability is really good. If I could own it and make it my mobile warehouse, I would no longer be limited to this small supermarket. I could fight to support the war and gather more supplies. Feng Hao thought so in his heart and tried hard to give a kind smile. But now his body was covered with wriggling flesh and blood, without a single trace of skin, and he looked extremely terrifying. Chapter 57. Team Annihilation. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the flesh and blood giant in front of him. He was now 100% certain that the other party possessed a rare ability. It might even be an ability of a higher level than rare, because this ability to restore itself through flesh and blood is too buggy. It can even be said that it has surpassed his third-level body strengthening ability. If he were allowed to enter a large community or shelter, Jiang Che couldn't even imagine how powerful the other party would become. Zhao Qiuanda was extremely happy to see that his nephew not only survived, but also became even stronger. I feel that my side is sure to win. As for the dead men, he didn't care about them at all. There are so many residential buildings around. As long as we go in and take a look around, we will definitely find a lot of people following us. But at this moment, he heard that his nephew wanted to recruit the other party, whose status was second only to Feng Hao. Doesn't that mean that the other person's status is higher than yours? He suddenly lost his composure. Xiao Hao, why did you recruit him? He just hurt you so badly. He also killed so many of our brothers. If it were you, I'd just tie him up, make him watch the two of us playing with his girlfriend, and make him suffer the consequences. Ha ha. The lustful expression on Zhao Qiuanda's face did not fade in the slightest. He had some mental abnormalities and had always been at the bottom of society. After the doomsday came, he finally turned the tables and, relying on his own abilities, raped and killed countless pretty girls. Now that she has her nephew's support, she also wants to try what it feels like to be with that fairy-like, cold beauty. Feng Hao looked at his uncle helplessly. Uncle, don't talk about this matter anymore. Just listen to me. Saying such things in front of the other party is tantamount to offending the other party, which will make it difficult to recruit him. But he was not worried at all, because he had the advantage now. If the young man in front of him dared to disagree, then he would do as his uncle said. To be honest, he was also looking forward to seeing what expression the other party would have when he saw his girlfriend being toyed with by others. His big scarlet eyes looked at the girl in the car, and an irrepressible desire surged in his heart. At this time, Lin Qingxuang was sitting in the car, looking at the scarlet giant outside. Her face had already turned pale. I misunderstood him. It turns out that he yelled at me because he was worried about my safety. Lin Qingxuang felt guilty and wanted to get out of the car to help Jiang Che, but she stopped as soon as her hand touched the door handle. With my current abilities, I won't be able to help much even if I go down, and it will only distract Jiang Che. He simply withdrew his hand, looked at Jiang Che outside the window with a worried look on his face, tightened the switchblade in his hand, and prepared for the worst. How about it, kid? Do you agree to my request? This is the first time I give someone a chance to survive, so you must cherish it. The flesh giant's voice was like a muffled drum, making people dizzy. Jiang Che casually threw away the empty desert eagle in his hand and looked up at the flesh and blood giant in front of him with indifferent eyes. Are you so sure that you can be stronger than me? The voice was calm, but it revealed a steady strength. Ha ha ha, kid, do you know why the entire neighborhood is so quiet? Such a big commotion here didn't attract a single ferocious beast. Let me tell you, I have wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the entire community. A total of 34 of them. Ha ha, I guess you haven't seen so many. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll count down to 3. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you. As he spoke, Feng Hao stretched out his huge palm in front of him and raised 3 fingers. 3 ah! Before he finished counting to 3, a blazing scarlet laser shot out instantly. In just a moment, it pierced through his palm, went through his chest, and reached the sky. With its destructive power, any object that is hit will be reduced to ashes in an instant. How is this possible? My flesh and blood are completely destroyed. What kind of a weird ability is this? Feng Hao stared blankly at the red laser beam that shot out from Jiang Che's eyes, not daring to move at all. Because the laser was still in his body, as soon as he moved, a large piece of flesh and blood would disappear. Little brother, let's talk it over nicely. If you don't agree, forget it. We won't make it difficult for you. I'm willing to let you go and provide you with supplies. He was really scared at this moment. If he had faced the Desert Eagle before, he would have been filled with fear and dread. Now facing this terrifying laser beam, he felt only endless despair. They are not in the same league at all, and my ability is completely overcome by the other party. Jiang Che looked at Feng Hao, who looked panicked in front of him, and shook his head slightly. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Do you still want my woman? Do you want her now? In an instant, the laser swept, and one of Feng Hao's arms disappeared. Feng Hao suddenly let out a shrill scream of pain. The feeling of his flesh and blood being directly cleaved by the laser was unbearable for him. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Looking at the flesh and blood giant in front of him constantly pleading, Jiang Che did not show any mercy. If he hadn't used the powerful weapon, Laser Eyes, his fate today would probably be quite miserable. Without saying anything, Jiang Che output more physical energy and directly increased the output power of the laser eye. The red beam of light became thicker. Ah! Amid Feng Hao's cries of pain, Jiang Che directly outlined the other party's body. I could feel my body disappearing inch by inch, and the pain was several orders of magnitude stronger than that of being tortured to death. In just 1 minute, the 3-meter-tall giant of flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. Not a drop of blood, not a trace of flesh, left behind. He was deader than dead. If the other party can be resurrected in this situation, Jiang Che will have no other choice. At this moment, Zhao Chuanda, who was watching not far away, was completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster did I attract? The organization that he and his nephew had worked so hard to build up. Now he is the only one left without anyone. Tick, tick. Zhao Chuanda slowly lowered his head and saw a line of warm water gushing out from his trembling legs. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Seeing Jiang Che walking towards him, a look of deep despair immediately appeared on his face. No, I can't die? I haven't lived enough. My happy life has just begun. Without saying a word, he started to escape underground and slipped away into the distance. However, Jiang Che was well prepared this time, just in case of this move. Immediately use flash to close the distance. His eyes were fixed on the opponent's escape route, and two scarlet lasers suddenly shot out. No matter how fast Zhao Chuanda runs, he can't be faster than the laser. The scarlet laser almost split the entire ground, plowing out a deep crack. There was only a thump sound. A disheveled figure jumped out on the ground not far away, and before the other party could even say a word of begging for mercy, he was cut in half by a laser in midair. Chapter 58 Plunder. Lin Qingshuang witnessed Jiang Che's extraordinary power and was shocked beyond words. She originally thought that Jiang Che's extremely powerful pistol was his final trump card. She was already prepared to die for Jiang Che. However, no one expected that the scarlet laser shot out from Jiang Che's eyes would be so powerful that it would directly reverse the situation of the battle. Is this his last trump card? Does he have some hidden abilities? At this moment, she no longer dared to look at Jiang Che from a common-sense perspective. He was like an omnipotent god, and it seemed that any crisis could be easily resolved in front of him. Jiang Che looked at Zhao Chuanda's body in front of him and kicked it. I was relieved when I was sure that he was dead and couldn't die anymore. He used all his strength to activate his laser eyes, first destroying a 3-meter-tall flesh giant, and then beheading one rats that could only burrow underground. His energy consumption was quite huge. Even though his current physical fitness has reached 99 points, which is 10 times that of an ordinary person, it is still quite too much for him to bear. He took out 2 bottles of Red Bull Energy Drink Type 1 from the space, opened the pull ring, and poured them all into his mouth. He felt that all the acupuncture points in his limbs and bones began to slowly generate warmth, and the tense expression on his face finally relaxed. It seems that I still need to collect a few more goddesses. My current personal attributes are not enough for me to squander. How can a man who doesn't last long be successful? Jiang Che smiled and shook his head. He stretched out his hand and waved to Lin Qingshuang in the car. Lin Qingshuang didn't dare to be negligent at all and directly opened the car door and ran over. Jiang Che, are we leaving now? She was still trembling as she spoke. Jiang Che's devil-like image just now seemed to be still vivid in her mind, making her heart pound. Don't worry, this Rongxin supermarket looks quite big, so we should naturally search for some supplies. After saying that, Jiang Che took Lin Qingshuang inside. Rongxin supermarket is not an ordinary supermarket, but a warehouse-style store. The decoration inside the supermarket is very simple, with tall shelves and goods stacked directly in the warehouse-style store. The supplies are quite abundant. At a glance, there are a wide variety of goods. Most of them are sealed goods. Only the fruits in the fruit area have been completely contaminated by the black fog. Wow, there's so much food and water. Lin Qingshuang's eyes were wide open at this moment. Although she had never been hungry with Jiang Che, she was still very excited to be able to see so many supplies so intuitively in the apocalypse. This is also the reason why Feng Hao and others chose to use this place as their base. As long as you guard this warehouse, you will have no problem living for a few months. Jiang Che was much calmer as he could see his material space every day. There were so many double beef burgers that the entire warehouse couldn't hold them all. But he didn't dislike the food here. After all, there were a lot of snacks and drinks here, which were quite good for satisfying his cravings. With a wave of his hand, the shelves full of supplies were directly put into the space. Seeing that she was not needed here, Lin Qingshuang volunteered to go to the second floor to check. Jiang Che nodded and continued to collect supplies around him. At the same time, he also took the initiative to observe the surroundings, trying to see if the other party had missed any supernatural fruits. Soon, in just 1 minute, Jiang Che collected all the things on the entire layer that were not contaminated by the black fog into the space. However, not a single supernatural fruit was found. But this was also within Jiang Che's expectations. Those 2 people before were both psychics. If they still had psychic fruits, they would have been eaten by them long ago. Jiang Che, there's someone else here. At this moment, Lin Qingshuang's scream came from upstairs. Jiang Che frowned, feeling a little surprised. Is there any fish that slipped through the net? He directly used his ability to flash, transformed into a yellow light, and appeared on the second floor. The second floor is also very large, but unlike the first floor, which is filled with a lot of supplies, it looks very empty. There is only 1 cold storage and 1 office. At this time, Lin Qingshuang was standing in front of the office door, looking into the room with horror. Jiang Che immediately walked into the room and saw a very cruel scene. Lying on the bed was a young woman in her 30s. Her neck and limbs were locked with dog chains, and she was not covered with a single piece of cloth. Large areas of snow-white skin were exposed to the air. However, this scene did not make Jiang Che feel the slightest bit of beauty, only endless sympathy and pity. Because the opponent's body was covered with hideous scars, and there were a lot of yellow and white things everywhere. Jiang Che soon realized that something was wrong. The other person's eyes were wide open, and his body was twitching at a strange frequency. Jiang Che saw that the cloth in the other person's mouth was already stained with streaks of scarlet. He walked up to her and pulled the cloth out of her mouth. Along with the cloth, half of the tongue was also pulled out. Jiang Che immediately understood that the other party must have bitten off his tongue through the cloth. It is obvious that the other party must have been subjected to inhuman torture before, which made him unable to bear the humiliation and chose to bite his tongue to commit suicide. However, although biting the tongue to commit suicide seems to be very common in TV dramas, in reality it is difficult to die directly from biting the tongue. It will only cause the injured person to suffer severe pain. Jiang Che, can we save her? She is so pitiful. Only at this moment did Lin Qingshuang truly understand the cruelty of the end of the world. If I didn't have Jiang Che's protection, my fate would probably be several times worse than this woman's. There's no need to save her. There's no way she'll survive. Even if she didn't die from biting her tongue, she'd die from excessive blood loss and infectious diseases. Jiang Che shook his head and said, without professional doctors and medical equipment, it would be impossible to save the patient. However, out of humanitarianism, Jiang Che still untied the dog chain on the other person. At least he wanted the other person to die in a dignified way. After scanning the entire room and finding that there was nothing worth storing, he left. Use the ability of flashing to directly enter the cold storage. A large amount of meat is stored here, and because the cold storage is sealed, all of it is preserved intact. Jiang Che put all the meat into the material space without saying a word. During the period, a chopped-up male body was found on the ground. There is no doubt that it must be the clerk of this supermarket who was killed by the mob before. Leaving the cold storage, I saw Lin Qingshuang still staring at the woman in the office. Jiang Che understood immediately. This little girl must be overly compassionate again. Although he looks cold, he is actually quite gentle at heart. We should go. Don't you want to go save your sister? Sure enough, when Lin Qingshuang heard the name of her sister, she immediately came back to her senses. In her heart, there is probably nothing more important than saving her sister. Following Jiang Che, they returned to the car and headed towards Jinhai University again. Just 5 minutes after Jiang Che and the other man left, a police jeep also arrived at Rongxin supermarket. Due to the influence of the black fog, they didn't dare to drive fast at all. It took them more than half an hour to drive a distance of less than 5 kilometers. Zhu Kersen opened the car door and got out. Looking at everything in front of him, he was extremely horrified. This place, why is it like this? Was it bombed by a howitzer? Chapter 59 Misunderstanding. The other police officers who got off the car were also shocked. The deep grooves on the road, the broken pits on the walls, and the corpses and minced meat on the ground all prove that a very brutal battle had taken place here. Everyone, look around and see if there's anyone alive here. As the team leader, Zhu Kersen calmed down immediately and started arranging tasks. Under her leadership, the entire team searched the scene in an orderly manner. Captain, we found 2 pistols on the ground. They are both Desert Eagles. Report to the captain. All the supplies in the supermarket have been cleared out. Listening to the report from his team members, Zhu Kersen's face became more and more gloomy. It was obvious that this was a robbery of supplies. The chances of the store manager surviving are quite small. Zhu Kersen felt a little guilty when she thought about the fact that the other party had provided her with supplies before. When she reached the side of the road, Zhu Kersen saw a body that had been cut in half. Seeing that the other person's figure looked familiar, Zhu Kersen turned the other person over. When he saw the other person's face, Zhu Kersen sighed. This man seemed to be the uncle of the store manager. I didn't expect him to be cut in half by the thugs. Don't worry, if I find the murderer, I will avenge you. Looking back, the first time they met was not a very pleasant one. The other party kept looking at him lustfully and spoke flirtatious words to her. But after all, the other party had given them a lot of supplies, and in her opinion, it was her duty to help them track down the murderer and avenge him. Captain, there are still people alive on the 2nd floor. At this moment, the voice of a team member came hurriedly. Zhu Kersen was shocked and rushed to the 2nd floor immediately. In the hall on the 2nd floor, Zhu Kersen saw a naked woman with blood all over her mouth. At this time, many police officers surrounded her, and someone put a coat on her. Although the other party was dying, he kept crawling towards the cold storage. Hello, we are investigating officers from the police station. Can you tell us what happened at the scene? Zhu Kersen wanted to help the other person up, so she took the initiative to ask. But the other party didn't reply at all, just kept on whining. Captain, her tongue was bitten off and she can't speak. The police officer next to him took the initiative to explain. Zhu Kerson's anger grew stronger and stronger, and the heroic eyebrows on his face were tightly furrowed. This bunch of thugs. It's not enough that they just robbed the supplies. They also tortured people like this. Damn it. Seeing that the woman was still trying to crawl towards the cold storage, Zhu Kerson didn't know why she was so persistent, so she simply carried her to the side of the cold storage. Enter the password to open the cold storage. Everyone saw a male corpse frozen in the cold storage. The woman then burst into tears and twisted her body hard to crawl over. At this time, Zhu Kerson also realized that something was wrong. Although the time of death cannot be confirmed for the body frozen in the cold storage, it is certain that the person did not die today. The date of death must be moved back 2 or 3 days. But at that time, she came to borrow supplies, so there shouldn't be any thugs here. Just then another police officer came over. Captain, those people we met when we came here before are probably not the managers of this store. The police officer said this and handed over a photo. When Zhu Kerson saw this photo, her expression froze for a moment. This photo is a work photo. The 2 people working in the store are the woman in front of you and the male corpse in her arms. Zhu Kerson was not stupid. She figured it out in an instant. It turns out that the people who provided him with supplies were the real thugs. He robbed the store, pretended to be the manager, and locked up the original manager's wife and tortured her constantly. And the person who just killed people here is actually a hero who eliminates evil? Zhu Kerson just felt it was extremely ironic, with a complicated expression on her face, as if she had wrongly blamed the other party. At the same time, in Gimhe University, the girls' dormitory building, a girl with a high ponytail, wearing a shirt and jeans, and looking cool and sassy, pushed open the door of dormitory 304 in a hurry. 3 girls sat together in the room with a pile of snacks in front of them. They were eating with relish, their mouths full of oil. Wang Rui, tell me, where is Xiaoxua? A dark-skinned girl wearing glasses continued to stuff spicy strips into her mouth without even raising her head. How would I know? Her legs are on her body. She can go wherever she wants. I'm not her babysitter, so why should I care what she does? Yang Lan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I'll give you a bag of potato chips and go have fun. As she spoke, Wang Rui stretched out her greasy palm, grabbed a bag of potato chips, and threw it towards Yang Lan. Yang Lan was very angry at the other party's reckless attitude. She and Lin Qingxue are very good friends, and they knew each other in high school. We went to the same university, same major, and same class. It can be said that we have a great affinity. Even though they were in different dormitories, the 2 of them often visited each other. She knew Xiaoxue had a disability in her legs and often took the initiative to take care of Xiaoxue. After the black fog came, she almost lived in number 304 middle school and stayed with Xiaoxue all the time. But for some reason, 2 days ago, Xiaoxue's 3 roommates suddenly kicked her out of the dormitory, saying that they would take good care of Xiaoxue and there was no need for her, an outsider, to worry about anything here. At first, Yang Lan thought that the other party felt that her presence made their lives a little inconvenient. She took the initiative to give in, but she didn't expect that she never saw Xiaoxue again after that day. And the food there is getting better day by day. Even a fool can see that there is something fishy going on. Just then, a cell phone rang and Yang Lan looked in the direction of the sound. It was on Wang Rui's bed, and a pink cell phone was glowing. Yang Lan's eyes narrowed, and she immediately recognized that it was Lin Qingxue's cell phone. Just as she was about to reach out, she saw Wang Rui hang up the phone skillfully and put away her phone. Wang Rui, that's Xiaoxue's phone, right? Wang Rui seemed to have lost her patience at this moment and said to Yang Lan in a bad tone, Yang Lan, I'm warning you, don't meddle in other people's business, or else the 3 of us will beat you to death. As Wang Rui finished her words, the 2 girls behind her also stood up. He also looked at Yang Lan with an unfriendly gaze. Yang Lan was so frightened that she took a few steps back. She was just an ordinary girl and was still very scared when faced with such a scene. Just wait for me. I'll go tell the counselor right away. With that, Yang Lan ran out of dormitory 304. Wang Rui looked at the other person's embarrassed figure running away and sneered. What if we tell the counselor? She can still kill us. A tall and thin roommate nearby also smiled, looking relaxed and natural. That's right. Counselor Jiang is the kindest person. She wouldn't do anything to me even if she knew. The fat roommate on the other side stuffed snacks into his mouth and said, That's right. We used a disabled person like Lin Qingxue to exchange for so many supplies. If the counselor knew about this, he would probably praise us. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the whole dormitory suddenly erupted into loud laughter, which was very joyful. Chapter 60. Rolling Meat. The more Yanglan thought about it, the angrier she became. She usually has a carefree personality, like a tomboy, but at this moment her eyes were red and she was obviously about to cry. Run directly to the counselor's office on the first floor. Boom, boom, boom. He knocked on the door 3 times and walked in without waiting for anyone to respond. The layout of the room is very simple, with 2 desks and a folding bed. But a woman in the room added a bright color to this ordinary environment. She has slightly curly hair and a pair of gold-rimmed oval glasses on her delicate facial features. She wore a pure white slim-fit shirt on the upper body and a black hip skirt on the lower body. The fair face always has a little seriousness, and the slightly pursed thin lips are still pink and attractive even without any makeup. Although she doesn't look very old, she already has the charm of a ripe peach. When Yanglan saw her counselor Jiang Shuyan, she wanted to throw herself into her arms and vent all the grievances she had just suffered. But Jiang Shuyan stopped him. He pointed to the phone in his hand, signaling the other party to wait a moment. Principal Yang, I didn't understand what you meant just now. Are you saying that the school should reduce the food distribution to students? A man inexplicably took a breath from the other side of the receiver and then said slowly, Xiao Jiang, you should also be considerate of the school. The school is short of supplies right now. I heard that you have become a superpower now, right? If there is no other way, you can take the lead and lead the students to search for food outside. Ouch, be gentle. Listening to the strange noise coming from the receiver, Jiang Shuyan's beautiful eyebrows frowned more and more. Principal Yang, you let a group of freshman female students go outside. What's the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? Jiang Shuyan wanted to say something else, but the voice in the receiver became more and more chaotic. Xiao Jiang, I still have some work to do here. Let's talk about these things later. Then the call was hung up directly. Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Jiang Shuyan felt a headache and gently stroked her temple with her slender fingers. Food was already very scarce, and she and her students had been starving. Now the school was going to further reduce supplies, and she didn't know what to do. At this time, she raised her head and saw Yang Lan in the room. Then she remembered that there were other students looking for her. He forced a gentle smile onto his face again. Yang Lan, what can I do for you? Seeing the gentle smile on the other person's face, Yang Lan cried out, wow, and threw herself into the other person's arms. Since Jiang Shuyan is also a graduate of our school, she has a very good relationship with the students. They don't seem like teacher and student, but more like senior and junior students. He patted Yang Lan's back gently and said softly, okay, stop crying and tell me what happened. Sister Jiang, Xiaoxue is missing. Yang Lan's voice was a little choked, but Jiang Shuyan still heard it clearly, and then her face changed. Missing? Didn't I tell everyone to stay in their own dormitories and not wander around? Did someone break into the girls' dormitory? Where are Xiaoxue's roommates? How are they? Hearing Jiang Shuyan's question, Yang Lan told her everything she knew. After listening to Yang Lan's narration, Jiang Shuyan was stunned for a moment. After all, he was a top student who graduated from a top university, so he naturally understood what Yang Lan meant. But she could never believe that her students would actually sell out their roommates just for a little food. Is this really something a student from a top university would do? She also had a very good personal relationship with Lin Qingxue and knew that she was a girl with excellent character and academic performance, and was also very optimistic and cheerful. I also know how attractive Xiaoxue's appearance is to men outside. No, I want to ask them myself. The more Jiang Shuyan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she went straight upstairs with Yang Lan. Arrived at the door of dormitory 304. From a distance, I could hear laughter coming from the dormitory, without any sadness or worry after my roommate went missing. Jiang Shuyan reached out and pushed the door, but it didn't open. Who is it? We are resting in the dormitory, so it is not convenient to open the door now. Hearing Wang Rui's vile voice coming from the room, Yang Lan felt a surge of blood. Now that she had the counselor's support, she was no longer afraid and simply used all her strength to bang on the door. Bang! The door was knocked open. There was no rest in the room. 3 people were sitting around the table, happily playing poker cards, each holding a bottle of juice in their hands and drinking happily. She lives a much more comfortable life than the girls in other dormitories. When they saw that it was Yang Lan who came with the counselor, they were not at all panicked. Teacher Jiang, look at this Yang Lan, she broke my door. What will we do if a ferocious beast comes in at night? Wang Rui put down the playing cards in her hand and pointed at Yang Lan angrily. However, Jiang Shuyan did not respond, but asked coldly, tell me, where did you send Xiaoxue? Hearing the counselor's question, Wang Rui and the other 2 all looked innocent. Teacher, you misunderstood. We don't know where Xiaoxue went. Don't believe what that bitch Yang Lan said. She just doesn't like us and wants to slander us. That's right. Teacher, don't believe her. The three of them supported each other, and their acting was so natural that there was not a single flaw to be seen. Yang Lan was so angry at these people that her body was shaking. You are talking nonsense. Then explain to me why you have so many supplies, and explain why Xiaoshua's phone is with you. It was obvious that they had already prepared their statements, and they did not show any panic when answering. We brought the snacks back a long time ago, but we kept them hidden. As for what you said about Xiaoshua's phone, I can only say that you are mistaken. Jiang Shuyan looked at the three people in front of her who were in a state of confusion and roughly understood the truth of the matter. I guess it's exactly the same as what Yang Lan said. Jiang Shuyan was really angry now. Her eyes became more fierce, her long hair began to float slowly, and blue arcs of electricity emanated faintly from her body. Hurry up and tell me where Xiaoshua went. I can pretend that this incident never happened. The voice was cold and the eyes were icy. Everyone at the scene was so scared that they couldn't help but shudder. Seeing the counselor use his special abilities, Wang Rui and the other two started crying on the spot. Teacher, we really don't know anything. If you must kill us, then go ahead. Without your protection, we would have been killed by the mutant dogs long ago. She cried so aggrieved and pitiful. Yang Lan saw through it immediately that the other party was acting, and they bet that Jiang Shuyan would not do anything. They have been together with Jiang Shuyan for a year, and they know very well what kind of person Jiang Shuyan is. A complete pushover. As long as you shed tears and act pitiful, the other party will definitely not pursue the matter further. Sure enough, seeing the three girls all crying, Jiang Shuyan sighed, retracted the arcs of electricity around her, turned around and left. Sister Jiang, please don't. Yang Lan wanted to expose the other party's disguise, but seeing Jiang Shuyan walk away without looking back, she immediately followed. Seeing Jiang Shuyan and Yang Lan walking away, the three of them burst into laughter. See? I told you that as long as I used this killer move, Counselor Jiang would definitely not pursue the matter any further. That's right. I think there are quite a few good-looking girls in our dormitory building. Should we contact that fat guy and see if he still wants us? That's a great idea. If it were me, I'd sell that bitch Yang Lan first. Haha. Chapter 61 Jiang Che and Dogs Are Not Allowed to Enter. Chapter 61 Jiang Che and Dogs Are Not Allowed to Enter. Yang Lan followed Jiang Shuyan and walked downstairs. Sister Jiang, what should we do? We can't just ignore Xiaoshua. Jiang Shuyan was also extremely annoyed at this moment. I don't know either. I can't really kill the three of them. Those are 3 lives. Let's talk about this later. I'll do some psychological work on the 3 of them. Maybe they'll tell me. Then I'll go and rescue Xiaoshua. Jiang Shuyan sighed and told her final solution. But this method is obviously the most useless one. Who knows whether Xiaoshua will still be alive by then? A strange silence fell between the two. I walked down the stairs to the first floor of the apartment, and just as I was about to enter the counselor's office, I heard a steady sound of footsteps coming from the hall. Jiang Shuyan frowned and looked towards the hall. Who would come to the girls' dormitory at this time? Could it be the school leaders? As soon as I walked into the lobby, I saw a man and a woman walking in from outside the apartment building. The man was tough and handsome, with a very cold face and a very strong aura. The first time Jiang Shuyan saw him, she inexplicably recalled the scene when she encountered the first ferocious beast. There was an indescribable feeling of panic. The woman has an extremely beautiful face, tall stature, long legs, and extraordinary temperament. You can tell at first glance that she is a top-notch beauty. Behind the 2 men, there was a puppy, striding with its head held high, looking very arrogant. Seeing such a strange combination, Jiang Shuyan's heart immediately started to ring with alarm bells. She doesn't look like someone from the school. Could it be that they took Xiaoshua away? For the safety of the students, she took the initiative to walk out and stand in front of the 2 people. Who are you? Who asked you to come here? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, and both sides kept looking at each other. Jiang Shuyan was extremely alert. In order to protect the students behind her, she was ready to fight with the other party. But at this moment, a somewhat surprised voice sounded behind him. Sister Qingxuang, you're really here. The first time Yang Lan saw Lin Qingxuang, a look of great surprise appeared on her face. This is Jiang Shuyan's first year as a counselor, so she may not know Lin Qingxuang, but as Xiaoshua's best friend, Yang Lan has naturally seen this cool school beauty a long time ago. Lin Qingxuang was also surprised when she saw Yang Lan, knowing that she was Xiaoshua's very good friend. The 2 of them were reunited as old friends and hugged each other tightly. Jiang Che was also constantly looking at the 2 people who suddenly appeared. The long-lost system prompt sound came to my ears. Name, Yang Lan. Age, 20. Appearance, 89. Body size, 88. Purity, 100. Evaluation, does not meet the most basic requirements of the system. Yanglan is actually not ugly. She has a tall figure and fair skin. Her breasts are a little small, but is not perky, and she likes to wear neutral clothes, making her look like a tomboy. Before meeting Xiaoxue, she had always been the most beautiful girl in the class, and many girls even took the initiative to pursue her. It's just that she doesn't meet the strict requirements of the system. Jiang Che shook his head in disappointment and looked at the other person. Just one glance made his eyes light up instantly. Name, Jiang Shuyan. Age, 28. Appearance, 97. Body size, 97. Purity, 100. Evaluation, rare ability owner. Host binding is recommended. Her appearance and figure are both top-notch, with a curvy figure, a slim waist, and wide hips. Although she is not very old, she gives people the feeling of a perfect young lady next door. Especially the gold-rimmed glasses on her face, which added a bit of abstinence temptation. Plus the other party's identity, the counselor of Jinhai University. Jiang Che couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His mouth felt dry. The attraction that the other party brought to him was unquestionable, even stronger than that of Lin Qingshuang at the beginning. This sense of professional ethics made it difficult for him to refuse. Once upon a time, I was also a college student. When I was a child, I saw beautiful female teachers, and I had some fantasies in my heart. Jiang Che licked his lips and started thinking about how to win over this female counselor who was as tempting as a peach. Lin Qingshuang and Yang Lan exchanged a few simple pleasantries, then took the initiative to ask, Yang Lan, how is Xiaoxue? Is she still here? When Yang Lan heard the name Xiaoxue, the joy that had just surged in her heart disappeared instantly, and she told Lin Qingshuang everything that had happened to her. When Lin Qingshuang heard that her sister might have been sold out by her roommate, her face turned pale instantly. No, take me there, I want to meet them. Lin Qingshuang's voice was already filled with tears. When she thought about the possibility that her sister had suffered the evil deeds of a villain, her heart felt like it was broken and the pain was unbearable. Yang Lan nodded and was about to take Lin Qingshuang upstairs. But at this moment, Jiang Shuyan stood in front of everyone. You can't go up there. When Yang Lan heard Jiang Shuyan's words, she was stunned. Sister Jiang, why is this happening? Yang Lan, do you know what the consequences will be if you bring strangers into the dormitory building? What if they get into the apartment and hurt other students? Jiang Shuyan's face was cold, and she did not give in at all. A girl had already disappeared due to her negligence. If she let a stranger in and more students got hurt, she wouldn't know how to explain it. After hearing this, Yang Lan remembered that she was too excited and had not introduced them to each other. Sister Jiang, she is Lin Qingshue's sister, Lin Qingshuang, and she is also a student at our Jinhai University. Sister Qingshuang, this is Jiang Shuyan, Xiaoxue, and I's counselor. After hearing Yang Lan's explanation, Lin Qingshuang looked at Jiang Shuyan with a little more tenderness in her eyes. Xiaoxue had told me on the phone before that she was their counselor after the end of the world and had been protecting them. She was also very grateful to Xiaoxue's counselor. He took out his student ID card and handed it over, explaining, I'm Xiaoxue's sister. Xiaoxue told me on the phone that you helped her a lot. Thank you very much. Jiang Shuyan checked carefully and confirmed that it was indeed a student of this school. But she still didn't want to let the other person in, because she knew what the other person was going to do there. It is inevitable to have a conflict with other students in class 304, but since the other party is Xiaoxue's sister, he has no right to stop it. In the end, I had to grit my teeth and let the other person in. But when she turned to look at Jiang Che, her eyes were not so friendly. There was deep suspicion and distrust in his eyes. She can go in, but this man and this dog can't go in. Her tone was very firm. While Jiang Che was observing her, she was also observing Jiang Che. She could tell from Jiang Che's aura that he was a psychic like her, and might have killed ferocious beasts, and even humans. If such an extremely dangerous person were allowed into the girls' dormitory, it would be like a wolf among the flock of sheep. What worried her most was the dog following Jiang Che. There are also many stray cats and dogs in the school. As soon as the black fog came, they all turned into extremely destructive beasts. How could there be ordinary dogs left? She strongly suspected that the dog was a ferocious beast in disguise. Although her suspicion was well-founded, Jiang Che had never been insulted like this before. What does she mean? Jiang Che and dogs are not allowed to enter? He is no longer the unknown Jiang Che who was bullied by others. He is also a top psychic with 4 superpowers. He really can't tolerate such insult now. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, looked at Jiang Shuyan, and said, What if I have to go in? Then you can give it a try. Jiang Shuyan was also getting angry at this time. The bad things that happened today made her feel suffocated. She also wanted to find a punching bag to vent her anger. Arcs of lightning began to appear all over his body. His hair also began to float up with the sudden appearance of lightning. Do you know what happened to the last person who stopped me from leaving? Jiang Che's voice became colder and colder, like a gust of cold wind piercing into Jiang Shuyan's body, making her shiver a few times. He has now started drawing lots for his next life. Lin Qingxuang was shocked when she saw Jiang Che was about to get angry. She knew best the consequences of Jiang Che's anger. It was no exaggeration to say that it would be no problem to demolish the entire dormitory building. She wanted to explain a few words on Jiang Che's behalf, but the counselor refused to listen. In desperation, she had to walk to Jiang Che and begged, "Jiang Che, please spare her life, okay? She once protected Xiaoxua." Jiang Che glanced at Lin Qingxuang and nodded slightly. He had no intention of killing her. He was still thinking about how to conquer this woman and make her sing conquer under him. Chapter 62. If you can't win, just go to sleep. Chapter 62. If you can't win, just go to sleep. Rays of lightning gathered in front of Jiang Shuyan and had almost condensed into substance. Jiang Shuyan reached her hand into the lightning, squeezed it hard, and pulled out a Tang sword. The knife is 3 feet and 7 inches long, curved all over, with elegant and smooth lines. The blade was not as bright as a silver mirror, but instead had a texture of dark blue and silver gray interwoven together, as if there were streaks of lightning constantly entwining it. The ability that Jiang Shuyan awakened was not just thunder, but it is this Tang sword formed by condensed thunder. Although he has not been trained in the use of the Tang sword, with the powerful bonus of the rare ability fruit, he is already able to crush some ferocious beasts in the black fog with his own strong numerical strength. This is also the main reason why she is able to protect those female students here. Sister Jiang, don't be like this. He came here with Sister Qingxuang, so he's definitely not a bad person. Seeing that the conflict between the two sides was becoming more and more serious, Yang Lan was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She tried hard to get closer to Jiang Shuyan to persuade her. But Jiang Shuyan obviously wouldn't listen. Yang Lan, you have no idea how dangerous he is. If you let him into the dormitory building, who will guarantee the safety of others? Jiang Shuyan spoke righteously and with a firm gaze. She believed that what she was doing was definitely correct. Yang Lan felt helpless. She thought that although what her counselor said was absolute, it was not without reason. She knew that she could not dissuade the counselor. Yang Lan simply walked to Lin Qingxuang and took the initiative to comfort her. Sister Qingxuang, you don't have to worry too much. Teacher Jiang is actually very kind-hearted. Although your friend may be injured, his life will definitely not be in danger. Looking at Yang Lan's comforting expression, Lin Qingxuang knew that the other party meant well and forced a smile on her face. She was indeed worried, but she was not worried about Jiang Che, but about the female counselor opposite her. Feeling the energy density of the other party through mental detection, Jiang Che knew that the power of the Tang sword in the other party's hand must be extremely huge. But he was not very nervous. He could also see that the other party's posture, from standing to holding the knife, was very uncoordinated. Jiang Che understood in an instant that the other party was simply unable to control his abilities. It's like a little kid getting a unique magical weapon. However, his own strength is not enough, and he cannot unleash the power of the magic weapon. Jiang Che showed a sarcastic look on his face. Is this what you are so proud of? I don't think it's that great. Who can you protect? No wonder Lin Qingxue disappeared in your hands. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here right now. Jiang Shuyan was also really angry at this time. She shouted and slashed towards Jiang Che with a knife. However, the direction of her attack was slightly off. It was obvious that she did not really want to kill Jiang Che, but just wanted to force him to retreat. Just hear a loud boom. Fierce bolts of lightning poured out from the blade and hit the ground. The entire hall seemed to be divided into 2 halves by this bright blue light. The tiles on the ground broke into pieces at this moment. The whole hall was suddenly filled with dust. Hoo-hoo! Jiang Shuyan was breathing heavily. Due to her poor physical condition, every swing of the sword took a huge toll on her body. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jiang Shuyan looked at the empty space ahead and forced a smile on her face. It looks like he was scared away. That's good. That's good. She reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but at this moment, a magnetic male voice suddenly sounded in her ears, bringing a gust of warm wind into her cochlea. You must be very tired. Can you swing the sword a second time? Jiang Shuyan's pupils suddenly shrank. She got goosebumps all over her body. How could he? How could he appear behind me? What kind of ability is this? It's so weird. She turned her head quickly and immediately saw that familiar face so close that their noses were almost touching. In fact, She is psychologically averse to men. Although she can chat with other boys normally, once the distance between them is too close, she will feel extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Shuyan wanted to distance herself immediately, but her speed was nowhere near as fast as Jiang Che's. There was a sound of breaking wind, followed by a loud slap. Huh! The force was so strong that it almost knocked Jiang Shuyan's feet off the ground. Jiang Shuyan might think of showing mercy, but Jiang Che would not do that. This woman always looked disgusted when she saw him, and always said that men and dogs were not allowed to enter, and she also felt a little bit of evil in her heart. Before conquering her, Jiang Che would definitely train her severely. Seeing the scene in front of her, Lin Qingshuang felt it was very normal. It was completely within her expectations. She even felt that Jiang Che was giving her face by not using too much force. But in Yang Lan's heart, a huge wave was set off. The little mouth couldn't help but open into an O shape, and the little hand subconsciously covered its mouth. She knew how terrifying Jiang Shuyan's abilities were. The 3 mutant dogs in the school all died under Jiang Shuyan's thunder. Jiang Shuyan can be said to be an idol in the hearts of these girls. Many people privately called Jiang Shuyan a superwoman. But now, her idol was fanned and turned 2.5 weeks in the air, which made her hardly believe her eyes. I suspected that I hadn't woken up yet, and that this was just a dream. By the time she reacted, Jiang Shuyan had already fallen to the ground. Sister Jiang. With a loud shout, Yang Lan wanted to run forward. But he was held tightly by Lin Qingshuang. She looked at Lin Qingshuang with confusion in her eyes. Someone was about to die. Wasn't the most important thing now to save people? Lin Qingshuang pulled her to her side and said softly, "Don't go over there. Don't worry. Your teacher Jiang will only be slightly injured and will not be in any danger of life." Lin Qingshuang knew very well that Jiang Che obviously had no intention of killing him. If he really wanted to kill, the counselor would probably be shot into pieces by the scarlet laser at the first sight. When she recalled the scene when Jiang Che killed the flesh and blood giant, she still felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Yang Lan listened to Lin Qingshuang's words and felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had just said similar words not long ago. Jiang Che stepped on Jiang Shuyan's back with a little force. "How come this is all you can do? Aren't you supposed to protect the other students? What's going on now? Can't fight so you go to sleep." Listening to the teasing voice, Jiang Shuyan felt very uncomfortable. It's not just physical pain, it's even more psychologically painful. She regretted it very much now. If she had known earlier, she would not have held back and would have killed the man with one single blow. But she never thought that whether she held back or not, the result would be the same. In the face of absolute strength, any skill would seem pale and powerless. He supported himself with his hands and tried hard to get up. But after using that powerful sword, most of her physical strength had been lost. Jiang Che just exerted a little force with his foot, and she immediately collapsed to the ground again. Jiang Che stepped on the other person's soft body and squatted down. I gently lifted the other person's hair and saw her slightly red and swollen face and those somewhat stubborn eyes. Reach out your hand and stroke the other person's face gently. Although I haven't washed my face for a while, my skin is still elastic, smooth, and feels great to the touch. Jiang Shuyan, right? You can't even hit me, and you still want to stop me? Who gave you the confidence? I went up there just to get some information about Lin Qingxue. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill everyone in this building. Do you understand? Jiang Che always had a warm smile on his face when he spoke, but the words he said were frighteningly cold. He just opened his mouth and said he would kill everyone in the building. Jiang Shuyan didn't dare to think about how many people this young man in front of her had killed. Chapter 63. The game continues. Feeling the man's touch on her face, Jiang Shuyan felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. I felt tingling and numb, as if countless ants were crawling on my body, and something seemed to be bursting out of my body. Speak. Did you hear me clearly? You'll have 30 seconds. If you don't speak, I'll kill the student you brought with you. What's your name? Yang Lan, right? Jiang Shuyan was just staring at him, neither nodding nor speaking. Jiang Che gradually increased the strength in his hands, and he took out a shining desert eagle and gestured towards the position where Yang Lan was standing. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Lan, who was standing nearby, turned pale in an instant and her body began to tremble. If someone else held this gun, she might have thought it was just a model, but the other party was so powerful that he could subdue the counselor, who was a psychic, with one move. She felt that the thing in the other party's hand must be the real thing. Although Lin Qingshuang was also a little nervous, after spending such a long time with Jiang Che, she knew that Jiang Che was not the kind of person who would kill innocent people. The reason why Jiang Che said this was probably just to force Jiang Shuyan to submit. I don't know whether I was feeling the pain on my face or the grievance in my heart. Jiang Shuyan couldn't hold it in any longer, and tears started to fall down her cheeks. The smile on Jiang Che's face grew instead of diminishing. Crying? Crying also counts as time. 10, 9, 8. Seeing Jiang Che slowly raising his pistol, he was counting down. Jiang Shuyan couldn't bear it any longer and burst into tears. I don't dare anymore. I was wrong. I won't stop you anymore. Okay. After hearing the other party admit his mistake, Jiang Che finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. That's right. Jiang Che took back his hand and patted the other person's plump buttocks hard, then stood up. At this time, Yang Lan, who was standing aside, also breathed a sigh of relief. The thing I feared most did not happen. Jiang Che put the pistol back into the supply space and suddenly felt his hands getting wet and sticky. Looking at the palm of his hand that he had just hit, there were indeed some water stains on it. Then he looked at Jiang Shuyan, who had already stood up, and glanced at the pants she was wearing. Although it is a black pencil skirt, you can still clearly see a clear watermark on it. No way, this counselor is so timid. He was frightened to the point of peeing. Jiang Che sniffed it subconsciously. It wasn't the smell of urine, but a very strange smell. Jiang Che felt it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where it was. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the space, rinsed his hands with it, and then threw it away. This scene fell into the eyes of Jiang Shuyan and Yang Lan, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in their eyes. Although the school provides them with supplies, their lives are still very tight now. Everyone cannot get a bottle of water every day. Food is just enough to keep people alive. Otherwise, Wang Rue and the others would not have risked offending Jiang Shuyan by selling Lin Qingxue to outsiders. Now she finds it incredible to see other people using a bottle of water just to wash their hands. To be honest, when they saw that there was still a lot of water in the bottle that Jiang Che threw away, they all wanted to run over and pick it up. However, due to face issues, neither of them dared to go. After washing his hands, Jiang Che saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he raised his eyebrows. Let's go and meet Lin Qingshue's roommate. This time no one dared to say no. Led by Jiang Shuyan and Yang Lan, the group walked upstairs. Soon we arrived at the door of 304. Jiang Shuyan walked up and knocked on the door gently. Yang Lan, you bitch. It's never going to end, is it? Do you really think we dare not hit you? Before Jiang Shuyan could say anything, a fierce female voice was heard in the room. The curse was quite harsh, and soon the door was opened. 3 girls appeared in the sight of Jiang Che and others. Each of them looked aggressive, holding brooms and mops, and looked like they were looking for a fight. Wang Rue thought it was Yang Lan causing trouble again. But when she opened the door and saw several people standing at the door, she suddenly felt panicked. There were not only Yang Lan and the counselor, but also a pair of strange men and women. Especially that man, with his tall stature and clearly defined muscles. It was obvious at first glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment they wilted. It's okay to let them bully the weak, but when something really happens, they become more cowardly than the other. Teacher Jiang, what do you want me to do? Before Jiang Shuyan could speak, Lin Qingshuang immediately walked forward. I'm Lin Qingshua's sister. Tell me, where did you send Xiaoxua? Lin Qingshuang's anxious look scared the 3 of them. They never expected that Lin Qingshua's parents would come to them. Several of them still thought like students. Naturally, they were afraid that the other party's parents would come to find them if they bullied their classmates, so they dared not say a word. Seeing how few people remained silent, Lin Qingshuang became even more anxious. Speak, speak. Wang Rue and her roommates looked at each other and made up their minds. They were determined to never admit it, so that the other party would not be able to do anything to them. We don't know. Xiaoxua left the dormitory on her own. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. That's right. That's right. It has nothing to do with us. Looking at the shameless looks of these people, Yang Lan couldn't help it. He stood up and pointed to the corner of the room and said, You are talking nonsense. Xiaoxua's legs are disabled, and her crutches are still in your dormitory. How can she walk by herself? Everyone looked in the direction Yang Lan pointed. There is actually a pink cane in the corner of the room. It is covered with cartoon stickers, making it look very girly. When Lin Qingshuang saw the crutch in the corner, her eyes instantly turned red. My sister is a senior 2D fan who likes to collect anime character badges and even stick stickers of her favorite characters on her crutches. So she recognized it as her sister's crutch at a glance. When Wang Rue and the other 2 saw that their excuse was exposed, their faces turned ugly. We don't know. Please don't look for us anymore. We are really annoying. Seeing that she couldn't explain herself, Wang Rue thought of the last method, which was to escape. He reached out to close the door. In the past, after using this method, no one would come to her again, and the rest would be communication between parents and teachers. But this is not a high school in peacetime, but a university in the apocalyptic era. Escape often leads to more serious consequences. A strong hand tightly grasped the door frame that was about to close. The three of them tried hard to close the door, but no matter how hard they tried, the door didn't budge. Then there was a click sound. It rang out in front of the three of them. Wang Rui and others looked at the door in front of them, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. How could this happen? I saw that the door was now covered with dense cracks. The next moment, the wooden door exploded. The three of them sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the tall and straight figure standing at the door. I haven't even finished my sentence yet. Isn't it rude to close the door now? The voice was very calm, but Wang Rui and the other two were now terrified to the extreme. This is not a power that a normal person can possess. This is simply a monster. We have nothing to say. We don't remember anything. Jiang Che nodded with a friendly smile on his face. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Just let me help you restore your memory. Jiang Che is determined to get Lin Qingxue, as her rare ability is too powerful. So no matter what method he used, he had to get the information out of these three girls. Stretch out your palm and clench it in the air. A shiny desert eagle appeared in his hand. The black muzzle of the gun kept swinging in front of the three people, making people feel scared. I just need an answer, and there are three of you. Who do you think I should keep? Cold sweat had already seeped out of Wang Rui's forehead, but she still forced herself to calm down. Who are you trying to scare? Guns are banned in Xia country. How could you have a real gun? Having a real gun is against the law. What Wang Rui said seemed to be comforting herself and her roommate. If you have the guts, just shoot. Jiang Che showed a look of surprise on his face. As expected of a top-notch student from a top university, he is extremely courageous. Now that you mention it, I feel a little unconfident. In that case, let your roommate try the gun first. As he spoke, Jiang Che pointed his gun at the left side of Wang Rui, a girl as thin as a straw. Pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The roar of the desert eagle sounded in dormitory 304. The sound was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire dormitory building. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The originally clean and tidy room is now filled with blood. The straw girl had disappeared at this moment, and Wang Rui and the fat girl on her right were now covered in minced meat and had blood on their faces. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Che had lost focus. Jiang Che kept smiling as he waved his pistol in front of the two men. It looks like I have a real gun. Can we continue our game? Chapter 64, Choice. Wang Rui stared blankly at the man in front of her, especially the gentle smile on the other person's face, which in her eyes was no different from the devil's smile. Then there was a scream of terror. Gun. It's a real gun. Teacher Jiang, save me. He killed someone. At this time, Wang Rui was really scared, and a stream of yellow water flowed down her pants. Jiang Shuyan looked outside the door with horror. In her eyes, only the omnipotent teacher Jiang could save her. Hearing Wang Rui's crying, Jiang Shuyan came back to her senses from her shock. She also didn't expect that the other party would really dare to shoot. Seeing that tragedy had already occurred, Jiang Shuyan immediately stepped forward to stop it. He stood in front of Jiang Che and protected the two girls behind him. How could you shoot and kill someone? She is also alive. She is just a student. The smile on Jiang Che's face gradually faded. He stood up and looked at Jiang Shuyan. Then let me ask you, is Lin Qingxue no longer a student? Is Lin Qingxue no longer alive? Where were you when they sold Lin Qingxue? You still have the nerve to say such high-sounding words to me now. I have already warned you before, don't stop me again. Do you only remember the food and not the punishment? Jiang Che is really angry now. How come Jiang Shuyan is so good at pretending? I taught him a lesson so harshly before, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Do you really think of yourself as a living bodhisattva? In his eyes, the girls in front of him were extremely hateful. He sold his mission target to others just for a little food. What if Lin Qingxue was really ruined by others? This caused the system to think that it no longer met the requirements, and it had lost a rare level ability, so his entire trip was in vain. Jiang Che felt a little heartbroken when he thought of this. Even if I kill them all, I can't calm the anger in my heart. Lin Qingxue, who was standing at the door at this time, was moved to tears. I didn't expect that I was so important to him that he would be willing to do this for me. Originally, she was worried that Jiang Che would have bad intentions if he saw her sister, but now she is not worried at all. She now feels that only if her sister stays with Jiang Che can she get real protection. In this day and age when the end of the world is approaching, it is such a happy thing to be able to live with such a safe man. Yang Lan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Che. She had long been unhappy with Wang Rue and the others, but she did not have the ability to retaliate against them. Although Jiang Che's actions were extremely bloody, she inexplicably felt a sense of refreshment in her heart. As long as he is here, Xiao Xue will definitely be saved. Jiang Shuyan was speechless after hearing what Jiang Che said. She really had no way to explain that Xiao Xue was trafficked by her roommate, and in her heart she felt that she also had an unshirkable responsibility. But she still couldn't watch other students continue to die at the hands of Jiang Che's gun. You've already killed one person. Even if you use her to pay for Xiao Xue's life, it's enough. Can't you just let the others go? Jiang Shuyan continued to stand in front of Jiang Che. The stubborn look did not retreat and kept staring at Jiang Che. Jiang Che was a little speechless. Pay with your life? What can I use to pay with my life? Is she worth a rare level power? Jiang Che finally understood that Jiang Shuyan was a true saint. That's great. His favorite thing to do is to train the virgin. Noticing some noise behind him, Jiang Che turned around to take a look. At this time, quite a few people had gathered outside the door. These were all female classmates who were attracted by Jiang Che's previous gunshots. Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked at the scene in the room. They were obviously innocent female college students who had seen such a bloody scene for the first time. Jiang Che pointed his gun at the female college students outside. Counselor Jiang, look, there are so many people coming to watch the fun, and there must be a lot of your students among them. Jiang Shuyan's face suddenly changed at this moment. My lips were trembling a little. What do you want to do? Jiang Che spread his hands, looking relaxed. It's simple. Are you going to protect those two bitches behind you? Or are you going to protect the other students outside? The choice is yours. I'm going to go out the door now. If I leave this room, don't blame me. After saying this, Jiang Che turned around and walked towards the door without any hesitation. He wanted to see which side this female counselor would choose. Should he fight to the end for these two girls, or make concessions for the majority of students outside the door? At this time, the female college students outside the door were still watching with great interest, and they thought that Jiang Shuyan in the room had driven away the murderer by her own strength. But they had no idea that the real crisis was approaching them. Jiang Che's steps were steady, like a heavy hammer, constantly hitting Jiang Shuyan's heart. No. Jiang Shuyan felt that she was having difficulty breathing and wanted to reach out to keep Jiang Che, but her thighs were held tightly by Wang Rue and the fat girl. The fair and plump thighs had been left with red marks, which showed that Wang Rue and the other man had really used all their strength. Wang Rue and the others heard everything Jiang Che said just now. If they let Jiang Shuyan go, they would be dead. People are selfish. They don't care about the lives of the girls outside the door. They just want to survive. Teacher Jiang, we know we are wrong. We really don't want to die. Please save us. We will definitely listen to you in the future. Teacher Jiang, don't leave. Wang Rue and the little fat girl acted pitiful in front of Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan looked at the two girls beside her who were crying loudly and felt very sorry for them. In the past, the two of them had a very good relationship with her, and they often called her Sister Jiang. Although there had been some unpleasantness among them before, she didn't intend to make a fuss about it. But there are still so many students outside the door. There are more than 20 students from our class alone, and there are also 40 or 50 students from other classes. If she really had to give up the lives of more than 100 people for these two people, she asked herself if she could do it. Thinking of this, she lowered her head and said to Wang Rue and the little fat girl, I'm sorry. When Wang Rue heard Jiang Shuyan's words, she was completely stunned. Isn't Teacher Jiang the softest person? Even though he had been so humble, the other party still wanted to abandon him? Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt a surge of resentment towards Counselor Jiang. Why save those bitches and not me? I saw Jiang Che was only 2 steps away from walking out of the room. Wang Rue used her hands and feet, like a koala, and wrapped herself around Jiang Shuyan's legs. One hand tightly held the steel frame of the bed, trying her best to stop Jiang Shuyan's actions. As long as I wait for that murderer to get out, I can survive. Thinking of this, Wang Rue's heart was rekindled with hope of life. Chapter 65 Military. Feeling the resistance from beneath him, he watched Jiang Che about to walk out of the room. Jiang Shuyan was feeling quite anxious. In order to save more students, she no longer cares about their previous friendship. He stretched out his hand and tried to pry Wang Rue's arm apart. Wang Rue, I am sorry for you. I hope you don't blame me. I don't know if Jiang Shuyan was too strong or Wang Rue's arms were too fragile. There was only a crisp sound of click. Wang Rue's forearm broke into 2 pieces in an instant, taking on a rather strange shape. It hurts. Wang Rue let out a heart-wrenching scream, immediately loosened her hands, and rolled on the ground in pain. Those who were able to be admitted to Jinhai University were all the apple of their family's eye. Wang Rui had never experienced such pain, but she still looked towards the door, hoping that Jiang Che had already gone out. But to her despair, Jiang Che had already stood at the door, watching the farce with a smile on his face. At this point, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She knew she was going to die today. Jiang Shuyan, you bitch, you slut. If you don't save me, I will curse my whole family to die. I will never have a good ending. Wang Rui exploded on the spot. The pain from the broken arm made her eyes bulge out, her saliva flowed, and she looked like a mad woman. Crazy curse on Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan felt guilty, so she said nothing and walked out with her head down. Jiang Che thought this was really interesting. Even though she was the bad guy, Wang Rui didn't dare to scold him at all. She just kept scolding the counselor who once protected her. This is what happens when you become a saint. Seeing that there was no more obstruction in the room, Jiang Che walked up to the two female students who were slumped on the ground. At this point, their psychological defenses have completely collapsed. Before Jiang Che could even open his mouth, the little fat girl crawled to Jiang Che's feet and kowtowed continuously. I'll tell you everything, as long as you can let me live. Jiang Che used the muzzle of the gun to push up her fat face. He neither agreed to nor rejected the other party's request, indicating that she could continue talking. The chubby girl didn't dare to bargain and immediately narrated what had happened. Just 3 days ago, a stranger added Wang Rui as a friend and said he was willing to exchange a lot of supplies for Lin Qingxue. There was really nothing to eat in our dormitory at the time, and everyone was starving. We had no choice but to agree. Just yesterday at noon, he entered the dormitory building, came to our dormitory, and took Lin Qingxue away. We just tied up Lin Qingxue's hands and feet, and didn't do anything excessive. Jiang Che thought this little fat girl was quite interesting. What does didn't do anything excessive mean? Isn't it too much to forcibly tie up someone's hands and feet? But before Jiang Che could continue asking, Jiang Shuyan's voice came from behind him. Impossible. I was on the first floor the whole time yesterday at noon and didn't hear any sound of anyone coming in or leaving. Jiang Shuyan is now also the owner of a rare supernatural power, and her 5 senses are definitely much stronger than those of ordinary people. And it was at noon. She didn't believe that someone could take a living person away from her quietly. It's true. I really didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Looking at the other party's extremely terrified eyes, Jiang Che felt that the other party would definitely not lie about this matter. Do you know what the other person looks like and where he lives? Since the little fat girl had already spoken out, she had no intention of hiding it. The other person is a little short and a little fat. No, he is quite fat. He was wearing a black cloak and looked mysterious. He put down the supplies, carried Lin Qingxue, and ran away. As for the address, I don't know it. The other party had contacted Wang Rui before. Big brother, please, I will tell you everything I know. Can you let me go? After saying that, the little fat girl started to act pitiful again. Jiang Che ignored her and looked at Wang Rui beside him. At this moment, Wang Rui was already a little crazy, crying and laughing in the corner. Don't you have anything to say? Why should I tell you? You're going to kill me anyway. You'll never know the location of that bitch Lin Qingxue in your life. I really don't understand why you have to look for that cripple. She can't survive in the apocalypse. Is it wrong to use her limited life to exchange for some supplies for us? Wang Rui no longer cares about her face and dares to say anything. Jiang Che walked up to the other person and squatted down without saying a word. Just when everyone was wondering what Jiang Che was going to do, Jiang Che quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed the opponent's broken half of the forearm, and did a 360-degree spin. The creaking sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out in the room, coupled with Wang Rui's screams at the top of her lungs, making everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Many girls outside the door took out their mobile phones to record the situation at the scene. Wow, who did Wang Rui offend? Why is she so miserable? I can't bear to watch it. Who is this boy? He doesn't look like he is from our school. Go, go. Didn't you see that even the counselor didn't dare to stop us? It would be terrible if it were our turn later. The crowd was chattering, and the whole corridor seemed a little noisy. Jiang Che stared at Wang Rui intently, wondering how long she could endure. But before Jiang Che could turn the second time, Wang Rui was completely scared. I said, he is a military man, and Lin Qingxue was taken to the underground laboratory as an experimental subject. I advise you to go early, otherwise Lin Qingxue will be dissected directly by then. Haha. Lin Qingxuang felt sick after hearing what Wang Rui said. The thought of her sister being dissected was too much for her to bear, and she almost fainted. Fortunately, Yang Lan was right beside her and supported her in time. Sister Qingxuang, are you okay? Lin Qingxuang really wanted to say that she was fine, but she couldn't say it no matter what. She could only hug Yang Lan and cry. Jiang Che looked at Wang Rui, who was still laughing, and the hatred and resentment in her eyes were about to overflow. Accompanied by the roar of bullets being fired, Wang Rui's laughter came to an abrupt end, and a flower made of flesh and blood appeared in the room again. As for the little fat girl, Jiang Che didn't even look at her. The other party's fate is already determined. Once the other party's deeds spread among the group, he will soon be isolated, cut off from water and food, and bullied by everyone, and death is only a matter of time. After walking out of the room, the female students around him scattered, avoiding Jiang Che as if he were the plague god. But Jiang Che didn't care. He just scanned a large area with the system and didn't find a second girl that the system could approve. Jiang Che, let's go and save Xiao Xue. She must be in danger now. When Lin Xingxuang saw Jiang Che coming out, she immediately pounced on him. The other person's eyes were a little swollen from crying. Jiang Che understood that he must be very worried about Lin Xingxue's safety. Jiang Che nodded and turned to look at Jiang Xuan. He had decided to accept this woman, but it was not appropriate to take her with him now. Who knows what the situation is in the laboratory? If it is full of soldiers armed with live ammunition, taking Jiang Xuan there will not only be useless, but the other party may also die. Seeing Jiang Che's gaze directed towards her, Jiang Xuan quickly turned her head away, not wanting to make eye contact with him. Jiang Che walked forward and used force to straighten the other person's chin, forcing him to make eye contact with him. Feeling the other person pinching his chin hard, Jiang Xuan only felt that her body was shaking wildly as if she had been electrocuted, and it seemed that something was about to burst out of her body. You wait here for me. You hear me? A warm feeling came from her legs. Jiang Xuan didn't know what was wrong with her and nodded subconsciously. Chapter 66 Invisible? Gimhe University Student Activity Center. After the black fog descended, some students gained superpowers by chance. They spontaneously organized themselves, using the Student Activity Center as their base, and established a security organization unique to the school, the Student Union. Jiang Feng is a member of the Student Union. Having awakened his petrified skin, he is also a well-known figure within the Student Union. He is a team leader who can lead dozens of students. At this moment, he was staring at the video on his mobile phone. This video was just posted on the school forum. The content is quite bloody and it immediately topped the forum's homepage. It sparked numerous discussions among classmates. Many students contacted the Student Union and asked them to go and investigate. The content of the video is the atrocities committed by Jiang Che in dormitory 304. However, his attention was not on Jiang Che and Wang Rui. He didn't know these two people and just thought it was a dispute over supplies. His eyes were fixed on a girl near the door. The girl had a cold appearance, like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. She could only be admired from a distance and not touched. He froze the video and enlarged the picture infinitely. Xingxuang, is it really you? At this moment, his hands were shaking with excitement. He and Lin Xingxuang were classmates. He was originally from a wealthy second-generation family and often used different ways to pursue Lin Xingxuang. It cost money, manpower, and effort. But Lin Xingxuang was never very fond of him. Even before the end of his senior year, he had already blocked all his friends. However, he did not give up. As soon as he gained the superpowers and joined the Student Union, he began to look for Lin Xingxuang everywhere. He hopes to rely on his own advantages as a supernatural being to firmly possess Lin Xingxuang. But Lin Xingxuang seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could not be found anywhere. Just when he had gradually gotten over the feelings in his heart, he didn't expect to see the beautiful figure he had been thinking about day and night again today. Although he is now a small leader of the Student Union and has played with countless young female college students, Lin Xingxuang has always been the white moonlight in his mind. Now that they met, he would take Lin Xingxuang into his harem no matter what, even if he had to use force. No, Xingxuang is actually right next to that thug. She must be in danger now. I must go and save her immediately. He has now begun to fantasize that he's like a god descending from the sky to save the beautiful girl from the water, gain the favor of an iceberg beauty and live a shameless life with her. He opened the door of the classroom and began to gather his team members. Assemble. There are thugs in the girls' dormitory. We are going there to kill them. Everyone, bring your weapons. The order was given, and soon a team of 30 people was assembled, leaving the Student Activity Center, heading towards the girls' dormitory building. At this time, Jiang Che and Lin Xingxuang were walking towards the laboratory in the black fog. Gimhe University covers an area of 3,000 hectares and is mainly divided into 3 parts: teaching area, accommodation area, and scientific research and experimental area. The laboratory is located in the scientific research and experimental area and is not open to the public. It contains some of the most advanced equipment in the world and is only used for scientific research by the school's top experts. The reason why there are military troops stationed at Gimhe University is because there are a large number of top international experts in the school. especially the biological experts, who can be said to be the best in the country. Although my sister and I are both majoring in financial management, we also have some knowledge of biology. The reason why bioengineering has become the top major of our school is all because of one person, Professor Bailey. When we first came to this school, there was a rumor in the school that the entire experimental building was built according to Professor Bailey's wishes. Jiang Che turned on the mental detection and paid attention to the changes around him, while listening to Lin Qingshuang describing the situation in the school. I have to say that places where troops are stationed are indeed much safer. At least Jiang Che and Lin Qingshuang did not encounter any mutated animals along the way. Of course, there are still quite a few mutated plants. The greening projects in major universities are now quite good, but under the invasion of black fog, this has become a major disadvantage. Soon, the two were about to arrive at the laboratory building. Lin Qingshuang was still talking about school matters in a low voice as she walked forward. But at this moment, a big warm hand held her tightly. Lin Qingshuang was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Jiang Che, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Jiang Che frowning, Lin Qingshuang also became a little nervous. "What's wrong, Jiang Che? Did you find something?" Although Lin Qingshuang also has mental detection, the opponent's range is definitely not as wide as Jiang Che's. In Jiang Che's field of vision, not far from the experimental building, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, their limbs torn into pieces. The scene was extremely bloody. They were all wearing pure black combat uniforms, and there was no doubt that they were soldiers stationed in the school. The most important thing is that Jiang Che can see that blood is still flowing out of the other person's body. This can only mean that these soldiers must have died not long ago, and the thing that caused the injury was nearby. "Follow me, there might be a ferocious beast lurking here." Jiang Che looked very serious. Although Lin Qingshuang didn't discover anything, she completely and unconditionally believed in Jiang Che. She held the corner of Jiang Che's clothes and followed him closely. The two slowed down and walked slowly towards the laboratory building. For some reason, Jiang Che felt that it was eerily quiet here, without even a trace of sound. Observing the surrounding environment, Jiang Che felt something was strange. In the past, those ferocious beasts killed people just to fill their stomachs. But now there are so many corpses on the ground that have not been eaten. Jiang Che feels that this ferocious beast enjoys killing people. Seeing the door of the experimental building just in front of him, Jiang Che was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard a dog barking beside him. It was Big Mouth. Big Mouth had always been following Jiang Che and the other person. Big Mouth ate much more spiritual fruits than Jiang Che. He can definitely notice more than Jiang Che. At this time, Big Mouth bared his teeth and stared at the top of the building fiercely, as if he was ready to pounce at any time. Jiang Che immediately turned his gaze and looked upwards of the building. But the strange thing is that there is nothing to be seen there. However, with the help of mental detection, Jiang Che quickly discovered something wrong. "I saw a bright light on the platform on the third floor. That was energy density." Jiang Che immediately thought of a possibility. Could this beast be able to turn invisible? This ability is a bit incredible. Before Jiang Che could think deeply, the glowing object rushed towards him. There seemed to be bursts of fire flowing in Big Mouth's mouth, and Jiang Che felt that Big Mouth was about to transform. Jiang Che immediately calmed the other person using mental chains. After all, the experimental building is the place that the military pays the most attention to. If the other party discovered that Big Mouth was also an extremely dangerous beast, a conflict would likely arise. Jiang Che still has great respect for the two professions of soldiers and policemen in his heart, and he doesn't want to conflict with them because of this kind of thing. Holding Lin Qingshuang's slender waist, Jiang Che used flash to leave the spot, and Big Mouth followed closely and dodged immediately. Soon, a huge pit appeared where the few people had just stood. It was obvious that a huge monster had landed. Chapter 67 Big Snake. With Jiang Che's mental detection, he could see that it was a humanoid creature. His shoulders and back were clearly rising and falling, his body was hunched, and his front limbs were still swinging constantly. The most eye-catching thing is the long tail behind it, which is swinging restlessly. Just as Jiang Che was trying to figure out what kind of monster this was, the other party suddenly made a series of cracking sounds. The sound is not loud, but very penetrating. Jiang Che didn't understand what that meant, but at this moment, a slight sound suddenly came from behind him, as if something was running towards him. Is this ferocious beast calling its companions? Jiang Che felt a chill in his heart. Jiang Che felt that his previous thoughts were a bit naive. Jinhai University was much more dangerous than Jinjiang Community. Jiang Che didn't care about anything else at this time and directly used his laser eyes to kill the monster in front of him in a short time. If we allow the other party to continue barking, who knows if it will attract more ferocious beasts. The strength from all parts of the body began to converge towards the eyes. A blazing red light shot out from Jiang Che's eyes. With unparalleled power, it instantly pierced through the chest of the ferocious beast. The beast still wanted to escape, but it was too late. The power of the laser eye is so overbearing that once it penetrates the body, anyone who wants to escape will have to endure the pain of the laser cutting the entire body. Roar. As if feeling severe pain, the beast let out a terrifying roar. The sound is fierce, sharp, and very penetrating. Lin Xingxuang's face was pale at this moment, and she covered her ears tightly with her hands, feeling like her eardrums were about to be pierced. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly, and the scarlet beam of light suddenly became thicker. The scarlet laser quickly wandered inside the beast's body, soon cutting it into 4 large pieces, and the screaming stopped abruptly. Retracting the laser, Jiang Che turned around to deal with the ferocious beast that followed. But what Jiang Che didn't expect was that it became quiet behind him. He couldn't hear any sound and couldn't find any trace of the ferocious beast. It seems that he ran away. Okay, it's okay now. Jiang Che didn't care about the ferocious beast that ran away. He turned around and said something to Lin Xingxuang, then walked towards the ferocious beast that he had just dismembered. After the other party lost his vital signs, his invisibility ability completely disappeared. He wanted to see what kind of ferocious beast it was that had the ability to become invisible. The hair all over his body was as white as frost and had a sickly gray color. The skin and flesh were exposed between the sparse hair, revealing dark red blood vessels. The face is deformed, with a shortened snout that exposes the gums, and especially the fangs that are abnormally developed. This is a monkey, a mutant white monkey. But why are there monkeys on university campuses? Jiang Che then quickly figured it out and guessed that some kind of live experiment was still being conducted in this laboratory. This monster must be a creation of a laboratory. As for the monkey's appearance on campus, it is not known whether it escaped accidentally or was released intentionally by the laboratory. Thinking of this, Jiang Che suddenly became more suspicious of this so-called laboratory. Could this black fog engulfing the world now be related to some kind of experiment? Jiang Che didn't dare to think about it any further and walked into the experimental building with Lin Xingxuang behind him. The most important thing now is to rescue Lin Xingxue. Just now, in the C1 laboratory on the 3rd underground floor of the laboratory building. The laboratory is quite large, covering an area of 500 square meters. The room was a little dim, and the surrounding walls had a metallic luster, which was obviously reinforced with special metal. Experiment number 979, preparations begin now. A voice as cold as an icy spring echoed in the empty laboratory. The speaker was a woman in a white coat. She has a delicate oval face and skin so cold and white that it is almost transparent, and you can see the light blue veins. The eyes are long and narrow, with slightly upturned corners, and the irises are a rare silver gray color. Her eyes were extremely cold, and she looked at the people around her as if they were dead people without any emotion. More than a dozen staff members around immediately took action after hearing the instructions, and the whole laboratory was filled with the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground. Professor Bailey, why don't you stop here today? You haven't had a rest for 2 days. If you are not in a good mental state, it will also affect the success rate of the experiment. A man wearing standard combat uniform and a submachine gun slung over his waist walked up to Bailey and spoke softly. His name is Zhang Bing, and he is the captain of the Special Operations Force stationed at Jinhai University. His main mission is to ensure the absolute safety of Professor Bailey. His eyes were very gentle, especially when he looked at Bailey. Captain Zhang Bing, this is the 3rd time you have tried to interfere with my experiment. If it happens again, I will notify your superior and ask him to replace me with someone else. Bailei's voice was unusually cold, and there was no emotion in her eyes. She didn't even look at him. A bitter look appeared on Zhang Bing's face. He knew that Bailei would never joke, and she would definitely do whatever she said. But what made him most uncomfortable was that the two had been working together for 3 years. The other party was actually willing to replace him just because of his well-intentioned reminder, which made Zhang Bing feel extremely sad and lost. It's okay. Professor Bailei is just like that. She treats everyone like that. As long as I keep working hard, I will definitely be able to break this block of ice in the future. Zhang Bing comforted himself in his heart for a while. The bitterness on his face disappeared and hope was rekindled. Professor Bai, everything is ready for the experiment. A clerk walked up to Bailei and said seriously. Bailei nodded. In that case, let's get started. A fingertip taps a button on the desktop display. The light tubes embedded in the ceiling light up one by one. The beams were focused on a huge glass box in the center of the laboratory. As the black cloth covering the door was gently pulled off, the true appearance inside immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a big snake, its body a strange purple-blue color. There are many tubes inserted into his body. The originally smooth snake scales transformed into angular bone plates, each piece reflecting a cold metallic luster. Just crouching inside the box, it is nearly 5 meters high. If it were to stretch out, I can't imagine how huge it would be. Fortunately, the big snake was in a sleeping state at this time. Its vertebrae were all protruding, like mechanical joints that were forcibly spliced together, and they made slight click, click sounds with its breathing. The first time Bai Li saw the big snake, her breathing became a little rapid. There was a strange light flashing in his eyes. A strange blush appeared on his face. It's so beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful creation in the world? Seeing Bai Li's excited reaction, Zhang Bing felt very unhappy. A broken snake, who looks at it dozens of times a day. Am I not better than it? I can still take care of your daily life and protect your safety. What can it do? The gun in his hand tightened involuntarily. There was a bit more jealousy and resentment in the look he gave the big snake. Zhang Bing didn't know why he was like this. He actually felt jealous of this mutated beast. Under Bai Li's command, all the staff members were debugging the parameters. The tubes on the snake's body also began to continuously transport unknown liquid into the snake's body. Just as I thought. Just as I thought. We will definitely get a result today. As long as we can master the method of controlling the ferocious beasts, human civilization will definitely be able to reach a new level. The black fog will not destroy humanity. Instead, it is an opportunity for humanity to evolve. Bai Li stared at the data on the big screen with increasing excitement, as if the key to changing the world was already in her hands. Chapter 68 Mutation. Cell activity level is normal. Mental fluctuations, normal. Listening to the reports from the staff around him, the smile on Bai Li's face became more and more obvious. Professor Bai Li is not only the technical backbone of the entire laboratory, but also the face of the entire scientific research institution. Although she is usually like a piece of unmelting ice, when she smiles, the whole laboratory seems no longer so cold and ruthless, but full of vitality. Not only were there a few young clerks glancing over here, but even Zhang Bing, who was standing nearby, was staring intently. Everything in the laboratory is being carried out in an orderly manner, as if today is a busy and fulfilling day like usual. However, at this moment, a violent roar came from above the laboratory. The sound is extremely penetrating, and even though the laboratory is 3 floors underground, it can still be heard quite clearly. Everyone in the laboratory became panicked at this moment. Although their usual experiments were conducted with ferocious beasts, those beasts were either sleeping or dead. These delicate-skinned and tender scientists would never dare to come into contact with a living ferocious beast. This voice. It sounds familiar. A gray-haired professor looked thoughtful, but he couldn't remember anything. But Bai Li was too familiar with this voice. It's the third experimental subject, the white ape. Zhang Bing, didn't you tell me that the white ape had already escaped from Jihai University? How come it appeared near the laboratory building? Bai Li glared at Zhang Bing beside him. The anger in his eyes had almost solidified into substance. Zhang Bing was also a little stunned at this moment. When the experimental body escaped, he did lead the mobile team to chase and kill it, and he was 100% sure that he drove it out of the experimental area. In his eyes, a seriously injured monkey would not have the courage to return to the experimental area again. So when he reported to Bai Li, he deliberately exaggerated a little, wanting to show off his achievements in front of the beauty. But no one expected that this mutant monkey had such a strong desire for revenge that it actually returned to the laboratory building again. He wanted to explain, but Bai Li didn't have time to listen. Activate the soundproof cover to prevent the snake from being disturbed by the sound and let the experiment continue. Wild beasts all have a sense of territory, not to mention ferocious beasts. Although they kept injecting tranquilizers into the snake's body, there was no guarantee that it would be affected by the white ape's cry. Bai. Professor Bai. It's too late. The activity of the snake's spirit is increasing rapidly. He will wake up very soon. The young clerk looked at the rapidly growing data panel. His face turned pale, his pupils trembled, and he could not speak clearly. As soon as this sentence was uttered, all the scientific researchers in the laboratory panicked. The originally quiet laboratory immediately became restless. Professor Bai, I suggest that the experiment be stopped immediately. Evacuate the laboratory immediately. A square-faced professor in a white coat immediately stood up and said, That's right. The most important thing now is to save your life. One by one, the professors began to express their opinions. Bai Li was very unwilling. She knew what this meant. Not only will the experiment be stopped, but the experimental subjects may also escape, and even all the data will be destroyed. This is all her hard work. The teeth were clacking and the nails were digging into the flesh. The expression on his face was distorted by anger. Then she made a crazy decision. Since it's about to wake up, why not wake it up actively? Go straight to the final stage of mind control. As soon as Bai Li said this, all the staff in the laboratory couldn't help but gasp. The experiment is now in the middle stage, and there will be a series of technical corrections and data tests to follow. She actually planned to skip all the subsequent stages and go straight to the acceptance of the results. This is no different from seeking death, and the success rate is infinitely close to 0. Mad. What a lunatic. Do it yourself. We need to leave. Some old experts who were originally very friendly to her now had very ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not swear directly due to their social status. He took off his white coat and walked towards the exit of the laboratory. Zhang Bing naturally did not dare to stop them, as these scientific research experts could be said to be the country's top talents. Not only could he not stop him, he also had to arrange for someone to escort him away. In fact, on the first day of the apocalypse, the headquarters sent an order for them to escort experts to the imperial capital. However, due to Bai Li's persistence, he continued his research at Jinhai University. In an instant, most of the scientific research experts in the laboratory left. Some young clerks also left in a hurry. Zhang Bing looked at the giant snake whose body was heaving violently and couldn't help swallowing. He was also quite scared in his heart. It can be said that he witnessed the growth of this giant snake step by step and knew how much resources it had consumed. To some extent, this big snake is the strongest mutant creature in the entire school. Professor Bai Li, let's leave quickly. The experiment can be restarted, but life is only once. But Bai Li couldn't hear anything now, as if he was possessed. Impossible. I'd rather die here. I don't know how many years it will take to repeat this experiment. I simply can't wait. After saying that, she walked down from the stands and began to skillfully operate the experimental equipment below. Since those people are unwilling to continue the experiment, she will do it herself. Zhang Bing was watching with fear and trepidation and quickly took out his walkie-talkie. Just as he was about to call for reinforcements, the walkie-talkie immediately gave a sound. Calling Captain Zhang Bing. Calling Captain Zhang Bing. Intruders have been spotted in the lab building, and there's a terrifying mutant dog heading towards the underground lab. Requesting support. Zhang Bing was stunned on the spot. No? No matter how dangerous you are, can you be more dangerous than me? And they asked me to call for help. Who should I go to? Should I call the police? And when I heard that it was a mutant big dog, I felt a little speechless. His own team was able to cripple even the previously powerful experimental subject, the white ape, but now they are calling for reinforcements because of a strange mutant dog. It's really funny. After only a few dozen minutes, Zhang Bing felt that the whole world had changed. Without thinking too much, Zhang Bing put down the walkie-talkie and directly called the guards around to gather. Zhang Bing is also planning to go all out this time. Since he loves this woman, he will risk his life to help her once. But he was already prepared. If it was too dangerous, he would knock Bai Li unconscious and take him out of here by force. As for the invader behind him, he didn't have any good solution. He just hoped that the other party would not come to see one. If he was attacked from both sides at that time, he would feel despair just thinking about it. Chapter 69, Crush. At this moment, alarms sounded throughout the laboratory. The entire laboratory was suddenly shrouded in red light. On the display screen, all the data of the snake have seriously exceeded the standard, which means that the other party has now awakened. At this moment, in the glass box in the room, the huge snake body began to twist slowly, like a small hill, and vibrated violently. The tubes inserted into its body began to burst one after another. The huge snake eyes suddenly opened, revealing deep vertical pupils. The moment Zhang Bing saw the snake's eyes, he felt as if he was frozen in place, and cold sweat began to break out on his body. Fierce. It's really too fierce. There is not a single sign of domestication as the experts claim. Although he had eaten the supernatural fruit and gained a certain degree of physical enhancement, facing such a terrifying beast, he was 100% sure that he had no chance of winning. The entire team raised their special submachine guns, aimed at the big snake, waited for Zhang Bing's order, and prepared to shoot. Bai Li's fingers were still tapping on the touchscreen, but it was obviously too late. The snake had severed all connections to the test bench, so no matter what she did now, it would not have the slightest effect on the snake. At this moment, their entire experiment can be said to have been declared a failure. It was a complete and utter failure. Originally, there was a path to becoming a god in front of her, but it ended in destruction with the cry of a dead monkey. At this moment, her faith in life has completely collapsed. She stood there in a daze, looking at the giant snake in the huge box. There was still an obsessive look in his eyes, but he had completely lost the desire to live. Professor Bai, let's leave quickly. This place is completely out of control. Seeing Bai Li standing there motionless, Zhang Bing called out to him, but Bai Li still turned a deaf ear to him. Zhang Bing gritted his teeth and planned to take Bai Li away by force. But just as he took a few steps, the sound of breaking glass was heard. His pupils shrank as he looked at the large glass box in the center of the room, which was a containment box specially made for ferocious beasts, able to withstand the impact of 2 tons of force and the corrosion of acid. As a result, under the whipping of the snake's tail, it turned into debris on the ground without any hindrance. Zhang Bing was so shocked that he dared not to act rashly. The giant snake swung its huge tail, the whole laboratory flashed with lightning, and countless instruments were destroyed on the spot. The scene was extremely horrifying. But Bailey still stood there, without a trace of panic. The big snake also seemed to notice this strange human. The snake's head slowly lowered, spitting out its pitch-black tongue, and slowly approached where Bailey was. Not only did Bailey not panic, she even took the initiative to open her arms. "Child, do you still remember me? Come and eat me. Let me become one with you." Bailey had completely let it go at this moment. If she had to choose a way to die, being eaten by her own experimental subject would be a good destination for her. The big snake tilted its head, as if it didn't understand what Bailey said. Its originally curled-up body slowly stretched out, and its bone-like scales rubbed against each other, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. The muscles were stretched tight like hydraulic rods, the spine bulged into an exaggerated arch shape, and every joint was filled with twisting, explosive power. Zhang Bing's pupils shrank. He could see that this was a sign that the big snake was about to attack. There was no way he would watch Bailey die. It's not just because of the arrangement of the superior organization, but also because of his secret love for her for many years. So, he gave the order to shoot without any hesitation. "Aim. Shoot." The specially made submachine gun immediately spewed out flames. Most of the bullets hit the snake's face, causing some damage. The snake was instantly enraged. It gave up attacking Bailey and rushed directly towards the guard team. The huge snake body moved around in the laboratory, and countless instruments were crushed into debris. Zhang Bing used his strong physical fitness to run quickly towards Bailey's location. He threw Bailey, who still had a dazed look on her face, to the ground and forcibly dragged her to the corner of the room. The teammates behind him let out screams. Needless to say, the big snake had already started killing people crazily. At this time, the big snake was located near the door. Their only way to survive now is to hope that the snake eats the other members of the guard and leaves the laboratory directly. Although the escape of the snake would definitely cause irreversible damage to the entire Jinhai University, he could no longer care about that. The most important thing was to save his own life and Bailey's life. I believe the organization will understand the decision he made. Bailey looked at the giant snake that was killing crazily at the door, and unspeakable pain appeared on his face again. What a perfect creation, what a pity. Before he finished speaking, a violent vibration sounded. The originally special door turned red and hot at an alarming speed. It seems like there is a fierce flame burning. The big snake also noticed this huge change. It swallowed the last guard into its stomach, and its deep snake eyes stared at the door. Boom! There was a sharp explosion, followed by the loud bang of the laboratory door. A raging flame poured into the laboratory through the door. In the icy cold laboratory, the temperature suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees at this moment. A huge and terrifying figure appeared at the door of the laboratory. It was a monster with flames all over its body. He was on all fours, with a broad, muscular upper body and a narrow lower body, forming a very standard inverted triangle structure. A thick tail is swinging behind it, which looks more like a cat's tail or a tiger's tail. The most terrifying thing is that it has two heads. One is a dog's head, with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth, shaped like a hellhound. The other one was a cat's head, completely covered in flames, constantly spewing out tongues of fire, like a terrifying cat demon. This is the big mouth that mutated again after eating the cow cat's heart. Both deterrence and strength have been greatly enhanced. The moment Big Mouth saw the big snake, he pounced on it. The big snake was terrified and tried to twist its body to escape, but under the big mouth and sharp claws, it couldn't move at all. It wanted to fight back, but the cat head bit the snake's head tightly and used the scorching flames to madly burn the snake's body. In an instant, the entire laboratory was filled with a peculiar meaty aroma. Bai Li and Zhang Bing's faces changed drastically at this moment. Zhang Bing was out of fear. Maru, I couldn't even deal with the big snake, and now there's a stronger one. It looks like I'm going to be a desperate couple with Bai Li this time. But Bai Li was filled with extreme disbelief, as if she had discovered a new world. Staring at Big Mouth's body and limbs, the giant snake, which originally seemed to her to be a perfect creation, now looked so crude. I'm not even worthy of carrying shoes for the big dog in front of me. Chapter 70 Transaction. The blazing flames erupted in the laboratory. The temperature was extremely high. Most of the experimental equipment was turned into ashes by the flames. Not to mention the giant snake that was sprayed with flames. In less than 5 minutes, he became familiar with Big Mouth. Big Mouth was not polite either. He used both heads to attack from both sides and started to feast on the food. The whole room was filled with the crunching sound of Big Mouth's chewing. It's like eating French fries, so crispy. Zhang Bing wanted to pull Bai Li to hide behind the cover to avoid the sight of the ferocious beast in front of them. But Bai Li pushed the other person away with her hand and stared at the direction of Big Mouth. Soon, The big mouth ate the whole snake clean and turned to look at the two people hiding in the corner. He walked towards the two of them with heavy steps. His whole body was surrounded by steaming flames, like a devil from hell. Every step forward that big mouth took was like a sledgehammer hitting Zhang Bing's heart. The pressure from the giant snake was already strong enough, and the monster in front of him made him feel a little bit unable to breathe. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Bing retreated step by step until he was stuck to the wall and unable to move. Bailey looked at Dala's body and couldn't help but sigh. It's far superior to all my previous experimental subjects. Is this the species that can transform freely in the black fog? So powerful, so beautiful. If the giant snake can still be found in real life as a biological prototype, then the ferocious beast in front of us is more like something that only appears in legends and myths and has deviated from the most basic biological laws. There was not a trace of fear in her eyes, only endless curiosity and thirst for knowledge. But she soon discovered something was wrong. On the side of the giant beast, the flames gradually disappeared, forming a narrow passage. A man and a woman walked out. The man has a straight posture and a handsome face. The woman was even more beautiful, but she was obviously a little scared and kept following the man. Jiang Che's face was serious, and his eyes quickly scanned the entire laboratory, but he did not find the person he was looking for. Finally, he looked at the stunning female professor in front of him. Where is Lin Qingxue? I'm here to look for her. At this moment, even a genius like Professor Bai Li's brain simply crashed. No, where did you come from? The tone of his voice was so relaxed, as if they were a young couple coming out to eat and go shopping. Could this ferocious beast that looked like a devil from hell be your pet? Then something even more surprising happened to her. The flames in the entire laboratory began to shrink and gather, and were completely contained in the body of Big Mouth. Then Big Mouth's huge body began to slowly shrink and turned into a cute little bulldog. She kept rubbing against Jiang Che's feet, appearing extremely intimate. This you. Bailey pointed at the Big Mouth on the ground, then pointed at Jiang Che. She felt like her language module might have been overloaded. She used to speak clearly and coherently, but now she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Jiang Che looked at the hesitant woman in front of him, and a system prompt sounded in his ears. Name, Bailey. Age, 33. Appearance, 96. Body size, 99. Purity, 100. Evaluation, meets system requirements. Jiang Che finally reacted after seeing the system prompt. It turns out that the woman in front of him who couldn't speak clearly was the famous female professor Bai Li at Jinhai University. However, Jiang Che felt that it was a little different from what Lin Qingxuang had described. She didn't look like the strong woman he had imagined at all. However, the other party's rating is quite outrageous. Jiang Che could tell that her appearance was 96 points. There was no makeup on her face, but the delicateness of her eyebrows, eyes and skin were all quite attractive. Even though she is already 33 years old, she is still not inferior to school beauties like Lin Qingxuang. As for that 99-point figure, Jiang Che couldn't see it now. After all, the other party is still wearing a loose white coat. No matter how great his figure is, he is now in a sealed state. At this time, Zhang Bing saw the terrifying beast disappear and recovered from his previous frightened state. Looking at the young man who appeared in front of him, his eyes swept over by Li's body and scrupulously. A nameless anger surged in his heart. He raised his gun and said to Jiang Che, "Who are you? Why did you invade the laboratory?" The entire laboratory has always been under the control of the military, and they can even shoot to death anyone who invades the laboratory without permission. Even when a gun was pointed at him, Jiang Che still had an indifferent expression. "I advise you to put the gun down, or you will suffer the consequences." Zhang Bing was a little angry. He didn't know why the young man in front of him dared to speak to him like that. Can't you see that you hold the truth in your hands? He subconsciously wanted to put the gun to the other person's head to let him know what the rules are. But suddenly there was a low roar from under his feet. Zhang Bing subconsciously looked over and saw that the ferocious beast that had transformed into a bulldog was staring at him viciously with its teeth bared, as if it was ready to pounce at any time. He was so frightened that he trembled and almost dropped the gun in his hand. The main reason was that Big Mouth's previous image was too terrifying, which left him with a deep psychological trauma. Seeing Zhang Bing being scared away, Jiang Che didn't care about him. He turned to Professor Bai Li and repeated the question. "I'm here to look for Lin Qingxue. Someone said she was abducted by you for human experiments." Bai Li had regained her sanity by this time and said seriously with her eyebrows furrowed. "First of all, I don't know anyone named Lin Qingxue. Secondly, my laboratory has only conducted experiments on ferocious beasts and has never conducted any human experiments." I don't know where you got this information from, but I can tell you clearly that you must have been deceived by the other party. Jiang Che thought carefully about Bai Li's words, if it was really as she said. The person who deceived him could only be Wang Rui. As for the reason, you can figure it out with a little thought. The other party wants to use the power of the military to get rid of me. Women are really the most vicious. They torture themselves before they die. Jiang Che now felt that it was too easy for her to kill the opponent with just one shot. But there was no point in thinking so much now. The clues about Lin Qingxue were lost again, and Jiang Che didn't know how to continue looking. You can describe what happened to me. Maybe I can provide some clues. Bai Li spoke in a hurried voice, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at the big mouth at Jiang Che's feet. Hearing Bai Li's words, Zhang Bing was a little stunned. He knew very well what kind of person Bai Li was before. She would never ask about anything that was not related to the experiment, but now she took the initiative to provide clues to the other party. This made Zhang Bing feel that Bai Li was like a different person. Jiang Che didn't notice anything unusual, but he felt that Professor Bai Li in front of him was quite enthusiastic. He then described in detail all the clues he had obtained from Wang Rui and the fat girl. Bai Li nodded and analyzed. To be able to enter the girls' dormitory without alerting anyone, this person must be a superpower, and he is also very fat. Bai Li smiled. As far as I know, there are many people with special abilities in Jinhai University, but there is only one fat person with special abilities, and that is the president of the student union, Wang Dongdong. If your friend was taken away by Wang Dongdong, you don't have to worry too much. Glancing at the mess around them, Bai Li smiled brightly and invited Jiang Che. Come to my office together. I will tell you everything I know. Of course, I will also need a little help from you. Let's make a deal. Chapter 71 Report. At the same time, Jiang Feng, leading the members of the student union, headed towards the girls' dormitory building in a mighty manner. Since the student union had already conducted a major sweep of the teaching area before, they did not take any precautions on the road. But just after crossing the dividing line between the teaching area and the accommodation area, Jiang Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. It was as if something was following them, but when they looked back, they could see nothing. Strange? Do you feel like there's something following you? The younger brothers following behind him shook their heads and looked at Jiang Feng with curious eyes, thinking that as a psychic, he must have discovered something. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Is it because I miss Qingxuang so much that I am hallucinating? Jiang Feng could only attribute his suspicion to this, and without thinking any more, he continued walking towards the girls' dormitory building. At this time in the girls' dormitory building, most of the students were still gathered near the door of room 304. Looking at the tragic situation in the room, everyone became curious. They don't know the whole story yet, and just think it's just a perverted murderer invading and killing people. Jiang Shuyan was also constantly trying to calm her classmates. After all, they were still students, and what had just happened was quite a shock to them. I heard that the pervert wanted to have a threesome, but the girls didn't agree, so he killed 2 of them in anger. Is this true? This is too perverted. How could what I said be false? I never lied. I saw someone on the forum notified the student union. They will definitely arrest that perverted killer. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well at night. A few girls were chattering in the corner when a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Jiang Shuyan suddenly felt nervous. Her breathing became rapid, and she subconsciously looked over there. She felt that it must be the big devil Jiang Che who had returned, and she was going to be tormented by him again. But what we saw was a group of students with weapons coming out. She felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. This was not the first time that Jiang Feng came to the girls' dormitory. He had dealt with Jiang Shuyan, the most beautiful counselor, before. Naturally, he saw the beautiful woman who stood out in the crowd at a glance. Counselor Jiang, I saw online that a murder case had occurred here. May I ask if the murderer is under control now? Jiang Feng stared at Jiang Shuyan with burning eyes. Although he wanted to ask directly about Lin Qingxuan's location, that would be too purposeful. In order to demonstrate his gentlemanly side, he still plans to proceed step by step. Jiang Shuyan tucked the loose hair behind her ears, her eyes flickering. The murderer left. Jiang Feng was a little surprised. He knew that Jiang Shuyan was a person with superpowers, but didn't she always say that she would protect everyone in the girls' dormitory? Why did they let the murderer get away now? He seemed to be uninjured except for a slightly red face. This made him a little confused, but he didn't intend to think about it too much. After all, finding the murderer was not the main purpose of his trip. Then, Counselor Jiang, please see if you have seen this girl before. Jiang Feng took out Lin Qingxuang's previous photo somewhat embarrassedly and handed it to Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan was not too familiar with the girl in the photo. After all, she was Xiao Xue's sister, and she was the woman following behind the man and was very close to that man. Jiang Shuyan didn't know what Jiang Feng was going to do, but she nodded anyway. So, is she here now? I have something to tell her. Jiang Feng's eyes burst into bright light, and his breathing became a little rapid. He was about to meet his white moonlight, and he couldn't calm down at all. But Jiang Shuyan's words immediately struck him like a bolt of lightning. She was taken away by the previous murderer. What? Say that again. With his eyes wide open, Jiang Feng suddenly couldn't control his emotions anymore, and his previous gentle and elegant temperament was completely ruined. He had also seen the murderer committing crimes before. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his white moonlight was taken away by the murderer. He simply swung the iron rod in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Shuyan and questioned her. Didn't you say you would protect all the students here? Why did you let him take Lin Qingshuang away? All the students present were startled by this loud shout. You look at me. I look at you, not knowing what is going on. Jiang Shuyan's face also turned completely dark. Although she was a soft-hearted person, she was still quite angry when she was insulted in front of everyone. And this so-called Lin Qingshuang originally came with Jiang Che. Why should I stop the other party? She felt that the person in front of her was a little strange. Lightning flashed all around her, and Jiang Shuyan looked at Jiang Feng with cold eyes. He looked at Jiang Feng in front of him and felt a strong disgust in his heart. Please calm down. This is not the student union, and this is not a place for you to act wildly. Seeing that the other party was about to take action, Jiang Feng forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. Now is not the time to conflict with the other party. The most important thing now is to rescue Lin Qingshuang from the clutches of the devil. Exhale a few breaths and calm your mind. Then do you know where the other party is now? Jiang Shuyan looked into the other person's eyes and hesitated. She obviously hated the man named Jiang Che, but she didn't want to expose his whereabouts. She didn't know why she became like this, even though she clearly hated boys. But after coming into contact with Jiang Che, his body began to change. Just as she continued to hesitate, a harsh voice sounded beside her. I know. They went to the lab. I don't know when the little fat girl stood next to the two of them and directly stretched out her fat hand to report. Although Jiang Che let her go once, she still had a lot of resentment towards Jiang Che in her heart. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have lost face in front of her classmates and lost her two best sisters. She wanted the other person to die, a miserable death. It would be best if she died more miserably than Wang Rui. Are you sure they went to the lab? Jiang Feng didn't know this little fat girl, and he had some doubts in his heart. I'm sure I was listening nearby at the time. You see, the victim in the video just now is me. Please avenge me. The chubby girl's big fat face was trembling, and she was so aggrieved that she almost cried. When Jiang Feng watched the video, he found it was exactly the same as what the other party said, so he no longer had any doubts. Don't worry, I will destroy him to ashes. I will seek justice for you. After saying that, he took everyone out of the girl's dormitory and headed straight for the laboratory. Jiang Shuyan looked at the chubby girl. She originally felt a little guilty, but that feeling completely disappeared at this moment. I don't know why I suddenly felt that the other person became a little annoying. She couldn't understand why she wanted to retaliate, even though Jiang Che had already let the other party go. The chubby girl naturally noticed that Jiang Shuyan had some opinions about her, but she didn't care. Anyway, the two of them had already fallen out with each other. Anyway, it was still safe in the girls' dormitory building. They could still survive without relying on each other. He swayed his fat body and returned to the room, packing up all the remaining supplies of the three people. The chubby girl left the dormitory directly and walked towards the corridor. She wanted to change her dormitory. The door of her previous dormitory was gone, and the room was full of minced meat. It was obviously uninhabitable. Moreover, she could now completely monopolize all the supplies that she had previously exchanged for Lin Qingxua, which was enough for her to live a more comfortable life than others. Thinking of this, she felt so happy in her heart that she didn't notice it at all. Behind me, there seemed to be a sound of light footsteps following closely. Chapter 72 Request. Fingerprint verification is on. The door is unlocked. A clear mechanical synthesized sound rang out, and Bailey pushed open the door and walked in first. Please come in, this is my office. The office is very tidy. Apart from the most basic furniture, there are only books and documents. Even the most basic decorations for relaxation and entertainment are not available. Much like herself, experiments and work are everything in her life. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Bai Li, and I am the current person in charge of this laboratory building. I wonder what your names are. I'm Jiang Che. Hello, Professor Bai. My name is Lin Qingshuang, and I'm a student at the School of Finance and Management. Lin Qingshuang was very respectful. After all, she had lived in the school for 4 years, and psychologically, she still had great respect for this top female professor who was famous throughout the school. However, Bai Li just nodded slightly to her, and his eyes passed by lightly as if he was looking at a ball of air. Zhang Bing had no intention of introducing himself. He just kept staring coldly at Jiang Che and the dog at his feet. In his opinion, Professor Bai Li should not have any contact with such a dangerous person. But he now knows that he can't change Bai Li's mind at all. All I can do now is to serve as Bai Li's bodyguard and be prepared to face danger at any time. Bai Li took out 2 paper cups and filled a glass of water for Jiang Che and the other man. I have met Wang Dongdong several times. He is the first student in Jinhai University to awaken his superpowers and is now the nominal chairman of the student union. He is not like most people nowadays who trample on the rules and do whatever they want. On the contrary, his mind is unusually simple. If your friend was taken away by him, there is no need to worry. He should be safe now. It's the end of the world, and there's still a student union? Jiang Che asked curiously. Bai Li is like an intimate older sister who tells you everything she knows. This student union is probably different from what you understand. It is a school-run organization for people with special abilities initiated and organized by Principal Yang Jinhu. The vast majority of the people with special abilities here are students. The school provides them with the most basic supplies, and they are responsible for the safety of the school. Of course, I am mainly responsible for the safety of those school leaders. As if he had returned to his home ground, Bai Li was now extremely relaxed and had returned to his previous calm and wise self. Under the desk, he crossed his thighs lightly and changed himself into a more comfortable position. Bai Li went straight to the point and said to Jiang Che, "I want to make a deal with you." Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, leaned back on the sofa, and signaled the other party to continue. "I want to know how you control that beast." As he spoke, Bai Li glanced vaguely at the big mouth lying at Jiang Che's feet. There was an undisguised heat in his eyes. "If you can tell me Wang Dongdong's address, or even if you need water and food, I can satisfy you." After saying this, Bai Li's face was calm and confident. With supplies so scarce in the world now, she believed that no one could refuse her proposal. Looking at the beautiful female professor in front of me, from her neat clothes and her energetic state, Jiang Che knew that the other party must have a solid material foundation. With the military's backing, we definitely don't have to risk our lives for a little food and water like those ordinary people out there. However, among the things the other party proposed, only Wang Dongdong's information was slightly attractive to him. After all, it concerns Lin Qingxue and his rare supernatural power. He has no shortage of water and food. The supplies in the space were piled up like a mountain, and he could never finish them no matter how much he ate. Jiang Che shook his head and responded calmly. "Wang Dongdong's information is not very important to me. As long as I know who the other party is, I will be able to find him in this school. To be honest, I don't like your so-called water and food resources. I even have much more than you have now." Bai Li listened quietly to Jiang Che's words. Zhang Bing, standing aside, already had a sarcastic smile on his face. "You are such a boaster. Do you have more supplies than us? We have the support of the state and can mobilize all the supplies of Jinhai University. You are just a young man in your 20s. Even if you rob a large supermarket, you are far inferior to us in terms of supplies." He was quite disdainful of Jiang Che in his heart. Although the other party was able to control a ferocious beast, in his eyes, Jiang Che was still a young boy who was ignorant of the immensity of the world. This is a stereotype that comes from the heart and cannot be easily changed. Bai Li frowned. She had not expected Jiang Che's rejection, but she was determined to get the other party's secret, and there was no way she would give up. "I worked with many experts and none of them could solve the problem, but the other party did. If I had mastered this method, my previous experiment would not only not have been a failure, but would have been completed long in advance. Now the black fog is everywhere, and the world will undergo earth-shaking changes every day. Being able to overcome this problem in advance will help her future scientific research progress beyond imagination. Is there no room for negotiation? You can make any request you want. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you completely." Listening to Bai Li's words, Zhang Bing felt uncomfortable. "I have been serving Bai Li for so many years, but I haven't heard even a good word from her. As a result, today I will unconditionally meet other people's requests." He looked at Jiang Che fiercely, and his meaning was very clear. "Kid, know when to stop. Don't ask for too much." However, Jiang Che did not take Zhang Bing seriously at all, not to mention that the big mouth was still by his side. "Even if I use my own strength, it will be more than enough to deal with him." Jiang Che slowly leaned forward, staring straight at Bai Li's delicate face. "Professor Bai Li, there is indeed one thing you can help me with, and I am willing to exchange my secret with you." Bai Li's face showed joy, and he said anxiously, "What is it? As long as I can make the decision, I will definitely not refuse it." Jiang Che showed a playful smile on his face and pointed at Bai Li. "I want you." Bai Li was a little unresponsive for a moment and asked tentatively, "You mean, Let me help you with the experiment? This request really made her feel a little embarrassed. She was currently affiliated with the Abnormal Biology Research Institute of Daxia country, and everything she did was for the development of the country. If the other party wants to poach her now, even if she agrees, the country will not agree. Jiang Che couldn't help laughing. She was indeed a female professor who was obsessed with scientific research. He couldn't even pick up the most basic hints. Professor Bai, you misunderstood. I don't need you to do any experiments for me. I just need you to be my woman. This statement couldn't be more straightforward. Even a girl who is completely ignorant of the world can hear the naked desire in the words. Lin Qingxuang, who was sitting next to Jiang Che, also felt a little uncomfortable. She had long understood in her heart that it was impossible for her to have Jiang Che all to herself. And now we already have several sisters, and there will be more and more in the future. But it still feels a bit awkward. She suddenly felt like her husband was out on a blind date, and she was the matchmaker. Chapter 73, Collect Some Interest. At this moment, Zhang Bing completely exploded. His eyes were as big as bells, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing wildly. Looking at the outspoken young man in front of him, he had to teach him a lesson. What did you just say? Are you insulting Professor Bai Li? Are you declaring war on the entire Jinhai University army? He didn't even raise his gun, but walked towards Jiang Che with his fist swung. With his current physical fitness as a person with special abilities, he believed that he could make the opponent see stars with just one punch. Jiang Che didn't even look at the other person, still looking at Bai Li with a smile on his face. Zhang Bing, stop it. At this moment, a cold scolding sounded in the room. The person who spoke was none other than Professor Bai Li himself. Zhang Bing, you have repeatedly tried to interfere with my decision-making. You are just one of my bodyguards. If you have uncontrollable emotions, please leave my office. Bai Li had already stood up from his chair at this time, full of aura. Her face, which was originally as white as jade, was now almost covered with frost. Zhang Bing looked at Bai Li in astonishment. He didn't understand at all. He was clearly trying to seek justice for the other party, so why did the other party scold him in return? And the other party's words, "You are just a bodyguard," almost broke his heart. Zhang Bing felt a little aggrieved and wanted to explain. But Bai Li didn't listen at all. I only give you two choices, return, or leave the office. His eyes were extremely cold, and there was no trace of joking at all. Zhang Bing glanced at Jiang Che, who was lying leisurely on the sofa, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. He gritted his teeth and retreated unwillingly. There was no way out. The order given to him by his superior was, follow the other party's instructions while ensuring Professor Bai's safety. Although he was very angry in his heart, he knew that Professor Bai Li would also be very angry. Before, whenever someone in the laboratory talked about things related to love, Bai Li would scold them with a cold face. He believed that the man in front of him would not be an exception, and at least he would be politely rejected. As expected, Bai Li shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't be your wife. I have absolutely no interest or desire in sex between men and women. I'm not interested in following you around and raising a family. I want to devote my life to the laboratory. Jiang Che waved his hand. Professor Bai, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't want you to be my wife. All I want is your body. As long as you do it with me once, I will agree to your request. Shameless. It's really shameless. Zhang Bing was so angry when he heard this. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? I just want my body, and I don't want to take responsibility. There is no such good thing in the world. Zhang Bing already had a premonition in his heart that even if Bai Li continued to be tolerant of the other party, she was probably on the verge of exploding. He held the gun tightly in his hand, with his index finger on the trigger. He has made preparations. As long as Bai Li falls out with the other party, he will shoot him with a volley of bullets, even at the risk of death. But what he never expected was that Bai Li only thought for a few seconds before nodding and saying, well, if that's all, then I can promise you. A clear and pleasant voice rang out in the room. Not only was there no trace of anger or shame in the tone, but it seemed to be relieved. Zhang Bing's eyes were about to pop out of his head at this moment. I have worked so hard for so long, but have not received any reward. Now, the other party can exchange for his white moonlight's virginity with just a secret that has not been proven. He felt the energy and blood in his body surging, as if he could spit out 3 liters of blood just by opening his mouth. He was about to question, but then Bai Li continued. However, I am still on my period today. If you don't mind, I can satisfy you today. The smile that had appeared on Jiang Che's face suddenly froze. He also didn't expect that what finally stopped him was his menstrual period. Although Professor Bai Li is indeed good-looking and I haven't seen her figure, the system's scoring is not deceptive. But he still didn't intend to fight to the death, so he just politely refused. The main reason is that he is indeed a bit of a germaphobe, and bloody battles are not good for both boys and girls. Don't worry, my period will end in the next few days, and I will definitely meet your request. However, I must know your secret today. Only in this way can I arrange the subsequent experimental process as soon as possible. Jiang Che nodded. He was not afraid that Bai Li would default on his debt. Since I have the bug-level ability of flashing, it is not easy for me to enter and exit the laboratory building. If the other party really goes back on her word at that time, you don't have to care about your face, and just go for it. No problem, but I can only talk to you alone about this matter. As Jiang Che spoke, he glanced at Zhang Bing who was standing beside him, and the meaning was self-evident. Zhang Bing is so angry that he is about to develop high blood pressure. Professor Bai Li can't he? Before Zhang Bing could finish his words, Professor Bai Li had already walked to the bookshelf and opened a secret door. Then he turned to Jiang Che and said, "Come with me. It's absolutely private and safe in here." As for Zhang Bing, who was in an angry state, he didn't even look at him. Jiang Che did not hesitate and walked directly into the small room with Bai Li. Zhang Bing wanted to follow, but the door slammed shut. Lin Qingxuang and Zhang Bing were the only ones left in the office, staring at each other. Lin Qingxuang also felt very sympathetic towards the person in front of her. She was not a fool, so she could naturally see Zhang Bing's feelings for Professor Bai Li. But all she could do was to mourn for him in silence. So far, no woman that Jiang Che had taken a fancy to had escaped his clutches. This Professor Bai Li is naturally impossible. The layout of the secret room is also very simple, with a small bed, a table, and a chair. The table was covered with data recording sheets and sheets of draft paper filled with symbols. There was no strange smell in the room, only a faint fragrance. It can be seen that this should be where Bai Li sleeps and lives on a daily basis. What a self-disciplined and hardworking woman. To be honest, such women are really attractive. After Bai Li entered the room, she subconsciously went to the table to get a pen and paper, wanting to write down everything Jiang Che would say next. But at the moment she bent down and lowered her head, a pair of big hands wrapped around her waist. A hot body pressed against her back. Since he couldn't get the job done, Jiang Che planned to collect some interest first. Bai Li is not short, only 1.75 meters tall, and her forehead just reaches Jiang Che's chin. As long as Jiang Che lowered his head slightly, he could kiss the other person's thin and pink lips. Bai Li did not struggle or resist because of Jiang Che's sudden attack. After all, she had already promised him before, so it was no big deal to let him touch her. But Jiang Che was hugging Bai Li's body, and his whole body was in a daze. Before, because she was covered by the loose white coat, I couldn't appreciate how great Bai Li's figure was. Now when I hold her in my arms, I can immediately feel her incomparable and perfect figure. The front is protruding and the back is curvy, full of flesh. You can feel the amazing elasticity with just a light touch. It gave Jiang Che a feeling of being strong, yet comfortable. This doesn't look like the body of a 33-year-old woman. He wouldn't doubt that she was a young and beautiful girl of 18 or 19. Chapter 74 Level. Professor Bai, do you work out regularly? I think I can feel your abs. At this time, Jiang Che's big hand had completely penetrated into the loose white coat. The more he explored, the more shocked Jiang Che was. As expected, she has a 99-point figure, which is really too top-notch. She is 175 centimeters tall and weighs about 130 kilograms, with a slim waist, long legs, narrow shoulders, and wide hips, a perfect pear-shaped figure. There are even abdominal muscles and waistline on the lower abdomen. You know, it is quite difficult for girls to train abdominal muscles and six-pack abs, let alone a woman in her 30s. I can only say that the woman in front of me really takes self-discipline and hard work to the extreme. But it's such a pity that a woman with such a perfect figure is actually sexually frigid. What a waste of natural resources. Feeling the man's heat coming from behind. There was no shyness on Bai Li's face, but she felt a little awkward inside. Hearing Jiang Che's question, she still answered. It is the basis of regular experiments and a healthy body, so no matter how busy I am, I will take out 1 to 2 hours to exercise. Looking at the other person's delicate profile, Jiang Che didn't want to let go at all. He just wanted to experience the other person's tenderness carefully. Okay, stop your hands for a moment. Let's get down to business first. Feeling that the other party's actions were becoming more and more excessive, Bai Li frowned and called for a stop. But Jiang Che didn't listen at all. He didn't stop his hands at all. He put his mouth close to Bai Li's ear and said to that small ear, "You want to ask how I control the mutant beasts, right?" Bai Li hummed softly, put aside all distracting thoughts, and listened attentively. It's very simple. I am a ferocious beast controlled by my supernatural powers. After hearing this explanation, Bai Li's expression became a little gloomy. She had thought about this possibility before, but this was the result she least wanted. This means that her experiment cannot be replicated at all. It is very difficult to find a supernatural fruit, and it is even more difficult to obtain the same supernatural fruit. This is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Feeling that the other person looked a little lost, Jiang Che showed a faint smile on his face and pulled his left hand out of her white coat. With a flip of his wrist, a supernatural fruit immediately appeared in his palm. It was the spiritual fruit that Jiang Che usually ate as a snack. When Bai Li saw the black fruit in Jiang Che's hand, her breathing became a little rapid. Could it be? Could it be that this is the supernatural fruit you ate? You actually have another one of the same kind. Her face was full of disbelief. With the help of the military, her laboratory collected a large number of supernatural fruits, but without exception, no one was duplicated. However, it is also possible that this is a supernatural fruit that the man in front of her just took out to deceive her. Jiang Che saw the flash of suspicion on the other person's face, and then turned his wrist again. When he opened his palm again, two identical supernatural fruits appeared. Bai Li looked at it very carefully. From the details to the texture, they were exactly the same. It was really incredible. Why? Why do you have two identical fruits? This is not something you should know. The deal between us does not include this secret. Jiang Che refused without hesitation. The system was his biggest secret, and he would definitely not tell it. Bai Li was not disappointed when he heard the other party refuse to answer. The silver-gray eyes stared straight at the fruit in Jiang Che's hand. Can you show me a little? Jiang Che stretched out his hand and handed it over. Her slender fingers slid across the surface of the fruit, but her beautiful brows were becoming more and more furrowed. It's obviously just a D-level supernatural fruit. How can it allow people to directly control mutated beasts? She whispered subconsciously, but Jiang Che heard it clearly. What did you mean? D-level fruit? Are there different levels of supernatural fruits? Jiang Che actually already knew in his heart that there must be differences in strength between fruits. For example, his rare ability, Laser Eyes, is a terrifying weapon. So far, Jiang Che has not encountered a monster that can withstand his laser eyes. But he didn't expect that the official had already classified the supernatural fruits into different levels. Bai Li nodded and had no intention of hiding it from Jiang Che. According to the data currently collected, the differentiation of supernatural fruits is divided into 4 levels, from strong to weak, namely A, B, C, and D. From the lines on your fruit, I can tell that it is a supernatural fruit born from an ordinary plant. It belongs to the lowest level, D level. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. So is the fruit produced by the mutant plant a C grade one? Bai Li nodded. Of course, but D level and C level are both ordinary supernatural fruits. Only when they reach B level will the supernatural fruits undergo a qualitative change, and the supernatural powers produced will become growable. Jiang Che's gaze towards Bai Li changed slightly. How do you know this? Do you have a B rank fruit? Bai Li shook his head lightly. I don't, but there is someone in this school who possesses B-level abilities. Jiang Che was suddenly shocked. He really didn't expect that there were so many hidden talents in Jinhai University. As if she had thought of something interesting, Bai Li looked at Jiang Che with a little more spirit in her eyes. Besides, you will meet that person soon. Who is it? Student Union President Wang Dongdong. At the same time, on the top floor of the Twin Towers, in Office B01. This is the tallest building in the entire Gimhe University. Here you can even see scenery that is not shrouded in black fog, and the warm sunlight still shines into the room. The layout of the room is completely out of the scope of an office. There are posters and figures of anime characters everywhere, and there are 2 small beds and a desk at the innermost part of the room. Obviously, someone used this place as a place to live. On a small bed on the right side of the room, a girl with hair as white as snow was sitting quietly on the bed, hugging her legs, with a sad look on her face. If Lin Xingxuang were here, she would definitely be able to recognize the other person's identity. She is Lin Xingxuang's missing sister Lin Xingxue. President, look what I found. The sound came before the person arrived, and then a group of fat men opened the door and ran in. The speed was extremely fast. It was totally beyond the capability of a person of his size and build to run at such a speed. He ran up to the girl excitedly and handed the thing in his hand to her as if offering a treasure. Boss, look, this is a figurine of your favorite anime character, Alia. I found it with great difficulty. Lin Xingxue looked at the young man in front of her and sighed. Wang Dongdong, it's the end of the world now. I'm no longer interested in these things. Besides, our club no longer exists, so you don't have to call me president anymore. Chapter 75 Wang Dongdong. Wang Dongdong and Lin Xingxue actually knew each other for a long time. The two met for the first time when the school's 2D club was recruiting new members. Although Lin Qingxue is disabled, with her cheerful personality and outstanding looks, she quickly became friends with everyone in the club and was even made the vice president of the club. In contrast, Wang Dongdong, who is fat and introverted, is somewhat isolated in the club. But there was one person who was an exception for him, and that was Lin Qingxue. No matter what activities there are in the club, the other party will take the initiative to invite him. If she saw him alone, Lin Qingxue would take the initiative to be his partner. At that time, in his eyes, Lin Qingxue was undoubtedly the closest person to an angel in the world. In her eyes, Wang Dongdong never saw disgust and indifference, only enthusiasm and warmth. Although he loved her, he always felt that he was not worthy of her. Now, he possesses great power, and there is no one stronger than him in the entire school. He felt that he now had the ability and capital to take care of this girl for the rest of her life. Wang Dongdong, please take me back. Yang Lan and teacher Jiang must be very worried about me now, and my sister also said that she would pick me up at the dormitory. After hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Wang Dongdong's face turned ugly. First of all, he didn't think that Lin Qingxue's sister would come to save her. Such a long time had passed. If she was going to come, she would have come a long time ago. He had witnessed the indifference and selfishness in people's hearts, but he would not say such words to Lin Qingxue. He only hopes that the other person can live a carefree life under his protection. I won't let you go back. Your roommates are not good people. Do you know that it was that bitch named Wang Rui who took the initiative to add me as a friend? She added me and several other boys into a group chat. Let's bid, and I'll sell you to whoever offers the highest price. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you, I would have killed them all to vent my anger. Listening to Wang Dongdong's angry narration, Lin Qingxue's face became paler and paler. In the past, she had a very harmonious relationship with her roommates, and she often bought snacks and fruits to share with them. But no matter how hard she thought about it, she could not imagine that the truth of the matter was like this. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on the news in school. If your sister really comes to find you, I will definitely protect her. I am now the president of the student union. The school will provide us with a large amount of supplies. Then you and your sister will no longer have to live a hungry life. After hearing Wang Dongdong's comfort and promise, Lin Qingxue's expression looked better. It is just as the other party said, there is endless food to eat here. He forced a gentle smile on his face and said, Thank you, Wang Dongdong. Upon hearing his goddess thanks, Wang Dongdong's face immediately turned red. He was scratching his ears and cheeks as if he had fleas on his body. Ouch. It's okay. No need to say thank you. This is what I should do, hee hee. Oh, by the way, President, when I was searching for supplies outside the school, I saw a figurine store. I'll take you to have a look. Don't worry, I'll protect you, and nothing will go wrong. I saw Wang Dongdong patting his chest and making a promise. Lin Qingxue did not refuse this time and nodded with a smile. Sitting on the wheelchair that Wang Dongdong prepared for her, just as the two were about to leave, there was a knock on the door. Is our chairman Wang here? I heard you were back, so I came to see you. A coquettish and seductive voice came from outside the door. Wang Dongdong and Lin Qingxue both frowned at the same time. The door was gently pushed open, and a girl wearing a belly-bearing top and ultra-short denim shorts appeared outside the door. She walked in with a somewhat pungent fragrance. Her face was painted with delicate makeup, and her pair of fox eyes were captivating. As long as they looked into her eyes, some boys with less self-control would be petrified on the spot. Su Yin, what are you doing here? Wang Dongdong asked with a frown. He was very familiar with the woman in front of him. She had been a member of the student union before the end of the world. He's also a famous figure in the school. But it's not a good reputation. There are rumors about her having scandals with many boys. From the very beginning, he had a very bad impression of this woman, but at the same time she was a member of the student union with special abilities. Under the arrangement of the principal, the two unexpectedly became partners by chance. Hey, Chairman Wan, why are you so cold? During the time you were away, I was the one who took care of the student union. Not only are you not grateful to me, but you are also so cold to me. I'm going to be sad. She said words of grievance, but her face was full of seduction and temptation. A scarlet tongue slid across the corner of the lips, and a slender hand rested on Wang Dongdong's shoulder. What? Our Chairman Wan wants to go out on a date with your little girlfriend? Hearing the word girlfriend, Wang Dongdong secretly glanced at Lin Qingxue, and seeing that her brows were getting deeper and deeper, he immediately retorted. Su Yin, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoxue and I are just friends. Well, good friends. After hearing Wang Dongdong's explanation, Su Yin covered her mouth and laughed. Our Chairman Wan is quite innocent. Look at Jiang Feng from our department. He has 7 female students in his dormitory and plays with them in different ways every week. You still don't understand the love between men and women. Do you want your sister to teach you? As she spoke, Su Yin gradually moved her body closer to Wang Dongdong and gently slid her fingers across Wang Dongdong's chest. But Wang Dongdong was not moved at all, and even knocked the other person's hand away with disgust. In his heart, the only one who can make his heart beat fast is Lin Qingxue. Sorry, we have something else to do today, so we'll leave first. After saying that, Wang Dongdong pushed the wheelchair and left the huge room at an incredible speed. Watching Wang Dongdong leave without looking back, Su Yan's face turned ugly. The previous seductive and alluring look has completely disappeared. Fatty, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will eat you up clean and suck out all the supernatural powers in your body. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in my shorts rang. Su Yan picked up the phone and saw that the caller was actually the principal Yang Jinhu. Why is this old guy calling me? Isn't he always having fun in his office? She picked up the phone impatiently. Unlike Wang Dongdong's obedience in Su Yan's heart, it is the school that depends on them, not them that depend on the school. With superpowers, what can't you get and what can't you go? Hey, tell me what's going on. Su Yan said in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Su Yan, someone just asked for help from the girls' dormitory, saying that a ferocious beast had invaded. Counselor Jiang can't handle it alone, so he wants to ask the student union to help. If you have time, go and help. We can't let too many people die in the school, otherwise there will be chaos. Listening to the principal's nagging, Su Yan felt very impatient. She responded casually and hung up the phone. Okay, no need to say more. I'll be there in a moment. Chapter 76. Who is the pervert? Can you let me keep this fruit for research? Bali looked at Jiang Che and asked. Jiang Che agreed without thinking. After all, this was not a rare thing for him, and there were still a lot of them in the supply warehouse. Bali got what she wanted, and Jiang Che also touched what he wanted. It's a win-win situation. The door of the secret room slowly opened, and before the two of them could go out, they saw Zhang Bing standing at the door. With his eyes red and fists clenched, he felt like he would break down the door if the two didn't come out. Bali stretched out his hand to push the other person away, and walked out first. Apart from some wrinkles on his white coat, no emotion could be seen on his face. Professor Bai, you guys are inside. Zhang Bing couldn't help but ask. What does this have to do with you? You just need to do your job well. The voice was ruthless and cold, and she didn't even look at him. Taking the fruit given by Jiang Che, he walked to the desk and seemed to start writing a research report. Jiang Che walked out of the room without even looking at the other person. Both of them tacitly treated Zhang Bing as a piece of air. I looked around but didn't see Lin Qingxuang. Jiang Che turned on the mental detection and found that the other party was outside the door making a phone call, looking a little anxious. Since he couldn't have a more in-depth exchange with Professor Bai right now, Jiang Che decided to leave. After exchanging contact information, they walked out of the office. Seeing Jiang Che coming out, Lin Qingxue, who was standing at the door, immediately ran over. Jiang Che, it's bad. Yang Lan just called me and said that a ferocious beast had entered the girls' dormitory for some unknown reason. It's killing people crazily. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, feeling a little confused. What's Jiang Xuan for? Doesn't she have a bad temper? How come she can't even deal with a ferocious beast? Yang Lan told me that the beast could become invisible and could not be seen at all. They also asked the school for help, but the school did not send anyone. Can it be invisible? Jiang Che immediately thought of the white-haired monkey he met when he first came to the laboratory building. Indeed, facing this kind of ferocious beast, if you don't have mental detection and a big-mouthed dog nose, it would be quite difficult to deal with it even by yourself. Jiang Che thought about it and decided to go back. After all, we don't know what Lin Qingxue's condition is now. Although Bai Li said that Wang Dongdong is not a bad person, there is no guarantee that he will be tempted by Lin Qingxue's appearance. If he continued to leave Jiang Xuan alone, the end result would be that there would be two women he could conquer, and he would not be able to keep either one. Thinking of this, Jiang Che took Lin Qingxuang and rushed towards the girls' dormitory. When we left the laboratory building, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the world is now shrouded in black fog and the passage of time cannot be seen, some nocturnal beasts will begin to appear at night and the world will become more dangerous. But after the two of them took a few steps forward, they heard a burst of messy footsteps coming from not far away. Huh? There are still people hanging out outside at this time. In this day and age, when facing unknown people, we must treat them as ferocious beasts. A ferocious beast might spare your life if it is full, but that may not be the case if it encounters a human. Soon, after walking out of the fence of the experimental building, Jiang Che saw more than 30 people guarding the door and constantly looking into the interior of the experimental building. Lin Qingxuang looked at the scene outside the door and felt a little scared. He stuck close to Jiang Che, trying to gain a sense of security. But at this moment, a slightly familiar voice sounded in front. Qingxuang, I finally found you. Lin Qingxuang hadn't heard this voice for a while, but when she thought of it, she inexplicably felt a sense of disgust in her heart. Look up towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, she saw a face that made her extremely disgusted. It's Jiang Feng. He is a well-known playboy in the school. Relying on his status as a rich second generation, he often hooks up with young girls in the school. When you get tired of playing, give her some money as a breakup fee. Just from what she had heard, 3 girls had had abortions for him. What disgusted her the most was that the other party actually set his eyes on her and pursued her fiercely while flirting with other girls. So when graduation was approaching, she finally blocked all contact information from this person. I thought I would never meet you again, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. Noticing that Lin Qingshuang's mood had changed slightly, Jiang Che took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong? Did you meet someone you know?" Lin Qingshuang tightened her grip on Jiang Che's shirt, and her expression became even colder. "This guy is trash. I have nothing to do with him." Jiang Feng was extremely excited at this moment. He came here very early, but when he arrived at the door of the laboratory building, he didn't dare to go in. Because that was military territory. Even if he was the captain of the student union, he would not end well if he broke in by force. To be honest, he really suspected that the fat girl was cheating on him. He himself couldn't believe that an outsider had the courage to break into the laboratory building guarded by the army. He even doubted whether Lin Qingshuang could still survive. He didn't expect that after waiting outside for a while, Lin Qingshuang actually came out, which made him extremely happy. "Qingshuang, do you know how hard I have been looking for you?" Seeing that there were other men standing next to Lin Qingshuang, Jiang Feng's heart suddenly trembled. "Qingshuang, come here quickly. We are here to protect you. The pervert next to you will definitely not do anything to you." Jiang Che frowned. How could he become a pervert just because he went to the laboratory building? And how did the other party know that I was here? After thinking about it carefully, there were only a few people who knew that I was here. Yang Lan, Jiang Shuyan. As for minions like the little fat girl, Jiang Che didn't take them into account at all. It can't be Yang Lan. She has a good relationship with Lin Qingshuang, and she won't leak the information. After much thought, Jiang Che felt that Jiang Shuyan was the biggest suspect. It seems she still needs some discipline. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Jiang Che showed a sneer on his face, and he didn't take the more than 30 people in front of him seriously at all. But when she heard the other party's call, Lin Qingshuang did not make any movement. Instead, she shrank behind Jiang Che and didn't even want to look at Jiang Feng. "Jiang Che, I have nothing to do with him. He is the one who has been pestering me." Afraid that Jiang Che would misunderstand their relationship, she took the initiative to explain again. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't doubt Lin Qingshuang. After all, her favorability rating was 100%. Even if there was any relationship between them before, now the other person only has me in his heart. Chapter 77. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Seeing that Lin Qingshuang didn't dare to respond to him, Jiang Feng felt that the other party must have been threatened by that perverted murderer. Because in the video, we didn't see the other party using his superpowers, and he also had absolute confidence in himself. "Hey, that bastard. I advise you to let the girl next to you go immediately, otherwise you may not be able to leave here alive today." After saying that, Jiang Feng's skin began to slowly turn darker, and a layer of brown stratum corneum attached to his body, which looked extremely hard. This is his awakened superpower, petrified skin. Although it doesn't look beautiful, its defensive power is quite amazing. No matter how hard you try, you can't cut through it with a knife or an axe. Even the bullets could only leave a small dent on his body and could not cause any substantial damage to him. The students behind him became excited when they saw Jiang Feng had used his ability. He raised the weapon in his hand and stared fiercely at Jiang Che and Lin Qingshuang in front of him. They have been members of the student union for some time now, and they have been having a very glorious time during this period. With the captain's protection, he can beat anyone he dislikes and rob anyone he thinks is pretty. As long as they complete the tasks assigned by their superiors, they can be said to be the local tyrants of this school. Looking at the other party's aggressive look, Jiang Che was now speechless. It's obviously the best university in Jinhai City. Why are there so many idiots? But I don't have the time to waste with them here. Big mouth, eat them. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but it was still clear enough for everyone to hear in the quiet campus. Jiang Feng, who was standing at the front, was still thinking about what the other party meant. Immediately, a cute little bulldog walked out from behind Jiang Che. It strides with its head held high and its 4 little legs tumbling, looking extremely adorable. Jiang Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. "Ha ha, what did he just say? Let this palm-sized puppy eat me. I think his brain is broken. Ha ha." The other students behind him also burst into laughter. "Brother Feng, why don't we catch this dog and roast it? I heard that dog meat is the most nutritious." "That's right. This is still puppy, and it must taste extremely delicious." However, with so many people around, there are bound to be a few smart people who can't help laughing at the scene before them. Why are there still puppies that haven't mutated yet? Isn't that a little weird? But Jiang Feng didn't have time to think so much now. With a beauty in front of him, of course he has to act like a hero, saving her to show off his might and dominance. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, the bricks and stones under his feet shattered, and the whole person flew into the air. He struck a pose that he thought looked handsome and dived downward. Look at me. I'm going to beat your dog into a pulp. Seeing that they were about to see a bloody scene, all the students present opened their eyes wide with excitement. Some people were even ready to applaud and cheer. However, reality did not develop in the direction they imagined. I saw the puppy's head getting bigger and bigger, and its body grew several times larger in an instant, as if it was inflated. The huge dog had opened its huge mouth like the abyss, rushing towards the direction where Jiang Feng was coming. At this moment, Jiang Feng's expression changed drastically. The excitement on his face had completely faded, leaving only extreme fear. But there is no way to escape. Changing direction by spinning in the air is something that only Moonstep can do. Mom, save me. Mom. Mom. At the last moment of his life, he still thought of his old mother whom he had not seen for a long time. The next moment, the huge mouth of the abyss suddenly closed. Crack, crack, crack. The chewing sound of Big Mouth creates a unique ASMR in the quiet campus. As expected of its petrified skin, it tastes crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a strong meaty aroma. At this moment, the expressions of all the students were completely frozen. It's a ferocious beast. Everyone run. No one knew who shouted first, but in the next moment, the entire group of 30 people disbanded on the spot. Like a group of frightened ants, they spread out madly in all directions. But the Big Mouth would never let them go, because its master's order was to eat them all, not even one missing. Red flames began to spread on his body, and a huge cat head grew out from his shoulders. A raging flame spurted out, and in an instant, more than 30 student union members were turned into black ash on the ground, without even having time to shout. The huge dog's mouth inhaled deeply, sucking all the flames and black ash into its mouth. Mission accomplished. Let's eat and call it a day. At this time, inside the girls' dormitory building, all the students have gathered in the hall on the 3rd floor. The hall at this moment no longer had the cleanliness and tidiness of the past. There were only gullies all over the floor and a pungent smell of blood. Hoo-hoo. At this time, Jiang Shuyan was standing in front of the students, holding a tang sword that was shining with lightning in her hand, with a look of vigilance on her face. Just 2 or 3 hours ago, she heard bursts of girls' screams coming from the corridor from time to time. She thought that someone had broken into the girls' dormitory again while she wasn't paying attention. But when she reached the 4th floor, she discovered a horrifying scene. A white-haired monkey, about 3 meters tall, was grabbing a girl's body and dismantling her limbs with excitement. He was dancing with joy while taking it apart. There were already a lot of girls' dead bodies piled up at its feet. The most eye-catching thing is the little fat girl's big face. It is being treated as a football and stepped on by the white-haired monkey. It seems to feel quite good. She was so furious on the spot that she wanted to use her special powers to chop the dead monkey to death. But when she was about to attack, the monkey seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and no trace could be found. All her attacks missed, and at that moment, she realized that she might not be able to kill the monkey with her own abilities. So I contacted the school and wanted to apply for support from the student union. All the girls were gathered in the lobby on the 3rd floor, hoping to rely on their own abilities to hold out until the student union rescuers arrived. But her reaction speed was too slow, and she had no ability to resist the white ape's attack. Even under her full supervision, female students continued to die one after another. Why haven't the student union come yet? It's been more than 2 hours. Do they have to wait until all of us are dead before they come? Jiang Shuyan, who had always spoken softly, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Sister Jiang, don't worry. I just notified Sister Qingshuang. They will be here soon. Hearing Yang Lan's words, Jiang Shuyan inexplicably thought of the figure who had stepped on her before. His expression became inexplicably uncomfortable. Just as she was distracted, a tall, pale figure slowly emerged behind her. It was the white ape that was causing trouble. A human-like ferocity appeared on its face, and its target was Yang Lan's back. Ah! The girls behind him were the first to notice and screamed. When Jiang Shuyan discovered the changes behind her, it was already too late. She didn't even have time to swing the knife, let alone stop it. Young Lan, get out of the way. Chapter 78. Without morality, you won't be kidnapped. As she looked at the sharp monkey claw, which was infinitely magnified in her field of vision, her heart felt as if it was about to break. At this critical moment, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared. It was like a hot torrent running through the entire venue. It blasted through the side wall and appeared in the hall, shooting into the white ape's arm with incredible precision and piercing through it. Roar! Along with the white ape's violent roar, the arm was broken at the root. That scarlet ray was like a chasm that stretched across the crowd. It brought an unparalleled shock to everyone. What on earth is this? Jiang Shuyan's pupils shrank slightly. She had also seen other people with superpowers, so she had some experience. But she had never seen such a powerful and shocking attack move. She wondered what kind of terrifying existence must be able to use such an amazing move. Is it a hidden superpower from the student council? She thought secretly in her heart. The scarlet rays disappeared, and the sound of shoes stepping on the ground came from the side. Two familiar figures appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a black windbreaker, had a tall and straight figure, and a calm and indifferent expression. The scarlet pupils gradually turned back to black. When she saw this figure, Jiang Shuyan's heart seemed to be grasped by a pair of invisible hands, and she even had difficulty breathing. It's actually him. Yang Lan, who had survived the disaster, saw the two people appear and ran over excitedly. Sister Qing brother Jiang, brother Jiang. She greeted the two of them sweetly, and when she looked at Jiang Che, a hint of barely perceptible shyness flashed in her eyes. Jiang Che nodded in response, then looked straight at Jiang Shuyan in the hall with a faint smile on his lips. At this time, the white ape had hidden itself again. Monkeys love revenge by nature, and after suffering such a huge loss, they will certainly not swallow this humiliation. They are lying in ambush all around, ready to strike again at any time. That's great. Thank you for showing up in time to rescue us. The monkey is not dead yet. You must be prepared and don't take it lightly. Jiang Shuyan spoke to Jiang Che somewhat uncomfortably, trying to put on a perfect smile, but she just couldn't. I don't know if it's because of the awkwardness in my heart, or because my misogyny towards men has struck again. Save? Who will save you? I'm just here to pick up Yang Lan. What does your life or death have to do with me? Jiang Che sneered with disdain. Lin Qingxuang had already told him this on the way here. His video was previously posted on the official campus website, and many people called him a perverted murderer. Jiang Che naturally had no good feelings towards these students. What's more, this is Counselor Jiang Shuyan, who had leaked her information before. If it weren't for the other party's good looks and good figures, the white ape wouldn't have needed to take action. He would have just swept away everyone here. Hearing Jiang Che's merciless words, Jiang Shuyan's face immediately turned pale. The hope in the eyes of the female students who huddled together gradually faded. Counselor Jiang, please don't be distracted, otherwise your students will be in big trouble. Jiang Che leaned against the wall and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge white figure appeared out of thin air again. The target is a girl on the other side of the wall. Help! The girl only had time to shout for help before her heart was ripped out by the sharp claws. The white ape now seemed to be stimulated, and its attacks were faster and more ferocious than before. However, the other party was deliberately avoiding Jiang Che. It seemed that Jiang Che's laser eyes just now had left a psychological trauma on it. Jiang Shuyan also reacted immediately, raised her tang sword, and chopped it hard. But unfortunately, although the sword was powerful, it didn't even cut a single hair of the white ape. Jiang Shuyan was breathing heavily, and every swing of the chop was a huge drain on her physical strength. She didn't know how many more times she could swing the sword, maybe 3, or maybe the next one would make her fall down. She didn't know why she felt so aggrieved. I clearly did nothing wrong, and I was always thinking about how to protect others. Even when Jiang Feng asked her about Jiang Che's location, she chose to conceal it. She didn't know why the other party was so malicious towards her and always wanted to bully her. Thinking of this, his nose inexplicably felt a little sore. But the white ape is not so sentimental. Whenever Jiang Shuyan is relaxed, it can always strike accurately. Every attack would randomly take the life of a young girl. Seeing Jiang Shuyan in such a miserable state, Yang Lan, who was standing next to Jiang Che, couldn't bear it anymore. She and Jiang Shuyan have a very good relationship. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Che beside her, wanting to plead for Jiang Shuyan. Brother Jiang, I. But before she could finish her words, Jiang Che's indifferent eyes swept over her, which made her feel cold in her heart, and she closed her mouth in fear. Jiang Che in his indifferent state is 100 times more terrifying than that monkey. Jiang Shuyan swung the sword again, but this time, not even a thunderous sound was produced, and even the tang sword in her hand showed signs of dissipating. She was completely desperate, and looked at Jiang Che, who was standing beside her with red eyes. What on earth do you want? Don't you have any compassion at all? Do you have to watch so many people die because of your inaction? Jiang Che was stunned for a moment when he heard Jiang Shuyan's words. No, You were trying to use moral blackmail as soon as you open your mouth, right? If you had begged me nicely before, Jiang Che might have agreed to help out of pity. Now that the other party had done this, Jiang Che felt very unhappy. Well, since you were so great, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I will be happy and save you. Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it. All the students turned their eyes to Jiang Shuyan. His eyes were full of hope, and the meaning was self-evident. Jiang Shuyan bit her lower lip so hard that it bled, and her eyes were fixed on Jiang Che, just like a little lioness wanting to eat a person. Jiang Shuyan had never been so humble in her life, from school to work. She has only kneeled before her parents and relatives, and now she is asked to kneel before someone of the same age as her. This is an invisible suppression of her personality. Teacher Jiang, please save us. Teacher Jiang, please. The female students hiding nearby could not help but start to persuade her, for they were afraid that if Jiang Shuyan hesitated, they would be the next to die. Looking at Jiang Che's frivolous eyes and the cries for help from the surrounding female students, Jiang Shuyan finally couldn't bear the mountain-like pressure. His knees went weak and he knelt down in the direction of Jiang Che. Tears flowed silently, but Jiang Che still refused to give in. Say something, what are you doing standing there? Jiang Shuyan slowly lowered her proud head and supported herself on the ground with her hands. His forehead slowly hit the ground. Jiang Che, please save us. Chapter 79 Surrender. Jiang Che, please save us. Tears dripped onto the ground. In order to save the remaining students, she really gave up all her dignity and face. You're so dry and you don't have any sincerity at all. Is this how you ask people to do things for you? But Jiang Che felt that it was still not enough. He wanted to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson and let her know who is the master. Make her submit to you from the inside out. Jiang Shuyan slowly raised her forehead. Her messy hair was spread out in front of her. Her slender hands were clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned slightly white, and her face was a mixture of snot and tears, completely different from the image of the cold and beautiful female teacher she had before. She looks more like a crazy woman who has nowhere to go. Jiang Che, please, as long as you are willing to help, I will do anything. Jiang Che showed a faint smile on his face. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. You said it, so don't regret it. Jiang Che leaned forward, his eyes once again flashing a captivating red light. Jiang Shuyan looked at the scene in front of her, with disbelief in her eyes. What is he doing? He's going to kill me. I begged him so much, but he still wanted to kill me. She knew how terrifying Jiang Che's laser was, and she had no ability to resist under that terrifying attack. Endless sorrow mixed with bitterness flowed down her cheeks and into her mouth. She slumped on the ground, staring into Jiang Che's eyes, waiting for the impending death. The scorching red light came quickly, but the target was not her. But it was 5 inches above her forehead. Just when she was feeling confused, a huge figure slowly appeared behind her. It's that white-haired monkey. He actually approached her from behind silently, while she wasn't paying attention. The next person this beast wanted to kill was actually her. If Jiang Che hadn't acted in time, she would have been dead for sure. Thinking of this, she was not afraid, but instead felt a sense of joy in her heart. It turns out that he didn't want to kill me, but to save me. The scarlet laser pierced through the chest of the white-haired beast. As Jiang Che's gaze moved slightly upwards, the next moment the entire white ape was cut into 2 halves by the laser. Because the attack was so fast, the white ape died without even having a chance to scream. Not a trace of blood or flesh was spilled, because the cross-section was all burnt due to the high-temperature roasting, and even emitted a faint aroma of barbecue. The students at the scene also had their eyes wide open at this moment. This monster that almost killed them all was actually solved so easily by the man in front of them. While they were shocked, there was also a bit more fear in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che walked up to Jiang Shuyan, squatted down, and looked into her slightly dull eyes. Originally, he was thinking of touching the other person's face with his hand, but now Jiang Shuyan's face was too dirty. With snot and tears, he was a little afraid to do it. From today on, you are my slave girl. Do you hear me? You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Jiang Che's words were very straightforward and blunt. Everyone present, including all of Jiang Shuyan's students, heard this. But no one dared to say anything. Jiang Shuyan did not resist at all and nodded as if she had accepted her fate. My life was saved by the other party, and he also has the ability to take it back at any time. What qualifications do I have to resist? Seeing the disgust in Jiang Che's eyes, she also knew that her current appearance was very unsightly, so she reached into her pocket to find some tissues to wipe her face. But nothing was found. Supplies are in short supply now, and not everyone can use things like paper towels. Just when she was at a loss, a pair of big hands reached out and handed her a pack of tissues and a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Che had previously robbed Rongxin's supermarket, and he had plenty of sanitary napkins and wet tissues for girls, boxes upon boxes of them. Thank you. Jiang Shuyan took it with both hands with a grateful look on her face and spoke in a soft voice. At this moment, Jiang Shuyan no longer had the heroic spirit she had before. She now behaved like a docile and well-behaved young wife. A smile appeared on Jiang Che's face. It seems that my ability to train people has improved again. Walking to the corpse of the ferocious beast, Jiang Che observed it carefully. It was almost exactly the same as the one he encountered in the laboratory building, except that it was a few sizes smaller than the previous one, like a mini version. I guess this monkey is the one that was scared away by me at that time. I don't know why it ran into the girls' dormitory. Seeing that there was no danger here anymore, Jiang Che glanced at the time. It was exactly 7 o'clock. Jiang Che planned to go to the Twin Towers today and find Wang Dongdong to see if he could rescue Lin Qingxue. Although he knew that the other party possessed B-level supernatural powers, Jiang Che was not afraid of him. The opponent might be strong, but he still has Big Mouth, a ferocious beast that can walk sideways on campus. As long as Big Mouth is there, he will be invincible. Moreover, the number of superpowers he possesses in his body now definitely exceeds that of the other party. I also have 2 supernatural powers that have reached level 3. A qualitative change has taken place. Even if you cannot defeat a B-level mutant, you can at least run away from him. He gave Lin Qingxuang some instructions and asked her to stay here. This operation was somewhat dangerous, and he didn't want to bring Lin Qingxuang along as a burden. Da-da-da. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of high heels stepping on tiles was heard. Crisp and pleasant, with a very rhythmic feel. Not only Jiang Che, everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The main reason is that the sound of high heels is too abrupt nowadays. In this dangerous doomsday, even the most beautiful girls will wear flat shoes. The purpose is to make it easier to escape when encountering danger. Jiang Shuyan had washed her face by now and regained her dignified appearance, standing beside Jiang Che. It might be someone from the student union. I have asked for help from them before. Jiang Shuyan had no intention of hiding it and took the initiative to explain to Jiang Che. This is her personality. Since she has agreed to obey the other party, she will try her best to change herself. Are there any living people? Are they all dead? A charming voice came up the corridor. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was a pair of white and slender thighs. She is not wearing stockings, but her skin is not loose at all and looks very healthy and elastic. She wore a pair of eye-catching red high heels, which made her skin look even more tender and attractive. She was wearing denim hot pants and a tight khaki t-shirt. Show off each other's perfectly symmetrical figure to the fullest. Chapter 80 Vice Chairman Su Yan. The person's figure is already quite perfect. Although she is not as good as Jiang Shuin and Bai Li, 2 supernumerical monsters, her figure can also be considered a supermodel. As for her appearance, Jiang Che was a little disappointed. She had a standard internet celebrity face with big wavy hair. It cannot be said that it does not look good, but it gives people a sense of technological beauty. People like Jiang Che, who eat fine bran every day, can't eat this kind of coarse grain at all and will cough after eating it. There were several boys following behind her. Some are tall and have long legs, some have feminine looks, and some look fair and clean. Without exception, they are all handsome guys. These men, like stars surrounding the moon, sandwich the women in the middle, just like the empress taking her male favorites out of the palace. It's actually her. Jiang Shuyan's voice sounded slightly surprised. Jiang Che asked curiously. Why? Do you know him? Jiang Shuyan nodded. Her name is Su Yan. She used to be a cadre of the student union. She is quite famous in the whole school. Her private life is quite chaotic. I heard before that she was kept by a boss outside the school, and she also had affairs with many male classmates in school. I used to think that the other party might do this because of poor family conditions. I originally wanted to help her apply for a scholarship, but after checking her family background, I found that it was not the case at all. Her family is in the medical beauty business. Not only is she not short of money, but on the contrary, she is quite wealthy. The reason why her private life is so chaotic is purely because of her personal hobby. I didn't expect that the other party would not only not restrain themselves at all when the doomsday came, but even become more aggressive. As Jiang Shuin spoke, her eyes showed no sign of hiding her disgust for the other party. At this time, Jiang Che's system prompt sounded. Name, Su Yan. Age, 24. Appearance, 85. Face has been reshaped. Body size, 90. Body size has been adjusted. Purity, 0. No virus, blackened. Evaluation, does not meet system requirements. The rating is exactly the same as what Jiang Shuin said, The purity is indeed zero. When Jiang Shuin saw the other party coming towards her, she took the initiative to greet them. After all, this was the reinforcement she had requested from the school. Oh, Counselor Jiang is still alive. It seems that this incident is not that urgent. Su Yan's tone was a little disappointed, and her eyes kept looking at Jiang Shuin. To be honest, she was extremely jealous. Why is it that we are both women, and I spent millions on plastic surgery, but I am not as pretty as the other person? She really wanted to use a knife to cut her delicate face into pieces. Tell me, where is the beast? I will go back after I deal with it. I found a new puppy today, and I have to train it properly when I get back. I don't have time to waste too much time with you here. If you ask me, Counselor Jiang, you are such a loser. You can't even deal with a ferocious beast after awakening your superpowers. Su Yan looked perfunctory and did not take any of the ferocious beast seriously. She was extremely confident in her own strength. After hearing what she said, Jiang Shuin felt extremely dissatisfied because she had sent the application to the school more than 3 hours ago. Instead of saying anything now, you are still blaming yourself? She is now really disappointed with the student union. But she didn't dare say anything excessive. After all, we will still need the school to provide us with supplies in our future life, and we have to bow our heads under someone's roof. He suppressed his anger and tried to keep his tone calm. The beasts here have been dealt with. Everything is fine now. You can go back now. Oh, it's been solved. Su Yan's face was filled with disbelief, and then she rolled her eyes and said, Why ask us to come here when we can solve the problem? It's a waste of time. Where's the body? Hand over the beast's body and it will be the cost of our trip. Hearing such shameless words, Jiang Shuyan's face turned very ugly. Is this still the organization the school uses to protect students? You haven't paid anything, but you still come up to steal things. What's the difference between this and banditry? Jiang Shuyan turned her gaze in the direction of Jiang Che. He was the one who killed the ferocious beast, so the decision must be made by Jiang Che. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on one man, Su Yan's face showed a hint of surprise. I was so focused on looking at Jiang Shuyan that I didn't even notice there was a boy in the crowd. It still seems to be the center of everyone. The muscular body, handsome looks, and deep melancholy temperament completely fit Su Yan's sexual preferences. Her eyes gradually shone with a strange light. Wow, what a handsome little brother, with such a good figure and face. I really want to hold his face under me and bully him. Thinking this in her mind, Su Yan became more and more excited the more she watched, and her legs even felt weak. There are many good-looking boys around her, but compared to Jiang Che, they are far inferior in temperament. With her slender thighs swaying gently, Su Yan walked to Jiang Che's side. Little brother, did you kill this beast? She tried hard to lean her body towards Jiang Che. Although he was pointing at the corpse next to him, his attention was completely focused on Jiang Che. Her fingers naturally rested on Jiang Che's chest, drawing circles gently, full of teasing. Jiang Che felt very uncomfortable, as if he had encountered a female hooligan. I used to be the one who acted like a hooligan, but I didn't expect that today someone would take advantage of me. I killed him. So what? Jiang Che's face remained indifferent. So, little brother, you are also a superpower? The light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter, and her voice became nauseatingly sweet. Little brother, do you want to follow me in the future? I am now the vice president of the student union. As long as you are willing to follow me, you will no longer lack food or water in the future. Look at them. A group of pitiful people, probably can't even have a full meal in a week. Su Yan pointed at the female students huddled against the wall. It was as if at this moment, he and the other person no longer belonged to the same race, and his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Besides, as long as you are willing, I can accompany you to do your favorite things at night. I promise that I will make you faint with pleasure. How about you consider it? As she spoke, Su Yan pulled her collar, which was already as low as it could be, down further in front of Jiang Che. A round patch of white was revealed. Jiang Shuin felt a little uncomfortable when she saw this scene. Although Jiang Che and he didn't have a deep relationship, and they didn't even get along very well. But she felt uncomfortable when she saw Su Yan seducing Jiang Che. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in androids, but I'm willing to take in another slave. When Su Yan heard this, she was stunned and thought she had heard it wrong. Does the person in front of me know what he is talking about? He doesn't really think that he is so great just because he has awakened his special powers. Still don't like androids? What does that mean? Dislike her plastic surgery? What she hates most is people saying she had plastic surgery. Su Yan suddenly became furious, and her originally delicate face became hideous and distorted. No matter what, she must teach this unruly little wolf dog a lesson. I'm going to. Just when she was about to start cursing, Jiang Che took decisive action. He swung his fist and headed straight for the place where the other party spent the most money. Click, click. The sound of bones breaking one after another was heard. Su Yan's entire face suddenly became completely distorted. The whole person was like a broken sack and was knocked dozens of meters away by Jiang Che. Chapter 81 Shemale. Jiang Che's move was too fast. No one present expected that Jiang Che would act so quickly and without any signs. Not only did the students fail to react, but even the person involved, our vice chairman Su Yan, failed to react at all. When everyone came to their senses, Su Yan was embedded in the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although Jiang Che seldom took action before, he only used guns and laser eyes. But his current physical condition is also quite terrifying. Not only does it have the third level of physical enhancement, but its physical attribute points have also been increased to a terrifying 99 points. That's 10 times the strength of a normal human. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a Superman. If this punch hit an ordinary girl, it would probably go right through her body. A shrill scream was heard, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The one who screamed was the fair-skinned little boy who followed Su Yan. At this moment, the other party was like a frightened little girl, covering her chest with her hands and screaming wildly. You, what are you doing? How dare you hit senior sister Su Yan? Did you know that she is the vice president of the student union? Do you still want supplies in the future? Humph. You bunch of bitches. Just wait for death. The little boys who followed Su Yan started shouting excitedly. He kept spitting foul language and his eyes were fierce. He looked at Jiang Che as if he wanted to eat him. But no one dared to come forward. However, Jiang Che did not take these minions seriously and just thought they were extremely noisy. He turned to the slave girl Jiang Shuyan he had just taken in and said, "Go and kill all those boys for me." At this moment, Jiang Shuyan's brain was still in a state of panic. She didn't want to have a conflict with the student union at all. Just like what the boy just said, their current supplies are all provided by the school and then distributed by the student union. If the relationship with the student union deteriorates, the supplies, which were already insufficient, will probably be stopped. How will her students survive? As a result, after Jiang Che threw that punch, she was so shocked that she was speechless. After these two contacts, she thought she had understood Jiang Che's character a little. Although a little bit bad, he is still very reasonable and principled. But she never expected that Jiang Che would just start beating her up without saying a word. That punch was much heavier than the slap he received, and his face was at most just a little swollen. She had clearly heard the sound of bones breaking just now. Now when she heard Jiang Che asking her to kill someone, Jiang Shuyan, who was already a little panicked, became even more panicked. No. No, they are also human beings. I can't kill them. Since she gained superpowers, she has only killed a few ferocious beasts. She has never thought that she would use her superpowers to kill people. What? It's only been a short while. Are you trying to disobey my orders? I was able to save you just now, and I can also kill you now. Jiang Che's words were cold, but his eyes were even colder. He did it on purpose. It's the end of the world now, and the real Virgin Mary won't be able to survive, and she might even get herself implicated. Based on the ability Jiang Shuyan is currently displaying, it is at least a rare ability, which is what Professor Bai Li calls grade C. If this kind of person is well trained, he may become a helper to me in the future. When she met Jiang Che's gaze, she realized that she must kill this man today. Okay, I got it. She replied in a somewhat hoarse voice. I just rested for a while. My strength has recovered a lot and I can use my supernatural powers again. Arcs of electricity appeared around his body, and the tank sword in his hand solidified again. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the group of screaming boys. You, what are you going to do? Senior, help me. These boys are just good-looking, but their physical fitness and courage are shockingly poor. Seeing Jiang Shuyan walking towards them with murderous intent, they almost wet their pants. The crackling sound of thunder exploded in the air, and a slash of sword turned into rolling thunder, roaring towards the crowd. Watching the lightning bolts appearing out of nowhere and striking towards them, everyone was frightened to the point of paleness, running away in panic with their heads in their hands. But it's too late to run now. Thunder rushed into the crowd, and the group of people didn't even have time to say their last words before they were smashed into a pulp on the spot. She watched many lives die in her hands. Jiang Shuyan's hands were shaking so much that she could hardly hold the knife. You were looking for death. At this moment, a hysterical roar came from the wall. Su Yan's voice has changed drastically from its previous sweet voice. It sounded hoarse and rough, and it didn't even sound like a woman talking. It sounded more like a tall and strong man roaring. Jiang Che had already anticipated this. As the vice president of the student union, he must be a person with supernatural powers. It would be strange if the other party was killed by his punch. Slowly, a tall figure walked out from the dust and fog. Wow. Is this still a human? Seeing Su Yan's current appearance, the female students were so scared that they screamed, then covered their faces and ran away. I saw that Su Yan's sexy and hot figure had disappeared. Instead, there is a body of strong tendon meat. The originally soft lines also became rough. Except for the lack of the iconic male organ, he is even more manly than any other man. Jiang Che felt a little pity for the dead boys. Sleeping with such women, what a hellish life they must have led. Jiang Shuin, you dare to kill my boyfriends? I will make you live a life worse than death. Su Yin was now staring at Jiang Shuin with bloodshot eyes. These men were carefully selected by her. It can be said that all the good-looking men in Jihai University were picked up by her. How could she bear to be caught in the middle this time? These were the source of her happiness. Little wolf dog, wait for me. I will favor you after I have dealt with this bitch. Before Su Yin took action, she threw a coquettish glance at Jiang Che, as if she had Jiang Che in her arms. Jiang Che felt so disgusted by this seductive look that he got goosebumps all of a sudden. Why did he become obsessed with this disgusting thing? Originally, he planned to hold back a little, and after subduing Su Yin, he would interrogate her about Wang Dong Dong. Now he doesn't think so anymore and plans to increase his strength on the opponent. Big Mouth, hold the she-male down for me. What woof? Big Mouth responded twice and then immediately rushed out. At this moment, facing Su Yin's exaggerated body, Jiang Shuin was a little scared, but not panicked. Because she knew Jiang Che was right beside her, she believed that he would not let her die like this. He raised the Tang sword in his hand, gathered all the strength in his body, and slashed at Su Yin's body with all his strength. The thunder surged, rushing towards Su Yin with unstoppable momentum. However, Su Yin showed a ferocious smile on her face, and she showed no intention of dodging at all. Chapter 82. The horse hooves are on the way. All the famous people with special abilities in the entire school have registered with the student union. Therefore, she knew exactly what Jiang Shuyin's abilities were. The huge body did not dodge or avoid, and its body began to slowly turn black, forming a layer of hard cuticle. The body, which was already quite terrifying to begin with, became even more hideous. The thunder that struck her body seemed to be dissolved, without causing any substantial damage, and it dissipated directly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shuyin's pupil shrank a little. This is impossible. She could hardly believe her eyes. Her sword, which was so powerful that it was always effective, did not cause any harm to the opponent. She quickly looked towards where Jiang Che was. She has run out of tricks. If Jiang Che doesn't take action, she will be finished. However, Jiang Che still stayed where he was, looking calm and composed, not showing any sign of wanting to take action. Jiang Shuin, go to hell. Su Yin grinned at her. Seeing Su Yin's palm pressing down like a palm leaf fan, she felt hopeless on the spot. She closed her eyes subconsciously. He must be disappointed in me and unwilling to save me a second time. I thought so in my heart. Boom. A loud noise. There was a heavy sound of the ground being hit, and the entire dormitory building shook violently. It was like an earthquake. Jiang Shuin suddenly opened her eyes and found that Su Yin, who was standing in front of her, had disappeared, but her body was unharmed. She had no idea what had just happened and her mind was full of confusion. This is... Suddenly, she saw a huge pit in front of her. I walked over slowly and looked down at the big pit in front of me. She saw a scene she would never forget. I saw that the entire big hole went directly through the 2 floors and reached the lobby on the 1st floor. A monster with flames all over its body, like a hellhound, was pressing Su Yin to the ground. Dangerous, terrifying, and powerful. This was her intuitive feeling about this ferocious beast. It is countless times more powerful than all the ferocious beasts she had encountered before. She didn't know why such a terrifying beast broke into the girls' dormitory. Faced with such a ferocious beast, she didn't even have the mind to fight against it. Su Yin, the previously arrogant vice president of the student union, was now lying on the ground, struggling frantically like a pitiful maggot. Help! There's a ferocious beast. Someone please save me. Having close contact with such a ferocious creature, it was the first time that she felt the threat of death after gaining superpowers. At the same time, a steady sound of footsteps sounded behind him. Jiang Shuin looked back. It's Jiang Che. What should Jiang Che do? Another ferocious beast has appeared here, and it's extremely terrifying. Jiang Shuin asked anxiously. She was now panicking. When she thought about all the students still in the apartment building, she was completely undecided. However, Jiang Che looked very calm, and even smiled as he walked to Jiang Shuyin's side. It's okay, Big Mouth is one of us. A faint voice reached Jiang Shuyin's ears. In Jiang Shuyin's heart, it was like a bolt from the blue. What does he mean? One of our own? The beast is one of our own. She is not a fool. She must have high IQ to be able to be a counselor at Jihai University. After thinking about it for a while, he found something unusual. The puppy that had always been following Jiang Che was gone. Think of the terrifying beast below, which is also dog-shaped. A strange and incredible idea suddenly popped up in her mind. The evil creature below is the puppy following you. Jiang Che just smiled, neither admitting nor denying. Let's go down and see if the vice chairman is still alive. Jiang Che stretched out his hand, grasped Jiang Shuyin's flexible waist in a very domineering manner, and pulled Jiang Shuin into his arms very forcefully. Ah! Jiang Shuin only felt a current passing through her body and couldn't help but scream. It was the first time for her to have such close contact with a man. I felt a little flustered and a little overwhelmed, but I didn't refuse or resist. My previous aversion to men seemed to have disappeared at this moment. A burst of yellow light flickered in the air, and in less than 2 seconds, Jiang Che brought Jiang Shuin to the first floor. Seeing Jiang Che coming, Big Mouth lowered his head and snorted at Jiang Che twice. Seeing the huge monster in front of him, he was so intimate with Jiang Che. Jiang Shuin still felt a sense of disbelief. Jiang Che walked to the Big Mouth's claws and saw Su Yin, who was pressed underneath. Su Yin was in a very embarrassing situation at this time. The stratum corneum on his body had been completely crushed by the Big Mouth, and his originally muscular body had completely shrunk. She returned to her original curvy figure. The naked body and the body covered with scars really looked pitiful. Help! Help! No matter who you are, please save me. I don't want to die yet. Hearing the approaching footsteps, hope rekindled in Su Yin's heart, and she wanted to struggle hard. When he looked up, he saw the little wolf dog he had been thinking about. Seeing the other person strolling leisurely, she suddenly became confused. Why, it doesn't hurt you. Jiang Che squatted down and patted her face with his fingers. This is not a question you should be concerned about. I will ask you a few questions next. You must answer them honestly. This is related to your life and death. Although Jiang Che did not answer her question, she had already figured it out in her heart. He nodded quickly, his attitude completely reversed 180 degrees from before, and he became extremely attentive. Ask me anything you want. I will tell you everything I know. Do you know Wang Dongdong? Su Yin was very familiar with this name. The strongest psychic in the student union, and also the prey she has always been eyeing. Wang Dongdong is a very honest person and would not offend anyone. Could this person be Wang Dongdong's brother or friend who came to see him? Su Yin is a very active person. Seeing that Jiang Che could actually control such a powerful beast, she already had the intention of joining him. If I can get hold of this thigh, I don't have to be trapped in Jinhai University anymore. Can I take in all the handsome guys in Jinhai City? Thinking this in her heart, she said without any hesitation. I know Wang Dongdong very well. We have a very good relationship. You should have told me earlier that you knew Wang Dongdong. You said that the flood had washed away the Dragon King Temple. We are family, but we are family. Su Yin said to Jiang Che in a friendly manner. Jiang Che watched the other person's performance quietly, keeping a gentle smile on his face. Really? So you were so familiar with him. I came here to kill him this time. He stole my woman. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Su Yin was stunned on the spot, and the corners of her eyes twitched wildly. No, I am just trying to get close to my relatives and ended up in hell. Chapter 83 Plan. Su Yin now wants to slap herself a few times. There was no way to say it, now she could only make up for it frantically. Well, actually, I'm not that familiar with him. To be honest, he has been occupying the position of student union president for a long time. I have been annoyed with him for a long time. If you want, I can work with you to deal with him. Jiang Che did not respond. He naturally understood what the other party meant. Then he continued to ask. Then do you know Lin Xingxue? Lin Xingxue? Lin Xingxue? Su Yin thought about it carefully for a while, but she really didn't have much impression of this name. However, she immediately thought of someone. That was the beautiful girl she met in Wang Dongdong's room. I know. Is it the girl with white hair and a limp? Out of a woman's jealousy, she remembers very clearly those girls who are prettier than her, especially taking advantage of the other person's physical defects. Jiang Che nodded. Based on the other party's description, this was indeed the person he was looking for. I was wondering how that fat guy could find such a beautiful girl as his girlfriend. It turns out that she is your woman. That's not surprising. Damn that fat guy. While Su Yin was praising Jiang Che, she was also constantly belittling Wang Dongdong. After all, I have been in the student union for some time, so I naturally know how to quickly build relationships with others. Then do you know what the other party's ability is? This is the question Jiang Che wants to know most, and it is also the key to dealing with Wang Dongdong. Although Bailey said that Wang Dongdong was a simple-minded person and not a bad person, Jiang Che would not listen to her one-sided words. Since he had to face Wang Dongdong, Jiang Che prepared for the worst. When Su Yin heard about Wang Dongdong's special abilities, she became fascinated. He named himself the Windspeed Body. It may sound a bit childish, but his abilities are quite strong. I don't know his specific abilities, but I know he's extremely fast. He can also control the wind, and his attack methods are extremely powerful. There is no beast in the whole school that can catch up with him, let alone a superpower. It can be said that he is the strongest superpower in the whole Jinhai University. He played a very important role in clearing out the ferocious beasts from the entire school. Even in the military, he is highly regarded. Well, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. Maybe you are very powerful, far more powerful than Wang Dongdong. but you can't hit Wang Dongdong at all, and you can't even catch him. Suyin tried to speak as tactfully as possible, fearing that her words might irritate the other party. Jiang Che frowned slightly. He didn't expect the other party's ability to be so tricky. If the other party kept taking Lin Qingxue to hide and run around, he would have no way to deal with him. Even if you have a powerful weapon like Kog'Maw, it's useless because the opponent won't fight with you at all. It seemed that he saw Jiang Che's difficulties. Suyin knew that her chance might have come. My lord, I have a plan. Jiang Che gave her a strange look. Tell me about it. Suyin twisted her snow-white body. Although she was still held down by Big Mouth's claws, she changed to a position that made her less uncomfortable. Sir, you can be my boyfriend. When the word boyfriend was uttered, Jiang Che's brows immediately frowned. No, this woman was beaten up by me like this, and she is still thinking about me? Suyin had also been observing Jiang Che's expression. Seeing that he looked unhappy, she waved her hand and explained. My lord, it's just pretend. Just pretend. Seeing Jiang Che's expression gradually relax, Suyin swallowed and continued speaking. The entire student union knows what kind of person I am. No one will doubt your identity. I'll take you to see Wang Dongdong, and he won't doubt it. When the time comes, we just need to take advantage of the other party's inattention and attack with all our strength. He will definitely not be able to react in time. When it came to the key point, Suyin clenched her fists excitedly. Don't say it. Don't say it. Jiang Che thought this method was really good. However, this method has a flaw. That is, Jiang Che cannot guarantee that Suyin, the key figure in this plan, will listen to him 100. If the other party turns against him at the last minute, exposing his identity would be a small matter, but it would be terrible if he failed to rescue Lin Qingxue. Then how can I guarantee that you won't leak the secret? Jiang Che directly expressed his concerns. Suyin had anticipated Jiang Che's question, and she had already prepared an answer in her mind. Sir, please rest assured that I will never betray you. The relationship between Wang Dongdong and I is really not good. I have seduced him many times, and he has already grown disgusted with me. And if I betray you, he can escape, but I can't. If you want to kill me, it won't be easy. Well-reasoned and clearly organized. Listening to the other party's explanation, Jiang Che nodded. The main reason is that there is really no better way. If Suyin's idea is really followed, it will be easy to bring Lin Qingxue back this time. Watching Jiang Che's expression gradually relax, Suyin knew that her idea would probably succeed. I am one step closer to completely hugging this big thick leg. All I have to do now is to perform well, and the other party will definitely keep me. Sir, if you think the plan is okay, can you let me get up? I really can't breathe now. At this time, Suyin said with some grievance. Big Mouth's power now is also quite terrifying. In order to implement Jiang Che's request, it used a lot of force to suppress Suyin. If it were someone else, he would have been turned into meat paste. Jiang Che winked at Big Mouth, and Big Mouth retracted its claws and turned into a little bulldog again, following Jiang Che. Seeing such an amazing scene, Suyin and Jiang Shuyin both showed envious expressions on their faces. In the end times, how safe it would be to have such a powerful beast as a pet. Suyin was lying on the ground. Her lower body had already turned into a pool of blood and flesh. With broken bones and twisted tendons, it was a horrifying sight. However, those damaged muscles were wriggling and proliferating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken blood vessels twisted and connected like living snakes, and the muscle fibers entwined and intertwined like vines. But in just a few minutes, the body that should have been disabled had completely recovered. She slowly stood up. Her skin was as white and flawless as fresh snow. Her long legs were flexible and full, and every inch of her curves revealed the youthful vitality unique to a girl. Chapter 84 Another B rank. She didn't care about her naked posture at all. Instead, she stretched her waist lazily, like a sated cat, showing the most perfect curves of her body to Jiang Che without reservation. Of course, this is just like winking at a blind man. Jiang Che had no interest in having anything to do with a woman who couldn't even pass the system. What's more, the other party is such a dissolute woman, and Jiang Che still has mental misophobia. However, Jiang Che was somewhat curious about Suyin's abilities. From the beginning to now, Jiang Che has seen the other party use 3 different abilities. Suyin, what is your special ability? Hearing Jiang Che's question, Suyin looked a little flustered and subconsciously wanted to lie. But when she met Jiang Che's sharp gaze, she dismissed the idea. If the deception is exposed, the consequences will be unbearable. My ability is that by playing sports with the opposite sex, I can gain supernatural powers and strength from the other person's body. Suyin said this somewhat reluctantly, as she still had feelings for Jiang Che in her heart. She could feel that Jiang Che was very powerful, and it would be great if she could play a game of ball with him. The improvement I have gained must be huge, and maybe I can also gain the ability to control ferocious beasts. Jiang Che was a little surprised when he heard the other party's description, because this completely fits Bai Li's description of B-level superpowers, and it has the potential to grow. Jiang Che even felt that this ability was a little too strong. As long as she is given enough time and endurance, her growth rate will be quite terrifying. At the same time, he also thought of the black cuticle that had grown on the other person's body before. That was almost a replica of the boy I met in the laboratory building before. There is no doubt that the other party must be Su Yan's subordinate, who allowed Su Yan to be taken advantage of by his power. Are there no side effects? Are the abilities copied completely? Jiang Che raised the question in his mind. Su Yan answered honestly. Of course there are side effects. A person can only do it once, and the power drawn will be much weaker, and the other person will fall into a state of weakness and impotence for a long time. Jiang Che felt a sharp pain in his teeth after hearing this. I have to keep a certain distance from this woman. It's so scary. How could there be such a terrifying superpower in the world? It seems to be the nemesis of all men. After understanding the situation, Jiang Che started to talk about business. Then let's go quickly and try to rescue Lin Qingxue tonight. Jiang Che planned to rescue Lin Qingxue today and try to unlock that rare level of supernatural power tonight. He has been looking forward to this skill for too long. My lord, I'm afraid it won't work today. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Che's face, Su Yan quickly explained. It's not that I don't want to take you there. I just came out of Wang Dongdong's room today. He has already left Jinhai University with that Lin Qingxue. Hearing this, Jiang Che became a little worried. He wondered if the other party was going to take Lin Qingxue away. Then do you know when they will be back? Su Yan nodded quickly. He has a mission. The school currently doesn't have much supplies. Principal Yang asked him to search for supplies outside the school. He has to hand in supplies every noon, so he will definitely be back tomorrow at noon. Su Yan told everything she knew, like pouring out the beans from a bamboo tube. After all, she had already joined the other party, so she had to show some sincerity. Jiang Che nodded after listening to this. His luck was indeed a bit bad. It seemed that this matter could not be rushed. Laboratory building, basement laboratory C2. The laboratory was very deserted at this moment. All projects in the laboratory have been stopped, and the previous experts and scholars have begun to prepare to leave Jinhai City. It was due to the requirements of their superiors, and also because they were somewhat disappointed with Bai Li's actions. No one wants to take a chance with a lunatic. But Bai Li didn't care at all. Since no one was willing to help, she would conduct the experiment herself. Zhang Bing continued to follow her. A little different from his previous obsessions, today he often looks a little distracted. To be precise, after meeting Jiang Che, his mind became a little uneasy. The reason why Bai Li agreed to the other party's request was probably because he was deceiving the other party. Now that he has obtained the materials for the experiment, Professor Bai will definitely not trade with the other party again. These words kept echoing in his mind. When he thought of the rude words Jiang Che had said to Bai Li before, he felt furious. He wanted to ask Bai Li, but didn't know how to start. After thinking carefully, Zhang Bing walked to Bai Li's side. Professor Bai, I think the young man named Jiang Che today is definitely not a good person. I suggest that you contact the school and work together to expel this dangerous person from Gimhe University. He also knew that he couldn't deal with Jiang Che by himself, so he planned to drag the school and the student union into the water. He had seen Wang Dongdong's abilities. There would definitely be no problem in letting him hold back the large ferocious beast beside Jiang Che. Then he will execute Jiang Che. From beginning to end, he never thought about Jiang Che's strength or why he could control that terrifying beast. All I can say is that when a man falls in love, his intelligence will drop drastically. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Bai Li slowly raised his head from the microscope. He looked at Zhang Bing with indifference. You are not allowed to attack him at this time. He is still the key to the experiment, and there are some things I haven't figured out yet. There was no emotion in her voice, and in her words, all her interactions with Jiang Che were just a transaction. However, Zhang Bing still felt very unhappy about Bai Li's protection of Jiang Che. He was really afraid that Professor Bai Li had developed feelings for Jiang Che. Okay, Professor Bai Li. Although he agreed verbally, he had already begun to mobilize the entire school's military forces and began to move towards the experimental building. No matter what, he had to completely cut off the connection between Bai Li and Jiang Che. After today's series of events, there are only about a dozen female students left in the entire girls' dormitory. Now they were all gathered around the counselor's office on the first floor. They knew that there was not only the counselor in the room, but also the unfathomable Jiang Che. Although it was uncomfortable to spend the night here, they understood that this was the safest place. Who knows if another invisible monkey will sneak into the apartment at night and start killing people. At this time, in the counselor's office, Lin Qingxuang and Jiang Che sat on the folding bed, while Su Yin and Jiang Shuyan stood at the side of the room. Su Yin was no longer naked at this time, and she borrowed a set of clothes from a random girl. She has a standard supermodel figure and always looks classy no matter what she wears. Jiang Che told Lin Qingxuang about the plan to rescue Lin Qingxue. She has been very nervous these days, always afraid that something bad might happen to her sister. Now that she heard Jiang Che's words, her heart finally calmed down a little, mainly because she still believes in Jiang Che's character. So far, every word Jiang Che said to her was not empty talk, and all of them have been fulfilled. Chapter 85 Master. Okay, it's getting late. Let's get ready for dinner. Jiang Che said to the three women in front of him. The main reason was that the physical energy consumption that day was really great, and even Jiang Che was a little hungry. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Jiang Shuyan thought he was asking her to prepare food. Her expression suddenly turned bitter. Not long ago, she had applied for supplies with Principal Yang, but it had never been approved. It can be said that not only was she hungry, but even the group of students outside the door had been hungry for more than 1 or 2 meals. She opened her mouth to explain, but then she froze and couldn't utter a word. Jiang Che just waved his hand, and all kinds of food appeared on the desk. There are not only potato chips, snacks, and mineral water, but the most surprising thing is that there are also steaming hamburgers. Food like hamburgers were not scarce in the past, and were even considered junk food at one point. But in this doomsday, having something to eat is good enough, especially if it is steaming hot cooked food. This made Jiang Shuyan, who couldn't even get enough food, extremely shocked. Although Su Yin was also extremely surprised, she was even more surprised at Jiang Che's ability. Space-related abilities? These are his several superpowers, even more than she has. Could this little man have the same supernatural power as me? Can he gain the supernatural power of a woman by playing ball with her? She felt that her suspicions were quite reasonable. The main reason is that the other party's situation is quite similar to hers. Both of them like to collect beautiful people of the opposite sex. But even if she racked her brains, she couldn't guess that Jiang Che was actually a cheater. What are you still standing there for? Eat it all. As he spoke, Jiang Che had already picked up a double beef burger and started eating it with relish. Needless to say, Lin Qingxuang ate Jiang Che's food without any burden. Having lived with Jiang Che for such a long time, her body and mind have been completely marked by Jiang Che. The only thing missing is giving birth to a child for him. Su Yin is naturally shameless and has no sense of shame at all. She has already planned to completely surrender to Jiang Che. Just put a bunch of food on the table and start eating. Jiang Shuyan was the most conflicted. It was not that she didn't want to eat, but when she thought about the group of students outside the door who were still starving while she was enjoying the delicious food here, she felt guilty. It's just that the sense of morality is still too high. Although she knew that Jiang Che's food must have been hard-earned, she still wanted to take the initiative to fight for it on behalf of the students. Jiang Che, can you give some supplies to the students? It doesn't have to be too much. They are all girls and can't eat too much. In order to avoid angering Jiang Che as much as possible, she took the initiative to add a sentence. With his head lowered, the index fingers of both hands were entangled constantly. Jiang Che took a big bite of the burger, then took a sip of the sports drink to restore his strength. He looked up at the beautiful counselor in front of him. He now has so much supplies that he can't finish them all, so it's not impossible for him to share some with a dozen girls. However, he couldn't agree to it so easily. Since the other party wants to take care of his students, he must make her owe him a big favor and make her feel guilty towards him from the bottom of her heart. Only in this way will it be easier for Jiang Che to improve his favorability towards her in the future. After all, the favorability has reached the maximum level, and you can still unlock another material permission. For Jiang Che, the most scarce thing now is the variety of supplies. It would be great if he could unlock another kind of supernatural fruit. Jiang Shuyan, you are so shameless. You are using the adult's food to do your own favors. Master Jiang lets you eat, so you should be content. You still want to push for more. If I were you, I would rather give it to a dog than give it to you. Before Jiang Che could speak, Su Yin started to ridicule him. She had always disliked Jiang Shuyan, and now that she had the chance to flatter her, she simply couldn't ask for more. At this time, Big Mouth, who was lying on the side to rest, looked at the other person in confusion, and then continued to lie down and sleep. Jiang Che felt that Su Yan's assist was great. With someone like her playing the good cop, he only had to play the bad cop. Jiang Shuyan was filled with shame after hearing what Su Yan said. She felt that she had indeed gone too far. I'm sorry, Counselor Jiang, it's not impossible to give a portion to your group of students. but there is a requirement. Jiang Shuyan had originally planned to apologize and admit her mistake, but Jiang Che's words rekindled hope in her heart. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will agree to any request you make. Jiang Shuyan didn't care about anything else and hurriedly bowed to Jiang Che to express her gratitude. Jiang Che waved his hand. My request is that you sleep with me tonight. Hearing Jiang Che's frank words, she subconsciously clamped her round legs together. His face suddenly turned red enough to look like blood was coming out. She is a virgin and has never been in a relationship, but she is going to sleep with a man tonight? But she had no ability to refuse, nor was she qualified to refuse. Okay, I got it. She had already promised Jiang Che to become his slave and to obey him 100 in the future. Now the other party is still willing to provide supplies to her students, which makes her feel guilty, but also grateful and fortunate. The person I want to follow is not a cold-blooded and heartless person. This made the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Che even more complicated. Jiang Che was not stingy and directly took out 30 steaming hamburgers from the space and placed them on the table. Jiang Shuyan carried him out of the office. Yang Lan and a group of female classmates outside the door were already starving. Seeing the counselor coming out with so many supplies, they all showed a look of surprise. Don't worry, everyone will have a share. Yang Lan and Jiang Shuyan were distributing food to everyone together. Su Yin watched Jiang Shuyan leave in the room, slowly approached Jiang Che and whispered, Sir, can I stay and serve you tonight? I can do anything. A flying dragon across the sky, a dragon across the river, Guanyin sitting on a lotus, ice and fire. As soon as Su Yin started talking about playing skills, she started to talk non-stop, and it was obvious that she was a veteran. Jiang Che had never heard of these moves, and he felt a little itchy in his heart. But when he thought of the other party's ability, he refused without hesitation. Impossible. Don't even think about it. You can only stay in the corridor today. Hearing Jiang Che's decisive refusal, Su Yan's face showed a little aggrieved, and she rubbed Jiang Che's thigh gently with her white thigh. If it doesn't work, can't I push you from behind? Jiang Che didn't even look at the other person. He stretched out his big hand and slapped Su Yan's thigh hard. A bright red palm print suddenly appeared. Su Yan screamed and obediently pulled her legs back. Lin Qingshuang, who was standing by, saw it all without saying a word. Chapter 86. Slaughter the Building. Soon, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Everyone left the office on their own initiative. Even Lin Qingshuang left the room and closed the door. Jiang Shuyan and Jiang Che were the only ones left in the room. This was also the first time Jiang Che did this kind of thing in the office, and he was quite excited. Although I have seen some short films that took place in offices before, this one felt like a movie reflecting reality. Moreover, Jiang Shuyan is a university counselor, and this sense of professional ethics makes him somewhat obsessed. There was only a folding bed in the room. Although it looked of good quality, Jiang Che ignored it without even thinking about it. With Jiang Che's powerful strength, it would probably fall apart in less than 3 minutes. Jiang Che looked at the beautiful woman standing opposite him and couldn't help swallowing. Jiang Shuyan has a great figure. Although his score is not as high as Professor Baile's, it can be said that they each have their own merits and characteristics. Jiang Che approached step by step, while Jiang Shuyan slowly retreated. Although she already knew what was going to happen, she still couldn't remain calm. Jiang Shuyan stopped when she touched the cold wall. She raised her slender swan neck and looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che supported himself against the wall with one hand and looked down at the female counselor in front of him who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The other person hasn't taken a shower for a while and sweated a lot today. He could smell a scent of body odor mixed with sweat entering his nostrils. The smell of hormones made Jiang Che move his mouth closer to hers. Once touched, it's out of control. It took a long time, until Jiang Shuyan could no longer breathe, and then the two separated. The towering silhouette in front of him pushed up the white shirt on his upper body, and it rose and fell violently with his rapid breathing. Jiang Che felt that the woman in front of him was really interesting. He clearly had an unwilling expression, but the hands that were pushing him forward were very weak. What a contrast! Tears began to rise in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly. What are you going to do? There was only a crisp sound of snap. She suddenly felt her plump buttocks being pinched hard by a strong and powerful hand. Jiang Che replied with a smile, Of course. Although the weather is still a bit cold, the temperature in the office is rising rapidly. There were bursts of moaning sounds coming from the room. The girls outside all blushed. They are all college students, so how could they not know what happened in the room? However, it was the first time for them to eavesdrop on others. Everyone felt very excited. They never expected that the superwoman in their eyes would see this day. What a slut. She looks innocent, but I didn't expect she would be so slutty when she screams. A discordant voice rang out among the crowd. The person who spoke was naturally Su Yan. She did not hide anything and did not hold back her voice. So many people around heard it. Among them, Yang Lan was the most angry. She had the best relationship with Counselor Jiang, and at this moment she wanted to defend Jiang Shuyan, but she opened her mouth and couldn't say a word. Inside the office, Jiang Che and Jiang Shuyan stood beside their desks in a rather strange posture. Jiang Shuyan was half undressed, sweating profusely, and exuding a mature scent all over her body. At this moment, her aversion to men was completely cured by Jiang Che. She put her arms around Jiang Che's neck, appearing to be as intimate as possible. Wait a minute, I'll take off my glasses. I feel a little uncomfortable. As she spoke, Jiang Shuyan took off her gold-rimmed glasses. However, he was stopped in time by Jiang Che's big hand. How can I take it off? If I take it off, the feeling of abstinence will be completely gone. Don't take them off. I like seeing you wearing glasses. Hearing what Jiang Che said in her ear and feeling the heat coming from her ear, she found that she really could not refuse this man's request. Okay, I got it. In the early morning, when the first ray of gentle sunlight shines into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Qingqing woke up on the soft big bed. This was her first day living in room 3001. To be honest, the experience was beyond imagination. Luxurious homes, abundant supplies, and neighbors who speak equally nicely. All of this was what she had always dreamed of. Thinking back to the dark room where she lived before, she felt infinitely grateful. I haven't had such a comfortable sleep in a long time. She stretched lazily on the bed, revealing a smooth calf beneath the thick quilt, with 5 crystal clear and lovely toes stretched out vigorously. Well, since I don't have to go to work, I might as well sleep for a while. Li Qingqing smacked her lips lightly and turned over, intending to fall asleep again and do unspeakable things with her Prince Charming once again. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded outside. She was so scared that she immediately opened her eyes and climbed out of bed. What happened? She didn't care about the sudden exposure of her beauty at this moment, and quickly moved her body towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Since my legs have almost recovered, there is almost no problem in getting out of bed and moving around. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down through the window, only to see bursts of red light suddenly emerging from under the black fog. Turbulent and hot. There was also a loud explosion. Li Qingqing didn't know what was going on, but she knew that such a drastic change was definitely not a good thing. He quickly changed his clothes and left the room. As soon as she arrived in the living room, she found that her 2 female roommates, Lin Wan and Bai Yue, were already gathered in the living room. Both of them stared outside the floor in a daze. Li Qingqing also leaned over to take a look. After taking a look, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. I saw a raging fire on the opposite floor. A skinny young woman ran to the window, shouting at the top of her lungs. Help! Someone is killing me. As soon as she shouted this, she saw a man in black clothes and holding a stick appear behind her, grab the woman's head and slam it against the wall. The hideousness and madness on his face make people terrified. After knocking the woman to the point where she was completely unable to resist, he dragged her back into the house. Sister Lin Wan, why is it like this outside? It was the first time that Li Qingqing saw such a cruel scene. Meeting Jiang Che after her first encounter with the ferocious beast could be said to be the luckiest thing in her life. Lin Wan also looked a little flustered at this time. She could see that the other party was carrying out an organized and premeditated massacre. Chapter 87 Black Nightmare Nail. Although Lin Wan can be considered a person with special abilities now, her special abilities have no ability to save her life. Whether you encounter a ferocious beast or a person with special powers, you can only run for your life. Why don't we call Brother Jiang? Maybe he knows what to do. Bai Yue took the initiative to speak. In her eyes, Jiang Che was omnipotent. She had witnessed with her own eyes the whole process of him killing Wang Gang and the mutant cow cat. Only when she is with Jiang Che can she feel absolutely safe. Lin Wan nodded. This was obviously not the time to show off. After returning to the room and picking up her cell phone, Lin Wan was about to call Jiang Che. But at this moment, she found that no matter how she pressed her phone, there was no display. I checked and found that my phone was turned off. Strange. I clearly remember charging it last night. When she plugged her phone into the charger again, Lin Wan suddenly discovered something horrifying. There was a power outage in her house. This discovery instantly made her lose her composure, and she hurried out of the bedroom. Qingqing, Yue, check if your phones still have power. After hearing Lin Wan's question, Bai Yue and Li Qingqing both realized that something was obviously wrong. He hurried back to his bedroom and looked for his cell phone. Now during the apocalypse, Everyone is staying at home, and the only form of entertainment is to browse their phones. Playing with your phone until it runs out of battery, and then going to bed is the norm. Only mobile phones can provide them with a little comfort in doomsday. It's over. Sister Lin Wan, my phone isn't charged. Bai Yue also ran to Lin Wan with a panicked look on her face and said. Hearing Bai Yue's words, Lin Wan's heart sank. Sister Lin Wan, my tablet still has power. At this time, Li Qingqing's voice came from inside the room, making Lin Wan and the others look surprised. The two of them hurriedly ran to Li Qingqing's side. Look at the tablet in her hand. I saw that the column showing the battery level had turned red, indicating an emergency level of power, with only the last one of power left. Quick, call Jiang Che right away. Lin Wan's expression changed from excitement to nervousness again. Oh, okay, I'll look for it. Li Qingqing was also a little panicked, and frantically searched for Jiang Che's contact information on her tablet. But after searching for a long time, I found nothing. Only then did she remember that she didn't have Jiang Che's contact information at all. Whenever she had contact with Jiang Che, it was always Jiang Che who took the initiative to approach her. Sister Lin Wan, I don't have Jiang Che's contact information. Then send a message to the owner group of Building 11. Jiang Che will definitely be able to see it. Bai Yue's brain was quite quick, and she immediately came up with a solution. I rented a house here, and I didn't join the owner group. Li Qingqing lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, her voice choked with sobs. The three of them were stunned. This was simply too confusing. The three of them could only watch as the only device with power slowly shut down. Lin Wan felt her head buzzing, but she was able to remain calm. She put her arm around Li Qingqing's shoulders and took the initiative to comfort her. Don't worry. Things are not as bad as we thought. At least we still have supplies and water. As long as the commotion down there doesn't continue to escalate, we will definitely be able to wait for Jiang Che to come back. Lin Wan couldn't think of any other solution now. All she could do was try her best to comfort the other two sisters. It's impossible to get out. I just saw a murder scene outside. I guess there are no normal people outside. They are all crazy. Now they can only hope that the environment in the community does not deteriorate and that Jiang Che can return in time. Gimhe University, Girls' Dormitory, Counselor's Office. Jiang Che woke up slowly from the folding bed. My body felt heavy, as if there was a huge fiery octopus tightly wrapped around me. Jiang Che rubbed his eyes and immediately saw a smooth and beautiful body. It was Jiang Shuyan, who was lying on top of him at the moment, still wearing her gold-rimmed glasses even when she was sleeping. It must be uncomfortable to sleep with glasses on, but just because she said, I like to see her wearing glasses. She didn't take it off all night. Recalling the crazy scenes of last night, looking at the red slap marks all over the other person's body. He did all of this last night, not because he wanted to, but because he found himself doing it every time he whipped the other person. She will become extremely excited. He put his arms around her slender waist, enjoying the tenderness of the moment, while listening to the system prompts coming from his ears. It is detected that the host has bound a new goddess. A virtual image of a character appeared in front of Jiang Che. She was wearing a white shirt, a black skirt, and gold-rimmed glasses, and had a curvy figure. Who else could it be if not Jiang Shuyan? Jiang Shuyan's current favorability, 59. Seeing this favorability, Jiang Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The relationship between him and Counselor Jiang was not actually harmonious, and it could be said to be full of violence and coercion. He originally thought that it would be good if Jiang Shuyan's favorability could be a positive number. I didn't expect the result to be unexpectedly high. Teacher Jiang definitely has some psychological problems. The more I abuse her, the happier she is. Jiang Che felt that it was very likely, as could be seen from the game between the two last night. Whenever he performed a violent dunk, Jiang Shuyan always behaved surprisingly submissively. Congratulations to the host. Your abilities have been improved. Physical strengthening ability upgraded from LV3 to LV4. Physical strengthening LV4. Your physical fitness is greatly improved. When your body is damaged, it will consume physical strength to repair it. Each time you bind to a goddess, your physical strength will automatically increase by 1 level. This has become the norm in the system. It doesn't rely on luck like other superpowers and is very stable. Feeling the power constantly filling his body, Jiang Che couldn't help but hum softly. The main reason is that it is so comfortable. It is not only an improvement to my body, but also a sublimation of my soul. Jiang Che read the explanation of the new supernatural power. At first glance, there didn't seem to be much difference from before, but after looking closely, Jiang Che still found some differences. The original non-lethal parts disappeared. Jiang Che couldn't help but be shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Does this mean that I no longer have any fatal weaknesses in my body? No matter where I get hurt, I can recover through my physical strength. Jiang Che felt that the probability was quite high. It could be said that at this moment his body had undergone a qualitative leap. At this time, the system continued to emit new prompt sounds. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new item, Rare Supernatural Fruit, Black Nightmare Nail. Black Nightmare Nail. Use mental power to condense a black nail, which can be used to temporarily shock the enemy's mind and tighten it, causing damage to the enemy's mind. Currently, the number of Black Nightmare Nails that can be condensed is 1. Chapter 88 Lucky Plus 1. When I saw that the materials unlocked by the system turned out to be rare supernatural fruits, Jiang Che's eyes widened. The arms around Jiang Shuyan's slender waist also became more forceful. Counselor Jiang is really generous. He originally came to Jinhai University just for Lin Qingshue's rare supernatural power. I didn't expect that I could get another one from Jiang Shuyan. With the supplies obtained from Jiang Shuyan, to be honest, Jiang Che's trip to Jinhai University was not a loss. If I can conquer a few more goddesses later, it will be pure profit. Just when Jiang Che thought the reward was over, he suddenly heard a reminder sound again. Detected the goddess, special physical talent, unlocked special entries, luck plus 1. Character panel has been updated. Name, Jiang Che. Spirit, 154, ordinary people 10. Physique, 125, ordinary person 10. Lucky 1. Unlocked materials, Wakaka mineral water, double beef burger, spirit fruit, Red Bull energy drink type 1, Black Nightmare nail fruit. Superpowers, physical enhancement LV4, flash LV1, mental detection LV3, laser eye, rare, LV1. Bound goddesses, Lin Qingshuang, Lin Wan, Bai Yue, Jiang Shuyan. Seeing the new entries, Jiang Che felt a little confused. What is the role of luck? In today's society, if you can only pick up money when you go out, you are really like waste. However, the system did not provide any explanation, and Jiang Che stopped thinking about the new entry and quickly entered the material space to check his gains. As soon as he entered, Jiang Che saw the newly appeared supernatural fruit at a glance. The new fruit is quite eye-catching, with a white shell and a black nail pattern on it. It doesn't look like something edible. It smells rich and has a fruity aroma. Jiang Che ate one in one bite, without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new ability, Black Nightmare Nail, LV1. Jiang Che ate one meal at a time, without stopping. After a whole night of physical labor, he was a little hungry, so he continued to eat. Congratulations to the host. The ability, Black Nightmare Nail, has been upgraded to LV2. This abrupt reminder sound surprised Jiang Che. Originally, only the first fruit had a 100 chance of obtaining supernatural powers, and the rest depended entirely on luck. It took me more than 10 spirit detection to upgrade to LV2. I didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. No, that bit of luck is at work. Jiang Che couldn't help but think so in his heart. He might as well eat another one. However, this time there was no system prompt sound as expected. I ate more than 10 pills in a row, but the imagined upgrade notification sound never came again. I guess it was just a coincidence just now. How about trying another fruit? Jiang Che took out the spiritual fruit without thinking. Spiritual detection has been stuck at LV3 for too long. I have even eaten the spiritual fruit as if it were fruit, but there is still no improvement. Jiang Che actually didn't have any expectations this time. But as the sweet juice goes down my throat, the long-lost system prompt sound rang again. Congratulations to the host. The ability, Spirit Detection, has been upgraded to LV4. Spirit Detection LV4. Detection range expanded to 40 meters. You can try to control other creatures with your mind. It actually worked. Jiang Che was filled with excitement. Not only has the detection range been expanded, but the most important thing is that the latter part is no longer restricted to low IQ creatures. Jiang Che felt that he could try to control not only the ferocious beasts, but even humans. This time, I can really say that I have made a great improvement. Just when Jiang Che was planning to eat a few more supernatural fruits. Boom, boom, boom. A crisp knock on the door sounded in the room. Master Jiang Che, it's almost noon now. We can prepare to go to the Twin Towers. The super clip sound is so annoying to listen to. No need to think, it must be Su Yan. At this time, even Jiang Shuyan in Jiang Che's arms was awakened by the sound of the clasps. The two of them quickly packed up and went to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw Su Yan leaning against the door. Oh my. Look, our counselor Jiang. What kind of magic medicine did she take? How come she looks so radiant just overnight? As soon as Su Yan saw Jiang Shuyan behind Jiang Che, her eyes were filled with jealousy. Why am I not as pretty as her? Why am I not the one sleeping with Lord Jiang? Okay, Su Yan, come in for a moment. I have something to tell you. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Su Yan's face lit up with joy. She thought that the slutty Jiang Shuyan couldn't satisfy Jiang Che and wanted to have a second go with her. She couldn't ask for more. Jiang Che handed some supplies to Jiang Shuyan and asked her to distribute them to the people outside the door. He closed the door and walked into the room with Su Yan. Before Jiang Che could say anything, Su Yan started to tear her clothes off frantically, as if she was possessed by a demon. She was only wearing a coat, but the change immediately exposed her beauty. Large areas of her milky white skin were exposed. Master Jiang, please love me now. Don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower. Su Yan closed her eyes, stretched out her hands, and opened her arms towards Jiang Che. But what he waited for was not Jiang Che's passionate kiss, but the click sound of a bullet being loaded. You'd better calm down, or I'm going to shoot you. Hearing Jiang Che's cold words, Su Yan was so frightened that her neck shrank, and she quickly put on her clothes obediently. Master Jiang, what instructions do you have? Jiang Che paused, looked into the other person's eyes and said, You said before that you wanted to join me, right? That's right. That's right. Master Jiang, I really don't want to stay in this school anymore. The whole school is rotten. Staying here is tantamount to chronic suicide. I think you must have a brighter future. Su Yan's face was full of seriousness and admiration. If Jiang Che didn't know how bad the other person's character was, he would have believed it himself. Since you plan to join me, I will make a guarantee. I will test you in a moment. If you don't resist, I will agree to your joining. Otherwise, all our previous agreements will be invalid. Your fate will be to become Big Mouth's food. Jiang Che spoke slowly but with great vigor. Su Yan felt a chill in her heart when she heard this. The other party did not give her the right to choose at all. She had no choice but to agree anyway. Master Jiang, I really want to follow you. I am willing to do any test. In her mind, this kind of test is nothing more than deterrence and brainwashing. As long as she keeps her heart true and performs deliberately, there will be no problem. When Jiang Che heard the other parties, I agree. He nodded and took the initiative to walk to Jiang Shuyan's side. I'm about to start. Remember, you only have this one chance. At this time, Big Mouth also walked slowly to Jiang Che's side, staring at him with his big black eyes. That's right. Jiang Che wanted to try whether he could use the mental chains to completely control Su Yan. Chapter 89. Subjugating Su Yan. Although Su Yan's ability is not as good as his, her growth potential is the strongest Jiang Che has ever seen. You can directly obtain other people's superpowers by playing ball. If he couldn't control her completely, Jiang Che really didn't dare to keep her by his side. Who knows? She might do something ruthless to him at any time. Su Yan felt Jiang Che gently place his hand on her head. Although she was somewhat puzzled, she still sat there obediently. He can't possibly have the ability to control people. That would be too evil. She couldn't help but think so in her heart, but she still gave Jiang Che a professional smile on her face. But the next second, suddenly, she felt that everything around her suddenly became quiet. Wrong. It's not that the surroundings have become quiet. It's that I can't perceive any sound. Everything around me is disappearing quickly. It seems that the whole world is fading away. Su Yan's smile suddenly froze on her face, followed by an uncontrollable huge fear in her heart. The whole person felt like he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence. What's going on? I'm going to die. Is this still the world of the living? Soon, the whole world returned to black and white, except for Jiang Che in front of him, who became taller and deeper, still retaining his original color. Su Yan's body trembled slightly, her eyes widened wildly, but her pupils were shrinking rapidly. She couldn't believe what she saw. What did she see? An extremely huge tree slowly appeared behind Jiang Che. The trunk of the tree is as black as a mountain, and its branches are as winding as black dragons. It was like the mushroom cloud after a nuclear bomb explosion, almost piercing the entire sky. So scary. Who on earth is he? Why does he have such a terrifying ability? What the hell is this tree? Su Yan's reaction was completely opposite to what Big Mouth had experienced before. At the beginning, Big Mouth was just maintaining his body's instinctive ferocity and wanted to break free when he encountered danger. But Su Yan is different. She has human thinking and reason. She knows that if she struggles, the consequences will be unbearable for her. So no matter how terrifying it was, she didn't dare to confront Jiang Che's power. After the mental detection was upgraded to level 4, Jiang Che's mental power soared a lot. It can be said that it was not so strenuous for Jiang Che to use this kind of mental control again. I don't know if it was because Su Yan was particularly cooperative, but Jiang Che's mental control this time was completed in one go. when the mental chain was completely solidified around Su Yan's neck. Jiang Che smiled and then withdrew his hand. It can be said that Su Yan is his second dog from now on and will not cause any waves again. The strange visions around disappeared and the world became colorful again. Su Yan fell to her knees, breathing in the air around her in big gulps like a fish about to die of thirst. She made the right bet, and she is still alive. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Jiang Che. Master Jiang, have I passed the test? She didn't dare to have any evil thoughts now. Although she didn't know what kind of ability that was, it was definitely overwhelming to her. Even Wang Dongdong, the most powerful person in Jinhai University, is probably just a nobody in front of Jiang Che. No problem, you have passed the test. Jiang Che sensed the spiritual chain in his hand. It can be said that Su Yan's life is now completely in his hands. He didn't know why Su Yan had such a big reaction, nor did he know what the other party saw. I just thought that the other party was afraid that his life was in his hands. Okay, we can go find Wang Dongdong now. Now that the matter has been resolved, Jiang Che will naturally go to pick up his next little beauty. Jiang Che originally wanted to take Lin Qingshuang with him to pick up her sister. But Jiang Che thought about it and gave up. The main reason is that if he really fought with Wang Dongdong, he really would not have the time to take care of the other party. But I thought that the other party really had no ability to save his life. Before leaving, Jiang Che left a pistol for the other party to use for self-defense. Gimhe University, Twin Towers B. This can also be considered the student union's territory. It can be said that now, except for the experimental area which is occupied by the military, all other places in the entire school are under the jurisdiction of the student union. After all, it is the largest organization in Gimhe University authorized by the president. Everyone who lives here is a small leader of the student union. Have you heard? Some of the experts in the experimental area have already begun to evacuate. Is this true? Where are we going? The imperial capital. I heard that it is. It is said that a very terrifying beast was captured in the imperial capital, and experts from all over the country need to be summoned to study it. That's none of our business. What we need to think about is how to take over the entire experimental area after they leave. There should be a lot of weapons that they can't take away. When the time comes, I'll get a few guns to play with. Although they all still have young faces, the pride on their faces and slightly raised chins have already exposed the expansion of their hearts. In their eyes, the withdrawal of troops is not only not a bad thing, but a good thing. Da-da-da. At this moment, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground rang out in the empty hall. All of a sudden, the college students who were chatting and arguing with each other fell silent. They all knew very well in their hearts that in the entire student union, or even in the entire school, there was only one person who dared to wear high heels in the current environment. Everyone stood up and looked towards the door. Sure enough, a pair of slender and tender white legs appeared in front of everyone. Proud look, delicate internet celebrity face. Who else could it be if not Su Yan? Hello, Sister Yan. A group of college students imitated the scenes in movies and TV dramas, bowing and greeting Su Yan. As for the fact that there was a strange man following Su Yan, they were not surprised at all. Su Yan's reputation as a playboy had spread widely throughout the school before the end of the world. Now, if there is any handsome boy in the whole school, he will definitely be lying in Su Yan's bed within 2 days. Has Wang Dongdong come back? Su Yan held Jiang Che's arm and nodded coldly at the people in front of her. Report to Sister Yan. I just saw Chairman Wang pushing a girl in from outside. He must have returned to his room now. An ordinary-looking girl with a ponytail came up and smiled flatteringly at Su Yan. Although the boys in the school avoided Su Yan, she was still a popular girl among the girls. As long as Su Yan noticed him and assigned a good job, the material rations would definitely be enough. Okay, I got it. You guys just stay at the door. I need to talk to Wang Dongdong about something. Don't let anyone come up and disturb us. Su Yan gave instructions to several people. Several people nodded hurriedly. Even if they were given 10 more brains, they could not have imagined that Vice Chairman Su in front of them actually went upstairs to kill Student Union Chairman Wang Dongdong. Chapter 90 Wang Dongdong's Powerful Strength. At this time, on the top floor of the Twin Towers, in Wang Dongdong's room, Wang Dongdong was still meticulously tidying up the figures on the wall. I had taken Lin Qingxue out of school to play for a night before, and we visited some relatively non-dangerous places, hoping to let her relax. I also got a lot of figures that Lin Qingxue liked. In order to please Lin Qingxue, he wanted to place Lin Qingxue's favorite figures in the most conspicuous place in the room. Qingxue, can you please put this here? Wang Dongdong held the heavy figurine and turned his face to look at the girl behind him. Lin Qingxue sat in a wheelchair, stirring her fingers gently, still feeling a little uneasy. Looking at Wang Dongdong busying around, she showed a kind smile on her face. She knew that Wang Dongdong just wanted her to be happier. She was a kind girl and naturally would not spoil her fun. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Wang Dongdong. No, it's okay, this is what I should do, ha. Every time Wang Dongdong heard Lin Qingshue's thanks, he would scratch his big fat head embarrassedly, just as the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more harmonious. Squeak. The door was suddenly pushed open with force. Wang Dongdong's brows suddenly frowned. Now he is the president of the student union, and no one dares to come in without knocking. The only person who dared to do this could be imagined with his toes. Su Yan, what are you doing here again? I repeat again, I have no interest in you. My heart belongs to Qingxue. He added this sentence silently in his heart. Chairman Wang, I am here to report my work to you. Who made you angry? Why are you so angry today? A charming voice first entered the room, followed by two figures walking in. A man and a woman. The man is tall and handsome. The woman is charming and seductive, but a little too charming. The two of them seemed to be quite a good match. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Che immediately locked onto Lin Qingshue's presence. It's not that Jiang Che's eyesight is so good, but that the other party is too conspicuous. Snow-like long hair and delicate facial features. She looks 30 similar to her sister Lin Qingshuang, but she is even prettier than Lin Qingshuang. Name, Lin Qingshuo. Appearance, 97. Height, 93. Purity, 100, pure and flawless. Favorability, 0. Ding. A special goddess has been detected. You can obtain rare abilities by attacking her. Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Jiang Che finally felt relieved. It seemed that it was indeed as Professor Bailey said. Wang Dongdong is an honest child and did not do anything excessive to Lin Qingshuo. Is this Lin Qingshuo? What characteristics does she have that make the system give a special prompt? Jiang Che has no shortage of women now, and is no longer the little virgin who would get nervous when seeing beautiful women. The look in his eyes as he looked at the other person now did not contain any evil thoughts, but was full of scrutiny and inquiry. Lin Qingshuo also noticed this man with a deep temperament at a glance. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he know me? But I have no impression of him at all. Hello? May I ask if we have met somewhere before? Lin Qingshuo took the initiative to ask Jiang Che. But before Jiang Che could answer, a fat figure appeared behind Jiang Che and Lin Qingshuo. The speed can be said to be quite fast. Even Jiang Che couldn't see the other party's movement trajectory. This couldn't simply be described as fast. Xiaoxue, don't talk to him. No one who is close to Su Yin is a good person. Wang Dongdong looked at Jiang Che with vigilance and spoke very impolitely. He is actually a very possessive person. He was incompetent before, but now that he has become stronger, he wants to possess Lin Qingshuo tightly and doesn't want her to have contact with anyone else. What's more, the other person was so handsome, which made him even more unhappy. After saying that, he pushed Lin Qingshue's wheelchair towards the corner of the room. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene. He had originally wanted to reason with the other party. If he could take Lin Qingshuo away without bloodshed, he would even want to spare the other party's life. But now it seems that this is really not possible. The other party is looking for death. He pinched Su Yan's shoulder with his hand, and Su Yan immediately understood what he meant and gave a cruel smile. Su Yan, don't come to my room if you have nothing to do, especially don't bring any questionable men to my room. You know, I hate your habits. Wang Dongdong said with an unhappy look on his face, not caring at all what the two people thought. Just as he settled Lin Qingshuo and was about to turn around. Sudden, a violent airwave came from behind him. He could feel that the target was exactly him. His face suddenly changed, and then the whole person immediately turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Boom. Bang. Two loud noises sounded in succession, with the interval between them being no more than 1 second. First, two scarlet laser beams passed through his head and hit the wall. Then, the super-masculine Su Yin punched with great force at the place where Wang Dongdong was originally standing. Since both of them were giving it their all, it can be said that the damage they caused to each other was quite horrific. The originally flat wall was directly pierced by Jiang Che's laser, and the shelves that originally placed the figures all collapsed. Not to mention the floor, the originally shiny tiles had already been smashed into pieces by Su Yin, and a huge dent appeared on the ground. However, both of them deliberately avoided Lin Qingshuo, so Lin Qingshuo was only slightly panicked and did not suffer any harm. When Su Yin saw Lin Qingshuo so close to her, she wanted to take her away without any hesitation. Jiang Che had already told her about this mission before coming. The main thing is to take Lin Qingshuo away. As for Wang Dongdong, kill him if possible. Seeing that Su Yin was about to hit Lin Qingshuo's wheelchair, a roar sounded throughout the room. Su Yin, you are looking for death. Xiaoxue is mine. Don't any of you dare touch her. Then Wang Dongdong's fat figure solidified again where he had disappeared from before. It was as if he had never left. But at this time, the other party's face was full of anger. He stretched out his chubby palm and slapped Su Yan's body directly. In Jiang Che's eyes, Wang Dongdong just raised his hand, and the next moment his hand slapped Su Yan's back hard. That speed feels like it has reached the same level as flash. Bang! A huge explosion sounded as if the air was compressed. Jiang Che was a little surprised at this time. He saw with his own eyes this palm strike, which directly turned half of Su Yan's body into a bloody mist. He was very clear about Su Yan's physical fitness after the transformation. Being able to smash half of her body with one palm, it can be said that his strength is no less than laser eyes. He was sure that the other party's strength was undoubtedly the best in Jinhai University. Chapter 91 Selfishness. Cough. Blood and minced meat were coughed out by Su Yan. Large areas of the body's internal organs were exposed to the air. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would have been dead long ago. Her face turned pale in an instant. Unable to support his body any longer, he fell to the ground with a thump. This injury is several times more serious than the one caused by being stepped on by Big Mouth. This was also her first time fighting with Wang Dongdong. She originally thought that even if the other party was stronger than her, his strength was only limited. But now I am being taught a lesson. This is not just limited strength, this is simply crushing. Moreover, with the weakened supernatural powers she copied, it is impossible to repair a body that is so severely damaged. It can be said that her life is now completely in the hands of Wang Dongdong. Lying on the ground, Su Yan subconsciously looked at Jiang Che, hoping that he could save her life. However, Wang Dongdong had no intention of continuing to attack Su Yan. He simply kicked Su Yan to the door of the room like a dead dog. Wang Dongdong now also realized that Su Yan came here for Lin Qingxue this time. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to touch Lin Qingxue, in his heart, Lin Qingxue's status was above everything else. No matter what, he would not let the other party take Lin Qingxue away. Wang Dongdong's fat body blocked Lin Qingxue in front of him, like a big water tank, perfectly blocking Lin Qingxue's body. Su Yan, I don't know why you did such a thing today, but since we are classmates, I can spare your life today. Get out of here with your people. Never show up at Jinhai University again. Otherwise, I will kill you next time. Wang Dongdong's face looked ferocious at the moment, completely different from the good guy he had before. He actually looked like he had the aura of a superior. Lin Qingxue had never seen such a bloody scene, and her face turned pale instantly. But she still asked with trembling lips. What on earth is going on? You, why did you kill Wang Dongdong? In her impression, Wang Dongdong is definitely not a bad person. On the contrary, today when the end of the world is approaching, he can be said to be the savior of Jinhai University. In order to ensure the safety of the school, we took the initiative to eliminate most of the mutant creatures in Jinhai University. Now, in order to keep most people in the school alive, we are trying our best to search for supplies outside. It can be said that if there was no Wang Dongdong, the entire Jinhai University would have been in chaos long ago. But she never expected that there was someone in Jinhai University who wanted to kill Wang Dongdong, which made her, who was already naive, very confused. Jiang Che first glanced at Su Yan, who was dying on the ground, and then looked at Wang Dongdong, who was looking angry in front of him. He took a deep breath. It seems that the routine proposed by Su Yan at the beginning was a complete failure. However, Wang Dongdong did not intend to kill Su Yan. Instead, he took the initiative to drive them away. This was something Jiang Che had never expected. Is this another Madonna savior character like Jiang Xuan? Jiang Che smiled at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue, your sister asked me to pick you up. Jiang Che's faint voice sounded, instantly stirring up waves in Lin Qingxue's heart. Then there came an unstoppable surge of surprise. It's my sister. She really didn't lie to me. She said she would come back to find me, and now she really came to find me. The little hands pushed the wheelchair and made room behind Wang Dongdong. Really? Is this really my sister? Where is she now? I want to see her. She was a little excited now and didn't care about anything else. She had been missing her sister Lin Qingxuang these days. She was afraid that the other party would encounter danger on the way here, and she was also afraid that the other party would not come to pick her up. The relationship between the two sisters is better than expected. Seeing Lin Qingxue so excited at this moment, Wang Dongdong felt a little panicked. It's even more terrifying than the previous sneak attack. Xiao Xue, don't believe him. He and Su Yan came together to kill me, so he must not be a good person. He must have used this news to deceive you. Wang Dongdong started throwing dirty water without any hesitation, no matter what the other party questioned. After hearing what Wang Dongdong said, Lin Qingxue also realized it belatedly. The excitement in my heart gradually disappeared and was replaced by deep doubt. Yes. How do you prove that you know my sister? Jiang Che smiled and said that it was easy to get evidence. He took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and threw it at Lin Qingxue. There are many photos of him and Lin Qingxuang in it. These were all photos taken by Jiang Che when the two had just gotten together, and the scale of the photos can be said to be frighteningly large. But at this time, Lin Qingxuang's face still had a dead look, and she looked frighteningly cold. Lin Qingshue's fingers gently flipped the photos, and her little face flushed. She was 100% sure that the woman in the photo was her sister Lin Qingxuang. So, what the man in front of me said was true, and he was really the man my sister called to save me. As long as you come with me, I can take you to meet your sister, Jiang Che said in a calm voice. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Qingxue was extremely excited and was about to agree. But at this moment, Wang Dongdong became completely famous. Don't think I can't see through your tricks. You are just after Xiaoxue's beauty. You want to trick Xiaoxue away with just a few photos? I tell you it's impossible. Wang Dongdong is quite selfish when it comes to matters concerning Lin Qingxue. He didn't care whether the other party really knew Xiaoxue's sister. Even if Xiaoxue's sister herself came, she could stay here, but she couldn't take Xiaoxue away. This is also one of the reasons why he has always refused to give Lin Qingxue a mobile phone, for fear that the other party would contact the outside world and want to leave him. After saying this, his entire fat body disappeared from the spot at an incredible speed. The target is Jiang Che. He wanted to beat to death the person who wanted to destroy his happy life. Only when he dies will Lin Qingxue completely abandon all her fantasies about the outside world. Liar. Go to hell. Wang Dongdong's figure appeared in front of Jiang Che. The fleshy palm went straight to Jiang Che's face. Wang Dongdong, don't. This is the only clue to find her sister at present. Lin Qingxue wanted to rush up to stop Wang Dongdong, but her legs were disabled. He was so excited that he fell off the wheelchair. Su Yin was lying on the ground, her eyes gradually widening as she watched the scene in front of her. She knew very well the power of this palm. After all, she had just taken it hard. Seeing Jiang Che still standing there, she seemed to have a premonition of what would happen next. The image of her head feeling like a watermelon exploding had already appeared in her mind. Boss. Run. Chapter 92 Her Blade. Su Yin felt extremely bitter, with thoughts racing through her mind. Isn't the boss I just joined going to die here? Will Wang Dongdong take his anger out on me and kill me too? But the next moment, what she expected did not happen. Jiang Che's figure also disappeared at the same spot. It's even more bizarre than Wang Dongdong's actions. There was not a trace at all, as if the whole person had disappeared out of thin air. This is the power of flashing. Although he is definitely not as capable as Wang Dongdong in long-term movement. But even in this tiny space of time, Jiang Che's dodge is still better at the moment. Boom. The explosion sound of compressed air rang in the air. Wang Dongdong's slap missed. Even his own face was filled with shock and disbelief. This move of his that had always been effective was actually ineffective at this moment. How is this possible? How can he dodge? Su Yan's performance was the most incredible. From the initial disappointment, I immediately became ecstatic. I really didn't make a mistake. The boss is the strongest. Because she sees things from a bystander's perspective, she sees things most clearly and comprehensively. She saw a flash of yellow light behind Wang Dongdong. Jiang Che's figure suddenly reappeared, with a dazzling scarlet light in his eyes. The terrifying laser poured out, aiming at Wang Dongdong's back. Every move Jiang Che makes is intended to kill his opponent. He will not be as soft-hearted as Wang Dongdong. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. The laser easily pierced Wang Dongdong's spine. However, not only did the other party not struggle or scream, there was not even any blood or flesh splattering. Jiang Che immediately realized that something was wrong. Oh no, this is an afterimage. Jiang Che's body reacted instinctively and he immediately turned around to observe the surrounding environment. At the same time, spiritual detection has been fully turned on. Want to find out Wang Dongdong who is hiding? Jiang Che's level 4 physical enhancement is not just about strengthening his physique. Dynamic vision, body control, and even the brain's thinking speed have all been significantly improved. All decisions are made in an instant. However, at this time, Jiang Che did not see the familiar fat man within his sight. Through mental detection, one can see an extremely bright spot of light in the entire room, running around wildly in the room. The speed is extremely fast, and there is no pattern at all. You damned rat. All you can do is run. Jiang Che had no way to deal with the opponent's behavior. He couldn't just use his laser eyes to shoot indiscriminately. By then, Wang Dongdong might be fine, but the others would be in trouble. Jiang Che didn't plan to care about the other party since Wang Dongdong didn't dare to confront him head-on. Then he would go and catch Lin Qingxue directly, so there would be no need to worry about the other party not showing up. As soon as Jiang Che took a step towards Lin Qingxue, the surroundings immediately changed drastically. Waves of sharp aura are coming from all directions. In an instant, Jiang Che got goosebumps. Jiang Che frowned, because he didn't see anything approaching him. and through spiritual detection, he did not find anything with energy density approaching him. What on earth is this? Is it my illusion? Jiangche couldn't help but think so. But the next moment, severe pain comes. Jiangche immediately knew what it was. It's air. Those were streams of air that were compressed to the extreme. He wanted to try to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide. The air currents were like invisible blades, cutting bones and flesh from Jiangche's body. The whole room was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. In just a moment, Jiangche's clothes and flesh were all chopped into pieces. The whole person looked like a standing skeleton, with the organs in the skeleton exposed to the air and becoming broken. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingshui was completely frightened. This is much more miserable and terrifying than what happened to Su Yin just now. She is not only feeling physically uncomfortable, but also mentally uncomfortable. She could see clearly that Wang Dongdong didn't want her to leave. Now that she had finally found clues about her sister, it had been destroyed by Wang Dongdong himself. She lay on the cold ground, her knuckles turning white from pinching her palms. Her mood now became extremely complicated. Even though she was kind and optimistic, she felt a little more resentful towards Wang Dongdong at this moment. At this moment, the excitement on Su Yan's face had completely disappeared. She was now trying hard to crawl towards the door on the ground. Her mood today could be said to be up and down like a roller coaster, and now she is completely disheartened. I shouldn't have promised Jiangche that plan if I had known earlier. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the girls' dormitory to rescue them. If I had known. She is now feeling regretful. Now she only hoped that Wang Dongdong would not pay attention to her and just let her go like a maggot. But when I opened the door, I saw Big Mouth squatting at the door. Damn, I almost forgot that this big Buddha was guarding the door. She wanted to leave, and her big mouth bared her teeth. She was so scared that she didn't dare to leave immediately. No, big brother, your master is dead. Why are you staring at me instead of avenging him? Su Yin is really in tears now. She feels like God is really going to kill her today. Big Mouth looked at the woman in front of him with curiosity. It is now executing the order that Jiangche just gave it. Nothing is allowed to leave the room, not even a fly. At this time, Wang Dongdong also appeared in front of Lin Qingshui. Seeing Jiangche's expression, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiaoxue can stay by his side, it wouldn't be a problem even if he became a butcher. No one in my territory can take Xiaoxue away. He has now completely relaxed, and the air blade just now was his ultimate move. He had used this move to deal with countless ferocious beasts, and without exception, all of those beasts died under this move. He didn't believe that the other person, a mortal with flesh and blood, could handle it. Xiaoxue, it's okay. He was just about to turn around and help Lin Qingshui, who had fallen to the ground. But at this moment, strange noises were heard in the room again. Squeak. The source of the sound was Jiangche's body that looked like a bloody corpse. The strange noise attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Even Su Yin, who had already crawled to the door, couldn't help but look back. All three of them saw a jaw-dropping scene. On Jiangche's body that looked like a skeleton before, strands of red flesh and blood were like nimble little snakes, coiling and shaping on Jiangche's body. Crack, crack. As the sound of stretching muscles was heard, Jiangche's body miraculously returned to its original state. This is the horror of LV4 body enhancement. The body does not have any fatal weaknesses and recovers extremely quickly. As long as he can't be blasted to pieces in one breath, he can regenerate his flesh and blood with his own physical strength. Comparable to the flesh and blood giant Feng Hao that we met before. Chapter 93 Betting. Even though his body had recovered, Jiangche's clothes were completely gone. His perfect body proportions, strong muscle lines, and strong capital are completely exposed to the air. When Su Yin saw Jiangche's look in front of her, she didn't feel any hesitation or embarrassment. I opened my eyes wide, afraid of missing anything. This figure, which was like an ancient Greek sculpture, made her drool just by looking at it. The originally desperate heart was revived again. What exactly is his ability? We are both ordinary people. Why is his ability so powerful? If only I could do it with him once. It makes me so happy just thinking about it. But why does he hate me so much? Although I have more emotional experience, I am still very beautiful. At this moment, Su Yin thought of Jiang Shuyan's performance last night and felt a strong sense of jealousy in her heart. Lin Qingshui originally thought that Jiangche was dead and all clues about her sister would be lost. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better and the other party was still alive. A look of deep joy appeared on her face, but when she saw the majesty of Jiangche, her pretty face immediately blushed and she looked away. She was originally a pure and innocent little white flower who couldn't be more innocent. She had never even seen those kinds of erotic movies. The intensity was so high at the beginning that it made her little heart beat fast. On the other hand, Wang Dongdong should have the worst complexion among everyone, as if he had eaten a dead fly. It was not only because Jiangche was still alive, but also because he saw his perfect and strong body and his strong capital. It can be said that he has been fat since he was a child, and he is naturally a little inferior in that aspect. This must be about 20 centimeters? How can he be so strong? Why do I? Then, the inferiority in his heart turned into anger, although he didn't know how the other party survived. But if I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. Wang Dongdong planned to use the same trick again, using extremely fast speed to hide in a position that Jiang Che couldn't notice again, preparing for a sneak attack. But this time he decided to aim at the opponent's lower 3 areas and make him die in extreme pain. Wang Dongdong, please stop hitting me. Seeing Wang Dongdong disappear, Lin Xingxue wanted to reach out to stop him, but the other party seemed to have become a completely different person and did not listen to her at all. As a disabled person, she can't do anything and she can't stop anything. At this moment, Jiang Che looked at everything in front of him calmly. He had just figured it out. This kid's abilities were indeed quite strong. If you want to catch this slippery mouse, a head-on attack will definitely not work. But he had also figured out how to deal with this fat guy, and he must not be led by the nose by him. He lightly grasped the air with his palm, and with the help of his own mental power, wisps of black mist gradually condensed in his hand. Finally, it turned into a black spike about 80 centimeters long. There are dark red nerve-like lines floating on the surface of the nail, which looks extremely dangerous. The moment the nail fully appeared, the air pressure in the entire room seemed to drop. This is the new ability that Jiang Che awakened after taking the supernatural fruit, the Black Nightmare Nail. It is already a LV2C level superpower. In terms of level, it has surpassed the laser eye. Jiang Che slowly raised the Black Nightmare Nail in his hand. He did not use mental detection to find Wang Dongdong's location. It was simply a fantasy to want to catch Wang Dongdong while he was moving at high speed. So, he set his target on Lin Xingxue. Through his previous observations, he had already seen that this fat guy's love for Lin Xingxue had reached a perverted level. Since the opponent has been avoiding him, he will let the opponent actively bump into his attack. He just didn't believe that if Lin Xingxue was in danger, the other party would not save her. He is now really angry because of Wang Dongdong. He can give up this woman, but he must teach Wang Dongdong a lesson. Seeing Jiang Che raising the nail in his hand, he was actually aiming at Lin Xingxue. Su Yin felt like her brain was freezing. Could it be that when the master was injured just now, he injured his brain? This is obviously the wrong person. Didn't we say before that the purpose of this trip was to take Lin Xingxue away? This nail looks so scary. I'm afraid this little beauty will be nailed to death in an instant. Su Yin opened her mouth, wanting to remind Jiang Che, but she didn't dare to say anything. She was really afraid that Jiang Che would lose his mind and stab her with a nail. Although her body is recovering slowly now, she is sure that she will not be able to bear it at all. Didn't my sister ask him to come pick me up? Why does he want to kill me now? Lin Xingxue, who was lying on the ground, looked at the scene in front of her with disbelief. Perhaps because she has been disabled since childhood, she is more sensitive and can notice other people's emotions very keenly. She could not see any hesitation in Jiang Che's eyes. There is not even a trace of pity or sympathy for beautiful girls. The other party really wanted to kill her. Why? What did I do wrong? I have been trying my best to prevent conflicts between them. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, revealing disbelief and fear. At this time, Wang Dongdong, who was hiding in the dark and preparing to use the air blade again, was also shocked. He is going to kill Xiao Xue? Doesn't he know Xiao Xue's sister? How dare he do this? I know. He is just bluffing. He doesn't dare to throw it. His purpose is just to force me out. I will definitely not be fooled. Wang Dongdong sneered in his heart, feeling that he had seen through the other person's thoughts. However, things did not develop as he had imagined. The next moment, Jiang Che threw the Black Nightmare Nail out without hesitation. The powerful physical strength makes the Black Nightmare Nail fly out like a cannonball. Lin Xingxue was completely stunned where she stood. The pupils are constantly shrinking, and the dark nails in the eyes are constantly growing bigger. Just when she felt her life was coming to an end, a fat figure stood in front of her like a mountain. That's right. Wang Dongdong is out. At this critical moment, Wang Dongdong still stood up. He had to come out. The moment he saw the black nail thrown out by Jiang Che, he knew that the other party really wanted to kill him. There was no way he would give up on Lin Xingxue. I can only say that Jiang Che was betting on whether he would come out. Then he really won the bet. Chapter 94. A nail pierces the revolving lantern. Wang Dongdong stretched out a pair of fat palms and wrapped his body with a strong airflow. Wind is something very plastic. The gentle breeze is like a lover brushing your face. The strong wind is like a natural disaster that can destroy everything. Wang Dongdong's set of wind armor is also a skill he has learned from his continuous study of supernatural powers. Even when facing an extremely powerful beast, it can withstand several devastating blows. In his imagination, this black nail would not be much more powerful than the attacks of those ferocious beasts. It should be no problem for me to resist on my own. But the moment his hand touched the black nightmare nail, he knew he was wrong and extremely wrong. The black nightmare nail seemed to be completely unaffected, easily breaking through the wind armor and drilling directly into Wang Dongdong's palm. What was even more bizarre was that the black nightmare nail did not cause any damage at all, not even breaking the skin. What kind of ability is this? It's so powerful? Is it just a fancy but useless thing? This idea just emerged in his mind. Suddenly, his heart seemed to be squeezed by a pair of invisible hands. The originally pitch-black pupils suddenly shattered, revealing white cracks. A sharp pain came like a tsunami. It's not physical pain, but pain that comes from the mind and even the soul. That black nail seemed to be nailed into his soul. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. Wang Dongdong is no longer conscious at this moment. He felt as if he was walking onto a bridge. It was pitch black around him, and there was no sign of anyone. Looking at the reflection in the river under the bridge, it is a replay of my past life. From babbling as a child to entering university, the final picture is frozen in the smile of a white-haired girl. However, in the eyes of others, Wang Dongdong seemed to be under a spell and could not move at all. Jiang Che didn't expect that this black nightmare nail would be so overbearing. Wang Dongdong, who was so crazy just now, is now like a lamb to be slaughtered, without any ability to resist. Su Yin was stunned at this moment. No, isn't Big Brother so awesome? Who can beat you in this? She is now completely convinced, and the black nails are almost leaving a psychological trauma on her. Jiang Che took out a set of clothes from the supply space and put them on himself slowly. Although he has a good figure, he is not an exhibitionist and still has some regard for his dignity. He was not in a hurry now. He wanted to see how long the black nightmare nail could control Wang Dongdong. If the other party breaks free, it doesn't matter. He still has one cigarette, so you can just keep it. He walked up to Lin Qingxue leisurely. He picked up the little beauty who was still lying on the ground in a princess hug. Lin Qingxue's mind was still fuzzy, and she had no idea what was going on. Her hands subconsciously wrapped around Jiang Che's neck. To be honest, Lin Qingxue is very light and her body is extremely soft, as if she has no bones. Even though she hadn't taken a shower for a while, she still had the body fragrance of a young girl. Jiang Che brought Lin Qingxue to Wang Dongdong. He put his mouth close to Lin Qingxue's earlobe and said, "This idiot has just been trying to stop you from seeing your sister. Do you want to kill him together?" When Jiang Che said this, his expression was very gentle. There was even a smile on his face. Lin Qingxue only felt a chill running through her body, and she shuddered subconsciously. No, please don't kill Wang Dongdong. He is really a good person. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Dongdong for not allowing her to see her sister, she would not let Wang Dongdong die. Putting aside his selfish motives, Wang Dongdong was really nice to her. Jiang Che smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Che looked at Wang Dongdong. At this time, the white cracks in Wang Dongdong's eyes were slowly fading away. Jiang Che had a hunch that the other party was about to lift the mental shock. Jiang Che put his mouth close to Lin Qingxue's ear and whispered, "Next, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I will spare his life. Do you think it's okay?" Jiang Che's lips gently touched her delicate earlobe. It made her feel hot and itchy, and she was very uncomfortable. But when she thought about saving Wang Dongdong's life, she did not refuse and nodded in agreement. At the same time, near the experimental building, the military forces originally deployed throughout Jinhai University were constantly shrinking. The entire laboratory building was under complete guard. Special operations personnel holding steel guns, with serious expressions and wearing thermal imaging cameras, were constantly patrolling the surroundings. Today, as the black fog descends, thermal imaging has become an essential combat equipment. Because no matter whether it is a ferocious beast or a person with special abilities, the metabolic level in their body is far beyond that of ordinary people. The heat radiated from the body is particularly obvious under thermal imaging. Captain, the helicopter from headquarters is expected to arrive at 3 p.m. It can send all the research experts except Professor Bai Li to the headquarters at once. Zhang Bing nodded solemnly. Looking at the tight security around him, he just felt full of security. Jiang Che would definitely not dare to come in the face of such a scene. Their equipment is all specially made, and they use professional ammunition specifically designed to attack ferocious beasts. Even when he saw that hellhound-like monster again, he felt that there was no fear in his heart at all. You will be the one to escort these experts this time. The rest of you will have to stay at your posts here. That's right. Those who evacuated this time were actually only the experts and scholars who assisted Bai Li. These military forces will never withdraw. The mission they received at that time was just to protect Bai Li. As long as Bai Li was still in Jinhai University, they would not choose to leave. Now that everything had been arranged, Zhang Bing turned and walked into the underground laboratory. Seeing Bai Li still busy at the test bench, a gentle smile appeared on his face. This woman seems to be born to work nonstop, and her passion for work is above everything else. As long as she can get the data she wants, she is willing to work for several nights without complaining. Perhaps this is the main reason why the other party can achieve such success at such a young age. At this moment, Bai Li looked at the data in front of her with frowned brows. The conclusion was far different from what she had imagined. This supernatural fruit has absolutely no ability to control ferocious beasts. Did that young man named Jiang Che lie to me? Before Jiang Che left, he left her 2 spiritual fruits. She ate one herself first and felt the effect of the mental detection. It's magical, but useless. It can only be used to observe the surrounding situation and has no control ability at all. At first, she thought there was something wrong with her physical constitution that affected the effectiveness of the fruit. She extracted the serum from her body and compared its energy with that of the remaining fruit. Found no problems. This really puzzled her. She felt that she was probably fooled. The other party had had enough fun with her, but in the end, he left her with 2 completely useless D-level supernatural fruits. To be honest, no matter how calm Professor Bai Li was, he was a little angry at this moment. No, I want to talk to him in person. Chapter 95 Big Love. My spirit gradually returned in the darkness before my eyes gradually faded away. Wang Dongdong felt as if he had been to the underworld and almost couldn't come back. When his eyes gradually became clear and he saw everything in front of him, he suddenly felt a warm current in his heart rushing straight to the top of his head. You, what are you doing? Let Xiao Xue go. In front of me, I saw Lin Xingxue lying in Jiang Che's arms with one of her white and tender feet raised. Jiang Che also stretched out his hand and hugged Lin Xingxue's slender waist, and in order to prevent Lin Xingxue from falling, he hugged her with more force. The posture of the two now could be described as extremely intimate, just like a couple who had been dating for many days. Especially the blush on Lin Xingxue's face, it was a beautiful sight that Wang Dongdong had never seen before. Wang Dongdong, how was the nail just now? Did it make you feel comfortable? Seeing that Wang Dongdong had recovered, Jiang Che hugged Lin Xingxue a little tighter, and his eyes were full of teasing when he looked at Wang Dongdong. When Wang Dongdong recalled the painful feeling just now, he couldn't help but tremble. That feeling was truly unforgettable, and he never dared to experience it again. I'm telling you, the same trick won't work on me anymore. You won't hit me again. Wang Dongdong said this angrily, but his words were still somewhat childish like a young man. Jiang Che smiled slightly and didn't say anything. I give you 2 choices, submit to me, or let Lin Xingxue also experience what you just felt. As he spoke, Jiang Che slowly raised his hand. The black energy in his hand slowly condensed again and turned into a black nightmare nail. Gradually moved the black nightmare nail closer to Lin Xingxue's neck. Lin Xingxue's neck was white and delicate, like a piece of warm white jade, forming a sharp contrast with the dark horror of the black nightmare nail. Wang Dongdong stretched out his hand, trying to stop everything in front of him. However, the opponent was too close to him, and he couldn't do it at all. Wang Dongdong found it even more unbelievable when he heard Jiang Che's request. Make yourself submit to the other party? Are you kidding? Ever since I gained superpowers, I have always been regarded as a savior by others. It is the hope of the end times. In Jinhai University, even the school principal Yang Jinhu treated him with courtesy. The person in front of me actually wants me to be his slave? Deep down, he didn't want to accept it. But looking at Xiaoxue's pitiful appearance, his heart was broken. He gritted his teeth and said, Change your request. How about I give you supplies? I still have a lot of supplies here. I'm willing to give them all to you. I can even give you a portion of all the supplies I find in the future. I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing in your future life. In the end times, survival supplies are hard currency. He was able to buy Lin Xingxue before by exchanging her for snacks and supplies. In his opinion, as long as sufficient supplies can be provided, the other party will definitely agree. However, Jiang Che didn't care about supplies at all. Are you kidding? Who has more supplies than him? It is impossible for the entire Jinhai city to have unlimited supply of materials like him. He shook his head decisively and said, This is my only request, nothing else is negotiable. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Wang Dongdong was completely at a loss. After all, his original identity was just a freshman. If we have to add a few more labels, they would be Fat Otaku plus 2D. Their knowledge and life experience are quite limited, and they have no ability or experience to deal with such situations. When faced with a problem that you cannot solve, your first reaction is silence and retreat. When he was feeling hesitant, Jiang Che pinched Lin Xingxue's slender waist. It is not only taking advantage in advance, but also reminding the other party. My little beauty, it's time for you to perform. Lin Xingxue felt very bitter. Jiang Che had just told her that as long as she helped him persuade Wang Dongdong, then Jiang Che would spare Wang Dongdong's life and take her to see his sister Lin Xingxuang. This was a request she found hard to refuse. However, Wang Dongdong had been very nice to her before, but now she wanted to push him into the fire pit. She still felt very guilty. Wang Dongdong has no way of defeating this man in front of him. If I don't persuade him now, he will definitely die. She thought so in her heart and successfully convinced herself. She twisted her only good leg and changed her posture in Jiang Che's arms to face Wang Dongdong. Wang Dongdong, can you promise him that we can't defeat him, and he has also promised me that he will not hurt you as long as you submit to him? Wang Dongdong, you are a good person. Please, just think of it as doing it for me, okay? King Bomb. Just think of it as being for me. These 6 words were a real steal for Wang Dongdong. He was pushed directly to the edge of the cliff, leaving no way out. Looking at Lin Qingshue's almost pleading face, Wang Dongdong felt his heart was broken. But at this moment, Jiang Che's heart was filled with joy. Done. My plan to conquer Wang Dongdong must have succeeded. Wang Dongdong's supernatural powers have been tested by him personally, and there is no doubt that they are powerful. Moreover, the opponent's ability is still B-level, and it still has very strong growth potential in the future. It can be said that if Wang Dongdong is allowed to continue growing, he will definitely become one of the top psychics in the entire Jihai city, and even in the entire Dragon Country. If I can completely control the other party, my future strength will be quite terrifying. It was unexpected that such a promising psychic would bow down to the pleading of a woman. To be honest, during the doomsday, you can be greedy for beauty, but you must never let it dominate your mind. Wang Dongdong is a living example. If the other party chooses to escape now, Jiang Che will definitely not be able to catch him, but he has now chosen a path that has no hope. Looking at Lin Qingshue's pitiful eyes, Wang Dongdong really couldn't bear to refuse, and finally nodded. Okay. I promise you, as long as you don't hurt Xiao Xue, I am willing to surrender to you. He squeezed these words out from between his teeth. At this time, Su Yin also limped over. Although her body was covered with scars, she could still move. She is extremely happy now, as if today is her wedding day. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. We are about to gain another powerful general. Su Yin is much more capable than Wang Dongdong. She is comparable to Lin Wan, the career elite woman in her family. My lord, give him your test immediately. Su Yin, who had experienced the test once, was obviously somewhat familiar with it. The shame she had felt before as Jiang Che's slave girl had completely disappeared, and instead, a sense of pride surged in her heart. She was the first person to join Jiang Che, and at the very least she could be considered a veteran under Jiang Che. No matter how strong you are, Wang Dongdong, don't you still have to be the boss's subordinate? Based on my current performance in front of the boss, it is not impossible for me to surpass you, Wang Dongdong, in the future. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise her proud head and walked behind Wang Dongdong. He kicked Wang Dongdong on the leg. This kick was very powerful, as if he wanted to vent all the resentment from being beaten by the opponent before. Fatty, what are you still standing there for? Hurry over and let the adults do the test on you. Wang Dongdong was very angry. He had clearly just bowed to Jiang Che, so why was this woman still pretending? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have shown mercy and beat this bitch to death. Wang Dongdong glared at Su Yin fiercely without saying anything, then walked to Jiang Che's side. Looking at Lin Qingxue in Jiang Che's arms, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I keep my word. If you want to punish me, I'll accept it, but don't forget what you promised me just now. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I risk my life. What a great lover. Still thinking about others at this time. Jiang Che didn't reply, but simply stretched out a hand and placed it on Wang Dongdong's head. Chapter 96. Integrate the Student Union. Wang Dongdong was also suspicious. He didn't know what the test Su Yin was talking about was. Soon, his body began to tremble like a sieve because he saw the same scene that Su Yin had seen. In a dead black and white world, there is a towering tree that looks like a mushroom cloud. It's more like the end of the world than the end of the world now. Soon, the ceremony of the spirit chains was over. Wang Dongdong's courage and psychological quality are not as good as Su Yan's. After the ceremony, he knelt directly on the ground. He was sweating all over and his fat was shaking. At this moment, the way he looked at Jiang Che had changed drastically. If there was resentment in his eyes before, now it was filled with an indescribable fear. Who is this person in front of me? Why does he have such a terrifying ability? When Lin Qingxue saw Wang Dongdong's current condition, she felt very uncomfortable. She wanted to comfort Wang Dongdong, but she didn't know how to do so. The other person's current experience is closely related to oneself. Wang Dongdong, I have already planted a mark on your spirit. From now on, your life depends on my thoughts. It was not until this moment that Jiang Che finally felt relieved. As long as the opponent is put under mental chains, he will have no chance of recovery. Not to mention that the other party is a B-level psychic. Even if he is an A-level psychic, he will still have no ability to resist. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Wang Dongdong's face turned bitter. His original dream of becoming the savior of the apocalypse and traveling around the world with Xiao Xue has now turned into nothing. Wang Dongdong, I'm going to assign you your first task. You have to integrate all the members of the student union now. Strive to gain control of Jinhai University as quickly as possible. Jiang Che expressed this idea without any hesitation. This idea just came to his mind. He has completely controlled Su Yin and Wang Dongdong. The two strongest people in the entire student union are both his subordinates. To some extent, he has already controlled the entire Jinhai University. Thinking of this, he felt a little excited. Although, you can obtain a lot of supplies by binding with the goddess. But if he wants to survive in this apocalypse, it is impossible for him to do everything by himself. You must build your own personal power. Previously in Jinjiang community, the residence team organized by Fang Feng was also the first organization under his command. But that organization is totally incomparable to the student union. It's like a mob and a regular army. The student union has 2 B-level psychics in charge. Not to mention controlling Jinhai University, it is also a force that cannot be underestimated in the entire Jinhai city. Moreover, Gimhe University has a very advantageous geographical location. There are pedestrian shopping streets all around, and there are too many supermarkets and hotels. He can completely use Jinhai University as his own material storage station. By then, with Jinjiang Community and Jinhai University as the 2 basic bases, it will not be difficult to radiate the entire Jinhai city. By then, all the beauties in Jinhai city who meet the system requirements will be included in his harem, unlocking more supplies and living a heavenly life in the end times. Jiang Che's idea could be said to be quite beautiful. However, Wang Dongdong still poured the first bucket of cold water on him. But Gimhe University is not just about the school's decision. The military has connections with the top leaders of Dragon Country. If we have a conflict with the military, the consequences will be something we cannot afford. After Wang Dongdong's reminder, Jiang Che remembered that Jinhai University's experimental area was not under the school's responsibility. Don't worry about the military. I have acquaintances there. I'll go and talk to them. The acquaintance Jiang Che was referring to as naturally Professor Bai Li Bai. The other party is the owner of the experimental building and has absolute say in the experimental area. As long as he is taken down, it can be said that he has the final say in the entire Jinhai University. When Jiang Che thought of Bai Li, he began to miss her perfect figure and amazing touch. I don't know if she's had her period yet. I'll call her and ask when I get back. Men are like this. They are always restless when they can't get what they want. Since his mission here had already been assigned, Jiang Che had no intention of staying here for long. Lin Xingxue has been rescued, so naturally he will be taken to see his sister. After all, I just promised them. I guess Lin Xingxuang must be getting pretty anxious now. Putting Lin Xingxue in the wheelchair, Jiang Che was about to push Lin Xingxue away. Wang Dongdong looked at the scene in front of him with mixed feelings. His goddess finally left him. However, as long as the other party can be happy, he will be content. Wang Dongdong doesn't know why he suddenly wants to dye his hair. Master Jiang, I will go back with you. At this time, Su Yin came to Jiang Che and spoke. She understood that the fastest way to improve her status was to stay close to the boss. However, Jiang Che refused without any hesitation. What are you going to do? You stay here and work with Wang Dongdong to integrate the student union. I won't give you too much time. In 2 days, I require you to eliminate any obstacles in the entire school and gain control of the entire Jinhai University. After saying that, Jiang Che took Lin Xingxue and left the Twin Towers without any hesitation. The journey out was quite smooth. The college students who had left before them on the first floor were still helping them guard the gate. When they saw Jiang Che coming out, they all smiled in a flattering manner, obviously treating him as a favorite of Su Yin. Girls' dormitory in the accommodation area. My dear sister, please stop talking nonsense. You are making me dizzy. You have to have faith in Brother Jiang. Xia Xue will definitely come back safe and sound. Yang Lan couldn't help but speak as she looked at Lin Xingxuang pacing in the hall. In fact, she was not at peace in her heart, but she had an extraordinary trust in Jiang Che. She didn't know why she was like this. It might be that Jiang Che's strength was too shocking to her. To the extent that as long as Jiang Che said he wanted to do something, she felt that she could accomplish it 100. I know, of course I know, but I just can't control myself. Lin Xingxuang also knew that she was a little out of control. She walked to Yang Lan and held her hand. Xiao Lan, do you think I should give Jiang Che a call to ask about the situation? Before Yang Lan could reply, a gentle voice came from the side. I suggest not to. It is inevitable that he will have a conflict with the other party this time. If you make this call at the wrong time, it will easily cause irreparable damage to Jiang Che. Jiang Shuyan's words were very clear, and she took the initiative to show goodwill to Lin Xingxuang. She naturally knew that Lin Xingxuang was Jiang Che's woman. She is also Jiang Che's woman now. Although she is still quite traditional psychologically, in this terrible era, It is already quite good to have a man worthy of dependence. She wouldn't ask for too much now. Lin Xingxuang also took the other party's words into consideration and quickly put down the phone she had raised. Thank you. I see. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Xingxuang tried to suppress her restless heart. At this moment, footsteps were heard on the stairs at the door, accompanied by the sound of dry leaves being crushed, which was particularly harsh. Everyone in the hall became nervous. After all, there had been several incidents of injury before, and everyone was a little nervous now. Lin Xingxuang also took out the Desert Eagle that Jiang Che gave her and tried to aim. When they saw that the person coming was Jiang Che, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the other person did not come back alone, but was pushing a wheelchair. Sitting in the wheelchair was a girl with white hair and a very delicate appearance. Elder sister. Following this familiar shout, Lin Xingxuang burst into tears on the spot. She no longer cared about anything else and rushed directly towards the familiar figure. Chapter 97 Reunion. The two sisters hugged each other tightly and burst into tears. Both of them are very excited now. After all, if Jiang Che hadn't existed, the two sisters would probably have been separated forever. Lin Xingxuang first nodded gratefully at Jiang Che, then looked at her sister. Xiaoxue, how are you now? Are you injured? Lin Xingxuang's eyes were slightly red and she choked up when she spoke. No, sister, you don't have to worry about me. I'm really fine. Lin Xingxue was like a child who never grew up, nestling in Lin Xingxuang's arms. Everyone felt deeply moved as they watched the scene before them. They also have families, but they are not so lucky to meet someone as powerful as Jiang Che. Their chances of reuniting with their families are about the same as the chances of winning the lottery before the end of the world. How's it going? Did the student union members give you any trouble? Jiang Shuyan walked up to Jiang Che and asked softly. Originally, she still had resistance to men in her heart, but with Jiang Che, she seemed to have a strong desire to communicate. I don't know if it's because they admire each other's strength or because the two of them have had an in-depth communication. There was a little friction, but it's been resolved. Jiang Che said it very calmly, but is it really the case? That was not just a minor friction. They almost wanted to demolish the entire Twin Towers. If Jiang Che's body had not been strengthened to level 4, he would have really fallen into Wang Dongdong's hands. That's good. Now that you've found your people, are you going to go back? Jiang Shuyan paused, but still asked cautiously. She didn't know why she asked such a question. Logically speaking, she should be happy that Jiang Che was leaving here. After all, Jiang Che either beat her or pinned her under him to punish her. The humiliation I have endured in the past few days is simply more than what I had experienced in the previous 20 years. Although she felt very comfortable, she would never admit it. Don't worry yet. I have some things to take care of here. I have already made an agreement with Wang Dongdong and the others that the student union of Jinhai University will follow my command from now on. You should also send these female students behind you to the student union. They can do something in the student union in exchange for some supplies. It's much better than following behind you and being parasites. Besides, you are destined to stay by my side from now on. You can't focus most of your attention on these useless things. Jiang Che's words were very calm, arranging everything properly, revealing an unquestionable dominance. Jiang Shuyan was stunned when she heard this. In her opinion, Jiang Che's words contained too much information. What does the students will obey his command in the future mean? Did the school leaders authorize him, or did he join the student union? She was a little confused. Jiang Che saw through the other party's confusion at a glance. Wang Dongdong and Su Yan are now my subordinates. The two most important people in the entire student union are under my control. Doesn't the student union belong to me? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Jiang Shuyan's eyes widened, and she was a little shocked. But after the shock, she felt it was quite reasonable. The other party had such a powerful beast as a pet that was able to pin Su Yan, the vice president of the student union, to the ground and beat her. I guess it won't be difficult to take down another Wang Dongdong. As for arranging her female students to join the student union, she would not object. Since the entire student union is under the leadership of Jiang Che, these female students will surely not become playthings of those in power. However, what moved her most was Jiang Che's last request. Let her stay by Jiang Che's side in the future. What this requirement means is self-evident. It turns out that he has feelings for me too. For no reason, Jiang Shuyan felt a girlish shyness in her heart. Ding. Jiang Shuyan's favorability +5. Current favorability is 64. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his ear, and then looking at Jiang Shuyan whose face was slightly flushed, Jiang Che understood that the other party must be overthinking it again. The reason why I keep the other person by my side is purely because the attribute bonuses and supplies he provides are very important. If the other person died inexplicably and I lost my little bit of luck and the Black Nightmare Nail Fruit, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. In front of me, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingshuang had stopped crying, and Yang Lan also came over. The three beautiful girls gathered together and talked in private. It looks harmonious and warm. The corners of Jiang Che's lips slightly curled up on his calm face. Can we try to unlock the sisters in the future? A bold idea came to his mind. But before he could think about it, a cell phone rang quickly. It was Jiang Che's own phone call. He frowned. No one had called him since the end of the world. Now, with this sudden sound, he still had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. When I took out my phone, it turned out to be Professor Bai Li Bai. He never expected that the other party would call him on her own initiative. Could it be that her period was over and she wanted to find him to fulfill her promise? Jiang Che answered the call without even thinking. Hello? Jiang Che, is that you? There was no trace of emotion in the cold voice. Just by hearing this voice, Jiang Che's mind already appeared the cold image of Bai Li. It's me, Professor Bai Li. What's going on? Can you come to the lab building? I need your assistance with something. Bai Li has always been such a straightforward person. She doesn't seem to know how to be polite or build relationships. However, it is quite comfortable to get along with such people. Both sides are straightforward and don't need to beat around the bush. Okay, Professor Bai Li, you can take a shower now. Wait for me in bed after you shower. I'll be there soon. After hearing Jiang Che's words, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. It seemed that even with her high IQ, her brain had stopped working at this moment. What's wrong with this person? Why does he always think about that kind of thing when he opens his mouth? I'm not talking about that kind of thing. Never mind. Let's talk about it when you come over. After Professor Bai Li said this, he hung up the phone. Jiang Che glanced at the time, and it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He said goodbye to Jiang Shuyan and Lin Qingshuang and left the girls' dormitory. Before leaving, he still kept big mouth. After all, it was not the first time that he went to the laboratory building. There was no danger there, so he didn't need Big Mouth to follow him. It would be better to let these women stay and take care of me. Chapter 98 Explanation. When leaving, Jiang Che glanced at his phone. Suddenly, I had the urge to call the women in Jinjiang community, even though I just left a few days ago. But he also wanted to know what had happened in Jinjiang community recently. Now the communication group for the owners of Building 11 in Jinjiang community and the large group in the community seemed to be dead, and no one sends messages anymore. He felt that something was not normal, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Called Lin Wan. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. The call didn't go through, and he felt a little strange, but the system showed that all of his bound goddesses were there. Therefore, he did not think too deeply about it, and planned to make a phone call to ask after returning from Professor Bai Li. Jiang Che arrived at the experimental area with ease. Now his mental detection range has reached 40 meters, which is 10 meters more than before, which is a considerable improvement. But when Jiang Che was about to approach the experimental building, he found something wrong. There are too many special forces guarding here. The last time he came here, he only encountered a combat team, but they were killed by a white ape. If you come here now, you will find that the place is surrounded by 3 layers of enemies. Those who know it is an experimental building, those who don't think it is a military base. Did something happen here, or are they trying to protect some key person? Jiang Che was somewhat confused. Soon, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant sky. Jiang Che was shocked. This is a helicopter. Although you can't see it, the sound is very obvious. Jiang Che originally thought that the country might have given up on Jinhai University, but he didn't expect that they would actually send a helicopter over. There is no doubt that it must be related to the experts and scholars here. As expected, people who master technical knowledge will receive special attention from the country, even in the end times. Jiang Che had no interest in watching the helicopter, so he used flash to rush directly towards the experimental building. The most important thing is to meet Professor Bai Li, that beautiful girl, first. At this time, in Bai Li's office. Professor Bai Li, the helicopter outside is about to arrive. I need to go over and make some arrangements now. Zhang Bing has to notify Bai Li of any action he takes in case of any emergency. Bai Li is not wearing the professional white coat now, but a pair of yoga pants that show off her figure very well. There were still slight sweat stains on her vest, and she walked towards the bathroom with a clean bathrobe. Go ahead. I won't leave here today. Just come find me tomorrow morning. Looking at Bai Li's exquisite figure, Zhang Bing felt his heart beating faster. But he didn't dare to look at it any longer. He just nodded and left Bai Li's office. Bai Li was washing her body in the bathroom. The slightly hot water flowed across her body, making her feel extremely relaxed. In fact, she is not as capable as she appears to be. She sometimes feels very tired. Even though she is now considered to be the top biologist in Dragon Country, she still feels that she is quite ignorant and incompetent. Especially when a scientific research project reaches a bottleneck. This emotion will become more intense. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at her hot body. Should we have surgery to remove it? It's too big and will interfere with my work. Bailey muttered to himself. But she never expected that a man's voice suddenly came from outside the bathroom. Professor Bai, I suggest you don't do that. After all, I still prefer your two strengths. This suddenly startled Bailey. Before entering the bathroom, I had already confirmed that there was no one in the office. Moreover, the fingerprint and password to enter the office were set by herself, and even her security team leader Zhang Bing was completely unaware of it. She never imagined that someone could enter her office directly. However, the other party's voice was very familiar. After careful recollection, Bailey immediately remembered it. Then, he stopped panicking, put on a bathrobe, and walked out. As soon as I came out, I saw Jiang Che sitting on the sofa. He crossed his legs, not feeling restrained at all, as if he was at home and relaxed. The other person's eyes were fixed on her the moment she came out. Hot and aggressive. Bailey even doubted whether she was wearing any clothes. How did you get in? Bailey did not become shy because of Jiang Che's gaze. Instead, he stood in front of Jiang Che and asked. Jiang Che did not answer. A yellow light flashed on his body, and he appeared behind Bailey. He wrapped his arms around Bailey's flexible waist with ease, and gently sniffed the fragrance of her body after bathing. That's how I got in. Humph, your ability is quite convenient. You can enter wherever you want in the future. Bailey's voice was flat, without a trace of sarcasm in it. Jiang Che's palm brushed across Bailey's body and gently rested on the button of her bathrobe. Her fingers twisted gently and were about to untie the bathrobe, so Bailey quickly grabbed them with her hands. I have something else to ask you today. What is it? Jiang Che rested his chin on Bailey's shoulder and whispered in her ear. It's not that Jiang Che is too anxious, but Bailey's figure is really too tempting. When Jiang Che just arrived here, he had already seen everything in the room through mental detection. He could even see clearly where Bailey had moles and which part was the whitest. This directly aroused the desire in his heart. The fruit you gave me last time didn't have the ability to control ferocious beasts. I need you to explain. Bailey asked the doubts in his heart. Although she has agreed to give her body to the other party, she only accepts equal transactions. If the other party deceives her, she can choose to cancel the previous transaction. So that's the problem. It seems the other party has already eaten the supernatural fruit. Jiang Che immediately understood the whole story. Just eating one pill is definitely not enough. I only awakened my control ability after I upgraded my supernatural power to level 3. After hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Bailey's expression immediately became quite interesting. What do you mean? Can superpowers be upgraded to higher levels? Chapter 99. Carrying the ball and hitting someone. Jiang Che looked at Bailey's delicate face that was so close to him. Even the tiny hairs on the other person's face can be seen clearly. Yeah, you guys have already classified the levels of the supernatural fruits. Don't you know that a single supernatural power also has different levels? Jiang Che thought Bailey must know about this. However, looking at the other party's confused expression, Jiang Che understood that this secret was probably only known by Jiang Che himself. After all, it is impossible for other people to possess a large number of duplicate supernatural fruits to enhance their supernatural powers. Did you know that if you eat a second fruit of the same power, you can increase the level of your power? Or are there other influencing factors? How many supernatural fruits have you eaten now? How many of the same supernatural fruits do you have now? Bailey looked a little excited at the moment, like a curious baby, constantly asking Jiang Che new questions. The two bodies began to move closer and closer. Originally, Jiang Che took the initiative to hug the other person, but now Bailey was approaching Jiang Che step by step, constantly hitting Jiang Che's chest with her truth. Jiang Che was overwhelmed by this. No dribbling. Wait a minute, don't be in a hurry. Jiang Che reached out his hand, pressed Bailey's shoulder, looked into her silver-gray eyes, and said softly, You asked so many questions, how can I answer them all at once? Jiang Che always has more patience when dealing with beautiful women like this. Sorry, I might have been thinking of something else and got a little too excited. Actually, there are only 2 questions. How many supernatural fruits have you eaten so far? And what is the key to increasing your supernatural power level? Jiang Che thought carefully for a while. He shook his head and said, I can't remember how many supernatural fruits I have eaten, maybe more than 100. Before, I ate supernatural fruits as fruits. As for increasing the level of superpowers, that means continuing to eat superpower fruits, but it is not 100 successful. As the level increases, the success rate will gradually decrease. Bailey was stunned after hearing this. Jiang Che's words almost shattered her worldview. Eat the supernatural fruit as fruit? What a niche word this is. Even if she had the support of the Dragon Country officials, She could not get more than 100 fruits for research at this time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you have eaten more than 100 D-rank fruits? As she spoke, Bailey began to tear Jiang Che's clothes. Now it was Jiang Che's turn to be confused. What's wrong with the other party? He seemed so apathetic before. Why has he become so impatient now? Professor Bai, don't be anxious. Let's go to the bedroom, and I'll show you enough. Bailey did not refuse, and Jiang Che tricked her into walking towards Bailey's small bedroom. Since there was no one in the room, Jiang Che didn't plan to close the door and directly pulled Bailey to lie on the bed. Outside the laboratory building, Zhang Bing walked out of the hall. When the two guards saw Zhang Bing appear, they hurriedly saluted. Did you find anything unusual? Report to the captain. Nothing abnormal was found. The two guards answered in unison. Zhang Bing nodded and wanted to leave, but he noticed that one of the guards had a strange look on his face. Did you see anything? Or do you have anything to say? The guard hesitated, but after looking at Zhang Bing's serious face, he still said, Captain, I just saw a red figure through the thermal imaging, but it only appeared for less than a second and then disappeared. That's what I said. I think there might be something wrong with the equipment. We can confirm with our eyes that we didn't see anything. Zhang Bing frowned slightly as he listened to the guard's explanation. Although the guards assured him that they saw nothing, he suddenly felt uneasy and didn't know what was going on. Before he could think deeply, a helicopter had already started landing in the open space outside the door. He didn't think about it anymore and walked quickly towards the direction of the plane. In Professor Bailey's office. At this moment, the scene is full of spring and vitality. Jiang Che's clothes and Bailey's bathrobe had already been thrown on the ground, and no one cared about them. The original wooden single bed was groaning under the weight. Jiang Che was very excited at this moment because he finally touched this perfect and powerful body. From her tight and powerful thighs and plump peach buttocks, it can be seen that Professor Bailey's usual training must be mainly based on squats. The clear abdominal muscles and waistline gave Jiang Che a different feeling. However, Professor Bailey was obviously more excited than Jiang Che at this time. Of course, she had no interest in what the two were doing, and her eyes were fixed on Jiang Che's body. It seems like he is trying to find something different. No, impossible. You've eaten so many low-level fruits, but your body hasn't changed at all. This is definitely impossible. She kept saying this, and Jiang Che found it a little confusing. Will there be any special changes if you eat too much of this low-level supernatural fruit? Jiang Che asked, sweating profusely. Jiang Che never expected that at such a critical moment, he could still discuss academic issues with Professor Bailey. This was the first time in his life that he actually had the illusion that he was reading advanced mathematics on P Station. Do you know that the supernatural fruit is actually a source of pollution? Although it can allow ordinary people to gain supernatural powers, it is also a kind of pollution to humans. According to experimental analysis, the lower the level of the supernatural fruit, the greater the pollution it brings to people. If you eat too much low-level supernatural fruit, your body will undergo irreversible changes. Not only will there be physical changes, but psychological changes will also occur drastically. And there is no change in anything, just like a normal person. Her slender hands kept stroking Jiang Che's body. The light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a sickly flush welled up on her face. Jiang Che suddenly felt a little scared. The way the woman in front of him looked at him was not right. Something is quite wrong. This is not the look of looking at a man, but the look of looking at prey, looking at a test subject. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. She doesn't want to dissect herself for experiments. As expected, her next words made Jiang Che tremble. Can you cooperate with me in the experiment? Of course, in return, since you like to do this kind of thing, I will also take the initiative to cooperate with you. Jiang Che shook his head decisively to refuse. He really likes Bailey's appearance and body, but there is no way he would give up the big forest outside for this woman. There are still many goddesses waiting for him to save. There are still many supplies waiting for him to unlock. Chapter 100, Man of Steel. Outside the laboratory building, on the helipad, Zhang Bing escorted the veteran researchers onto a helicopter to the imperial capital. Xiao Zhang, if you have time, try to persuade Bailey to stop being so stubborn. The project in the capital is the most important one. An old professor with white hair patted Zhang Bing on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Obviously, he was helpless with Bailey's character and could only hope that others could persuade him. When Zhang Bing heard the old professor's advice, he suddenly felt a sense of conviction and responsibility. Since he wanted to be Bailey's man, it was impossible for him to watch Bailey waste her time here. Okay, Professor, I'll try my best. But before Zhang Bing could finish his words, he suddenly felt a pang of pain in his heart. It came very suddenly and inexplicably. His body is quite healthy, And he also ate a supernatural fruit that improved his physical condition. There will be almost no underlying diseases in the body. This suddenly gave him a bad feeling in his heart. After arranging everything on site, Zhang Bing returned to the laboratory building. He spoke to the guards at the door, asking them to be on high alert and not let any suspicious people enter the laboratory building. Then he walked towards Bai Li's office. Although Bai Li told him to go find her tomorrow, he had the habit of reporting to her after he finished his work. Coupled with his recent restlessness, he now really wants to see the other person. When he reached the door of Bai Li's office, he was about to knock when he heard an unusual sound in the room. The bad premonition in his heart became stronger. Zhang Bing stopped knocking on the door and moved his ear closer to the door. Jiang Che, that's such a pity. If you are willing to join my experiment, I can improve your strength to a higher level. Zhang Bing's supernatural fruit not only improved his physical fitness, but also significantly improved his five senses. He could hear everything that happened in the room clearly. He is also a young and energetic adult man. How could he not know what happened in the room? A moment. He felt a surge of anger rising straight to the top of his head. Damn, that kid really dared to come. I deployed so many people, but they couldn't stop him. Zhang Bing's eyes were wide open with anger and veins bulged on his forehead, as if it would burst at any moment. His teeth were chattering. Bai Li is his dream goddess. I have been with him for so many years, but have never had sex with him. How can this brat sleep with Bai Li after only meeting her twice? There was only a crisp sound of click. Zhang Bing's back teeth were bitten to pieces by him. Hatred, jealousy, and anger were constantly intertwined in his heart. He wanted to rush into the room and question the two of them, wanting to catch this pair of adults in bed. However, he soon calmed down. In what capacity can I question this? At best, he was just a bodyguard of Bai Li. How could a bodyguard question his leader's words? Now all he can do is endure. Zhang Bing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. He looked at the office with resentment on his face and left. With heavy steps, Zhang Bing returned to his room. Zhang Bing took out a suitcase from under the bed with ease and took out a satellite phone from it. He dialed a number skillfully. It seemed like there was someone on duty on the other end all the time, and the call was connected almost immediately after I dialed. Hello, Zhang Bing. Is there any new situation at Jinhai University? It was a voice full of energy. Calm yet majestic. Leader, I have something to report. Zhang Bing gritted his teeth, his voice frighteningly cold. The other party also found that something was wrong and asked hurriedly. Something happened. Professor Bai Li, she may be in danger at Jinhai University. Hearing that Professor Bai Li might be in danger, the person on the other side became obviously a little restless. Zhang Bing, do you know how important Professor Bai Li is to us? She is one of the current executors of the World Tree Project. Zhang Bing, I don't care what method you use, you must protect Professor Bai. Zhang Bing didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so big. He had also heard of the World Tree Plan, but he only knew this name. This was the top secret mission of Dragon Country at present. He never expected that Professor Bai Li would be involved in this plan. But this is better, because only in this way will the other party definitely not refuse your next request. Leader, I am confident that I can protect Professor Bai Li, but I want to apply for permission to use potion number 1. This is Zhang Bing's purpose this time. He felt that he was still too weak. If he were strong enough, he would definitely not let that little beast Jiang Che take advantage of him. After hearing Zhang Bing's words, the person on the other side was silent for a while. Zhang Bing, think carefully. Drug number 1 is just a semi-finished product. The side effects are bound to be quite large. We can't guarantee what you will become in the end. Zhang Bing naturally knew that the thing was very dangerous, and he originally tried to avoid it. But when he thought of Jiang Che's manipulation of Bai Li, endless hatred surged in his heart. He must get rid of this person. With him around, Bai Li will only fall into an endless abyss, and I have the mission to pull her back on the right track. Zhang Bing successfully convinced himself and also successfully moved himself. Leader, I've made up my mind. In order to protect Professor Bai Li, I must do this. Well, okay. Since you've decided, I'll send you the key right away. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully binding a new goddess. As soon as Jiang Che opened his eyes, he heard the system prompt sound in his ear. He was really too tired yesterday. Both of them were in good physical condition and fought until late at night. A 3D stereoscopic picture appeared before his eyes. She was a female scholar in a white coat. Her skin was as delicate and white as porcelain, and her pupils were a rare gray. Of course, the most explosive thing is her exaggerated pear-shaped figure, which has a unique charm even under the cover of a white coat. This person is definitely our Professor Bai Li. I wonder if there will be any good stuff this time. Jiang Che felt a little excited. Congratulations to the host for his transformation. Body enhancement, D level, LV4 transformed into iron body, C level, LV1. Steel body, LV1. The host's physique is greatly enhanced, with no weaknesses, and the body strength is greatly enhanced. As hard as steel. Jiang Che was a little shocked. He never expected that his physical abilities would undergo a transformation. This is a complete pleasant surprise. But before he could be happy for too long, the next system prompt poured cold water on him. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the new item, Superpower Fruit, Body Strengthening. When Jiang Che saw the newly unlocked supplies, he just felt a little depressed. Although it is also a supernatural fruit, it is no longer useful to him. After all, he has transformed. However, he could use this fruit to improve the strength of his women. Now they are all as weak as flowers. If I am not by their side, the probability of an accident is still quite high. Moreover, he also has plans to build his own power, so this fruit can be of great use. Ma? At this moment, a whimpering sound was heard in Jiang Che's arms. Jiang Che turned his head and saw that it was the beautiful woman Bai Li who was sleeping in his arms who woke up. This is only because Jiang Che is strong. If someone else came over, half of his body would probably have been numbed by the pressure. You have to know that Bai Li is quite voluptuous and not very light in weight. Bai Li got up from the bed, as if she didn't see him, got out of bed naked, and glanced at the time. It's already 8 in the morning. It's a bit late today. As expected, doing that kind of thing only wastes energy. Bai Li said with a frown. Jiang Che found it a bit funny. Wasn't the other party enjoying it and getting into it yesterday? Why was he complaining now? Chapter 101 Incident. Jiang Che, are you sure you don't want to join my experiment? Bai Li faced Jiang Che, showing her perfection to him without reservation and putting on her clothes without any hesitation. Two of the most beautiful views in the world. Watch the beauty coming out of the bath. Watch the beauty getting dressed. I have seen everything during my trip here. Thinking of this, Jiang Che showed signs of wanting to stand up again. I have an experimental potion here that will definitely be able to significantly increase your ability level in a short period of time. Hearing this, Jiang Che became curious. If it can greatly improve the level of supernatural powers, then isn't that no different from a supernatural fruit? What is it? Are there any side effects? In Jiang Che's eyes, the reason why these experimental drugs can only be used for experiments is that the side effects must be unbearable. Bai Li did not hide it either. It's something extracted from a special being, so there are definitely side effects. The experimental drugs here are all used on ferocious beasts, so they are extremely polluting. If a normal person uses them, the chance of their body mutating is almost 100. But I believe you'll be fine. After all, your body is really extraordinary. As she spoke, her eyes began to carefully examine Jiang Che's body. Ding! Bai Li's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 75. Jiang Che then noticed that Bai Li's liking for him was ridiculously high. It was the first time he had seen someone with 75 points of favorability right after binding. However, when he looked at Bai Li's unscrupulous eyes, he understood. The other party didn't consider himself a man at all, and didn't even seem to consider himself a human being. Her eyes were clearly looking at the experimental subject, an excellent experimental specimen. And when Jiang Che heard that the experimental medicine was actually veterinary medicine, he refused without hesitation. Forget it. You should keep my potion for your own research. I can't even finish eating all the supernatural fruits, so there is no need to take the risk. That's a shame, but I need you to give me a blood sample for research. The disappointment on Bai Li's face was evident. This is fine. Jiang Che also wanted to see what this female professor could research. There is one more thing. I have incorporated the school's student union. Tell the military to avoid conflicts with them. This was what Jiang Che had come here to do. When Bai Li heard Jiang Che's request, her expression did not change at all. In her opinion, this was a matter that could not be any smaller. She was simply unwilling to spend energy to deal with this matter. However, she was very patient and agreed to the request for what she considered to be a top-notch experimental subject. Okay, don't worry about this. I'll tell Zhang Bing about it. The two cleaned up the scene, put on their clothes, and left the office. Bai Li looked at the empty corridor with a frown on his face. Where's Zhang Bing? Why didn't he come today? According to past practice, Zhang Bing should be waiting here for her to come out before 6 o'clock in the morning. But she didn't care. It didn't matter whether Zhang Bing was there or not. There would be no danger in going to the laboratory anyway. In fact, without Zhang Bing's intervention, her experimental progress would be smoother. The two walked into the laboratory and began to draw blood from Jiang Che using special instruments. When the blood was drawn, Bai Li's eyes lit up and he immediately threw himself into his work, leaving Jiang Che aside. She's just like a scumbag who seduces and then abandons. The excitement in his eyes was even stronger than yesterday. Just then, Jiang Che's cell phone suddenly rang. He thought that Lin Qingxuang and the others saw that he did not return home last night and called to ask about him. As a result, the name on the screen was a name that surprised Jiang Che. Fong Fong. He was the man who led a group of residents in the Jinjiang community to join him. Ice power user. The other party told him at that time that he could collect supernatural fruits for him to obtain his protection. The other person was very respectful and smart, so he had a good impression of him. Could it be that they encountered some difficulties and they actually called me at this time? But I am not in Jinjiang community now, so it is definitely impossible for me to provide them with timely assistance. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Che answered the call. Hello, I'm Jiang Che. The sound on the other end of the phone was a bit noisy, as if a lot of people were screaming and shouting, accompanied by bursts of explosions. If Jiang Che hadn't known that the other party was in Jinjiang community, he would have thought that the other party had gone to some battlefield to be a mercenary. Master Jiang, can you help us? Our organization is being hunted down like crazy. Without your help, we would have no ability to resist. Fong Feng's breathing was very rapid, and there were gusts of wind around him. It can be imagined that the other party's current situation is definitely not optimistic. Jiang Che frowned, somewhat confused. He had only been away for a few days, and such a big change had already happened in the community. Tell me in detail what happened. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Fong Feng realized that Jiang Che might not be in Jinjiang community now. If you are in Jinjiang community, you will definitely know what is happening in the community. The flame of hope in his heart was gradually fading, but he still explained to Jiang Che. It's the Mutual Aid Association. The Mutual Aid Association has gathered a large number of people from nowhere and is burning, killing, and looting throughout the Jinjiang community, slaughtering people like crazy. Hearing the words Mutual Aid Association, Jiang Che became even more puzzled. Wasn't he the one who killed Wang Gang, the leader of the Mutual Aid Society? Why are mutual aid societies on the rise again now? Without waiting for Jiang Che to ask, the other side continued. The current leader of the Mutual Aid Association is a man named Qin Shun. He must have reached a deal with organizations in other places, so he launched a devastating attack on the entire Jinjiang community. He had never heard of the name Qin Shun, but Jiang Che knew that he had to go back no matter what. There are 3 beautiful women in his house. They have no ability to fight at all, and if they are caught, there will be no good ending. He now realized why Lin Wan didn't answer his previous call. It must be related to this incident, and she was affected. Fong Feng, what's the situation of Building 11 now? Has it been captured? Building 11? Building 11 isn't there yet, but it will be soon. There are only a few buildings left in the entire community. Fong Feng thought carefully for a while and said quickly, Fong Feng, are you worthy of my trust? Hearing this, Fong Feng was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said excitedly, Master Jiang, just tell me what arrangements you have. I will definitely do my best to help you do it. He naturally knew what Jiang Che meant by saying this. He was going to arrange something for him. He had already had the idea of actively integrating into Jiang Che's circle. There is no doubt that Jiang Che is very powerful, and he has witnessed it with his own eyes in the property building. Moreover, the other party has a lot of money and is very generous. If I could really establish a good relationship with Jiang Che, I wouldn't have to live so hard in this dangerous doomsday. Since Jiang Che has given him a chance this time, he must seize it at all costs. Chapter 102 Yang Jinhu. Jiang Che explained some things to Fong Feng, then hung up the phone and looked at Bai Li, who was still obsessed with the experiment. It was as if she hadn't heard anything about what he had just said on the phone. I'm going to be away from Jinhai University for a while now. If you have anything else, you can call me directly. He left some supernatural fruits for Bai Li. There are some spiritual fruits and some physical fruits. After all, the other party is already his woman, so it is understandable to provide some material support for her research. As for weapons, Jiang Che did not keep them. The other party is of extraordinary identity and is protected by the army, so what can happen? After settling here, Jiang Che walked towards the girls' dormitory. He was about to leave Jinhai University, and there were some things that had to be clarified. When I came to the girls' dormitory again, it had changed. All the female college students who had gathered on the first floor were gone, and the whole building suddenly seemed empty. Only Jiang Shuyan, Yang Lan, and the 2 sisters from the Lin family were left. Of course, Big Mouth still stayed by their side as he had instructed. These people are all close to Jiang Che. The reason why they are still living in this dangerous building is definitely to wait for Jiang Che to come back. See Jiang Che coming. Jiang Shuyan immediately stepped forward and said to Jiang Che, I contacted Wang Dongdong yesterday and told him your idea. He has already brought all the female students to the student union, and he left behind a lot of supplies. Jiang Shuyan explained the whole story to Jiang Che. Jiang Che nodded, very satisfied with her performance. Then, he started talking to the crowd about business. Next, I will be away from Jinhai University for a few days. Something happened in Jinjiang community, and I have to go back quickly to save people. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Qingshuang clenched her hands slightly. Although she didn't have any close relationship with Lin Wan and the others, she was kind-hearted and took the initiative to say to Jiang Che, Are they okay? There are no problems at the moment, but the situation at the scene is serious. Jiang Che could confirm this. After all, the system showed that the number of bound goddesses had not decreased, which meant that they had not been harmed. Do you want me to go back with you? Lin Qingshuang took the initiative to speak. She was not just pretending, she was also very worried about Jiang Che's safety. After all, they already have a high level of favorability, and their relationship now can be said to be one of life and death. However, Jiang Che directly refused. According to Fong Feng's description, Jinjiang community was almost completely destroyed. Taking Lin Qingshuang back with me would be of no help at all, and it would also divert some of my attention. No, I can handle the problem myself. You guys don't have to stay here anymore. Move to the Twin Towers. Su Yin and Wang Dongdong are both there. So even if something happens here, you won't be helpless. Wang Dongdong and Su Yin can be said to be the top fighting force in the entire Jinhai University. Jiang Che believes that with them around, his woman will definitely not be threatened. Jiang Che doesn't want something similar to happen to his other women. At the same time, in Building A of the Twin Towers, two figures were taking the elevator to the top floor. One man and one woman, one fat and one thin. It was Su Yin and Wang Dongdong. Su Yin, please be polite to the school leaders. After all, they have provided support for the establishment of the student union. After hesitating for a while, Wang Dongdong took the initiative to speak. His fat hands kept scratching the back of his head. Before the end of the world, although Wang Dongdong's academic performance was average, he was always a good and obedient student. That is great respect for the school leaders. Therefore, after the end of the world, he also subconsciously protected the school leaders. However, Su Yin does not seem to have this awareness. She stretched out her fingers to look at the black nail polish she had just painted and posed sexy in front of the elevator glass. Wang Dongdong, I suggest you think about your position. You are now a subordinate of Lord Jiang, just like me. You should consider Lord Jiang's interests when doing things. If you don't sit properly, you might as well lose your head. Su Yin is a very realistic person. The mentality of worshipping money and power is very serious. Especially after seeing Jiang Che's strength, her mind was focused on Jiang Che. She not only wants to follow this powerful man, she also wants to conquer this powerful man. As for Wang Dongdong, she no longer has any fear at all. She believed that with Jiang Che's support, it was unclear who would be the boss between the two of them from now on. After hearing what Su Yin said, Wang Dongdong stopped talking. He still had some resentment towards Jiang Che. After all, the other party had taken away his only goddess. Whenever he thought of this, he would feel inexplicably choked up in his heart. But he could only sob alone. His life was now in the other party's hands. What else could he do? With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Su Yin walked out first, twisting her plump hips, like an extremely beautiful snake. This is the principal's office and also the current principal's residence. From a distance, Su Yin heard the indescribable sound in the room. Humph, old man, at your age, you're still thinking about this kind of thing. Su Yin walked up to the door without knocking. She kicked out with her long thighs and broke the door into pieces. Ah, who is it? Who is this? There was a sudden commotion in the room. The woman kept screaming. The room is also on the top floor, so there is still direct sunlight entering the room, illuminating everything in the room. However, the originally tidy room was now a mess. There were scattered clothes and half-eaten food scraps on the ground. The originally large floor-to-ceiling windows were now covered with footprints and handprints. It seems that the battle is quite intense. The two women were half-naked at the moment, and looked at Su Yin with panic in their eyes. Su Yin also knew one of them, the school's director of studies, Ma Qian. She is in her 40s and is quite pretty. As for the principal Yang Jinhu, he was the most embarrassed at this moment. The most feared thing when you are halfway through is to be frightened. You will be frightened to the point of flinching. It will be a question whether you can stand up again. You will just put on your clothes randomly. Wang Dongdong also walked into the room at this moment and saw this unbearable scene. It can be said that the previous arrogant attitude of the school leaders collapsed at this moment. Ahem, Wang Dongdong, are you here to report your work to me? Why didn't you let me know in advance so I could prepare in advance? Yang Jinhu was relieved when he saw that it was Wang Dongdong. He thought that the other party was an honest child and would not do anything to him. But he still pretended to be calm. The two women also hid behind the sofa and began to pick up clothes on the ground and put them on. Wang Dongdong, I heard that the student union has recruited a new group of people, right? They are all weak female students, right? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the school doesn't have much capital, and you can't just randomly add people now. What's more, they won't promote the development of the student union in any way. I suggest that they go back to where they came from. Wang Dongdong didn't know how to respond at this time. This is really like a crow falling on a pig. It can see the blackness of others, but not its own. You said that the school didn't have enough supplies, but you were squandering supplies like crazy on the top floor every day. Just looking at the wasted supplies on the ground, to be honest, this is enough food for more than a dozen people a day. You said they have no role in the development of the student union. Then what role do you play? He and Su Yin are in charge of all official duties, and those students who have just joined can at least do some basic work. And you? Do nothing but hide in the office and play with women? Even if Wang Dongdong wanted to speak up for him, he couldn't say anything at this moment. Chapter 103 Principal, do you think I can do it? At this time, the Dean of Academic Affairs, Ma Shi, had also put on her clothes. He wiped the saliva marks that were still left at the corners of his mouth, pushed up his glasses, and that kind of superior aura emanated from him again. It was as if the person who had just been acting as humble as a bitch in the office was not her. She stared at Wang Dongdong with sidelong eyes. Wang Dongdong, you are so presumptuous. This is the principal's office. You just smashed the principal's door like that. Aren't you too disrespectful to your elders? Seeing that Wang Dongdong didn't say anything, she thought that the other party was intimidated by her aura. His chin was raised a little higher, and the expression on his face became even more arrogant. Then, he turned and looked at Su Yin, who was standing beside him. And you, Su Yin, last time I asked you to help Principal Yang find a new secretary. Why haven't you brought anyone here yet? There are only Xiao Lu and I in the entire office. Principal Yang is so busy that he can't handle it. Do you still want to continue working in the student union? Principal Yang let you up, and he can let you down now. Although Ma Shi looks pretty good and has the charm of a mature woman, but her voice is not very good. Maybe it's because she has been talking in a loud voice for many years. When she opens her mouth, she quacks like a female duck, which is very annoying. She said Wang Dongdong was fine. After all, Wang Dongdong had a very kind temper. However, her verbal attack on Su Yin was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Su Yin's originally disgusted expression turned even colder. Her face darkened, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees. Principal Yang has been in this position for many years, so he naturally has the ability to read people's expressions. He immediately noticed that something was wrong with the situation. He quickly walked to Ma Shi and pulled her, trying to stop her from talking. But Ma Shi was obviously upset, probably because her happy moment had just been interrupted and she had no place to vent her frustration. When she said this, even the principal couldn't stop her. Principal, please don't stop me. This little bitch is just too crazy. Just because you have a superpower, you really think you are superior to others. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Without our support, you are nothing. Su Yin didn't say anything either. She walked towards Ma Shi, who was still talking sweetly, with her slender legs. She was already unhappy with these school leaders, but because Wang Dongdong was suppressing her, she didn't dare to make trouble. Now she can be said to have no scruples. What did Lord Jiang say before? Remove all obstacles. I think these two school leaders are obstacles among obstacles, and they must be eliminated. Wang Dongdong stretched out his hand to stop it, but he didn't know what identity he should use to stop it. Just like Su Yin said before, if your butt sits crookedly, your head might be in danger. When he thought of this, his hand slowed down and he failed to stop the other person. Su Yin approached Ma Qin step by step. There was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Principal Yang, please don't stop me. I have to teach her a lesson today, otherwise she will be in trouble in the future. Yang Jinhu is now in a state of confusion. He doesn't understand where the other party gets his confidence from. Do you really think this is still a peaceful era? Do you still think you are the high and mighty Dean of Academic Affairs? As the principal, I now only dare to use a conciliatory policy towards Wang Dongdong. You just come up and call her a bitch. You can seek death yourself, but please don't implicate me. I haven't lived enough. Watching Su Yin approaching step by step, Ma Shi was not aware of the so-called danger at all. Isn't the other person just a student in the school? As long as they are students in the school, there is no one she cannot control. She arrogantly pointed her finger at Su Yan's nose. What do you want to do? I tell you. It hurts so much. Before he could finish his words, a sharp pain came from his fingertips and instantly spread to his entire arm. The part that Ma Shi is most satisfied with about herself is her hands. Her hands are white and smooth, without a trace of calluses on them. and she even goes to a beauty hospital for maintenance regularly. Results, today, not only these hands, but the entire arm was twisted into a knot by Su Yan. The skin and flesh burst apart inch by inch, and even the bones broke out of the skin. The scene was extremely bloody. What do you mean by me? Who gave you the guts to point your finger at me? I hate it most when people make gestures at me like this. If you keep pretending, I'll make you fly. It can be said that Su Yan's explosive method scared Principal Yang. Wang Dongdong also frowned. The psychics can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary people, especially B-level psychics like Su Yan. Dealing with someone like Ma Shi is no different from crushing an ant. The severe pain caused Ma Shi to faint on the spot, but Su Yan had no intention of letting her go. He simply grabbed the other person's other good hand again and broke his fingers one by one. As the saying goes, the pain in your fingers is connected to your heart. Under the stimulation of this severe pain, Ma Shi was awakened again on the spot. Looking at the cold smile on Su Yan's face, she finally understood how stupid she had just done. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Snot and tears came out at the same time, and even a smelly yellow and white substance began to flow out from under his body. Before she could finish, there were two more click sounds. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the room. Maybe a man would feel sympathy for such a pitiful woman, but Su Yan would not. She just wished that she could grind the other woman to ashes. Bitch, do you still think you are the ones who call the shots in the student union? I'm telling you, the student union now belongs to my boss. He's the one you asked me to deal with before. Do you know that? In no time, Su Yan tore the Dean of Academic Affairs to pieces. The cruelty is comparable to Ling Qi. Su Yan's hands were covered in blood at this time, looking extremely scary. Seeing the other party turning his gaze to him, Yang Jinhu became completely panicked. Su Yan, calm down. I support your decision unconditionally. I will not interfere in any of the student union's affairs in the future. All you need to do is give me some supplies regularly. Yang Jinhu kept backing away, begging for mercy. But he still didn't understand why the other party came here today, and he still thought that he could ask the student union to provide assets for his retirement. Principal Yang, aren't you in need of a secretary recently? Do you think I can do the job? As she spoke, Su Yan's body grew bigger like a balloon, and her muscles became knotted all over. Like a strong man, he pressed Yang Jinhu onto the desk. Chapter 104 Butcherbird. Chapter 104 Butcherbird. Face to face, Yang Jinhu was sweating profusely and didn't dare to breathe. I didn't say I wanted a secretary. It was all that Ma Shi, right? That bitch Ma Shi made it all up. Please let me go. I haven't lived enough. He is now trying his best to push the blame onto Ma Shi, since the other party has no evidence to prove the crime anyway. However, Su Yan ignored the other party's pleas for mercy and directly hit the other party's crotch with her knee. There was a crisp sound of crack. The powerful force directly twisted and deformed the opponent's lower body. Confiscate the tools used in the crime directly. Seeing that the other party was definitely going to die, Su Yan changed back to her original appearance. Su Yan, do you really have to be so ruthless? After all, they are the school leaders. Wang Dongdong felt that Su Yan was a little too cruel and that the matter could have been resolved peacefully. What are you doing keeping this kind of trash? Do you really want to feed them with supplies? The entire student union now belongs to Lord Jiang, so his supplies shouldn't be given to such useless people. Since Lord Jiang has allowed us to completely control Jinhai University, there is no need for them to exist. Su Yan said in a sonorous and powerful voice. She felt that what she did was completely correct and that Wang Dongdong was still too indecisive. That's right, if it weren't for the other party's indecisiveness and soft-heartedness, I probably wouldn't be alive today. Su Yan, you did the right thing. I am very optimistic about you. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in both his and Wang Dongdong's hearts. When they heard this voice, they were both startled. This is Jiang Che's voice. But the other party did not appear at the scene, and they were able to confirm that there were only two of them in the room. They all thought they were hallucinating. But when they saw the same shock in each other's eyes, they knew that they were not hallucinating at all, and that it was really the voice of Jiang Che in their hearts. You are not hallucinating. I am talking to you. There was a hint of smile in Jiang Che's voice. He had just discovered this ability. He originally wanted to sense the location of the two people through the mental chain. But no one expected that he could directly connect the two people mentally through the mental chain. Although it is impossible to control the other person's body, it is possible to observe the environment around the other person through the other person's body. They can even communicate with each other spiritually. This is much better than communicating over the phone, but it also has disadvantages. That is, mental energy is consumed extremely quickly. Even with his current mental strength of 154 points, It is completely impossible to maintain this state for a long time. Jiang Che could be said to have seen everything that Su Yin and Wang Dongdong had done just now. It can be said that Su Yan's performance was completely in line with his wishes. He also never expected that Su Yin could be so loyal to him. Could it be that the other party is still coveting his body? Jiang Che remained skeptical about this. Su Yin, you are doing the right thing. I will be leaving Jinhai University in the next few days. From today on, you will be responsible for all the work of the student union. Hearing Jiang Che's words, she felt an irrepressible ecstasy in her heart. This means that Wang Dongdong must also obey her orders. This means that as long as she doesn't provoke people from the military, she will be the top leader in this school. Su Yin was so excited that her body was shaking. I never thought that I, Su Yin, would end up like this. As expected, I can now be said to be Lord Jiang Che's absolute confidant. As long as I keep going like this, it won't be impossible for me to sleep in the same bed with Master Jiang Che. Su Yin began to fantasize again. Wang Dongdong, I order you to assist Su Yin wholeheartedly. Do you understand? There was an indescribable bitterness on Wang Dongdong's face. He knew where he was wrong, which was that he did not show loyalty and stand firm like Su Yin. But it's too late to say anything now. He also didn't know that Jiang Che had such a terrifying ability that he could actually monitor their actions all the time. As Jiang Che's slave, he was mentally branded by Jiang Che. Even if he wanted to refuse now, he didn't have the ability to do so. Okay, I understand. He agreed with some disappointment. Su Yin, I have one more thing I need you to do. Help Jiang Shuyin and the others arrange accommodation in the Twin Towers and take care of their safety while I'm away. Okay, Lord Jiang, I promise to complete this task. After finishing explaining things to Su Yin, Jiang Che was already standing at the school gate. He came to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that he had driven earlier. This is also an advantage of the end times. You can park your car wherever you want. No one will steal your car, and you don't have to worry about parking fees. Unlock and get in the car. 2 LED headlights swooshed through the black fog in front of us. The V8 engine also started working again, making a beast-like roar. With a gorgeous drift turn, Jiang Che drove the car at full speed towards Jinjiang Community. At the same time, on Shuefu Road, 3 figures were running quickly forward. 1 woman and 2 men, all wearing combat police uniforms and holding pistols in their hands. However, they were not chasing anyone, but running for their lives. The 3 of them were already pale and their strength had long been exhausted, but no one dared to slow down. Captain, that beast has disappeared, right? He's not chasing us anymore. There was no movement behind me. The man who was running farther back among the 3 spoke to the female police officer in the front. This female police officer has perfect body proportions, wheat-colored skin, and muscular lines that are very sexually expressive. She is naturally the female police officer Zhu Kersen. After witnessing the tragedy at Rongxin Supermarket, she had been preparing to go to Jinhai University to join the army. However, we were delayed for a while because we had to take care of the injured woman. Although they consumed a lot of medical resources, the injured woman still could not be saved. Rongxin Supermarket is not far from Jinhai University. Since they still have a car, she thought it would not take long for them to meet up with the main force. In the end, the accident still happened. They encountered an extremely terrifying beast on Shuefu Road. The beast not only destroyed their police car, but also caused the loss of 2 of their teammates. Shuefu Road is too wide, and on both sides are either closed shops or closed office buildings. It was difficult for them to find a place to hide. Chica. Just when they had begun to relax, a shrill scream came from in front of the 3 of them. The 3 were so frightened that they stopped immediately and looked towards the source of the sound. The 3 people's pupils suddenly shrank. In the pale light of the street lamp, a huge black shadow was squatting. The shape of the thing was vaguely recognizable as a bird, but it was abnormally large, almost the size of a coyote. It stood motionless on the top of the lampshade, its sharp claws piercing deeply into the metal shell, making a teeth-grinding, squeaking sound. With the help of the halo of light, several people were able to see the true appearance of the thing. Although its body shape was distorted, it could still be vaguely recognized that it was a shrike, also known as the butcher bird. Its feathers were a sickly purple-black color and had an oily sheen in the light, as if they were soaked in some sticky liquid. The most horrifying thing is its beak. The originally sharp beak has now become deformed, with the upper and lower jaws growing misaligned, forming a serrated hook blade, and inside it is the corpse of a male police officer. The mutated shrike still couldn't change its instincts, and slowly hung the corpse in its mouth on the street lamp. It used its long beak to peck at the corpse's internal organs. Of course, its eyes would look towards the 3 people from time to time. These are its other 3 preys, It can't let them get away. Chapter 105. Counterattack? Looking at the horrifying scene before them, the three dared not move. Although they had guns in their hands, they did not dare to shoot. The feathers of this beast are ridiculously hard. When they hit the opponent, not only will they fail to cause any substantial damage, but they will also anger the opponent. The two police officers before were killed first because they fired their guns. Captain, what should we do? Where should we run now? A male police officer wearing glasses asked Zhu Kersen. Although Zhu Kersen is a female police officer, she has made many achievements and is very prestigious in the police station. So at this dangerous moment, everyone wanted to hear her opinion. Hoo-hoo. Zhu Kersen took a few deep breaths and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. What should I do? What should I do? This beast is obviously targeting us. He won't let us go even after killing two of us. Keep running forward, and you will reach Gimhe University. Once you get there, you will be rescued by the army. If you run back, your chances of survival will depend entirely on your luck. Zhu Kersen was not a hesitant person. After just a moment of thinking, she made a decision. Keep running. As long as we can make it to Gimhe University, we will definitely survive. Her voice was full of determination. Although she was unsure, the most important thing at the moment was morale. If she backs down, what will the teammates behind her do? When the man with glasses heard Zhu Kersen's words, his face turned pale. He knew that the other party didn't want to discourage their hope of survival. But the straight-line distance from here to Gimhe University is more than 4 kilometers, not to mention that the entire road is a very wide highway, and there is no place to hide. The chances of them surviving are extremely slim. You must follow closely behind me and charge forward together. Zhu Kersen gave an order and rushed out first. The man with glasses didn't dare to hesitate at this moment, and he and the other male police officer gritted their teeth and followed. Although Zhu Kersen is extremely tired now, her running posture has not changed at all and is still full of beauty. Especially those strong and powerful long legs, which are extremely eye-catching, like a female leopard running in the wilderness, full of explosive power. When the mutant shrike saw that the three people dared to rush towards it, it tilted its head, and its pair of black eyes seemed full of confusion. It was a little puzzled by the actions of these small prey. It abandons the unfinished appetizer on the streetlight. He soared into the air and swooped down towards the three people. Raptor swoops, piercing shrike. I'm not kidding you. Before the mutation, the shrike could dive and hunt at a speed of up to 80 kilometers per hour. And now the mutated shrike is even more terrifying. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the three people. Its target is Zhu Kersen, the leader of the three. The other two police officers were frightened out of their wits by this scene. I didn't dare to follow Zhu Kersen at all. Run directly to both sides. However, Zhu Kersen, who was facing the crisis, was not panicked at all. Her thinking was still clear and coherent. If I can just flip over from the front, this beast will definitely expose his weakness. This is an opportunity, a chance to strike back. Having made up her mind, she could feel her heartbeat starting to quicken and a surge of strength seemed to be injected into her body. This is the adrenaline in her body starting to be secreted rapidly. The slender thighs kicked the ground suddenly. The powerful muscle lines are particularly prominent when wrapped in tight combat pants. She held her breath and rushed forward. At the same time, the mutant shrike also came closer, but it did not stab Zhu Kersen. Its sharp beak brushed against Zhu Kersen's straight back. Zhu Kersen curled up in the air, and then did a very standard and graceful front roll on the ground. A huge vibration sounded behind him. It was the mutant shrike crashing into the ground. Now is the perfect opportunity. Zhu Kersen landed and turned around quickly, knelt on one knee towards the location of the ferocious beast, then raised his gun and shot. Bang, bang, bang. Sharp gunshots continued to ring out. In less than 3 seconds, the magazine was completely emptied. Zhu Kersen looked at the huge pit in front of her that was filled with smoke and dust, breathing heavily, trying to calm the excitement in her heart. Dead. She was just sure that all her bullets hit the mutant shrike's abdomen. In her impression, this location should be the most vulnerable place for birds. She risked her life this time just to buy a chance to survive for the three of them. There was no movement in the pit. At this time, another male police officer ran over, his excitement evident on his face. Dead. He must be dead. Captain, it has to be you. You are so awesome. You are worthy of being the hero of our police force. The great policewoman. He was dancing with excitement and had already started popping the champagne. Having been suppressed by the fear of death for a long time, he always had a string in his heart. Now that he was relaxed, he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. The man with glasses just reacted at this moment and wanted to flatter Zhu Kersen. But at this moment, A huge black shadow quickly flew out from the pit. It was like a streak of black lightning, cutting through the air. The male police officer who was dancing with joy was stabbed through. Half of the police officer's large intestine was hanging on the slender bird's beak, and scarlet blood was dripping slowly from the tip of the beak. The police officer's face still maintained the same excited expression as before, and his head was shaking wildly like a rattle. This scene brought unprecedented shock to Zhu Kersen and the man with glasses. He isn't dead yet. The man with glasses quickly swallowed back the auspicious words he was about to say. He uttered these words tremblingly. Zhu Kersen was also extremely sad about the deaths of her subordinates. These people could be said to be brothers who had worked with her for many years, so naturally she had some feelings for them. But now is not the time to be sad. She looked at the mutant shrike's belly, and her expression suddenly became quite ugly. There was indeed an injury there, but judging from the signs of bleeding, it seemed like it was just a minor skin scrape. Not to mention causing substantial harm. I guess it's not even as much blood sucked by a mosquito. The Type 92 is still too weak to deal with these mutant beasts. I wish I had the desert eagle I had back then. At this moment, Zhu Kersen suddenly remembered the desert eagle she picked up at the entrance of Rongshin supermarket. The destructive power, like that of a small artillery shell, was the most exaggerated she had ever seen. She believed that if that gun had been used just now, the beast would have been killed to the point of being dead. Chapter 106. Not for myself. Don't just stand there, run. We have no chance of winning against it head-on. Zhu Kersen quickly came to her senses and spoke to the man with glasses. Now she had no other thoughts. The pistol was useless. Was she going to engage in hand-to-hand combat? The man with glasses was also awakened by Zhu Kersen's words. The two men no longer mourned the death of their colleague and continued running towards Gimhe University. However, the mutant shrike was not so kind and let them go. Especially the woman who shot it. Its eyes were always locked on her. He shook off the corpse from his mouth, then took off again and flew towards where the two people were. Captain, do you have any other ideas? We can't outrun this beast just by running. The man with glasses saw the big bird catching up with him rapidly and placed his hope on Zhu Kersen again. But Zhu Kersen really has no choice now. I have no other choice. Now we can only hope that the troops from Jinhai University can come to pick us up in advance. I have already spoken to their counterparts on the phone. Of course, these were just her expectations. She had indeed called the military at Gimhe University, but the other party only said that they could provide them with resettlement. I never said I would take the initiative to respond. When the man with glasses heard this, his heart became heavier. He was sure that these were all Zhu Kersen's words, and he didn't believe at all that any army would come to pick them up. He tried to run faster and get to the front, but no matter how fast he ran, he could not catch up with Zhu Kersen. He turned his head to look at the mutant shrike hovering in the air. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he always felt that the other person was staring at him. The other party's next target will definitely be me. No, I don't want to die. I passed the exam with great difficulty and worked hard for several years to get a job. Now I want to die here. I can't accept this. Endless fear continued to spread in the heart of the man with glasses. His eyes gradually became fierce, and his face gradually became crazy. At this time, the mutant shrike in the air has also begun to prepare for a dive. Captain, I'm sorry. I really want to live. I hope you don't blame me. Since you are not the fastest runner, you have to get rid of those who run faster than you. Zhu Kersen was completely focused on escaping and didn't notice any emotional changes in her teammates. She has always trusted her teammates and was able to trust them with her back. However, when she heard the voice behind her, her expression changed slightly. What does he mean by that? But she soon understood. She just turned her head to look at the other party, and what she saw was a black muzzle of a gun. She never expected that her teammates would point their guns at her. Before she could react, there was a loud bang. Flames spurted out of the muzzle of the gun, and a bullet hit her in the back. Zhu Kersen felt as if a heavy hammer had hit her hard, causing her to lose control of her body and fall to the ground. At the same time, the mutant shrike in the sky also swooped down. Boom! After a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground again. After the man with glasses fired the gun, he also felt guilty. What he did was really immoral, but in order to survive, he could do something even more immoral. In the end times, human nature is the most unreliable thing. Captain, help me attract the other party's attention and buy me more time. When I have the chance, I will definitely burn more paper money for you. He kept walking and muttering to himself, as if only this could reduce his guilt to the lowest level. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front. It seemed to be accompanied by two lights. Is this an armored vehicle? It's the army support. The captain didn't lie to me. We really have military support. He was truly ecstatic. Zhu Kursin was behind him, attracting the monster's attention, and support from the army in front also arrived. He was extremely sure in his heart that he would be 100% able to survive today. Help! I'm here. Come and save me. The man with glasses stopped running at this moment and started shouting continuously towards the direction where the sound came from. But soon, he found something wrong. This armored vehicle is so close to me. Why is there no sign of slowing down? No, I can't stand here any longer, or I'll definitely get hit. Thinking of this, the man with glasses started running to the side. But it's too late to run now. The other car was driving incredibly fast and was close in an instant. Soon, a domineering Mercedes-Benz G63 broke through the black fog and rushed out. The other party seemed to be aiming at the man with glasses. No matter how he ran, the other party's light was always facing him. The man with glasses was so frightened that he jumped up on the spot and cursed at the other party. I'll fuck you. But it was no use. The whole person was knocked dozens of meters away. Zhu Kursin used her hands and feet to climb out of the deep pit. She struggled to unbutton her combat uniform on her chest, revealing the black bulletproof vest underneath. Although she was protected by a bulletproof vest, she still felt very uncomfortable after being shot. Ahem. She coughed hard a few times and felt a bloody taste in her mouth. Thanks to that shot, she was not stabbed directly by the mutant Shrike. Bulletproof vests can protect against bullets, but they certainly cannot protect against being pierced by large birds. The 3 team members who died before him were a lesson for him. But at this point, she gave up struggling. Not to mention that the mutant bird was in a deep pit. His own physical strength did not support him to run anymore. She leaned her body against the street lamp, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. Although she hated the man with glasses for his previous behavior, she could also understand him. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. I hope the other person can survive. I can't die in vain. Zhu Kursin had a good attitude and quickly convinced herself. Soon, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. It's a mutant Shrike. The ferocious appearance is scary enough when viewed from a distance, and it is even more terrifying when viewed up close. The other party approached step by step and soon stood in front of Zhu Kursin. I heard that this bird likes to torture its prey before killing it. Wait a minute, my death would be very ugly. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. He raised his head and looked into the eyes of the ferocious beast in front of him. The next moment, the slender bird's beak pecked hard at her head. Seeing the jagged bird beak getting bigger and bigger in front of her eyes, Zhu Kursin still closed her eyes in fear. Bite! The imagined pain did not come. Instead, there was a sound of metal clashing in front of him. Gradually, Zhu Kursin opened her eyes and looked forward. She saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. A tall figure stood in front of her. His palm was like a pair of pliers, tightly grasping the mutant Shrike's long mouth. No matter how the beast struggled, the bird's beak seemed unable to escape the other's control. Although the other person had his back to her, she couldn't see his face clearly. But the tall and straight figure and broad back made her heart sway. Chapter 107 Double Standards. What is he doing? How is it possible? Zhu Kursin looked at the scene in front of her with disbelief in her heart. She knew how terrifying the mutant Shrike's beak was. It is no exaggeration to say that it can pierce gold and split stone. Before, their police car was pecked through by a peck. But even such a powerful beast was pinched on the mouth by the man in front of it, and it couldn't even perform the most basic resistance. How did he do this? How much strength does it take? While Zhu Kursin was shocked, she felt her heartbeat speed up slightly at this moment. Although she behaved very strongly in the police station, as if she was a strong woman who was fearless. But deep down she still longed for a strong arm. Especially the extreme personal heroism, which is completely irresistible to her. To put it simply, her admiration for the strong is quite serious. The man in black in front of him was naturally Jiang Che, who had just come out of Jinhai University. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on his way home. Originally, he didn't intend to care. He is not some saintly saint who would not rush to rescue people when he sees them suffering. Even if he saved 2 ordinary people, he would not know what to do with them. You can't always keep her by your side and be her full-time babysitter. My time is still very precious now, and my 3 wives are still in danger. However, when he just approached the other party, the prompt sound from the system immediately made him change his mind. Name, Zhu Kursin. Age, 29. Appearance, 94. Body size, 97. Purity, 100. Goddesses who meet the requirements are another matter. Jiang Che never has too many such people. And I saw that the other party was still wearing combat uniform. Policewoman, this keyword comes out. Jiang Che became even more determined in his mind that he must save this person, and we must rescue them with all our strength. Seeing that the mutant beast was approaching and ready to kill, Jiang Che didn't even care about his beloved Mercedes-Benz G-Class and simply abandoned the car. Used flash to quickly approach the opponent. Just before Zhu Kersen was about to be pecked to death, he grabbed the strange bird's mouth. Call. Just a few tenths of a second. Feeling that the situation was completely under his control, Jiang Che breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was fast enough. If I had watched such a beautiful goddess die like this, it would have been a waste of nature's gift. But was it because of my luck +1 that I was able to arrive so promptly? If I had been a second late, this policewoman would have been dead. Jiang Che thought so in his heart as he looked at the vicious beast in front of him. What is this? Shrike? I didn't expect it to mutate so much under the pollution of the black fog. The mutant shrike's pair of black eyes stared at Jiang Che. Danger. Extremely dangerous. This feeling comes from its biological instinct. Its heart kept urging it to stay away from the other party, but it couldn't pull its mouth out of the other party's hand. You bastard. Come out now. Its two sharp claws kept kicking the ground, leaving cracks on the originally flat ground. But Jiang Che remained unmoved, his expression still calm. When Zhu Kersen saw this strange scene, she thought that the other party was in a stalemate with the mutant beast. He quickly took out his pistol, replaced the spare magazine, and prepared to help. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a scene that shocked her appeared. I saw the tall figure move. The bony palms suddenly exerted force, crushing the indestructible bird's beak into pieces. The next moment, he actually picked up the mutant bird with his hands. Then, like swinging a hammer, he smashed the mutant bird madly to the ground. Boom! There was a muffled explosion. The asphalt road cracked, and the mutant shrike's wings twisted and deformed like rags. Boom! With the second blow, smelly purple blood spurted out from the beak and soaked the entire ground. Boom! After the third muffled sound, only a twitching piece of flesh remained on the ground. Jiang Che slowly stood up, shook off the sticky liquid on his wrist, and turned to look in Zhu Kersen's direction. Only then did Zhu Kersen recover from her shock. Is this still a human? The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Che was full of curiosity and disbelief. Zhu Kersen, right? My name is Jiang Che, and from now on, everything you have belongs to me. Jiang Che's black windbreaker was rustling in the wind. After the body transformation of the Iron Man, Jiang Che's body can now be said to be in perfect golden proportions, comparable to ancient Greek sculptures. Needless to say, his appearance is very handsome with sharp features, especially the wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, which always gives people a very romantic feeling. Although, it is indeed very romantic. As long as the opposite sex has normal sexual orientation, their first impression of Jiang Che will definitely be quite good. Zhu Kersen was no exception. She looked at Jiang Che with a blushing look. Oh, thank you very much. However, her mind was still a little numb at this moment, still immersed in the moment when the other party had just violently killed the bird. Soon, she realized that something was wrong with Jiang Che. How do you know my name? Zhu Kersen was very sure that she had never revealed her name. This was the first time the two of them had talked. However, Jiang Che had no intention of explaining. This is too difficult to explain. I can't just say that I have my own system. Jiang Che pointed to a Mercedes-Benz G not far away and said to Zhu Kersen, "Stop talking nonsense and get in the car." Jiang Che's words were very overbearing, and he didn't give Zhu Kersen any other options at all. This made Zhu Kersen very alert. Her years of experience as a police officer told her that there was something wrong with the young man in front of her, a big problem. You must stay away from each other. Sorry, we are not on the same route. I need to join the army of Gimhe University. Let's say goodbye now. Zhu Kersen's palms were soaked with sweat, and he tightened the Type 92 pistol in his hand. Although the other party saved her, Zhu Kersen was not going to sit and wait for death if the other party had any ill intentions. Jiang Che was stunned when he heard what the other party said. What is this? So it's all in vain that I saved the person, right? It's not on the way, right? Let me make it on the way for you. You don't understand what I said, right? I told you to get in the car. Watching Jiang Che approaching step by step, Zhu Kersen felt her heartbeat gradually quickening, and out of fear in her heart, she subconsciously raised her pistol. Don't come over here. A sneer appeared on Jiang Che's face. I was the one who saved you just now, and now you're pointing a gun at your savior? Hearing Jiang Che's sarcasm, the shame on Zhu Kersen's face flashed away. I am very grateful to you, but this cannot be a reason for you to blackmail me. Chapter 108, I thought it was a speed bump. Jiang Che was so angry that he almost laughed. What did this mean? It meant that he was not going to admit it. He was too lazy to reason with the other party now. Since the other party would not obey, he would force it. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. Zhu Kersen gave a warning, and seeing that the other party was still slowly approaching, she gritted her teeth and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. The bullet hit Jiang Che accurately. No, impossible. This must be fake. After the shooting, Zhu Kersen was stunned. The bullet hit Jiang Che, but only damaged his clothes, without leaving even a trace on his skin. The opponent's body seems to be even stronger than the previous mutated beast's body. She was a little distracted at the moment. However, Jiang Che would not give her time to be stunned. The two of them quickly closed the distance. The next moment, a sharp pain came from the abdomen and Zhu Kersen's expression changed drastically. The whole person flew backwards. Like a spinning top, it kept rolling on the ground. After she got up, she kept vomiting, but she hadn't eaten for a long time, so all she vomited out was stomach acid and bile. She felt extremely uncomfortable at the moment, as if she was going to die. This was because Jiang Che was holding back, otherwise he would have kicked Zhu Kersen in two. Jiang Che walked forward, squatted down, grabbed Zhu Kersen's hair, and lifted her head up. You coward, you don't dare to attack the beast, but you dare to attack your savior, right? I'm not. Zhu Kersen stared at Jiang Che with her stubborn little eyes. That means, I'm not a coward. Jiang Che smiled and reached out to pat the other person's little face lightly. I tell you, from the moment I saved you, everything you have is mine, including your body and your life. Do you understand? I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you. After saying that, Jiang Che searched the other party and confiscated all his weapons. It's not that he is afraid of the opponent's weapons. After all, with his current physical condition, ordinary weapons are completely ineffective. He just hoped that the other party would not do anything weird and disrupt his subsequent plans. Zhu Kersen feels really aggrieved now. He had just escaped from the ferocious beast, but was captured by a man who was even more terrifying than the beast. She didn't know what the ending would be that was waiting for her. Jiang Che didn't wait for the other party to reply with any soft words. He directly pulled the other party's hair and pulled him onto the passenger seat. One hand was skillfully controlling the car, while the other hand was reaching into Zhu Kersen's pants full of holes. He kept stroking the other person's powerful thighs. The other person's body was rated very high, and Jiang Che wanted to check it out in advance. To be honest, it feels very comfortable to touch. It is somewhat similar to Professor Bai Li's, both with muscular legs. But Bai Li's thighs are more delicate and wider. After all, she has been working in the laboratory for many years. Zhu Kersen's thighs are slightly rough and her skin is wheat-colored, and it can be seen that she often trains outdoors. But they are also rare, beautiful legs. Zhu Kersen wanted to stop the other party's sexual harassment, but she had no ability to resist. The other party can tear the mutant beast apart with his bare hands. What can she use to resist? Wait a minute. There's someone ahead. Just then, she saw a familiar figure appear in front of the car. It was his former colleague, the man with glasses who shot him. At this moment, the other party was in an extremely miserable condition. He was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, and his lower body could no longer move. She didn't know that it was Jiang Che who hit her, and thought she was also attacked by a ferocious beast. Take him with you. If you leave him here alone, he will die. Even though the other party had ambushed her before, she still hoped that one more person from her original team could survive. Jiang Che actually discovered it earlier than Zhu Kersen. After all, he had a mental detection range of 40 meters, but he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he increased his speed and pressed directly on the opponent's body. If there was still a possibility of saving him just now, he could have gone to the underworld and started drawing lots now. What are you doing? Can't you see that's a living person? Zhu Kersen questioned Jiang Che angrily. Jiang Che, however, looked indifferent. I didn't see it. I thought it was a speed bump. Also, watch your attitude when you talk to me. If you use this interrogative tone to talk to me again next time, I will make you speechless for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Jiang Che twisted Zhu Kersen's inner thigh hard. Zhu Kersen's eyes started to mist up from the pain. Looking at Jiang Che's cold eyes, she dared not say another word. Jinjiang Community, top floor of Building 8. This is one of the few floors in the entire Jinjiang community that has been preserved intact, because this is already the base camp of the Mutual Aid Association. Under the leadership of Chen Xun, the Mutual Aid Association is changing every day. He constantly recruits young people who are willing to join him, and takes the initiative to contact organizations of people with special abilities outside the community to expand the scale of his business. He has also established contact with a very powerful organization of superpowers and received funding from them. It can be said that the Mutual Aid Association is now the most powerful organization of people with special abilities in the entire Jinjiang community, without a doubt. In the spacious bathroom on the top floor, A beautiful woman was bathing in milk. In this age when ordinary people don't even have enough water to drink, it is quite a luxury for someone to be able to take a bath with milk. This person is Lin Wan's best friend Zhang Xiaoxiao. Not only did the other party not die, but his life was getting better and better. Before, it was Wang Gang's forbidden toy. Now it has changed its owner and become Chun Chen's plaything. But Chun Chen treated her very well. As long as she wanted something, Chun Chen would try his best to satisfy her. Although Chun Chen is a little older, she is the only woman and does not have many wives and concubines like others in the apocalypse. She was very satisfied with this, and even had the idea of spending her whole life with Chun Chen. This life is so comfortable. I don't know how my good sister is doing now. She left me alone and ran away. Maybe she is starved to death in some corner now, haha. When she thought of Lin Wan, her eyes were filled with resentment. Why didn't she persuade herself at that time? Why didn't she take me with her at that time? Let yourself suffer Wang Gang's torture and humiliation for no reason. She now dreams of catching Lin Wan and letting her experience the feeling of being raped. Xiao Xiao, are you in the room? Just then, a hoarse voice came from outside the door. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't bother to continue taking the milk bath at this moment, and quickly got up to come out to greet them. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a man in a black robe in the hall. Hubby, you're back. Zhang Xiaoxiao spoke to the man in a coquettish voice. The man turned his head, revealing a very terrifying and hideous face. The entire face was free of skin, and muscle fibers were wriggling on the face like earthworms. The white bones were directly exposed to the air, and the eyes were so big that it seemed like they would fall out of their sockets at any time. Its appearance can only be described as beginning to take on a human form. This person is the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced Chen Chun, and he is also the current leader of the Mutual Aid Association. The reason why it turned out like this is all thanks to the supernatural fruit. Chapter 109 Young Master Sun. Zhang Xiaoxiao took a look at Chun Chen's horrifying appearance, then shifted her sight away without leaving a trace. Although the two people have been in contact for some time, they have done everything they should and shouldn't do. However, in her heart she still couldn't accept the other person's inhuman appearance. Whenever he had sex at night, he always felt like he was having sex with a monster. She walked into the room and took out an unopened bottle of mineral water. The delicate hands unscrewed the bottle cap and brought it to Chin Chin's mouth. Hubby, you must be exhausted today. Drink some water and relax. Her voice was gentle, and she looked like a considerate and virtuous wife. The muscles on Chin Chin's face twisted wildly, revealing a very terrifying smile. Xiao Xiao, you are so nice to me. You know what? I am thirsty. Chin Chin picked up the water bottle and started drinking. As the cold water went down his throat, bursts of smoke began to emanate from his body, which looked very strange. This was the change that had occurred after he took the supernatural fruit. It was as if there was a furnace in his body, generating heat crazily. The normal body temperature of a person is 37 degrees, but his body surface temperature has now exceeded 45 degrees. This is quite exaggerated data. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to look Chin Chin in the eye. As if she suddenly remembered something, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up and asked, Husband, did you find that bitch Lin Wan when you went out this time? Before the Mutual Aid Association started to raid the Jinjiang community, she immediately proposed to capture Lin Wan alive. In order to please her, Chun Chen naturally agreed. At this time, hearing Zhang Xiaoxiao's question, Chun Chen shook his head. It's not clear yet. I didn't go to sweep the building today. I went to meet with young Master Sun Lianqing. After hearing the previous sentence, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a little disappointed. After all, Lin Wan was now becoming her inner demon. She felt very uncomfortable if she couldn't torture her. But when she heard the name, Sun Lianqing, her eyes suddenly brightened up again. Sun Lianqing? Is that the Sun Lianqing who lives in Yunjing Palace? Chen Chen nodded. Yes, that's him. Zhang Xiaoxiao's heartbeat gradually quickened and her breathing became rapid. Chen Chen had mentioned to her before that the Mutual Aid Association had already established contact with a large-scale superpower organization outside. She didn't think much about it at the time. After all, she had heard a lot recently and knew that there were already many superpower organizations in the world. I don't think it's strange. But she never expected it. The person Chen Chen contacted was actually the famous Sun Lianqing. The company she worked for before was a local real estate company in Jinhai. The name Sun Lianqing is simply a household name. The top rich boy in Jinhai City. Of course, when talking about Sun Lianqing, we have to mention his father Sun Rue. He is one of the top real estate entrepreneurs in Jinhai City. The large supermarkets and cinemas built by their group have almost spread all over Dragon Country. Yunjing Tiangong, a top-level park for the wealthy, was also developed and constructed by their group. It is said that Sun Lianqing is a fan of the end of the world and has always been obsessed with building a doomsday fortress. Yunjing Palace was built entirely according to Sun Lianqing's ideas. The environment, materials, layout, and design are all top-notch. The construction cost can be measured in billions, which is simply inhumane. It can be said that Yunjing Palace is the top building in the entire Jinhai city, without a doubt. Moreover, after the construction of the property was completed, it was never put on the market for sale. If you want to buy a property there, money alone is not enough. Social status and personal connections are both essential. So, what did you discuss today? Can we also move to Yunjing Palace to live? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked a little excitedly. She was originally a very vain woman, and her biggest dream before was to marry into a wealthy family and marry a rich man. Living in Yunjing Palace was something she couldn't even imagine in her dreams. Under her excited gaze, Chun Chen nodded slightly. Young Master's son promised to give us a house and is willing to fund the development of our mutual aid association, but all these benefits come with conditions. Hubby, no matter what the other party asks, you have to agree to it. I really want to move in, please. Zhang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to hold Chun Chen's red arm and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. When Chun Chen saw Zhang Xiaoxiao's look, he didn't smile at all, but sighed instead. He asked us to hand over 10 supernatural fruits and 10 stunning beauties as a token of our loyalty. 10 supernatural fruits are easy to deal with. We have confiscated more than 10 of them from a small resident organization before. But it's not so easy to gather these 10 stunning beauties. There used to be quite a few beautiful women in the entire Xinjiang community. But some did not survive the natural disaster and died at home, while others resisted stubbornly during the building sweep and were killed on the spot. Among the prisoners he had captured now, it would be quite good if he could pick out 3 who looked decent. After hearing what Chen Chen said, Zhang Xiaoxiao almost wanted to recommend herself. In her opinion, being Sun Xiao's lover is at least more promising than following Chen Chen. You don't have to worry about food and drink, and you can live in a luxury house. At least young Master's son still looks like a human being, unlike Chen Chen, who looks like a bloody monster. But Chen Chen's next words shattered Zhang Xiaoxiao's dream. This young Master's son is a womanizer and a sadist. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she won't survive more than a week under his control. When I went there today, I saw him brutally murder a beautiful woman. These 10 beauties were unlucky. They were sent to Sun Lianqing's home. I guess their fate will be miserable. Of course, Xiao, don't worry. I will never give you to young Master Sunday. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoxiao's face became a little unnatural, Chen Chen thought that she was frightened and hurried to comfort her. Hubby, if that's the case, we have to hurry up and look for Lin Wan. With her beauty, if we give her to young Master Sun, even if we can't get 10 people together, young Master Sun will definitely show leniency. Chen Chen laughed and hooked Zhang Xiaoxiao's chin. Xiao, I know you hate that woman. Don't worry, my brothers have already searched the last 2 buildings. As long as the other party is still in Xinjiang community, he will definitely not escape our grasp. As he spoke, Chen Chen stroked Zhang Xiaoxiao's soft skin. Xiao, I feel like my body is blocked. Can you help me clear it up? Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a little sick when she heard Chen Chen's words. She knew that the other party wanted to humiliate her again. But she couldn't resist, so she gathered her hair, squatted down, and started to unbutton Chen Chen's pants. Hiss, amazing. Xiao, your mouth skills are really becoming more and more mature. Chapter 1, 10 Humiliation. At the same time, Building 11 of Xinjiang Community. A large number of people with weapons have begun to appear downstairs. Each of them had a ferocious smile on their face, and they looked very arrogant and aggressive. Leading the group was a young man wearing a black robe and with a shaved head. His name is Pan Wei, and he was the earliest younger brother to follow Chen Chen. After Chen Chen gained power, his status also soared from being an unknown person before. Not only did he obtain the supernatural fruit, he also had more than 50 subordinates under him. He is doing very well in Xinjiang community. Hey, Brother Wei, I wonder if you guys can still have some soup today. A man with a crew cut, who was about 18 years old, walked up to Pan Wei and asked with a lewd smile on his face. The woman in Building 1 yesterday was in such poor health that she died before it was my turn. If I can still drink the soup today. Brother Wei, can you let me drink the first soup? I really can't hold it in any longer. As he spoke, he kept rubbing his palms, looking very wretched. Hearing what the crew-haired man said, Pan Wei slapped him hard on the head, causing him to stagger. You kid, you only think about the things in your crotch all day long. I'm telling you, there's no soup today. The boss just sent me a message, asking me to collect as many beautiful women as possible. He has another great use for us brothers. It's related to the future development of us brothers. The man with a crew cut grimaced in dismay after being slapped by Pan Wei, but he could only nod frantically, shrinking his neck, not daring to say anything else. This is the truth that strength is the bottom line in the end times. You have the ability, so whatever you say is right. A group of more than 50 people walked to the downstairs of Building 11 and were about to go upstairs. The brothers are also sharpening their knives. They have done this kind of thing too many times and have become numb to killing ordinary people who are powerless. This is an era of cannibalism. If you have no ability to resist, you will become a lamb to be slaughtered. Brothers, please stay. Just then, a loud voice came from the black fog beside. Pan Wei also stopped and looked towards the source of the sound with a frown. A middle-aged man in his 30s came out. He was wearing a black sports suit and looked a bit gentle and mature, but his body was still very strong. Behind him was also a group of residents armed with weapons. However, they did not have the same imposing manner as Pan Wei's men. They were all timid, and there was more or less fear in their eyes when they looked at each other. Oh my, who was it? Turns out to be the ice rat Fong Fong. What's the matter? Last time, our boss beat you so hard that you had to hide underground. How come you dare to come out this time? When he saw the person coming, Pan Wei showed a playful smile on his face. Hearing Pan Wei's teasing, the younger brothers behind him burst into laughter. It was obvious that he didn't take Fong Fong seriously. Fong Fong was not annoyed at this moment. He still had a kind smile on his face. Pan Wei, I can let you guys off the hook for stealing my supernatural fruit, and I can also take a step back when you guys killed my teammates. But you can't go into Building 11 today. This was the first task Jiang Che gave him. He must protect Building 11 at all costs, and if necessary, protect his woman. This is also the first time for him to complete a task assigned by Jiang Che, and he must do his best to complete it. Pan Wei felt a little unhappy when he heard Fong Feng's words. It's not that you won't let me in, so I won't go in. Who do you think you are? The ground under his feet began to become increasingly ethereal, producing thick mucus, and he slid in front of Fong Fong like he was skating on ice. You've become very capable today, kid. Do you want to block my way? Pan Wei stretched out his hand and patted Fong Feng's smiling face hard. Are you worthy? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? How dare you go against the Mutual Aid Association? Believe it or not, I will kill all of you bastards at my command. Humiliation. This is naked humiliation. Pan Wei's palms were also covered with thick mucus, and these slaps directly covered half of Fong Feng's cheek. As disgusting as it can be, the expressions of many residents behind Fong Fong have changed. Don't bully people like this. They hold their weapons tightly and are ready to fight at any time. But Fong Fong still had that gentle smile on his face. However, the mucus on the face quickly froze into ice chips and then fell off. Pan Wei, I admit that I can't beat Qinchin, but if you want to fight me, I don't think you are qualified enough. Pan Wei never thought that the other party would dare to provoke him at this time. No matter how you look at it, I am still a popular person in front of Qinchin. How dare he talk to me like that? I think you were tired of living. You were looking for death. Pan Wei was filled with rage, and his entire arm began to flow and turned into a pure green arm made of corrosive mucus. It was a bit disgusting, as if he was swinging it around like a giant piece of snot. He swung his entire arm and hit Fong Feng's head directly. He has eaten 2 kinds of supernatural fruits, and his physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary people. In his eyes, he is the second most powerful person in the entire community after the boss. This Fong Fong dared to fight with him. That was purely seeking death. But the next moment, Fong Fong quickly raised his hand and grabbed Pan Wei's fist tightly. Young man, since you are so angry, I will help you put out the fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Wei's face suddenly changed, because he felt that his fists and even his arms were completely unable to move at this moment. He looked at his arms, and frost was beginning to form on them at a terrifying speed. Not only did his own slime ability fail to block the opponent's attack, it even accelerated the spread of the opponent's ability. Oh no, his ice ability can actually restrain me. Pan Wei's expression suddenly changed drastically. He was completely controlled by the other party, and it was impossible to escape. He shouted to the brothers behind him in panic. Brothers, come on, kill them all. Since you can't beat him, call someone else. Call me a younger brother. The younger brothers behind Fong Fong were not willing to be outdone. Without Fong Feng's orders, they all rushed up with weapons in hand. The 2 groups started fighting right downstairs of Building 11. Both sides were angry. The scene was fierce and bloody. Room 3001, Building 11, Jinjiang Community. The 3 women in the room were sitting in the living room looking outside. The surrounding buildings were now pitch black, and there was no sign of any living people. The 3 people's faces did not look very good. Although there was enough food and water at home, I couldn't contact Jiang Che, and I felt uneasy. These days, the 3 of them only dared to sleep in one bed. Sister Wan, It's only been a few days, and the surrounding floors have been swept clean. Do you think they will come to sweep Building 11 as well? Li Qingqing looked at Lin Wan with concern. She used to be an ordinary homegirl painter, fresh out of college, and had not experienced much of the harshness of society. It's hard to remain calm when going through this situation. Lin Wan really wanted to say something to comfort the other person, but she really couldn't say it now, because she felt that what the other party said was very likely to happen. It is even possible that the other party has already entered Building 11 and started the raid. It would be nice if Jiang Che was here. She thought so in her heart. At this critical moment, she could now truly feel how happy it was to have Jiang Che's protection. Sister Wan, I don't think we can stay here any longer. At this time, Bai Yue stood up and spoke to Lin Wan very seriously. I suggest that we take our supplies and leave Building 11 now. The enemy will definitely continue to slaughter those buildings that are still intact. As long as we hide in those buildings that have been attacked, we will most likely avoid this attack. Chapter 111 Olive Branch. Although Bai Yue is small in stature, what she says is quite bold. When these words were spoken, Lin Wan and Li Qingqing were stunned. They didn't react for a while. Is this really okay? Li Qingqing's mind went blank. She looked at Lin Wan beside her, wanting to ask for her opinion. Sister Wan, I'm just giving you a suggestion. If we stay here forever, we'll definitely end up dead. We might as well fight now. Maybe we can still have a chance of survival. Lin Wan didn't say anything. She was thinking about Bai Yue's proposal. Bai Yue is right. The criminals invaded Building 11, and the 3 weak women were doomed to die. To be honest, given their looks, if they fell into the hands of bad guys, death might be the best way to get rid of them. If you take the risk and hide away, I don't know whether you will succeed, but your chances of survival will be greatly increased. I know we have to wait for Brother John to come back, but we also have to survive. It's useless to waste time here. The room fell into silence at this time, and no one dared to disturb Lin Wan's thoughts. Lin Wan still has some prestige in the minds of the two men, and she is also the only one with superpowers among the two. Now that their lives are at stake, they still have to let the other party make the decision. But at this moment, there were suddenly bursts of noise coming from outside the window. In a quiet room, it seems a bit harsh. Li Qingqing, who was closest to the window, was also quite confused. She took the initiative to open the window to see where the sound came from. As soon as I opened the window, sounds from outside came pouring in. The sound was very noisy, mixed with roars, shouts, wails, and the bang-bang sound of metal colliding. That doesn't sound like good news. At this time, Lin Wan also hurriedly got up from the sofa, walked to the window, and looked down. Although all she could see was still a thick, dark fog, her complexion became increasingly uglier. No, we can't leave. Those people have already started killing people. This is the conclusion she came to. In her opinion, the screams coming from below must be the sounds of the residents of Building 11 being killed. This means that Bai Yue's previous proposal is completely useless. Now the other party is starting to kill people from the lower floors. If we go down, won't we be falling directly into the tiger's mouth? The faces of Bai Yue and Li Qingqing both turned pale. Lin Wan was still calm at this moment, and said to the two of them, "Hurry, come and help me carry the refrigerator over." Lin Xingxuang has an extra-large double-door refrigerator at home, and its weight is quite amazing. The meaning of what she is doing now is self-evident. I want to block the door with the refrigerator. Since I can't get out, I'll try my best to prevent others from getting in. But can this approach really work? They didn't know, but now they had no other choice but to give it a try. More than 10 minutes later, downstairs of Building 11. The situation here has changed considerably from before. There's a biting chill in the air. The originally clean ground was now covered with ice. The ice edges were jagged, some were as thin as steel needles, some were as thick as tree trunks, and the surface was glowing with a cold blue light. What was even more horrifying was that several corpses were pierced by icicles and nailed in midair like specimens. Their bodies were twisted, their limbs hung limply, and blood slowly slid down the icicles. Brother Foam, we have won a great victory this time. We have tried our best to chase them, but some of them still escaped. At this time, a young man with a steel knife in his hand and blood on his face ran up to Fong Feng and said, "His name is Li Wang, and he is Fong Feng's little follower." At this moment, there was still a smile on his face that was difficult to conceal. This time they really won. In the past few days, their team has been chased by the Mutual Aid Association like a rat. This time, they can finally hold their heads high and are naturally in a good mood. He held his head high, like a primary school student waiting for praise from his teacher. However, the expected praise did not come. Instead, Fong Feng's worried voice was heard. Cough, cough, cough. That would be bad. If they escape, they will definitely go back and tip off the authorities. At this time, Fong Feng was a little weak and kept coughing. It can be said that the battle just now was entirely supported by him. The brothers behind him were young and old, and they were not at an advantage in numbers. Just now he could be said to have risked his life to activate his own supernatural powers. This completely turned the tide of the battle. After hearing Fong Feng's words, Li Wang also became worried. Brother Feng, what should we do now? What should I do? Of course, let me go immediately. I tell you, my boss will be here soon, and then you will all die. A weak shout came from under Fong Feng's feet. It's Pan Wei. He is still alive now. However, his current condition was extremely miserable, as his limbs were completely frozen by ice. His body was covered with wounds, but even so, he still looked extremely arrogant. He really suffered a big setback today, and his abilities were completely restrained by the opponent. Originally, he claimed to be the second best person in Jinjiang community, but he never expected that Fong Feng, whom he had always looked down upon, was actually a pig in disguise. Seeing that the opponent was still very rampant in this situation, Fong Feng hit the opponent's chest hard. The kick was so powerful that Pan Wei vomited blood. At this moment, Fong Feng's subordinates also gathered around. Fong Feng's side also suffered casualties. The original team of more than 20 people was reduced by half. There are only a dozen or so left. I estimate that if this happens a few more times, they will be completely wiped out. Brother Feng, kill this beast quickly. If it weren't for him, so many of our brothers wouldn't have died. Yes, kill him. Kill him. Avenge our brothers. Seeing so many people around making a fuss, they were all staring at him with resentful eyes. Pan Wei was also a little panicked at this moment. He could feel that these people really wanted to kill him, and were not just talking. Wait, I need to say something. Pan Wei quickly restrained his previous arrogant temper and shouted to everyone. He had to be anxious, because he was really afraid that the other party would kill him if he got too excited. It's not easy to get to where I am now. I am now the second in command of the Mutual Aid Association, and I have a say with Boss Chen Chun. Although you were able to defeat me, you have absolutely no chance of winning against the Mutual Aid Association. You can also feel the crackdown on you by the Mutual Aid Association before. Under the attack of Boss Chen Chun, you can only run for your lives. Listening to Pan Wei's words, although everyone was indignant, they also knew that what the other party said was true. As long as you let me go today, I am willing to use my character to guarantee that you will join the Mutual Aid Association. From now on, we are on the same front. You don't have to hide anymore. Pan Wei persuaded the people with both emotion and reason, first stating the pros and cons, and then explaining the benefits. They spoke so sincerely and heartfeltly that if you didn't know them, you would have thought they were siblings or relatives. Everyone's expressions changed to varying degrees. Some people are still hesitating, while others have already begun to get excited. Where are the eternal enemies in the last days? As long as you can have enough food to eat and don't have to face death, who would be willing to fight and kill? However, none of them dared to agree to the other party directly, and they all looked at Fong Feng. After all, Fong Feng is the only one who keeps his word here. Chapter 112, Slap in the Face. Brother Feng, if you ask me, there's no need for us to help that guy named Jiang guard Building 11. Why not just join the Mutual Aid Association? Besides, that guy named Chen Chun is too strong. I guess when that guy named Jiang comes back, he won't be able to be Chun Chen's opponent. Seeing that Fong Feng didn't say anything, a middle-aged man with untidy beard comforted Fong Feng. He finally had a chance to surrender, and he didn't want to give it up. Most of these brothers used to be company owners and corporate executives. The ability to adapt to changing circumstances is something that is ingrained in our DNA. With one person taking the lead, many echoing voices suddenly appeared in the crowd. Indeed, when we turned to that Jiang guy before, he looked down on us and was of no real help to us at all. If you ask me, there's no need for us to risk our lives for him. Seeing this scene, Pan Wei, who was frozen on the ground, burst into joy. Yes. Your life is your own. I, Pan Wei, promise here that when I return, I will make sure that everyone will enjoy delicious food and drinks. Although I say so, but Pan Wei had already cursed these idiots to the sky in his heart. When I get back, I will chop you bastards into pieces. Still want to join the Mutual Aid Association? Maybe in the next life. I heard the people around me talking more and more outrageously. Fong Feng was a little angry and shouted at everyone. You all shut up. A chill air spread out with him as the center. The temperature around suddenly dropped several degrees. Everyone was frightened by the roar and suddenly dared not speak. Fong Feng walked up to the middle-aged man who had just spoken. A pair of very stern eyes stared at the other person intently. What did you just say? You said the other party didn't give you any substantial help. Then let me ask you, who killed the beast meat you ate before? Who saved you when you were crying in the property management building? Look me in the eyes. Tell me. Fong Feng's eyes were unusually sharp. You can do whatever it takes to get the life you want, but you must be true to your conscience. Fong Feng despises this kind of behavior of cursing after having a full meal the most. If Jiang Che hadn't given you the beast meat, you would have starved to death by now. How dare you say such sarcastic words now? Who gave you the face? Fong Feng's words were merciless, and he was really angry. The middle-aged man in front of him also blushed because of what Fong Feng said. He is also a man in his 40s. Being scolded in public like this was still a little hard for him to bear, so he blushed and stiffened his neck and said, I am doing this for the sake of my brothers. If we join the Mutual Aid Association, we won't have to be so timid when doing things. Seeing that the other party was still obsessed, Fong Feng simply poked his finger hard on the other party's forehead. Stupid pig. You are such a stupid pig. Do you really think Pan Wei will let you go? Do you really think Chin Chin will tolerate you? Fong Feng directly tore off their last layer of fig leaf. Think back, what kind of person is Chin Chin? You wantonly slaughter people without regard for the lives of ordinary people. What's the difference between this and animalistic behavior? When the Mutual Aid Association was attacking us, did they show any mercy? I tell you, even if you join the Mutual Aid Association today, what awaits you is the fate of being cannon fodder and dying. Fong Feng's words were harsh, but they were all true. At this moment, no matter how slow their thinking was, they could still understand the meaning of these words. They all lowered their heads with guilty looks on their faces. After Fong Feng said these words, he no longer hesitated and slowly condensed an ice sword in his hand. He walked quickly to Pan Wei and stabbed the sword into the opponent's body without any hesitation. Please, please don't kill. Pan Wei didn't know why the atmosphere, which was so good just now, turned into this. He wanted to continue asking for help, but this time Fong Feng did not let him continue. He stabbed him dozens of times and finally beheaded him with one sword. Ended his sinful life. The top floor of Building 8 in Jinjiang Community is where Chin Chin lives. The whole room was filled with Zhang Xiaoxiao's low singing. At this time, the battle in the room had reached a fever pitch. Chin Chin and Zhang Xiaoxiao had fought from the living room to the bedroom, leaving wet traces of their presence all over the room. Chin Chin's skin under the black robe was completely exposed. There was no good flesh left on the upper body. It was all wriggling muscle fibers, looking extremely horrible. Such a terrifying body was pressing down on a young woman. You know what? This gives people a sense of déjà vu of Zombies and Beauties. Just when the two were doing it happily, a bright light suddenly flashed in the room. There was also a click sound. It's very abrupt, glaring to the eyes and ears. Who is it? How dare you break into my room? Chin Chin immediately pulled himself up, not caring that he was naked, and quickly put the bath towel on Zhang Xiaoxiao. Ouch, I'm exposed. Who on earth touched my phone and turned on the flashlight? Followed by a surprised voice. A man with long hair and wearing a casual suit appeared in the room. This guy looks a bit feminine, but he is still a handsome guy. Seeing this person appear, Chin Chin was a little stunned, because he had just met this man not long ago. It was in Sun Lianqing's room in Yunjing Palace. He was the one who followed behind Sun Lianqing and behaved in a close manner. It was obvious at first glance that he was Sun Lianqing's confidant. At this moment, he didn't care about taking pictures before and hurriedly said to the other party politely, "If I remember correctly, you are Mr. Zhao Boyang?" The feminine man in front of him had been fiddling with his phone. Facing Chin Chin's question, he nodded perfunctorily. "Master Sun asked me to come and help you. You just need to gather the things Master Sun wants and leave the rest to me." As Zhao Boyang spoke, his eyes never left the screen of his mobile phone. His eyes were fixed on the photo he had just taken on his phone. With a faint smile on his face, he seemed very satisfied with the angle of the photo he had just taken. "First, I created a new collection for this photo and named it Curious." Then he sent the photo the next moment, and the recipient was none other than Sun Lianqing. "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern, young Master Sunday. Don't worry. I have already sent people to search the community. It won't take long before all the beauties and supernatural fruits can be collected." As Chin Chin spoke, he put on a black robe. After all, he is not a pervert and has no habit of exposing his body in front of outsiders. But just as he finished speaking, there was a hurried knock on the living room door. Chin Chin smiled. "You see, I guess there's good news coming from my men. I still have several great generals under my command, and they will be able to provide some help to you all when we join the New World Alliance in the future." Having said that, Chin Chin quickly opened the door. But when he saw the person coming, Chin Chin was stunned. It was neither Pan Wei nor a manager he was familiar with. It turned out to be one of his soldiers, and his condition was very bad. His arms were broken in many places, and even his clothes were full of holes, which was extremely miserable. At first glance, You can tell that the other party must have just experienced a brutal battle. Master Chen, something bad has happened. We have been ambushed. Most of our brothers have been killed. Brother Wei has also been caught by the other party. Hearing what the other party said, Chen's eyes suddenly widened. No, I had just boasted in front of Zhao Boyong, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. But there is no point in thinking so much now. I subconsciously glanced at Zhao Boyong, who was standing next to me, and found that there was nothing unusual on the other's face. He hurriedly asked, "Who was it? Who ambushed you? Tell me exactly what happened." After hearing Chen's question, his subordinates naturally did not dare to neglect it and told the whole story. Of course, there is some artistic processing in the language to make them appear to be positive characters, while Fong Fong and others are described as unforgivable criminals. Chapter 113, Open the Door. After listening to his men's description, Chen felt somewhat incredulous. The already terrifying face became even more distorted. He was well aware of Pan Wei's strength. All of the other party's supernatural fruits were selected by him personally. It can be said that Chen regarded him as his absolute confidant. Besides, he brought more than 50 people with him to sweep the building. Chen could never have imagined that he would be almost caught in such a situation. This was difficult for him to accept, and at the same time, a strong anger surged in his heart. They are still in Building 11, right? I'll go over there right now. They even dared to attack people from our mutual aid association. They are really looking for death. Mr. Zhao, I'm going out now. Chen turned around and wanted to explain to Zhao Boyong, but where was the person behind him? The only person left in the room was Zhang Xiao, lying on the bed with a shy and aggrieved look on her face. Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao? Chen tried calling out a few times, but received no response. I don't know what Zhao Boyang's superpowers are. He's really elusive. After whispering a few words, Chen walked into the room. He first comforted Zhang Xiao with a few words, and then took his men straight to Building 11. At the same time, Building 11, 3001. Lin Wan and a few others struggled to move all the heavy objects to the front of the security door. And the door has been locked from the inside. Sister Wan, is this all right? Li Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although she was not very old, she was the strongest among the three. Naturally, she contributed the most. After experiencing some high-intensity physical labor, Li Qingqing subconsciously pressed her calves with her hands. Although the wound has completely healed, her calf still hurts if she does too much exercise. That's about it. We can only do this much. The rest is up to fate. The three of them looked at each other and approached each other silently. In this environment, only by sticking together for warmth can the fear in their hearts be dispelled. Just at this moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. The footsteps were scattered and disorderly, and one could tell there were a lot of people there. The three girls' hearts were in their throats at this moment. The more a person worries about something, the more likely it is to happen. Sure enough, the next moment there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The voice was urgent, as if he was very sure that there must be someone in the room. The three women moved lightly towards the window. They had already prepared for the worst. If anyone broke in by force, they would just jump out of the window. As for confronting each other, they didn't consider it at all. If there are 3 or 5 men outside the door, the 3 of them had better be prepared, and there is still some chance of winning. But there are dozens of men with weapons outside the door. How can we resist? The knocking on the door never stopped, and when no one responded from inside, the knocking became even stronger. Lin Wan frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. When did these thugs become so polite and patient that they didn't even break down the door? Just as she was wondering, a male voice sounded from outside the door. Ms. Lin Wan, please open the door. I am Fong Fong, and this is Master Jiang Che. Let me take you all out of here. The person speaking outside the door was Fong Fong. He was not talking nonsense. The task Jiang Che assigned him at that time was to try his best to save Building 11. If you really can't protect him, try your best to protect his woman. Originally, he planned to kill all the members of the Mutual Aid Society so as to delay time as much as possible. But the other side had too many people. There are always a few fish that slip through the net. In this situation, he didn't dare to protect Building 11 anymore, as Chun might attack him at any time. There is only one way left, which is to move all the women in the room away. Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Lin Wan suddenly perked up. But she still didn't dare to respond immediately. I carefully considered in my mind the truth of what the other person said. Most people don't even know I live here, let alone call out my name accurately. The more Lin Wan thought about it, the more she felt that there was no possibility that the other party was lying to her. Thinking of this, she had to proceed to the second step of verification. She turned on her supernatural power of mental detection and could see everything within a radius of 10 meters. She could see clearly everything outside the door. She saw a man who looked righteous standing in front of the door, knocking on it anxiously. Although there were quite a lot of people following him, none of them acted recklessly like the previous criminals. They all stood still and behaved very well. Seeing this scene, Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Only at this moment could she be sure that the people outside were definitely not criminals who came here to burn, kill, and loot. Sister Wan, what should we do now? Bai Yue, who was standing aside, asked in a low voice. Her face still looked a little ugly. She had not awakened her special powers and could not see clearly what was outside the door like Lin Wan. Lin Wan comforted the two little sisters around her like an older sister. They didn't lie to us. They were really sent by Jiang Che to rescue us. After hearing Lin Wan's explanation, both of them showed excitement on their faces. This means that they are not in a desperate situation. They can really be saved. After saying that, Lin Wan led the two of them towards the door. However, the things piled at the door now became an obstacle blocking them. It won't be easy to move it away in a short time. Brother Fong, wait a moment. There are too many things piled up at the door. I need to move them away first. Lin Wan spoke directly to the person outside the door. Hearing that the person inside finally responded, Fong Fong outside the door also felt relieved. He was really afraid that something had happened to the people inside, and then he really didn't know how to explain to Jiang Che. Stay away from the door. It's best to find a place with cover. There's no time left. I'll open the door. After giving the other party a warning and hearing the response from inside the room, Fong Fong stretched out his hand and began to activate his own special abilities. A layer of faint blue frost appeared on his palms, and the temperature of the air around him dropped suddenly. With the palm pressed against the security door, a layer of white frost began to spread rapidly like a spider web, instantly sweeping across the entire security door. The security door began to make slight clicking sounds. Obviously, Fong Feng's ice began to invade the internal structure of the security door. The metal door panels quickly became brittle in the extreme cold, and the ice penetrated inward along the lock core and hinges, freezing every mechanical component. Sharp icicles formed on the door handle, and the seams between the door frame and the wall were also filled with frost, making a teeth-grinding sound of metal deforming. He took a half-step back and clenched his right fist. Broken. The whole door exploded. It was not broken apart by brute force, but like a piece of frozen glass, it shattered into countless sharp fragments due to the instantaneous low-temperature contraction. The flying metal shards were deeply nailed into the corridor walls, and the door frame was left with jagged ice marks, as if it had been torn apart by some giant beast. Not only Lin Wan and the other two in the room, but even the younger brothers following behind Fong Fong were shocked by Fong Feng's move. Can this door be open like this? Chapter 114, Snap. The door was destroyed and the debris that was originally piled up at the door was also scattered. Fong Fong saw three pretty figures in the room at a glance. Just this one glance made him stunned. All three of them are very beautiful, each with their own characteristics. A pure lowly, a cute girl with a sexy body, and a mature and charming urban beauty. No matter which film company you told him the three big stars came from, he would not doubt it at all. No wonder Lord Jiang is so concerned about these women at home. If it were me, I would not be willing to leave this home. However, there was no evil thought in his eyes. He was shocked for a moment, then came to his senses. That's right, a beauty should be paired with a strong man. If Jiang Che is strong enough, he can have enough beauties. He looked at his men, all of them standing there like perverts. The three girls were scared. He quickly reached out and slapped Li Wang on the back of his head. What are you all standing there for? Lead the team to explore the way ahead and leave this place as soon as possible. Li Wang was suddenly attacked and felt a little aggrieved. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, I'm not the only one who's stunned. Why are you hitting me? Fong Feng's cold eyes swept over, and Li Wang immediately called for the others and started leading the way in front of the team. Three of you. This place is very dangerous now. People from the Mutual Aid Association may come to kill us at any time. We must move our position as soon as possible. You guys walk in the center of the team, and I'll be at the rear. This will probably guarantee your safety to the greatest extent possible. Fong Fong showed a gentle smile on his face and said to Lin Wan and the other two. Lin Wan was not stupid. She knew that this was the other party showing goodwill to them. In the entire team, those who walked in the front and those who walked in the back would take great risks. They also knew that the situation was urgent, so they didn't hesitate to delay and just followed the team and walked quickly downstairs. At the same time, the pure black Mercedes-Benz G63 was speeding on the road, and the speed was maintained at around 140 miles per hour and was even rising slightly. You have to know that this is not on the highway, but in the urban area, and it was in an urban area shrouded in black fog. This risk factor can be said to be growing exponentially. Zhu Kersen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked very pale. Her back was pressed against the backrest, and her palms were holding the armrests tightly. It looked like he was ready for a car accident. Big Mouth was lying in the corner of the back seat, sleeping silently. No matter how bumpy the car was, it seemed as if it was not aware of it. On the other hand, although Jiang Che was very relaxed at the moment, there was still a hint of worry between his brows. He was now a little unsure about what was happening to his women, so he was already trying his best to speed up. With the help of the 4th-level mental detection, he can now see all the road conditions at a glance, even without looking at the direction. Soon, the car did a beautiful drift and stopped beside the road. We have arrived at Jinjiang community. The reason why he didn't drive the car in was because he found that the environment of the entire community had changed drastically compared to before he left. From the main gate to the inside of the community, there were traces of burning everywhere. Ruins can be seen everywhere. The whole community seemed to have experienced a horrific fire. What on earth happened in Jinjiang community? Why did it become like this? Jiang Che was somewhat confused. Where is this place? Zhu Kersen couldn't see the situation around her. In her eyes, there was only endless black fog. But Jiang Che didn't explain too much to her. He patted the other's tight and strong thighs, then patted the Big Mouth in the back seat. Let's go. It's time for us to get off the bus. As soon as Zhu Kersen got out of the car, she was choked by the burnt smell in the air. Ahem, where's this place? She wanted to ask Jiang Che why he brought her here, but when she turned around, she saw a cute puppy at Jiang Che's feet. Zhu Kersen was filled with amazement. There are still puppies that haven't mutated yet. She is a dog lover and she thinks dogs are very human-like animals. As long as they are nurtured properly, they can become lifelong friends or even half a family member. Originally, there were several police dogs in their police force, but after the black fog fell, all of them underwent horrible mutations and no one knew where they had disappeared to. She subconsciously wanted to touch Big Mouth's little head, but Jiang Che's voice stopped her. Wait a moment, we are going to enter the community. You must protect yourself as much as possible. There are a lot of bad guys in there. I can't keep an eye on you all the time. As he spoke, Jiang Che directly took out 2 enhanced versions of the Desert Eagle from the supply space and handed them to Zhu Kersen. I see you're pretty good with a gun. Can you use this kind of gun? Looking at the 2 pistols handed over by Jiang Che, Zhu Kersen was a little dazed. Although these 2 guns look like ordinary Desert Eagles, her vision from her years of experience as a police officer can tell. This gun was specially made and has been extensively modified. The magazine and caliber are quite different from the normal Desert Eagle. Moreover, she felt very familiar with this special style of gun. That's right. This is exactly the same as the empty gun found in Rongxin Supermarket. It's him. It turned out that he was the one who killed those gangsters in Rongxin Supermarket. Her feelings towards Jiang Che were really like this, changing like a roller coaster. When the other person saved her at the beginning, she thought that this person must be a good person. Later, the other party forcibly tied her into the car, and she thought that the other party was an unforgivable bandit. Now she knows that even in the end times, the other party had done a good thing. She is feeling very complicated right now. Zhu Kersen, how did you become like this now? You need to have your own clear judgment and not define him so decisively. Maybe all this is his disguise. Thinking of this, Zhu Kersen exhaled a breath of foul air and said to Jiang Che very seriously, Okay. It seems like she has turned back into the decisive policewoman she used to be. Lin Wan and the other 2 left Building 11 under the escort of Fong Feng. The place they are going to now is the property building of Jinjiang Community. The property building was previously the most dangerous building in Jinjiang Community because of the fight between Jiang Che, Wang Gang, and the Cow Cat. Some people would rather live in the corridor than in a property building. But this property building has always been the hiding place of Fong Feng and his friends. We found an underground storage room under the property building, and there is also an emergency passage leading directly to the underground garage. As long as we get there, we can attack or defend, and the situation will be safe. Fong Feng took the initiative to explain patiently to the 3 girls. After all, they are all Jiang Che's women. If they can say a few good words to Jiang Che when he comes back, his plan to cling to Jiang Che's thigh will probably succeed. The girls listened very seriously. After all, this also concerned their future lives. Crack. At this moment, Lin Wan seemed to suddenly hear a crisp shutter sound. But when she raised her head and looked around, she found nothing. Is it my illusion? I always feel like someone is watching us. Chapter 115 Attack. Ms. Lin Wan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Wandong looking around with an uneasy look on his face, Fong Feng took the initiative to ask. Lin Wan paused, with no intention of hiding anything. At this time, any information may cause great changes. Knowing something but not reporting it is a stupid plot that only appears in rubbish horror movies. I just heard a crisp sound, a bit like a camera shutter clicking. Did you hear it? After hearing Lin Wan's words, Bai Yue and Li Qingqing looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Li Wang, who was walking in front of the group, interrupted with a smile. Sister, you must have heard it wrong. It's the end of the world now. Who still uses a camera? I guess you are too nervous, so you have auditory hallucinations. Let me tell you, our boss Fong is very powerful. With him protecting you, no accidents can happen. Fong Fong glared at Li Wang fiercely. The meaning was self-evident. You talk too much. Then began to observe the surrounding situation carefully. It's not that he believed Lin Wan's words, but it always does good to pay more attention. But no matter how he observed, he found no signs of any biological activity, not to mention camera shutters and such. Ms. Lin Wan, I didn't find anything suspicious. We should leave quickly. Once we reach our destination, we will be safe. Lin Wan nodded. She could see that Fong Fong didn't believe what she said, but she still kept her eyes on him. He turned on his own supernatural power mental detection. Although she can only monitor things within 10 meters, as long as anything dares to approach within 10 meters, she will definitely be able to discover it. As he watched everyone leave, a shadow on the ground not far away began to vibrate irregularly. Then, a man in a suit with a somewhat feminine face appeared. This person is Zhao Boyang. He had heard that something happened here before, and subconsciously wanted to come over to join in the fun. But he didn't get to enjoy the excitement. But he discovered something that excited him even more. Beauty. Stunning beauty. And it wasn't just one, 3 appeared at once. They are so beautiful. Compared with the slave girls I took in before, they are really a world apart. We need to tell young Master Sun about this right away. He will probably jump up and down with excitement. He opened the photo album on his phone and sent the photo he had just taken directly to Sun Lianqing. All 3 women were captured in the photo, but Bai Yue and Li Qingqing only had their profiles captured. Only Lin Wan seemed to inadvertently glance towards his position at the moment he pressed the shutter. The chat interface was still on the photo he had sent before, and the other party had not responded. A strange smile appeared on Zhao Boyang's face. I don't know which slut's son is busy with right now. You are such a heartless man. You only know how to enjoy yourself at home, while others are busy outside. A grown man. But at this moment he spoke with a hint of coquettishness. With her index finger raised, her whole movement seems a bit feminine. Wait till I catch these women and play with them right in front of you. Humph. You'll have to beg me for mercy then. After saying that, Zhao Boyang's body once again turned into a pool of shadow and drilled into the ground, quickly approaching the position of Fong Fong and his group. Fong Fong and his group walked into the park in the community. Everyone relaxed at this moment, because as long as they leave the community park, they can immediately reach the property building. Moreover, they have inspected this park many times and found no ferocious beasts or dangerous plants, so they don't think there will be any danger here. The 2 middle-aged men walking in front had already started chatting. Alas, in this world, it feels like death if you don't have cigarettes to smoke. Who says it's not true? I used to work in a construction company, and cigarettes have almost become a part of my life. Now that I can't smoke, I feel like I have no interest in doing anything. Are you really boring, or are you just pretending to be boring? When I saw you staring at those girls just now, your eyes almost popped out. Hearing the teasing from his friend next to him, he reached out to hit him. But as soon as they stretched out their hands, the 2 people suddenly froze in place, as if they had turned into human sculptures, unable to move. As a result, the people who were still walking behind were directly bumped into. I'll go, why don't you leave? The 2 men fell straight to the ground like 2 sculptures, and they fell hard without even a scream. No, Lao Wang, Lao and I, what's wrong with you 2? Why are you playing with the statues and not moving? Can you 2 at least split up the time when playing games? Everyone is standing and watching. A young man holding a baseball bat squatted down with a smile and tried to pull the 2 people up by force. But when his hand touched the other person's body, he immediately found something wrong. Stiff. Very stiff. It's like the stiffness of a dead person. Moreover, the body temperature of both of them was also rapidly decreasing. He immediately realized something was wrong. These 2 people are not playing games. They are really dead. There must be something foul around here. He was so scared that he stood up quickly and ran to the back. In this critical moment, the first person he thought of was their captain. Captain Fong. It's bad, someone's dead. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze in place, looking exactly like the 2 people before him. The expression on his face was extremely terrified, and blood began to flow from all his orifices. At this moment, the team, which had originally had a very relaxed atmosphere, immediately became panicked. Everyone's face was filled with fear. This is so weird. There was clearly no one there, but 3 people in the team died in a short while. It's haunted. It's haunted. The whole team instantly became agitated and panicked. This frightened them more than encountering ferocious beasts or people with special powers. After all, the former is something that can be seen and touched, so even if one dies, one will die with a clear mind. But in this situation, people can die without any warning, and people's fear of the unknown is the strongest. Everyone calm down. I'm here. Fang Feng's expression also changed drastically, and he walked to the middle of the team. He must stand up at this moment, otherwise people's hearts will be dispersed. Everyone, come towards me. This must be an unknown person with special abilities. It's not the work of ghosts or gods. Don't panic. After hearing Fang Feng's words, everyone gained a backbone, stopped shouting, and quickly moved towards him. This is all due to Fang Feng's prestige and strength in the team. However, Fang Feng was actually unsure in his heart. After all, he did not see how the other party made his move. Being able to kill 3 people silently in an instant is indeed an extraordinary ability. Chapter 116 Shadow Man. Lin Wan, who was standing aside, was using her mental detection to carefully observe her surroundings. It's really strange. I was observing my surroundings the whole time and didn't see anything. How could the other party kill people so silently? Her current spiritual detection is only at level 1, which means she can only observe but not see the so-called energy density. If Jiang Che were here, he would be able to notice the unusualness of the scene at just one glance. Ice mist began to condense in Fang Feng's palms, and an ice sword appeared between his palms. The surging cold air spread out, calming everyone's anxious hearts a little. Everyone, be prepared for battle. The enemy's ability is likely to be stealth type. Everyone must be alert all the time. Don't let the thieves take advantage of the situation and sneak in. As he spoke, he gradually moved closer to Lin Wan and the other 2. He didn't know there was such a powerful person in the community before, and the other party was obviously not a member of the Mutual Aid Association. The target is most likely the 3 women around him. Just when everyone was defending themselves with all their might, the inconspicuous black shadow on the ground began to move again. Hey, Invisible. You guessed wrong. Just wait for me to kill you all one by one. Zhao Boyang is also a famous rich second generation in Jinhai City. Before the end of the world, he had been indulged in beauty. After awakening his superpowers, he completely released his nature and became obsessed with killing. Watching others panic and fear because of his existence, watching lives slip away in his hands. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. It was even more satisfying than having sex in public in the hall. Little puppy, I'm sorry, it's you this time. He set his sights on a flustered young man in the crowd as his next target. He was pretty good looking, and he liked to kill those who were good looking. Looking at the other person's delicate little face, which became distorted and fearful, this made the desire in his heart more satisfied. The black shadow quickly approached the other's shadow, as if it had opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the other's shadow. But at this moment a scream sounded among the crowd. I saw him. It's the shadow, that shadow. The voice was urgent and firm. It was Lin Wan who spoke. Although the black shadow was covered by the black fog and difficult to observe with the naked eye, through spiritual detection, Lin Wan's perspective was like a god's perspective. Yes, I can see the black shadow clearly. Fang Feng did not doubt him. He looked at the direction of Lin Wan's finger and threw the ice sword in his hand directly over. The ice sword turned into a blue cold current and rushed directly towards the black shadow. Ah! A burst of howling sounds rang out. Fang Feng's face lit up with joy. That's right. He actually hit it. At this moment, there was a change in the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Wan again. Sure enough, Lord John's women can't all be just pretty girls. At this moment, Zhao Boyang, who was hit, also showed up. A layer of frost had formed on his originally smooth and exquisite suit. Ahem. His body was shaking wildly, and he was coughing up blood all over the floor. It hurts. It really fucking hurts. Fang Feng's attack just now almost cost him half his life. However, what shocked him the most at this moment was Lin Wan, who had just screamed. Impossible. How could she see me? Even a superpower of Sun Xiao's level couldn't find me in the black fog. How did this woman, who looks so weak, find me? Happen. That's right. It must be a coincidence. I just don't believe that she can be so accurate every time. At this moment, Fang Feng saw that the other party had already revealed his figure, so he did not hesitate at all. Ice cones appeared all over his body, and he attacked the opponent directly. He had to end the battle quickly. If he stayed entangled with the other party for too long, he was worried that the people from the Mutual Aid Society would rush over, and then he would have no way to retreat. The ice cones in the sky are extremely fast and extremely lethal. Zhao Boyong didn't have the courage to take this blow head-on. His ability was originally used for sneak attacks. If he was hit by the opponent, he would probably die here today. The shadow under his feet was like a puddle of dirty water, spreading upwards from his feet and soon completely enveloping his body. The limbs became slender, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a three-dimensional shadow. Only a pair of scarlet eyes and a mouthful of white teeth were revealed. The next moment, the black shadow suddenly turned into a pile of shattered afterimages and scattered with a bang. Completely avoided this fatal blow. Oh no, he disappeared again. The attack missed, and Fong Feng's heart sank again. He turned his gaze to Lin Wan again. I hope the other party can find the other party again. Lin Wan was sweating profusely at this moment, and her brain was constantly feeling a tingling sensation. This was the first time she had used her supernatural powers for such a long time. It is a high-intensity load on both the mental and physical strength. But she dare not relax at all now, because the key to everyone's survival lies entirely on her. Zhao Boyong, who had escaped into the shadows, had completely changed his mentality at this moment. The pressure that Fong Feng had just brought to him was quite a bit. This boy is quite strong. I can't beat him. I'd better take these 3 women away and deal with the rest when young Master Sun comes. In his eyes, Fong Feng was somewhat strong, but compared to Sun Lianqing, he was not in the same league at all. In his opinion, Sun Lianqing's abilities were no different from those of the legendary gods. He aimed at the 3 beautiful ladies in the crowd. Prepare to pull them into your own shadow world and just retreat. Thinking of this, he became more careful in his movements. In order to avoid being discovered by Lin Wan, he deliberately went around behind her. The target is the plump and voluptuous-looking JK girl Li Qingqing. However, when he approached within 10 meters of Lin Wan noticed it immediately. Her expression suddenly changed. Qingqing, be careful. He is right behind you. When Li Qingqing heard Lin Wan's words, her legs suddenly tightened, and she almost cried out of fright. Li Qingqing was standing on the side, and Fong Feng was standing in the middle of the crowd. He didn't have the ability to dodge, so it would be too late for him to stand in front of the other party. At this critical moment, Lin Wan stretched out her hands, took Li Qingqing into her arms, and wanted to take her to the crowd. But it was too late. The tall and twisted black shadow had appeared behind Li Qingqing. He stretched out his ferocious hand, with an exaggerated smile on his face, and was about to grab Li Qingqing's back. The 2 girls hugged each other tightly. Lin Wan also closed her eyes tightly at this moment, quietly waiting for the judgment of fate. But after a moment, Lin Wan felt the girl's body in her arms, still warm, and could still hear her subtle breathing and sobbing in her ears. Only then did Lin Wan try to open her eyes. The surrounding environment came into view, and at this moment, she was a little shocked. At that time, the environment where their team was located was no longer in the empty garden. Instead, it is a pure blue ice and snow fortress made of extremely cold ice. Chapter 117. Human Relations and Worldly Wisdom. Bang! Through the solid ice, one could see a pitch-black axe chopped fiercely on the fortress. Although the noise was terrifying, it did not cause any substantial damage to the fortress. This ability is so strong. Lin Wan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the frost fortress in front of her, her heart extremely shocked. The fortress is about 10 meters in diameter, perfectly covering everyone and giving people a strong sense of security. Just as she was still shocked by Fong Feng's ability, Li Wang's shout came from behind her. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Brother Feng, say something. Lin Wan turned her head and saw Fong Feng surrounded by everyone. Li Wang tried hard to lift Fong Feng up. At this time, Fong Feng's body was shaking wildly, and his hands were covering his twitching head, looking like he had epilepsy. Lin Wan could roughly understand that this was the manifestation of the depletion of supernatural powers. When she used all her strength to activate mental detection, the tingling sensation in her head was very strong. Lin Wan and the other 2 also hurried forward to ask about each other's physical condition. Brother Fong, what's wrong with you? Fong Feng tried hard to control his trembling body. I'm fine. The person outside, his ability should not be too strong. This ice and snow fortress that I have formed with my ability should be able to stop him for a while. Don't worry, he definitely can't get in. Let me slow down for a while. Just slow down for a while. His teeth were chattering and he had trouble speaking. But after hearing what he said, everyone relaxed at this moment. The ghost thing outside was really weird, and the way it killed people was a bit too outrageous. If it weren't for Fong Feng's protection, they didn't know how they would survive. Brother Fong, drink some water and eat something. Bai Yue took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from the backpack behind her and took out a hamburger. These were all brought from home by her. She didn't bring many, but just in case of emergency. Although the hamburger has begun to deteriorate under the influence of the black fog, it is still good to be able to eat something to replenish your energy at this time. Fong Feng did not show any politeness to the other party. There were still strong enemies outside. The faster he recovered, the greater the chance of everyone surviving. The people around watched Fong Feng wolfing down his burger with mouthfuls of water. Everyone swallowed subconsciously, because this is so appetizing. What do they usually eat? They were all the meat of ferocious beasts. Not only did they taste sour and astringent, they were also very tough. It can be said that it tastes extremely bad. They also wanted to try what the burger tasted like, but Fong Feng was still here. In front of the captain, he snatched a burger from a little girl. Being beaten is the lightest punishment. I guess I won't be able to hold my head up in the team anymore. In no time, Fong Feng finished the burger. Although I still feel a tingling sensation in my brain, my body has regained some strength. That psychic should still be lurking around. Let's take advantage of this time to recover some strength. I will then remove the barrier, and we will all run towards the property building. Only in this way will you have the best chance of survival. Fong Feng spoke sincerely. He would never deceive anyone and use them as bait. But he still said to Lin Wan and the other two, "Don't worry, I will escort you personally. I don't know if you have sensed that the other party's real target may be you." After hearing Fong Feng's words, Lin Wan and the other two fell silent, with some guilt on their faces. It cannot be said that it is not obvious, but in fact the whole matter has nothing to do with Fong Feng and the others. It was all because the Mutual Aid Association was planning to massacre Building 11, and they were called over by Jiang Che for support, which led to a series of follow-up events. If they choose to stand by and watch, it will not have any impact on them at all. Thank you, Brother Fong. I will repay you when I have the chance in the future. Lin Wan is the one who understands the ways of the world the best. She understood that the other party came here under Jiang Che's instructions, and his purpose was nothing more than to gain some benefits from Jiang Che. There is no love without reason, and no hate without reason. Everything is an exchange of interests. Of course, she would not make any decisions for Jiang Che. At most, she would just whisper in Jiang Che's ear and let Jiang Che remember that there was such a person. Hearing Lin Wan's agreement, Fong Feng's complexion has improved a lot, and this adventure is worth it. Thank you very much, Ms. Lin Wan. Just as the two were talking, a drop of water suddenly fell on Li Qingqing's forehead. She looked a little dazed. Is it raining? Fong Feng immediately felt that something was wrong. He quickly looked up. My own ice fortress is melting rapidly. Then he immediately thought of a possibility. This made his face look extremely ugly. The thing he was most worried about happened. There is only one person in the entire community who can restrain his supernatural powers, and that is the president of the Mutual Aid Association, Chen Chun. We can't run away. It's Chen Chun. Chen Chun is here. At this moment, even Fong Feng, who had always been full of hope and faith, had a tone full of despair. At this moment, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, outside the fortress, it has been swept by the blazing red. The next moment, the frost fortress collapsed and turned into snow and water on the ground. When the scene in the park was presented to everyone again, everyone's face was filled with deep despair. The entire park was surrounded by people. Two figures stood in front of everyone. One of them was the feminine man in a suit who attacked them before. The other one was Chen Chun, who was wearing a black robe. However, he was still holding a dismembered body in his hands. It was exactly Pan Wei's body from before. Fong Feng, Fong Feng. I don't know whether to say you are smart or stupid. I am very optimistic about your supernatural powers. I have offered you an olive branch many times before, wanting you to join the Mutual Aid Association. I even promised you that if you joined the Mutual Aid Association, I would make you the vice president, second only to me. Chen Chen's voice gradually turned from deep to hoarse. Obviously, he was angry, very angry. I had many opportunities to kill you before, but I chose to let you go, just to make you see the reality. I gave you such a great opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it, let alone be grateful. Now he has killed my most trusted men, just for 3 women. I'm really angry now. You're all going to die. A hoarse voice sounded from under the dark hood. A scorching flame surged out from his body and gradually spread to his entire body, burning his black robe to ashes. Even the body of Pan Wei in his hand was turned into ashes under the scorching flames. His entire image has been completely exposed. Twisted flesh and blood are entangled with pale bones. It no longer looked like a human being. It looked like a bloody corpse with flames all over its body. Chapter 118. I finally waited for you. Looking at Chen Chen's murderous look, Zhao Boyong, who was standing beside him, also smiled. There is no need for him to take action. He just needs to command the overall situation and watch the show leisurely from the side. The shadows on the ground began to intertwine, forming a pure black lounge chair. Zhao Boyong lay down comfortably and said to Qin Shun, "Qin Shun, I don't care how you deal with the others, but you must leave those 3 women to me. I'm going to take those 3 women back with me. If you disfigure or injure them, let alone entering Yunjing Palace, young Master Sun will not forgive you." Zhao Boyang's tone was very impolite, as if he was giving orders to his subordinates. Qin Shun hated this commanding tone. This made him seem to recall the days when he was treated like a slave. After all, he is now the leader of a group, but he has no way to refute the other party. He had to go to Yunjing Palace, not just because of Zhang Xiaoxiao's expectations. There was also his own selfish motive. Sun Xiao had told him before that he had something that could restore his body to its former state. If possible, he didn't want to live with this horrible appearance for the rest of his life. "Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll remember that." After responding respectfully, Qin Shun walked towards Fang Feng. Every step he took left a trail of burning flames on the ground. "It looks like a demon from hell, very oppressive. Fang Feng, I'll give you one last chance. Give up resistance and raise your hands and surrender. If you do that, I'll kill you." Hearing the other party's contemptuous words, Fang Feng spat fiercely. "Bah, you are an ugly thing that is neither human nor ghost. Come at me if you have the guts. If I give in to you, my life will have been lived in vain." Fang Feng had been a soldier before, and even in such a critical moment, he did not forget his dignity as a soldier. There is no surrender or retreat in his dictionary. What's more, he had to bow down to an inhuman, murderous demon, which was even more difficult for him to accept than killing him. Instead of waiting for the other party's judgment, Fang Feng chose to take the first step. After saying this, waves of frost began to condense on Fang Feng's body. It's like wearing a suit of armor made of ice. It can be said that he left no way out for himself this time, and he used his supernatural powers recklessly. He completely regarded this battle as the last battle of his life. "Even if I die, I must die like a human being." Countless blue ice cones gathered around his body and bombarded Qin Shun like an overwhelming force. Qin Shin's expression became more and more distorted. Ever since he acquired this superpower, he has become the horrible look he has now. What he hates most now is that someone uses his appearance to make excuses. "Humph, you overestimate your own abilities." Flames surged all over his body, condensing into a huge fireball in his hand. The fireball slowly rose into the sky, like a sun, illuminating the entire park. Fang Feng's ice cones turned directly into puddles of snow water in the air without even touching Qin Shin's face. These abilities are totally not on the same level. It can be said that Qin Shin's ability has crushed Fang Feng. "Do you really think that I can't control you?" As Qin Shin spoke, a fire snake spewed out from the sun in the sky and rushed towards Fang Feng. "Ah!" In an instant, the sound of ice and snow melting was heard, accompanied by Fang Feng's screams. His ice and snow armor was shattered at the first sight. The whole person was knocked flying backwards. Li Wang and others hurried forward. "Brother Feng, are you okay?" At this moment, his eyes were already a little moist. Ever since he followed Fang Feng has always taken good care of him. Although the other party often beat him and taught him a lesson. But he knew that Fang Feng was just reminding him and didn't want him to go astray. After spending some time together, he already regarded Fang Feng as his own older brother. Seeing Fang Feng in such an embarrassing state, he felt unbearable pain in his heart. "Li Wang, ahem, you don't have to worry about me. I'll try my best to hold them back. You take the others and find a chance to run. As many as you can escape, the better." Fang Feng's body was steaming hot, and many parts of his body were cooked by the burn. He is now leaving his last words. He knew that if there was no miracle today, he would surely die. But how many miracles are there in the world? He has always been a very unlucky person. He feels content to be alive today. Tears welled up in Li Wang's eyes. He gritted his teeth and stood there motionless. "Fang Feng, do you regret going against me now?" Qin Shin looked down at the embarrassed Fang Feng in front of him, with sarcasm and ridicule in his eyes evident. He wanted to see if the other party would wag its tail at him like a dog and beg for mercy in this situation. He wanted to see if the other party would regret his previous decision in extreme despair. Fang Feng didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on the other person. If looks could kill, Qin Shin would have been cut into pieces. Regret? Of course he doesn't regret it. He could only say that he lost the bet because of bad luck. At this moment, he was ready to die calmly. "Humph, I think you are really stubborn." As Qin Shin said this, he planned to activate the empty sun to kill Fang Feng directly. Even Zhao Boyong raised his camera, ready to record this wonderful scene. Woof, woof. Woof! Just then, a baby dog's barking sound came from not far away. At such a critical moment, it is particularly harsh. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Damn it! Where did this stray dog come from? It's so unlucky. Zhao Boyong cursed out loud with an impatient look on his face. But then he realized something was wrong. Now all the animals living in the black fog have mutated, so why are there still wild dogs? This is too abnormal. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to lie down any longer, so he stood up and looked in that direction. At this moment, Lin Wan and the other two were the most excited among the people present. They have now covered their mouths tightly with their hands, trying their best not to scream. They were very familiar with this voice. Those who were familiar with Jiang Che knew that Jiang Che was always followed by a puppy disguised as a ferocious beast. It's the boss. The boss is back to save us. The three women hugged each other excitedly. They had already given up hope. But hearing the dog barking was like a shot of adrenaline for them. It's really thanks to this big fireball. Otherwise, I would have almost lost track of you. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Jiang Che's calm, indifferent, and magnetic voice echoed throughout the park. Hearing this familiar voice at this moment, the old man Fong Fong was so excited that he almost wanted to cry. I won the bet. A miracle really happened. He really wanted to sing a song now. Finally, I've waited for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Chapter 119, Eating Noodles. Who? Who is it? Hide your head and show your tail. Be sneaky. Chen couldn't recognize Jiang Che's voice. After all, he had never spoken to Jiang Che before. He just felt that the other party was a young man who appeared out of nowhere. Soon, a little bulldog slowly walked out of the black fog, striding with its head held high, as if it was patrolling its territory. This place is indeed its territory. After killing the cow cat, Big Mouth has become the most powerful beast in the entire Xinjiang community. It looked at the empty fireball and barked, drooling from the corners of its mouth. It's like a hungry dog seeing a meat bone. Following closely behind were a man and a woman. The woman was very beautiful and looked heroic in her police uniform, holding a very intimidating desert eagle in her hand. She was looking at the people in front of her with a vigilant look, as if she was ready to shoot at any time. Although her image is quite eye-catching, she is far inferior to the men around her. Jiang Che put his hands in his pockets, looking calm and composed, especially his indifferent look, as if he didn't take everyone at the scene seriously. Chen, this new policewoman is not bad. I'll catch you here for me later. Zhao Boyong didn't know Jiang Che. In his opinion, the other party was not worthy of being known by him. His eyes were always fixed on Zhu Kersen. He felt that today was really his lucky day. The three top-notch women before were not enough, and now a little policewoman has arrived. His favorite things to do are cosplayers and uniform temptation. A real policewoman like Zhu Kersen is a fatal temptation to him. Chen did not answer. He just looked at Jiang Che's face quietly. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he soon recognized the other party's identity. Isn't he the brat who advertised in the group before? He recognized the person, but he was again in deep confusion. Didn't he die together with Wang Gang in the property building? How come he is still alive now? This made him very confused, because the raging fire that broke out of the property building almost burned down the entire building. How is the other party still alive? It seems that he has not suffered any harm, and he is even more handsome than in the photo. However, he did not become panicked because of this. So what if he's still alive? Back then, this brat just fought back and forth with Wang Gang. With my current ability, I can say that I am completely superior to Wang Gang back then. He still wants to come here and save the beauty. He's just a fool who can't see his own strength. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, not taking the other party seriously at all. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I will bring that woman back to you. Having said that, he no longer looked at Fong Fong, who was struggling to survive on the ground. Directly controlling the sun in the sky, he sprayed out a red torrent and blasted it directly towards Jiang Che. The heat wave was rolling, and the sound was extremely terrifying. This attack was much more terrifying than the previous one against Fong Fong. If Fong Fong had taken this blow head-on, he would have been reduced to ashes on the spot, even with the ice armor blocking it. However, Jiang Che did not move, and did not even look at the other person. His eyes were fixed on the big mouth. He originally went to Building 11 to look for Lin Wan and the other two, but when he got there he found that the building was empty. Looking at the ice on the door frame, he roughly understood that Fong Fong must have taken the person away. He called Fong Fong, but the call always showed no one answered. Just when he was about to conduct a carpet search of the entire community, Big Mouth told him through the mental chain that something that made him particularly greedy appeared inside the community. That's right, it's greedy. This surprised Jiang Che a little. After all, with Big Mouth's current level of mutation, It didn't want to eat ordinary D-level supernatural fruits. Jiang Che couldn't imagine what could make him so greedy. He had a hunch that the departure of Lin Wan and others must be related to this change. Without any hesitation, follow Big Mouth here. Sure enough, Lin Wan and the other two were indeed here. Seeing that nothing unexpected happened to his women, he felt relieved. Then, he discovered that the thing that had made Big Mouth so greedy seemed to be the big fireball floating in the air. Wrong. Big Mouth's eyes were not only staring at the big fireball, but also at the flaming, bloody corpse. Jiang Che had never seen Qinshan before. Of course, even if he had seen him before, he was now completely unrecognizable and he would not be able to recognize him. Seeing that the other party controlled the fireball and started to attack, Jiang Che did not plan to take any action. He wanted to see what Big Mouth was going to do next. Jiang Che has complete and unconditional trust in Dezue, but Zhu Kersen does not have that inexplicable trust. She had just met Jiang Che today, and had also just met the little dog Big Mouth today. Even if someone told her that this kind of puppy was very fierce, she wouldn't dare to believe it. Feeling the hot air blowing towards her, sweat began to form on her forehead. It's over. How can we resist this? After escaping from the pursuit of the strange bird, will I die here? Zhu Kersen looked at this doomsday-like scene, and she couldn't help but feel despair in her heart. Her hands were shaking a little, and her slender fingers pulled the trigger, not knowing who to shoot at. But the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. His mouth opened subconsciously, big enough to fit a banana in it. This is impossible. The puppy, which was as big as a face basin, opened its mouth and swallowed those destructive streams of fire into its mouth. It's as smooth as eating noodles. At this moment, Zhu Kersen was so surprised that she couldn't close her legs. Even Qinshan was so frightened by this scene that he couldn't open his mouth. What the hell is this monster? It has completely swallowed up my abilities. Lin Wan and the other two were not surprised at this scene at all. They had complete trust in Jiang Che, and no matter how outrageous things happened to Jiang Che, they were not surprised. The most excited person at this moment is Fong Fong. The veins on his forehead were throbbing with excitement. I knew it. I knew it. Lord Jiang is definitely the strongest person in the entire community. Even the dog next to him is so terrifying. What can this Qinshan use to fight us? What can he use to fight us? Fong Fong has already used the word "we" at this moment, in his mind, to experience this crisis. He believed that there would be no more obstacles for him to join Jiang Che's team. Qinshan, what are you doing? I asked you to keep that woman, not to show mercy to others. Hurry and kill everyone else. Zhao Boyong thought Qinshan was holding back, so he couldn't help but start scolding him. Chapter 120 Eat while it's hot. Listening to Zhao Boyang's words, Qinshan started cursing in his heart. How could I hold back? I was clearly using all my strength. If you have the guts, come over here and try. If I don't roast you in one go, you'd be considered shameless enough. Although he was full of resentment towards Zhao Boyong, Qinshan couldn't care less about that at the moment. Use all your abilities to increase output power. Damn it, I don't believe a dead dog like you can still eat this. The stream of fire in the air suddenly expanded several times. The temperature in the entire park was also rising rapidly at this moment. Even Zhao Boyong, who was far enough away, could feel the heat wave coming towards him. At this moment, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. He felt that the current situation was beyond his control. At this moment, his cell phone started to vibrate nonstop. Someone was sending him a message, but he was so nervous that he completely ignored it. Die? 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 Why aren't you dead yet? Qinshan tried his best to activate his supernatural powers, and the blood vessels in his body burst one by one. But the puppy seemed to be unharmed and still opened its mouth to take in all his flames. Wrong. It's not that there are no changes. Big Mouth's hair became more lustrous, and there were even stars of fire floating on its body. And its body was also expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant monster that was 10 meters tall. Its appearance also changed greatly, because it grew a second head, a cat's head with blazing flames. Everyone present was weakened at the sight of such a horrifying scene. Seeing that the situation was not right, some of Qinshan's subordinates began to look for opportunities to slip away. After all, these people in the Mutual Aid Association have no cohesion. They are all looking for Qinshan to enjoy the good life. When disaster strikes, they will definitely fly away. Even Qinshan began to back down after seeing this situation. How can this strange dog be so terrifying? It can actually absorb all my supernatural powers. No, I have no chance of winning by myself. At this moment, he suddenly thought of someone, Zhao Boyong. That's right. Zhao Boyong is a superpower from Yunjing Palace. He can definitely help me. Thinking of this, he turned around and shouted towards Zhao Boyang's original position. Mr. Zhao? I can't do it alone. You have to help me. But when he had just shouted halfway, he realized something was wrong. Zhao Boyang, who had been giving orders, had disappeared. At this moment, he understood everything. He was abandoned. This Zhao Boyang ran away. Damn you, Zhao Boyang. I'll fuck your ancestors. The anger in his heart was about to ignite him. He didn't even care whether he could join Yunjing Palace or not, and just yelled at the open space at the top of his lungs. Zhao Boyang, if you dare to abandon me and run away, your whole family will die. You will be impotent for the rest of your life. Chen Qin cast all the vicious curses he could think of on Zhao Boyang. He just wants the other party to show up and help him. Seeing Chen Qin in such an embarrassed state, Jiang Che felt a little sorry for him. He comforted him calmly. Don't worry, he can't run away. The voice was very calm, and the words he said sounded like golden sayings that left no room for doubt. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Chen Qin was slightly stunned, not understanding what he meant. The next moment, a pitch-black nail began to condense in Jiang Che's palm. It's so ferocious. Just looking at it makes people feel creepy. At this moment, Zhao Boyang has used the power of shadow to escape into the ground. He also heard Chen Qin's yelling and cursing, but he didn't care. Now that the fight for my life is over, why should I care about those trivial things? Damn, this weird dog is too scary. I can't stay here any longer. I'm going to go back and talk to young Master Sun and have him come over and kill these bastards. Before he left, he took a look at Zhu Kersen, the female policewoman in uniform. I felt so reluctant in my heart. Huh? What is that? What is this guy going to do? Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Che and saw the long black nail in his hand. Even from a distance, he could sense a sense of danger. He didn't dare to look any further and planned to slip away. But it was too late. Just with this one look, he was doomed to never escape. The next moment, the black nail in Jiang Che's hand flew directly out of Jiang Che's hand. As if it could track him, it rushed towards his location quickly. Not good. I only had time to say this one sentence, and then nothing else happened. The black nightmare nail pierced into the shadow very forcefully, piercing Zhao Boyang's mind with such powerful force that he couldn't block it at all. Whether in mental strength or perseverance, he is no match for Wang Dongdong. Wang Dongdong could withstand it for a while at first, but he couldn't at all and was directly pierced by a nail and went into shock on the spot. The whole person appeared at the scene like a dead dog, foaming at the mouth and his body twitching unconsciously. Seeing Zhao Boyang in such a miserable state, Chen Qin was completely shocked. It's been such a short time since we last met. How come he has become so terrifying? He is no longer even on the same level as Wang Gang. He originally planned to join forces with Zhao Boyang to fight against Jiang Che and others. This is a bullshit alliance. He just wants to run now. But this requires asking Big Mouth whether he agrees or not. With such a delicious piece of fat meat right next to his mouth, can he still let it go? The dog's head opened its big mouth and swallowed the huge fireball in the sky that looked like the sun into its stomach in one gulp. The fireball disappeared, and the entire park seemed to turn from day to night, and it became dark. Chen Qin's face turned pale on the spot. This big fireball is a collection of the superpowers in his body. It can be said that most of the abilities in his body are currently concentrated in it. Without that sun, he is now almost no different from an ordinary person. Please, let me go? I know I was wrong. It was Zhao Boyang who forced and instigated me. He is a superpower from Yunjing Palace. He is an outsider, and they want to attack our community. I am willing to surrender to you. At this time, we must work together to face the outside world. At this moment, Chen Qin no longer cared about his reputation as the president and began to beg for mercy frantically. He spilled out everything he knew, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Were you forced to do it? This is not important. Anyway, the only witness, Zhao Boyang, is now dead or alive, so just put all the blame on the other party. Seeing the big dog still gradually walking towards him, he felt extremely scared. His face, already covered in blood, slammed against the ground with a bang. Jiang Che ignored the other party and instead looked at the big mouth beside him. How is it? Do you still want to eat? The big mouth was grinning, and saliva kept dripping from the sharp teeth. The meaning is self-evident. Jiang Che nodded. Okay, eat it while it's hot. Jiang Che naturally had no intention of stopping him. Every time Big Mouth showed such an expression, it meant that eating the other party was a very important matter. Can bring it evolution. The first time was when I encountered the supernatural fruit, and the second time was when I encountered the heart of the cow cat. This was the third time, and Jiang Che was also curious about what changes would happen to his big mouth after eating Chin Chin. Chapter 121, officially incorporated. After hearing Jiang Che's order, Big Mouth naturally no longer hesitated. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Chun Chun directly. The president of the Mutual Aid Association died, without even having time to scream. With the death of Chun Chun, the few remaining members of the Mutual Aid Association also scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Like ants on a hot pan, they began to run around. However, Fong Fong and his group had no intention of letting them go. They can't deal with Chun Chun, a person with special abilities, but they will not show mercy to these ordinary people who have completely lost their morale. After all, the two sides have been holding grudges for a long time. Li Wang took the lead in hunting them down. Of course, it was still difficult to annihilate them all. After all, the number of the enemy was too large. At this time, Lin Wan and the other two rushed to Jiang Che like little swallows returning to their nests. Lin Wan and Bai Yue both already had the deepest relationships with Jiang Che, and they were also the most open-minded, and they threw themselves directly into Jiang Che's arms one by one. Lin Wan was still relatively mature. She threw herself into Jiang Che's arms and gently breathed in his scent. A happy and satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although no words were spoken, this performance was worth 1,000 words. On the other hand, Bai Yue, a little internet celebrity with a childish mentality, burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Brother Jiang, do you know how much I miss you? I'm really afraid that I will never see you again in my life. Jiang Che was covered with snot and tears. However, Jiang Che did not despise her. He gently rubbed her trembling shoulders and comforted her softly. Okay, I'm back now. Don't worry, I will never leave you alone at home again. Jiang Che also thought about it carefully. He also had an unshirkable responsibility for what happened this time. Although I originally planned to leave for just a few days. But now is the end of the world after all, and the situation is very different from before. Perhaps in just a day or two, the whole world will change dramatically. It was impossible for him to say that he had no feelings at all for the women he was bound to. He did not regard them as tools that would continuously produce materials. After all, humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Therefore, it is imperative to build up your own survivor force and protect your own women. Jiang Che gently pushed the two women in his arms away and looked at Li Qingqing, who was standing aside and didn't dare to step forward. Li Qingqing is a girl who loves watching porn movies and drawing comics with outrageous scale. However, she is still a rather shy girl outside. Jiang Che has known her for quite some time, and he even knew her earlier than Bai Yue. However, due to the opponent's injuries, Jiang Che did not attack him. Now looking at the other person standing gracefully in front of him, Jiang Che knew that the peaches were ripe and it was time to pick them. Jiang Che took the initiative to open his arms. Li Qingqing walked forward with a blushing face and threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. Don't worry, I will protect you in the future. Feeling the elasticity and softness that belonged only to a girl, Jiang Che put his mouth close to the other's delicate earlobe and spoke softly. Li Qingqing's face turned red, like a cooked shrimp. Is this a confession? This is definitely a confession. As she thought this, her plump legs immediately tensed up and began to twist gently. She uttered a soft hum. However, from the extremely complicated expression on her face, it can be seen that she must be imagining some indescribable scene again. Seeing Jiang Che being so affectionate with his women, Fong Fong walked over somewhat embarrassedly. But I didn't dare get too close. Stand still 5 or 6 meters away from the other person. He also knew that it was not appropriate for him to come over now. After all, the other party might have some private conversations. But he had to come. What if Jiang Che just left with his woman? Then his desperate efforts would be meaningless. So many brothers died, and I paid a heavy price. I just wanted to fight for a future for myself and my brothers in this doomsday. So at this time, no matter how embarrassing it is, you have to stand up. Jiang Che also immediately noticed Fong Fong standing beside him. He knew very well in his heart that if Fong Fong had not reminded him, he would not have known that such a big change had occurred in Xinjiang community. If the other party had not offered a helping hand, the fate of these women would have been miserable. Therefore, when Jiang Che looked at him, there was a more friendly smile on his face. Fong Fong, right? This time it's all thanks to you. Jiang Che's voice was full of admiration. Although Fong Fong is much older than Jiang Che, he dare not be arrogant now. An even brighter smile appeared on his face. Master Jiang, I will try my best to complete the task you assigned me this time. Of course, the most important thing is your timely action, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. His words were meant as a compliment to Jiang Che, but they were also true. With his ability, facing the combined forces of Chun Chun and Zhao Boyang, his only fate would be death, and his small group would even be wiped out. Jiang Che nodded. He knew why Fang Feng was willing to fight for his life. So I just said to him directly, "Don't worry, just follow me from now on. I won't treat you unfairly." Hearing Jiang Che's promise, Fang Feng immediately became excited and thanked him profusely. Wasn't this Jiang Che's promise what he wanted? "Thank you, Lord Jiang. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Don't worry. In the future, if you need my help, I will go through fire and water for you." Jiang Che also showed a smile on his face. He had selfish motives in accepting these people. After all, if you want to build your own power, you must have a team. The other person doesn't need to be too strong, just be obedient. As for strength, Jiang Che has enough supernatural fruits. As long as he wants, he can arm a powerful team in minutes. This Fang Feng is good. He is capable and obedient. In the end times, there are very few people who are willing to risk their lives for his orders. Since there's nothing going on here, let's go somewhere else and talk. I also want to know what happened in the entire community. Oh, by the way, bring the man in the suit with you. He's not dead yet, but he's fainted. I'm going to interrogate him myself later. Jiang Che gave orders directly to Fang Feng. Yes, Lord Jiang. Fang Feng was also very enthusiastic and agreed immediately and firmly. Chapter 122 Yunjing Palace. Yunjing Palace is the most famous top-level villa area in Jinhai City. It is famous not only because of its huge investment, but also because of its profound background. The design and materials of each villa in the community are top-notch. Moreover, the security level of the community is the most famous in the entire Jinhai City, and it is managed by Jinhai City's top security company, Longhai Security. It is said that the combat effectiveness of every security guard there is not inferior to that of special forces. To be able to buy a house here, it is not enough to have money. You also need connections and social status. Those who can live here are all social elites and upper-class celebrities. I don't know how many levels higher it is than Jinjiang community. In the very center of the entire community, there is a huge hemispherical sphere, which is the landmark building of Jinhai City and the core of the entire villa area. This is Villa Number 6, the residence of Sun Lianqing, the descendant of the richest man in Jinhai City. Although it is called a villa, it looks like a giant fortress. The outer shell of the fortress is made of multi-layer composite materials with a special structural design, which is almost enough to withstand a nuclear explosion. Not only is the momentum full, the safety is also full. The villa is very magnificent, with extremely luxurious European-style decoration. Every piece of furniture can be auctioned at a sky-high price in the outside world. However, such top-notch decoration was overwhelmed by the screams and wails of women. At this moment, in a room on the second floor, a very absurd scene was taking place. A man and a woman were making love on the bed. There were actually several top-notch cameras floating in the air, aimed at the two people on the bed. The indicator light on the camera was flashing slightly, obviously recording the scene in full detail to satisfy the villa owner's bad taste. The man had a muscular body and was probably in his 20s, but the ferocity and hideousness on his face were even worse than those adults who had been hanging out in the doomsday for a long time. He is Sun Lianqing, the only son of Sun Rue, the richest man in Jinhai City. Others may feel anxious about the coming of the end of the world, but he is the complete opposite. He really wants the world to end. Daily life is too boring and can no longer bring him enough fun and excitement. Only in this chaotic end times can he do whatever he wants. Perhaps because he had read too many apocalyptic novels, he started designing this fortress for himself several years ago. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Independent water supply and independent power generation equipment are all available here. There is even a separate shelter and supply storage depot underground. It can be said that with this fortress, he can maintain a comfortable life for 3 to 5 years no matter what kind of doomsday he experiences. This is the Heavenly Palace that belongs exclusively to Sun Lianqing. Little bitch, are you comfortable? Sun Lianqing beat the woman in front of him mercilessly. The woman was very beautiful, about 35 or 36 years old, with a very nice figure, with a curvy figure and full of charm. If you watch TV frequently, you will definitely be able to recognize the other person's identity. She is the beautiful host of XX TV station, Zhuanglin. But at this moment, the dignified and beautiful image she had on TV was gone, and her face was filled with pain and torture. Mr. Sun, please stop hitting me. The pain is unbearable. Sun Lianqing had a grim smile on his face. It hurts? Of course it hurts. You want supplies, don't you? This is the price you have to pay. Scream louder. I love the sound of your screams the most. Sun Lianqing's laughter became more and more wild, and he beat with increasing force. Looking at his crazy appearance, it seems that he doesn't even treat the other person as a human being. But he also has some control and won't break such a beautiful toy in one go. At least play until you get tired of it. Soon, with a loud scream, the heavy rain in the room stopped. Sun Lianqing didn't even put on any clothes and just sat down on the sofa. With a slight wave of his hand, all the cameras floating in the air fell into his hands. Looking at the high-definition images in the camera, Sun Lianqing laughed wildly. Master Zhuang, should I edit this video so you can take it home and show it to your husband? He probably hasn't seen you like this before. Listening to Sun Lianqing's sarcasm, Zhuang Lin did not respond. She trembled as she put on the clothes on the ground one by one. She had her own reasons for coming here. She had a husband and children at home. If she couldn't get supplies, the whole family would starve to death. She didn't care whether she lived or died. She still hoped that her child could survive. Young Master Sun, this time, can you give us more supplies this time? I was seriously injured this time, and my children at home are waiting to eat. Sun Lianqing suddenly found that his phone had received an unknown message. He fiddled with the phone and said impatiently, "Bitch, what does this have to do with me? You are only worth so much. Even if I beat you to death, you can only be exchanged for so much. Do you understand?" Hearing the other party's shameless insults, Zhuang Lin cursed Sun Lianqing in his heart. What a little bastard. Thinking back to when I was in my prime, Sun Rui would also speak to me politely. When Sun Lianqing saw me, he had to call me Aunt Zhuang in a humble tone. I didn't expect that after being tortured by the other party for such a long time, I could only get 2 cans in return. This made her want to die. But there is no way. What else can she do in today's world? All the money I earned and the connections I made before are now useless. If you want to stay alive, you can only rely on Sun Lianqing. He has the most supplies in the entire community. Well, she sighed, stopped begging, and limped out of Sun Lianqing's fortress with the supplies. Looking at the other persons leaving back, Sun Lianqing showed a hint of sneer on his face. He was already thinking about how to train this beautiful host next time. Thinking of this, Sun Lianqing opened the message box and saw the photo sent by Zhao Boyang. The first photo is of Chen Chun and Zhang Xiaoxiao. Sun Lianqing looked shocked. Oh my god, it's so curious. Zhao Boyang is such a lucky guy. The relationship between him and Zhao Boyang is very complicated. They are both playmates and bedmates. So the relationship between the two can be said to be quite deep. Continuing to scroll down, Sun Lianqing's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly sat up and looked at it carefully. This photo was the one Zhao Boyang secretly took of Lin Wan and the other two. This is too pretty. Those movie stars are not as pretty as these girls. Sun Lianqing, who had just vented his anger, felt a little hot in his heart again. He quickly sent a message to the other party. Yoko, Brother Yang, hurry and bring these 3 women back to me. Quickly. At this moment, he no longer cared about his image and said whatever nice words he could. However, Zhao Boyang just didn't reply to the message. Sun Lianqing was an impatient person, so he simply called the other party directly. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Sun Lianqing scratched his head. Although he was anxious, he never thought that something had happened to Zhao Boyang, because he knew Zhao Boyang's abilities. Even if they encounter a terrifying beast, it will definitely be no problem for the other party to escape. Damn it, this grandson must be eating alone. I will make him pay when he comes back. Chapter 123 In Run. Chapter 123 In Run. This kid must be taking revenge on me. Last time he also wanted to play with Zhuang Lin, but I didn't agree. As a result, he now has 3 gorgeous beauties all to himself. This isn't fair. Sun Lianqing became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and he began to smash things in the room to vent his emotions. At this moment, the elevator in the room slowly rose up. There was a ding-dong sound. The elevator door slowly opened. A tall figure slowly walked out of the elevator. He was a very handsome man. Eyebrows like knife blades, pupils like amber. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and he looked very serious and earnest. Her blonde hair was neatly combed back, revealing her full forehead and excellent hairline. Just looking at his appearance, it is impossible to tell his gender. She looks like a man who is so handsome that he is heartbreaking, and also like a woman who is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. But her figure speaks for itself. He was wearing a tight black leather jacket with broad hips and narrow shoulders. Especially the plump and huge peach, which seemed to be the truth of the world, could completely catch everyone's attention and no one dared to think of any rebuttal. She walked to Sun Lianqing, who was still angry, with a cold face. Looking at the other person's naked body, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Sun Lianqing, my supplies are almost gone. Please prepare enough for me for 10 days. The voice was extremely cold, as if he was not discussing with Sun Lianqing, but giving an order to him. I heard the clear and pleasant voice behind me. Sun Lianqing, who was originally like a violent gorilla, immediately stopped what he was doing. Run. My dear, I beg you, please make me feel good. As long as you serve me well, I will give you as much supplies as you want. Sun Lianqing seemed to be possessed by a demon and wanted to pounce on Run. Run is so beautiful that the previous host Zhuang Lin is far inferior to her. Even compared with the three top beauties in the photo, Run is better in Sun Lianqing's eyes. Seeing the other party's performance, Run's expression did not change, but a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The golden hair on her head moved without wind, winding and moving like a living thing, and in an instant it turned into several golden streams of light that shot out. Before Sun Lianqing could react, he felt a chill on his neck. By the time he realized it, a drop of bright red blood had already slowly slid down his Adam's apple, looking particularly glaring under the light. He suddenly felt the threat of death. This was the first time Run attacked him. The sharp golden hair was like a golden dagger, pointing at the vital points on his body. Run, what are you doing? My father spent a lot of money to invite you here to be my bodyguard. Are you going to assassinate your employer now? Although Run has an Asian face, she is not completely Chinese. He has half Dragon Kingdom blood and half Eagle Kingdom blood. He had received special training in the Eagle country, worked as a mercenary, a killer, and a bodyguard. As long as the money is enough, she dares to give it a try no matter how dangerous the mission is. Run is the name she gave herself in Dragon Country. As for her most famous name in the international community, it is Killer Queen Rose. Run's expression did not change at all, and he responded very coldly. The employment relationship is a thing of the past. Now we are in a cooperative relationship. You provide the materials, and I help you do the work. Anything else is off the table. If you dare to have other thoughts about me again, I will castrate you. You should know me. It is really easy for me to accomplish this. Run's cold words were like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing the lust in Sun Lianqing's heart. He froze in place, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and cold sweat quietly slid down his back. Run was the bodyguard hired by his father several years ago. The two had known each other for a long time, and Sun Lianqing was very clear about the other's strength. His stealth and assassination abilities were simply world-class. If the other party really made up his mind to attack me, even if I now possess a very powerful superpower, I am afraid I will not be able to escape death. Sun Lianqing's fingers trembled slightly, but he forced himself to smile twistedly. He knew better than anyone that what maintained the fragile balance between the two was the biological code of the material reserve buried deep underground. In the end times, whoever can fully control materials will have the greatest power. Therefore, not only will the other party not kill him, they will even try their best to protect him. Now is not the time to turn against the other party. When the fruit in the community is ripe, I will take my strength to the next level. I'll take Zhao Boyang with me to rape you, a bitch. You can't pretend to be noble in front of me every day. Thinking of this, Sun Lianqing immediately raised his hands and took a step back. Okay, I promise you, the supplies are on the second floor. I just took out a lot of supplies, enough for you to eat for a month. You can take them all. Sun Lianqing said this in a nonchalant manner. However, Run naturally caught the lust in the other person's eyes, but she just frowned. She knew him too well. This young master son was just like that. No matter what she said, it was useless. He would never change his ways. Run took the supplies and left. Sun Lianqing looked at his back, feeling a little confused. I remember last time, I also gave her a month's supply. It's only been a few days, and she's already eaten it all? This speed is a bit too fast. At the same time, in the basement of the property building in Jinjiang community. Thump! A bucket of cold black water was poured on Zhao Boyang, waking him up immediately from his coma. Help! Master Sun, save me. As soon as he woke up, Zhao Boyang screamed for help frantically. In his subconscious, he was still in the moment of the life-threatening situation in the park. Bang! Shut up. A loud slap hit Zhao Boyang on the face, with such force that Zhao Boyang's brain was stunned. After he came to his senses, he was able to see his surroundings clearly and realized that he was no longer in the empty park. The place where he was now was obviously a dark basement. There was only a dim chandelier swaying in the entire small room, stretching the shadows of the people opposite. Zhao Boyang blinked hard to squeeze out the dirty water in his eyes, and then he could see the faces of the people in front of him clearly. There are 5 people in front of me, all of whom are acquaintances. 4 beautiful women, and that ridiculously powerful man. Of course, there is also a puppy, squatting in the corner. At this time, Big Mouth has returned to its puppy state, and its appearance is no different from before, making it look very cute. However, he did not dare to treat the other party as a pet dog. He witnessed with his own eyes the scene of the other party displaying his might in the park, which was simply devastating. Just thinking about it now still gives me a lingering fear. Where exactly is this place, and what are they doing? Zhao Boyong was terrified and subconsciously tried to struggle to get up, but he found that his body was tied tightly to the chair with a thick hemp rope. May I have your name? The next moment, a gentle voice came from the side. Zhao Boyong looked up and saw that the person who spoke was the pretty little policewoman. He subconsciously revealed an obscene smile. This was just his subconscious muscle memory, and he didn't mean to tease the other person. But the next second, a big-eared post came slapping at him. Smile, smile, smile? Did I make you smile? Just answer whatever you are asked. Don't waste time. Chapter 124 Joke. This slap was naturally given by Jiang Che. Although Zhu Kersin and he have not completed the binding ceremony, Jiang Che has already regarded her as his woman. He naturally felt uncomfortable that a prisoner dared to look at the other person with such an obscene expression. But he didn't dare to use his full strength. After all, his physical fitness was extremely strong now. With the blessing of the iron body, it can be said that the strength of Jiang Che's every move is quite terrifying. With only 50 of his strength, Zhao Boyang's face suddenly swelled up, and he almost spit out half of his teeth in one breath. The anger in Zhao Boyang's heart was also brought out by this slap. Thinking back to how glorious I was in the past, everyone who saw me would bow and nod. I had never suffered such a loss. The temper of the young master in his heart started to flare up again, and he completely forgot how he got here. Damn it, you want to trap me here with just this rope? When I get back, I'll bring people to surround your entire community. This dark basement is completely my home ground. If I want to run, no one can stop me. Thinking this in his mind, Zhao Boyang's eyes rolled around, and he began to plan the best escape route. Boy, I advise you to be honest. I know what you are thinking. What I can tell you is that your every move cannot escape my perception. And I advise you to think carefully about whether you can withstand the second nail. As Jiang Che spoke, a black nightmare nail condensed in his hand. The pitch-black nail circled in his hand, and Jiang Che stared at the other person with a half-smile. Looking at the black nail in Jiang Che's hand, Zhao Boyong was almost scared to pee his pants. He immediately recalled his previous horrific experience. I can't bear it. I definitely can't bear it. He really didn't dare to try this thing a second time. That's real pain. Pain that goes deep into the soul. At that moment before, he felt as if his soul was torn apart. Even just now he dreamed that he was going to drink mangpa soup. At this moment, he completely gave up his plan of escape. He really didn't dare to gamble with his life, so his choice was to admit defeat immediately. Brothers and sisters, I was wrong. I confess everything. My name is Zhao Boyong, and I originally lived in the Yunjing Palace Villa area. I came here because of that bastard Qin Shun. He was the one who planned to hand over your women. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as Zhao Boyong opened his mouth, he started to shirk responsibility. But Jiang Che didn't care. He noticed a key word, Yunjing Palace. This was not the first time he had heard this place name. Qin Shun had also mentioned this name before he died. Yunjing Palace? Hearing this name, Lin Wan, who was standing aside, screamed out loud with a look of shock on her face. Jiang Che looked at Lin Wan in confusion. Why? You know this place too? Lin Wan nodded. Yes, I used to work in a real estate company, and I once had a big client who lived in this place. This is the top villa area in Jinhai City. It is not for sale to the public. It is said that Sun Lianxing, the son of the richest man in Jinhai City, lives here. Jiang Che nodded. He usually didn't pay attention to the so-called real estate news, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. After all, he was just a small social worker before. With his low salary, he couldn't even afford a house in Jinjiang community, let alone a top-notch villa. Yes, that's right. Not only is it not contaminated by the black fog, but a survivors organization called the New World Alliance has also been established there, especially for sheltering homeless survivors. There are endless supplies there, and there are also many powerful supernatural beings protecting it. It can be said to be the safest place in the entire Jinhai City. The boss of this organization is Sun Lianxing. Sun Lianxing and I have a very good relationship. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I can guarantee that you can all live in Yunjing Palace and join the New World Alliance. Zhao Boyong described this place as a paradise and tried his best to make Jiang Che interested in it. There are powerful people with special powers protecting the place, but they are not used to protect the masses. There are a lot of supplies there, but whether they are given to you or not is another matter. As long as we lead them to Yunjing Palace, I believe young Master Sun will be able to help me get revenge. Although Zhao Boyong thought so in his heart, his face was still full of flattery. Listening to the other party's description, Jiang Che was a little surprised. What surprised him was that the villa area described by Zhao Boyong was not polluted by the black fog. Jiang Che couldn't quite believe it. Currently, this black fog is sweeping the whole world. After all, it was even reported on TV news before. Is there something there that can stop the black fog from invading? Jiang Che thought so in his heart. In that case, I must go to this villa area to take a look. Anyway, the houses in Jinjiang community have been destroyed. If Yunjing Palace is really as the other party said, it will be a good place for my future base. Jiang Che made up his mind, and several people continued to interrogate Zhao Boyong. I hope to hear more information about the community from him. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. At this time, Fang Feng was staying in the next room with his brothers, waiting for Jiang Che to finish the interrogation. They sorted out the previous supplies and wanted to hand them all over to Jiang Che later. After all, the other party is now their leader, so it is natural for him to have control over the distribution of supplies for the entire team. They didn't have anything good here, just a few pieces of leftover beast meat and a few bottles of clean water that he made with his ability. They usually cherish even these insignificant things when eating them. There were originally several supernatural fruits, but they were all snatched away by the people from the Mutual Aid Association. Brother Feng, do you think Mr. Jiang would be interested in these things of ours? I saw it before. The woman drank unopened bottles of purified water and ate hamburgers. Li Wang said to Fang Feng with a smile. With Fang Feng taking the lead, he now called Jiang Che boss, without feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. This is not something you should worry about. You'll be right to listen to Lord Jiang from now on. Whether the other party thinks highly of it or not is one thing, whether you do it or not is another. If you take the initiative to hand over the rights to distribute materials, the other party will definitely trust you more, which will be a win-win situation with no harm. Li Wang looked around and saw no outsiders, so he moved closer to Fang Feng and said, Brother Feng, do you think Boss Jiang will give us food and water directly? The boy's voice was full of longing. He also loved eating hamburgers before. Today, seeing Fang Feng eating them with relish, to be honest, he was also very greedy. After hearing Li Wang's words, before Fang Feng could say anything, a man next to him who was as thin as a bamboo pole couldn't help laughing. Wang Kai, you are wishful thinking. Look at how many brothers there are here. There are about 20 people in total. How many burgers should we give out? So, your idea is just a dream. In this small group, Li Wang's status is equivalent to that of the group's favorite. He is young, lively, and optimistic. Everyone is willing to joke with him and has no ill intentions. At this time, a middle-aged man with a balding head also came to join in the fun. Wang Kai, if you ask me, since you have already started dreaming, you might as well dream a little bolder. Maybe Boss Jiang will give us supernatural fruits, haha. Li Wang was so angry at these two people that his cheeks turned red. I told you, don't call me Wang Kai anymore. It's a dog's name. Seeing that several people were about to start a fight, Fang Feng quickly spoke out to stop them. Stop messing around. Lord Jiang is next door right now. When he comes out and sees you like this, I won't stop him from punishing you. Fang Feng was still very intimidating among the crowd. As soon as he spoke, no one dared to continue making trouble, and they all lowered their heads to do their own things. No one dared to take the joke seriously. Chapter 125. Can't trust. Boss, I have told you everything I know. Please let me go. Don't worry, with my relationship with Sun Lianxing, as long as you come to the New World Alliance, I guarantee that you will all be managers. In the interrogation room, Zhao Boyong boasted as much as possible about his most important position in the New World Alliance, and described as much as possible the superior life in Yunjing Palace, constantly making tempting promises to everyone. He looked just like those door-to-door insurance salesmen. My insurance is really affordable. It is not only for financial management, but also a guarantee for your future life. Jiang Che naturally would not be intimidated by the other party's few words. Instead, he turned to Lin Wan and said, Do you know the exact location of Yunjing Palace? Can you still contact your previous client? Lin Wan thought about it for a moment and nodded seriously. I know the location of Yunjing Palace, but I can't guarantee that client. When he came to our company before, he was very secretive and I only met him a few times. But I can still try to communicate with him. Lin Wan told Jiang Che everything without hiding anything. Hearing this, Jiang Che nodded. That's enough. Jiang Che felt that whether or not he could contact the client was not the most important thing. As long as he could find the location of Yunjing Palace, Jiang Che would be confident that he could take that place directly. Of course, it would be even better if we could contact an internal informant and understand the internal environment in advance. The more Zhao Boyong listened to the conversation between the two, the more he felt something was wrong. Aren't you going to take them to Yunjing Palace yourself? Why do you need to find a middleman? Does this mean that he doesn't trust himself, or does the other party have other ideas? The more Zhao Boyong thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and soon he thought of a rather terrifying possibility. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Big brothers and big sisters, you really don't have to worry about this. What I tell you is from the bottom of my heart. You have to believe me. He quickly spoke to Jiang Che, and anyone could see the panic on his face. Hearing what the other party said, Jiang Che showed a very gentle smile on his face. He walked step by step to Zhao Boyong, put his hand on his shoulder, and patted him gently. You are right. It is indeed a good choice for you to take us there. When Zhao Boyong heard Jiang Che's first words, a smile instantly appeared on his face. That's right. That's right. I still have value, so there's no reason for him to kill me. Yes, sir, Zhao Boyong thought so in his heart, and opened his mouth to express his loyalty immediately, but the next moment, his black pupils shattered instantly. The eyes that were originally clear as a blackboard turned pitch black in an instant. The whole body suddenly tensed up, and then twitched unconsciously. But I don't trust you. How many truths can you tell? Keeping you here will cause huge risks. Behind Zhao Boyong, 2 pitch-black nails had been completely nailed into his body. Zhao Boyong was doomed. His spirit was already shaky after the previous attack, and these 2 black nightmare nails completely destroyed his consciousness. Regardless of whether what the other party said was true or false, Jiang Che had no intention of keeping him from the beginning to the end. First of all, the other party's character is extremely bad. Not only did he betray his teammates, he also threatened his woman many times and asked Chen to kill him. Jiang Che was not a broad-minded person, and he could not tolerate this at all. And based on the opponent's personality, the entire New World Alliance can be inferred. Birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Che felt that this survivor organization was most likely not a good thing. The other party kept instigating him to join this organization, and it was obvious that they had bad intentions. If they really went to the villa area with the other party, they would immediately be put in a passive position, and even their women would be in danger. This is what Jiang Che doesn't want to see. So at this moment, Jiang Che thought it would definitely not be a wrong thing to kill him. Zhu Kersen was standing next to Jiang Che and witnessed the whole process of Jiang Che killing people. It was a bloodless fight, yet extremely cruel. To be honest, she was also a little scared, not because of the dead, but because of Jiang Che. The ability to appear and disappear at random, and the pet squatting beside her disguised as a puppy, all of these filled her heart with fear of the unknown. Is the other party still a human being? Inexplicably, this thought suddenly popped up in her mind, but no one could answer her. Big Mouth, do you want to eat this person? Jiang Che kicked Zhao Boyang's body and spoke to Big Mouth lying in the corner. After Big Mouth ate Chen Chen's body, he did not fall asleep and his body did not seem to have undergone any major changes. This made Jiang Che feel a little disappointed. So he wanted to give it a try, letting Big Mouth eat other mutants to see if he could evolve. But Big Zue didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he didn't hear anything, and continued to doze off on the ground. Jiang Che shook his head and sighed. The dog at home is still eating too well. Now he is picky about food. Since the people being interrogated were gone, Jiang Che didn't plan to stay here any longer. He turned around and pushed the door open to leave. At this time, Fong Fong and his men had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Fong Fong, I have finished the interrogation. Please have someone deal with the body in the room. Yes. Upon hearing this, Fong Fong quickly responded and waved to Li Wang. Li Wang nodded in understanding and walked straight in with the 2 people. Master Jiang, I have prepared the room for you to rest in. Please come and take a look. Looking at Li Wang busying himself in the room, Fong Fong spoke to Jiang Che again. Jiang Che nodded. Building 11 where he lived before had been burned down by Chen Chun. He definitely couldn't go back, so he had to live here today. This was what had been agreed before. Under the guidance of Fong Fong, Jiang Che came to a room not far away. This room is full of life, although it was obviously converted from a warehouse. But all kinds of furniture are available. Wardrobe, closet, table, and big bed. Perhaps because he was afraid that Jiang Che and his group would live too crowded, Fong Fong specially found a few Simmons mattresses and laid them on the floor. As for where the things were obtained, that was naturally from the nearby residential buildings. There were so many of these things now that you could take anything as long as you could knock on the door. Master Jiang, take a look at this room. Are you satisfied? If you have any other requirements, please tell me directly, and I will do my best to meet your requirements. Jiang Che shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. Jiang Che was not such a pretentious person. He just made do with what he had. Anyway, he would go to the Yunjing Palace to take a look after a while. Then choose a good house for yourself there. No problem. This place is pretty good. I'm quite satisfied with it, and you're thoughtful. Hearing Jiang Che's praise, Fang Feng felt relieved, and his tense body relaxed a little. Master Jiang, I have sorted out all the supplies we have here and would like to give them all to you for your distribution. Chapter 126 Distribution of Supplies. Jiang Che was still a little surprised to hear Fang Feng's request. After all, controlling the right to distribute materials is extremely important in the end times. With this power, one can say that one holds the lifeline of everyone and has the greatest say. He didn't expect Fang Feng to take the initiative to hand over this right. It can be said that the other party's awareness is really high. Jiang Che did not refuse, nodded, and said, "Okay, take it out and let me see it." Hearing Jiang Che's words, Fang Feng hurriedly took out supplies from the cabinet next to him. All of the ferocious beast meat was packed in vacuum bags, with more than 10 bags in total. Although the meat of ferocious beasts will no longer be contaminated by the black fog, it will still deteriorate if exposed to the air for a long time, so vacuum preservation is indeed the most correct method. Master Jiang, that's all. Jiang Che looked at the bags of beast meat in front of him and frowned tightly. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Although these things are very important to Fang Feng and others, to him, they are complete garbage and are of no use at all. Seeing Jiang Che frowning, Fang Feng's expression suddenly became a little nervous. Master Jiang, our team is not very capable, and we can't get too many supplies in the entire community. We can only hunt some small beasts. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood, Jiang Che quickly reached out to interrupt him. I don't have a problem with your supplies. Didn't I tell you to collect supernatural fruits? Why isn't there a single supernatural fruit among the supplies here? Did you eat all the supernatural fruits, or do you intend to hide them for yourself? Nowadays, supernatural fruits are not too rare. If you look carefully throughout the Jinjiang community, you will definitely find quite a few. Jiang Che simply couldn't believe that the other party's dozens of people hadn't found a single supernatural fruit in the Jinjiang community for so many days. Lack of strength is one thing, but playing tricks on Jiang Che here is another. Fang Feng, can you give me an explanation? Jiang Che showed a gentle smile on his face, but when Fang Feng saw this smile, he instantly felt a chill running down his spine to his forehead. Master Jiang, please listen to my explanation. Fang Feng was a little flustered. He was also the leader of a team. At this moment, in front of Jiang Che, his voice was trembling. I have never forgotten the task you assigned to me. We did find a lot of supernatural fruits before, but there are no more now. Fang Feng raised his head and glanced at Jiang Che, only to find that his expression did not change at all, and it was obvious that he was asking him to continue. He finally felt relieved. Giving him a chance to explain means that the other party still trusts him. Fang Feng then described in detail how the Mutual Aid Association had surrounded and plundered their team. Our previous base was completely wiped out by the enemy, and all the supernatural fruits we collected were taken away by the people from the Mutual Aid Association. Fang Feng's face was full of guilt and self-blame. Jiang Che looked at the other person's face and knew that the other person was not lying to him. I also felt a little more hatred towards this so-called Mutual Aid Association. Originally, he had no intention of caring about the remnants of the Mutual Aid Society anymore, but now he has changed his mind. This Mutual Aid Society really cannot be kept. Before there was Wang Gang, and now there is Chen Chun. Both of them have had a significant influence on him. Although both leaders are dead now, who knows if there will be other cats and dogs appearing in the future. Tomorrow you will bring your people and work with me to destroy the Mutual Aid Association. Jiang Che gave orders directly to Fang Feng. Yes, Lord Jiang. Fang Feng suddenly perked up and responded very seriously. Jiang Che's order was exactly what he wanted. He had long wanted to kill those bastards. So many of his brothers had died at the hands of the other side that the conflict between the two sides had long become irreconcilable. Jiang Che took a look at the beast meat and threw it directly into the trash can. From now on, you won't have to eat these things if you follow me. I will provide you with supplies in the future. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Fang Feng was very surprised. In fact, he had already expected this in his mind, but when he heard Jiang Che say it himself, he still felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Jiang Che waved his hand, and the table was filled with steaming hamburgers and brand new, unopened bottles of mineral water. The fragrance immediately spread throughout the room. Fang Feng's eyes gradually widened. He had thought that Jiang Che's supplies might be hamburgers, but he never expected that there would be so many, and the hamburgers were still hot. This is simply incredible. Seeing Fang Feng still standing there in a daze, Jiang Che just found it a little funny. Patted the other person on the shoulder. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and distribute the food. You guys have worked hard today. Let the brothers eat as much as they want. I don't have much else here, but I will definitely have enough burgers. Jiang Che was not bragging. Now the hamburgers in his supply space have piled up to several mountains. If he were to eat it by himself, he would never be able to finish it in his lifetime. Not to mention supporting a small team, it is more than enough to feed an entire community. When Fong Feng looked at Jiang Che again at this moment, his eyes were full of complexity and gratitude. He knew that his previous choice was not wrong, and he followed the right person. Okay, Lord Jiang, I'll have someone come in and move it right away. Just when Fong Feng was about to leave the room, Jiang Che called him again. Oh, by the way, Fong Feng, your strength is still too weak. You will have to do a lot of things with me in the future, so I have to improve your strength quickly. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Fong Feng was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something. I just felt a little dry in the mouth and swallowed subconsciously. No way, could it be that the bald guy is right? This is impossible. Baldy is the bald middle-aged man who had teased Li Wang before. Since he was the only one with bald hair in the entire team, he got the nickname Baldy. It was originally just a joke from the other party, and no one would take it seriously. Now he felt that this was about to become a reality. However, he still didn't dare to draw a conclusion. After all, this was just his guess, and he hadn't seen the real thing yet. The next moment, Jiang Che once again took out more than 50 supernatural fruits from the space. Fong Feng's scalp went numb. He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. It was the first time he saw so many supernatural fruits. A whole basin can't even hold it. Wait until night, and distribute them to the brothers. These are two kinds of supernatural fruits, one to strengthen the spirit and one to strengthen the body. Remember, you can't eat too many of these fruits. Each person only needs to eat one of each. Chapter 127 Dignity. The reason for this arrangement was not because Jiang Che was reluctant to part with these supernatural fruits, but because Bai Li had said so before. The lower the quality of the fruit, the more serious the pollution it will cause to the human body. Eating too much will cause irreversible changes in the body. Although nothing happened to me after eating hundreds of them, these ordinary people may not be the same as me. Therefore, it is necessary to give some instructions in advance. But even so, Fong Feng's heart was already deeply moved. He didn't quite understand Jiang Che's thoughts. It was obvious that they had not been able to help Jiang Che at all, but the other party was willing to invest such a huge amount of resources. In this doomsday, Jiang Che has become like a savior in his heart. He is now looking at Jiang Che and feels that there is a light emanating from behind him. Fong Feng stretched out his trembling hands and picked up the fruits. There is no need to express gratitude for a great favor, and he did not say any words of gratitude or loyalty to Jiang Che. Those were all empty words. In the future, he would show his true feelings through his actions. That would be the most real thing. He had already made up his mind secretly. Since Lord Jiang values us so much, we will never let Lord Jiang down even if it means risking our lives. Fong Feng left Jiang Che's room with the food and the supernatural fruit and started looking for his men to distribute the supplies. Jiang Che also brought his women into the room. Today was indeed a very tiring day, and the women were naturally tired and hungry. Although it seems that there is no change, everyone is trying to keep their spirits up. Jiang Che naturally would not treat them badly. He not only took out many steaming hamburgers, but also brought out a lot of snacks and drinks. These were all confiscated from the warehouse supermarket at Rongxin Supermarket. He himself has hardly eaten it. Come on, you've worked hard all day, let's start eating. Lin Wan and the other two naturally wouldn't be polite to Jiang Che. They all came forward very actively, surrounded Jiang Che, and started eating. The main reason is that they have been tense all day, and being closer to Jiang Che will make them feel safer. Wow, there's even Teshuya chocolate. I used to love this brand of chocolate. Bai Yue looked at one of the beautifully packaged boxes of chocolates with surprise. He immediately reached out and took it. She opened the package, took out one of them, and just as she was about to put it in her mouth, her little head suddenly remembered what Sister Lin Wan had said to her before. Jiang Che is the only master in this family. All we need to do is to please him. As long as he is happy, our future life will be guaranteed. Her big black eyes turned and a sweet and lovely smile immediately appeared on her face. Brother Jiang, come and try it first. This champagne truffle flavor is really delicious. Lin Wan naturally also saw Bai Yue's actions. She nodded slightly, with an expression of a teachable child on her face. Bai Yue has a high level of comprehension, but Li Qingqing is not so good. Li Qingqing was also an obedient girl. She had talked about these things with the other party many times, but the other party was always embarrassed and avoided it. She also gently touched Li Qingqing with her leg, but Li Qingqing seemed not to realize it and continued to eat with her head down. Alas, this silly girl, she probably hasn't done it with the boss yet. After tonight, she should be sensible. Thinking this in her heart, Lin Wan smiled and shook her head. Jiang Che smiled at Bai Yue and looked at her porcelain-white face. To be honest, my appetite has really been aroused. I don't want to eat chocolate, but I want to taste what this annoying little goblin tastes like. He ate the chocolate in one bite. During this period, the jade fingers and lips naturally touched each other. The little girl's face was a little red, and she continued to pick up a chocolate and put it in her mouth without saying a word. I don't know if it's because I haven't eaten it for a long time, but Bai Yue feels that the chocolate this time is too sweet. Ding. Bai Yue's favorability plus 10, currently 55. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Che smiled. It seems that Bai Yue missed him a lot during the time he was away, and her favorability towards him actually increased a lot. At this time, Jiang Che noticed that Zhu Kersen had not come to eat. She was still standing at the door, looking a little helpless. Officer Zhu, what are you doing standing there? Aren't you hungry? Oh, I'm still okay. Hearing Jiang Che's question, Zhu Kersen said somewhat stubbornly. She couldn't be like those women and get close to Jiang Che and be so intimate with him. After all, she and Jiang Che had only known each other for one day. Moreover, their relationship was not harmonious at all. He forced her, beat her, and even kept touching her thighs on the way back. She didn't want to accept charity from the other party from the bottom of her heart. Our police officer Xiao Zhu still has a lot of dignity. But the next moment, a gurgling sound came from her lower abdomen. My stomach started to protest. No way, you are such a loser. I just finished speaking and you were trying to rip me off, right? Zhu Kersen turned her face away, not daring to look at Jiang Che. She felt that she was really embarrassed. Jiang Che couldn't guess what this woman was thinking. He just felt that she was being petty. He would not tolerate such a person. Don't want to eat? Then go hungry. I want to see how long she can hold on. However, Lin Wan, who was a shrewd person, could see the other party's psychological state at a glance. She had worked in sales at a real estate company for several years, and understanding the customer's psychology was a must-know subject. She could see that Officer Zhu was too embarrassed to let go of his dignity, which gave her a chance to perform. She slowly stood up and walked to Zhu Kersen's side. Actively pull up the other person's hand. Zhu Kersen's palms are actually a bit rough. Due to frequent exercise and training, there are some calluses on the base of the palm and the knuckles. Sister, come and sit down. From now on, we are all a family. There is no need to be so restrained. Zhu Kersen frowned and subconsciously wanted to refute. Who are you, family? But before she could open her mouth, Lin Wanji forcibly pulled her to sit at the dining table. Don't worry, we will be sisters from now on. The boss has always been very generous to us. Not only will we not lack supplies, but he will also give us the supernatural fruit. After hearing Lin Wan's words, Zhu Kersen was also somewhat moved. She could resist the material supplies, but when she heard about the supernatural fruit, her inner defenses began to slowly collapse. Chapter 128. It smells so good. She also wants to become a superpower. It can be said that in this end times, there is no one who does not want to become a superpower. As Lin Wan spoke, she took the initiative to pick up a hamburger and handed it to Zhu Kersen's mouth. Eat quickly. You must be starving after being outside for so long. Once you've filled your stomach, I'll tell you about the benefits of joining us. Zhu Kersen wanted to refuse, but when the meaty burger was placed in her hands became out of control and she subconsciously grabbed the burger and wouldn't let go. She swallowed reluctantly, staring at the burger in her hand, her stomach still growling. Zhu Kersen, you can't eat it. If you eat it, you really won't be able to refuse him in the future. He will do whatever he wants to you and bully you to death. Eat quickly. You haven't had a normal meal in a long time. If you can eat this kind of food every day after following him, what else can you not be satisfied with? Zhu Kersen felt like two little people appeared in her mind and started arguing with each other. While she was still thinking about what choice to make, her hand subconsciously put the hamburger into her mouth. It was really subconscious. She really didn't want to eat. The aroma of oil filled my entire mouth, and my mind suddenly became quiet. It smells so good. Zhu Kersen took a bite, and then took another big bite. She ate so quickly that her cheeks bulged out, like a cute little hamster. Eat slowly, don't choke, drink some water, there's still plenty here. Lin Wan patted Zhu Kersen's back gently and handed her a bottle of water. Then he smiled at Jiang Che, the meaning of which was self-evident. Done. Jiang Che also nodded at Lin Wan. He now realized that this Lin Wan was quite capable, knowledgeable and interesting, and most importantly, she was able to help him solve his problems. Even though there were some little tricks, it was harmless. Jiang Che even thought it was a form of flirting. He originally thought that he would have to use some tough measures to deal with Zhu Kersen, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. His eyes kept moving between Li Qingqing and Zhu Kersen. Who should I have as my bedmate tonight? There are too many goddesses, which is a problem. In the room next door where Fong Feng was, the atmosphere was even more lively at this time. We haven't eaten normal food for a long time. Seeing Fong Fong bringing so many hamburgers, everyone seemed to be going crazy. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Line up. Lord Jiang is giving a lot this time. Everyone gets a share. 3 per person. If Fong Fong and Li Wang hadn't stopped them, the crowd would have probably gotten out of control. Boss, I have a big appetite, can I have 5? A tall and fat man squeezed to the front and said to Fong Fong with a smile. Sure, go ask Lord Jiang for it. You can get as many as you want. Fong Fong retorted without hesitation. You still want to eat 5? It would be good enough if I could give each of you 3. The fat man was instantly choked by Fong Feng's words. He would never dare to go find Jiang Che. He smiled foolishly, took the 3 hamburgers, and left. There were only about 20 people here, and the division was done quite quickly. We were all men, and we didn't care about our image. We just sat on the ground and started working. Everyone enjoyed the burgers with a sip of water. It smells so good. If I could eat this every day, I would give my life to Boss Jiang. The skinny guy from before said this while eating and crying. He was not moved, but was really moved to tears by the fragrance. In fact, everyone's requirements are not high. In today's doomsday, as long as they have a place to live and enough food to eat, they will be quite satisfied. Who said it wasn't true? Wang Kai, you were right. Boss Jiang really distributed supplies to us today. Tell me, has your mouth ever been blessed? The bald man standing by looked at Li Wang with a teasing expression. At this moment, Li Wang was eating a hamburger in each hand with his mouth full of oil. He didn't bother to correct the other party's address. My grandma once told me that I have good luck. Most of the good things I want come true. However, what you said before was pure nonsense. There is no possibility at all. Someone nearby asked Li Wang curiously. Wang Kai, what did the bald guy say? Li Wang responded without hesitation. He said before that Boss Jiang was not allowed to give us the supernatural fruit. Don't you think this is a fantasy, right, brother phone? Everyone in the room laughed. Ha ha ha, Baldy, you really dare to say that. But Li Wang soon discovered something wrong, because everyone in the room was laughing, except Fong Fong. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he stopped eating. He looked at Fong Fong in disbelief and asked, Fong, brother Fong, could it be that what the bald guy said is right? The laughter in the whole room stopped abruptly, and it became eerily quiet. Under the gazes of everyone, Fong Fong nodded very seriously. That's right. Lord Jiang has decided to give all of us supernatural fruits. And each of us will get 2. Although he had already made up his mind, Fong Fong was still very excited after saying this. Not to mention anything else, at this moment everyone jumped up excitedly. Oh my god. 2 people each, arming a small team. Even the Mutual Aid Association can't be so generous. Not only that, even people with 1 superpower in the Mutual Aid Association are extremely rare. We all have 2 superpowers, so we can be said to be far superior to those bastards in the Mutual Aid Association. Baldy, I think your mouth must have been blessed. In contrast to the lively atmosphere in the property building, building number 8 at this moment was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. After Chinchin was killed this afternoon, some people were lucky enough to escape back to building number 8. Immediately, the news of Chinchin's murder spread within the Mutual Aid Association. Everyone became panic-stricken. What should we do? Boss Chinchin is dead. Fong Fong and his gang will definitely not let us go. Why don't we just take the supplies and leave here? Someone was the first to come up with this idea, and immediately the idea took root in everyone's mind. We can't survive if we leave here by ourselves. Let's wait for Brother Jiangjin to come back. He went to clean up building number 4 today. I guess he will be back soon. With him taking the lead, we will definitely be safer. Jiangjin is also a psychic under Chinchin. Like Pan Wei, he is a team leader who is capable of leading a team on his own. However, his strength is much weaker than Pan Wei's and is not valued by Chinchin. Even so, with Pan Wei and Chinchin both dead, the position of the strongest head of the entire Mutual Aid Association would have to fall on him. Not long after, as expected, Jiangjin came back with dozens of people. There was a smile on his face. His harvest this time was quite good. They collected a lot of edible supplies and also captured a few women of decent looks. But just when he wanted to find Chinchin to take credit, he received a piece of news that shocked him. You told me that Boss Chinchin was eaten by a dog? Are you sure you're not kidding? Chapter 129 Escape Plan. Jiangjin looked at the young man in front of him with disbelief. He just went out to complete a mission, and when he came back the boss was gone, and he became the head of the Mutual Aid Association? This is too ridiculous. Captain Jiang, I'm not kidding. I saw this with my own eyes. That scary big dog appeared with a young man in black. He seems to be related to Fong Fong and his group. A yellow-haired man with a shaved head described the scene with his hands and feet gesticulating. The description was so vivid that Jiangjin was stunned. When did such a huge Buddha appear in Jinjiang community, and it can even control ferocious beasts to kill people? When he heard that the other party was in cahoots with Fong Fong, he already had the idea of running away. It's not because of anything else. The hatred between him and Fong Feng can be said to be greater than the hatred between Fong Feng and Chen Chen. It was he who led his men to destroy Fong Feng's small stronghold before. It was also him who snatched all the supernatural fruits from Fong Feng. It can be said that he had at least 70 of the credit for Fong Feng's miserable situation. No, I can't stay here any longer. Fong Feng will definitely come to take revenge on me. Yes, it doesn't matter where we flee to, we can't stay in this neighborhood any longer. Having made up his mind, Jiangjun forced a calm smile on his face. Everyone, rest assured. Since the other party hasn't come to us yet, it means they don't intend to deal with us. As long as we don't provoke them anymore, everything will be fine. He now began to comfort these people whose spirits were still tense. That's right, Jiangjun was planning to leave, but he didn't plan to take these burdens with him. They are all a bunch of useless people who can only run away at the critical moment. Do you think you have too many supplies by bringing these people with you? But, Captain Jiangjun. The yellow-haired guy from before was obviously still worried and wanted to put forward some of his own opinions. But he was directly scolded back by Jiangjun. Shut up. You are the captain, and I am the captain. I am the head of the family at this moment, and you all have to listen to me. Whoever dares to disrupt the morale of the army again, I will kill him right now without anyone else having to do anything. Jiangjun's words were full of murderous intent, and it can be said that they stunned everyone present, and no one dared to refute him. Okay, everyone, be quiet. I'm going to take inventory of the supplies now. Today's dinner will be distributed at 12 o'clock. After Jiangjun finished speaking, he didn't care about other people's reactions and went upstairs directly with his men behind him. At this moment, no matter how panicked the other people in the building were, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. After all, Jiangjun has already spoken, and disobeying orders means death. Soon, Jiangjun arrived at the door of room 603. This was Wang Gang's residence before. After Wang Gang died, Chen Chen no longer liked living here. Now Chen Chen uses this place as a warehouse to store supplies. Jiangjun took out the key and opened the door. Put the supplies here, and as for the women, keep them somewhere else for a few days. Jiangjun said to his younger brothers behind him that if they were to perform, they had to do it completely, and he would not create any complications even if these people behind him were his diehard fans. After the younger brothers left the room, Jiangjun locked the door and began to rummage through the drawers in the room. He was not looking for supplies. With his identity as a superpower, he could get supplies anywhere. He is now looking for supernatural fruits. It was the supernatural fruit that he had confiscated from Fong Feng before. There are 10 of them in total, which can greatly enhance his strength and quickly form a powerful team of psychics. It can be said that the supernatural fruit is the most precious thing in this doomsday. Strange? I clearly remember that the box containing the supernatural fruit was placed in this room. Why can't I find it now? He was the only one in the room at this time, so he didn't care. He simply pushed down all the neatly stacked supplies in the room and searched carefully one by one, not daring to miss any details. After searching for a while, Jiangjun was sure that the supernatural fruit had indeed disappeared. He was a little panicked and took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Besides me, only Chen Chen and Pan Wei have the key to this room. It would have been impossible for someone to steal it if the door hadn't been broken into. He kept rubbing his palm on his chin and his brows were tightly furrowed. As for Pan Wei, even though he is usually very arrogant, he doesn't dare to take the supernatural fruit under Chen Chen's nose. So there is only one possibility. That is Chen Chen took all the supernatural fruits himself. As for where it was taken? At this moment, Jiangjun thought of a place in his mind, and his eyes lit up slightly. Of the entire building 8, Chen Chen designated the top floor as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to approach without his permission. Others may not know what is on the top floor. However, managers like him and Pan Wei knew the inside story. The person living there was Chen Chen's little lover Zhang Xiaoxiao. That is Chen Chen's forbidden food. Yes, Chen Chen must have put the supernatural fruit with that little bitch. It's just right for me to go over there today and have some fun with her first, then take the supernatural fruit and run away. He had met Zhang Xiaoxiao, and even when Wang Gang was in charge, he had an affair with Zhang Xiaoxiao in front of everyone. But he was jealous and didn't expect that he would be able to get on the horse today. It seems like Chen Chen's death was a good thing. It's all good for me. With a sinister smile on his face, he no longer hesitated, locked the door, and went straight upstairs. Why haven't you come back yet so late? In the dim room, the sound of tat-tat footsteps kept lingering in the room. I don't know why, but Zhang Xiaoxiao feels a little uneasy tonight. Didn't they say it would be handled soon? How come half a day has passed, and there is no news at all? Although she didn't like Chen Chen was really nice to her. At least he tried his best to do everything he promised her. Even if I can't come back at night due to something, I will call her to let her know. But today, the other party seemed to have completely lost contact and could not be contacted no matter what. The Mr. Zhao who came today is very suspicious. He wouldn't kill Chen Chen, right? But why would he do that? Qinshan has clearly agreed to the other party's request, and the supernatural fruit is already prepared. Thinking of this, she immediately walked back to her room and took out an exquisite small wooden box from the bedside table. With a click, the lock opened. I saw 10 supernatural fruits neatly arranged inside. Chapter 130: The Seeds of Resentment. Although they all look like black coal balls, the faint fragrance and light fluorescence they emit highlight the extraordinary nature of these fruits. Ever since Qinshan reached a deal with the New World Alliance, he placed the fruits in this room and checked them carefully every night, fearing that anything would be missed. Although she also wanted to become a superpower, in her heart, living in Yunjing Palace and becoming a superior person was the most important thing at the moment, so she did not take the initiative to ask Qinshan for the fruit. Boom, boom, boom. Just as she was about to pick up a fruit to take a closer look, she was startled by a sudden knock on the door. Then a feeling of joy surged in my heart. This top floor is a residence exclusively for her and Qinshan. No one else would come here except Qinshan. So she subconsciously thought that Qinshan had returned. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. She shouted at the door, then quickly closed the box and put it back in the drawer of the bedside table. Then he hurried towards the door. But for some reason, the knocking on the door became more and more urgent, as if the person outside was very anxious. This made Zhang Xiaoxiao feel suspicious for no reason. She stopped opening the door and subconsciously looked into the peephole. It didn't matter that she saw it. Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed in shock and took several steps back. She saw an eye with a dark pupil and bloodshot. At this moment, someone outside the door was looking into the room. That's definitely not Qinshan. Qinshan himself has the key and would never do such a disgusting thing. She subconsciously covered her mouth with her hands, trying to stop herself from making any sound and to get the weirdo outside to leave. But it was too late. The person outside the door already knew there was someone in the room. Sister-in-law, open the door. I'm Jiangshan. Soon a male voice was heard outside the door. Not to mention, Zhang Xiaoxiao had indeed heard this voice before, and it looked quite familiar. She also remembered the name Jiangshan, a captain under Qinshan, who was usually very fawning to Qinshan. Even to her, he was servile. Thinking of this, the panic in her heart was relieved a lot. Captain Jiang, what are you doing here so late at night? Your boss Qinshan will be back soon. Can I ask him to come find you then? Zhang Xiaoxiao thought that the other party came to Qinshan to report his gains, so she wanted to find an excuse to send him away. But Jiangshan outside the door refused to give in. Sister-in-law, boss Qinshan asked me to come find you. Please open the door. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart, which had just been relieved, sank again. Would Qinshan give this order to Jiangshan? She didn't believe it at all. Qinshan treated her like a canary and wanted to cut off all her contact with the outside world. How could he let Jiangshan stay in the same room with her? Jiangshan, I'm ready to go to bed. You better leave here. Otherwise, when Qinshan comes back, I will definitely let him deal with you. Zhang Xiaoxiao said this with some bluffing. Humph. You really don't want to accept my toast. You bitch. You asked for this. Jiangshan's shouting and cursing was heard outside the door, and soon there was a loud bang on the door. The alloy security door began to groan under the heavy weight. At first, there were just a few tiny bumps. The inside of the door panel bulged out strangely with several sharp arcs, as if something was trying hard to drill out from deep inside the metal. Then, accompanied by a teeth-grinding crunching sound, the first pitch-black spike broke through the doorway. The second one follows right after. The third one. The fourth one. Countless densely packed spikes are multiplying madly like living things. The entire door was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Bang! A sharp spike as thick as a baby's arm suddenly pierced out, only an inch away from the tip of Zhang Xiaoxiao's nose. The entire door exploded. The door lock parts were scattered all over the floor with a clanking sound. At this moment, there was no obstacle that could stop Jiangshan's steps. The dense spikes were absorbed into his body, and Jiangshan walked into the room leisurely. TSK, sister-in-law. Your apartment is really nice. There is no black fog blocking your view, and you can still see the moon in the sky. The moon is really nice, so white and round. Jiangshan said as he approached Zhang Xiaoxiao. Although he kept talking about the moon, his eyes never left Zhang Xiaoxiao's bulging chest. I don't know what moon he is talking about. You. What are you doing? Get out of here right now, or when Qinshan comes back, he will definitely kill you. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face was already pale, but she still pretended to be calm and spoke. Qinshan? What Qinshan? I'm telling you, that old bastard Qinshan is dead. I heard that not even a bone is left. Jiangshan's eyes were ferocious as he approached Zhang Xiaoxiao step by step. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiao's white and tender arm. Zhang Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded at this moment, and she found it difficult to accept this reality. Although she didn't like Qinshan, Qinshan could provide her with comfortable conditions, and she didn't want anything to happen to him at all. Impossible. This is impossible. You are lying to me. Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao looked mentally ill, Jiangjin slapped her directly. Bang! A crisp slap sounded, and a scarlet slap mark suddenly appeared on Zhang Xiaoxiao's fair face. Fuck you, you stinky bitch. You are pretending to be affectionate with me, right? You are a bitch who has been ridden by thousands of people. I really think I am a nobody when I call you sister-in-law. I'm asking you, did Qinshan leave the supernatural fruit with you? Hurry and give it to me. And you have to serve me well tonight. Otherwise, I will kill you. Jiangjin's words were very rude, and could even be said to be a great insult to Zhang Xiaoxiao. This is totally different from his usual fawning appearance. He roughly tore off Zhang Xiaoxiao's clothes, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin. Her porcelain-white skin looked very attractive under the moonlight. But the only flaw is that there are many scars on her body. Those are the marks left by Wang Gang on her, and they are also the eternal pain in her heart. Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at Jiangjin in front of her with resentment. If hatred could be turned into substance, the entire building number 8 would probably have been directly overwhelmed by Zhang Xiaoxiao's resentment at this moment. Before she met Wang Gang, she was a virgin and the object of pursuit of countless men in the company. I used to be quite self-disciplined. If you insist on saying that she had some problems, it was that she had some flaws in her personality and character. Call her a green tea, call her selfish, call her materialistic, and she admits it all. But she couldn't believe that her current image was that of a bitch who was ridden by thousands of men? Is this what she wants? She is forced into this by this cannibalistic world. It's all Wang Gang's fault. It's all Qinshan's fault. It's all Lin Wan's fault. Zhang Xiaoxiao now hates everyone in the world equally. Chapter 131. Leave one for me. Jiangjin looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes full of resentment, and he felt a little uneasy. No, this woman's eyes are so scary, as if she wants to eat me. Jiangjin subconsciously didn't dare to look the other person in the eye. But he reacted quickly. Fuck it. Why would a superpower like me be afraid of a bitch? I can do whatever I want to her. Even if I kill her here today, no one can say I'm wrong. Thinking of this, Jiangjin kicked Zhang Xiaoxiao directly in the abdomen. The kick was so powerful that Zhang Xiaoxiao fell to the ground on the spot, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But she said nothing and continued to stare at the other person. Put away that disgusting look of yours, and take out the supernatural fruit. Do you hear me? Jiangjin stepped on Zhang Xiaoxiao's delicate little face with his leather shoes, rolling it continuously as if he were treating a bug. Zhang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists so hard that her body trembled slightly, but only for a moment. A smile returned to her face. Okay, the supernatural fruit is in the safe in the bedroom. I'll take you there now. Hearing Zhang Xiaoxiao's words, Jiangjin thought that the other party was getting scared, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Why didn't you say that earlier? You were such a jerk. You won't behave unless you beat you. Sure enough, I guessed right. The supernatural fruit is indeed placed with this bitch. How could that old man Qinshan trust this woman so much? Jiangjin moved his feet away from Zhang Xiaoxiao's face and walked into the bedroom with Zhang Xiaoxiao. The bedroom is quite cozy. Even in the doomsday era, it is tidied up without a trace of clutter. It's the safe in the corner. Go get it yourself. Zhang Xiaoxiao always had a faint smile on her face, as if she had completely accepted her fate. Following the direction of her finger, Jiangjin saw a built-in safe. It is very hidden and would be difficult to find if someone hadn't pointed it out. This is exactly what Jiangjin thought. Important things must be kept in a safe. What's the combination? Tell me the combination to the safe. Jiangjin asked Zhang Xiaoxiao. When he thought about getting 10 supernatural fruits soon, he was already extremely excited. Anyone would be extremely excited if this happened to them. Of course, Jiang Che is an exception. But Zhang Xiaoxiao's next words were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. I don't have the password, and Qinshan didn't tell me the password either. He doesn't trust me as much as you think. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice was very flat, and there seemed to be a sense of loss in her tone. Jiangjin was just about to scold this bitch for daring to play tricks on him at this time. But when you calm down and think about it carefully, it is really the case. If it were him, he would not tell such an important password to a woman who could be abandoned at any time. Jiangjin gradually moved his eyes closer to Zhang Xiaoxiao. You stay here until I open the safe, and then I will pamper you in this room. That old fellow Qinshan is just a piece of rotten flesh. He definitely can't satisfy you. Don't worry. I will definitely make you feel like you are in heaven tonight, and let you know what a real man is. Jiangjin pressed his hand against Zhang Xiaoxiao's forehead, his big hands moving all over her body. There was still that faint smile on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, without any change. Of course, even if the other party was an unarmed woman, he would not be without any defense. In the blink of an eye, a large number of spikes emerged from his body. Those spikes were like living things, tearing his sleeves and piercing his flesh, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Spikes emerged from his body and in the blink of an eye turned into a wall of thorns, completely blocking the door of the room. This way you don't have to worry about the fresh and delicious prey in the room escaping. Then, Jiangjin turned and walked to the corner of the room and began to think about how to open the safe. This time, he couldn't open the door as violently as before. If the supernatural fruit was destroyed, he couldn't afford the consequences. Just when Jiangjun turned his back to Zhang Xiaoxiao, the smile on her face completely disappeared, and her face became gloomy and cold as ice. She crouched down and pulled out the drawer of the bedside table as quietly as possible. The supernatural fruit has been here from the beginning to the end, so what is in the safe? Then she didn't know. Those were left by the previous owner, who knew what was inside. Since you humiliate me like this, you can forget about getting these fruits. I just don't know what the supernatural fruit tastes like yet, so I'm going to eat my fill today, she thought viciously in her heart. He opened the lid of the box, took out a supernatural fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. At this moment, Jiangjun was concentrating on controlling his supernatural powers and making a hole in the safe, and he was completely unaware of the changes behind him. Crunch. With a teeth-grinding metallic groaning sound, he tore a hole in the safe, and nothing inside was damaged. Huh. Finally it worked. Jiangjun took a deep breath, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and an excited smile appeared on his face. This effort is no less than defusing a time bomb. He was so careful that he was afraid of bumping into his precious fruit. But when he took out the things in the safe, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this garbage? Gold, diamonds, and real estate certificates. These things must have been extremely valuable financial products before the end of the world, but now they are just waste paper and bricks. Where's my supernatural fruit? Didn't you say Chen put the fruit in here? Jiangjun stood up angrily and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao behind him, eyes wide open. To be honest, he is very angry now. He feels that he has been deceived, and he has been deceived by a despicable ordinary person. He didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to torture Zhang Xiaoxiao and let her know how horrible it was to deceive herself. But when he turned around, he saw Zhang Xiaoxiao squatting in the corner with her back to him, frantically stuffing something into her mouth. He had a bad feeling in his heart and walked forward quickly. Shut up. What the hell are you eating? Did you hear me telling you to shut up? Jiangjun straightened Zhang Xiaoxiao's body. When she looked into Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes, there was no trace of the usual smile on her face. Instead, there was madness that was twisted to the extreme. As for what the other person is eating, it is obvious. There was still half a piece of the supernatural fruit in Zhang Xiaoxiao's mouth, which she hadn't swallowed yet. Leave one for me. Leave one for me, Jiangjun shouted, and was about to reach out to grab it. But it was obviously too late. Zhang Xiaoxiao closed her little mouth and swallowed it whole with a gulp. Pa! An empty wooden box rolled to the ground, making a crisp sound. Just like Jiangjun's heart, it broke into several pieces with a snap. Chapter 132 Primary Purification Capsule. Ha! Jiangjun, I ate all the supernatural fruits you wanted. Don't you feel bad? They're so delicious. If I had known they were so delicious, I would have eaten them all before you came. Zhang Xiaoxiao's mental state is obviously not right now. Her eyes are bloodshot, her hair is disheveled, and she is so excited that she doesn't look like a normal human being. How dare you? You stinky woman. I will kill you. At this moment, Jiangjun no longer had any intention of playing with the other person. He was so angry that he just wanted to tear the woman in front of him into pieces. Sharp thorns emerged from his body and ruthlessly pierced into Zhang Xiaoxiao's body. Zhang Xiaoxiao's originally thin body was pierced with holes in an instant under the attack of the sharp thorns, looking extremely miserable. For a normal person, he would have been dead in this situation. But in this warm little room, the sharp laughter still continued to echo. It's comparable to the laughter of a female ghost in a horror movie. It's really scary. Soon Jiangjun also discovered that something was wrong. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao's body was stabbed like a torn sack, strangely enough, no blood flowed out of her body. What's going on? Why? I can't retract my spikes. Jiangjun's pupils began to tremble. Even though only a few minutes had passed, he felt that things were completely out of his control. Ha! Is this the power of a psychic? It feels so good and refreshing. Zhang Xiaoxiao started shaking wildly, as if she was on drugs. From the spine to the limbs, they began to twist and deform continuously. The whole person ran quickly towards the flying man. Among these 10 supernatural fruits, 9 are the most polluting D-level fruits, and 1 is a C-level fruit. Given Zhang Xiaoxiao's weak physical and mental state, eating 2 was already her limit. The third fruit had already begun to destroy her body and will. The fourth one had already begun to change the genetic structure of her body. After drinking these 10 supernatural fruits, the genes in her body now have nothing to do with humans. What's going on? She is actually absorbing my spikes. Jiangjun's face was full of horror, because he felt that the spikes in his body were slowly being pulled out and merged into Zhang Xiaoxiao's body. And he, the owner of the spikes, was completely unable to stop it. Zhang Xiaoxiao's skin quickly changed from its original porcelain white to a dull gray. Several long and thin scars also appeared on her face. No, those are not scars, they are eyes. Including her original eyes, she actually had 3 pairs of eyes on her face. Every eye was blood red, making people dare not look into each other's eyes. Jiang Jun hurriedly cut off the spikes on his body and dared not have any contact with the other party. The opponent's condition was obviously not right. He had also experienced the awakening of superpowers. It only took him a moment to fart before he awakened. How could there be such a horrible scene? Puff! At this moment, a scarlet thin line suddenly spurted out from Zhang Xiaoxiao's belly button, sticking directly to the ceiling and pulling her up from the ground. Jiang Jun, didn't you say you wanted me to be in ecstasy? Come on, I can't wait. The 6 scarlet eyes on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face stared at Jiang Jun, and the corners of her mouth formed a dangerous arc. As she spoke, 8 black spikes suddenly sprouted from her twisted back. Rather than spikes, they are more like the legs of a spider. Her 8 legs were deeply inserted into the surrounding walls, supporting her entire body. Her posture gradually stretched out like a queen. At the point where the spider pierced the wall, a sizzling corrosion sound was also heard, and it was obvious that the spider's legs were also poisoned. Sister-in-law, it was all a misunderstanding before. I didn't come here for any other reason today. I just came to see you. Since it's getting late, I think I should leave. Jiang Jun's back was already wet with cold sweat, and he was now regretting his decision to the core. If I had known earlier, I would have kept a close eye on the other party. Otherwise, I would not have put myself in such a dangerous situation. I'm not your sister-in-law. I'm just a bitch. Don't you want to pamper me? I'm very interested now. I really want to do it with you. Let's start now. Jiang Jun almost cried in his heart. I'm not interested. But he no longer had the final say in this room. A spider spear struck like lightning, piercing his body quickly and nailing him to the wall. Dingling. The crisp alarm sounded in the room. Since he lived in the basement and couldn't tell the time, he could only use the alarm clock to remind Jiang Che to get up. Jiang Che opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was the fleshy presence lying on his chest. Soft, fragrant, and elastic, with a light milky flavor. Not to mention tasting it. Even smelling it can prolong your life. This chubby girl is naturally Li Qingqing. Although she heard the alarm, she just changed her posture and still clung to him like a kitten. The reason why I chose Li Qingqing yesterday was not only because she had been with me for a long time, but also because I wanted to give Zhu Kersin, the young policewoman, some time off. After all, if you coax the other person into bed on the first day you met, the other person would definitely feel a little resistant. However, Li Qingqing also gave him a big surprise. Not only is it white, it is also a divine beast. In order to completely tame this divine beast, Jiang Che used all his skills last night. Gently stroking Li Qingqing's hair, Jiang Che heard the long-lost system prompt sound in his ears. Ding! It is detected that the host is bound to a new goddess. A 3D stereoscopic image appeared in front of Jiang Che. She has a plump figure, a little baby fat on her face, and a natural JK body. Who else could it be but Li Qingqing? Congratulations to the host for unlocking the supplies. Primary Purification Capsule. Primary purification capsules can remove a small amount of contamination from the body and reduce the risk of losing control. However, each person can only take 3 capsules per day, otherwise they will enter a temporary state of power loss. Jiang Che looked at the newly unlocked supplies and raised his eyebrows slightly. This thing is quite interesting. Jiang Che knew what it meant to eliminate pollution from the body. Bailey told him that becoming a superpower is actually a process of a person being polluted. However, everyone's tolerance is different. If you eat too much supernatural fruit and bring too many pollutants into your body, it is very likely to cause irreversible changes. This thing should be able to allow people to gain enhanced superpowers without having to worry about pollution. Bailey couldn't figure out something even after thinking hard, but I was able to unlock it after a good sleep. Jiang Che thought it was quite interesting. However, Jiang Che was more interested in the side effects of this capsule. Jiang Che felt that the side effects were quite amazing, as they could directly prevent people from using their supernatural powers. If Lin Qingxue had forced Wang Dongdong to take the 3 pills, Wang Dongdong would have been finished long ago. Jiang Che even felt that the name of this capsule could be changed. Just change it to Magic Forbidden Capsule, which has the side effect of eliminating pollution, so it is more appropriate. Can I create a Medicine King school in the future and feed the enemy a dozen pills at the beginning? That way, no matter how powerful the psychic is, he can't beat me. Jiang Che smiled and shook his head. This was just a joke. After all, no one would stand still and let him feed them medicine. Chapter 133, Is That a Serious Dream? I just don't know how long my abilities will last after I take an overdose of this drug. I guess I'll have to find an opportunity to try it later. Just as Jiang Che was thinking, the system's sound continued to sound. Superpowers upgraded. Iron Man upgraded to LV2. Character attributes have changed. The panel is updating. Name, Jiang Che. Spirit, 160, ordinary people 10. Physique, 200, ordinary people 10. Lucky 1. Unlocked materials. Wakaka mineral water, double beef burger, spirit fruit, Red Bull energy drink type 1, black nightmare nail fruit, body strengthening fruit, primary purification capsule. Superpowers, Iron Man sea level, LV2, Flash LV1, mental detection LV4, laser eye, sea level, LV1. The Man of Steel gets a boost once again. Jiang Che's muscles began to divide and proliferate, and his already perfect figure became even more extraordinary at this moment. Jiang Che only felt that an even more powerful force was injected into his body again. The comfort and pleasure brought by this change is incomparable, even more comfortable than the process of taming the divine beast last night. After all, this is a dual sublimation of the spirit and the body, which is completely different from ordinary physical enjoyment. To be honest, Jiang Che now wants to open Zhu Kursen's little blind box and experience this refreshing feeling again. However, he still restrained himself. After all, he still had things to do today. Jiang Che patted the soft girl on his body and whispered in her ear, "It's time to get up and prepare for dinner later." Li Qingqing hugged Jiang Che tightly like a little octopus, her face still flushed and full of happiness. She must still be asleep, and she murmured in response, "Hubby, I ate a lot last night, and I don't want to eat now." Hearing the girl's address, Jiang Che found it funny, but also a little surprised. He never expected that this soft and adorable girl would be the first to call him husband. To be honest, this word has a special kind of lethality to Jiang Che. Coupled with the other party's soft and sweet words, Jiang Che felt like executing the other party on the spot. Just when Jiang Che was about to transform into Wu Song and become a tiger-subduing hero, a soft giggle came from beside him. There is no doubt that Lin Wan and Bai Yue must have woken up and heard everything Li Qingqing said just now. The tiger-subduing plan could definitely not be carried out. Jiang Che reached out and patted Li Qingqing's little, but to wake her up. Soon Li Qingqing blinked her sleepy eyes and looked at Jiang Che in confusion. "Brother Jiang, what's wrong?" I just dreamed about having dinner." Before Jiang Che could reply, he heard Bai Yue's teasing words coming from the side. "Sister Qingqing, was that a serious dream? Were you eating a serious meal? Why did you call your husband while eating?" "Ha ha." Bai Yue's laughter made Li Qingqing blush. She buried her head in the quilt and refused to look up. It's over. I'm so embarrassed. Why am I talking in my sleep? I don't remember having this habit before." Li Qingqing thought so in her heart, and quietly opened a crack to see how Jiang Che would react. Jiang Che naturally just looked at the other person with a teasing smile on his face. They flirted for a while on the bed, then got up one by one and got dressed. Zhu Kursen didn't take off her clothes at night, so she got up the fastest. Jiang Che noticed that Zhu Kursen had serious dark circles under her eyes, and she looked dazed, as if she had stayed up all night. "What's wrong, Officer Zhu? Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Zhu Kursen forced a perfunctory smile. "Well, I'm a little uncomfortable. In my heart, I kept complaining. Don't you have any idea that you didn't get enough rest? Who can sleep with such a big noise last night? If there was no danger outside, I would have hidden away." The noises made by Jiang Che and Li Qingqing sounded particularly harsh to her. After all, she is still an innocent little virgin. Even though she closed her eyes, the actions between the two of them were like being projected into her mind and could not be shaken off. Even after Jiang Che and others fell asleep, she didn't feel sleepy at all. It seemed that there was still that devilish sound, constantly pouring into her ears, making her extremely disturbed. Jiang Che could clearly see that the other party was not telling the truth, but he did not intend to ask about it. He first glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was getting late. He pushed open the door and walked towards the room at the end of the corridor. That was the room where Fong Feng and the others lived. He wanted to go and see how Fong Feng's team was doing. After all, he had been given so many supernatural fruits last night, and Jiang Che also wanted to see what the results were. However, just as he approached the door, Jiang Che noticed something was wrong before he opened it. There was some noise in the room, as if something important had happened. Jiang Che frowned, pushed open the door, and walked straight in. The room was not big, but because there were more than 20 people living in it, the floor was covered with clothes and bedding, making the whole room look very messy. Also, because the people in the room hadn't taken a shower for a long time, The whole room was filled with a strong, strange smell. Now everyone is gathering in a corner, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, as focused and serious as if they are watching some rare animal. Jiang Che didn't say anything. He first turned on mental detection and scanned the people around him. There is a bright little ball of light in everyone's body, which means that all the people in front of them are already supernatural beings. With more than 20 people with superpowers, this force cannot be underestimated no matter where it goes. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, many people turned around and saw Jiang Che coming in. It's Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang is here. Wang Kai must be saved. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted to Jiang Che. Wang Kai? Jiang Che was somewhat familiar with this nickname. There aren't many people in Fong Feng's team that Jiang Che could remember. Apart from Fong Feng, there was only a young man named Li Wang, who was very lively, cheerful, and hardworking, but that was all. But Jiang Che didn't understand why this young man seemed to be facing a life-and-death crisis just after one night. Did you encounter any danger last night? What happened? Where is Fong Feng? Jiang Che asked coldly. At this time, the crowd voluntarily made way for him, and Fong Feng walked out with a pale face. There was guilt and self-blame on his face, making his already not young face seem to have aged a little. Fong Feng trotted to Jiang Che and kept begging. Master Jiang, you are very powerful. You must have a way to save Li Wang. Please save him. Tell me what happened first. Jiang Che did not agree, but asked back. Aye. Fong Feng's eyes were a little evasive and his words were hesitant, as if some of the things he wanted to say were quite difficult to say. Chapter 134 Experiment. Jiang Che knew there was something fishy about this matter when he saw his expression. Without waiting for Fong Feng's answer, he walked straight into the crowd and soon saw Li Wang lying on the floor. At this moment, the boy who was originally optimistic and cheerful was now as red as a cooked shrimp, and he was twisting and turning on the ground. The sweat from my body had completely soaked the sheets. The other person's face showed a very painful expression, his eyes rolled back, and he seemed a little unconscious. Others may not be able to tell what happened to Li Wang, but Jiang Che, using the perspective of mental detection, only took a glance and understood most of it. Jiang Che turned his head and stared at Fong Feng with cold eyes, saying word by word. How many supernatural fruits did Li Wang eat? After Jiang Che said this, everyone in the room fell silent in an instant. Then the crowd began to whisper. Wang Kai actually ate too many supernatural fruits? Aren't there only 2 for each person? Why was he able to eat more? I still wanted to ask Brother Feng for one more. Fortunately, Brother Feng didn't give it to me. Otherwise, I would probably be lying in bed. Do you think Fong Feng is giving Wang Kai some special treatment? I think they get along surprisingly well. The original sympathy among the crowd had completely disappeared, and they even pointed fingers at Li Wang and Fong Feng. This is human nature. People worry not about scarcity, but inequality. They have been able to get through more difficult times together before, but now because of the distribution issue, they have some opinions about Fong Feng, their former leader. Quiet. Just when the discussion was about to intensify, Jiang Che shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone present felt an invisible pressure spreading from Jiang Che's body, as if a pair of invisible hands were strangling their souls, making them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. However, Fong Feng, who was facing this pressure head-on, felt it more directly. His face was as pale as paper, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He never expected that Jiang Che could see the truth of the matter at a glance. In Jiang Che's eyes, the energy density of Li Wang's body is completely different from that of other people. If they are all ordinary people who have just become psychics, the light in their bodies after awakening should be similar, and even if there are differences, they are quite limited. But in Li Wang's body, the light was almost twice as bright as that of others. Jiang Che could tell at a glance that this was a sign that the other party's supernatural power had broken through to level 2. How many supernatural fruits did Jiang Che eat when his supernatural power broke through to level 2? Nearly 20. The pollution brought by the 20 satellites has completely exceeded the limits of normal people, and distortion and mutation are inevitable. However, the other party's current condition did not seem to be too bad, and it looked like there was a possibility of recovery. This was something Jiang Che did not understand. Isn't the other person a person with a special physique like me? Seeing that there was no possibility of concealing the matter anymore, Fong Feng sighed and began to explain. Li Wang Ta ate 3 supernatural fruits. Master Jiang, this matter is all my fault. I didn't count it well and accidentally gave this child 1 extra pill. Master Jiang, if you want to punish me, then punish me, but I beg you to save Li Wang. Fong Feng is indeed a good leader. The first thing he thinks of at this moment is to protect Li Wang, and he is willing to bear any consequences alone. But now it was Jiang Che's turn to be a little surprised. This kid is so lucky. He can reach level 2 just by eating one more pill. You have to know that even with a little luck bonus, he wouldn't have such good luck. The other party's probability is equivalent to winning the lottery. What kind of fruit does he eat more of? Since he was going to tell it all, Fong Feng naturally would not hide anything. Master Jiang, it's the physical fitness fruit. He ate one extra physical fitness fruit. Jiang Che nodded. Sure enough, this kid was lucky. The second-level physical enhancement is much more practical than the second-level mental detection, and it can create a huge gap in strength with others. Jiang Che held up one hand and took out the primary purification capsule he had just obtained from the storage space. This is an emerald green capsule that looks no different from an ordinary capsule. It just so happened that Jiang Che also wanted to try out the power of this drug. Isn't Li Wang a living experimental sample? Feed him this medicine. Fong Feng took it with both hands without any doubt, took a bottle of water and gave it directly to Li Wang. The main reason was that he had no right to doubt. If he didn't give Li Wang the medicine, then Li Wang would definitely suffer a bad fate. As soon as Li Wang swallowed the medicine, he stopped struggling and his body temperature quickly returned to normal. Oh my god, this medicine is amazing. I've never heard of any medicine that works immediately after taking it. The people around looked at this magical scene and couldn't help but admire it. There was also a hint of shock in the look he gave Jiang Che. Slowly, the red color on Li Wang's body faded away, and his mind gradually returned to clarity. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Fong Feng sitting next to him. Brother Feng, what's wrong with me? Fong Feng exhaled deeply. Seeing that the other party had recovered, his originally nervous heart completely relaxed. You had a serious health problem just now and almost died. It was Master Jiang who saved you. Why don't you thank Master Jiang quickly? After hearing Fong Feng's words, Li Wang noticed Jiang Che standing beside him. A trace of panic flashed across his face, and he quickly struggled to get up from the mat, kneeling down to kowtow and thank Jiang Che where he was standing. However, Jiang Che stopped the other party. How do you feel now? Li Wang nodded and responded quickly. Boss Jiang, I'm much better now. I used to feel like there was a fire burning in my body, but now that feeling has disappeared. Just when everyone thought the matter was over. Jiang Che nodded and took out 3 green capsules from the space. Eat it. The voice was still unquestionable and very firm. This. Li Wang and Fong Feng were both confused. Now that they were clearly cured, why did they still need to take medicine? And this time I have to eat 3 at a time. Fong Feng was a little nervous. He couldn't figure out what Jiang Che was trying to do. Was this a disguised punishment? Master Jiang, this magical medicine of yours must be very precious. Li Wang is fine now. You should keep the medicine for later use. However, Jiang Che was not discussing with them and continued in a tough tone. Eat it. Don't make me repeat it for the 3rd time. Fong Feng still wanted to fight for it, but Li Wang simply reached out, took the medicine from Jiang Che's hand, and drank it in one gulp. Hey, Li Wang, you. Fong Feng was a little surprised. How could this child be so fierce? There was no point in saying anything now. He looked at Li Wang nervously, wanting to see what changes would occur in him. Chapter 135 Promotion. After taking 3 capsules, Li Wang suddenly felt a chill in his body. Keep running around in his possession. His lungs felt like they were freezing, making it difficult for him to breathe. Li Wang, how are you? Not only Fong Feng, but other people around were also looking at Li Wang. They also wanted to know what would happen after taking the 3 pills. Li Wang took a few deep breaths and waved his hand, with a silly smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm fine. In fact, I feel quite comfortable. I feel a chill in my body. However, his smile did not last long, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. No, my powers seem to have disappeared. Make your fist hard. He couldn't use any strength at all, and at this moment, he was completely unable to use his ability of mental detection. Seeing this situation, not only Fong Feng, but everyone else was shocked. They just awakened their special powers last night, and some of them were so excited that they couldn't sleep the whole night. If they knew now that their superpowers would disappear, it would be more serious than killing them. There was a bit more fear in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Che. They didn't expect that the other party could actually deprive them of their abilities. Li Wang was also a little panicked at this moment. He is a child at heart, and he must be unable to bear such ups and downs. Boss Jiang, please don't take back my ability. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have eaten one more supernatural fruit. I won't dare to do it again. Fong Feng also wanted to help plead, but he didn't know how to say it. Jiang Che didn't care about the other party's plea at all, but was concerned about Li Wang's physical condition. There's nothing wrong with your body. Is it just that your supernatural power has disappeared? It seems that this side effect will not cause any substantial harm to the body. After getting the result he wanted, he said to Li Wang, "Don't worry, your superpowers haven't disappeared. What you need to do now is to record the time. Record the total time it takes from now until your superpowers are restored." When Li Wang heard that his special power had not disappeared, his face suddenly showed an extremely strong surprise, and then he kowtowed to Jiang Che repeatedly. "Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang." Jiang Che stopped paying attention to Li Wang and instead looked at Fong Feng and said, "Distribute the supplies to everyone. Wait for my orders and go to Building 8 to clear out all the other variables in the community." After hearing Jiang Che's instructions, Fong Feng did not dare to neglect it at all and nodded very solemnly. "Okay, Lord Jiang, we'll be at your beck and call at any time." Seeing that there was nothing to do here, Jiang Che put down some supplies and left the room. After returning to his room, Jiang Che began to distribute supplies to his women and had breakfast together. This time Zhu Kersen was not as shy as before. It could be said that she was a very straightforward person. Since she could not leave Jiang Che, she simply lay down. During the meal, Lin Wan took the initiative to ask about Lin Qingshuang. "Boss, why didn't you see Sister Qingshuang when you came back this time? Did something happen to you?" In fact, she wanted to ask about this matter last night. After all, the two of them had lived under the same roof for a period of time, and it would be too cold-blooded to turn a blind eye to it now. However, he was afraid to mention Jiang Che's sad story. After all, if a person disappeared in the end times, the result was probably already determined. The probability of death is as high as 99. When she asked this question, her eyes were always observing Jiang Che's expression. Once Jiang Che showed a hint of displeasure, she would immediately change the subject. But Jiang Che's expression was very calm, and he continued to eat the hamburger leisurely. "We met Lin Qingshuang's sister at Jinhai University." Jiang Che gave a brief account of his experiences at Jinhai University. Including several women he met there, he also recruited the entire student union and brought the entire Jinhai University under his command. Jiang Che's words were very plain, but when heard by the women, they caused a storm in their hearts. They never expected that Jiang Che had experienced so much during the few days he was away, and the admiration in their eyes was hard to conceal. Being able to be with such a powerful man in the doomsday can be said to be the luckiest thing in their lives. Even Zhu Kersen's eyes were filled with disbelief when she looked at Jiang Che. "I had previously planned to join the army of Jinhai University, but now it seems that following Jiang Che is obviously more promising." After all, even the army did not completely control the entire Jinhai University, but Jiang Che did it and successfully got to know the female professor protected by the army. This experience is truly too legendary. Even she herself did not realize that her attitude towards Jiang Che had changed drastically at this moment. Soon, everyone finished their breakfast with casual chatting. After breakfast, Jiang Che called all the girls together and began to announce an important matter. "You are all my women now." Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lin Wan and the other two nodded subconsciously. Zhu Kersen raised her eyebrows first, then seeing everyone else nodding, she also nodded. "Although you are safe by my side, you still need to be able to protect yourself in the apocalypse. I don't expect you to be able to stand on your own in the future, but you must have the ability to escape. You must do your best to protect your own lives. You are my greatest wealth." When Jiang Che said this, Lin Wan and the others were a little moved. It was the first time for them to hear Jiang Che say such touching love words. But they didn't know that the wealth Jiang Che was talking about might be somewhat different from what they imagined. As he spoke, Jiang Che took out several supernatural fruits from the space. Naturally, they are supernatural fruits and spiritual fruits. However, the amount he took out was much more than what he gave to Fong Feng and others, because he now has the primary purification potion. Let your women eat more and try to improve their supernatural power levels as much as possible, which will make them safer in the future. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." "Thank you, boss." Li Qingqing and Lin Wan both thanked Jiang Che with a look of surprise. Zhu Kersen was also a little surprised. She thought that the other party would never give her such a thing, and even if he wanted to give it to her, it should be after an in-depth communication with her. "I didn't expect this little man to be so generous." Thinking of this, Officer Xiaozhu sincerely thanked Jiang Che. "Thank you, Jiang Che." The most clever Bai Yue even took the initiative to give Jiang Che a big kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, husband." She shouted like that on purpose, and after that she gave a teasing look at Li Qingqing who was sitting next to her. Li Qingqing's face immediately turned red with shame. She kept her head down and said nothing, looking very angry. The other four laughed out loud. The atmosphere in the whole room became very cheerful. Chapter 136 Miss Yang. At the same time, in the room of Fong Feng and others, the food has been distributed, and Fong Feng has been staying with Li Wang. Li Wang was so nervous because he had lost his superpowers that he couldn't even eat. He kept staring at his watch, wondering when he would be able to recover his superpowers. "Li Wang, I have helped you keep this secret. If you dare to do this again, the friendship between us will be over." By then, even if Lord Jiang wants to kill you, I will not stop him. Fang Feng sat next to Li Wang and said very seriously. After hearing Fang Feng's words, Li Wang's face turned very ugly. I understand, Brother Feng. I just wanted to do my part for everyone, so I picked up a fruit. Li Wang's voice became lower and lower, and he almost felt embarrassed. You're picking up? You're clearly stealing. After awakening his superpowers, he felt so awesome that he came to me in the early morning and stole a superpower fruit. I'm telling you, if Lord Jiang hadn't arrived in time today, you would have died for sure. Fang Feng scolded him mercilessly because he really valued this kid Li Wang. Originally, he also had a son, but his wife accompanied his son to study in another province, and now he has lost contact with his wife and son. He also had a guess about the ending in his mind, and it was very likely that he was dead. He saw his son's optimism and cheerfulness in Li Wang, and the other party's age was almost the same as his son's. So Fang Feng always treated him as his own son. Let the other person eat the good stuff first, and stand in front of the other person when they are in danger. Perhaps it was this overly caring protection that made him feel that it was okay to secretly take some things from him. These supernatural fruits do not belong to any of us. Lord Jiang deposited them here. If you dare to steal them again, I will tell Lord Jiang everything you have done. After hearing Fang Feng's merciless reprimand, Li Wang realized how serious his mistake was. He said to Fang Feng with a guilty look on his face, Brother Feng, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. After more than an hour, Jiang Che began to call people to gather. It's almost 10 o'clock now, neither too early nor too late, a good time to destroy the Mutual Aid Association. Before leaving, Fang Feng walked up to Jiang Che with a serious face. Master Jiang, Li Wang's ability just disappeared for a total of 30 minutes. I recorded it myself exactly. After hearing Fang Feng's report, Jiang Che nodded. This time was even longer than he had imagined. In the contest between people with special abilities, a single mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. What's more, half an hour is enough. By then the grass on the grave will probably start to grow. Anyway, there is no way Jiang Che would take this capsule. Fortunately, he has a special physique and does not need to take it to eliminate the pollution in his body. Next, led by Fang Feng, the group walked towards building number 8 in a mighty manner. Everyone's morale was high, a drastic change from when Jiang Che first met them. At that time, everyone looked like eggplants hit by frost, completely wilted. Now everyone's eyes are shining with golden light, and they are full of fighting spirit. After all, because they have awakened their special powers, they all feel that they are ridiculously strong now. Are there any other people with special abilities in the Mutual Aid Association now? Jiang Che asked Fang Feng mainly because he really didn't understand the Mutual Aid Association. All in all, I have only dealt with the Mutual Aid Association 3 times before. Every time he met someone, it was always the leader of the Mutual Aid Society. Jiang Che never took the other people seriously. Yes, Lord Jiang. Now that Pan Wei and Chen Chen are both dead, there should be another person named Jiang Jin inside the Mutual Aid Association. This man is extremely sinister. He once had one of his men disguised as a refugee to join us, and then completely exposed our whereabouts from the inside, causing us to lose countless supplies and manpower. When Fang Feng mentioned Jiang Jin, his face showed strong hatred. He did not have such a strong hatred towards Chen Chen, mainly because Jiang Jinjiu only knew how to use some insidious means, which was really not worthy of being mentioned in public. Master Jiang, if you encounter Jiang Jin, please let me take action. I will kill this beast with my own hands. Jiang Che nodded, not caring at all. To be honest, Jiang Che had no intention of taking any action in the siege of the Mutual Aid Association. The other side was just a bunch of small fry, and Jiang Che just wanted to take this opportunity to test the quality of Fang Feng's men. Just as Jiang Che and others were heading towards building number 8, Lin Wan, who stayed in the basement of the property building, also started to get busy. Before Jiang Che left, he also assigned her a task. Ask her to contact the client of Yunjing Palace as soon as possible, and leave Big Mouth here to protect the safety of the 4 people. The circuit in this basement was still working normally, and Lin Wan quickly charged her mobile phone which had run out of power. Start looking for that customer in the phone book. Because some time had passed and the two of them had not contacted each other very often, she had somewhat forgotten what the previous notes were. I can only screen them one by one based on my memory. Finally found it. This is it. Ms. Yunjing Yang, she's actually a woman. What does she look like? Is she a fat woman with a face full of flesh? Bai Yue asked curiously from the side. No, she has a great figure, much better than mine. But I don't know what she looks like. When she meets me, she always wears a mask and sunglasses, as if she is afraid to show her true face to others. But I feel that she is not ugly. Well, probably not ugly. Lin Wan explained as she dialed the phone. Beep, beep. Hearing the phone alert tone, everyone in the room held their breath, fearing that the so-called client was no longer alive. The bell rang for a long time, and just when the women thought there was no hope, There was a sound of electric current. The call was connected. In a dark room, Yang Simi was hiding in the corner with her daughter Yang Duo. The room was very simple, with ordinary lime walls and no signs of decoration. One could tell at a glance that it was not intended for living. The place connecting the room and the outside is a one-way mirror. You can see what is happening outside from the inside, but you cannot see what is happening inside from the outside. Don't be afraid, Duo. Mom is here. Those people outside will leave soon. Through the mirror, one can see that in the bedroom outside there is a group of people in black uniforms, conducting a carpet search of the room. Some people are still looking at themselves in the mirror. Yang Simi's face was pale and her voice was trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely scared. Chapter 137 Call. Yang Simi stretched out her trembling hand and subconsciously wanted to cover her daughter's mouth, but the next moment her palm was gently pushed away by a small hand. Mom, this isn't the first time we've hidden here. How come you haven't improved at all? It's not good to be so scared all the time. Yang Duo stood up, put his hands on his waist, looked like a little adult, and began to lecture Yang Simi. Mom, the soundproofing of our secret room is quite good. People outside can't hear what we are saying at all, so you don't have to worry. Besides, I've also seen that Sister Ian will come to find us soon, so we will be fine. Hearing her daughter's weird words, Yang Simi was not frightened but completely relieved. Duo, you kid, you clearly saw it, but you didn't tell me earlier. I was so scared. Her daughter has been a little strange since she was young. Not only is she very precocious, but she can also always see some strange things. The most incredible thing is that what she said always came true, which is also the most important reason why she was able to successfully avoid arrest in Yunjing Tiangong community. Sure enough, shortly after Yang Duo said that, the people who were searching the room stopped searching and began to evacuate on their own initiative, as if they had received some order. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a handsome figure appeared in front of the mirror. She stared straight into the mirror and tapped the mirror frame gently with her hand, making a dull dong-dong sound. Mom, look, it's Sister Ian. Yang Simi naturally saw the familiar figure, took Yang Duo's hand, and walked towards the mirror. Gently turn the internal mechanism and a door will automatically open at the mirror. Sister Ian, you are finally here. Duo missed you so much. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, Yang Duo let go of Yang Simi's hand and pounced towards Ian Run's frosty face suddenly cleared up and revealed a gentle smile. I missed you too. If Sun Lianqing saw Ian Run like this, he would probably be so shocked that his eyes would pop out of his head. Ian Run has been his bodyguard for many years, but he has never seen Ian Run smile, let alone see her gentle side. After hugging Yang Duo tightly, Ian Run stood up and looked at Yang Simi. Miss Yang, are you almost finished with the supplies I gave you last time? When Yang Simi heard Ian Run's words, she nodded a little embarrassedly. There's still a little bit left. I think it can last another day or two. She felt a little ashamed that she had no ability to obtain supplies and had been hiding in the secret room of the villa. If it weren't for Ian Run's timely delivery of supplies, the mother and daughter would have either starved to death or been captured by that bastard Sun Lianqing. The reason why Ian Run helped them was because of Yang Duo's face. She felt so useless. Not only did she fail to fulfill her duties as a mother, but she even had to rely on her daughter to obtain supplies. It's okay. I brought you 10 days' worth of supplies this time. You don't have to worry. Ian Run pointed to the corner of the room. Following her finger, there were indeed large and small packages of food. The Yunjing Palace was not shrouded in black fog, so the food could be directly exposed to the air without worrying about contamination from the black fog. Thank you. Yang Simi didn't know what to say. This Miss Ian was really too nice to her family. She even suspected that Yang Duo was not her child, but rather the other person's child. Don't thank me yet. I suggest you don't go out these days. Sun Lianqing seems to have discovered something. He has started to doubt me now. In the next few days, I will not send you supplies unless it is necessary. You'd better stay in the secret room and avoid the limelight. Sun Lianqing was extremely lustful and treated the entire Yunjing Palace as his private back garden. Any good-looking woman cannot escape being hunted by him. In the entire park, the two women that Sun Lianqing wants most are Ian Run and Yang Simi. Yang Simi is a popular female star in manhwa. At the age of 30, she has the skin of a 20-year-old and the charm of a 40-year-old. Her figure is extremely perfect, with a golden ratio of 90, shoulders and neck lines as elegant as a swan, and a slender waist yet strong. With a perky butt and a pair of superb long legs, she was hailed by the media as Dragon Country's #1 leg beauty. Before the end of the world, Sun Lianqing often harassed her after he knew she lived in this neighborhood. He wanted to use his family's power to put pressure on her, but because Yang Simi's family was also quite powerful, the other party never succeeded. Now that the end of the world has come, people no longer have to worry about any legal constraints, and everything is determined by strength. Therefore, Sun Lianqing not only mobilized his own forces to conduct a carpet search throughout the community, but also mobilized other residents in the community to offer a reward for him. Anyone who can capture Yang Simi can receive 1 month's worth of living supplies from him. At first, these celebrities were willing to resist righteously for the sake of their so-called face, but later, they were so hungry that they began to help Sun Lianqing find Yang Simi's whereabouts. There is no way the other party gave too much. But what no one expected was that Yin Runt, the person in charge of finding Yang Simi, actually hid Yang Simi as soon as he found her. Cover the opponent from all detections by Sun Lianqing. It can be said that Yang Simi's current status is entirely due to the help of her daughter and Yin Runt. No, the reason why Yin Runt helped her was for Yang Duoduo's sake. Yin Runt was not interested in so-called female stars at all. In general, Yang Simi is still alive and well today thanks to the help of her daughter. Yin Runt said a few words, said goodbye to Yang Duoduo, and left the villa. With her vigilance, she could sense that someone had begun to secretly monitor her. She could not stay in one place for too long, otherwise it would arouse the suspicion of Sun Lianqing. After Yin Runt left, the mother and daughter began to clean up the room, planning to move all the useful things into the secret room. They planned to do exactly what Yin Runt said and hide in the secret room for the next few days without coming out. Anyway, they still had enough supplies. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. While the two were busy, a sudden phone call rang in the room. No one had called her for a long time. When she heard the phone ringing, Yang Simi's first reaction was fear and confusion. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out her cell phone with a frown. Someone actually calls me at this time? Chapter 138 Strange. Is it Haitian agency? Why is a real estate company contacting me now? Do you still want to sell the house now? That's really funny. Having said that, Yang Simi wanted to hang up the phone. Mom, don't. But at this moment, a childish voice hurriedly stopped her. Her daughter Yang Duoduo grabbed her thighs tightly, and her small hands exerted so much force that she almost tore her expensive stockings into pieces. But she was not angry. Instead, she asked her daughter with a puzzled look. Duo, what's wrong with you? Did you see something? Young Duo nodded solemnly. Mom, you have to answer this call, and be very friendly. I just saw a clip. If we reject this call, the consequences will be terrible. The entire Yunjing Palace will be destroyed overnight. You, me, and sister-in-law die. Yang Simi knows her daughter too well. She has been different from ordinary children since she was little. She never cries or makes a fuss, and looks like a little adult. It seems as if everything is well planned. But now was the first time she saw a look of fear on her daughter's face. Seeing her daughter so scared, she reached out and hugged the frightened young Duo in her arms, gently patting her back. Don't be afraid, you have Mom here. Mom will always protect you. After saying this, Yang Simi's face became determined. She took a deep breath, reached out and pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Yang Simi. I heard a voice like a yellow warbler coming from the other end of the phone. Throughout the room, Lin Wan and the other three immediately heaved a sigh of relief on their faces. The client is still alive, which is the best news for them. They have been eating and drinking at Jiang Che's table these days. If they can't help at all, they will feel guilty. However, it was also the first time that Lin Wan heard the other party's real name. Yang Simi? This name sounds familiar. But she couldn't care less about that now, so she hurriedly asked, Ms. Yang, I'm sorry to bother you. Maybe you don't remember me anymore. My name is Lin Wan. Lin Wan first introduced herself and told the other party how she met him, hoping that the other party would remember her so that the communication would not seem too abrupt. After all, the purpose is to find out information about the interior of the villa area from the other party, so it is necessary to make the other party let down their guard. But something happened that Lin Wan could not have imagined. I don't know if it was Lin Wan's illusion, but the other party was easier to talk to than she had imagined. Ms. Lin Wan, right? If you need me to do anything, I will do my best to cooperate with you. This cannot be described as nice. The other party's respectful attitude is as if he is treating his own leader. Lin Wan had met the other person before. At that time, Yang Simi did not have this approachable attitude at all. She was as arrogant as a white swan. The tone of his voice was also unusually distant. She didn't know what caused such a drastic change in the other party's attitude towards her. Not only Lin Wan felt a little numb, Bai Yue and others were also a little dazed. Is this really Lin Wan's client, not Lin Wan's relative? This thought occurred to them simultaneously. Lin Wan felt that something must be going on the other side, but she couldn't care less. Since the other party had asked her to speak, she would not hesitate to state her demands in full. Passing through the dark fog, Jiang Che and his group have reached building number 8. This is the base camp of the Mutual Aid Association. This was also Jiang Che's first time here, and he never expected that he would be the one to massacre everyone today. Although Jiang Che is not a murderous demon, he also understands the principle of rooting out the evil. He has no reason to let go of organizations like the Mutual Aid Society that have repeatedly targeted him. However, when Jiang Che saw this building, he felt something was wrong. A bit too quiet. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the Mutual Aid Society's headquarters to be completely free of any signs of human activity. At the very least, there should be someone guarding it. However, the entire building was no different from the surrounding buildings, as if it had been destroyed. Fong Feng and his men rushed into the corridor first. Each of them held a weapon in their hands, ready to fight a fierce battle with the other side. But when they saw the scene in the lobby on the first floor, everyone was stunned. How could this happen? Is it because the Mutual Aid Association has offended others, and someone came to retaliate in advance? Everyone was holding weapons, feeling somewhat confused. At this moment, Jiang Che also walked in. When he saw the scene in the hall, his brows furrowed deeply. A strong smell of blood rushed straight into the nose. The entire hall was covered with blood and body parts. How could this be a residential area? If you said it was hell on earth, people would believe it. Master Jiang, do we still want to go in? Fong Feng felt that there might be something fishy going on here. He didn't dare to make a decision on his own at this time and directly asked Jiang Che for his opinion. Jiang Che paused and looked around. Now that you're here, you have to search this building thoroughly. Don't worry, I'll cover you. With Jiang Che's words, everyone present was filled with endless motivation. What he said was so domineering. Fong Feng never dared to make such a promise to them before. It really makes people feel at ease following such a boss. The team members were divided into groups of 5 and searched each floor separately, leaving no corner untouched. From the first floor to the 6th floor, every room was searched carefully. All the people living in the rooms were brutally killed. Limbs were flying and blood was all over the walls. Even people who were used to seeing the tragic scenes of the end of the world couldn't help but feel nauseous at this moment. Whoever did this, it's really too cruel. Alas, the Mutual Aid Society has done so many bad things. I wonder which supernatural being they offended and why they are being murdered. I'm really a step too late. I was just looking for some opponents to test my strength. I guess I'll be in vain this time. When people saw the tragic situation in Building 8, they couldn't help but start talking about it. At the same time, I feel very fortunate that I did not join a Mutual Aid Society. After a while, after searching the 6th floor, Fong Feng walked over to Jiang Che with a serious face. Master Jiang, I think something is wrong with this place. Just now, the brothers found a warehouse for storing supplies during the search. Although the supplies inside are messy, there are still a lot of them. This is very strange to me. The murderer didn't seem to be trying to steal supplies. It seemed that he killed everyone just to vent his anger. Chapter 139 Jiangxin. Fierce beasts kill people to fill their stomachs. No matter what the reason is, when a superpower kills people, he has only one purpose: supplies. However, the strange thing about this building is that no supplies were lost, but all the people died. Although the corpse was torn into pieces, the most basic parts were still there, so it should not have been done by a ferocious beast. So, it is easy to infer a result. The murderous mutant is still in this building and has not left. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Fong Feng nodded very solemnly. I think so too. I don't think there's any need for us to go any further. Without knowing the other party's background, we should not make enemies with them. Fong Feng's ideas are very conservative, but they are also quite useful in Doomsday. You don't know how powerful the next psychic you meet will be. If the next psychic you meet is as powerful as Jiang Che, then they will be in big trouble. Jiang Che might be able to escape safely, but for these people who are far inferior to Jiang Che in strength, there is only one outcome for them, and that is death. Da-da-da. Just as the two were talking, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground suddenly rang out in the stairwell. The sound was somewhat crisp, and in such a quiet corridor, it seemed quite harsh. The crowd stopped talking, and some people who were still holding supplies put down the boxes in their hands and picked up the weapons beside them. Damn it, there are still people here, these bastards from the Mutual Aid Society. Try your grandfather's iron rod and see if I can smash your head into pieces. Li Wang swung the iron rod and was about to rush towards the people in the stairs. After all, he is still young at heart. Now that he has superpowers, he has become so crazy that he has lost his mind and is ready to rush out and kill people. Fong Feng, who was standing nearby, saw that the silly boy was about to attack the tiger again, so he stretched out his hand as big as a pair of pliers and grabbed him tightly. Li Wang, calm down. The other party might not be a member of the Mutual Aid Association at all. After hearing Fong Feng's scolding, Li Wang calmed down a little. Although he didn't rush forward, his eyes were fixed on the corridor entrance, and it was obvious that he was still unable to suppress his anger. At this moment, everyone focused their eyes on the door leading to the stairwell. The people in the stairwell seemed to have heard the noise coming from here, so they stood at the door of this floor and refused to leave. Bang, bang, bang. A dull knock on the door sounded, as if knocking on everyone's heart. Anyone? Anybody want to have some fun with me? It was a man's voice, and his voice was extremely hoarse, like the sound of an old broken bellows. It makes people feel very uncomfortable listening to it. There was obviously something very wrong with the person who came, and no one dared talk to him. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the alloy door was forcibly pushed open by a huge force, and a strong wind rushed in. The people in the corridor were completely exposed to everyone. What? This is Jiangjin. Fong Feng was a little surprised. He originally thought that all the members of the Mutual Aid Society were dead, but he didn't expect that Jiangjin could actually appear in front of him. However, Jiangjin at this time was still somewhat different from before. Her skin was as pale as paper, her eyes were lifeless, and especially the smile on her face, there was a hint of feminine charm and allure. The whole body was covered with blood-red web-like lines, like wriggling maggots. The most incredible thing is that he is a grown man, but his belly is as bulging as that of a woman who is 10 months pregnant. If the other person didn't look exactly like Jiangjin, Fong Feng wouldn't have dared to recognize him. Seeing that it was Jiangjin, everyone present was eager to try. After all, enemies are always jealous of each other when they meet. Jiangjin was the person who made all of them grit their teeth. At the moment when Fong Feng was distracted, Li Wang moved directly. He suddenly exerted force, broke free from Fong Feng's restraints, and rushed towards Jiangjin. Jiangjin, you beast. I'm going to kill you with my own hands today. Li Wang's face was distorted due to extreme anger. It's no wonder that he was so impulsive. Originally, there was a girl working under Fong Feng, and she had a very good relationship with him. He would also often secretly give some supplies to the other party in order to win their favor. The boys and girls fall in love with each other, and especially in the current harsh environment, their emotions are always stronger than one can imagine. However, when he came back from an operation and heard that the girls' base was slaughtered by Jiangjin of the Mutual Aid Association, he almost collapsed. This is also the reason why he wants to improve his strength at all costs. He wanted to kill Jiangjin and avenge his girlfriend. Hey, Li Wang. Fong Feng came to his senses at this time, and when he wanted to reach out to stop Li Wang again, it was obviously too late. Li Wang's current physical fitness is not to be underestimated. He jumped several meters away in an instant. He swung the iron rod in a circle and hit Jiangjin hard on the head. Die. Jiangjin. There was a loud bang. As imagined, the scene of Jiangjin's head exploding like a watermelon did not occur. Instead, Li Wang's iron rod was directly deformed and bent by the blow. How is this possible? Why is his head so hard? Li Wang's eyes kept widening, and he could hardly believe what he saw. With my current strength, I can definitely break monuments and split rocks. He thought that the other party might use his supernatural powers to defend himself, or even use his agile body movements to dodge. However, he never expected that the opponent would just use his own head to take the blow, and nothing would happen. Jiangjin's head turned slightly, and the smile on his face became more evil and crazy. Is it you who wants to have fun with me? I'm happy your mother. Li Wang threw away the bent iron rod in his hand and threw a left hook directly at Jiangjin's throat. Gouging eyes, kicking crotch, biting, hitting throat. These are extremely lethal moves to humans, especially hitting the throat. Li Wang doesn't care about anything now, he just wants the other person's life. But the next moment, a long black thorn suddenly emerged from Jiangjin's throat. The spike was extremely sharp and easily pierced through Li Wang's fist and penetrated his entire arm. It began to branch out and spread from the inside of his arms, and soon countless small spikes emerged from his arms. Li Wang's body has entered the second level of physical strengthening, but his body has not reached the stage of being invulnerable to swords and guns. The severe pain spread from his entire arm to his heart. He could not bear the pain and let out a loud howl. Ah, it hurts. He had already realized something was wrong by now and wanted to break free, but he couldn't no matter what. Brother Feng, save me. Finally, the fear in his heart overwhelmed everything, and he began to shout desperately behind him. Chapter 140, A Moment of Life and Death. When people are in danger, they subconsciously ask for help from the people closest to them. So, Li Wang subconsciously looked at Fong Feng, who was standing not far behind him, and shouted for help. At this moment, Fong Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw that Li Wang had suffered a great loss. At this moment, he could not care about anything else and frantically activated his own supernatural powers. He also ate 2 supernatural fruits, which improved both his physical and mental fitness. His control over his ice attribute abilities has also been greatly enhanced. An extremely strong chill quickly spread out from him, and the temperature in the entire corridor dropped sharply at this moment. A layer of frost also appeared out of thin air on the ground. Fong Feng's body was immediately covered with a layer of close-fitting ice crystal armor. This is the skill he is most proud of. This ice crystal armor was able to withstand several attacks from Qin Qin before, and now it is much stronger than before. He believed that with the protection of this set of armor, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with Jiangjin. After all, the other party was once defeated by him. Fong Feng turned into a cold current and rushed to Li Wang's side. He quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Wang's arm, and wanted to pull him back. "Ah, Brother Feng. No, my arm has been pierced through and I can't pull it out." The sharp thorns covered the entire inside of the arm, and the severe pain made Li Wang, a big boy, burst into tears, with snot and tears covering his face. This was the first time in his life that he faced such a horrific experience alone. He is extremely regretful now. Why was I so impulsive? Why couldn't I listen to Brother Feng's advice? Why couldn't I just hold back? I really regret it. If Li Wang's arms weren't restrained, he would have wanted to slap himself several times. "Why? You want to have fun with me too?" Seeing Fong Feng approaching, Jiangjin didn't move his neck, but he twisted his head towards him. The bones made a cracking sound, and it was obvious that his neck had been broken by force. It was really terrifying. It was like a horror movie come true. There were people in the team who wanted to come up and kill Jiangjin together, but at this moment they could not help but retreat with trembling legs. This is not a question of courage or not. The main thing is that Jiangjin in front of him doesn't look like a living person at all. He's like a ghost in a horror movie. It is quite normal for a normal person to feel fear when seeing this situation. If they don't run away at this time, it means that their mental quality is still good. Fong Feng ignored Jiangjin's words. Ice blue cold air gathered in his hands, and in the blink of an eye Fong Feng condensed a 15 or 16-inch machete. Since it is impossible to take Li Wang away, then cut off the sharp thorn on his neck. It's not like he hadn't thought about cutting off Li Wang's arm. But in today's circumstances, there is no appropriate medical treatment at all. If an entire arm is chopped off and the bleeding cannot be stopped in time, it is no different from waiting to die. "Break it for me." The blue machete chopped towards Jiangjin's neck. One cut, and the skin and flesh are torn apart. The second cut revealed the white bones. But the strange thing was that not even a drop of blood came out of Jiangjin's body. And Jiangjin was still laughing wildly. "Comfortable. It's so comfortable. Harder. Harder." Fong Feng said nothing, but just kept swinging his sword, one blow after another, using all his strength in every blow. Base. But at this moment, another pitch-black spike shot out from Jiangjin's palm and pierced Fong Feng's heart. This is going directly to Fong Feng's life. Fong Feng was so focused on chopping that he didn't notice that the opponent was making a sneak attack. By the time he realized it, it was too late to hide. However, Fong Feng was not worried because he was wearing ice crystal armor. He had fought with Jiangjin before, and he knew the opponent's thorn ability, which could not penetrate his ice crystal armor at all. However, this time was obviously different from before. Fong Feng only felt a huge force coming from his chest. That force was like someone shot him in the chest. There was a crackling sound from the armor on his body, and then his face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes were full of shock. How is this possible? My armor is broken. But he never expected that at just a glance, the ice armor covering his body would shatter. Next, the spike pierced into his heart without any hindrance. Seeing the spikes growing bigger and bigger in front of his eyes, Fong Feng suddenly felt despair. Hide? How to hide from this? Block? He couldn't think of anything that could withstand the attack before him. He can't be Jiangjin. Absolutely impossible. This was the only thought left in his mind. His eyes were fixed on Jiangjin in front of him, as if he wanted to completely engrave the murderer's appearance in his mind. But in the next moment, a black figure appeared in front of his eyes as a golden light flashed, causing his pupils to shrink. This is Lord Jiang. He's a little too fast. This shocked him. Because Jiang Che's appearance was like appearing out of thin air in a distorted space, the shock he brought to him was unparalleled. Jiang Che stood behind Jiangjin, looking at Jiangjin, whose body had become deformed, with a cold expression. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Jiangjin's shoulder, grabbing it hard. With a crisp click sound, the whole arm was easily removed. All this happened in a flash. The life and death crisis for him was easily resolved by Jiang Che in just a moment. Fong Feng's face was filled with shock, for he knew how indestructible Jiangjin's body was now. I didn't expect Jiang Che to take it apart directly like a toy. What a powerful force this is. In the previous battle in the park, Jiang Che did not reveal too much of his strength, so in Fong Feng's eyes, Jiang Che's real trump card was the puppy following Jiang Che. Only at this moment did he realize how wrong he was. Jiang Che was not as powerful as he had imagined. It is estimated that even if there was no big dog at that time, it would be easy to kill Qinchin. After rescuing Fong Feng, Jiang Che did not stop. Two fiery red lights shot out from his eyes, targeting Li Wang's arm. It's not that he was cruel, it's mainly because his entire arm was completely beyond saving. A puncture wound of this magnitude could only be amputated at this moment. The hot laser cut off Li Wang's arm at the root. Sizzle, sizzle. The aroma of barbecue wafted out, and Li Wang's broken body was directly roasted by the laser. No blood flowed out, which can be considered an alternative bandage. However, the pain was also quite terrifying. Li Wang was completely unable to bear it. He howled and fainted. Chapter 141 Blood Cocoon. Take your people away from here and don't come close. You can't handle the situation here. Jiang Che turned his head and spoke to Fong Feng, as if he didn't take the terrifying Jiangjin next to him seriously at all. Fong Feng knew the priorities of the matter, so he grabbed one of Li Wang's legs and ran away like he was dragging a dead dog. And he shouted towards the crowd. Everyone stay away, don't come near here. The others were already in a panic, but after hearing Fong Feng's order, they all felt relieved and retreated to the back one after another, stopping only when they had reached the other side of the corridor and had nowhere to retreat. Some people wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. After all, the appearance of such a terrifying monster on this floor does not mean that there is only this terrifying monster in the entire building. After watching the rest of the people move away from him, Jiang Che turned his gaze towards the strange Jiangjin beside him. The reason why he hadn't taken action before was that he was constantly observing the other party. The mental detection of the others is only at the most basic level. They can only see the road conditions clearly in the black fog, but are completely unable to see things like energy density. But in Jiang Che's eyes, everything becomes clear. From the first moment he saw Jiangjin, Jiang Che understood that this Jiangjin was not a living person, but just a puppet controlled by someone. Because his body does not have the energy density that a psychic has. The reason why he can move now is entirely because of the blood-like patterns on his body and the energy ball in his abdominal cavity. What? I've almost dismantled your puppet, but you're not going to come out. Jiang Che asked Jiangjin. He believed that his words could definitely be conveyed to the real master behind Jiangjin. As expected, as soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, a look of curiosity appeared on Jiangjin's face. You smell familiar to me. Wait a minute, let me think about it. A woman's voice actually came out of Jiangjin's mouth. It was not a man's shrill falsetto, but a real woman's voice. It formed a sharp contrast with his rough and ferocious appearance. Jiang Che frowned, not quite understanding what the other person meant. What does this mean? I smell familiar to him. He just felt that the other party was a little bit weird, and it was impossible that the other party was still an old acquaintance of his. Although he had done community service in the entire Xinjiang community before, his presence in the community was not very strong, and he was no different from a transparent person. The only person who was familiar with him was Aunt Chin from the neighborhood committee, and now no one knew whether she had successfully reincarnated. Your smell disgusts me. I really want to tear you into pieces. Who are you? Who are you? Jiangjin's tone of voice became more and more crazy and anxious, and even the other person's big belly began to move irregularly at this moment. Jiang Che didn't plan to waste time talking to the other party. The other party was not a normal person and had no ability to communicate at all. Since we can't reason, we can only use the truth. The captivating red light gathered in Jiang Che's eyes and turned into a hot torrent that rushed towards Jiangjin's pregnant abdomen. This belly is the core of all the mesh threads on the opponent's body. Jiang Che feels that as long as it is destroyed, this so-called puppet will definitely be destroyed. A scarlet laser shot out and easily penetrated into its abdominal cavity. However, something happened that surprised Jiang Che. His invincible laser eyes were actually unable to penetrate Jiangjin's body. Seeing this scene, not only Jiang Che was confused, but even Fong Feng, who had been paying attention to the battle situation, was quite surprised. He was quite familiar with Jiang Che's laser. At the trade fair, Jiang Che used this extremely destructive laser to smash the head of the super mutant beast cow cat into pieces. This ability is really capable of destroying a building, but I didn't expect it to be unable to penetrate Jiangjin's body. What's in his stomach? He really couldn't understand why Jiangjin had changed so drastically after just a few days of not seeing him. Jiang Che began to increase his output. Anyway, his physical attribute was as high as 200, so it was quite effortless for him to activate the laser eyes. However, the hit on Jiangjin's stomach was still ineffective. Haha, I remember. I finally remembered. It's Lin Wan. You were Lin Wan, right? You bitch, you still have the nerve to come to me. A sharp and shrill sound echoed throughout the corridor, as sharp and piercing as a blade pulling on glass. Jiangjin's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all the scarlet threads began to shrink towards his abdominal cavity. When Jiang Che heard the name Lin Wan, he also stopped shooting with his laser. He felt that this Lin Wan must be his woman Lin Wan. After all, he had close contact with Lin Wan this morning, so it was normal for him to smell the other person's scent. Could it be that the man who killed the entire mutual aid association is actually Lin Wan's enemy? Lin Wan didn't tell me who she offended. Jiang Che wondered if there might be some misunderstanding. He looked at the place where Jiangjin had originally stood. Jiangjin's body had turned into black and gray dots, but the huge abdominal cavity was still there, and the scene inside was completely exposed. There is a cocoon inside. That's right, it's a cocoon. It is made up of blood-colored threads woven together, and looks extremely evil. Holy crap! What the hell is this? How could something like this come out of a human body? Brother Feng, why don't we leave this floor? I think it's too dangerous to hide here. People around Feng Feng had already started to think about escaping. When he heard someone say this, he immediately turned around and glared at the other person fiercely. You ungrateful bastard! Did you eat Lord Zhang's food for nothing? Did you just feed the supernatural fruit to the dog's stomach? I tell you, no one can retreat today. If Lord Jiang needs us to charge, we must go forward, understand? If there are any deserters, we don't even need to wait for this monster to make a move. I will clean up the mess myself. Fang Feng's words were so powerful that they stunned everyone present. Seeing that everyone had given up the idea of escaping, Fang Feng turned around and looked at where Jiang Che was. The reason why he did this was not to show it to Jiang Che. On the contrary, he saw it quite clearly. If Jiang Che couldn't stop the monster in front of them, would they have a chance to survive? It's just delaying death. You might as well give it a try now. Maybe you can give yourself a chance of survival. At this moment, he began to condense an ice knife again, observing the situation on the scene, ready to go up and help at any time. Chapter 142. Are you still jumping? The red cocoon keeps beating like a heart. Soon a black spike pierced out of the cocoon, easily cutting a huge gap in this cocoon that even lasers could not penetrate. A strong and smelly black blood plasma gushed out from it. Suddenly, the entire corridor was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Then a naked humanoid creature crawled out of the blood cocoon. This humanoid creature is naturally Zhang Xiaoxiao, but she has now completely lost the image of a normal person. His limbs were thin, his torso was abnormally shriveled, and his skin was deathly gray, just like a mummy. 4 pairs of spider legs supported the ground, holding up the body high, with limbs slightly stretched and a proud expression, as if she were the queen of spiders high above. Lin Wan, I don't know why you have the courage to come to me, but I'm telling you today, it's impossible for you to leave here. You abandoned me without caring about anything. Today, I will let you have a taste of what I went through. 3 pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly opened and stared at where Jiang Che was. Obviously, she had completely regarded Jiang Che as a substitute for Lin Wan. Jiang Che was speechless. The person in front of him was so crazy that he couldn't even tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, after hearing what the other party said, Jiang Che also had some impression of him. After he rescued Lin Wan, he also asked about Lin Wan's situation. She said in person that she had previously lived with a colleague from the company, whose name was Zhang Xiaoxiao, and she recounted their experiences in detail. It can be said that the reason why Zhang Xiaoxiao was captured by the Mutual Aid Association was entirely because she was stupid. He believed Wang Gang's slander and wanted to join the Mutual Aid Association, running around in the black fog with a suitcase full of cosmetics. It would be unjust if such a person did not suffer retribution. Now the other party actually attributed all his current tragic experience to Lin Wan. Jiang Che felt that this kind of person was really shameless. Jiang Che originally wanted to communicate with the other party, but after thinking it over, he felt that it was really unnecessary. If the other person is not conscious, communication is useless. If the other person is lucid, but is simply a moron, then communication is useless. In that case, Jiang Che simply chose to take action. The red light in his eyes suddenly shot out, and this time Jiang Che aimed at her already shriveled chest, which was also the core of her entire torso. Although the previous attack did not work, Jiang Che still planned to try again. But the next moment, Jiang Che was stunned, because Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was originally in front of him, suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The speed of disappearance is almost comparable to Jiang Che's flashing ability. No way. Does she also have the ability to flicker? Jiang Che suddenly felt that the situation was a bit tricky. Although the flash power is only a D-level power, Jiang Che, who has had long-term experience in using it, naturally knows the power of this power. It will almost always give you the upper hand in close combat. It can be said that if the opponent's strength is not overwhelming to you, you will be invincible. Jiang Che did not dare to be careless at this moment and immediately started mental detection. Now we can no longer catch any trace of the other party with the naked eye. He has always had no restrictions on his ability to deal with targets that can move at high speed. If Wang Dongdong had not threatened Lin Xingxue's life, it would have been a pipe dream for him to deal with the opponent so easily. The reason why I wanted to accept Wang Dongdong was to make up for the shortcoming. If Wang Dongdong was present at this time, it would be much easier to deal with Zhang Xiaoxiao in front of me. Jiang Che's mental detection can cover a distance of 40 meters around him. It can be said that the entire floor is almost within his perception. The next moment, a scarlet spider silk shot out from behind. Jiang Che turned around quickly, his eyes emitting scorching lasers that blasted the scarlet spider silk into slag. Just when Jiang Che wanted to attack Zhang Xiaoxiao's real body, the other party had disappeared without a trace. This is the situation that Jiang Che least wants to face. The opponent is using her super high mobility to fly a kite like crazy. If the opponent continues like this, Jiang Che really has no good way to deal with her. I can't keep dealing with him like this. I have to find a way to make him stop. Jiang Che was thinking carefully in his heart, as if he had become distracted by thinking. At this moment, a bolder blood-red spider web fell from above his head, at such a speed that it was difficult for people to react. Jiang Che hesitated for just a moment before he was completely covered by the blood-red net. The blood-colored spider web began to release poison the moment it touched Jiang Che, and continued to tighten until it completely wrapped Jiang Che's body. Jiang Che's face suddenly became stiff and numb, as if he had no ability to resist at all. Haha, how about Linwan? This must be uncomfortable. My neurotoxin will completely paralyze your body. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain next. Zhang Xiaoxiao's arrogant voice echoed throughout the corridor. She was so happy to see Jiang Che in such a miserable state. It was as if all the grievances suffered before had found an outlet. Oh no, Boss Jiang has been tricked. It's over. It's all over. The same thought occurred to everyone not far away at the same time. There is no doubt that Jiang Che is the strongest among them. Even the Jiang boss would fall into the trap, which is tantamount to sentencing them to death in advance. Brother Feng, why don't we retreat? We really have no chance here. The bald man on the side said to Feng Feng, but the next moment he was stunned. Brother Feng, what are you going to do? He saw that Feng Feng was slightly bent over at this moment, which was obviously a posture for a sprint. What? To save people, of course. I tell you, if Lord Jiang dies here, we will definitely not survive. As he said that, Feng Feng rushed towards Jiang Che with the ice knife in hand. He didn't want to deal with the terrifying humanoid spider. His idea was simple. As long as he could cut the spider web on Jiang Che's body, he and his men would still have a chance to survive. Brother Feng, don't go over there. The people around wanted to stop it, but they could not. Feng Feng used all his abilities to create a snowy and icy road under his feet, and his speed was quite fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was beside Jiang Che. However, Zhang Xiaoxiao was observing the other party's every move. He is fast, but Zhang Xiaoxiao is even faster. The next moment, a large blood-colored net swept towards Feng Feng at lightning speed. But Feng Feng didn't care at all. He swung the ice knife hard, trying to cut the spider web on Jiang Che's body. But the distance was still a little short, and when he was about to reach it, he was entangled by the blood net. A tingling sensation traveled through his skin and into his body. The whole person seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. This is the paralyzing effect of the spider web beginning to take effect. His eyes were red and he felt extremely regretful. Just a little bit, just the last little bit. It was really just that last bit. The tip of his knife had almost touched the red spider web on Jiang Che's body, but even such a short distance was like an insurmountable chasm that he could not cross at this moment. At this moment, a pair of pale toes gently tapped the ground in front of him. These feet are probably the least deformed part of Zhang Xiaoxiao's body. They are still as slender and with distinct joints as before. There are too many little bugs today, but don't worry too much. I will fill you all into my stomach. Zhang Xiaoxiao's crazy face appeared in Feng Feng's eyes, and his face was instantly filled with despair. Looking into the other person's scarlet eyes, he couldn't feel any resistance at all. It was as if the other party was a top predator and oneself was just a prey with no ability to resist. Zhang Xiaoxiao stepped on Feng Feng's face, and the smell of blood mixed with the sour smell rushed into Feng Feng's nostrils, making him almost nauseous. But you have to wait a moment. I have to go greet my old friends first. Zhang Xiaoxiao turned around and walked towards Jiang Che with elegant steps. At this moment, she seemed to be the queen of the world. Seeing Jiang Che entangled in layers of red spider webs, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face showed excitement and madness. Lin Wan, you didn't expect that this day would come to you, right? I'm going to eat up all your flesh and blood, and then burrow into your skin and flesh. You know, you were the one I envied the most in the company. Why were you prettier and more popular than me? If that's the case, I will completely become you and replace you completely. Zhang Xiaoxiao approached Jiang Che while laughing crazily. She used her sharp legs to stab towards Jiang Che's chest fiercely. Her legs are extremely strong, evolved from Jiangxin's special ability, and can easily penetrate alloy security doors. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't think that the prey in front of her could cause any more waves. Crack. A crisp sound of fracture was heard. It was not Jiang Che's sternum that was fractured, but Zhang Xiaoxiao's legs were actually broken on Jiang Che's chest. Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at the scene in front of her with all six eyes, and her brain seemed to be unable to function properly. The next moment, Jiang Che's big hand tore through the scarlet spider web and grabbed one of Zhang Xiaoxiao's legs. Phew, I finally caught you. It's worth all the drama I've been playing with you. At this moment, there was no longer the numb look on Jiang Che's face, only a smile that was extremely bright. Jiang Che showed his white teeth and said word by word. You are a reptile that can jump, right? I wonder if you can still jump now. Chapter 143 Kill the Spider. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is your body so strong? And why were you able to get rid of my neurotoxins? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the broken leg in disbelief, as if she was stunned. However, she didn't know that Jiang Che possessed a level 2 steel body. That physical strength and added toughness is no joke. Even if Zhang Xiaoxiao's poison was several times stronger, and her legs were several times sharper, she would not be able to cause any interference to Jiang Che. The most excited person at this moment was Fong Feng. Originally, he thought that all of them were going to be killed by the terrifying spider woman in front of him, but Jiang Che not only broke one of her legs but also broke free from the red spider web. If he could move his body, he would have wanted to cheer for Jiang Che. Is this all you can do? Looks like you're the one who can't leave today. Jiang Che grabbed one of Zhang Xiaoxiao's legs and pulled hard, bringing the still somewhat unstable Zhang Xiaoxiao closer to him. In such a close distance, he doesn't need lasers, because the lethality brought by his level 2 Iron Man far exceeds that of his level 1 laser eyes. Feeling Jiang Che's irresistible power, Zhang Xiaoxiao panicked. What a strong force. No, I have to run quickly and not be caught by him. The instinct in her body began to warn her constantly. Zhang Xiaoxiao's 7 uncontrolled legs thrust forcefully into the ground, and the neatly laid tiles on the ground suddenly shattered. Zhang Xiaoxiao tried her best to run in the opposite direction of Jiang Che. But it's too late to run now. Want to run? Get down. Jiang Che used flash to appear above Zhang Xiaoxiao and stepped hard on the other's back. There was only a loud bang. The originally solid floor was directly stepped on and leaked by Jiang Che. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Jiang Che kicked the terrifying spider woman to the 5th floor. Fortunately, the construction work in Xinjiang community was up to standard and not a shoddy project. Otherwise, it would not just be one floor that collapsed, but the entire building would have suffered irreversible damage from this fierce kick. Oh my god. This is too cruel. As expected of Boss Jiang, he is much stronger than us. What should we do now? Should we follow us to the 5th floor? At this time, the bald man who was carrying Li Wang on his back among Fong Feng's younger brothers asked in a somewhat bewildered manner. The thin man next to him patted his shiny head. You are frightened, right? Will it be useful if we go down? Why don't you go and save Brother Fong? After hearing the thin man's reminder, everyone remembered that Fong Feng was still trapped in the spider web. Although they could not help Jiang Che on the front battlefield, they could still provide support at this time. At the same time, a huge pit appeared on the floor of the 5th floor. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the scene inside was revealed. A tall and handsome man was standing on the back of a monster. The man had a smile on his face, as if he was not looking at a deformed monster, but a disobedient naughty child. It has 8 more legs than others, no wonder it can run so fast. Jiang Che directly grabbed one of the legs on Zhang Xiaoxiao's back, and suddenly exerted force with both hands, causing veins on his forearms to bulge. There was a sound of sizzle. Blood and flesh flew into the air. One of the spider's legs was pulled off by Jiang Che. Ah! Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly let out a shrill scream. Listening to Zhang Xiaoxiao's screams, Jiang Che kept moving his hands and continued to grab the next spider leg. 1, 2, 3. Soon, Jiang Che pulled out all 8 legs, and Zhang Xiaoxiao's back was immediately covered in blood. You can even see the trembling internal organs through the gaps. The intense pain seemed to awaken the fragility in Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Che pitifully. Lin Wan, aren't we good sisters? I beg you, please let me go. Hearing that the other party actually begged for mercy, Jiang Che immediately laughed, and his laugh was very ferocious. Although Jiang Che usually appears to be calm and gentle, but in fact, he has always been a madman in his heart. Especially after he has great power, he always wants to find an opportunity to vent. Today is a very good opportunity. Jiang Che stretched out his hand and turned the other person's head over with force. Staring at the 3 pairs of scarlet eyes on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, he said in a cold tone, "Open your eyes wide and look at me. Am I Lin Wan?" Without waiting for Zhang Xiaoxiao to respond, the laser in Jiang Che's eyes suddenly burst out and shot directly at Zhang Xiaoxiao's face. The distance is really too close, and the output is right at the face. No matter how strong Zhang Xiaoxiao's body was, she had no ability to resist at this moment. The entire head began to melt rapidly like ice cream encountering fire. There seemed to be a hideous woman howling in the flames. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard at the entrance of the corridor. It was Fong Feng and his brothers rushing over. As soon as they stepped onto the 5th floor, everyone witnessed the horrifying scene of Jiang Che torturing and killing Zhang Xiaoxiao. The air was suddenly filled with swallowing sounds, and even Fong Feng's fear of Jiang Che deepened. Looking at the dead body of Spider-Woman on the ground, Fong Feng suppressed the trembling in his heart and took the initiative to walk towards Jiang Che. Master Jiang, is this monster really dead? He asked with a trembling voice, his eyes still involuntarily glancing at the monster's corpse that had been torn into pieces. Jiang Che nodded. That should be it. In Jiang Che's eyes, the power density in Zhang Xiaoxiao's body was gradually decreasing, which was similar to the process of death of psychics and ferocious beasts he had observed before. Master Jiang, how did this monster become like this? She seemed to have been an ordinary person before. Fang Feng hesitated for a moment and then asked the question in his mind. He had also heard Zhang Xiaoxiao calling Lin Wan's name before. He also knew Lin Wan and had taken the initiative to rescue her before. Jiang Che also had a guess in his mind as to how Zhang Xiaoxiao became what she is now. The reason why she is now like this is probably because of pollution. She must have taken a large amount of the psychic fruit. Jiang Che was not just guessing blindly. He discovered too many supernatural powers in Zhang Xiaoxiao. Blood manipulation, mental toxins, speed close to flash, and enhanced skin. These are the 4 types. Maybe there are other abilities that have not been used. The other party must have eaten more than 4 kinds of supernatural fruits. It would be abnormal for an ordinary woman not to mutate after eating so many supernatural fruits. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Fang Feng was still somewhat frightened. Eating too much supernatural fruit would actually turn him into a half-human, half-ghost appearance. This reminded him of Li Wang before, if it weren't for the medicine Jiang Che took out. Will Li Wang also become a monster like Zhang Xiaoxiao? Chapter 144 Arrangement. Once Zhang Xiaoxiao dies, there will be no other obstacles in Building 8. There is only one thing left to do: collect the supplies. Although Jiang Che already has a lot of supplies, who would complain about having too many supplies in the apocalypse? Of course, Jiang Che didn't have to worry about these tasks. Fang Feng's subordinates were very good at it, and quickly cleaned up the entire Building 8. Jiang Che took a look at the supplies and was a little disappointed that there were no supernatural fruits. He turned around and led everyone back to the property building. The Jinjiang community is now in a mess. They can be said to be the last survivors of Jinjiang community. In the past, the Mutual Aid Society's raids on buildings here were always destructive, and any building they invaded was no longer habitable. Jiang Cheki had the idea of moving his position as soon as he returned here. The infrastructure here has been completely destroyed. We no longer have the conditions for survival. I will go to the Yunjing Palace today to check it out. If the location there is suitable, we will use it as our base for survival in the future. Jiang Che said this to Fang Feng. After today's experience, Fang Feng can be said to have fully proved himself. He is indeed completely loyal to himself. Jiang Che is willing to allocate some resources to such a person and is also willing to reveal some of the next arrangements to him in advance. Fang Feng also nodded in agreement. He also had this idea. After all, he couldn't always live in the basement with his brothers. There were no resources in the entire community. It could be said that the development prospects had been completely exhausted. Changing the location was indeed the best choice. When the group returned to the basement, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaoxiao delayed most of the time, otherwise Jiang Che would have come back earlier. Jiang Che pushed open the door of his room and saw Big Mouth lying at the door at first sight. Big Mouth just raised his eyelids and looked at Jiang Che a little, completely different from the crazy and fawning look he had at his feet before. Big Mouth, you are such a snob. What's the matter? Do you think I can't give you any useful resources? You don't even bother to give me a perfunctory response. Jiang Che was not angry. He squatted down and stroked its head hard. Big Mouth has eaten hundreds of spiritual fruits and undergone 2 transformations. It can be said that his IQ is no less than that of humans. He completely understood Jiang Che's teasing. His big mouth remained silent. He shook off his hair that was messed up by Jiang Che, changed his posture, and continued to lie down. Boss, you're back. At this time, Lin Wan and others saw Jiang Che coming back, and they all came up to him excitedly. When Jiang Che saw Lin Wan's excitement, he knew that she must have accomplished the task he assigned to her. Have you contacted your client? Jiang Che asked proactively. That's right. And the other party was extremely cooperative. Not only did he tell me about the situation inside the community, he was also willing to provide a house to take us in. Lin Wan told Jiang Che the entire content of her conversation with Yang Simi. Didn't the other party make any requests? Or does the other party have a very good relationship with you? Jiang Che listened to what Lin Wan said and became more and more confused. No, this is a bit too good. Jiang Che felt that there must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. He didn't believe that there were still saints nowadays. The end of the world has been here for almost a month, and even if there are still saints, they are almost all dead. Jiang Che even had some doubts whether the other party had colluded with that young master's son and wanted to join forces to set a trap for him. She and I have only met twice, and I don't even know what she looks like in real life. Lin Wan shook her head and said that this matter was indeed strange and she didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Che. Jiang Che didn't plan to think about it anymore. It was useless to think about it here. Why not just go and take a look in person? If the other party really dares to play tricks on her, she can just kill him. I will go to Yunjing Palace this afternoon. You guys wait for me here for a while. Jiang Che actually said this for their own good. After all, he has eliminated all the dangers in the entire Xinjiang community. It can be said that as long as there are no alien creatures coming here, this is the safest place. However, Jiang Che's words were met with strong opposition from the girls. No, boss, don't think about abandoning us again this time. Yes, Brother Jiang, we now have superpowers. We will definitely not hold you back if we are with you. Besides, you told me before that you would never separate from us again. Bai Youwei's words were so logical and well-founded that she even winked at Li Qingqing after she finished speaking. Li Qingqing seemed to have suddenly realized something, and she stood up and nodded. Yeah, that's right. Jiang Che didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then looked at Officer Xiao Zhu again. Officer Zhu, you think so too? Zhu Kurson nodded without hesitation. It's safest to stay by your side. Her words are the consensus of everyone. Jiang Che simply nodded helplessly at this moment. Okay then, I promise you, but you must listen to me when the time comes. You must do whatever I tell you to do. Hearing Jiang Che's agreement, the girls' faces were filled with joy. Well, you guys must be hungry now, so have lunch first, and then we'll set off again after lunch. After taking out some supplies, Jiang Che placed them on the dining table, then turned and left the room. Jiang Che can bring these 4 women with him. There are not many of them, and their physical enhancement has now reached level 2, so their chances of escaping when facing ordinary psychics are greatly increased. But there was no way Jiang Che could take Fong Feng and the others with him. There are simply too many of them. According to what Lin Wan said before, not only is the Yunjing Palace not covered by black fog, but there are also drones patrolling around the clock. If that were the case, if we brought so many people with us, we would probably be discovered by the other party immediately. When we arrived at Fong Feng and others' room, Fong Feng was bandaging Li Wang's wound. Li Wang's injuries were so serious that he is still in a coma. Although he now has the bonus of physical ability, the wound is still likely to become inflamed. Whether you can survive or not depends entirely on God's will. Jiang Che walked to Fong Feng's side. He took out some medicines from the space, which were some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics he had collected before, and handed them to Fong Feng. This was his last act of kindness towards Li Wang. He couldn't possibly waste too much energy on an insignificant little person. I will be away from here for a while. I will leave you enough supplies. If there is any emergency, please contact me in time. Fong Feng knew what Jiang Che was going to do, and he was not worried that Jiang Che would just leave. Okay, Lord Jiang, I know that Yunjing Palace is not far from here. If you need us, we can rush over at any time. Jiang Che nodded. It was convenient to talk to smart people. He took out 3 primary purification capsules from the space and told Fong Feng how to use them. You should still have quite a few supernatural fruits. Your strength is still a little weak. During my absence, you should try your best to improve your abilities and try to help me next time. Fong Feng's face was filled with excitement, which meant that everything he did before was seen by Jiang Che. The better the impression I make in Jiang Che's mind, the better supplies I will get in the future. The rewards now are proof of this. He stood up and said to Jiang Che very seriously, Don't worry, Master Jiang. I will definitely work hard. Chapter 145 Meeting. Bright sunlight shines into the room through the glass windows. Make the luxurious decoration in the room shine brightly. The extremely luxurious European-style decoration shows elegance and high-end. This was originally a very artistic residence, but the rude shouting and cursing that kept coming out of the room destroyed it to pieces. Damn it! When I saw that Chen Xian, I knew he was not a good person. He must have framed Zhao Boyang. Zhao Boyang didn't send me any messages the entire day yesterday. You can imagine what happened to him now. He's either imprisoned or killed. Tell me, what should we do now? Sun Lianxing stood in front of a long table, roaring for a long time, and slapping his hands on the table. It was obvious that he was very excited. There was one person sitting on each side of the long table. One was a middle-aged man wearing a high-end custom-made combat uniform. He had a square face and exaggeratedly bulging muscles. He had a half-burned cigarette in his mouth and was puffing away with a look of enjoyment. He is Qi Zheng, the security captain of Yunjing Palace. Because he is a retired Special Forces soldier, his personal physical fitness is extremely strong. He gained superpowers as soon as the end of the world came. Under the recruitment of Sun Lianxing, he is now a core backbone member of the New World Alliance. Young Master Sun, don't worry. With Zhao Boyang's ability, escaping is not a problem. The other party must have encountered some problems and needs to deal with them now that he has not returned. If you are really worried, I can send 2 teams to the Xinjiang community. It's not far away anyway, and I think we can get the results soon. Qi Zheng took a deep puff of the cigarette, exhaled gently, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He didn't care about Zhao Boyang's life or death, but for the sake of supplies, he was still willing to flatter the other party. After hearing Qi Zheng's words, Sun Lianqing's expression eased a lot. Although he and Zhao Boyang often cursed at each other, their relationship was quite good. Deep down, he didn't want anything to happen to the other party. And he was still thinking about the 3 beauties in the photo. When he thought of them wandering outside, he wanted to bring them to his villa and rescue them. He thought what Qi Zheng said was very good, and just as he was about to agree with him, another discordant voice was heard in the room. Ahem. Ahem, Master Sun, I want to say a few words. Sun Lianqing frowned and squinted his eyes to look in the direction of the sound. Boss Qian, what's the matter? Do you have any other ideas? The other person was sitting on the other side of the long table. He was a man in a black robe. The black robe was very wide, almost covering his entire body, as if he was afraid of being exposed to direct sunlight. His name is Qian Bin. He used to be a well-known boss in the entire Jinhai city. It was after the end of the world that he gained supernatural powers by chance and joined this New World Alliance. He is responsible for the management of residents in Xinjiang community. There are many people with special abilities among the residents, and they all obey his orders. Ahem, young Master Sun, I don't recommend mobilizing manpower to take action now. Our villa area has been unstable recently because the fruits on the small trees are about to mature. It has already attracted several waves of attacks from vicious beasts. I suggest that we keep the security resources in the community in case of emergency. His proposal was sincere and quite conservative. He was thinking about this issue from the perspective of the entire community's residents. After all, his parents and wife still live in this community, and what he is most concerned about now is the stability of the entire community. As for that playboy Zhao Boyang, what does it have to do with him where he died? After hearing Qian Bin's words, Sun Lianqing's temper could no longer be suppressed. Old man, I'm telling you, I must save Zhao Boyang. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself. Sun Lianqing attacked Qian Bin directly and mercilessly. I'm not afraid of offending the other party at all. Because he has absolute confidence in his own abilities, he also believes that Yin Run in the dark will not let him encounter any accidents. Old Qian, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but we need to take a long-term view. Zhao Boyang is also a superpower and the backbone of our alliance. If we rescue him, our safety will be better guaranteed. Qi Jing stood on Sun Lianqing's side without any hesitation. He was recruited by the Sun family before the end of the world, so it can be said that he has a natural close relationship with Sun Lianqing. Now he is relying on Sun Lianqing to provide supplies. Who else can he side with if not his financial sponsor? Humph. Since you have already made up your mind, why did you ask me to come? There is no need to discuss anything in the future. Just make the decision directly. Ahem ahem. I don't know if it was because of the 2 people in front of him that Qian Bin was angry, but he couldn't stop coughing at this moment. Just do what Qi Zheng said. As for Boss Qian, I asked you to come here this time because I have other things for you to do. Qian Bin did not reply, as he had already realized that Sun Lianqing would definitely not say anything nice next. Boss Qian, you have the highest reputation among the residents in the community, so you should mobilize the residents right now and ask them to hand over Yang Simi and her daughter. He had always asked Yin Run to be in charge of this matter, but a long time had passed, and Yang Simi and her daughter seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth in the community. This made him unable to control his anxiety. But he couldn't threaten Yin Run, so he could only target Qian Bin. When he thought of Yang Simi's plump figure and sexy legs in black stockings, he felt itchy. Qian Bin was very displeased when he heard the other party's request. Why should I find it for you? I'm already giving you face by not stopping you. Now you actually want me to capture that poor mother and daughter and give them to you, I'm telling you. Impossible. Although he was not a good person, he still had the most basic conscience, so he refused without hesitation. And if he agreed to the other party's request, how would other residents in the community view him? And his reputation would probably plummet. I'll give you 3 days. If I can't see Yang Simi by then, I'll let your wife come over to take over. Anyway, I heard that you are inhuman now. What's the point of keeping that beautiful woman at home? You might as well give her to me directly. When Qian Bin heard what the other party said, he became furious. At this time, you are cheating on yourself in front of your own eyes. But just as he was about to do it, suddenly a pure golden thread was wrapped around his neck. Qian Bin paused when he felt the cold touch on his neck. He knew that the killer who was secretly protecting Sun Lianqing had started to take action. If he dared to continue, his life would surely end here. Chapter 146, Female Celebrity? Seeing Qian Bin's actions, Yin Run, who was hiding in the dark, took action. It's not that she was willing to help this bastard young master. In fact, she had long wanted to kill Sun Lianqing. However, in the entire fortress, only Sun Lianqing's biological code can open the granary. If Sun Lianqing dies, most of the people in the entire villa area will starve to death. Qi Zheng also stood up from his seat, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and narrowed his eyes into a dangerous arc. Qianbin, I want to advise you to calm down at this time. Young Master Sun only said a few words to urge you to do things, but he didn't start to act. Hearing Qi Zheng's words, Qianbin almost exploded. Do you think this is human language? What does he didn't start to act mean? If Sun Lianqing starts to take action, then everything will be too late. Qianbin cherishes his wife the most. Normally, he would not tolerate anyone saying anything bad about his wife, let alone Sun Lianqing making dirty jokes directly to his wife. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. If it were in the past, he would definitely mobilize all his connections and resources in Jinhai City to block the Sun family from all sides. So what if he is the richest man in Jinhai? He hasn't been in Jinhai City for nothing all these years. With his business and political resources, he can easily make the Sun family suffer a severe setback. But now is the end of the world. Economic and personal connections are no longer important. If we want to compete, we should compete in materials and our own hard power. To be honest, Qianbin was able to become a member of the New World Alliance, so his strength must not be underestimated. However, his strength does not rely on single combat and close combat. If he were in the Black Fog, he could deal with Sun Lianqing and the other two by himself. He has the confidence. But in Sun Lianqing's villa, his special abilities were completely useless, and he was no different from ordinary people. Therefore, even if he is very angry now, facing 3 top-level psychics, he can only choose to grit his teeth and swallow it. In the end, Qianbin snorted coldly and sat back in his chair angrily. He stopped talking and just kept coughing. Qianbin chose to give in, but Sun Lianqing didn't want to let him go. He ignored Qi Zheng's obstruction and walked up to Qianbin carelessly. With a wave of his hand, a powerful controlling force directly imprisoned Qianbin in place. He pulled off the man's hood and slapped him hard. Huh. The crisp sound of the slap produced a slight echo in the somewhat empty living room. Qianbin, you really think you're an important person. Let me tell you, I'm the boss here, and you can only listen to me. Do you understand? Qianbin's face was fully exposed under the hood. He looked emaciated, his skin was extremely pale, and there was not a single hair on his round head. There isn't even a single eyebrow or eyelash. He looks just like a living dead. When he felt the sunlight in the room, his whole body made a crackling sound as if it was burning. When Qi Zheng saw this scene, his eyelids started twitching. They have known each other for some time, and everyone knows that Qianbin can no longer withstand sunlight because he ate a supernatural fruit. If Sun Lianqing does this, something bad will happen. Damn it. This Sun Lianqing is just trying to piss off Qianbin, right? He doesn't know when to stop. Qi Zheng couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he walked forward quickly and quickly pulled the 2 people who were entangled with each other apart. Young Master Sun, I think old Qian already understands what you mean. He will definitely do it. Just calm down. As he spoke, Qi Zheng blew a puff of smoke onto Qianbin. Qianbin immediately broke free from Sun Lianqing's control and regained the ability to move freely. But he was in no mood to stay here any longer. So he stood up, turned around, and walked out the door. Qianbin, you have to remember, I only give you 3 days. You will be responsible for the consequences after 3 days. Sun Lianqing continued to shout at the other person's back. Maybe it's because he has been a young master for too long. He has no idea what it means to give others a way out. With Qianbin's departure, the meeting came to an end. Qi Zheng also left the fortress on the pretext of arranging some things. The huge fortress suddenly fell into silence again. Darlingine, come out with me and chat. Sun Lianqing shouted into the air, but there was no response. A sneer flashed across his face. How boring. It would be great if Xiao Boyang was here. He has more tricks up his sleeve. Sun Lianqing was lying on a high-end sofa. He stretched out his hand, and the mobile phone that was originally placed on the long table immediately flew into his hand. He is in a bad mood now and needs to find something to cheer himself up. He skillfully opened the address book, found a phone number with the note, toy number 3, and dialed it directly. Hey, Master Zhuang, I miss you a little bit. Please come to my place. Oh, by the way, isn't your husband good at photography? Let him come over and we can play a game together. At the same time, a black Mercedes-Benz G had left Jinjiang community and was heading towards Yunjing Palace. The cabin of the Mercedes-Benz G63 is quite spacious, and 5 people sitting in the car do not feel crowded at all. Bai Yuwei, Li Qingqing, and Zhu Kersin were sitting in the back row, chatting happily. Of course, there is also Big Mouth, but he is now held in Zhu Kersen's arms. Zhu Kersen really likes the puppy. Even though she knows that it is a super scary beast, she can't help but want to touch it. Lin Wan was sitting in the passenger seat, helping Jiang Che with directions and introducing things to him. It felt like a family going on a trip. Yunjing Palace is also known as Top of the Clouds and the imperial residence of Jinhai City. There are only 108 single-family villas in the entire villa area, each with a private garden, swimming pool, and underground garage. Of course, Sun Lianqing's is not included in the list. His was built independently, and the parameters have never been made public. I don't know the internal situation, but it is definitely several times more luxurious than the others. The security system in the community can be said to be the top security in the entire Jinhai City. They are all retired Special Forces soldiers, patrolling 24 hours a day, and there are unmanned detection equipment around them, and any suspicious approach will sound the alarm. Everyone who lives here is a big shot in the business world. I still remember the original slogan of this community: power and tranquility, master beyond the hustle and bustle. Lin Wan's original sales rhetoric came out fluently, giving Jiang Che the illusion that this time he was not going to check out the place, but to buy a house. After telling the above information, Lin Wan showed a bitter smile on her face. Of course, this was used to introduce Yunjing Palace in the past. Whether it is still the same now is another matter. Jiang Che nodded in understanding. After all, the black fog had been falling for a long time. All areas are definitely deteriorating, and I believe this villa area is definitely the same. What's the name of your client? Jiang Che began to ask the other party's name. After all, he had already agreed with the other party to pick them up, so Jiang Che also wanted to get to know the other party in advance. Her last name is Yang, and her name is Yang Simi. As soon as he heard the name, Jiang Che's expression suddenly became strange. It's not that the name is unfamiliar, but that the name is a little too familiar. Is the Yang Simi you are talking about the famous female star on TV? Jiang Che couldn't help but ask. He is not a fan of celebrities, but he used to watch TV series and movies frequently. It can be said that Yang Simi is extremely popular. She has participated in many hit TV series and movies and independently founded a film and television company. A strong woman in the business world, a national goddess, and the most beautiful leg lady in Dragon Country. These are all her labels. The other party can be said to be one of the brightest stars in the entire manhwa entertainment industry. Jiang Che suddenly became excited at the thought of coming into contact with such a shining star. This suddenly gave him a sense of unreality, as if a movie had come into reality. Chapter 147 Reception. Chapter 147 Reception. This? I'm not too sure. It might be a coincidence. Lin Wan didn't dare to say yes directly, because she had never seen the other person's true appearance, so she naturally didn't dare to make a guarantee to Jiang Che. But the other person's figure is indeed ridiculously good, and she looks 80 similar to the online celebrity Yang Simi. Hearing Lin Wan say this, Jiang Che's originally excited heart slowly calmed down. Yes, the entire Dragon Kingdom is so big that there are many people with the same name. How could I have met the national goddess by chance? Besides, there was no news online saying that she had a residence in Gimme City. The other party told you before that Yunjing Palace was not contaminated by the black fog, right? Jiang Che began to change the subject. Lin Wan nodded. That's what she said, but now I can't imagine what a community without black fog is like. Jiang Che also nodded. Now we are about to reach our destination, but the surroundings are still shrouded in black fog. Jiang Che felt that the other party was probably lying to him. He didn't believe that there was any place in the world that was not covered by black fog, unless your residence was built on the top of a mountain. Then maybe it was possible. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, suddenly, the whole car seemed to pass through a membrane and entered a new world. Jiang Che was startled and quickly stopped the car. He opened the car door in disbelief, got out, and looked around. The shock in his eyes was hard to conceal, because there is indeed no black fog here. The scene in front of him was clear, and the warm afternoon sun shone directly on his body, giving Jiang Che the illusion that this place was like heaven on earth. It's true. What the other party said is true. There is really no black fog here. In front of Jiang Che is the gate of the Hentang Palace Villa area. The entire community is very high-end, with luxurious villas rising from the ground. The most eye-catching one is the fortress-like building in the center. It was as if a transparent protective cover had descended from the sky, covering the entire community and protecting it from the black fog. It is worthy of being called Yunjing Heavenly Palace. Now we can even say that this is the real Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Jiang Che had already made up his mind that he must take this place. At all costs. It's so appropriate to choose this place as the origin of my refuge. At this time, Lin Wan and others also got out of the car and exclaimed at the scenery in front of them. Wow, there's really no black fog here. I feel like the air is several times fresher. As she spoke, Bai Yue also took a deep breath, but perhaps she inhaled too hard and accidentally choked herself. Ahem. Brother Jiang, are we going to live here from now on? The houses here all look so nice. Li Qingqing walked up to Jiang Che and asked excitedly. Not only does this place look luxurious, but it is also not polluted by black fog. Anyone who has experienced a long period of darkness will always have a stronger yearning for sunlight than one can imagine. There is probably no better place than this in the entire Jinhai city, or even in the entire Long Kingdom. Don't worry, it won't be long before the entire villa area will be ours. Jiang Che said this very proudly. The women around him trusted Jiang Che 100 and nodded excitedly. At this time, Big Mouth also called out a few times excitedly towards the direction of the community, as if something inside was attracting it. Its eyes were shining and saliva began to secrete from the corners of its mouth. Jiang Che looked at the community in front of him with burning eyes, as if this place already belonged to him. Turning on mental detection, he wanted to use his special powers to observe the entire community. But the next second, his expression changed. There's something strange about this place. My abilities seem to be suppressed. See if this is the case with you guys too. Originally, Jiang Che's mental detection was level 4, which allowed him to observe everything within a range of 40 meters around him, but now it has been shortened to 30 meters. It's like falling from level 4 to level 3. After Jiang Che's reminder, the 4 girls tried to activate their own special abilities, and then nodded at Jiang Che. That's right, boss. I can't activate my superpowers at all now. Me too. Me too. Hear their responses. A bad idea suddenly came to Jiang Che's mind, and he tried to use his special ability of flashing. He suddenly found that this ability could not be used. Even the laser eyes could not be used at this moment. Jiang Che opened the system and looked at his system panel. The levels and values of various supernatural powers have not changed at all, but there is an additional state. While being rejected by the holy tree, the host's various abilities will be weakened. Jiang Che had never seen this state before. What is this holy tree? I haven't seen any holy trees here before. Will the weakening of various abilities mean that they will be forcibly reduced by 1 level? This is really a bit strange. Is this only aimed at us? Or will everyone here lose 1 level of supernatural power? Could the disappearance of this black fog also be related to this sacred tree? While Jiang Che was confused, he became even more curious about this community. Originally, he was planning to invade and conquer the entire community by force, but now it seems that this plan is not feasible, and he can only take a long-term view. But he was not worried, even though all his abilities had been reduced by 1 level. However, the physical improvement brought by his C-level superpower iron body is permanent. Just relying on his strong physical fitness, he can crush many superpower users. What's more, with the help of the Black Nightmare Nail and spiritual detection, he felt very at ease and not panicked at all. Then he took the girls into the car, drove around the neighborhood, and headed towards the place where he had agreed to meet with Yang Simi. The agreed location is southeast of Yunding Palace. The entire villa area is surrounded by high walls, but here, there are several more cracks on the walls, and many places are filled with barbed wire. There are several hideous scratches on it, and you can tell at a glance that it was destroyed by a ferocious beast and then repaired artificially. Several people got off the car here, and Jiang Che directly put the car into the space. Because there are a lot of security patrols here, he did this just because he didn't want to expose his whereabouts. Walking to the wall, Lin Wan took out her cell phone and was about to call Yang Simi. But at this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from the other side of the wall. Is it Ms. Lin Wan? The other party deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that his voice would be heard. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied. Yes, I'm Lin Wan, and you're Ms. Yang? I saw a figure appear and move away the barbed wire blocking the entrance of the cave. Then a woman with a graceful figure and wearing a mask appeared in front of everyone. She waved to everyone. Come in quickly. There are no drones patrolling here. Try not to be photographed by the surrounding surveillance cameras. The security guards will be here soon. When she appeared, no one else noticed anything, but Jiang Che was a little stunned. Although he couldn't see the other person's face, the system in Jiang Che's mind issued a crisp prompt sound. Ding. Found a goddess that can be bound. Name, Yang Simi. Appearance, 99. Body size, 97. Purity, 100. Seeing this extremely exaggerated data, Jiang Che was able to conclude in his heart that it was not a coincidence at all. This woman was the big star Yang Simi. His heart suddenly started beating, bang bang bang. At this moment, he had one more thing he had to take. Chapter 148, Villa Number 13. Don't just stand there, come in quickly. Yang Simi's voice was a little hurried, and she kept looking around, as if she was afraid of something. Don't employ a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you employ. Jiang Che and the others did not hesitate at this moment, and all went in through the cave entrance. Miss Yang, are you in any danger now? After walking in, Jiang Che took the initiative to ask Yang Simi. What he thought in his mind was that if someone posed a threat to Yang Simi, he would be willing to help the other party. However, Yang Simi didn't seem to appreciate Jiang Che's kindness at all. He didn't even look at Jiang Che. She had met Lin Wan before and had some impression of her. She recognized her in the crowd with just a glance. Because it was Lin Wan who called her before, she subconsciously thought that Lin Wan was the person predicted by Yang Duo. As for other people, her attitude was naturally cold and distant. This is not the place to talk, please follow me. After saying that, she took Lin Wan's hand and walked towards the villa area. Jiang Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this situation. Am I being ignored? This feeling made Jiang Che recall the feeling of working as a social worker in Xinjiang community. But Jiang Che didn't care. The other party was obviously an ordinary person. It was quite normal that he couldn't feel the superpowers in his body. After he successfully bound the other party would call him husband. Jiang Che followed behind Yang Simi at a steady pace. While observing Yang Simi's exquisite curves, he also observed the surrounding environment. After all, it was his first time entering such a high-end residential area, and he was still a little curious. There are rows of exquisite and luxurious villas, the ground is neat, and the greenery is still exquisite, without being polluted by the black fog and causing mutations. It can be said that no matter from which angle you look at it, this place looks like a normal high-end residential area. But now, there is a deathly silence here. Even though there is no black fog or ferocious beasts here, the alienation between people and the fear of the outside world are even stronger than those of the residents of Xinjiang community. A sneer appeared on Jiang Che's face. Sure enough, this place is not what Zhao Boyong said, the happiest refuge camp, or the last ray of hope for mankind. The reason why this place is like this must be caused by the New World Alliance. Jiang Che thought so in his heart, and soon arrived at Villa Number 13 under the guidance of Yang Simi. Unlock and open the door. The moment the door closed again, Yang Simi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Yang, what's wrong with you? I don't see anyone chasing you outside. Lin Wan asked with some confusion. Yang Simi sighed and said to Lin Wan, this is a long story, Sister Lin Wan. I'm a few years older than you, so it's okay for me to call you that. Yang Simi's words were very polite, and she was even a little attentive to Lin Wan, which made Lin Wan a little uncomfortable. Of course not. After hearing Lin Wan's reply, Yang Simi paused and continued. In fact, Yunjing Palace does not allow outsiders to enter. If someone brings outsiders in and is discovered by the security team, the entire family will be exterminated. Besides, my current identity is actually wanted by the entire community. If anyone sees me, someone will report me. Seeing that everyone was standing, Yang Simi said apologetically, everyone, please feel free to go sit in the living room while I change my clothes. She was so nervous just now that the clothes she was wearing became a little wet and sticky, feeling a little uncomfortable. Having said that, Yang Simi quickly went upstairs. Jiang Che and others were not polite and sat down casually in the room. Soon, accompanied by a series of tat-tat footsteps, Yang Simi came down from upstairs. Without the cover of sunglasses and mask, her exquisite face was exposed to everyone without reservation. A pair of almond-shaped eyes seemed to contain autumn water, and the thick eyelashes trembled gently, as if intentionally or unintentionally stirring other people's heartstrings. Under the high nose bridge are plump lips, which naturally exude an unintentional charm and seduction. At this time, she had already changed into a refreshing long dress with floral patterns. Although it slightly conceals her perfect figure, it also adds a touch of casualness and gentleness to her. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Even more charming than what we see in TV dramas and movies. Jiang Che was not the only one present who looked dazed. Even girls like Bai Yue had shock and amazement in their eyes. You are the big star. Bai Yue opened her mouth into an O shape with a look of surprise, and she could barely speak clearly. Although everyone had guessed on the way here, seeing it with their own eyes now still brought a huge shock. Yang Simi smiled bitterly and waved her hand, responding in a somewhat desolate tone. That was all in the past. Now I am no different from a running rat, hiding here and there all day long. I don't know what to call this, sister. She held a bottle of mineral water and 5 paper cups in her hands. He personally poured some water for everyone. It's the kind that you can drink in one gulp. After all, she didn't have much water, and she had to leave some for her daughter. The fact that she was willing to take out a bottle of water to treat Jiang Che and others already showed her sincerity. My name is Bai Yue, the one on my left is Li Qingqing, and the one on my right is Zhu Kersen. Of course, there is also our big brother Jiang Che Jiang. Bai Yue is a lively person and has been a small internet celebrity before. Even when meeting a big star like Yang Simi, she was not at all nervous and introduced her to everyone with full energy. The atmosphere in the room also became lively due to her. Listening to the introduction of the girl in front of her, Yang Simi was a little dazed. It seemed as if among these 5 people, the one named Jiang Che was the backbone, which made her feel more or less surprised. But she did not think further. Instead, she took the initiative to speak. I promised you before that I could accommodate you in this villa, but… Yang Simi bit her plump lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, but I can only provide you with a small amount of supplies. After all, I don't have a lot of supplies here. This was already the limit of her limit. She was just a powerless woman and was still wanted by Sun Lianqing. There was no possibility for her to look for supplies. It was impossible for him to be so shameless as to ask Yin Run for supplies. After all, she was a well-known celebrity and would not do such a despicable thing. Bai Yue was still excited at the moment. She had never worried about these supplies. After all, brother Jiang Che was here, which meant that she would have no shortage of food or drink. So she said generously, Sister Yang, it's okay. With brother Jiang here, we won't be short of supplies. Hearing Bai Yue speak so grandly, Yang Simi first looked at her in surprise, and then looked at Jiang Che with some surprise. The other party clearly didn't have anything on him, so why did he say such arrogant things? And this man, although he looks good, he can't make a living. They are not planning to steal the supplies from me, no? I have to put all the supplies in the secret room later. It is too dangerous to leave them outside. Thinking this in her heart, she began to become more wary of the people in front of her, but she still smiled and nodded to everyone in front of her. In that case, that's good. Jiang Che pushed the water cup in front of him forward. He would only eat the supplies he brought with him. He would not touch any water or food provided by others. After all, one must be on guard against others. Ms. Yang, can you tell us about the situation in this community? Jiang Che asked directly to the point. After all, Jiang Che's purpose of coming this time was to bring the entire Yunjing Palace under his command, so he must find out as much information as possible. Chapter 149, Predicting the Future. Hearing Jiang Che's question, Yang Simi looked at him with a smile, and then said in a gentle tone, My dear brother, I don't know much about this place. I only know that in this community, only the New World Alliance has the final say, and the main person in charge of the New World Alliance is Sun Lianqing. Although I don't know why you came to this place, I want to tell you, don't provoke those people. They don't just have guns. Many of them are even people with special abilities. Yang Simi spoke very seriously, especially when she mentioned the word superpower. There was even fear on her face. In fact, she didn't have much experience. After all, she had been hiding all the time. In her eyes, people with special abilities are already quite remarkable people. However, even if she racked her brains, she could not imagine that everyone in the entire living room was a mutant except her. It was under such circumstances that Yang Simi began to tell everyone about her survival rules in the community. In fact, it can't be considered a survival rule. It just means to hide if you can. It can be said that her so-called experience is completely useless to Jiang Che. But out of respect for the other party, Jiang Che continued to listen carefully. But the next moment, Jiang Che suddenly felt like he was being watched, and his expression suddenly changed. Because this is not ordinary peeping, but a spiritual peeping from a supernatural being. There are actually other people with special abilities in this room. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted towards the second floor. Who is it? Get out here sneaking around. Jiang Che yelled so loudly that everyone at the scene was startled. The women who were originally talking suddenly fell silent. There was also a thump sound coming from the second floor, as if something had fallen down. Jiang Che stood up and was about to walk upstairs. Little brother, please wait a moment. Yang Simi's face turned pale all of a sudden, and she quickly stood up to stop Jiang Che. She naturally knew what was upstairs. It was her precious daughter. She didn't want her daughter to come into contact with these outsiders because it represented uncontrollable risks. She is a very conservative person. In her opinion, in today's apocalyptic times, it is better not to trust any strangers. Even though the other party appears gentle and polite, who knows if there is a hungry wolf hiding in his heart? The one upstairs is my pet. You'd better not go up there. It's a little shy. I can go there. Yang Simi stretched out her fair palm and gently pushed Jiang Che's chest. The expression on her face was panic-stricken, yet somewhat pitiful. To be honest, Any man who sees such a beautiful woman with such an expression would choose to step back. However, Jiang Che is obviously not a normal man. Although he likes beauty, he will never let it shake his beliefs. If a woman threatens his life, he will kill her even if she is extremely beautiful. Jiang Che's expression suddenly turned cold. His arm shot out like lightning and grabbed Yang Simi's slender and smooth swan neck. Just push the opponent hard against the wall. Jiang Che's bony palm exerted a little force. Yang Simi suddenly had difficulty breathing, and her face was full of fear. You are such a dishonest woman. This is the first time. If you dare to lie to me a second time, there is no need for you to live. Do you understand? Jiang Che was naturally trying to scare her. After all, he finally had a goddess with such a high score. The most he could do was to imprison her and use her as a tool to help him unlock supplies. Jiang Che's grip was a bit too strong, and Yang Simi's face turned a little red, but she still nodded vigorously to indicate that she understood. Seeing that the other party showed signs of giving in, Jiang Che loosened his grip. Then he continued towards the stairs and said, "Do you still want to continue hiding? Aren't you afraid that I will kill her?" Jiang Che's voice was not loud, but it was penetrating and filled with murderous intent. I'm out. Big brother, please don't kill my mother." A somewhat childish child's voice came from above the stairs. Soon, a thin figure walked out from the corner of the stairs. She was a girl who was about 8 or 9 years old. She had a chubby face and was very cute. She was wearing a white dress with small floral patterns and had 2 pigtails. However, at this time, the other person's eyes were already filled with tears, and he looked at Jiang Che with fear. Big brother, please don't hurt my mother. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have eavesdropped on your conversation. After all, he was just a child and had never seen such a scene. Before, Yang Simi left her alone in the secret room because she wanted to prevent her from having any contact with Jiang Che and his group. But how could she suppress her curiosity? She snuck out of the secret room directly, wanting to take a look at the person she saw in her premonition. But he never expected that just a secret glance at the other person would lead to such terrible consequences. My own mother was also implicated by me. Mother, Yang Simi actually has a daughter? This is really a shocking piece of news. Bai Yue covered her little mouth in surprise, preventing herself from making any sound. Jiang Che also felt it was quite strange, because his system had clearly indicated that the purity was 100 points. How come the other party has another daughter? A virgin mother? Interesting. Jiang Che loosened his grip on Yang Simi's hand. At least now he could prove that the other party was not trying to join forces with others to plot against him. She was just a mother wanting to protect her daughter, which was understandable. Ms. Yang, please explain. Yang Simi rubbed her slightly red neck and coughed slightly a few times. Okay, I'm willing to tell you the story, but I hope you won't hurt my daughter. The story starts with the phone call Ms. Lin Wan made to me. After this experience, Yang Simi no longer dared to hide anything or hold back anything, and told the whole story, including Yang Duoduo's abilities and why he took the initiative to deal with the other party. After listening to the other party's description, Jiang Che was shocked. What did he hear? This little girl in front of him could actually predict the future. What kind of bug-level ability is this? It's simply going against the will of heaven. Jiang Che used mental detection to observe the little girl. There is indeed energy density in the other person's body, but it is different from the energy density in a normal person's body. The energy density in the body of a normal psychic is like a small stove, emitting red energy all the time. But the energy density in Yang Duoduo's body is blue, like a tranquil little lake. Jiang Che squatted down and tried his best to keep himself and Yang Duoduo at the same height. These are what I learned during previous social work training. This way, I can narrow the distance between myself and the children and make it easier for them to get close to me. Duo, right? Come to me. I have a few questions to ask you. Jiang Che's voice was gentle and attractive, but Yang Duo just kept sobbing on the spot, motionless, and her eyes looked at Yang Simi from time to time. Obviously, Yang Duo was still frightened by Jiang Che's previous behavior and did not dare to get close to Jiang Che at all. Chapter 150, Een Run's Surprise Inspection. Seeing Yang Duoduo's frightened face, Yang Simi took the initiative to walk forward, took the little girl in her arms, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Mom is here with you. As she spoke, Yang Simi brought Yang Duo to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, please ask. If we know about it, we will definitely tell you everything. Jiang Che nodded. Judging from the other party's current performance, he was quite sensible. He was very satisfied. Duo, tell me, is your superpower due to eating a certain kind of fruit? What does that fruit look like? He wanted to know what level of supernatural fruit the little girl in front of him had eaten. Jiang Che has eaten quite a few supernatural fruits now, and he thinks he has some understanding of their classification. Hearing Jiang Che's question, Yang Duo blinked his big eyes in confusion. Fruit? What fruit? I have had this ability since I was a child, but my mother never believed me back then. Hearing the other party say this, Jiang Che was stunned. Did she have it when she was a child? This means that the opponent's supernatural powers were not awakened through the supernatural fruit when the black fog came. No way. It turns out there were already people with superpowers in the world before the end of the world. A person with congenital superpowers? Jiang Che found it incredible. So your ability is that you can see the future of anyone at any time? Jiang Che asked the question that concerned him most. Now, in Jiang Che's mind, the strategic value of this little girl is greater than that of Yang Simi. If the other party can really predict the future anytime and anywhere, then wouldn't it be easy for me to use it to find women and supernatural fruits in the future? Jiang Che got a little excited just thinking about it. But Yang Duo just shook his head. I can only see it sometimes and not sometimes. I can't control it at all. The little girl spoke cautiously and subconsciously looked up at Jiang Che, as if she was afraid that he would scold her for this. After hearing the little girl's explanation, Jiang Che was indeed a little disappointed, but only a little. Despite this, Yang Duo's ability is already quite strong. Now that she is in his hands, Jiang Che will not let her escape from his control. As for how to keep the little girl by his side, that's easy, just become the child's father. Thinking of this, Jiang Che looked meaningfully at the stunning beauty Yang Simi, who was also squatting beside him. The big star noticed Jiang Che's naked gaze. She didn't dare to look him in the eye and subconsciously turned her head away. She knew very well what the other person's eyes meant. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen this kind of look too many times. But she was able to keep those people out before with her own methods. But now facing such a strong Jiang Che, can she really resist? She herself was unsure. Yunjing Palace, Building 6, in Sun Lianqing's fortress. Not long ago, Zhuang Lin came here with her husband Wang Hongji. The originally quiet room was suddenly filled with bursts of women's screams. Inrun is no longer surprised by this. This Sun Lianqing is a pure pervert. He liked to play like this before the end of the world. It is not enough for him to have an affair with a married woman, and he must have her husband watching. According to the other party's description, this is the only exciting thing. However, at this time, Inrun was thinking about something else. At the previous meeting, Sun Lianqing asked Qianbin to track down the whereabouts of Yang Simi and her daughter. In this way, the risk of exposure for Yang Simi and her daughter will be greatly increased. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She was not concerned about Yang Simi, but about Yang Duo. No, I have to inform Qianbin of this news before he takes action. Thinking of this, Inrun used his stealth ability to leave the fortress invisibly. Only by stealth could she leave no traces, and only in this way could she avoid exposing the location of Yang Simi and her daughter. Dong dong. There were 2 rapid knocks on the door, which was a secret signal for her to communicate with the other party. In the past, when she came and knocked on the door like this, the other party would open the door quickly. But today it has become a lot slower. Inrun couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Has something happened to the other party? Qianbin wouldn't act so quickly. With this in mind, she was ready to forcefully open the door. But at this moment, the door was opened from the inside. Yang Simi, wearing a floral dress, appeared in front of her, but at this time, Yang Simi's forehead was covered with sweat, as if she had just finished exercising. The other person also looked a little nervous, with his eyes wandering. Inrun, who had been a killer for many years, noticed something was wrong at the first moment. She walked into the room and closed the door. Only then did his figure reveal itself. Ms. In, what are you doing here this time? Seeing Inrun appear, Yang Simi asked nervously. Inrun's cold gaze swept across the entire living room. The room was still tidy and clean, just like usual. She didn't find anything unusual and said in a calm voice, Miss Yang, did something happen to you? Did someone come to your place? Hearing the other party's question, Yang Simi's heartbeat speeded up significantly. Why did the other party ask this question? Did he discover something? Although she was panicking, she was an actress after all and had some ability to manage her facial expressions, so she did not reveal her emotions too much. You're joking, Miss In. I've been cleaning the room all day, and no one else has been here. Although the other party had helped her many times, Yang Simi did not want to tell him about Jiang Che and others. First of all, Inrun is a member of the New World Alliance. No matter how good he is to her, his master is Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing's order was to eliminate all outsiders. She didn't even dare to imagine what attitude Inrun would have towards Jiang Che and the others. After all, with Duoduo's prophecy before her, she didn't dare to gamble at all. Okay, that's fine. Where is Duo? I want to take a look at Duo. In Run looked at the other party meaningfully and expressed his request. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yang Simi's face suddenly turned paler. What's going on today? Why does he want to see his precious daughter? She wailed in her heart, but still took the initiative to stand in front of In Run. Ms. In, Duo is sleeping now. Why don't we do it another day? After hearing what the other party said, In Run not only did not stop, but seemed to have quickened his pace. She was certain in her heart that there was definitely something wrong with this Yang Simi. Could something have happened to Duo? She really liked the child Duo, not only because of his amazing abilities, but also because she saw the shadow of her own childhood in him. In Run took 2 steps at a time with his long legs and went straight to the second floor. Then, she went straight to the secret room on the second floor. This house originally belonged to her. She lent it to Yang Simi and her daughter, so she was very familiar with the secret rooms and mechanisms in the room. Just as she was about to press the mechanism on the mirror, a somewhat sleepy voice sounded behind her. Sister In, why are you here? The little girl Yang Duo was holding a big doll and walked out from her side with a sleepy look on her face. It looked like he had just been woken up and had some cute little emotions. Chapter 151, Give Up Struggling. He saw Yang Duo appear in front of him safely. In Run also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. It seems that I was really worrying too much before. She withdrew her hand that was about to open the mechanism. Walk in front of Yang Duo. What did my sister tell you before? Didn't she tell you to stay in the secret room as much as possible and not come out? Why are you still sleeping outside? In Run's voice became gentle, completely different from his previous attitude when talking to Yang Simi. Sister In, my mother and I were moving things into the secret room. Duo was a little tired, so he fell asleep in the room next door. Yang Duo's eyes were a little red, but In Run didn't think much about it, thinking that it was just because she didn't sleep well. At this time, Yang Simi also ran up in a hurry. Although her figure is sexy and well-proportioned, her physical fitness is still too poor, and it is impossible to be compared with a psychic like In Run. After just a few steps, she began to pant. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her daughter and In Run talking and laughing together. In order to protect Jiang Che and his group, she had just hidden them all in the secret room. Fortunately, my precious daughter showed up in time, otherwise all my previous cover-ups would have been exposed. Yang Simi couldn't help but give her daughter a thumbs up. Ms. In, look, I told you Duo was sleeping. Yang Simi forced a smile on her face, gently smoothed her already messy hair with her fingers, and said to In Run. After hearing what Yang Simi said, In Run just glanced at her and did not respond. Instead, he spoke to Yang Duo. Duo, you are an honest child. Tell your sister the truth. Have there been other people here? In Run looked straight into Yang Duo's eyes. She still had some doubts in her heart. In her eyes, Yang Simi might not be honest, but Yang Duo would not lie to her. After all, she was so good to Yang Duo, and Yang Duo trusted her so much. In Run felt that there was no reason for the other party to deceive her. Under her gaze, Yang Duo put his index finger in his mouth, pretending to think seriously. Then she nodded very seriously. Yes, there are indeed other people who have been here besides me and my mother. When Yang Duo said this, Yang Simi felt as if her heart skipped a beat, and her originally fair face became even paler. Ouch, Dodo, you must not say such things. She said quickly. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing, Duo, we clearly. But before she could finish her words, In Run's cold face instantly looked towards where she was. There was a hint of danger in his golden pupils, and the golden hair on his head began to move without wind. She is now in combat mode. Ms. Yang, I'm not asking you anything now, please keep quiet. The words were extremely cold and ruthless, as if she dared to say one more word, she would never have to speak again in her life. Alas, I have done all I can, and you are on your own. Thinking this in her heart, Yang Simi closed her mouth helplessly. Duo, tell me, who is he? Where is he? Don't worry, I will protect the safety of you and your mother. Looking at In Run's cold and serious face, the seriousness on Yang Duo's face suddenly turned into a sweet smile. Besides Mom and I, you've also been here today, Sister In. After hearing what Yang Duo said, not only In Run was stunned, but even Yang Simi was also stunned. This made Yang Simi's heart, which had already given up struggling, become active again. I told you my daughter Duo is very smart. She definitely knows what she can say and what she can't say. Then he quickly took over. Yes, Miss In is here today. Duo was right. In Run ignored Yang Simi and kept staring at Yang Duo's eyes. She wanted to see his true thoughts through his bright eyes. Sister In, what's wrong? Duo was just joking with you. Don't be angry, Sister Een. As he spoke, Yang Duo took the initiative to hug Een Run's neck and kissed her fair face hard. Mua. Feeling the sweet kiss from the little girl, the coldness on Een Run's face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile. He stretched out his index finger and scratched Yang Duoduo's small nose lovingly. You are such a little rascal. When Yang Simi saw such a friendly scene, a smile appeared on her face. Ha ha ha. Miss Een, Duo is still too naughty. I will definitely teach her a lesson in the future. Hey, Miss Een, what are you going to do? She originally wanted to send the other party away quickly, but she never expected that Een Run would stand up and walk directly towards the secret room. This really caught her off guard. No, we just talked so much, but it seems like you didn't hear a word I said, right? She wanted to reach out to stop him, but she was met with Een Run's cold golden pupils, and she was so scared that she immediately dared not to move forward. His fingers tapped lightly on the mechanism behind the mirror. With a click sound, an invisible door slowly opened. A terrifying golden light flashed in Een Run's eyes, and his golden hair was like arrows ready to be shot. She has made preparations, and when the secret room is opened, she will try to kill the opponent with one blow. But when the door of the secret room opened, she was stunned. There is absolutely no living thing in the secret room. There were only a few large bags of supplies, a high-end mattress, and underwear scattered on the ground. She recognized the daily necessities at a glance. They were the ones she had sent to the other party before and had not even been touched. As for the underwear, one can tell from the huge size that they belong to Yang Simi. There is no sign of anyone else here. It seems I was overthinking. Een Run exhaled. The golden light in his eyes gradually faded, and his wildly dancing hair returned to normal. He turned to look at Yang Simi, who was standing aside, and said, I'm sorry, Miss Yang. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I'm just considering your safety. I hope you can understand. Although he apologized verbally, his tone did not sound apologetic at all. It just sounded like a formulaic statement. At this moment, Yang Simi had her eyes closed and looked like a salted fish that had given up struggling. Forget it, destroy it, I don't care. Thinking this in her heart, she thought that what was about to happen was a fierce battle, with rivers of blood and people and horses falling to the ground. But what I didn't expect to receive was an apology from Een Run. Chapter 152. Yang Simi, who cares about her personal image? Yang Simi slowly opened her tightly closed eyes and looked at Een Run, with a look of confusion on her face. Ms. Yang, there is obviously nothing shameful in the secret room. Why do you keep stopping me? Hearing the other party say this, Yang Simi was also a little confused. No, she was the one who personally sent Jiang Che and his group in. So how could there be no one there? She walked over quickly and saw that there were only supplies and clothes on the ground in the secret room. Jiang Che and his group, who were supposed to be here, were really missing. How could this happen? She glanced at her daughter without leaving a trace and found that there was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. She immediately understood what was going on. The depression that had been accumulating in my heart suddenly disappeared. Me. It's like this, mainly because the house hasn't been cleaned up yet. It's a bit too messy, and I still pay more attention to my personal appearance, so I want to cover it up. Listening to the other party's explanation and the perfect shyness on his face, Een Run dispelled all the doubts in his heart. Now I am sure that I have misunderstood. Now that she was sure that the mother and daughter were not in danger at the moment, she got down to business. I came here this time to inform you of something. Sun Lianqing has already started to instruct Qian Bin to catch you in the community. You should also understand Qian Bin's terrifying ability. Therefore, the entire villa area is no longer safe at night. I suggest that you take Duo and hide in the secret room all day. Although I know this will make your life very difficult, there is nothing you can do about it. After all, this is the path you chose. Hearing Een Run's words, Yang Simi nodded very solemnly, with a hint of bitterness on her face. Qian Bin still has a very high reputation in the entire community. Originally, he took good care of her. When Sun Lianqing wanted to take her by force, the other party stepped forward to stop him. However, after Sun Lianqing issued the arrest warrant for her, the other party stopped intervening under pressure. However, Qian Bin still remained neutral and even took the initiative to persuade residents not to arrest her. She originally thought that the other party would abide by the bottom line and at least would not treat her like Sun Lianqing did, but she did not expect the other party's change to come so quickly. It is conceivable that my life will become more and more difficult in the future. Okay, I understand. I will be more careful next time. Seeing that the other party understood what he meant, Een Run nodded and prepared to leave. Before she walked out the door, she hesitated for a moment and turned to Yang Simi and said, If you have any problems with supplies, please contact me in time and I will send you some supplies as soon as possible. Of course, if you encounter any trouble, you can still contact me. I will try my best to protect Duo. The meaning of this sentence is quite obvious. How could Yang Simi, who has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, not understand it? Yang Simi's face looked a little ugly, but she still said thank you to Een Run. After closing the door, Yang Simi turned and looked at her daughter behind her. Duo, you knew it a long time ago, didn't you? Why didn't you tell Mom? Do you know that Mom's heart is about to jump out of her chest? Try not to show your negative emotions of loss in front of your daughter. Yang Simi gently patted her own violently fluctuating truth and said in a pretended angry tone, Hee, I just saw this in the secret room, and I didn't have time to tell Mom. While the mother and daughter were talking, Jiang Che and others came down from upstairs. They had been on the second floor all along, but they were hiding in the side bedrooms instead of in the secret room. It can be said that the distance between him and Een Run is just a wall. He played a trick of hiding the dark from the light. It was estimated that Een Run had never thought that the person he wanted to track down would dare to hide in the room so blatantly. Who was that person just now? Jiang Che asked proactively. He had been observing the other person using mental detection in the room. The strength is very strong, and the energy density in the opponent's body is comparable to that of Wang Dongdong. It can be said that in Jiang Che's current weakened state, it is quite difficult to completely suppress the opponent. However, this also sounded a wake-up call for Jiang Che. If you want to take over the Yunjing Palace, you must quickly improve your strength. Alas, her name is Een Run. She is Sun Lianqing's bodyguard, or you could say Sun Lianqing's subordinate. There is no need to conceal the other party's identity. Everyone in the community knows it. So, she told him everything about how she met the other person and how the other person helped her and her daughter. Sun Lianqing's bodyguards are so strong. So Sun Lianqing must be even stronger? After listening to the other party's description, Lin Wan said with some concern. She suddenly felt that this Yunjing Palace was several levels more dangerous than the Jinjiang community where she used to stay. Yang Simi nodded in agreement. That's why I warned you before, don't go against the New World Alliance. They are too powerful. Jiang Che was not interested in such words that would boost others' morale. Instead, he took the initiative to ask, what about the thing that the other party just told you about? Oh, this is a long story. Yang Simi sighed and told how she was wanted by Sun Lianqing and Qian Bin's identity. Een Run told me about Qian Bin's ability before. It is said that he can control corpses. It sounds quite scary, especially at night. The corpses he controls are almost invincible. It can be said that my current situation is quite dangerous. Yang Simi glanced at the reactions of Jiang Che and the others, and their expressions were all very serious. It's no longer safe here. If you don't want to stay here any longer, I can find you another place to live. Hearing the other party's proposal, Jiang Che refused without hesitation. Leave here? What a joke. My wife and daughter are here. Why should I leave? Don't worry, I won't leave. You will be safer with me here. Jiang Che's words gave Lin Wan and the others a full sense of security. But to Yang Simi, that sounded a bit like a young person overestimating their own capabilities. I hope you can remain calm when you see Qian Bin's ghost soldiers. Mom, Duo is a little hungry. Why don't we eat? After a whole afternoon of hard work, it is getting late now, already 6 o'clock in the evening. Although there is no black fog here, the entire community is still surrounded by black fog. So, the sun will disappear earlier and it will get dark here faster. Now, when I looked out the window, it was completely dark. Chapter 153, I really want to eat. Okay, Duo, Mom will prepare dinner for you right away. Yang Simi gently rubbed Yang Duo's little head, then looked at Jiang Che and others somewhat embarrassedly. Do you have anything to eat? If you really don't have any supplies, I can give you some, but it can only be a little. After all, I don't have much. When she said this, she looked at Jiang Che and others with vigilance. To be honest, she was still a little afraid that the other party would directly rob her and her mother of their supplies. After all, there were 5 people on the other side, and she was just a weak woman who was powerless and had a child with her. However, what she worried about did not happen. Jiang Che just waved his hand. No need to distribute supplies to us. We can solve the problem of eating by ourselves. Hearing what the other party said, Yang Simi actually sneered in her heart. She thought Jiang Che was just pretending. She had seen too many pretenders like him. But she wouldn't say much. If the other party didn't want it, it would be better. She could save more food. She also glanced at Lin Wan and the others, wanting to ask if they needed any supplies. Lin Wan just glanced at Jiang Che, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. In the end, she just shook her head to refuse. The other women's behavior was quite consistent with Lin Wan's. She also realized that these women were probably all Jiang Che's female companions. She simply decided not to make herself miserable and went upstairs with Yang Duo. Boss, Why don't we invite them to eat together? After the two women left, Lin Wan asked Jiang Che cautiously. Of course she knew that Jiang Che had the power to decide on materials, and she also knew that she shouldn't say too much. However, she clearly saw that Jiang Che cared very much about the woman and the little girl, so she wanted to see what Jiang Che's attitude was. Should I be Jiang Che's wingman? This is what people who have worked in large companies do. Every seemingly ordinary action is actually an attempt to figure out the divine intention. If people like this can't get promoted, then what kind of people can get promoted? What can I gain by rushing to deliver supplies? I have to let them come to me for help. Only in this way can I maximize the benefits, don't you think? Jiang Che reached out and hooked Lin Wan's chin. It had been a while since he had been intimate with Lin Wan. Now he saw this urban female elite. Jiang Che still felt a little itchy in his heart. Lin Wan was also quite considerate. She put her arms around Jiang Che's neck, stood on tiptoes, and gave him a sweet kiss on the lips. Boss, don't worry. I will help you get this big star. Jiang Che smiled, and Lin Wan also smiled. It was so easy to talk to smart people. At the same time, on the second floor of the villa, Yang Simi brought Yang Duo to the master bedroom. There is no light inside the secret room, and the air permeability is relatively poor. So she naturally wouldn't bring her daughter to eat there. After checking whether the curtains in the room were drawn, Lin Wan took out a small table lamp to light up the room. Because this villa appears to be uninhabited to outsiders, even if you turn on the lights, you have to make sure they cannot be seen from outside. But it's okay. This room was designed by Ain Run, and the curtains, doors and windows are all designed to prevent peeping. As long as the curtains are drawn, no light will be projected out. Putting the supplies sent by Ain Run on the table, Yang Simi began to check them one by one. There is actually nothing good about it. Toast, biscuits, canned beans, and some canned fish. Sun Lianxing will never give away the real good things. He will keep them for himself. But even this kind of food can be considered quite abundant during this period. Many wealthy people living in other villas don't even have access to this kind of food. With a soft click sound, Yang Simi opened a can of tuna and smelled the aroma of the fish. She then put a large piece of fish between some toast and handed it directly to her daughter. As for herself, she dipped the bread in the remaining soup from the can and chewed it slowly. Sometimes she always felt extremely ironic. What a glorious person I was before. Countless business leaders and young talents are trying their best to get close to her. There are endless commercial performances and drinking parties. It can be said that every time she appears, countless capitals are rushing to give her money. There are all kinds of delicacies from land and sea that you can't eat. The top quality caviar is eaten by the can, 1 can per person. But now, I am so miserable that I can't even have a hot meal. Life is so unpredictable, and you have to endure all kinds of hardships. Why do I seem to smell the aroma of food when I think of hot meals? I must be hallucinating because I'm so hungry, but it's good this way. I can even eat bread with relish. Just as she was fantasizing about this, Yang Duo suddenly raised his head and said to her, Mom, do you smell a nice fragrance? It seems to be coming from outside the door. Hearing her daughter's words, Yang Simi's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that my daughter has the same fantasy as mine? No, this is too ridiculous. It can't be like this. Yang Simi sniffed hard, and her bright big eyes suddenly opened wide. There really was a strong fragrance. It wasn't her hallucination at all. But how is this possible? How can there be such a strong fragrance in my house? Mom, could it be that brother Jiang? They are cooking. After her daughter's reminder, Yang Simi remembered that there were not only her and her daughter in the villa, but also 5 more people. But she didn't see any supplies on the other party, so why could he make such delicious food? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she put down the empty can in her hand and walked straight towards the stairs. Yang Duo naturally followed closely behind like a little tail. Then 2 little heads appeared at the corner of the stairs and looked down. The mother and daughter can be said to be full of secret feelings. But when they saw clearly the scene in the living room on the first floor, both mother and daughter were petrified on the spot. Yang Simi's already big eyes widened even wider, and her pupils were trembling slightly. She could hardly believe her eyes. She actually saw that her 5-meter-long high-end dining table was filled with food. Burgers, drinks, snacks, everything. There are boxes of mineral water on the ground. Jiang Che was sitting in the main seat, browsing his phone, while the 4 women were busy in her open kitchen. Some are making instant noodles, some are opening canned fruit and arranging dishes. Some are washing dishes, and some are cooking hot pot. That rich aroma comes from that hot pot. She couldn't help it any longer. Her mouth began to secrete saliva madly, and an unconcealable feeling of hunger began to invade her brain madly. There was only one sentence repeating in her mind. I want to eat it so much. I want to eat it so much. I want to eat it so much. Chapter 154 Request. Although Jiang Che seemed to be looking at his phone, he was actually paying attention to what was happening upstairs. In fact, he had already discovered it since the two little heads upstairs just popped up. But he did not call out the other party, nor did he mean to invite the other party. Originally, the meal for the five of them didn't need to be so sumptuous. The reason for doing this was Lin Wan's suggestion. Boss, in fact, most women admire strong men. As long as you can show your strength and make the other party feel a huge gap, they generally will not refuse your request. It doesn't matter if the other person is a spoiled young lady or a household name celebrity. Lin Wan saw it very clearly. Only women can understand women best. She had taken the initiative to throw herself into Jiang Che's arms because she saw that he had abundant supplies. For example, Zhu Kersen, who used to be the captain of the security team, was such a strong person. The orders given within the police department are final and binding. But under Jiang Che's power and material strategy, she has now become extremely obedient and is waiting to be favored by Jiang Che. Soon, all the dishes were ready. The four women sat on both sides of Jiang Che in order of close kinship. The ones closest to them are naturally Lin Wan and Bai Yue, followed by Li Qingqing and Zhu Kersen. Since they were already quite familiar with Jiang Che, they started enjoying their dinner without any courtesy. Especially Zhu Kersen. She was the one who ate the most today. He held a hamburger in one hand and scooped meat from the hot pot with the other. It was Li Qingqing before, so it should be my turn tonight. Last time, Jiang Che tortured her for almost 5 hours. I must eat more tonight, otherwise I might not be able to hold on. Since I can't beat him in real life, I'm going to turn the tables on him in this matter. I want to press his handsome face hard under me and let him bully me like that before. She is a strong woman who wants to be the one on top, no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhu Kersen took another big bite of the hamburger. Looking at her ferocious posture, people who didn't know would think she was biting Jiang Che's flesh. Seeing everyone downstairs eating so happily, Yang Simi subconsciously stretched out her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. She always felt that her saliva was flowing out from the corners of her mouth. Originally, she sneered at Jiang Che, thinking that he was forcing the woman to suffer. But if this is considered suffering for the other party, then what are the days I have lived? Do you think you have a tough life? She now wanted to replace the women around Jiang Che so that she could sit next to Jiang Che and enjoy such a feast. If I go over now, will they give me food or chase me away? She was quite conflicted. She didn't understand what image she had in the minds of Jiang Che and others. Although I didn't say anything excessive before, my stinginess with materials was clearly shown to the fullest. But I didn't know that the other party actually had so many supplies. If I had known, I would have been more generous. Otherwise, I wouldn't be eating cold bread upstairs with my daughter now. Forget it. I'm not going down. I'll wait until the other party finishes eating and see if there's anything left. As long as I can share some leftovers between the two of us, I'll be satisfied. The once glorious superstar has now become so humble that he is buried in the dirt and only wants to eat other people's leftovers. Although she could bear it, young Duo did not have such strong willpower. When she came to her senses, her daughter young Duo was no longer by her side. She quickly glanced around and found that her daughter was standing not far from Jiang Che. He was looking at the burger on the table with longing. Jiang Che and the other girls naturally noticed the little kid around them. What's wrong, Duo? Aren't you having dinner upstairs with your mother? Jiang Che smiled and said to young Duo. At this moment, Yang Simi, who was watching this scene upstairs, was so pink that she was about to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment on the ground with her big toe. Not daring to hide any longer, she quickly ran down from upstairs. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, the food here is so delicious that Duo couldn't help but run down. Yang Simi said to Jiang Che with an apologetic look on her face. Even she herself didn't realize that the way she addressed Jiang Che had changed unconsciously. She is already 30 years old this year, and Jiang Che is only 25. But if he has resources and is stronger than you have to call him Big Brother. However, Yang Simi's way of speaking also has its own meaning. Starting with a child, no one would refuse a child's request for food. No matter how heartless a person is, he will definitely not refuse a cute girl if he hears she wants to eat. At this time, it is natural for Yang Simi, the mother, to sit at the dining table and enjoy the food together. This is actually a disguised form of moral kidnapping. Although she had a good idea, this trick didn't work on Jiang Che. It was the end of the world, and who cared about something as dispensable as morality? However, Jiang Che also wanted to use this excuse to test what this big star meant. If the other party is sensible, it is not impossible to give them food. Jiang Che picked up a hamburger from the table and shook it in front of young Duo. Duo, do you know what this is? Young Duo nodded excitedly. I know. It's a hamburger. Duo loves it, but Mom never lets me eat too much. Yang Duo spoke very seriously, but her bright eyes never left the hamburger in Jiang Che's hand. It was obvious that the little girl was very greedy. As long as you agree to one of my requests, I'll let you eat a burger, okay? Jiang Che took out the double beef burger in his hand and opened it. The aroma of malt and the fresh aroma of beef wafted out. Not only Yang Duo, but also her mother Yang Simi behind her was swallowing hard as she watched. The little guy nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. In this situation, let alone asking her to agree to one request, even if she was asked to agree to 10 requests, she would agree to them without hesitation. If you call me daddy, I'll give you this burger. Jiang Che had a very friendly smile on his face, just like the big bad wolf who was luring Little Red Riding Hood. But is Jiang Che's request excessive? It is not excessive at all, and can even be said to be quite loose. If word of this request gets out, not to mention kids like Yang Duo, even old men in their 60s or 70s would line up to call him daddy. Hearing Jiang Che's request, Yang Simi's face suddenly turned red. His breathing was a little disordered, and there seemed to be mist in his eyes. What does the other party mean by this? How could she not understand? If Duo calls the other person dad, and I am Duo's mother, then doesn't that mean the other person becomes my husband? The other party is not making any demands on the child at all. This is clearly directed at me. After so many years in the entertainment industry, she is quite concerned about her reputation. She opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to tell her daughter not to shout. But the next moment, Yang Duo called out sweetly to Jiang Che. Dad. Duo has been without a father since childhood, and Duo also hopes that brother Jiang can be my father. Chapter 155 Big Mouth Disappears? Jiang Che was also a little surprised to hear Yang Duo's sincere words. Look at this. Look at this. This little girl is really smart. Not only did he shout it out, it looked like he really wanted to match me up with her mother. He also didn't expect that this little girl was so easy to deal with beyond his imagination. He thought he would have to spend more time talking and add some chips. In his eyes, Yang Duo is more important than Yang Simi. This is a being that can predict the future. Predict danger and look for the goddess. She will definitely provide you with great help in the future. The reason why he did not use tough measures against Yang Simi was that he did not want to leave a bad impression on Yang Duo. If the other party holds a grudge against you and deliberately sends you to some dangerous place, then you will be in trouble. Just because of what you said, from now on, whenever you want to eat a burger, I will always give you enough. Jiang Che touched Yang Duo's little head and hugged her in his arms. He handed the burger to Yang Duo's little hand. Thank you, Dad Jiang. Yang Duo called out sweetly and was about to start eating. But before she bit it, she looked up at her mother and said nervously, Can my mother eat it too? Hearing what her daughter said, Yang Simi couldn't help but feel touched. This daughter is not loved in vain. She still thinks of her mother at this time. Of course you can eat it, but that depends on whether your mother cooperates. After saying that, Jiang Che looked up at Yang Simi, who was standing beside him feeling a little uneasy. How about it? Miss Yang, I want to give Duo a home. What do you think? When Yang Simi heard what Jiang Che said, she complained madly in her heart. Are you trying to give Duo a home? You are just greedy for my body. But she didn't dare say such words, not only because she also coveted the other party's supplies, but also because of the incident in the afternoon when the other party strangled her neck. From that moment on, she understood that if the other party wanted to kill her and her mother, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Brother Jiang, I can't make a decision so hastily. Can you give me some time to slow down? After all, we just met today. This is a bit too fast. Yang Simi bit her sexy lips, with a very conflicted expression on her face. In fact, she is not a particularly aloof woman who looks down on any man in the world. On the contrary, she is a very realistic person. She has kept herself clean in the entertainment industry for so many years, with the purpose of increasing her own value so that she can be sold at a higher price. What she needs now is not a full meal, but a guarantee for the future. She didn't know Jiang Che at all, so who knew if he could protect her and her daughter in this chaotic neighborhood? Who knows whether the other party will directly give her to that pervert Sun Lianqing due to shortage of supplies in the future. While Yang Simi was hesitating, Lin Wan was observing her expression. With her understanding of women, she could tell at a glance that the other party was already attracted to him, but just needed that final push. She thought about it for a moment, then stood up and walked to Yang Simi's side. Ms. Yang, we have known each other for a while. There is something I want to talk to you alone. Lin Wan first nodded at Jiang Che, then pulled Yang Simi to the other side of the long table. Jiang Che sighed. I originally wanted to open the female celebrities blind box today, but now it seems that I am still too hasty. However, it is not a big deal. After all, I still have Officer Zhu's blind box to open. I can still wait. Thinking of this, Jiang Che gave Zhu Kersen, who was eating heartily, a meaningful smile. Zhu Kersen seemed to sense something as well, and she met Jiang Che's eyes. Then her little face turned red, and she lowered her head to continue eating dinner. However, his eating speed slowed down, and it was obvious that he was quite uneasy. Not long after, Lin Wan came over holding Yang Simi's hand. At this moment, there was no trace of the previous retreat and hesitation on Yang Simi's face, and the whole person seemed to have changed. This person's eyes are radiating golden light. The look he gave Jiang Che also changed. Judging from the way he looked, he seemed to be several times more hungry than Jiang Che, as if he wanted to eat Jiang Che alive. This made Jiang Che a little confused. No? Could it be that Lin Wan secretly awakened her hypnotic ability and hypnotized this famous star? The others also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange at the moment and looked over. Under the gaze of everyone, Yang Simi walked directly to Jiang Che and said very seriously, "I just thought seriously about your previous suggestion, and I think you were right. Duo has never experienced fatherly love since she was a child. You are such an outstanding person, it is really suitable for you to be her father. Become a face." This immediately silenced Jiang Che. Jiang Che glanced at Lin Wan with some surprise, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Lin Wan just winked at him playfully and gave him a decent smile. "That means, you see, I'm still the best." Jiang Che decided at this moment that since Lin Wan was so capable, he would let Lin Wan be the chief steward of his harem in the future. If you can't get the girl, let her have it. I don't know why the other party suddenly gave Jiang Che a feeling that his girlfriend was helping him fall in love. Since Yang Simi had already agreed to his request, Jiang Che naturally asked her to add a chair to the dining table. Regardless, the plan remains unchanged. Let's open the blind box of big stars tonight. At this moment, everyone except Zhu Kersen had a smile on their face. No, I've been preparing for such a long time, and you suddenly told me that you're going to change players tonight? Soon, dinner ended in such a harmonious atmosphere. While cleaning the room, Bai Yue suddenly asked, "Huh? Where's Big Mouth? Big Mouth seems to be gone." Hearing Bai Yue's question, Lin Wan and others were stunned. They have been living with Big Mouth for some time, although they were very scared at first because he was a very terrifying beast. But after spending a long time together, they also discovered that not only would Big Mouth not hurt them, but because of each other's presence, the safety factor of themselves and others would continue to increase. At this moment, when everyone heard the news that Big Mouth had disappeared, they began to get nervous. Big Mouth? What is Big Mouth? Yang Simi asked with some confusion. It's just a little bulldog. Did it run to another floor of your house? Zhu Kersen explained that actually she also likes Big Mouth very much, and when she came here she could rub it all the way in the car. Now she is in a depressed mood and wants to rub it again. Yang Simi thought carefully for a while and found that her memory was quite good. She quickly recalled that when she first met Jiang Che and his companions, there was indeed a puppy following them. But she didn't care at all and just thought it was a stray dog that no one wanted. Don't look for it. It's not in the villa now, Jiang Che said to everyone. There is a spiritual connection between him and Big Mouth, so he can find the other's location at any time. At this time, Big Mouth was very excited in the villa area, as if he was looking for something. Jiang Che was not afraid that something might happen to the other party. After all, the other party's strength was no less than his own. Even after eating Chun Chen's body, his energy density had exceeded his own by a lot. Instead of worrying about the other party, it is better to improve your own strength as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Old Husband Young Wife. I will go find Big Mouth tomorrow. You don't have to worry about this. It will be fine. He comforted the girls. Jiang Che turned around and said to Yang Simi, "Go take a shower and clean yourself up today, and we'll consummate our marriage tonight." Hearing Jiang Che's blunt words, Yang Simi's face showed no shyness, only a hint of astonishment. Taking a bath, what a niche word. In her current life, she has to drink a bottle of water over 3 days, so there is no extra water left for taking a bath. The water in this villa has been shut off, so there is no way to take a shower here. If you dislike my smell, I can spray some perfume on you. Jiang Che thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just a lack of water. With a wave of his hands, a small mountain of mineral water suddenly appeared on the ground. Are these enough? If not, I'll give you a few hundred more bottles. With another wave of his hand, a small hill appeared next to him. Jiang Che's calm tone rang in Yang Simi's ears, stirring up a storm in her heart. What am I seeing? So much water. How can there be so much water? And how did he get the water out? Is this his ability? To turn water into something on the spot? That's right. The reason why her attitude changed so much was because Lin Wan told her that Jiang Che was also a superpower, and that he had a large number of superpower fruits in his hands. As long as she could become his woman, she would definitely become a superpower. This reason was something she couldn't refuse. She was extremely jealous of becoming a superpower. If she had become one before, she probably wouldn't be in the current state of hiding from people. So she directly agreed to Jiang Che's request. But she never expected that Jiang Che had so much supplies that he could even take a bath with mineral water. How could she not be shocked? So she didn't say anything else and took Yang Duo to the bathroom. Neither she nor Yang Duo had taken a bath for a long time, so it was inevitable that they had some unpleasant smell on their bodies. What's more, I had done strenuous exercise today and was sweating all over, so the smell must be quite unpleasant. In the bathroom, the sound of running water continued. Two beauties, one big and one small, are in the huge bathtub, enjoying the feeling of being wrapped in clean water and foam. Although it was a little cold, they felt their bodies gradually becoming clean, and the comfort that came from the heart made their hearts gradually intoxicated. Yang Simi gently rubbed her daughter's hair while asking the other party in a serious tone. There were only two of them in the bathroom now, so they could talk privately. Duo, Mom is going to criticize you today. What's wrong, Mom? Yang Duo tilted his little head and asked with a puzzled look on his face. You heartless little bastard, why did you betray your mother just for a burger today? Yang Simi pretended to be angry and pinched Yang Duo's little nose. But she didn't use much force. After all, she loved her daughter from the bottom of her heart. She was afraid that she would break if she held her in her hands, and afraid that she would melt if she held her in her mouth. After hearing what Yang Simi said, Yang Duo's expression gradually became sad, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Mom, I'm doing this for your own good. Do you remember the prophecy I told you before? Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Yang Simi no longer had the intention to tease her, and the movement of her hands stopped involuntarily. Could he be the person you predicted? Yang Duo nodded heavily. Mom, do you know that if Brother Jiang didn't come today, I would survive, but your body would appear outside Sun Lianqing's villa? Mom, only by following Brother Jiang can you survive, and we can live together forever. Having said this, Yang Duo turned around and hugged Yang Simi's plump body tightly. My biological mother didn't want me anymore, but you gave me the chance to live, so I also want you to live forever. Yang Duo's thin body kept shaking in Yang Simi's arms, and slight sobs could be heard in the bathroom. Yang Simi's eyes gradually became wet at this moment, and she stretched out her hand and gently patted the other person's back. Duo, don't worry, Mom will never leave you. As the night deepened, the Yunjing Tiangong community was shrouded in deep darkness. At the back of the community, a figure slowly emerged from the black fog. He was wearing a black robe, which fluttered in the night wind, revealing his skinny figure. It would be nice if the whole world was always in darkness. He tilted his head back slightly and spread his arms comfortably. His hood was blown up by the wind, revealing his shiny bald head. This person is naturally Qianbin. Ever since he left Sun Lianqing, he has been hiding in the black fog. During the day, only in the black fog could he feel a moment of safety and tranquility. The reason why he has become what he is now is entirely due to that supernatural fruit. Although he gained the ability to manipulate corpses, he also lost the ability to live a normal life in the sun. Sometimes I really want to leave this damn place and live in the black fog forever. Ha. The black fog that others try to avoid is actually what I pursue. How ridiculous and ironic. Of course, this was just his complaint to make fun of himself. It was impossible for him to leave here. After all, his family and his wife could only live in this community. Qianbin walked towards the interior of the community, and two huge figures appeared behind him. A big black rat that is half a man's height, and a black wolfhound as big as a small truck. These two ferocious beasts were the ones that attacked the community before. After they were killed, he used his supernatural powers to control them and became his personal bodyguards. As long as he doesn't die, the undead beasts he controls will continue to fight. As long as there are enough corpses and enough mental power, he can even form an undead army himself. This is also the key to his ability to gain a foothold in the community. Arriving at Villa number 27, Qianbin pushed open the door and walked in. The entire villa was pitch black, with only a few candles lit. This was done on purpose because his family knew that he was afraid of the light. Brother Bin, are you back? A gentle female voice came from the kitchen. Soon, a tall and beautiful figure walked out. In the dim candlelight, I could just about make out the other person's appearance. She is in her early 20s and looks very pure. She makes people feel relaxed and happy at the first sight. Her name is Mo Xiangwan, and she is a sophomore student at Jinhai Normal University. Because of her outstanding appearance and temperament, she is recognized as the school belle in the entire Jinhai Normal University. However, she has another more important identity, that is, the wife of the well-known entrepreneur Qianbin, or to be precise, the fourth wife. Qianbin is already in his 50s. He is very loyal in his emotions and only likes young and beautiful girls in their early 20s. In his eyes, only his wife is young and beautiful enough to make him forget the fact that he is old. Xiangwan, What are you still busying in the kitchen so late? Qianbin smiled rarely and walked to the other person's side. Your body is getting weaker day by day. I found a wild ginseng that you treasured at home, and I want to make some soup for you to replenish your body. Hearing his wife say this, the happiness on Qianbin's face became more and more intense. Every time he chats with his wife, he can always feel the strong emotional value provided by her. It made him feel like all the troubles he had encountered today had disappeared completely. Chapter 157 Action. When you were away this afternoon, young Master Sun sent someone to deliver some supplies. Brother Bin, you and young Master Sun have a really good relationship. If it weren't for you, our family would probably have broken up. While controlling the heat of the soup, Imo Xiangwan smiled gently at Qianbin. The reason why she agreed to the other party's pursuit was not only because of his strong financial resources, but also because of the sense of security he could provide her. Just like now, the world is facing doomsday. There are even videos of people eating each other circulating online. But now she can enjoy peace and tranquility in a warm room, all because of the sense of security that the other person brings her. However, after hearing what Imo Xiangwan said, Qianbin immediately became alert. It is true that their supplies are supplied by Sun Lianqing, but the supplies are distributed at fixed times during a week. But now it is clearly not time for distribution of supplies yet. So why is the other party delivering supplies? Did they do anything or say anything to you? Qianbin's words trembled a little, and his tone was filled with nervousness that was hard to conceal. After all, Sun Lianqing had said such excessive words in the meeting today, and he sent people to deliver supplies in the afternoon. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that the other party definitely had bad intentions. Imo Xiangwan looked a little puzzled and said in confusion, "What could they say to a normal person like me? Of course they just put their things down and left." When he heard his wife say this, the tension on his face slowly disappeared. However, they seemed to have left you a message before they left, asking you not to forget what young Master Sun asked you to do at the meeting today. By the way, Brother Bin, what did you talk about in the meeting today? I'm quite curious. Qianbin did not answer his wife's question, and his face instantly became gloomy. What does the other party mean? He came to threaten me right after I left, didn't he? He really didn't want to give him any face, did he? He really wanted to kill that bastard Sun Lianqing right now. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. What can you say? It's just a trivial matter. Don't ask about these things. Qianbin sighed, suppressing the anger in his heart, and his voice contained helplessness. There is no need to tell the other person about this kind of thing. Telling them will only make them nervous and uneasy, and the result will not change anything. He also understood at this moment that when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What else could he do? Of course, he could only do as Sun Lianqing said and capture Yang Simi. Compared with his family and women, he felt that Yang Simi's life and death was insignificant. Tomorrow, I will catch her tomorrow night and let her enjoy a peaceful night. This will be my last act of kindness to her. Qianbin had already made up his mind, and the original feeling of pity in his heart disappeared without a trace. Come on, Brother Bin, how about trying this ginseng soup? You've been working hard these past few days. Just as he was thinking, Imo Xiangwan came over with a bowl of steaming ginseng soup, her face full of tenderness. Brother Bin, try it. Maybe drinking some ginseng soup will alleviate your problem a little. After hearing what his wife said, Qianbin's expression became a little unnatural and a little embarrassed. In fact, the moment he ate the supernatural fruit, his lower body became completely impotent. The normal functions are still there, but it seems that it has lost interest in living people. It's embarrassing to say that he and Imo Xiangwan got their marriage certificate right away without having the chance to hold the wedding. He originally planned to take her body on the wedding day. He still attaches great importance to this sense of ritual. Unexpectedly, the black fog apocalypse came, and he ate the supernatural fruit, and he became inhumane. Therefore, Qianbin felt very guilty about the fact that his wife was actually still a virgin and had to become a widow at such a young age. Qianbin looked at his wife's eyes full of hope, and he picked up the bowl of ginseng soup and drank it. How's Brother Bin? Does it work? Hearing his wife's question, Qianbin showed a bitter smile on his face. Are you thinking about sex, little girl? It won't work so quickly. You need to drink it for a few days at least. But don't worry, I will definitely be able to restore your manliness after a while. You have to be able to bear it by then. Qianbin painted a huge pie with no end in sight for his wife, and then tricked her into going into the house to have a rest. The next morning, when the sun's light shone on the entire Yunjing Palace, in the very center of the community, on a huge open space, more than 20 young people have gathered. They were all wearing the same black combat uniform, and each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out, looking in high spirits. Standing in front of them was a round-faced man with a buzz cut and a scar on his face. His name is Tian Hao. He is one of the team leaders under Qi Zheng and also the young man that Qi Zheng respects the most. His eyes were like those of a hawk, roaming among the crowd. Under his gaze, no one in the squad dared to look around. Each and every one of them stood at attention, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Soon, a figure walked out of a villa not far away. He was tall, muscular, with a half-burned cigarette in his mouth. Who else could it be but Qi Zheng? As soon as he walked in front of the team, Tian Hao immediately turned around and saluted. Captain, Team 1 and Team 2 have assembled and are ready to receive your instructions. Qi Zheng nodded, took the cigarette out of his mouth, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Your mission today is to go to a place called Jinjiang Community and look for the whereabouts of Mr. Zhao Boyang. If you want to see him alive, you must see his body. If he's dead, you must see his body. Did you hear me? More than 20 young people shouted yes, in unison, so loud that it could almost be heard throughout the entire community. After finishing the lecture, Qi Zheng looked at Tian Hao. You must still have the location of Zhao Boyang's phone, right? Tian Hao nodded. When you get there, be careful of the people in the Mutual Aid Association. Report any situation to me in a timely manner. One more thing, you must control your arrogant temper, otherwise you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Listening to Qi Zheng's slightly scolding words, Tian Hao was not angry, but a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Captain. I've tried my best to change it. Qi Zheng nodded and patted the other person on the shoulder. Then let's go quickly and try to get there early and come back early. It's still unsafe in the black fog. Yes, Captain. Chapter 158 Double Gunshot. The rumbling sound of engines echoed throughout the park. Soon, 3 Dongfeng Mengshi CSK 181 armored vehicles set off in a mighty procession from Yunjing Palace. These locomotives have all been modified. There is a titanium alloy coating specifically designed to resist corrosion. It is also equipped with thermal imaging night vision goggles and millimeter wave radar. It can be said that one can walk freely in the black fog as if on flat ground. Of course, the value of each car is quite high. The modification cost alone is no less than 2 million. Only Mr. Sun, who has a strong family background, would equip the security of a community with such expensive equipment. At this time, Jiang Che, who was still in Villa number 13, was also awakened by the huge roar. The room, which was originally very clean, has now become a mess, with all kinds of clothes thrown everywhere. Especially the stockings, several of them were torn into pieces. There were traces of the 2 men's fight everywhere in the room. The mattress, which was originally very high-end and luxurious, has now become muddy. Jiang Che looked down at Yang Simi's extremely plump body, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Last night was indeed too crazy. After all, it was the first time for Jiang Che to meet a big star. Before he knew it, he gave all his stock to the other party. Yang Simi is now 30 years old, and she looks like a young woman who has seen the world. But under his attack last night, the other party's performance was even more unbearable than the initial aloof school beauty Lin Qingxuang. It can be said that she was turning around in circles and drawing a map on the entire big bed. Seeing such an embarrassing side of the big star, Jiang Che not only did not hate it, but he liked it more. It was as if he had pulled the high and mighty star down from the altar and brought him down to earth. His big hand stroked the other's slender waist, and the long-lost system prompt sound came to his ears. Ding! It is detected that the host has bound a new goddess. Soon a virtual 3D stereoscopic image appeared in front of Jiang Che. She was wearing a red high-end slit dress, and her white and tender thighs and high heels were clearly exposed. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, her chin slightly raised, revealing her slender swan neck. Cool and elegant. Queen style. Perfect. This 3D image alone is enough to make some weak-willed pilots take off on the spot. But Jiang Che had eaten meat before, so of course he had great self-control. It is detected that the goddess Yang Simi has a special physique, the host's LUT +3. Oh, it's a special physique? That's right. If it wasn't a special physique, he wouldn't have been drawing maps on the bed last night. Jiang Che was confused at first, but then he was relieved. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his abilities and upgrading his Iron Man to LV4. Steel Body LV4 greatly improves physical fitness and strength, and the body has no fatal weaknesses. At the same time, the host can actively turn on the overclocking state. Overclocking state, speed up the consumption of physical and mental strength in exchange for a short period of physical enhancement. After the state ends, the host will fall into a weak state. Please use it with caution. Jiang Che had anticipated that his superpower would be upgraded to level 4, but he did not expect that it would also lead to an overclocking state. He wanted to try out this ability, but now was obviously not the right time. He had to keep his body in peak condition so that he could carry out his plan of conquest in this community. A little lack of patience will ruin a big plan. Good steel should be used on the blade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supplies, rare supernatural fruit, sea level, the fruit of transformation. Jiangche was very happy to see another sea level supernatural fruit appear. He was just lacking this kind of fruit to improve his strength. After all, those first level abilities are temporarily unusable. What he has to do now is to improve the abilities of those unlocked supernatural fruits as quickly as possible. But just when his excitement had not yet passed, another system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the item Epic Supernatural Fruit, B level, Shadow Fruit. No? Giving two kinds at once? One of them is actually a B level fruit? It must be those 4 points of luck that came into play. It was also his first time to experience a goddess blind box that gave him 2 supernatural fruits at once. This gave him a sense of deja vu as if he had opened a blind box and won 5 million. When it comes to B-level supernatural fruits, it can be said that there is a boundary between them and the previous fruits. As Bai Li explained to him before, B-level supernatural powers already have the potential to grow. Just like a C-class laser eye, no matter how much Jiang Che's physical fitness and mental strength improve, the power of the emitted laser is always constant. A high lower limit also means a low upper limit. If one cannot continue to obtain supernatural fruits, the skill of laser eyes will sooner or later gradually fall behind other supernatural powers. As for Wang Dongdong's wind-attributed ability, it can become stronger as his strength increases. Now, Jiangche finally has his first B-level supernatural fruit. How can he not be happy? Unconsciously, he increased the strength with which he kneaded the soft flesh on Yang Simi's waist. Yang Simi, who was originally still immersed in sleep, now frowned and opened her eyes. It's actually not early now, it's already around 9 in the morning. In the past, she would have gotten up long ago. But Yang Simi was too tired last night, and Jiang Che's arms made her feel too safe. She couldn't help but indulge in it. It can be said that last night was the most peaceful sleep she had had in recent days. But even if she woke up, she was still lying in Jiang Che's arms. Feeling the force coming from her waist, Yang Simi put her seductive red lips close to Jiang Che's ear. You little rascal, why are you so excited just in the morning? After talking all night last night, she gradually relaxed. She found that Jiang Che was not so difficult to talk to. On the contrary, he was quite interesting. When they were playing, the two of them used almost any name, no matter how obscene it was. Jiang Che glanced at the big star next to him with seductive eyes, and coupled with his previous excitement, he kissed her directly. Yang Simi widened her eyes in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened to make the other party so excited. But she did not refuse. She took the initiative to put her arms around Jiang Che's waist and responded very enthusiastically. After a long time, their lips parted. You can continue to rest. I have some things to do first. Jiang Che comforted Yang Simi with a word and immersed his mind in the material space. Only Yang Simi was left, her eyes wide open in disbelief. He just flirted with me, and that's it? Just let me rest. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Che, who was lying beside her with his eyes closed, and had no intention of continuing to sleep. She got up directly, not caring about the exposure of her own nakedness, and went straight to the bathroom. Chapter 159 Shadow. Jiang Che saw the 2 newly emerged supernatural fruits in the material space. At this moment, it is piled up into 2 small hills. Jiang Che picked up a pink fruit that was glowing with light and looked at it in front of his eyes. It smells like peach. This should be the illusion fruit. Just hearing the name, Jiang Che really couldn't figure out what the corresponding ability was. So, he put a fruit into his mouth without hesitation and unlocked it first. The peach-like fragrance instantly spread in his mouth, and at this time the system prompt sound came again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new ability, Transfiguration. Transfiguration LV1. The host can use this ability to transform himself into a person the host has had contact with before. Only the appearance is similar, but there will be flaws in the details, which may expose him. After hearing the introduction of the system, Jiang Che felt that this ability was a bit weak. Not only is it not aggressive at all, there is even a risk of being discovered. Just changing one's appearance can actually become a C-level supernatural fruit? This is a bit of a misnomer. Jiang Che complained and picked up another one and put it in his mouth. With the bonus of luck, upgrading is quite smooth. Congratulations to the host for improving his abilities and upgrading his transformation to level 2. Transfiguration LV2. Use this ability to transform into a person the host has come into contact with before, with a perfect replica of the host's appearance. This will also cause mental interference to the people around you, so that others will subconsciously not doubt your identity. When Jiang Che saw the level 2 transformation ability, he felt that the current ability was more interesting. However, it is still just an auxiliary type of ability, and Jiang Che doesn't know what practical use this ability has. Thinking of this, Jiang Che turned his gaze to another kind of supernatural fruit not far away, the shadow fruit. It is completely black, like a small black hole, constantly absorbing the surrounding light. Just by looking at it, you can see that it is different from all the previous supernatural fruits. This is a B-level fruit. Jiang Che's expectations for it can be said to be far greater than the previous illusion fruit. Picking up a shadow fruit, Jiang Che ate it without hesitation. There is no taste and no texture, it's like I just swallowed a mouthful of air. Moreover, there seemed to be no changes in itself, which made Jiang Che wonder if he had eaten a fake fruit. But just when this idea came to mind, a tearing pain began to spread from Jiang Che's abdomen. What happened? It hurts. The pain was so intense that it was even more painful than the air-cutting Wang Dong Dong used on him. He looked at his abdomen, and something horrifying happened. His abdomen had completely disappeared, and even his body was disappearing quickly. At this time, Yang Simi was washing her body bit by bit with mineral water in the bathroom. After cleaning, Yang Simi stood in front of a full-length mirror and carefully looked at her perfect body. I saw that the originally very attractive body was covered with red marks. This is all Jiang Che's masterpiece of one night. Lin Wan told me that if I become Jiang Che's woman, I will not only have endless supplies, but also supernatural fruits. I don't know if it's true or not. Well, no matter what, I'm going to try to get it. What if the other party really sees my good performance and gives it to me? Thinking of this, Yang Simi opened the door and walked back into the bedroom. Just as she was about to call the other person's name, Yang Simi saw a horrifying scene. Jiang Che, who was lying on the bed, was seen turning into a pool of black water starting from his abdomen at an alarming speed. As black as ink, like a shadow that cannot be dissolved. She didn't know what had happened. After all, the other person was fine just now and she just went to the bathroom. How could he suddenly become like this? No, I have to tell everyone else. Something happened to Jiang Che. She didn't even bother to put on her clothes and turned around and ran towards the door. Suddenly, an extremely dense darkness instantly covered the entire room. The sound disappeared, and there was no light at all. It was cold and dead silent, without a trace of life from the world of the living. Yang Simi just felt as if she had entered hell. Her face was full of fear. She was just an ordinary woman and had never seen such a horrific scene. She wanted to cry, wanted to scream, but her throat was choked with sobs and no sound came out. She tried to run in one direction, but it seemed that the ground under her feet was no longer the floor, but a bottomless quagmire. Pull her down continuously. She wanted to struggle, but it was like she was trapped in an endless whirlpool, making her unable to move. An indescribable feeling of suffocation surged into her heart, just as she was feeling despair. A pair of warm big hands reached out from beside her and picked up Yang Simi, who was lying on the ground. How can a grown-up like you still like to cry on the ground? A slightly teasing voice came from behind. Yang Simi quickly turned her body and naturally met Jiang Che's smiling face. Weren't you already dead just now? Am I dead now? Have we reached the underworld now? Looking at Yang Simi's terrified expression, Jiang Che realized that he must have scared her just now. But he really couldn't control it just now. That was the process of awakening his superpowers, and he used it subconsciously. We are not dead. Look around. Isn't this still your bedroom? Jiang Che hugged the other's warm body, patted the other's back gently, and said. After hearing the other party's reminder, Yang Simi looked around. Surprise appeared in her eyes again, because the endless darkness had disappeared, and the original appearance of her room appeared before her eyes again. Just now, was that your ability? Yang Simi was not stupid. After thinking for a while, she finally figured it out. Such miraculous means must be supernatural powers. Jiang Che nodded without hesitation. You little rascal, you only know how to bully me. I'm really scared of you. Yang Simi's pink fist gently hit Jiang Che's chest, venting her previous inner fear. Jiang Che did not stop the other party. After all, he was the one who made the mistake first. Besides, her meager strength was no different from tickling when it encountered a level 4 steel body. Reaching out to wipe away the tears from the other person's eyes, Jiang Che looked at her delicate face, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked Yang Simi, have you been in contact with many female celebrities? Yang Simi was a little confused. She didn't know why the other party asked such a question, but she still answered honestly. The entertainment company I founded has collaborated with many popular female artists, so I naturally have had in-depth contact with them. Hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Jiang Che's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he grabbed the other person's white and tender palm and asked, do you want to become a superpower? As long as you open your mouth, I will let you awaken your superpowers immediately. Chapter 160, Touching Nonstop. Jiang Che used to watch movies and TV series frequently, and there were many female stars whom he liked very much. But before that, he was just an unknown nobody. Not to mention having any contact with those female stars, even speaking to them was a pipe dream. Therefore, Jiang Che felt that although this transformation fruit was of no use to him, it would be surprisingly suitable if given to Yang Simi. The other party is already a popular actress in the entertainment industry and has her own independent entertainment company. She comes into contact with many beautiful female stars. If she could use those powers to transform into other female stars, Jiang Che would feel so happy just thinking about it. Although it is the other party who obtains the superpower, you are the one who truly enjoys the benefits. How could you not do such a profitable business? Seeing Jiang Che's excitement and a little urgency, Yang Simi felt that she might be hallucinating. What did the other party just say? Make yourself a superpower? I haven't even started to ask, but the other party has already taken the initiative to want to become a superpower. This is like pie in the sky. Different. He is really different. We are both superpowers, but Sun Lianqing, that bastard, only wanted to use some canned food and wanted me to be his slave, while Jiang Che not only gave me enough food, but also took the initiative to ask me to become a superpower. I actually met such a good man. Sure enough, Duo has a pretty good eye for people. People are afraid of comparison with each other. After this comparison, Jiang Che's image in Yang Simi's heart suddenly became much taller. Yang Simi said nothing at this moment. She just threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. She used her huge truth to constantly bump against Jiang Che's chest. I do. Hubby, don't worry. I will definitely fulfill my duties as a wife and serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Ding. Yang Simi's favorability increased by 15, and the current favorability is 66. Hearing the other party's name changes everything. When Jiang Che saw that the other party's favorability had increased so much all of a sudden, he understood how eager the other party was to become a psychic. Without hesitation, he took out a pink supernatural fruit from the material space. Handed it to Yang Simi. Eat it quickly. This is the fruit that can awaken your superpowers. Yang Simi did not eat it directly, but kept looking at it in her hand. It was not the first time she had seen a supernatural fruit, but it was the first time she had come into such close contact with it. To be honest, I was a little excited. When the black fog first descended, she had not yet been wanted by Sun Lianqing in the community. She also saw someone taking the supernatural fruit from afar. The supernatural fruit is quite rare. In the entire community, only the top leaders of Sun Lianqing and a few other organizations have the right to distribute it. She was very envious at the time, but she never thought that one day she would be able to get a supernatural fruit of her own. Eat quickly, I'm watching you right here. Hearing Jiang Che's gentle voice, Yang Simi nodded vigorously, and without hesitation, she ate the supernatural fruit in one bite. In Jiang Che's eyes, the moment Yang Simi ate it, a series of subtle changes began to occur in her body. For example, hair becomes smoother and skin becomes more delicate and moisturized. Even the truth, which was already so great, seemed to become even greater. These are all normal manifestations of ordinary people becoming superpowers. Soon, Yang Simi opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Che excitedly. I can already feel my superpowers awakening. She looked a little excited, and her delicate little face turned red with excitement. Your ability is called transformation. You can use it to transform into anyone you come into contact with. In case the other party didn't know, Jiang Che took the initiative to explain. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Yang Simi's face became even more excited. She subconsciously wanted to use her ability, but her expression became more and more strange. Weird. I can't seem to use this ability of mine. After hearing what the other party said, Jiang Che thought for a while before remembering that this community seemed to have a certain suppressive effect on people with special abilities. For example, some low-level supernatural powers cannot be used at all. Jiang Che thought that this only works on outsiders in the community. After all, when Ian Run came here before, he used his supernatural powers very smoothly, as if he didn't encounter any obstacles at all. But when he saw Yang Simi, Jiang Che realized that he must have been wrong. The entire community must comply with certain rules in order to use one's own abilities normally. And this rule is definitely in the hands of the New World Alliance. Jiang Che didn't think about it anymore and just took out 10 pink supernatural fruits. Since the first level couldn't be used, why not just let the other party upgrade to the second level? Seeing so many more supernatural fruits in front of her, Yang Simi's face no longer showed surprise. The main reason was that she was now mentally numb and felt that it was not so difficult to accept this kind of thing happening to Jiang Che. Jiang Che watched the other person eat the second supernatural fruit and reached out to hand him the third one. He felt that it was impossible for the other party to be so lucky that the second one could improve his supernatural power. But when he looked at the other person, his expression changed instantly. Because Yang Simi's face was undergoing drastic changes. Her originally delicate face was melting rapidly like a burning candle, and her facial features were also distorting rapidly. I wanted to speak, but my mouth kept moving, but I couldn't utter a single word. Jiang Che was shocked. This was not right. His body could not withstand the pollution and was about to mutate. This time is much more serious than the previous incident with Li Wang. Jiang Che quickly took out a primary purification capsule from the space and stuffed it into the other person's mouth that was about to disappear. If it was 1 or 2 seconds later, when the other person's mouth disappeared, Jiang Che would not know how to save him. Soon, after taking the medicine, Yang Simi's face returned to its previous delicate appearance. But her mind was a little fuzzy. What just happened to me? She asked Jiang Che with some confusion. Jiang Che told her what had just happened. Maybe your physique is a little special, and your ability to resist pollution is really too poor. Do you still want to continue taking the supernatural fruit? Jiang Che gave the other party the right to choose. If the other party was afraid to eat, Jiang Che would not force him. After all, this is just an attempt. However, Yang Simi's determination to become a superpower far exceeded Jiang Che's imagination. Even though she knew there was danger, she replied without hesitation. I'm not afraid of death. I'm willing to keep trying. Are you really not afraid of death? Of course not. The main reason was that she believed in Jiang Che. Since Jiang Che was able to save her once, she believed that he would save her a second time. If the result was really certain death, the other party would definitely not let her continue. She knew how much he liked her body, as he had been touching her nonstop last night. Chapter 161 Promotion. Jiang Che nodded. Since the other party chose to take the risk, he would of course support him. He reached out and handed over the third supernatural fruit. Of course, he also held the second primary purification capsule in his hand, ready to stuff it into the other person's mouth at any time. Yang Simi was right. Jiang Che would definitely not let anything happen to the other party. It's not just because the other party is Yang Duoduo's mother, but also because the other party unlocked a B-level supernatural fruit for him. If his supernatural fruit disappeared because of the other party's death, he would have nowhere to cry. He can now be said to be the person in the world who most does not want anything to happen to Yang Simi. After that, things went very smoothly. Yang Simi ate 3 supernatural fruits in a row, and there was no contamination at all. Soon, Yang Simi's transformation ability was successfully upgraded to level 2. I succeeded. I feel like I can use my powers now. As she spoke, Yang Simi's muscles began to change, and her height and bones also changed. In just the blink of an eye, Yang Simi changed completely into a completely different person. However, Jiang Che was very familiar with the person she had become. She was his second woman, Lin Wan. Jiang Che, look at me, do I look like him? Yang Simi stood in front of Jiang Che and took the initiative to turn around, showing her body to Jiang Che without reservation. Jiang Che kept looking him up and down. You know what? This ability is really something. They are exactly the same. Even the small mole in the most private part is exactly the same. Jiang Che also tried it out to feel the texture, and found it smooth, bouncy and soft, almost the same as the original owners. In the end, Jiang Che gave a very high evaluation. Exactly the same. I even feel like you are more like the real Lin Wan than Lin Wan. Jiang Che was not talking nonsense. The main thing is that there is a spiritual aura constantly emanating from the opponent's body, which is what is called mental interference in the description of supernatural powers. Under the influence of this mental interference, even if the real Lin Wan was standing next to her, others would subconsciously think that she was the real Lin Wan. However, this did not work on Jiang Che. First of all, his mental power crushed Yang Simi, and the other party could not interfere with him at all. Secondly, since he has the ability to detect with his spirit, he can clearly distinguish the energy density within the body at a glance. Jiang Che, I want to go out and see Duo, is that okay? She was very happy that she had superpowers and wanted to share the news with her daughter immediately. Jiang Che naturally understood what the other party was thinking, and he did not stop him. After all, they would have a long time to interact with each other in the future, so they could play however they wanted. Yang Simi put on her clothes and left the room. Soon, Jiang Che was the only one left in the huge room. Only then did he open his attribute panel. It was also the first time for him to awaken a B-level supernatural power. He did not expect that the awakening process would be so painful that he did not even have time to hear the system's broadcast prompts. Name, Jiang Che. Spirit, 190, Ordinary People 10. Physique, 300, Ordinary People 10. Lucky 4. Unlock materials, Wakaka Mineral Water, Double Beef Burger, Spirit Fruit, Red Bull Energy Drink Type 1, Black Nightmare Nail Fruit, Body Strengthening Fruit, Primary Purification Capsule, Transformation Fruit, Shadow Fruit. Superpowers: Iron Man, Sea Level, LV3, Flash LV1, Mental Detection LV4, Laser Eye, Sea Level, LV1, Transformation LV2, Shadow, B Level, LV1. Bound Goddesses: Lin Qingxuang, Lin Wan, by Yu Wei, Jiang Shuyan, by Li Qingqing, Yang Simi. As expected of a B-level supernatural fruit, my physical and mental strength have been greatly improved. After noticing the changes in his various attributes, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his attention to the power of shadow. Shadow. In a dark place, physical fitness increases by 50. A shadow area with a radius of 10 meters can be opened, and the dark matter in the area has extreme control. This ability increases with the host's strength. A very simple description, but one that represents extreme strength. However, the only drawback is that the scope of the field is too small. How can a radius of 10 meters be possible? The method to improve is also very simple: just keep eating. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly took out the supernatural fruits on the ground from the space, put them on the table, and started eating. He ate the supernatural fruit himself without any scruples, thinking that no contamination or mutation would occur. As for why this was the case, he himself could not explain it clearly. However, he had left some genetic samples with Bai Li, and he also wanted to see if the other party could come up with anything. After I finish dealing with things here, I will go to Jinhai University again to pick up Lin Qingxuang and the others. It doesn't mean that Jiang Che will give up Jinhai University. He plans to use it as the second strategic stronghold and then radiate the entire Jinhai city. The reason why he brought his women back was that their safety could be guaranteed to the greatest extent in Yunjing Tiangong community. Soon, after showing off nearly 300 supernatural fruits, Jiang Che's shadow supernatural power was upgraded to level 7. This is also the highest level ability he currently has. The range of the field is directly increased to a radius of 640 meters. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to continue eating, but the chance of upgrading to another level is too low. He has eaten 60 or 70 supernatural fruits now, but has not been able to improve. Let's try again when my luck is higher. The chances right now are too low. Glancing at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. Jiang Che changed his clothes and walked out directly. Walking down to the first floor, Jiang Che found it very lively. 6 women, 5 adults, and 1 child were gathered together, chattering about something. The focus of the crowd was a woman who seemed somewhat unfamiliar to Jiang Che. She has a pure face, perfect body proportions, and especially those eyes that seem to emit electricity, which always make people feel itchy inside. However, he soon recognized the other person's identity, who was also a famous beauty in the entertainment industry, an Ife. There is no need to think about it. There is no way there could be other women in this house. So this must be Yang Simi in her transformed form. But this is also in line with Jiang Che's original intention. With Yang Simi by his side in the future, he can experience the feeling of having a new celebrity girlfriend every day. To be honest, it is really ridiculously cool. Soon everyone noticed Jiang Che walking out of the room. Everyone stopped what they were doing and started to greet Jiang Che proactively. After all, Jiang Che was the real master of this house. Good morning, boss. Brother Jiang, good morning. Good morning, Dad. As for the word Dad, it was naturally Yang Duo who called him. It seemed that the other party really regarded him as his father. Jiang Che naturally would not refuse. The closer the relationship with each other, the better. Chapter 162, Zhao Boyang's cell phone. Since it was getting late, Jiang Che began to take out supplies from the space and distribute breakfast to everyone. The food was still very rich, and everyone gathered around the dining table with a happy smile on their face. Especially Yang Simi. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Che was even more passionate, even with naked seduction. After all, the other party is a 30-year-old woman who just completed her virginity. The greed in her heart has been aroused, and she can't control it. Jiang Che estimated that if there were only 2 of them here, the other party probably wouldn't want to eat hamburgers, but hot dogs. Soon, the sumptuous breakfast was over. Jiang Che said something to his women and planned to take a walk around the neighborhood. He wanted to investigate the environment of the community and see what exactly was suppressing the people with special abilities. We also have to think about how to take control of the entire community without destroying the environment here. Of course, we also need to look for Big Mouth, by the way. Jiang Che discovered last night that Big Mouth's position had not changed. It was very likely that it had found something special that attracted its attention. He would definitely go over to take a look. However, before leaving, Jiang Che still used illusion to change his appearance. As for the appearance he transformed into, it was the only Yunjing Palace staff member Jiang Che had ever come into contact with Zhao Boyang. Jiang Che felt that Zhao Boyong had only been dead for 2 days, and it was impossible for the rest of the community to confirm the news of his death island in such a short time. So, he felt that changing into this appearance would definitely bring him some convenience. Jinjiang Community, Building 8. This was originally the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Association, but after the last raid by Jiang Che and others, the ownership of the entire Building 8 can be said to belong to Jiang Che. Because the basement where he lived before was very dark and damp, Li Wang is still seriously injured. Therefore, Fang Feng led his team members to settle down here. However, they were always ready to join Jiang Che, so they lived on the first or second floor. At this time in room 201, Fang Feng was sitting in a large bedroom, taking the supernatural fruits one by one. This was what Jiang Che instructed him before he left, asking him to improve his strength as quickly as possible. He also knew that with his current strength, staying by Jiang Che's side would not only not help him, but might even hinder him. Thinking back to the time when he wanted to rescue Jiang Che but was trapped in a spider web, he felt ashamed. I must improve my strength quickly, otherwise, if Lord Jiang becomes more powerful in the future, we will probably be abandoned. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Some things must be considered in advance. Therefore, in order to keep up with Jiang Che's pace in the future, he immediately started taking the supernatural fruit to improve his own strength after Jiang Che left. The process of improving strength can be said to be quite bumpy. He ate 20 physical fruits before he could strengthen his body to level 3. He even encountered 3 pollutions that caused his body to collapse. If it weren't for the primary purification capsule left by Jiang Che, he would have died by now. Now all the capsules have been eaten, but there is still one last supernatural fruit left. Fang Feng hesitated. Do you want to eat it? Maybe if you eat it, your supernatural power will be able to upgrade to a higher level. He first turned his head to look at Li Wang, who was still lying unconscious on the bed. When he thought about how the other person became like this in front of him, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. He gritted his teeth and ate the last supernatural fruit with determination. This is an adventure and a gamble. Soon, there was no discomfort in the body, but instead a warm current was flowing continuously in the body. A look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. I did it. I did it. Level 4, Physical Enhancement. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Fang Feng finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. At the same time, at the east gate of Jinjiang Community, 3 military green Dongfeng Mengshi CSK 181 armored vehicles rampaged into the community. Oh my, this black fog is really thick. I wonder how the people here live. I guess they have all become mutants a long time ago. Captain Tian, don't you think so? I don't know why Mr. Zhao came here. I really don't understand the thinking of these rich people. A thin man looked out through the glass, a look of disgust on his face. After all, I'm used to living in a place like Yunjing Palace, so it's inevitable that I feel a little uncomfortable when I come to a place full of thick fog. Okay, monkey, you've been complaining all the way. My ears are getting calluses from listening to you. Tian Hao said impatiently. Did he really want to come? If Qi Zheng hadn't specifically asked him to come, he wouldn't have wanted to come to such a place to suffer. Monkey, check where Zhao Boyang's phone is located, and try to complete the task as soon as possible so that we can go back. Hearing Tian Hao's question, the young man, nicknamed Monkey, took out a tablet and observed the location of his mobile phone. We are very close. We just need to move forward 200 meters. Soon the 3 cars were at their final locations and stopped. Everyone in the group got out of the car. Each of them held an assault rifle in their hands, ready to deal with possible attacks from monsters in the black fog at any time. This place is a park. There are a lot of corpse remains on the ground, and also many traces of burning fire. From the environment, it can be seen that this place has experienced a very fierce fight. Monkey took Tian Hao to the target point and soon found a mobile phone fallen on the ground. There were no corpses or body parts around, only a lonely mobile phone. Captain Tian, what should we do? There's only a phone and no one here. Isn't it a waste of our time? The monkey didn't know what to do, so he turned and looked at Tian Hao beside him. The purpose of their trip was to confirm the other party's life or death, but they were not able to complete the task with just a cell phone. Use your equipment to crack this phone for me and see if there are any other clues. After hearing Tian Hao's order, the monkey immediately took action. Monkey was originally in charge of information network engineering. For him, this kind of thing was as easy as eating and drinking. After returning to the car and using professional equipment to crack the phone, it took less than 5 minutes to extract everything from Zhao Boyang's mobile phone. Monkey subconsciously glanced at the contents on the phone, which made him clench his teeth. Captain, take a look for yourself. Tian Hao nodded and took it to take a look, which made him feel dizzy. Most of them are photos, but there are also quite a few videos. Most of the male protagonists are either Zhao Boyong or Sun Lianqing. Zhao Boyong is bisexual, and many people in the community know that he has this hobby. But what Tian Hao never expected was that Sun Lianqing would actually get involved with the other party. He just took a look and felt his eyes hurt from the burning sensation. Quickly move the date to the nearest few days and start observing. There are videos of Chun Chun and Zhang Xiaoxiao having fun together, as well as photos of Fang Feng, Lin Wan, and the other two moving to another location. After understanding the general situation, Tian Hao directly called Qi Zheng's cell phone. Hey, Tian Hao, do you have any clues? Well, boss, we found Zhao Boyang's phone and some videos and pictures in it. It can be seen that he was with the people from the Mutual Aid Association just before he lost his phone. Hearing Tian Hao's words, Qi Zheng immediately snorted coldly. I knew that the people from the Mutual Aid Association were playing tricks. I guess Zhao Boyang is in prison now. At the beginning, the guy named Chen Chun kept putting forward conditions to us. He not only wanted us to provide him with accommodation, but also wanted us to solve his physical problems. I guess he's planning to ask for too much this time and try to blackmail us. Tian Hao, you can try to communicate with the other party and see what he means. Chapter 163 Ma Kai. Yes, I know what to do. Tian Hao responded and hung up the phone. He turned around and looked at the other members of the team behind him who were armed with guns and said calmly, let's go and see why those rubbish from the Mutual Aid Association dare to attack our New World Alliance. A ferocious smile appeared on Tian Hao's face. The eyes of the other team members were also filled with murderous intent. Discuss? What the hell? What is the other party's identity? What is my identity? Is the other party worthy of negotiating with me? They are from Yunjing Palace, and they originally looked down on the survivor organizations in this kind of community. They didn't know Chen Chun, and they didn't know much about the so-called Mutual Aid Association. In their eyes, the Mutual Aid Society is just a small, broken organization in the countryside. They have guns and people with special powers, and dealing with this mob is no different from killing chickens and dogs. As for how to rescue Zhao Boyang, wouldn't it be enough to just kill everyone in this Mutual Aid Association? In front of building number 8, 2 men, one old and one young, were sitting on the steps chatting intentionally or unintentionally. Although almost all the other people in the community have died, there are still some mutant creatures wandering in and out of the community. His task was to keep watch at the door and report to Fang Feng in a timely manner if he encountered any external situation. Hey, Mr. Ma, do you think Boss Jiang will come back? Zhou Kai said with a somewhat sad face. He is not very old, and looks to be only about 21 or 22. He should be college age before the end of the world. During the days I followed Boss Jiang, we only ate hamburgers and drank mineral water. Now that Boss Jiang is gone, we have to eat rotten meat again. I really can't eat anymore. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After experiencing the delicious food and drinks during those days, it was difficult for him to return to his previous life. Whenever he thought of the steaming hamburger, he would drool. Little brother, you can't have such thoughts. You have to know that a blacksmith must be strong himself and can't always wait for others to give him things. We all have special abilities now, and as long as we study hard and practice hard, we will be able to go to the supermarket outside to get some supplies in the future. Next to him was a middle-aged man wearing training clothes. His name was Ma Kai. He is already over 60 years old this year, but after awakening his special powers, he looks only in his 40s or 50s. The reason why he is called Teacher Ma is because this person likes to preach very much and is quite self-righteous. Many people in Fang Feng's entire small organization are annoyed with him. At this moment, he was in the habit of preaching again. When he was in the mood, he waved his hands and threw a set of punches in front of Zhou Kai. With the help of physical strengthening, the hitting sounds were crackling and seemed quite imposing. How about my boxing skills, little brother? Zhou Kai hurriedly clapped and flattered him. Mr. Ma's boxing skills are so powerful that they dazzle me. It's not that Zhou Kai really thinks the other party is that strong. The two have been partners for some time, and he knows what kind of person this old man is. Very stubborn, can't stand any doubt or distrust. If you say something bad about him, you will immediately receive dozens of responses from him the next moment. He didn't have the heart to argue with the other party now, so he just praised him. When Ma Kai heard the other party's compliment, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. He looked like he was a dozen years younger and even walked in a light-hearted manner. Xiao Zhou, I think you and I are really compatible. If it weren't for the end of the world, I would definitely let you into my martial arts school and teach you personally. My Hunyuan Gongfa is a peerless martial art. Come on, let me show you something good. As he spoke, Ma Kai looked back into the corridor, and after finding that there was no one else there, he took out a pack of dry Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. Zhou Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. This cigarette is a very rare thing nowadays. Teacher Ma, where did you get this? Ma Kai chuckled. I collected supplies in Wang Gang's warehouse last time and hid them. Anyway, there are so many supplies, Fong Fong will definitely not be able to find them. As he spoke, Ma Kai pulled out 2 cigarettes, handed one to the other person, and held the other in his own mouth. This is my secret, don't tell anyone. He gave the other party a warning before igniting his anger. Immediately, the 2 of them began to smoke in the open space outside the building. The cigarette went into his throat, and Zhou Kai started coughing. He can smoke, but he hadn't smoked for a while. He took the first puff too hard and accidentally choked his throat. The violent coughing made him unable to hold back tears, and he wiped his eyes gently. When he opened his eyes again, Zhou Kai felt as if several beams of light appeared in front of his eyes. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he was not seeing things. He nudged Teacher Ma, who was still enjoying himself, with his elbow. What's wrong, Xiaozhou? Why are you pushing me? Young man, I'm warning you, don't be too greedy. There's only one. It's impossible to get a second one. Ma Kai was a little unhappy. This young man was really greedy. It's a pity that I just found him somewhat pleasing to the eye. No, Mr. Ma, you misunderstood. I'm not asking you for cigarettes. Look ahead to see if there's a car coming. Following the direction Zhou Kai pointed, Ma Kai looked forward. He squinted his eyes but couldn't see anything clearly, so he directly activated his most basic mental detection. There really are 3 cars. But they dared to drive in the dark fog. I don't know what they were thinking. Aren't they afraid of a car accident? Ma Kai took back his supernatural power after just one look. After all, using supernatural power would consume mental energy. He was not young anymore, so this consumption was still quite huge for him. Then what should we do? Should we go inform Brother Fong and the others? Zhou Kai was more inclined to report to Fong Fong. After all, this was their job, to report any situation in a timely manner. But Ma Kai reached out to stop him. What are you afraid of? They are not ferocious beasts. They are probably a group of survivors just like us, looking for a place to live here. Don't worry about them. There was still a worried look on Zhou Kai's face. Ma Kai directly said to comfort. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. They're just a bunch of ordinary people. I can take them all down by myself. Ma Kai's words were so sonorous and powerful, and the wind around him blew on his training suit, causing it to rise in a slight arc. He looked like a master with extraordinary bearing. At this moment, Zhou Kai was also shocked by Teacher Ma's aura, and for a moment he even believed the other party's lies. Chapter 164 Breaking in by Force. Soon, 3 army green steel beasts rushed out from the black fog. The car body has sharp edges and corners, revealing a rough and violent aesthetic in every part. The hexagonal air intake grille on the front face is like the exhalation of a beast, and the embedded bulletproof net glows a cold and hard matte black light under the dim light. Oh my goodness, what kind of car is this? It looks quite majestic. At this time, Teacher Ma had just seen the true appearance of the car and couldn't help but nod and praise it. I know this car. It's a Dongfeng Mengshi CSK 181 that should be modified by yourself. The modification fee is very expensive. I didn't expect there are 3 of them. Zhou Kai used to be a car enthusiast and was very familiar with all car models on the market. He recognized the identities of the 3 steel beasts in front of him at a glance. But this also made him more curious. Who was the other person and why did he come here? Is he just passing by? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he heard a squeak. All 3 beasts stopped in front of building number 8. There is no need to think about it. The other party must be coming for them. The car door opened, and the people who came were Tian Hao and his group. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he hadn't seen the 2 of them at all, and he walked straight into building number 8. Little brother, wait a minute. Ma Kai held an iron rod and stood in front of Tian Hao. This is our private territory. You are not welcome here. If you need a place to live, you can find one anywhere in the entire community. He felt that these people had come to the wrong place, and as long as he could explain the reason clearly, they would naturally retreat. Tian Hao then lowered his gaze to look at the old man standing in front of him, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If I insist on entering, what can you, an old man, do? Hearing the other party's words, Ma Kai's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He has lived to such an old age, and everyone is polite to him. This is the first time he has seen such an unreasonable person. Humph, you really don't know what you are talking about. If you dare to take another step forward, I will let you taste my stick and let you know how powerful I am. As he spoke, Ma Kai immediately took a stance, as if he was about to attack the opponent in the next moment. His self-confidence naturally came from the fact that he had awakened his special powers. He felt that even if his strength was not as good as Fong Fong and Jiang Che, he would definitely be more than capable of dealing with a few ordinary people. But the next moment, Tian Hao pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Ma Kai's forehead. All of a sudden, Ma Kai's face changed and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He never expected that the other party was carrying a gun. "Little brother, let's talk it over nicely, Ma Kai originally wanted to reason with the other party, but the other party held the truth. Before the other party could finish his words, Tian Hao pulled the trigger. The huge recoil force sent Ma Kai flying backwards. "Damn it, a useless gatekeeper wants to stop me?" After cursing, he wanted to stomp on the old man's body a few times to vent his dissatisfaction. But Ma Kai, who was supposed to be dead, immediately got up again. Although Ma Kai is old, he has also eaten a body-strengthening fruit, and his physical strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It would take some effort to kill him with one shot from an ordinary pistol. What's going on? This old guy is actually a mutant. There was also a hint of surprise on Tian Hao's face. Normally speaking, supernatural fruits should be allocated to high-ranking officials or young and middle-aged people. Older people will not be allocated supernatural fruits, because that would be an extreme waste of resources. What's more, this old man looked like a gatekeeper. He really couldn't understand how a cannon fodder who was a gatekeeper could possess a supernatural fruit. At this time, Ma Kai stood up and didn't dare to continue shouting at the other party. He was so frightened that he no longer cared about pretending to be a master. He turned around and wanted to run behind him. But the next moment, an inexplicable gravity came, and it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making his body unable to move. When he turned around, he saw that the young man who was holding the gun suddenly had a huge hammer in his hand. Although his movements became slower, those of the opponent were still as smooth as ever. At this moment, he also understood that the other party was not an ordinary person at all, but a person with special abilities. He was regretting so much now. If he had known earlier, he should have listened to Zhou Kai and went to find Fong Feng quickly. Why was he trying to show off? "Brother, I was wrong. Can you please spare my life? I will do anything you ask me to do." At this moment, Ma Kai was completely panicked, and the wound on his forehead was still bleeding, but he could not care about anything else. In order to survive, he chose to surrender. "I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer it honestly, I'll spare your life." Ma Kai nodded frantically. "Where is Zhao Boyang? What have you done with him?" Ma Kai was a little stunned when he heard the other party's question. He thought the other party would ask about supplies or something. Then he could tell them all, but the other party actually asked a man named Zhao Boyang. He really didn't know this person, and there was indeed no one named Zhao Boyang in their team. "I don't know Zhao Boyang. There's no one named Zhao Boyang here." Humph. Still pretending. Tian Hao didn't plan to waste time talking to the other party, so he just swung the hammer and smashed it towards the other party's body. Under the tremendous force of the sledgehammer, the opponent's old body could not withstand it at all and was smashed into two parts on the spot. Zhou Kai, who was standing next to him, was terrified at this moment. Why did the other party start fighting without any agreement? It was really too brutal. Zhou Kai naturally didn't dare to contact the other party. He turned around and ran back to inform others. "No, I have to tell Brother Feng about this right away." The monkey next to him saw someone trying to escape, so he raised his gun and aimed directly at the other person. However, when Zhou Kai used all his strength to activate his supernatural powers to escape, his astonishing speed immediately changed the expressions of Tian Hao and his group. Is this another mutant? Two superpowers are guarding the door here? How is this possible? Captain, should we still go in? I feel like there's something wrong with this place. Monkey put down the gun in his hand and said to Tian Hao. Tian Hao also felt something was wrong, but Qi Zheng had already given him the order. If he's alive, I want him to be found alive. If he's dead, I want him to be found dead. He had to give the other party a result no matter what. Go in. I don't believe it. Could it be that this place is full of people with special abilities? At this time, everyone in Building 8 heard the gunshots coming from downstairs. In their impression, no one in the entire community had a gun, so how could gunshots suddenly be heard? The moment they opened the door, they saw Zhou Kai running up the stairs. Shou, aren't you and Lama on duty today? Why are you running up here now? Did something happen outside? At this moment, Zhou Kai just wanted to see Fong Feng as soon as possible, so he replied hurriedly. There's a group of people with guns outside. Teacher Ma has been shot dead. You guys should pack up and prepare to escape. I'll go find Brother Feng first. Hearing Zhou Kai's words, everyone in the building became a little flustered. When they originally fought with the people from the Mutual Aid Society, it was at most using knives and sticks, still in the era of cold weapons. Now someone actually came to their door with a gun. How could they remain calm? At this time, Fong Feng was changing Li Wang's dressing in the room. Because the other party had a second-level physical enhancement, his body did not continue to deteriorate and had begun to scab over. He was also startled when he suddenly heard gunshots outside the window. He was just about to go out to ask what happened when there was a frantic knock on the door. He hurriedly opened the door and saw Shokai, who was looking terrified, gasping for breath wildly at his door. Yokai, what happened outside? Jokai's breathing was a little rapid, but he still forced himself to take a deep breath and spoke to Fong Feng. Brother Feng, it's bad. There's a group of people outside. Teacher Ma just tried to stop them and was beaten to death. They are now attacking the inside of the building. When Fong Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He put down the bandaging tools in his hand, turned around and walked downstairs. Chapter 165 Gravitational Hammer. Seeing Fong Feng was about to rush out, Shokai immediately stopped him. Brother Feng, let's run quickly. The enemy is driving an armored vehicle. Not only do they have guns, but the leader is also a mutant. There's no way we can defeat them. Jokai's face was full of fear. Although he was now a superpower, he still had a deep fear of guns. He came to Fong Feng not expecting him to avenge Teacher Ma. He just hoped that he could take everyone away from this dangerous place. In his mind, Fong Feng's ability might be stronger than theirs now, but it is also limited. Faced with the heavy firepower attack of a group of people, even a person with special abilities would be completely unable to resist. Fong Feng naturally knew what the other party meant, and he really wanted to explain to him that his current strength was different from before. But he had no time at all now, because he heard gunshots coming from downstairs again. The other party must have started slaughtering other people. Without saying a word, he rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The force was so strong that even the alloy security door was deformed. Jokai was stunned where he stood, horrified. What happened just now? How come Brother Feng's speed is so much faster than mine? Didn't we both eat the same supernatural fruit? He felt that he was a little confused, but he didn't care about that. Since Fong Feng didn't plan to run away, he had to go down and help. Thinking of this, Jokai gritted his teeth and ran downstairs. At this time, Tian Hao was standing at the door downstairs, watching his men rush into the building and start shooting wildly. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. In his impression, his team should be able to wipe out this mob very quickly. But he was completely wrong. He actually saw someone who could withstand the gunfire from an assault rifle and even killed 2 of his men. This is simply not something that ordinary people can do. These people are extremely brave. At this moment, Monkey ran out of room 104 with blood on his face. Captain, something is wrong here. Everyone here seems to be a superpower, and their physical fitness is terrifyingly strong. After hearing Monkey's report, Tian Hao was a little stunned. Are all people supernatural? This is too scary. Even their New World Alliance does not have such terrifying resources that can turn everyone into a superpower. How could this mutual aid association have such strength? Then why do they bother to add their own organization? Thinking of this, Tian Hao felt that things might be developing in the opposite direction. It was obvious that he was here to massacre the other party's organization. Now that I look at it this way, it seems that all the people I brought with me were killed by the other side. Obviously, it would not work relying on his own men alone. He dared not stand idly by at this moment. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and clenched it into the air. Boom. The air suddenly twisted, and a heavy hammer that shone entirely silver appeared out of thin air. The hammerhead is as big as a millstone, and its surface is covered with hideous spikes. The whole hammer exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. The moment he grasped the hammer handle with one hand, the ground actually sank 3 inches. Tian Hao walked directly into a nearby room with the hammer in hand. As soon as he entered the room, he saw 4 men pinning down his teammates and beating them. Even though their bodies were covered with bullet holes, the other side punched their men's heads madly as if nothing had happened. This suddenly made him feel a little angry. These rats living in the black fog actually dared to attack them? The muscles in his arms suddenly tensed up, and he swung the sledgehammer violently, smashing it hard towards the ground. Boom. There was a deafening bang, and the moment the hammerhead touched the ground, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, an invisible gravity wave spread out like a ripple with the hammer hitting point as the center. Ugh. Everyone in the room groaned at the same time, as if a 1,000-pound rock suddenly pressed down on their shoulders. Several people with weaker constitutions knelt on their knees and banged their foreheads heavily on the floor, making a dull dong sound. Even the strongest people had to bend their knees and bend their waists. Their arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and even lifting a finger became extremely difficult. What the hell is this? The bald man, who was originally riding on the enemy to attack, squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down. Seeing the miserable looks of the people in front of him, Tian Hao's face once again showed a ferocious smile. That's right. Bugs should be aware of being bugs. Why should they resist? Isn't it better to just let us kill you? After saying that, Tian Hao swung the sledgehammer directly at the bald man's back. His ability is this heavy hammer, which can change gravity within a certain range. Of course, he himself will not be affected in any way, and each of his hammer swings will have a gravity bonus, so the damage caused is also quite devastating. If this hammer hits someone hard, he will definitely die. Just when the sledgehammer was about to hit the opponent's back. Whoosh! An icy blue cold current suddenly swept through the entire room, and the water vapor in the air instantly condensed into tiny ice crystals. The temperature dropped suddenly, frost covered the walls at a speed visible to the naked eye, and everyone's breath condensed into white mist in the air. Crack! A half-meter-thick ice wall rose from the ground and stretched across Tianhao's body. Boom! The sledgehammer smashed hard on the ice wall. Amidst the deafening sound of the impact, spider web-like cracks instantly covered the entire ice surface. But what was amazing was that although the ice wall was shaky, it never collapsed and it withstood this powerful blow. The fine ice fragments flew everywhere, reflecting colorful light under the light. Tianhao narrowed his eyes behind the ice wall. What is this? Is there another ice-type mutant here? Tianhao was becoming more and more surprised. Where on earth have I come to? Why are there so many people with special abilities here? When will people with special abilities be able to be mass-produced? Have I disturbed the lair of the superpowers? However, he was not panicked. So what if he was an ice-type mutant? If the other party dared to get close to him, he would just use 10 times the gravity to teach him a lesson. He didn't believe that anyone here could withstand 10 times the gravity he exerted. Even his captain Qi Zheng did not dare to face his 10 times gravity head-on. He turned his head and looked at the door, where stood a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance. There was a faint blue mist surrounding the opponent's body, and it was obvious that it was the ice-based ability that the opponent had just used. Who are you? I don't think we know each other. Fong Feng's indifferent voice sounded in the room, and this was exactly what puzzled him the most. Chapter 166. Come prepared. The other side is well-equipped and well-trained, and it is obvious that they are well-prepared. There must be a large organization behind him to provide support. Therefore, Fong Feng must find out who exactly wants to attack them. It's impossible that his brothers were killed, and he doesn't even know who is going after them. Facing Fong Feng, Tianhao's face was also somewhat solemn. It is obvious that the opponent's strength is different from that of others, not just in terms of momentum. Just from the fact that the opponent was able to use an ice wall to block his hammer, it can be seen that the opponent's supernatural power level is not weaker than his. But he is not afraid, he is quite confident in his own strength. At present, no one who was hit by his huge hammer with all his strength could survive. This is the reason why he can be so arrogant and domineering. At that time, the Yunjing Palace was attacked by many ferocious beasts, and he smashed them to death with his hammer. He believed that the gentleman in front of him would not be an exception. You must be Chin Chin from the Mutual Aid Association. Holding the sledgehammer in his hand, he approached the opponent's position step by step. His gravity range is not large, that is, within 3 meters around him. If he wants to kill the man in front of him with one blow, he must bring the other party within the range. Do you know how big a mistake you have made? We already know that you attacked Zhao Boyang in private. Do you still want to enter Yunjing Palace? It's just wishful thinking. I advise you to release Zhao Boyang if you know what's best for you. Then surrender and come back with me to admit your mistakes to young master's son. Every time Tianhao spoke, he got closer to the other person. I slowly estimated the distance in my mind. Fong Feng ignored what the other party said, but he also roughly analyzed some clues from the other party's description. It turned out that the other party was from Yunjing Palace. He came here to find the whereabouts of Zhao Boyang and then found them by accident? This is equivalent to the other party getting the beginning and the process wrong, but ending up with the right result by accident. It was indeed them who killed Zhao Boyang. To be precise, it was Jiang Che who killed him, and they were responsible for disposing of the body. The contradiction between the two sides can be said to be completely irreconcilable. I wonder what the situation is with Lord Jiang. Will this incident have any impact on him? Although the situation here was not optimistic, Fong Feng still subconsciously worried about Jiang Che. After all, only if Jiang Che can succeed will there be hope for their future, and he is able to understand this clearly. Just as Fong Feng was thinking this, Tianhao had already approached within the distance where he could touch him. 10 times the gravity suddenly took effect. Tianhao's eyes were filled with ferocity, and he raised his giant hammer to smash down towards Fong Feng's position. Brother Feng, be careful. Not far away, Zhou Kai had already run down and saw this horrifying scene. He couldn't help but speak out a warning. It's too late to come to your senses now. Be more careful in your next life. Tianhao swung the huge hammer and smashed it directly towards Fong Feng's head. He seemed to be able to see the scene where the other person's head would explode like a watermelon, and he couldn't help but reveal a perverted smile on his face. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene happened. Fong Feng's movements were still swift, and he didn't seem to be affected by the gravity field at all. An arm quickly stretched out and grabbed the huge hammer in the air firmly in his hand. Impossible. How is this possible? Tian Hao's face changed drastically, and his original expression of victory in sight suddenly turned into unspeakable panic. This attack can be blocked so easily with just one hand. His inner defense was broken. Zhou Kai, who was far away, was also stunned on the spot. He never expected Wei Fong Feng could successfully withstand the attack without using any ice attribute abilities. You know, Teacher Ma was split into two by this blow. Fong Feng was also relieved at this moment. He had indeed underestimated his enemy just now, mainly because he did not know what the opponent's abilities were. Fortunately, Lord Zhang left me enough supernatural fruits before he left. If my supernatural power had not been able to break through to level 4, I'm afraid everyone would have been killed by this group of people today. Thinking of this, his gratitude towards Jiang Che reached a new level. When he looked at Tian Hao again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tian Hao noticed something was wrong, and his expression changed immediately. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent. Don't worry, we will leave now. When I return, I will help you to expedite the application so that you can live in Yunjing Palace. He was very shameless. He was shouting for war just now, but the next moment, he started begging for mercy. But Fong Feng is not a soft-hearted person. Now that you are here, I will never let you go back and cause trouble for Lord Jiang. Tian Hao didn't know what the other party meant by Lord Jiang, but his face was as ugly as it could be. The other party's words were equivalent to sentencing him to death. At the same time, Yunjing Palace. A man wearing a black windbreaker and looking somewhat feminine was constantly observing the environment inside the community throughout the entire park. He was naturally Jiang Che, but now he had transformed into Zhao Boyang. His mental strength can now be said to be very high, and his memory has also been greatly enhanced. He can remember anything he has seen once. He gradually observed from the outside to the inside and found that most of the houses here were vacant and no one lived in them. I don't know if it's because the house hasn't been sold yet or because the owner of the house has died. On the way, Jiang Che also met many security guards on patrol. Although they were all armed, they all bowed when they saw Jiang Che for the first time, and no one doubted Jiang Che's identity. It seems that the news of Zhao Boyang's disappearance has not spread throughout the community, and most people don't even know that Zhao Boyang has left the community. Jiang Che found it a little funny, but it was a great convenience for him. Big Mouth has Jiang Che's spiritual chains on his body. Jiang Che can sense that Big Mouth's current location is in the center of the entire community. Jiang Che originally wanted to go directly over there to find Big Mouth and see what was going on over there. But suddenly, a transparent figure broke into his perception range. Jiang Che's expression suddenly changed. He tried to stop in an inconspicuous corner on the side of the road, and the other party also stopped immediately. Jiang Che continued to move forward, and the other party also took the initiative to follow him. Interesting, I'm being followed here. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth curved up. Then, Jiang Che suddenly thought of something funny, and he walked out from the corner with his head held high again. As if he had discovered nothing, he walked towards an abandoned villa not far away. It was like going home. I opened the door and walked in. However, as if by accident, the door was not locked, but left a gap. Chapter 167 Tracking. Ever since leaving Yang Simi's residence yesterday, Yin Run has been feeling vaguely uneasy. Although she didn't discover anything, she always had a feeling that the mother and daughter, who were once under her firm control, had completely abandoned her and even wanted to hide some unspeakable secrets from her. Anyway, Sun Lianxing would not leave the fortress in the park, so she didn't have to worry about anything happening to him. So she simply ambushed in the empty house opposite Yang Simi. They began to monitor Yang Simi's residence day and night. Of course, in her mind, this is not surveillance, but a kind of protection. Nothing happened overnight. Just when she thought she was worrying too much, at 10 o'clock in the morning, a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar finally walked out of Yang Simi's residence. How could it be him? How could it be him? Familiar because she sees this person often. The reason she felt strange was that she couldn't imagine that this person could actually walk out of Yang Simi's residence. How could it be Zhao Boyang? Didn't he go to Jinjiang community and disappear? Why did he walk out of Yang Simi's house? Could it be that Sun Lianxing has discovered what I have done? Did he ask him to come and warn me? But this doesn't make sense. Why would Yang Simi take the initiative to help the other party conceal his identity? Shouldn't she hate Sun Lianxing and his gang the most? At this moment, Yin Run's entire brain was filled with question marks. She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. After seeing the other party leave, she did not rush into the room to question Yang Simi immediately. Instead, she used her own abilities to sneak behind this Zhao Boyang wanting to see what the other party was going to do. Sure enough, she soon discovered new problems. The behavior of this Zhao Boyong is completely different from before. The original Zhao Boyong would not be like he is now, wandering around the community and looking around. This Zhao Boyong seemed to be entering this community for the first time and was unfamiliar with everything around him. Moreover, the original Zhao Boyong could be said to be arrogant and domineering, and everyone in the entire park feared him like a tiger. But now Zhao Boyong seemed like a completely different person. For example, when the security guard saluted him, he actually responded with a smile. As she watched along, Run felt more and more puzzled, but her spiritual level subconsciously told her that the person in front of her was Zhao Boyong. Her mind was constantly struggling with this, and before she knew it, she had mistakenly controlled the distance between them and kept getting closer to each other. At first, she didn't take it seriously. After all, she was in a stealth state, and it was impossible for anyone to detect her. But she noticed that the behavior of Zhao Boyong in front of her had changed dramatically. He began to walk and stop, and even went to some corners. Just when she thought that Zhao Boyong was looking for something, she saw him actually enter an empty villa. Villa number 27. What is he doing here? I remember that the people in this place were cleared out by Zhao Boyong himself. Is there some unspeakable secret here? Run's curiosity really outweighed everything else. The alertness in her heart told her that this was the end of the day and she must not go in. But she really wanted to know what this playboy from Yunjing Palace was hiding from her. Driven by strong curiosity, Run took the initiative to push open the half-open door and walked in. The room was pitch black, without a single ray of light coming in, like a lightless prison. She didn't see Zhao Boyong, so she just walked slowly into the room with her long legs. Crunch. The room was extremely quiet, and the sound of shoes stepping on the wooden floor was extremely harsh. At this moment, alarm bells suddenly rang in her heart. Something's wrong. Something is terribly wrong here. I want to leave this place immediately. At this time, Run already regretted it in her heart. She used her stealth ability again, turned around, and was about to leave the room quickly. There was a loud bang, and the door behind me suddenly closed. Oh no, this is a trap. At this point, no matter how thick-skinned she was, she knew she had fallen into a trap. The golden hair suddenly expanded and spread out, like an attack from a sudden rainstorm and a violent gale, smashing madly at the location of the door. As long as I break the door open, I can leave this place. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The door, through which one could originally see the light from outside through the gap, was instantly shrouded in deep darkness. All her attacks landed on empty space, and not a single one of them landed on the original door. The door in front of me disappeared out of thin air. How could this happen? She had never seen such a strange ability, as if she was no longer in the original world, but in a completely new space. Zhao Boyong, come out here. Knowing that she had no way to leave this place, she simply stopped hiding her feelings and just started shouting towards the entire space. She believed that the right method must be audible. Yes, this scumbag must have heard it. Not only could he hear it, he's probably watching me from somewhere. Thinking of this, Run became more and more angry. She was right. However, it was not Zhao Boyong, but Jiang Che who was watching the other party's every move from a god's perspective. The ability he is using now is a derivative of his shadow power, Black Box. This ability is very powerful. Anyone with weaker mental strength than him will never be able to leave once he enters this place. Of course, if the opponent's strength can cause him all-round crushing, he can also break all the methods and forcibly leave this black box world. However, Run in front of him is definitely not among them. Unless Jiang Che wants to let her go, this blonde beauty will be trapped in this black box for the rest of her life. Of course, it is not without disadvantages. There are limitations to the use of this ability, and it must be done in a completely enclosed space. Jiang Che stared at the blonde beauty in front of him. The other party's data panel appeared in his eyes. Name, Run. Age, 28. Appearance, 94. Body size, 97. Purity, 100. Well, it completely meets the system's screening criteria. The last time the other party came to the villa to find him, he had no choice but to let the other party run away. I didn't expect that the other party would come back today. Sure enough, this is the woman destined by God to be his. She can't escape from his grasp no matter what. Chapter 168, Is This How You Usually Chase Women? Run has been yelling in the black box world for a while. I don't know if it was because she didn't get a response or because her voice was tired, but she stopped on her own. What does he mean? Why doesn't he respond to me? Is he trying to trap me to death here? Just when her brain was going crazy. In the open space in front of her, ripples suddenly appeared like the surface of a calm lake. Soon a figure slowly gathered in front of her. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, Run suddenly shouted, You, you are not Jaboing at all. Who are you? At this time, Jiang Che had returned to his original appearance. After all, he was going to pick up girls, and it would be inappropriate to continue to look like Zhao Boyong in that wretched manner. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, broad shoulders, and narrow waist. Just looking at his appearance, he is a very handsome, sunny, and handsome young man. Especially when she smiles, she always gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. My name is Jiang Che. Didn't you come to see me yesterday? When Jiang Che said this, he was clearly telling the other party that I was in Yang Simi's villa yesterday, but you simply didn't notice. Jiang Che? I haven't heard of you. What did you do to Yang Simi and her daughter? Run's voice was very cold, the anger on his face was clearly visible, and there was still a hint of murderous intent in his golden eyes. It can be imagined that Yang Simi and her daughter are still quite important in her mind. What to do? What can I do? One of them is my woman and the other is my daughter. I can't love them enough. Before Jiang Che finished speaking, something strange happened. Dozens of golden hair suddenly rose up, drawing sharp cold light in the air. These strands of hair seemed soft, but in an instant they turned into the sharpest blades and pierced through Jiang Che's body at an astonishing speed. Puff. The dull sounds of flesh being pierced continued, and Jiang Che's body was suddenly pierced with dozens of bloody holes. Before the blood could gush out, the hair suddenly tightened again, cutting each other madly like the cruelest meat grinder. Swish. With a horrifying tearing sound, Jiang Che's body was torn into pieces by the golden hair. Broken limbs and arms fell to the ground along with a rain of blood, splashing shocking scarlet patterns on the ground. The whole process happened in a flash, and the person who was alive just now had now turned into a pile of broken flesh. Those blood-stained golden hairs were still trembling slightly in the air, flashing an enchanting light. Should he be dead? She didn't hold back at all in this attack. He even pretended to be angry to distract the other party, with the aim of catching them by surprise and killing them with one blow. But if the other person is dead, why am I still here? Just when she was wondering, suddenly a burst of crisp applause sounded behind her. Ms. Een, you are really cruel. Do you hate me so much? Hearing this familiar voice, Run turned around immediately. Jiang Che was still standing not far from her, intact. There was still a relaxed smile on his face, as if the fierce attack just now had not fallen on him. There is no order without rules. Since you attacked me, I naturally cannot let you go. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Run immediately became nervous. The blonde hair danced wildly, ready to deal with any attack at any time. But in the black box world, all her so-called defenses were as fragile as cardboard. Suddenly, strange ripples appeared on the dark ground, as if the hard stone slabs had turned into a dark quagmire. The next second, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of pitch-black hands suddenly broke out of the ground, and their bony fingers grabbed Run's calf like iron clamps. Those hands were icy cold and incredibly powerful, and they actually pulled her long legs halfway into the ground. What the hell is this? Run's pupils suddenly shrank, and his golden hair instantly stood up, turning into a sky full of sharp blades that twisted towards those strange black hands. Wherever the hair passed, dozens of hands broke and turned into black mist and dissipated. However, crash. More black hands poured out from the mud frantically, one after another, as if endless. The broken limbs had not yet completely disappeared, and new hands had already climbed up and wrapped around her waist like a maggot. Ugh. Run groaned as his arms were tightly clamped by several thick black hands. Those palms were cold and sticky, with a creepy touch, spreading to her chest at a terrifying speed. What's more terrifying is that she felt that her special powers were being devoured bit by these dark hands. She is almost unable to use her special powers. Moreover, there was a pair of black hands controlling various parts of her body. She could even feel that those black hands had penetrated into her leather jacket and were actively paying attention to the two centers of gravity and one basic point on her body. This made her feel extremely ashamed and angry. You just cut me into 4 pieces, so I'm going to cut you into 4 pieces next. That should be fair, right? Jiang Che walked up to her, stretched out his palm and gently slapped her face. The woman in front of him was a little too arrogant. He had to curb her arrogance. Otherwise, even if he took her into his room, she would still be quite dishonest. Run's had never been humiliated like this before. In the past, anyone who disrespected her would usually not survive more than 24 hours. Even Sun Lianqing didn't dare to treat her like this. Just as I was about to scold the other person, I suddenly felt a pain in my lower abdomen. At some point, a sharp knife as black as ink appeared in Jiang Che's hand. It had already pierced into her body and penetrated through. Pain. It really hurts. It's not that she wasn't injured. She had more than one gunshot wound on her body. But the damage caused by the opponent's knife is more than 10 times more painful than a gunshot wound. The moment the knife was pulled out of her body, the pain was still unbearable. She stared at Jiang Che and wanted to say something strong, but her lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word. But Jiang Che's punishment did not end there. If we say there are 4 cuts, then not a single one can be missing. Ian Run's painful roars continued to echo throughout the entire black box world. After the 4 stabbings, Ian Run was sweating all over and his face was pale. She thought she was going to die, but the dark hands around her gradually let go of her body and she was free again. How about it? Miss Ian, do you still want to attack me now? Without answering, she forced herself to stand up and reached out to touch the wound she had just received. But the moment her hand touched her lower abdomen, something even more shocking happened. His body was surprisingly intact, without any wounds. Why? The pain just now is so real. Why is there not even a single wound on my body? This discovery made Ian Run a little overwhelmed. Because this means that the other party can torture her completely crazy without killing her. I am no match for him at all. Why would such a terrifying monster appear in the community? That's right, Ian Run had already started to describe Jiang Che as a monster, because she could no longer think of any other adjectives to describe the fear in her heart. What exactly are you going to do? What do I have to do for you to let me go? Her tone began to soften. She was not a complete fool. She would not fight hard even though she knew she could not beat the opponent. Seeing that the other party had calmed down, Jiang Che also showed a sunny smile on his face. My request is very simple. Just be my woman. Chapter 169 Surrender. Ian Run was lying on the ground in a very embarrassed manner. She looked at the smiling man in front of her in a daze. To be honest, she felt it was a bit unbelievable. What does the other party mean by this? He tortures and humiliates her, but his purpose is to make her his girlfriend? You know, she felt like she was going to die here just now. Who taught him to chase girls like this? She exhaled deeply, then raised her head and looked directly at Jiang Che's smiling face. The more she looked, the more dazzling it became. You mean, let me be your girlfriend, right? But look at what you just did to me. Do you think I will agree to it? Hearing the other party's answer, Jiang Che was a little stunned. When did I ask her to be my girlfriend? This woman in front of me looks smart, but why is she not so smart? Is it because the life in this community is so superior that she has forgotten that this is the end of the world? Ms. Ian, I think you have misunderstood something. Don't be my girlfriend, but my woman. All I need is your body. Jiang Che's words went straight to the point without any concealment. Mainly because it's unnecessary. It's the end of the world. Who wants to go through the gradual process of dating? Just go straight to the point. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Ian Run's teeth chattered and she felt like her lungs were about to explode. The other party is even more blatant than that scumbag Sun Lianqing. At least Sun Lianqing would lie to her a few words, but this guy named Jiang Che seemed too lazy to even lie to her and just came up and asked for her body directly. Bah, scum. Don't even think about it. I think you're daydreaming. Ian Run spat directly at where Jiang Che was, staring at Jiang Che viciously like a wounded female leopard. Ms. Ian, I think you still don't understand the situation clearly. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Che straightened up, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers crisply. Pa. Black whirlpools appeared again on the originally dark ground, and the familiar feeling of coldness swept through Ian Run's body again. The dark hands gathered into a black cross, fixing Ian Run's plump and full body on it, making her unable to move. The most important thing is that the supernatural powers that had begun to slowly recover in her body. It began to drain away at an alarming speed again. Even if she wanted to use her golden hair to cut the black cross, she couldn't do it. This suddenly reminded Ian Run of the horrific experience he had before. Ms. Ian, I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm just informing you. If you don't agree, I'll make you agree. Here, I have the absolute right to speak. Without my permission, you can't even die. Think about it carefully. I believe you're a smart person. As he said this, the pitch-black sharp knife that had impressed her so deeply appeared in Jiang Che's hand again. When Ian Run saw the sharp knife, he immediately felt an indescribable fear in his heart. To her, death is not scary. The most terrifying thing is that she is living a life worse than death. She really couldn't understand why such a powerful person would go to such great lengths to deal with her just to get her body. Is it really that appealing to do something like that? Please give me some time to think about it. Seeing Jiang Che getting closer with a knife, she shouted hurriedly. If I hadn't fallen into this man's trap, I definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. No, I can't lose my composure. I need to think of a way. The most important thing is to leave here first. Thinking this in his mind, Ian Run's brain began to think frantically, and sweat even began to seep out of his forehead. Never give up until the last moment. This is something she understood after working as a killer for many years. Even in the most extremely dangerous environment, there is always a chance of escape. Jiang Che naturally saw at a glance that the other party was stalling for time. It seems that this girl has not accepted her fate yet. It seems that I have to help her make a decision. Thinking of this, Jiang Che stabbed the black sharp knife into the opponent's chest without saying a word. Ah. The other party obviously did not expect Jiang Che to suddenly attack. He let out a violent howl, and his body began to tremble constantly. The pair of huge truths on his chest also emitted waves of astonishing beauty. Jiang Che was a little frightened by the sight, and was afraid that the other person's big thing would jump out of his clothes. Stop, stop. Please stop. Ain Run had also experienced this kind of pain resistance test in her original killer organization, but the pain Jiang Che brought her was far beyond the original test, making her completely unable to bear it. You know, that's not what I want to hear. Jiang Che said calmly, pulling out the sharp knife with a nonchalant look on his face, then reinserting it, repeating his actions mechanically. The entire black box world is more like a mental prison he has created. In this world, he decides what will become true and what will become reality. So, no matter how many times you slash the opponent, as long as you don't want him to be injured, the opponent's body will always be intact. No one can bear this endless pain. As expected, in less than 10 minutes, the killer queen had completely surrendered. Okay, I promise. Stop it now. After hearing the other party's words, Jiang Che stopped what he was doing. Looking at the blonde beauty who was sweating profusely and looked exhausted, Jiang Che suddenly wanted to tease her. What did you promise? Tell me everything. Ain Run gritted her teeth. She wanted to scold him again, but she was afraid of angering him. She was like a deflated ball, and said weakly, I mean, I am willing to be your woman. I am willing to submit to you. Is that all right? Hearing the other party's reply, although there was still a little emotion in the tone, Jiang Che knew that this was the other party's current limit. If this continues, the other party will probably be defeated. More haste, less speed. You can continue to train when you have time in the future. Jiang Che nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the black hand that was originally wrapped around the other person's body disappeared. Ain Run collapsed to the ground like a person whose bones had been pulled out. Jiang Che squatted down and reached out his hand to help the other person smooth down his messy hair. To be honest, Ain Run is really beautiful, but she just never dresses up. She tries to keep her hairstyle and clothes as neutral as possible, which makes her look more like a handsome guy than a beautiful woman. If she could grow long hair and wear light makeup, she would definitely be the top beauty among top beauties. Chapter 170 Gene Virus. Jiang Che, although I agree to your request, if you want to have my body, it depends on whether you have the courage. Ain Run supported himself on the ground with his arms and forced himself to sit up. There was a smile on her face, as if she had won the fight between them. What? Do you still want to regret it? Jiang Che frowned and asked. You can choose not to agree, but going back on your word is a matter of principle. Jiang Che began to feel a little dissatisfied with the woman in front of him. Ain Run smiled and shook his head. She didn't say anything, but began to unbutton her leather jacket. Looking at the other party's performance, Jiang Che was a little stunned. What does this mean? Is this woman crazy? Is she planning to sacrifice herself on the spot? No, no matter how hungry and thirsty I am, I won't do things rashly here. At the very least, you should find a comfortable room with a king-size bed and get your work done comfortably. Jiang Che was about to speak out to stop him, but Ain Run's movements were very quick, and he took off the entire leather jacket in no time. The moment Jiang Che saw the other person's body, he was stunned. Beautiful. So beautiful. It was the first time that Jiang Che saw such a beautiful scenery. Her skin is as white and smooth as mutton fat jade. The proud curves of her chest were tightly bound by layers of bandages, and the amazingly full curves were faintly visible under the wrapped fabric. Even though the pair of round breasts were deliberately suppressed, they still showed a shocking size. The slight red marks on the edge of the bandage only served to highlight the amazing elasticity of the sealed object. The worst thing is that when the bandages occasionally loosen during the movements, a hint of snow-white grooves is faintly revealed, which is enough to make people instantly understand the profound meaning of the truth is always wrapped in layers. Did you see that? Ain Run's cold voice came. Jiang Che touched his chin subconsciously. I saw it. It's very white, smooth, and beautiful. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Ain Run rolled his eyes. I'm not asking you to look at my bear. Look here. As Ain Run spoke, she pointed her finger at her lower abdomen. Just now, Jiang Che's eyes were completely attracted by the truth of time, and he didn't pay attention to anything else. Following the direction of the other party's finger, Jiang Che looked over and indeed saw something unusual. I saw a flower on the other person's lower abdomen. It's not a tattoo, but a flower made of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood squirmed wildly with Ain Run's breathing, as if thousands of worms had drilled into her body. Such a white and beautiful body was like being stained with a piece of smelly mud. Not just here, but here and here. Following the direction of Ain Run's finger, Jiang Che noticed that this thing was not an isolated case, and such flowers of flesh and blood were scattered all over the other person's body. Some are big, some are small, some are hideous and bulging, and some are attached to the skin like tattoos. Jiang Che also understood why the other party always wore tight leather jackets. It was to completely restrain these squirming flesh and blood flowers. How is it? Doesn't it look disgusting? Inrun looked at Jiang Che with a very playful look. At this moment, she felt very happy, as if she had won a fight with the opponent. What's wrong with you? Is it some kind of skin disease? Jiang Che asked with a frown. The other party could be said to be half a woman to him now, so naturally he had to care about her. Skin disease? If it is a skin disease, that would be great. I won't live long anyway, so I might as well tell you everything. Inrun put her clothes back on while telling her story. The story happened so long ago that she was not even born at that time. Her mother was the only daughter of a wealthy family in manhwa. He was born into a wealthy family and was intelligent and knowledgeable. He was spoiled since childhood. While participating in a multinational academic exchange meeting, she met a talented researcher from the Eagle country. The other party's talent deeply attracted her mother. Although her mother's family opposed it, she willingly gave up everything at home for the other party and went to Eagle country with the researcher. Their passionate love soon led to the birth of her, now Inran. Just when the other party thought that he was about to live a happy and fulfilling life, the genius researcher tore off his disguise. He ignored the woman's heart-wrenching resistance and forcibly pushed her into the laboratory. They used my mother as a natural filter and injected a special genetic drug into my body. The day I was born, I was labeled as an experimental subject and was trained as a killing machine. I don't know if you believe it or not, but my blonde powers and my invisibility are actually due to that experiment. I have never taken any supernatural fruit. Although I have gained great power, my body has also been infected with an incurable genetic virus due to this experiment. Inrun spoke very easily, as if everything she described came from a stranger. As long as I want to survive, I have to obey the laboratory's instructions and complete some very dangerous tasks in exchange for the gene inhibitor that suppresses the virus. But since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I have lost contact with the people in the laboratory, and the genetic virus in my body has begun to gradually deteriorate. Those flowers you just saw are hints that the genetic virus in my body is about to erupt. As she spoke, she took the initiative to stretch out her hand and pull Jiang Che's hand. What's up? Are you scared? Don't worry. Even though you can't eat the meat, you can still satisfy your urge to touch it, huh? At this point, Inrun suddenly laughed heartily. She was now completely relaxed. Talking about her life experience for the first time, she felt as if she had unloaded a heavy burden and felt extremely relaxed. She really wanted to see Jiang Che's expression now. Wouldn't it look as ugly as eating a dead fly? It's funny to think that you spend so much effort to get a woman, but in the end she's trash and you can't even touch her. But when she met Jiang Che's eyes, she was a little surprised. There was no anger or disappointment in the other person's eyes. He was just frowning, as if he was thinking about something. What are you thinking about? You can't possibly be thinking about how to cure my illness, haha. When Inrun said this himself, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Jiang Che paused, then raised his head and looked at the other person very seriously. If a genetic virus like yours is considered contamination, I think I might be able to treat it. Jiang Che's light words made Inrun's laughter stop abruptly. Then her expression began to become serious, and a hint of inexplicable hope flashed across her beautiful eyes. But at the same time, she did not dare to hold out too much hope. Are you serious? You are not kidding me. Chapter 171, I have a friend. Jiang Che did not reply, but directly took out an emerald green, primary purification capsule from the storage space. Try eating one first. Inrun stretched out his trembling hand and took the emerald green capsule from the other person's hand. She was not worried that the other party would kill her with poison, because that's totally unnecessary. In this dark space, it would be too easy for the other party to kill her, so why waste a poison? She hesitated because she was worried that the medicine would have no effect. The cruelest thing that can happen to a person is to let her see a glimmer of hope and then snuff it out in front of her. She had been tormented by the genetic virus in her body for some time. Every time an attack occurred, she would feel pain all over her body that went deep into her bones. There were many nights when she thought about whether she should just die. If she hadn't met Yang Duo, the angel-like little girl, she would probably have chosen to leave this world by now. Her eyes gradually became determined, and then she no longer hesitated and swallowed the capsule in one gulp. The entrance of the capsule turned into a cool feeling, which continued to spread throughout her body and soon spread to every part of her limbs. The next moment, an expression of extreme shock appeared on Inrun's face. She quickly undressed the clothes she had already put on, completely ignoring the sudden exposure of her body, and looked down at her body. I saw that the flower, which was originally like a maggot, was beginning to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although they were not completely removed, most of the flowers on her body had disappeared. How is this possible? Her face was full of disbelief. What's wrong? Did the medicine not work as expected? Jiang Che asked with some confusion. Run shook her head quickly. Her eyes were a little red and her nose was a little sore, but there was a bright smile on her face. No, the drug is more effective than I could have imagined. It's even several times stronger than the inhibitors I took in the research institute. Run was extremely happy at this moment. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Che was no longer filled with disgust as before, but with joy and gratitude. Because as long as she has this medicine, her life can continue and she doesn't have to worry about her own life anymore. And I won't have to suffer from the pain day and night anymore. This was the happiest thing that had happened to her in recent time. However, another question came up, and she asked hesitantly, "This medicine must be very precious. I wonder how much you have left. How many are there?" Hearing what the other party said, Jiang Che wanted to laugh. His storage space now contained as many capsules as a mountain, and the number was increasing rapidly at a rate of 1 per second. It was more than enough for her 3 meals a day. However, I certainly cannot tell the truth. That would make it seem that my help was too cheap. Not only that, he would deliberately exaggerate to make the other party feel guilty about him and feel indebted to him from the bottom of his heart. Well, to be honest, this medicine is also very precious. I have a friend who is a top biology expert in Long Country. These medicines are the results of her research. Moreover, this medicine is extremely difficult to research, and the ingredients used are extremely rare. I only have a few dozen pills in my hand now. But don't worry, as long as you be my woman and serve me well, I will definitely try to provide you with a long-term supply of this medicine. Jiang Che said this with a serious expression, as if he had made a very difficult decision. In fact, the system takes on everything. But Jiang Che's pretended affectionate words moved Run deeply. She has never felt the love of her family since she was a child, and no one has ever taken the initiative to be nice to her. Those people approached her either because of her abilities or her body. Therefore, she desires those sincere and pure emotions more than normal people. It was the first time that she felt such strong kindness from a stranger. Originally, she was quite disgusted with Jiang Che's behavior of wanting to force his body on her, but now she felt that being with Jiang Che and becoming his woman was not so difficult to accept. In order to prevent you from having the opportunity to regret, I want to add a layer of insurance on you. Do you have any objection? Seeing that the other party nodded in agreement, Jiang Che also stated his own request. To be honest, Run's strength is still quite dangerous in Jiang Che's opinion. If he cannot restrict this kind of person, then keeping her in his harem will become an unstable factor. Therefore, Jiang Che planned to add his own spiritual imprint on her body. This was also the first time he used this power on his woman. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Run didn't plan to resist because there was no need to resist. Even if Jiang Che regretted it now and wanted to drive her away, she would still shamelessly stick to him. The other party could be said to be the guarantee of her happy life for the rest of her life. Watching the other person hit his forehead, there was also great curiosity about the other person in her eyes. Besides this strange space, does he have other superpowers? How many superpowers does this man have? As she thought this, she suddenly found that her 5 senses had disappeared. The surroundings fell into absolute silence, as if the whole world had pressed the mute button. What's going on? Where did he take me again? At this moment, her originally calm face suddenly turned into panic. She found herself in a gray world. Logically, she was able to remain calm in the dark world just now. So why did she become like this after changing to another place? Because the original black box world, although also empty, did not make her feel uncomfortable. But now in this gray world, she suddenly felt a strong sense of death, a sense of death that penetrated deep into her bones. It felt like the whole world was destroyed. At this moment, she felt as if there was something extra in front of her. She looked up and her eyes widened and her pupil shrank. What on earth is this? She couldn't believe what she saw. What did she see? An extremely huge tree slowly appeared behind Jiang Che. The trunk of the tree is as black as a mountain, and its branches are as winding as black dragons. It was like the mushroom cloud after a nuclear bomb explosion, almost poking a hole in the entire world. An uncontrollable fear arose in her heart, and she wanted to escape, but her body had no strength at all. If she had the intention of getting close to Jiang Che just now she felt that she could completely surrender. Chapter 172, I Want to Kill Sun Lianqing. Facing the huge sense of oppression coming from the dark tree, Run lowered her originally proud head completely. She had completely chosen to lie down. Although she was afraid in her heart, She still chose to believe Jiang Che and believe that he would not hurt her. But why does the breath of this tree feel so familiar to me? I seem to have experienced the same feeling in other places. This thought suddenly came to her mind, but when she thought carefully, she couldn't remember it. It was like forgetting a word when picking up a pen. The word was so familiar, but at this moment, she just couldn't write it. Soon, the ceremony was over. Gradually, sounds that only exist in the real world began to come from all around. The sounds of the wind, breathing, and heartbeat gradually entered her ears. When she looked up again, Run found that she had not only left the strange world of big trees, but also left the dark world. When she saw some broken and dusty furniture in the room, she realized that she had really returned to the real world. Jiang Che has already planted mental shackles on the other party. It can be said that the other party is now completely unable to resist him, so there is naturally no need to control her with the black box world. Taking out 2 chairs from the room and placing them in front of the 2 of them, Jiang Che said with a smile, "Please take a seat. We are now considered family members. I would like to ask you something about Yunjing Palace." Jiang Che never forgot his ultimate goal. He gained supreme control over the entire Yunjing Tiangong Villa area and completely brought the entire top-level community under his control. Jiang Che had also asked Yang Simi about issues within the community before. But the other party has been hiding here and there, and it can be said that he doesn't know much about the situation inside the community. But Run is different. She is Sun Lianqing's bodyguard and a very important figure in the New World Alliance. She definitely knows much more than Yang Simi. Hearing Jiang Che's question, Yang Simi's mouth curled up. "I have already guessed what you were thinking. There are no people in this world who are so impatient. I guess your desire for my body was fake, and your real intention was to extract information from me." A gleam of light flashed across Run's eyes, and he felt that his guess was almost right. The expression on Jiang Che's face was a little awkward. "I just want to sleep with you, and getting information is just a side job. But I can't say this kind of thing now, or I'll lose my dignity." Seeing Jiang Che's strange expression and his silence, Run's smile widened, thinking that he had guessed what the other party was thinking. She did not hide anything and began to explain to Jiang Che the internal structure of the entire community and the division of power. She spoke very comprehensively, telling everyone everything she knew. Qian Bin is responsible for managing the residents of the entire community. Because he often takes care of those who have difficulties in life, he is also the most prestigious person among the residents. There are also many people with special abilities among the residents, and all of them obey his orders. I don't recommend you to provoke him. He is very powerful. He can control the dead, no matter if it is a fierce beast or a supernatural being. As long as they are dead, they can be assimilated and controlled by him. When Run spoke, his expression was very serious. Jiang Che listened very carefully and nodded continuously. Qi Zheng was originally the security captain of the entire community. The property and security are now all under his management. Most importantly, he is a die-hard supporter of Sun Lianqing. No matter what happens, he will stand firmly on his side. As for his ability, it is also the most bizarre. He can control smoke. My blonde hair can be said to be completely restrained by him. His ability level is also higher than mine. With every word the other party said, Jiang Che's expression became more solemn. He originally thought that Run's strength should be among the best here, but now it seems that the opponent's strength may not even be in the top 3. What about Sun Lianqing? I heard that Sun Lianqing is the most responsible person in the entire community, but he doesn't care about anything? What is his ability? Jiang Che asked with some confusion. His doubts are not unreasonable. After all, power is equal to the right to speak. When a person has no power at all, no matter how high his status is, he is just a puppet. You are right. He is indeed the person in charge of the entire community. Sun Lianqing is in charge of all the material supplies in the community, and he is responsible for communication, not just these small internal matters. Jiang Che showed a puzzled look on his face. He looked at Run quietly, waiting for her next words. However, Run did not directly answer Jiang Che, but instead asked a question in return. Do you know the New World Alliance? Jiang Che frowned and did not answer. The first time he heard the term New World Alliance was when he was interrogating Zhao Boyong. He originally thought that Sun Lianqing was the person in charge of the entire New World Alliance, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was definitely not that simple. If it were that simple, Run wouldn't have said it again here. The New World Alliance is a super large organization of superpowers in Dragon Country. It is a private organization initiated by a group of wealthy people. This organization actually existed before the arrival of the Black Fog, but ordinary people cannot access this level. Sun Rui is the richest man in Ji City. As far as I know, he once donated nearly 10 billion yuan to this organization privately, which allowed him to barely get into this circle. It was also because of this that he was able to find me, a psychic, as a bodyguard for his son. Although Sun Lianqing is not a member of that organization, he can get assistance from that organization from time to time because of his father. The reason why he named the organization in the community the New World Alliance was just to raise the tiger flag. This is also the main reason why everyone follows Sun Lianqing's lead. Jiang Che listened to the other party's description and felt like he had opened the door to a new world. His original simple worldview was shattered by just a few words from the other party. In Runt saw that Jiang Che's expression was very solemn, and he roughly guessed what the other party was thinking. I am just a newcomer who has just come into contact with the other side of this world. It is normal for me to find it difficult to accept. When I first learned that there were many people with special abilities in this world, I was much more shocked than him. Thinking of this, In Run's voice became softer. Jiang Che, you can rest assured that with me helping you in the community, you will definitely be able to have enough food and clothing. I will protect you just like I did with Yang Simi. Jiang Che raised his head and gave the other person a strange look. In Run was also confused by Jiang Che's look. Do you have any other ideas? If so, please tell me and I will do my best to help you. Jiang Che nodded and said calmly. I do need your help with something. I want to kill Sun Lianqing and take over the entire Yunjing Palace. Chapter 173 In Run joins the team. After hearing Jiang Che's calm words, the gentle smile on In Run's face froze. The corners of her eyes twitched slightly and her hands and feet became stiff. No, it seems that I just said so much to you, but you didn't hear a word I said. Jiang Che, you must be kidding me. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and spoke in a gentle tone without changing. I don't like to joke, and I don't know how to joke. If I say I want to take over the entire community, then I have to take over the entire community. Seeing Jiang Che's determined look, In Run was so angry that he almost laughed. No, what makes you think you can take over the entire community? Do you think Sun Lianqing and the other two are just there to do nothing? Do you think that just because you can beat me, you can walk around the entire community with your head held high? No. Isn't this person a little too arrogant? I admit that your ability is not weak, and it can even be said that you are much stronger than me, but it is completely impossible for you to deal with Sun Lianqing and the other two. Even with me, it would be impossible for you to do it. And, most importantly, if you manage to kill Sun Lianqing and occupy the entire community, what are you going to do with the supplies? All the supplies in the entire park are sealed in the bottom layer of Sun Lianqing's fortress. The protective materials used are all capable of resisting nuclear bombs. Only his personal biological code can open it. If you become the manager of the community, you won't have any supplies, and everyone will starve to death with you. In Run carefully analyzed the pros and cons of the matter with Jiang Che, trying to dispel Jiang Che's unrealistic fantasies. However, Jiang Che did not argue with the other party. Instead, he just waved his hand lightly, and thousands of bottles of mineral water appeared in the room. With another wave of his hand, there was more food and supplies on the floor of the room. Soon, the supplies in the room almost filled the living room, which was almost 500 square meters. Facts speak louder than any words. In Run's small mouth also gradually expanded. With every pile of supplies in the room, her mouth became bigger and her eyes were full of disbelief. The shock the scene before her brought to her was indescribable. What did she see? Self-heating hot pot, potato chips, drinks, and even more outrageous is that there are even steaming hamburgers. She rarely saw these things after the end of the world. Even if Sun Lianqing had such supplies, he would eat them privately and would not give them to anyone. Of course, what shocked In Run even more was Jiang Che's miraculous ability. It is unexpected that so many supplies can be created out of thin air. You've also awakened your space-related abilities. With so many supplies, did you loot a super large supermarket? Before Jiang Che could explain, In Run had already thought of an excuse for him. But it's better this way, so I don't have to explain it myself. He nodded and responded. It's pretty much what you think. I dare say that even if we don't rely on Sun Lianqing's supplies, we won't have any shortage of supplies. But even so, facing Qi Zheng and the others. After hearing Jiang Che's words, In Run subconsciously wanted to use the fact that his side was inferior to the other party's strength to force Jiang Che to retreat. However, before she could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Jiang Che. You don't have to worry about those things. You just need to understand that you are mine now. All you need to do is obey my orders and trust me unconditionally. Do you understand? Jiang Che looked directly into In Run's beautiful eyes, and his words were unquestionable. As for strength, Jiang Che was not worried at all. Not to mention that the number of his own superpowers far exceeds that of other superpower users, and he now also possesses a level 7 B-level superpower shadow. The expanded area can cover an ultra-large area with a radius of 640 meters. Not to mention being able to cover the entire Yunjing Palace. At least the two of them should cover a quarter of the entire community, which is absolutely no problem. And he also has an extremely powerful ferocious beast, named Big Mouth following him. If he didn't want to take over the entire park intact, he would have planned to join forces with Big Mouth to rush through this place. The only thing that Jiang Che was a little worried about was the organization behind Sun Lianqing. Would they retaliate against him? However, he can't care so much now. The Jinjiang community was in such a rotten state that it couldn't be any worse. He definitely couldn't go back there. He couldn't bring all these women with him to find another place, so he had to take over the Feng Shui treasure land of Yunjing Palace. Yin run aside. She knew that she could no longer stop the other party. Now there is only one way before her, to do her best to assist Jiang Che in taking over Yunjing Palace. Success is life. Failure is death. Forget it. If the other party fails and dies, I probably won't be able to take the medicine that inhibits the gene virus in my life. I have to fight for my own sake. Having made up his mind, Yin Run devoted himself to helping Jiang Che think about the direction of the battle plan. The actual people in charge of the entire Yunjing Palace are the 3 people I mentioned to you before. As long as you deal with those 3 people one by one, your plan will naturally be achieved. But before that, I have something else to tell you. It's about the source of Sun Lianqing's abilities. Come on, follow me. Having said that, Yin Run stood up and walked towards the door, motioning Jiang Che to follow her. Jiang Che was a little confused about what it was, but without hesitation, he quickly followed it, and the 2 of them left the abandoned villa together. At the same time, in Villa number 13, Yang Simi was tidying up her room. The main purpose was to clean up the crime scene where she and Jiang Che had made love last night. The originally pearly white bed sheets were already stained with a few dazzling red spots. This is proof that she has ended her first time in life. However, she had no intention of washing the sheets. On the contrary, she folded the entire sheet and placed it in the corner of the closet, wanting to keep the entire sheet as a treasure. After making the bed, she turned around and looked at the clothes scattered on the floor. Jiang Che asked her to change into these clothes. She said that this would be more exciting, and in order to satisfy this little man, she was completely obedient and did everything he asked of her. This little rascal tore up 3 pairs of my stockings in a row. He obviously loved them very much, but he didn't cherish them at all. These stockings of mine cost thousands of dollars a pair. Although she was complaining, her face was full of sweet smiles. She threw the torn stockings into the trash can and turned to get new ones from the closet. Since my little man likes to tear stockings, let him tear them to his heart's content. After all, Yang Simi has been in the entertainment industry for a period of time. She understands what men are thinking best and knows how to please a man both physically and mentally. Now her life and her daughter's life are almost tied to Jiang Che. Not to mention for her daughter, even for her own future happy life, she is willing to do her best to please Jiang Che. Chapter 174 discovered. Yang Simi also saw the women who came with Jiang Che. It can be said that each of them is a rare beauty with her own unique looks. After a brief contact with these women, although she found that each woman was very easy to get along with, she also developed a great sense of crisis in her heart. Jiang Che will definitely have more and more women in the future. If I want to stay by Jiang Che's side forever, I must highlight my strengths as much as possible. And what are her strengths? It must be the beautiful legs and stockings, which can be said to have been certified by the entire Dragon Country netizens and has the title of Dragon Country's #1 leg beauty. Yang Simi opened the wardrobe, reached in and touched something, and then her expression changed. Huh? Why are my stockings missing? She has quite a lot of stockings, and she used to buy a lot every once in a while. How come I can't find either pair? She suddenly felt a little panicked, but after thinking about it carefully, she knew what was going on. This is not my original home. I am temporarily staying in Yin Run's house. I came there in a hurry, so I just took some clothes and 3 pairs of stockings. I originally had a lot of stockings, all of which were kept in my previous home. Should I go back and get it now? In the past, she would never have dared to think of such a thing. However, she is now a psychic after all, with the ability to change her appearance. To be honest, she feels that even if she does not disguise herself, she will not be recognized by strangers when she appears in the community. In order to satisfy my little man's taste, then I will take this risk. Thinking of this, Yang Simi showed a sweet smile on her face. After giving instructions to her daughter, Lin Wan, and others, Yang Simi walked out of the house. Her appearance has completely changed now. It is no other than her sister Zhuang Lin, who used to have a very good relationship with her and is also a very famous TV host in Jinhai City. The reason why she turned into the other person's appearance was because the other person's figure and height were very similar to hers. Even if someone recognized her, she could make an excuse. But even so, she wore a mask as a double insurance. Walking alone on the road in the community, feeling the sunshine, Yang Simi felt that her mood was simply great. I really have to thank Jiang Che. With this ability, I don't have to hide from place to place like before. I can live like a normal person. Thinking of this, her mood became better and her steps became faster. At this time, in front of the fortress in the center of the villa area, a man and a woman walked out of Sun Lianqing's fortress. It was our host Zhuang Lin and her husband Wang Hongji. At this time, Zhuang Lin's clothes were a little disheveled, and her body was covered with slap marks and various bruises. Even on the hair, there were a lot of white spots emitting a strange smell. She walked at the front with an indifferent look on her face, holding a bag of supplies taken from Sun Lianqing's home. There was very little in the house, just 2 bags of brown bread and a can of beans. She let Sun Lianqing play with her for a day and a night, and naturally wanted to ask for more supplies. However, when Sun Lianqing stepped on her head and called her a bitch, and her husband didn't even dare to fart, she realized that she would definitely get nothing. Wang Hongji, who was following behind her at this moment, also had a very ugly expression on his face. In his hands, he still held one of his favorite high-end video cameras. He likes photography very much, and he likes to use his camera to record the young bodies wearing swimsuit bikinis. But now his camera is full of photos of Sun Lianqing and his wife playing. Various angles, various poses, and even a lot of photos where he is used as a background. He wanted to smash the camera to pieces right now, but he didn't dare, because Sun Lianqing gave him an order to cut out the film and the camera, otherwise he would kill him. He is not a person with special powers, and he has to look at the other party's mood if he wants supplies. Naturally, he has no room for resistance. The two of them walked towards home, one in front of the other. Wang Hongji suddenly felt angry and said to his wife sarcastically, "Zhuang Lin, I never thought you were such a slutty person. You can do such a slutty thing. Are you worthy of entering our Wang family? Are you worthy of being my wife?" Faced with her husband's ridicule, Zhuang Lin suddenly erupted like a volcano. "Wang Hongji, are you still a man? You acted like a grandson in front of Sun Lianqing, not even daring to fart. How dare you scold me now? I am now like this. It's all because of you. You forced me to beg Sun Lianqing. Don't you know what will happen if I go there? Don't you always enjoy the food I bring back?" Facing Zhuang Lin's unreserved accusations, Wang Hongji's face became increasingly ugly. He had indeed known for a long time that his wife had been raped by Sun Lianqing, but since he hadn't seen it, he could pretend not to know. "I thought that this secret relationship between the two could continue forever, but I didn't expect that he would be called by Sun Lianqing to come over and attack him face to face." He didn't dare to mention Sun Lianqing, so he wanted to talk about Zhuang Lin to vent his anger. However, he never expected that his wife, who had always been obedient, would explode directly. He would not tolerate the other party, but just when he was about to curse back, his eyes swept across the front, and suddenly he saw a familiar figure. That figure was somewhat similar to his wife. "Zhuang Lin, look at who that person is. I feel like her figure is somewhat similar to yours." Hearing her husband's words, Zhuang Lin glared at him fiercely, thinking that he was subconsciously trying to change the subject and admit his mistake. She looked in the direction of the other person's finger. "Hey, you know what? That big but that twist back and forth is really similar to hers." Her mind immediately became active. Her figure is quite recognizable in the whole community, with a curvy figure, a slim waist, and long legs. It is considered one of the best in the community. The only person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her, or even slightly surpass her, is her former best friend, Yang Simi. She looked carefully at the other person's clothes. Although the other person was wearing a mask, she was able to identify him at a glance. The other party is Yang Simi, who has been missing in this community for a long time. Because she recognized the dress the other person was wearing. It was the tight dress she had helped her choose. Chapter 175, Good Girlfriend. "I never thought that I would be able to meet my best friend Yang Simi here." Zhuang Lin's voice was not loud, but her husband Wang Hongji, who was standing next to her, could still hear it clearly. She is Yang Simi. Young Master's son said that Yang Simi could be exchanged for a month's supplies. Wang Hongji was stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with indescribable joy. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go report to young Master's son. He has no time to be angry with his wife now. Everything else has to take a back seat in the face of supplies." After saying that, he turned around and ran towards Sun Lianqing's fortress. It was a whole month's supply. He hadn't even had a full meal during this period. He decided that he would have a good meal when he got the supply. However, as soon as he turned around, he was kicked to the ground by a powerful long leg. Although Wang Hongji looks tall and strong, his physical fitness is surprisingly poor. The word fragile does not really feel out of place when used to describe him. Wang Hongji got up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner and looked at his wife with anger on his face. "Crazy woman. Are you crazy? Why did you kick me? Are you still concerned about your previous friendship? Don't be stupid. Nothing is more important than supplies right now. If you don't report it, there will be people who will do it. Then you won't even have anything to eat. Think about your son. He is still at home waiting for dinner. He said this to convince his wife as well as himself. After all, doing this kind of thing is really immoral, but there is no other way. If you are morally noble, you will be the first group of people to starve to death in this doomsday. Hearing her husband's sarcasm, Zhuang Lin did not refute because she felt that he was right. In the doomsday era, let alone betraying irrelevant people like best friends, some people will even abandon their wives and children for a bite to eat. The reason why she stopped the other party was because his behavior was very immature. I think you have a problem with your brain. You are going back to look for Sun Lianqing, but didn't you lose Yang Simi? If you can't bring the people to young Master Sun, not only will you not get the supplies, but you will also lose your life here. After hearing what his wife said, Wang Hongji patted his head as if he suddenly realized something. Oh, look at my brain, you are right. Let's hurry up and catch up. She is almost out of sight. After saying that, he pulled Zhuang Lin and ran in the direction where Yang Simi left. The two of them no longer had the tit-for-tat attitude they had before. Instead, they were like two hyenas that had seen a big piece of fat meat, constantly moving closer to their target. Of course, they didn't dare to get too close, for fear of being discovered, so they used other houses as cover and stayed far behind. Yang Simi had never undergone anti-reconnaissance training, so naturally, she didn't realize that there were two little tails following her. Soon, she entered Villa number 13 under the gaze of the two men. Villa number 13? How could it be in Villa number 13? Zhuang Lin, who had been observing this place from a distance, showed a look of disbelief on his face. Wang Hongji was still in an excited state and did not notice anything unusual. What happened to Villa number 13? Zhuang Lin simply rolled her eyes and complained wildly in her heart. Why did I choose such a fool as my husband? I was really blind. Although she thought so in her heart, she still took the initiative to explain. Villa number 13 was given to Yin Run by Sun Lianqing. To some extent, this is also young Master Sun's house. After Zhuang Lin's reminder, even if Wang Hongji was a thick-skinned man, he realized that something was wrong. You mean to say that there is a traitor around young Master Sun, and someone is protecting Yang Simi? Zhuang Lin nodded affirmatively. I think it's probably that Yin Run. She dresses like a man all day long. She's probably a lesbian. She must be lusting after Yang Simi's body. Then should we report this matter to young Master Sun? As Sun Lianqing's bodyguard, Yin Run has always been by his side. Knowing that there might be something behind the matter, Wang Hongji's timid character began to flare up again. Well, let's wait a bit. Anyway, our house is not far from here. We can observe in real time. Anyway, Yang Simi will definitely not escape from our grasp. Zhuang Lin clenched his fists, looked at the villa in front of him with gloomy eyes, and every word he said seemed to carry a chill. Seeing Zhuang Lin like this, even Wang Hongji, who had been married to her for many years, couldn't help but shudder in his heart. At the same time, Jiang Che came to the center of the community under the leadership of Yin Run. This is an artificial landscape in the community. The area is not small, with a circle of rockery surrounding a small artificial lake, and the scenery looks quite nice. However, the water in the lake was no longer as clear as it once was, but was as black as ink. In the center of the lake is a man-made island. However, as soon as the two arrived here, before Jiang Che could carefully observe the scene inside, he heard a dog barking suddenly from not far away. Woof woof. Soon, a cute-looking bulldog came running over from not far away. The other party was naturally Big Mouth, who had disappeared for a day. Jiang Che was a little surprised to see Big Mouth appear. He didn't expect that the place Yin Run brought him to was actually where Big Mouth stayed. Jiang Che was very happy to see Big Mouth, but the moment Yin Run saw Big Mouth, he got furious. That's right. It's just the superficial sense of the word. Her long golden hair suddenly flew up, as if swept by an invisible storm, dancing wildly in the air. Her eyes glowed with a captivating golden light, and she looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She was once an internationally renowned killer, and her perception of murderous intent and danger can be said to have been completely integrated into her body's instincts. When she saw Big Mouth appear, alarm bells suddenly rang in her heart. She seemed to see a sea of corpses and blood rushing towards her, even making her breathing quicken. Why is there such a terrifying beast in the community? Isn't there always drone surveillance around the entire community? What did these people do to let such a terrifying thing in here? She was both shocked and angry, and looked at Jiang Che, who was still calm beside her. She thought the other party didn't react at all. Just grab the other person's arm. Follow me now? This is an extremely terrifying beast. We definitely won't stand a chance of winning against it. Chapter 176 Tree Master. She pulled Jiang Che's body hard, but found that it didn't move. Just when she was about to say something, Jiang Che spoke first. Don't be nervous. It's my pet. Its name is Big Mouth. Hearing Jiang Che's casual words, Inrun's brain almost stopped working. Pet. He said it was his pet. At this moment, she even suspected that she might have misheard. But at the moment she was stunned, Big Mouth had already run to Jiang Che's feet. He rubbed Jiang Che's trouser leg with a flattering look on his face, just like an ordinary pet dog. Hey, you're a little dirty. Don't rub it on me. Just like that, Jiang Che kicked it away with some disgust. However, Big Mouth felt a little aggrieved and didn't dare to get any closer. He just sat there and whimpered. At this moment, Inrun was completely petrified on the spot. She would rather believe that she had not woken up yet than to believe what she saw. How is this possible? Taming a terrifying beast and making it his pet? How did he do that? She wanted to deny everything she saw, but there was no way. The facts were right in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe it. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Che changed dramatically again. Before, Jiang Che told her that he wanted to kill Sun Lianqing and take over Yunjing Palace, but she thought that this was simply not feasible. But at this moment, she inexplicably felt in her heart that this matter was not completely impossible. The man in front of her, whom she had only known for half a day, had given her too many shocks. She no longer dared to guess about him, for fear that she would be slapped in the face the next moment. What are you doing here? Is there something here that attracts you? Jiang Che did not pay attention to Inrun's changes in thought, but squatted down and tried to communicate with Big Mouth through the mental chain. He knew Dazue's character very well, so it would be a waste of time to go there without any benefit. When there are no benefits, I am extremely lazy, but when I see benefits, I work harder than anyone else. It's a pure power dog. Sure enough, Big Mouth nodded very humanely, then looked towards the small island in the center of the lake, motioning Jiang Che to look over there. Jiang Che stood up and looked in the direction indicated by Big Mouth. The moment he saw the island, his eyes were instantly attracted to it. It cannot be said that I was attracted by the island, but rather by something on the island, which was a small tree about 5 meters tall. The branches are lush and green, as if they have infinite vitality. It is completely different from the doomsday atmosphere caused by the black fog. On the thickest branch of the small tree, there is a bright red fruit. The fruit was only the size of a fist, but it emitted a mysterious glow. It does not hang quietly on the branches like ordinary fruits, but shrinks and expands rhythmically like a living thing. Although this fruit looks quite evil, Jiang Che can tell at a glance that it is a supernatural fruit. Completely different from other supernatural fruits he had seen, this fruit seemed to have life, as if it were a living thing. Inrun had also recovered by now. Seeing Jiang Che's slightly puzzled look, she began to explain proactively. Do you see that tree? It's the heart of the community. You may be wondering why other places were filled with black fog, but this community didn't have this kind of thing. That's the reason. Listening to Inrun's introduction, Jiang Che suddenly thought of the warning issued by the system when he first came to this community. The host is being rejected by the holy tree, and all his abilities will be weakened. The sacred tree mentioned by this system should be the tree not far away. Since we were talking about the sacred tree, Jiang Che expressed his doubts. Why did I feel that the supernatural power in my body was weakened when I first came here, but you seem to be unhindered at all? Hearing the other party's question, Inrun was also stunned for a moment. If the other party hadn't told her, she would have forgotten that all new people with special abilities who entered the community would be in a suppressed state. Even when he was suppressed, he was still able to completely suppress me. If he released the suppression, how terrifying would his strength be? She didn't dare to think any further. Within the range covered by the tree, it will repel all creatures that are not contaminated by its aura. This is what you just said about being suppressed. Of course, it is very simple to resolve this suppression. All you need to do is get the approval of the tree owner or eat one of its leaves. Tree owner? It was the first time that Jiang Che heard this term, and it was as if this magical fruit tree could actually recognize its master. What's going on with this tree owner? Jiang Che was not a person who liked to hide things, so he asked directly when he had a question. The tree owner is the person who eats the supernatural fruit. Not only can he gain the power of the supernatural fruit, he can even gain the power of the tree. I got all this from Sun Lianqing. He is the current tree owner of Yunjing Palace. Hearing this, Jiang Che frowned tightly. He actually ate that special fruit? Now it seems that Sun Lianqing is more difficult to deal with than he thought. Then how can I replace him as the tree owner? As if he had anticipated Jiang Che's question, Inrun hesitated. Eat the supernatural fruit from the fruit tree and then kill Sun Lianqing, and there should be no problem. I don't know about this, and Sun Lianqing won't tell me such a thing. After hearing the other party's answer, Jiang Che wanted to walk towards the small tree in the center of the lake. But just after climbing over the surrounding rockery, Jiang Che discovered that there was an invisible membrane covering the entire lake's surface, and he was unable to enter. You can't pick the fruit now. The fruit is not yet ripe. The tree will protect itself completely. Jiang Che frowned. He was a little depressed that he could see a supernatural fruit right in front of him, but couldn't possess it. But you don't have to worry. Sun Lianxing has already told me that the fruit will be fully ripe the day after tomorrow. So if you really want to take over the entire Yunjing Palace, you'd better prepare within these 2 days and try your best to take the fruit. Even if you can't do it, you can't let Sun Lianxing get the fruit. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. It looked like the fruit was extraordinary. It was very likely that it had surpassed the B grade and reached the A grade. He was determined to get the fruit no matter what. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as much as possible within 2 days. And it would be best if he could reduce the power of Sun Lianxing as much as possible. Chapter 177 Mo Shangwan. Ting ting ting. Ting ting ting. Just as Jiang Che was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was actually Fong Fong. Fong Fong is the kind of person who won't call anyone unless he has no other choice. Now that the other party suddenly called him, it means that something must have happened in Jinjiang community. Jiang Che didn't even avoid Yin Run, who was beside him, and answered the call directly. Hello, I'm Jiang Che. There was some noise on the other end of the receiver, but soon Fong Feng's very respectful voice was heard. Master Jiang, I have something I want to report to you. Our base in Jinjiang community was attacked today. Jiang Che felt a little surprised when he heard the news. Aren't there no other residents in the community except us? Were they attacked by the ferocious beasts roaming around in the community? This was the only possibility that Jiang Che could think of. After all, he was the one who personally led the team to sweep the neighborhood, and he was certain that there could be no other organizations of superpowers inside the neighborhood. No, Lord Jiang. The leader of this group is named Tian Hao, and they claim to be from the Yunjing Tiangong Villa district. Fong Fong described the other party's situation in detail to Jiang Che, and said that the crisis had now been resolved. So what's the situation over there? How many casualties are there? This is the issue that Jiang Che is most concerned about. Fong Fong does not have many people under him, only about 20 or so. To some extent, these people could be said to be the first group of subordinates he obtained after the black fog descended, and he also provided them with a lot of supernatural fruits. Naturally, we don't want the other side to suffer heavy casualties. Master Jiang, only one of us died, and the rest were slightly injured. However, our gains were huge. We wiped out the entire enemy team and also captured 3 armored vehicles. Hearing the other party's slightly excited words, Jiang Che was happy for him. The other party had both guns and superpowers. It was not easy to destroy the other party at the cost of one person's death. Yes, you did a good job, but you shouldn't just tell me the good news. Jiang Che knew that Fong Fong was not such a boring person. Every time he called, he must have something else to say. Yes, Lord Jiang. We have now confiscated all the equipment and supplies from that gang, and found that their vehicles can still drive normally in the black fog. We can come and support you right now if you need it. Jiang Che naturally knew what the other party meant. They want to prove their role in front of themselves and don't want to be abandoned by them. Jiang Che just felt that the other party was thinking too much. To be honest, it was too easy for him to supply this team with his supplies. I am in need of someone right now, so naturally I have no intention of abandoning the other person. However, Jiang Che did not intend to refuse the other party's kindness. Just as he was about to agree to the other party's request, he suddenly remembered something and then came up with a plan. Fong Fong, see if you have found Tian Hao's phone. There was silence for a while on Fong Feng's end. After a crackling sound of searching, the other party's voice was heard again soon. Yes, Lord Jiang, I just found Tian Hao's cell phone, and this phone has received many messages from a man named Qi Zhang. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth curled up slightly. That's right. Yin Run had told him before that Qi Zhang was in charge of both security and property management. The fact that Tian Hao went to Jinjiang community to cause trouble must have been the result of a joint decision by Sun Lianxing and Qi Zhang. It is probably most likely to track down the whereabouts of Zhao Boyan. Fong Fong, don't rush over. There is something more important that I need you to do. As for what to do, that goes without saying. Since Tian Hao is Qi Zhang's direct descendant, would the other party just ignore anything if Tian Hao encountered an accident in Jinjiang community? Jiang Che felt that there was a high probability that they would still take care of it. So Jiang Che wanted to use this incident to lure Qi Zhang away from the mountain. It's not that Jiang Che doesn't dare to face Qi Zhang, but if he can achieve his goal at the lowest cost, then why not do it? There is an easier way to solve the problem, but he chooses to take the thankless path. Jiang Che is not such a pedantic person. Of course, this plan may not necessarily succeed, but if it does, the help it can bring is enormous. After explaining his plan to the other party in detail, Jiang Che hung up the phone. If your plan succeeds, we will have solved another big problem. At this moment, Run's gentle voice came from beside him. She could be said to have heard all of Jiang Che's plans just now clearly. The more she listened, the more she thought this was feasible. She looked at Jiang Che with admiration in her eyes. Run was originally quite pessimistic about Jiang Che's plan to rebel, but she never expected that Jiang Che could play a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If Qi Zheng really left the community at the critical moment, their chances of winning could at least increase by 30. In that case, I'll take you to see Qianbin's home. If he dares to show up during the day, the three of us might be able to remove this thorn at the same time. The three she mentioned naturally included Big Mouth. After all, in her eyes, Big Mouth's strength was probably the strongest among them. At this moment, Run seemed to be more motivated than Jiang Che. Jiang Che naturally would not refuse, so he followed the other party to the other side of the community. Villa number 27. This villa is different from other villas. All the windows in the room are sealed, as if the room is afraid of seeing the sunlight. At this moment, it was already late, around 5 in the afternoon. Mo Xiangwan has already started preparing dinner at home. She was busy in the kitchen alone. An old woman with a somewhat sarcastic look stood beside her, looking at her coldly, with no intention of helping her. She is Qianbin's mother, and Mo Xiangwan's mother-in-law. Mo Xiangwan was also helpless. Her mother-in-law was always on guard against her like a thief. No matter what she did, she would always be watching from the side, as if she was afraid that she would steal a grain of food from the house. She really felt under a lot of pressure. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Here I come." She hurriedly shouted towards the door, breathed a sigh of relief, took off her apron, and walked out. When she opened the door, she saw a man and a woman standing outside. She did know the woman, Sun Lianqing's bodyguard Run, but the man was a completely unfamiliar face. "Sister Yin, what are you doing here?" Qianbin had previously told her that there were a few people in the community whom she absolutely could not offend, and Run was one of them. Naturally, she would not go against the other party's wishes, so her attitude was extremely respectful. "Is Qianbin at home? We need to talk to him about something." Chapter 178 Lying. "Oh, so you are here to look for Brother Bin. Brother Bin is never at home during the day. Doesn't he go to your place to work every day?" Mo Xiangwan smiled sweetly at the two of them and told them everything she knew. She is a very simple and optimistic girl. She always looks at things from a positive perspective. Therefore, she never thought that Qianbin's previous statements were all lies to her, and she never thought that the two people who came now were actually here to kill Qianbin. After hearing the other party's reply, Run's expression became a little strange. "To organize work? No, it's the end of the world now. There's no point in having a job." This was obviously what Qianbin said. I didn't expect that the little girl was so naive and believed it. "Xiaowan, a distinguished guest has arrived. Why don't you let him in? This is really rude." Just as the two were talking, a slightly old voice came from inside the room. Soon an old woman came out of the room. "What are you still standing there for? Go get 2 bottles of water for the 2 adults." The old woman glared at Mo Xiangwan with a cold face, then said to Jiang Che and the others with a smile, "My 2 lords, please come in and sit down. My son will probably be back soon." Hearing the old lady's words, Run frowned tightly. The reason why she wanted to come during the day was because Qianbin's ability was almost useless during the day. As long as they joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat the opponent. If the other party comes back at night, the outcome will be full of variables. So, when she heard that Qianbin was not at home, Run already wanted to retreat. She turned her head to look at Jiang Che, wanting to ask for his opinion. But when she saw Jiang Che's face clearly, she found that his eyes were fixed on Mo Xiangwan, who had already left. The other's eyes continued to pore over the other's slender body. It was exactly the same as when he told her he wanted to sleep with her before. She immediately rolled her eyes. "No, why is this man like this? He just kept using various means to make me become his woman, but as soon as I agreed to him, he set his sights on someone else. This person is really a scumbag." Although nothing has happened between her and Jiang Che yet, she can be said to have already decided that Jiang Che is her future man. Now, seeing that the other person was actually staring at other women, she was actually a little jealous. "I feel quite uncomfortable." However, Jiang Che had no intention of paying attention to the other party's mood at the moment, because the long-lost system prompt sound appeared in his ears, and a data panel appeared in front of him. Name, Mo Xiangwan. Age, 22. Appearance, 94. Height, 92. Purity, 100. Jiang Che never expected that he came here to kill someone, but he would actually meet a woman who met the system requirements. This can be said to be a completely unexpected surprise. Although Mo Xiangwan's scores in various aspects were not high, her appearance was very distinctive. In Jiang Che's eyes, this woman was of the highest quality, and her style was completely different from his other women. The feeling she gave him was like that shy school beauty from college, like a pure little white flower in full bloom. There is always a faint fragrance on her body, which makes people want to get close to her. Inrun saw that Jiang Che was a little fascinated. She didn't plan to ask for his opinion and just planned to reject him directly. Since Qian Bin is not at home, then, before Inrun finished speaking, Jiang Che's voice sounded beside him. Then we'll bother you. After saying that, without caring about Inrun's surprised look, he directly took the other's hand and walked into the room. The old woman was also a little surprised. She was just being polite. Normally, those who came to her house would not choose to enter the house once they heard that Qian Bin was not at home. But she didn't expect that these two people would play by their own rules. But she couldn't refuse the other party to come in at this time, otherwise it would be a slap in her face. She herself cared a lot about her own face. Jiang Che did not feel the restraint of entering someone else's home for the first time. He directly pulled Inrun to sit on the sofa in the living room. Of course, Jiang Che did not let Big Mouth come in. First of all, Big Mouth was too conspicuous. Secondly, if Qian Bin was really no longer at home, leaving Big Mouth outside would allow him to observe the movements around and prevent any unexpected situations from happening. As soon as the two sat down, Mo Xiangwan followed the old woman's instructions and brought them 2 bottles of ordinary mineral water. They also have to drink this kind of mineral water sparingly at home, but the visitors are all key figures in the villa area, so she will not be stingy with these things. Perhaps Mo Xiangwan was not good at talking to others, so he said that the food was still being cooked in the kitchen and hid in the kitchen. The old lady said a few polite words to the two of them, and even took the initiative to say that she wanted to invite them to stay for dinner. However, the other party's perfunctory expression made the two of them realize that the other party's words were just for listening, and it would be really impolite if you take it seriously. Soon the other party lost interest in talking to the two of them and went into the kitchen to find Mo Xiangwan. In the huge living room, only Jiang Che and Inrun were left. Jiang Che did not feel embarrassed and turned to Inrun and asked, "Who is that girl?" Qian Bin's illegitimate daughter. Jiang Che didn't know Mo Xiangwan, so he started asking Inrun about his identity. Inrun rolled her eyes. Although she was very disgusted with the behavior of a scumbag like Jiang Che, she still explained. Her name is Mo Xiangwan. She is not Qian Bin's daughter, but Qian Bin's wife. What's the matter? Do you want to sleep with me again? Inrun deliberately pronounced the word yo a little harder. Obviously, she was expressing her serious dissatisfaction with Jiang Che's behavior. However, Jiang Che seemed to have not heard the other party's voiceover and did not even pay attention to the other party. Qian Bin's wife? She's still a virgin? How interesting. Before, she had a virgin mother, and now she has a virgin wife. These rich people have really unusual habits. Since you don't know how to cherish such good conditions, I can only enjoy it for him. With this in mind, Jiang Che has already begun to think about how to include the little white flower goddess Mo Xiangwan into his own harem. Seeing Jiang Che so calm, Inrun became a little uneasy. She poked Jiang Che with her hand. You didn't come here just to see what Mo Xiangwan looks like, did you? Don't forget what you told me at the beginning. You were thinking about how to take over the entire community, but now you are just circling around a woman. How can I trust you? Hearing Inrun's complaint, Jiang Che said calmly. Let me ask you a question. Tell me about the composition of Qian Bin's family. How many people have special abilities? Inrun didn't know why the other party suddenly asked such a question, but she still answered honestly. There are records of Qian Bin's family members in the files. There are 4 people in his family, including him, his parents, and his wife. Qian Bin is the only one with superpowers. Seeing Jiang Che's expression gradually becoming solemn, Inrun also realized that something might be wrong. What's wrong? What did you find? Jiang Che's expression was calm, and he said slowly, if that's the case, then someone is lying. I can sense the presence of other people with special abilities in the entire villa. Chapter 179, Undead. Jiang Che's voice was very calm, but it sounded like thunder to Inrun's ears. You mean to say that those 2 people just lied and Qian Bin is at home now? Inrun looked somewhat incredulous. She didn't understand Qian Bin's mother, but she thought that Mo Xiangwan, this little girl, could understand it. She had met the other party several times and found that she was a very polite and simple girl. But if it is true, as Jiang Che said, that the other party deceived him, it only means that the other party is really good at disguise and has a very deep mind. Where is Qianbin? As long as we can defeat each other before the sun disappears. In Run asked Jiang Che anxiously. Jiang Che did not answer. He first glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then stood up and walked directly to the second floor of the villa. In Run followed behind Jiang Che, and neither of them made any loud noise, so that the two people in the kitchen did not notice that they had quietly gone upstairs. Jiang Che took In Run along the corridor on the second floor and walked to the innermost room. Jiang Che nodded at In Run, indicating that this was the room. In Run immediately understood what he meant and inserted a strand of golden hair into the keyhole. With a click, the door opened. Inside the room, all light-transmitting places were blocked, and it looked pitch black. A closed room like this, which is completely dark, can be said to be Jiang Che's home court. Jiang Che didn't even need to lay the groundwork. He could easily pull everyone in the room into his black box world. However, he did not take action this time. He wanted In Run to test the opponent's whereabouts, and also wanted to see what In Run's abilities were. With the help of the dim light outside the door, the two could barely see that there was a figure lying on the big bed in the middle of the room. In Run didn't hesitate and walked straight into the room. The dark shadow on the bed seemed to sense her presence and suddenly jumped up from the bed. Like a nimble monkey, it suddenly jumped onto the roof. Who is it? What are you doing in my room? The voice was a little hoarse, but In Run recognized it immediately. It was Qianbin's voice. She did not answer the other party's question, but a look of surprise appeared in her heart. Qianbin is indeed at home. Now is the best time to kill him. Her eyes flashed, and her long golden hair suddenly stood up. The originally smooth hair instantly turned into thousands of wild snakes, twisting and tumbling in the air. Every strand of hair was stretched straight, with the tip glowing with a cold metallic light, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. The whole room was filled with gold in an instant. However, her target was not the shadow in the room, but the curtains in the room. To some extent, she still understood Qianbin's abilities very well. First of all, the opponent's biggest weakness is photophobia. No matter whether it is the corpse controlled by the opponent or the opponent himself, its combat effectiveness under the sun can be said to be only 1/10 of what it is. So, what she had to do was to destroy the curtains and let the sunlight into the room. The black shadow hanging in the air trembled suddenly. It instantly understood the opponent's intention and suddenly disappeared at the critical moment. Shwa! The black shadow turned into a distorted afterimage, shuttling back and forth across the room at a speed almost like teleportation. Wherever he passed, golden hair broke one after another, and the broken hair ends splashed dazzling sparks in the air. Crack! A strand of hair was cut off by the sharp claws. Laugh! Another piece of golden hair was corroded into black smoke. The black shadow's attack trajectory was extremely tricky. Sometimes it attacked upside down like a bat, and sometimes it slithered along the ground like a poisonous snake. Every time it appeared, large pieces of the golden hairnet were violently torn apart. The broken hair was like golden snowflakes, falling all over the ground. Jiang Che had been blocking the door. He was doing this to prevent the things inside from escaping and also to protect In Run. Even if In Run is really no match for the other party, he can intervene as quickly as possible to prevent the other party from getting into any trouble. In his observation, there was something very wrong with Qianbin. Although there is rich energy in the opponent's body, the abilities he uses are obviously wrong. He remembered that In Run had told him that Qianbin's ability was to control the undead, but what he was showing now seemed to be an ability to strengthen his physical constitution. It is completely inconsistent with the so-called control of the undead. In Run obviously didn't have time to think so much. Even though the other party was attacking her blonde hair frantically, she had so much hair that it was enough to spread throughout the room. There is no way the other party can stop it. Soon, more than a dozen strands of hair broke through the opponent's obstruction and tore all the curtains in the room into pieces. In an instant, the red light of the setting sun poured into the room, illuminating everything in the room clearly. It's you, In Run. What on earth are you going to do? The Shadow Man was completely exposed in the light, and bursts of black smoke suddenly came out of his entire body. His ability to hang upside down on the wall suddenly disappeared, and he fell straight down like a monkey that had been electrocuted. In Run was just about to attack the other party, but when she saw the other party's appearance clearly, she was stunned. Because the person in front of him is not Qianbin at all. White hair and dry body. This is obviously an old man about 80 years old. And she was also very clear about the other party's identity. He was Qianbin's father Qian Shiqing. However, she could hear clearly the sound coming out of the other person's mouth, and it was undoubtedly Qianbin's voice. At this moment, she suddenly understood what was going on. Qian Bin is using his supernatural powers to control his father's corpse. Jiang Che didn't know Qian Bin, but he saw that Yin Run's expression was a little strange at this moment, and knew that something might have gone wrong. What's wrong? Isn't he the person we are looking for? Yin Run shook his head. This is Qian Bin's father, Qian Shiqing. He is no longer a normal human being. He has been assimilated by Qian Bin and turned into a controllable undead. So, there is no need for us to continue to fight now. The other party is just a puppet. Not only Yin Run was a little stunned, Jiang Che was also a little confused. What was wrong with Qian Bin? He even didn't let his own father go. This was really a bit perverted. Ms. Yin, you broke into my home and tried to attack me. Do you want to give me an explanation? A muffled sound came out of Qian Shiqing's mouth, and it was obvious that he was also angry. Yin Run didn't say anything. To be honest, she didn't know how to explain it. If she knew that the other party was just an undead, she would never fight with him at all. Even if they win, Qian Bin won't be hurt at all, and it may even alert the enemy, which would be a thankless task. But it was too late to say anything now. She was now thinking of giving up everything and even wanted to get rid of the other party directly. But the next moment, a somewhat sad smile appeared on the other person's face. Even if you don't tell me, I know whether it was Sun Lianxing who asked you to come here. Chapter 180, I'm doing this for your own good. Humph. Young Master Sun really can't wait, right? He keeps coming to my house to look for me again and again. If I don't send the person to him tomorrow, will he kidnap my wife? Qian Bin's tone was extremely cold, and there was a fierce gleam in his eyes as he looked at Yin Run. No wonder he was so angry. In the previous meeting with Sun Lianxing, he had chosen to give in and promise the other party that he would send Yang Simi over. As a result, the other party came to his house that day and threatened him openly and covertly. That wasn't enough, because just one day later they sent Yin Run to harass him. How could he continue to endure this? It was a good thing that he didn't swear on the spot. At this moment, Yin Run was also stunned. She didn't expect the other party to think so. You know what? The other party's idea was surprisingly reasonable, and I managed to fool him by accident. She simply stopped talking and let Sun Lianxing take the blame. It would be best if Qian Bin and Sun Lianxing became enemies and started fighting each other. This way, she and Jiang Che can reap the benefits. Although she has not yet become Jiang Che's woman, she has begun to think about things from Jiang Che's perspective. But although her idea was good, she still overestimated Qian Bin's character. It can be said that how much blood can be left in the body of an old man who has no more eggs to use. After complaining a few times, he started to become cowardly. Ms. Yin, go back and tell Sun Lianxing that I will hand Yang Simi over to him tomorrow. Since the other party took the initiative to give up the opportunity, Yin Run naturally took the opportunity to back down. Okay, I will definitely pass this message on. Yin Run nodded and responded, then turned around and was about to take Jiang Che away. There is no point in staying any longer as the other party has already become wary. If he is not stupid, he will definitely come back after nightfall. So, their plan to come here today and kill Qian Bin in advance can be said to have failed, etc. Just when the two were about to leave the room, Qian Bin suddenly stopped them. Yin Run frowned and stopped immediately. Qian Bin, do you have anything else to say? At this time, the sunset outside was gradually setting, and the light inside the room began to turn dark. The old man who was originally slumped on the ground seemed to have power in his body. His bones made crackling sounds, and his eyes glowed red as he stared at Jiang Che. Who is this little brother? Why does he look unfamiliar? Qian Bin is mainly in charge of all the residents in the community, so he knows all the indigenous people in the community well. Jiang Che did not change his appearance at this time, and showed his original appearance to others. In addition, Jiang Che's appearance is extremely outstanding, and he is not a so-called ordinary face. So Qian Bin can be said to have recognized at a glance that he is not a native resident of the community at all. Ms. Yin, I remember Sun Lianxing said before that no outsiders are allowed to enter the community and all outsiders will be killed. But why can the other party stand beside you so openly, and you remain indifferent? Qian Bin's words were simply meant to disgust Yin Run. It can be said that his hatred for Yin Run is no less than that for Sun Lianxing. At the previous meeting, it could be said that it was Yin Run who took the initiative to attack him. He seemed to still be able to feel the tingling pain in his neck at that time. He didn't dare to attack Sun Lianxing because the other party's father was a big shot in a really big organization, but Yin Run was different. He was just a stinky bodyguard with some good looks. As long as his reasons were justified, it wouldn't be a big problem even if he killed her. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was something unusual between Yin Run and the man around her. He is now using Jiang Che as an excuse to attack the other party, just to see what choice the other party will make. If the other party chooses not to kill, he will have a reason to attack Yin Run. And even if Sun Lianqing questions him in the future, he will have a reason to explain himself. If Run chose to protect himself, he would just consider it as disgusting to the other party. Run, let's see if you dare to show off in front of me again in the future. I can't do anything about Sun Lianqing, so I can't do anything about you, right? As he thought this in his heart, the corners of Qian Bin's mouth curved into a strange arc. Hearing Qian Bin's words at this moment, Run's expression changed suddenly. She subconsciously looked at Jiang Che beside her. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly, and that cheerful smile appeared on his face again. When seeing this smile, Run's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was very familiar with this smile. Back then, in that black fog space, the other party had shown this smile, which made her experience 4 sword blows that were worse than death. She knew that Jiang Che must be angry at this moment. She didn't want to have a conflict with Qian Bin here. If this caused a big commotion and Sun Lianqing and Qi Zheng found out, their subsequent plans would be almost impossible to implement. Qian Bin, don't look for trouble. We are leaving now. Just continue to complete the tasks assigned to you by Sun Lianqing. Don't get involved in things that are not your business. Run immediately opened his mouth and scolded Qian Bin. On the surface, she was scolding Qian Bin, but in fact, she also wanted Jiang Che to calm down and not create a conflict here, which was not worth it. But Qian Bin couldn't understand the situation at the scene at all and thought that Run was guilty. Run, I don't know why you are still so arrogant now. You also know that young Master Sun likes you. If he knew that you have a wild man outside, how would he treat you? I'm doing this for your own good. Of course, if you can't do it, I can do it for you. Qian Bin's old face showed a strange smile, which looked very creepy. His hands turned into sharp claws and he walked towards where Jiang Che was. Although he was walking towards Jiang Che, his eyes were always fixed on Run's face. He wanted to see how she would react when she saw this little man die in front of her. Perhaps because he was too focused, he didn't notice the drastic changes taking place in this not-so-big bedroom. A deep darkness completely enveloped the entire room. All the sounds in the world seemed to disappear completely at this moment. Ms. What's with that expression on your face? There's no need to be so scared. Don't worry, I'm only cleaning up the garbage that doesn't belong to our community. I'm not going to do anything to you. When Qian Bin saw Run's eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, he thought that the other party was extremely afraid of him. At this moment, he felt more and more happy in his heart, and the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. Chapter 181 Don't Beg for Mercy. Who was the garbage talking about? Qian Bin had been paying attention to Run's expression, and he didn't take Jiang Che seriously at all. In the dark, he could be said to not take Run seriously at all, not to mention that he was just a little follower following him. But he never expected that the other party would actually dare to talk to him actively. Of course the trash is talking about you. Qian Bin said it without hesitation, but then he realized that this sentence was ambiguous. The other party was humiliating him in different ways. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. You're quite courageous, little brat, but I want to see how long you can keep laughing. Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I will slowly torture you in front of Miss Yin. When you die in agony, I will make you my slave and let you be tortured by my side forever. Qian Bin's words were very cruel. He wanted to see the other person panic in fear. But Jiang Che's reaction made him a little stunned. Jiang Che was not only not afraid, but he couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's do it this way. Don't ask for mercy when the time comes. When Qian Bin heard Jiang Che's words, he was stunned for a moment. What does the other party mean when he says this? He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. He was clearly in the advantage, so why did it sound like the other party was in the advantage? Then he understood. The boy in front of me must have been scared out of his mind, which is why he said such nonsense. But at this moment, he didn't intend to delay any longer. He showed his sharp claws again and clawed towards Jiang Che's location. Seeing this scene, Run helplessly stretched out his hand to support his forehead. There is no need to read on. She had personally experienced how terrifying this black box world was, and the other party's fate had already been determined. As expected. Next moment. Swish, swish, swish. Countless pitch-black hands suddenly stretched out from the void, as if the gates of hell were burst open. The originally empty room became bustling with noise in the blink of an eye. What the hell is this? What the hell is this place? Just when his leg was grabbed, Qian Bin realized that the surroundings had completely changed. Facing the overwhelming black palms, he used his agility to constantly dodge and move. But where can you hide? How long can you escape? Soon, he was submerged in the waves of countless black hands. Waves of teeth-grinding, gnawing sounds continued to be heard, accompanied by Qian Bin's unbearable screams of fear. At this moment, in the kitchen on the first floor, Mo Xiangwan has already prepared dinner. It wasn't a sumptuous meal, just a pot of porridge and a few slices of toasted black bread. But this kind of food is already extremely rare in today's apocalyptic world, and many people want to eat it but cannot. Mo Xiangwan turned to look at her mother-in-law beside her and said hesitantly, "Mom, the meal is ready now. Do you want to invite Sister Yin and the others to have dinner together?" Upon hearing what Mo Xiangwan said, the old woman felt a strong disgust towards Mo Xiangwan. "Did you get all this food? My son risked his life to get it back from outside. You don't even have enough to eat for yourself, and you're sharing it with others. Why didn't I realize that a little girl from the countryside like you could be so generous?" The old woman became more and more angry as she spoke, and she reached out her hand and slapped Mo Xiangwan in the face. "You bitch. You've been in my house for such a long time, but you can't even get pregnant. You don't deserve to eat this meal. Do you know that? You should get out of this house and starve to death." Listening to my mother-in-law's vicious curse and feeling the burning pain on my face, Mo Xiangwan's eyes suddenly turned red. Crystal clear tears kept rolling around in her eyes, and she didn't dare to reach out to wipe them away for fear that the other party would continue to hit her. This has happened many times in our home, but she was not qualified to resist. Just like what the other party said, she was just a little girl from an ordinary family. Maybe she was a little prettier. But in the home of such top wealthy people, your fate is to be bullied. Do you really think marrying into a wealthy family is such an enjoyable thing? Everything you want has already been priced. Besides, it's not that she doesn't want to have a baby now. The main problem now is Qian Bin's health. But she didn't dare say this out loud. Otherwise, she would probably be responded with a few loud slaps in the face. "Why aren't you leaving yet? These two guys don't really want to eat and drink for free here, do they? I'll have a good talk with them when Qian Bin comes back." Just as the old woman kept muttering, the sound of footsteps was heard in the hall. She hurried out to take a look, and her brows immediately lit up with joy. I saw Yin Run and Jiang Che walking towards the door. "What's wrong? Are you leaving now? Why don't you sit for a while? Dinner will be ready soon." Yin Run's expression looked a little unnatural, and she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Che, who looked normal. "No need. Since Qian Bin hasn't come back yet, we won't bother him." Having said that, the two men left the villa without even looking at the old woman. After watching the two people walk away from here, the smile on the old woman's face faded. "It's time to leave. These two are really dilly-dallying." He cursed softly, then said to Mo Xiangwan, "Xiangwan, serve me a bowl of porridge. Your father has not been in good health recently. I will bring it to him." Mo Xiangwan nodded and quickly handed over a bowl of hot porridge. The old woman tiptoed up to the second floor carrying a bowl of porridge. Her husband, Qian Shicheng, has been bedridden for a long time, especially recently. Not only is his body terribly cold, he can't even stand the light. Although she was worried, there was nothing she could do now. After all, the community was shrouded in black fog, and she could not leave the community or find a hospital. So I can only take good care of him and hope that she can get better on her own. When she reached the door, she realized something was wrong. She clearly remembered that the door was closed, but for some reason, it was now wide open, as if someone had been in and out. A look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. The old man's illness has improved. He can even walk now. She walked into the room with a bowl of soup, smiling. There was a moment of deathly silence in the room, then the sound of a porcelain bowl breaking, and finally a scream that sounded like a dolphin's sound. No one would have thought that a 70-year-old woman could still have such a high-pitched and loud voice. Mo Xiangwan, who was busy downstairs, was also startled by the voice and hurried upstairs. "Mom, what happened?" But when she saw everything in the room clearly, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and her legs trembled. The walls of the room were covered with minced meat and bones. There was hardly a single intact limb to be seen. There was only an old man's head covered with wounds placed on the windowsill. Facing the moonlight, it looked very creepy, as if he was howling towards the sky. Chapter 182. Terrified. Jiang Che, Yin Run, Dezue, and the dog left Qian Bin's house and walked towards villa number 13 at the same time. Jiang Che's expression remained the same, but Yin Run's expression was extremely solemn. "Qian Bin has been completely offended by you this time. You destroyed his father's health. He will definitely take revenge on you." Looking at Yin Run's worried look, Jiang Che found it a little funny. When I first met her, she looked like she wanted to eat me alive, and she is completely different from now. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Women are really fickle. Since the other party wants revenge, just let him do it. This way I don't have to take the initiative to find him. Jiang Che said this, and he thought so in his heart. He must win the heart of Mo Xiangwan, the pure little white flower, so Qian Bin must die. Listening to Jiang Che's somewhat arrogant words, Yin Run felt a little helpless. You just killed a corpse controlled by the other party. Qian Bin's strength at night can be said to be far more than that. He is controlling a being that is far more powerful than that corpse. You will definitely not be able to defeat him head-on. Jiang Che didn't argue with the other party. It was meaningless. The other party didn't understand his own strength at all. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. Just as the two of them walked to villa number 13, a cell phone suddenly rang. It's Yin Run's cell phone. She raised her head and glanced at Jiang Che with some hesitation in her eyes. It's a call from Sun Lianqing. After saying that, she answered the phone in front of Jiang Che. Before Yin Run could say anything, Sun Lianqing's cynical voice came from the other side. Yin Run, where have you been? Is this how you protect your employer? I want personal protection, do you understand? Hearing Sun Lianqing's despicable words, Yin Run's face immediately revealed a look of disgust. Sun Lianqing, just tell me what you have to say. Don't say those disgusting things to me. Sun Lianqing was not angry even though Yin Run insulted him like that. There's news from my father. Please inform Qi Zheng and Qian Bin immediately. We can meet tonight to discuss the news in detail from the imperial capital. When Yin Run heard the news about Sun Lianqing's father, his expression suddenly became serious. He responded casually and hung up the phone. Jiang Che, I may not be able to go back with you tonight for the time being. Jiang Che heard everything the other party said on the phone, and he understood him very well. After all, what we are discussing is the news from the real New World Alliance. The New World Alliance is different from these half-baked people. They had already started studying people with special abilities before the Black Fog came. It can be said that the other party's understanding of the end of the world is probably far beyond theirs. Therefore, Jiang Che would not stop Yin Run from inquiring for information. He was even very happy that the other party could help him find out the information. However, the only thing that made Jiang Che a little depressed was that he had originally planned to complete the binding ceremony with Yin Run today, but now it seems that this matter will have to be postponed further. After saying that, Jiang Che and Yin Run parted ways in front of Building 13. Walking into Villa number 13, Jiang Che saw at a glance that all the girls were waiting for him in the living room. The sumptuous meal had already been served, but because he had not returned, no one dared to eat early. Jiang Che really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and his every word and action would be implemented to the utmost. I am their spiritual support and their umbrella of protection. Okay, everyone must be hungry after waiting for so long. Let's eat now. After Jiang Che finished saying this, everyone in the room suddenly became happy and enjoyed the sumptuous dinner. At the same time, in the black fog outside the Yunjing Palace, a shrill scream echoed continuously in the empty ground. Who is it? Who on earth is he? How could he have such terrifying strength that he could leave me completely powerless to fight back? A middle-aged man in a black robe stood up from the ground. His face was filled with fear, and his shiny forehead was covered in cold sweat. He is naturally Qian Bin's real body. Since he acquired this power, he has never been so embarrassed. When he thought of the scene he had just encountered, he couldn't help but tremble all over. His spirit was trapped in that horrible black house, as if he had been torn apart by countless evil spirits, making him feel extremely painful. He could no longer bear his frantic pleas for mercy, but the other party acted as if he hadn't heard a thing and wanted to kill him. He is definitely not an ordinary person. It is impossible for an ordinary person to have such a terrifying ability. How did Yin Run know such a powerful person? Qian Bin kept pacing in the black fog. Many undead spirits gathered around him, including the corpses of humans and ferocious beasts, all of which were controlled by him with his ability. It seemed that only when surrounded by these undead souls could he feel a sense of security. Could this person be from the imperial capital? After all, Sun Lianqing's father is in the New World Alliance, in the imperial capital. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, but this was just his personal guess, and he didn't dare to confirm it. At this moment, his mobile phone suddenly received a message. He hurriedly took out his cell phone. At this moment, the only people who could contact him actively, besides his family, were the senior managers of the community. The sender was shown to be Yin Run. He suddenly felt a little nervous at this moment. He felt that it couldn't be a good thing when the other party sent him a message at this time. After all, he had threatened the other party not long ago. He stretched out his trembling hand and clicked on the message. Yin Run, young Master Sun notified us of a meeting which is related to the New World Alliance in the imperial capital. The message was very brief, but when he saw the message from the other party, Qian Bin's originally pale face instantly became even paler. I knew it. I knew it. There's no way the other party could be an unknown person. That man is indeed a member of that organization. After seeing the message sent by Yin Run, Qian Bin became more certain of his previous guess. In fact, Yin Run didn't originally want to send this message to Qian Bin, but she thought that if she could call the other party to a meeting, it would prevent the other party from looking for trouble with Jiang Che and Yang Simi. It could be said that Jiang Che and others could avoid direct contact with Qian Bin. However, she never expected that Qian Bin's fear of Jiang Che at this moment was extremely great. No, I can't attend this meeting. If that man also goes to the meeting, he will definitely kill me. No, I have to ask Sun Lianxing to protect me. Only Sun Lianxing can protect me at this time. As long as I can capture Yang Simi, young Master Sun will definitely protect me. That's right. This is definitely the right thing to do. Chapter 183 The Army of the Undead. In the dead silence of the night, the black fog, which was originally as thick as ink, suddenly surged violently. Gurgle, gurgle. A creepy crawling sound came from the sea of fog, as if something was waking up. Then, swish. A blue-gray withered hand suddenly pierced through the fog wall, its 5 fingers spread out like knives, revealing white bones under the rotten flesh. Then came the second, the third. Chuckle. Along with the strange sound of bones rubbing against each other, twisted figures crawled out of the black fog. There were young people in their 20s and 20s, old men in their 60s and 70s, and even terrifying beasts that were several meters tall. The team of about 30 people brought a terrifying momentum. This group of horrific undead spirits marched towards the Yunjingshan Palace Villa area. At this time, the security personnel standing outside for guarding were almost scared to death when they saw such a scene. What's going on? Is the beast going to attack forcefully? Is our neighborhood going to fall too? Should we run? Where can we run to? It's over. We're all going to die here. Voices of panic rang out among the crowd, but there were still many people with strong mental qualities who raised their pistols and aimed at the approaching ferocious beasts. At this moment, a security team leader who was obviously dressed more sophisticated than others came hurriedly over after hearing the report from his subordinates. When I saw the scene in front of me, I breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you panicking? These are Mr. Qian's undead guards. Don't panic. Go back to your jobs. The team leader first scolded the others, and then he tentatively walked out of the community. As expected, the group of undead in front of him took the initiative to make way for them, and Qian Bin, dressed in a black robe, walked out. Master Qian, what are you doing? The security captain asked tentatively. Although he had seen Qian Bin's power, those were all the ferocious beasts he had faced before. Now it is obvious that the other party is about to enter the community. How can he not be vigilant? Qian Bin didn't say any more nonsense, and simply said, I followed young Master Sun's instructions and went in to look for someone. Yunjing Palace, Villa number 6, in Sun Lianxing's fortress. The lights are on at this moment. There were already 3 people sitting at a long table about 5 meters long. The person sitting in the main seat at the top was naturally Sun Lianxing. He was looking at the camera in his hand with a happy face and a lewd smile on his lips. Qi Zheng and Yin Run sat on both sides. One was scratching his head impatiently, and the other looked serious and thoughtful. It can be said that the 3 people present all had their own thoughts, being in extreme silence for a long time. Finally, Qi Zheng couldn't wait any longer and said in a muffled voice, I'll call Qian Bin. He actually dared to be late for such an important event today. It's really rude of him. Qi Zheng is usually one of the most emotionally stable people. No one knows what happened today that made him feel a little anxious, and his words were unintentionally sarcastic. Hearing his words, Sun Lianxing's face showed displeasure for a moment, but he still nodded in acquiescence. Qian Bin plays a very important role in the community. The opponent's ability to fight in the black fog was still very strong, and helped the community resolve several waves of ferocious beast invasions. Even though he was unhappy with the other party before, he would not really force the other party to death. Qi Zheng dialed the phone in front of everyone. But the phone rang before it even rang twice before the other party hung up. Qi Zheng didn't give up and continued to call a few more times, but without exception, the other party hung up directly. No? Is this old man crazy? He didn't even answer my calls. What does he mean? Is he planning to rebel? Hearing Qi Zheng's complaint, Yin Run's mind raced, as if he had thought of something, and his expression became a little serious. Isn't that old man Qian Bin really going to find Jiang Che? He even didn't attend the meeting held by Sun Lianxing for this? I hope I am overthinking it. Even she herself didn't realize that at this moment her heart began to worry about the safety of Jiang Che and others. Humph. It's his loss if he doesn't come. If he dares to rebel, we have plenty of ways to kill him. Sun Lianxing's tone was also cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Since he's not coming, then we won't wait for him. When the supplies are distributed, there won't be any for him. When they heard Sun Lianxing mention supplies, Qi Zheng and Yin Run's attention was drawn to him, wanting to hear what news the other party had received. Seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, Sun Lianxing raised his chin with a smug look on his face. My father told me that the world is now developing in an uncontrollable direction under the influence of the black fog, and many creatures have undergone quite terrifying changes. The Dragon Country headquarters has already begun to work on alleviating the current critical situation. They plan to set up branches in every city in Dragon Country, select city leaders, and allocate a large amount of materials for funding. Upon hearing the news, Qi Zheng and Yin Run both looked very solemn. Is this good news? No, this is pretty bad news. The already terrifying black fog intensified again, causing the ferocious beasts to mutate even more. One can imagine the despair just by listening to it. But what they don't understand is why Sun Lianqing, who told the news, could still laugh. It was as if the horrible black fog was created by him himself. However, they didn't say anything and continued to listen to Sun Lianqing's next words. Ahem, here comes the important part. My father told me that he had made arrangements within the organization and had submitted a proposal to make our Yunjing Palace the core area of Jinhai City. I estimate that once the proposal is passed, I will become the person in charge of Jinhai City, and our community will naturally receive a large amount of material resources. Sun Lianqing said proudly. It looked as if he was about to become the local emperor of Jinhai City. Yin Run felt a little uneasy. Then establishing this so-called branch requires taking on certain responsibilities. Yin Run expressed her concerns. If the Dragon Country headquarters asked them to work hard to clear the ferocious beasts in the city, it would not work even if they had a lot of supplies. However, Sun Lianqing seemed to have never thought about this matter. He waved his hand indifferently. Responsibility? What a bullshit responsibility. We just need to stay in the community and get the supplies for free. If anything goes wrong, there's always someone to help us. At worst, the whole Jinhai City will fall. We can move to the capital. My dad said it's very safe there anyway. Chapter 184 Accident. Looking at Sun Lianqing's rogue appearance, not only Yin Run, but even Qi Zheng was a little stunned. Although they knew before that Sun Lianqing was actually a shameless person, they never imagined that he could be so shameless. It has nothing to do with anything. But you still want to take all the supplies from the Dragon Country headquarters for yourself? This sounds like a joke. But at this moment, they will not take the initiative to disturb each other's interest and make the other party unhappy. After all, this was an opportunity that the father, who had great connections, had fought for his son, and they had no right to interfere. Although this meeting was nominally a meeting of the community's senior management, it was actually a show-off for Sun Lianqing himself. There is nothing substantial. Seeing that the meeting was coming to an end, Qi Zheng hesitated for a while and took the initiative to say to Sun Lianqing, Young Master Sun, I have something to report to you. 2 of my teams seem to have had an accident in Jinjiang Community, and we can't contact them now. When Sun Lianqing heard the name Jinjiang Community, his eyebrows immediately stood up, and his previous good mood was almost ruined. His best friend Zhao Boyang disappeared in Jinjiang Community, and now his subordinates have no news of him when they went there. Am I in conflict with this Jinjiang Community? Will I die in Jinjiang Community next time? Thinking this in his heart, Sun Lianqing's face became completely gloomy. Tell me in detail what happened. Qi Zheng did not dare to be negligent, and directly told Sun Lianqing the news that Tian Hao had not returned for a day and had been out of contact for a long time. The last time Tian Hao spoke to me was because he found evidence that the Mutual Aid Association was targeting Zhao Boyang, so I ordered him to negotiate with the other party. I originally thought that nothing serious would happen, but not long ago, I received a message from Tian Hao asking for help, saying that all of them were imprisoned by the people from the Mutual Aid Association and that they needed our support. Sun Lianqing's expression became more and more solemn, and it was obvious that he took this matter to heart. So Qi Zheng spoke out what was in his mind. Young Master Sun, Tian Hao has been with me for so many years. He is almost like my nephew who grew up under my watch. There is no way I can just leave him alone. So, I want to take people to this Jinjiang community and rescue all our brothers. You should be assured of my strength, and nothing will happen if I go. After hearing what the other party said, Sun Lianqing put down the video recorder he was playing with and began to think seriously. It was as if his brain, which was not big to begin with, was really working. At this time, Yin Run, who was standing aside, heard Qi Zheng's words and felt secretly happy. It seems that Jiang Che's plan is really going to succeed. As long as Qi Zheng leads his people out of the community, the pressure inside the community will not be so great. Thinking of this, Yin Run decided to add fuel to the fire. I think Captain Qi Zheng is right. This Mutual Aid Association is really going too far. If we can't teach them a lesson, where will young Master Sun's authority be? They will probably think we are soft persimmons that can be bullied by anyone. Yin Run's words were righteous and well-reasoned. In addition, Sun Lianqing is a person who is easily influenced and particularly likes to believe in women's flattery. So the other party didn't hesitate at all when faced with what Yin Run said and nodded in agreement. Not only did he agree to Qi Zheng's request, he also took the initiative to increase the price. Xiao Yin is right. We must thoroughly rectify this so-called Mutual Aid Association. When that skull-headed Chin came to see me, I was planning to give him a chance, but now it seems that he really doesn't know what's good for him, provoking us again and again. Qizheng, take all the security team members over there and try to wipe out the entire mutual aid association. Qizheng was a little surprised when he heard what Sun Lianqing said, but he knew Sun Lianqing's character. He was a very cowardly person and needed someone to protect him all the time. Although he has powerful supernatural powers, he just hides in this fortress all day and plays with women. Now, he was actually willing to let him take away all the security team members of the entire community. This was really incredible. Is he becoming a little inflated because he is about to become the so-called person in charge of Jinhai City? However, what surprised Qizheng the most was Inrun's performance. He was not interested in women, so naturally he noticed something was wrong with the other party at the first moment. They used to hold meetings frequently, but Inrun would either disappear and not show up, or just sit there and say nothing. I didn't expect that today I would express my opinion for the first time. Although what the other party said was very beneficial to him, he still felt something was wrong from the bottom of his heart, but he just didn't know what was wrong. He glanced at the other person without leaving a trace, and saw that the other person looked calm, as if he had never said anything just now, so he didn't think about it anymore. Okay, Mr. Sun, don't worry. We will solve the problem in the Mutual Aid Association. The matter had been discussed, and the meeting should have ended there. But suddenly a rapid ring rang in the room. It's Qizheng's cell phone. He answered the phone in front of everyone without even looking at it. A somewhat hurried voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Boss Qi, I have something to report to you. Just now, Lord Qianbin led more than 30 undead into the park, saying that he wanted to help young Master Sun find a woman. Qizheng was very familiar with the voice over there. It belonged to one of his subordinates. He is also a retired Special Forces soldier. He has a very loud voice. Through his mobile phone, almost everyone in the room can hear him clearly. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Qizheng hung up the phone. Without any worries in his heart, Qizheng returned to his previous relaxed state. He smiled and said to Sun Lianqing, I was wondering why old Qian didn't come to the meeting today. It turns out he went to prepare a big gift for young Master Sunday. It looks like young Master Sun is going to have another beautiful wife. Hearing Qizheng's words, Sun Lianqing couldn't hide the smile on his face. Well, old man Qianbin is now in decent shape, and it's worth it that I provided him with supplies for such a long time. I will temporarily forgive him for not coming to the meeting this time. To be honest, when I think of Yang Simi's attractive black stockings, I feel a little itchy. When I catch her back, I will definitely give her a good training, huh? Sun Lianqing laughed unbridled and lewdly, not shying away from the two of them, and directly expressed his innermost desires. Inrun, who didn't realize it at all, had his face turned extremely ugly when he heard the news. Chapter 185 delivered to your door. The thing she was most worried about happened. Qianbin really used his abilities to find Yang Simi and Jiang Che, but she never expected that Qianbin would actually mobilize all his undead souls. There were more than 30 undead spirits. She couldn't even imagine how Jiang Che would deal with them. Jiang Che, you must stay in the secret room with Yang Simi, and don't come out. She kept praying in her heart. She didn't realize that her nails were digging deeply into her flesh. At the same time, in the 13 villas, although it was already midnight, Jiang Che still didn't go to bed. He was currently sitting in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, eating the supernatural fruit nonstop. Because he will face Sun Lianqing the day after tomorrow and work with him to snatch the special fruit with magical powers from the sacred tree. Not only did the other party eat the suspected A-level supernatural fruit, but he might also have the help of 2 supernatural users, Qizheng and Qianbin. Although Jiang Che is confident that he will not lose, he must be fully prepared before that and improve his strength to the extreme. After Jiang Che ate the 300th Black Nightmare Nail fruit, his Black Nightmare Nail ability finally broke through to level 7. Now, not only can he produce 7 Black Nightmare Nails at a time, he can also control them directly with his mind. It can be said that it is much easier to use than before. If he continues to eat this kind of fruit, the chance of upgrading again will be very small, so Jiang Che plans to change another supernatural power to continue improving. Since the ability of transformation is only an auxiliary ability and its improvement on actual combat is negligible, Jiang Che plans to put this ability aside for the time being. So he took out the spiritual fruit and started eating it. The spiritual fruit is the first supernatural fruit that Jiang Che obtained, although it is only at level 4 at present. However, it can be said that this is the supernatural fruit that Jiang Che uses most frequently, and its ability is very practical. Jiang Che even felt that this ability was more important than some C-level or even B-level abilities. Perhaps it was Jiang Che's lucky attribute that after consuming 70 supernatural fruits, he heard a system prompt sound in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The spiritual detection has been upgraded to level 8. Spirit detection LV8. The range of spirit detection is expanded to a radius of 80 meters, and the host can sense the emotions around him. The ability has been improved, and a sub-item has been added. Emotional perception. Jiang Che felt that this newly added special entry was quite good. Before, he could only use the system to judge how much his woman liked him, but now he can also judge whether other people around him have malicious intentions towards him. This wave can be said to be an epic enhancement. In the future, I can also use this ability to select followers who can follow me. The person who can stay by your side may not be very capable, but he must be loyal to you and cannot have any ulterior motives. Jiang Che immediately activated the emotional perception in mental detection. He wanted to see how this ability worked. But it didn't matter. He suddenly found that there seemed to be someone squatting at his door. Judging from the other person's figure, she should be a woman, with narrow shoulders, a slim waist and a big butt, a perfect gourd-shaped figure, and a pink glow all over her body. No, who is still squatting at my door so late at night? And what does this pink light mean? What emotion does it represent? Jiang Che felt somewhat confused, so he got out of bed and walked towards the door without turning on the light. With a swish, the door was opened. The woman outside the door was also startled by Jiang Che's sudden appearance, but she reached out her hand in time and covered her mouth. Jiang Che looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes slightly stunned. Some look familiar, while others look unfamiliar. It looks familiar because I just saw this beautiful face this morning, a famous female artist in Dragon Country, an Ife. Needless to say, the current Ife was naturally the one transformed by Yang Simi, using her supernatural powers. Why are you here so late at night? Jiang Che asked with some confusion. Yang Simi's pretty face flushed, and she said shyly, I see my husband has been busy all day and must be very tired. I also happen to have learned massage for a while, so I wanted to give him a massage to relieve his fatigue. Hearing the other party's extremely gentle words, Jiang Che also smiled. This was so sensible that Jiang Che couldn't even say no. Although I told all the girls today that I have something to do tonight, and don't need anyone to sleep with me. But she has come to my door on her own initiative, so there is no reason to turn such a beauty away. It just so happens that I have just eaten too many supernatural fruits, so now is a good time to do some exercise to digest the food. Jiang Che didn't say anything, and just stepped aside to let Yang Simi into the house. When the other person walked to the big bed, Jiang Che could see the other person's attire clearly in the moonlight. The other person was wearing a silk nightgown that was as gauze-like. This can't even be called a nightgown, because this dress can't cover anything and is almost transparent. Look down little by little. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible under the hollow pattern of the lace bra, and the black satin ribbon at the waist was tied into a bow at the hip line. What's even more fatal is that pair of slender legs. The black lace stockings make the already delicate and slender long legs look even more round and beautiful. In addition, an Ife's screen personality is that of a top-notch, innocent, and good girl. With this outfit, there is a strong sense of contrast. Who can stand this? It's so unfair. If any of an Ife's fans saw her current outfit, they would probably turn into brainless gorillas, rushing up and pressing her directly onto the bed. Jiang Che was different. He didn't even wait to get on the bed, but directly held Yang Simi in his arms and started to massage her all over. Listening to the thrilling noises coming from upstairs, our officer Zhu was extremely depressed. She is very alert and a light sleeper. So when Yang Simi left the room, she noticed the other party's actions. At that time, she was very disdainful of the other party's behavior, thinking that even if the other party came to Jiang Che's door, he would only be rejected. But she never expected that the other party would enter Jiang Che's room so easily, and Jiang Che showed no sign of refusing. Then there was a sound of continuous gunfire. She was so angry. If she had known this earlier, she would have gone to Jiang Che tonight. This Yang Simi, she cut in line in front of me twice. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly heard a slight growl coming from outside the villa. Her ears were very sensitive, and she was sure that she had not heard it wrong. She immediately cleared her mind, stood up, ran to the window, and looked outside. I saw a group of humans who looked like zombies, following a ferocious beast that looked like a wolf, constantly searching for something. Her originally calm face suddenly turned pale. This is a ferocious beast? How come there is a ferocious beast in this neighborhood? As she was thinking this, the wolf outside the window suddenly seemed to sense something and turned its scarlet eyes towards where she was. This frightened her so much that her breathing became rapid. The next moment, he turned around and ran straight upstairs. No, I have to tell Jiang Che about this right away. Something big happened in the community.